This young man, revered as the celestial master Ziwei, cultivated for millennia, achieving profound enlightenment. Yet, on the verge of ascension, Mu Li chose to reverse time and return to the past. At that moment, a beam of light shone down on the altar and lightning struck the rooftop of a school. Mu Li had returned to May 2017 when he was still a college student. Zhou Shiheng, in this life, I won't let you hurt my family again. With that thought, Mu Li stood up, straightened his spirits, and ran back to the Longshan Polytechnic University dormitory. In room 1103, he was the only one reborn. Mok Lai knew his first priority was to make money and change his family's dire situation. Every penny counts, she thought as she opened her laptop and began typing furiously. A moment later, a commotion arose from the doorway. His dorm mates had returned. They were talking about trying out the new crawfish restaurant near the school, and everyone seemed excited. But upon entering and seeing Mu Li at his desk, their attitude shifts, and they begin to mock him. Oh, look who it is. Mu, the young master. Skipping class today? They're hungry, so how about treating them to dinner tonight? Mu Li heard them, but pretended not to, and continued to focus on clacking away at his keyboard. Seeing he didn't respond, the roommate sneered. So the poor devil thinks he's too good for us now? Aren't you afraid we'll spill your secrets to the whole class? You're not a rich kid at all, it's all a lie you made up. You think I won't make sure your name is known all over campus? Mu Li remained indifferent, having just finished formatting his laptop and deleting all its data. Seeing Mu Li play deaf and his roommate getting more aggressive, the other two stepped in to calm him down, preventing a brawl in the room. Brother Joe, don't be like this. Let him pretend to be rich if he wants to, but Mu Li, your roommate has been keeping your secret, and you're not even grateful. Living without foresight is never a good idea. Muga knows these guys are all the same. Even though those two seem to be sticking up for him, they're really just twisting the knife. He ignored them, packed his laptop, and slung the bag over his shoulder. If you want to talk, take it outside, I don't care. Mu Li's uncharacteristic attitude stunned his roommates, leaving them speechless except for the aggressive Chu. Kid, we've been nice to you, but you don't appreciate it. Do you want to get beat up? His insults grew harsher, but Mu Li ignored him. He has more pressing matters to attend to now. He was fortunate enough to be reborn, but his powers have been completely depleted. Besides earning money, Mu Li also had to find a way to regain his magic, so he took his laptop to a repair shop. He formatted the laptop and wiped the data to sell it for money, but after 3 years, the nearly new machine only fetched 800 yuan. Holding the money in his hand, Mu Li felt incredibly bitter. This laptop was bought for him when he entered university, his mother saving for months to afford it, and now it wouldn't even sell for 1,000 yuan. Yet, in his past life, while in college, he pretended to be rich, indulging in bars and shamelessly asking his mother for money, leading to her declining health and an unwanted outcome. It was too late when Mu Li finally came to his senses, which is why he traded 5,000 years of cultivation to return to the past and right his wrongs. Just then, Mu Li heard someone call his name. Turning around, he realized it was his younger sister, Mu Xin. Seeing her alive and well before him, Mu Li's emotions became complex once more. In his past life, he implicated his sister, leading her to jump to her death. Seeing Mu Li's pale face, Mu Xin asked, "What's wrong?" "Nothing. It's nothing." Mok Lai snapped out of his past life memories, waving his hand dismissively, secretly vowing to protect his sister and mother from any harm this time around. Then, Mok Lai watched as she rummaged in her bag, pulled out a paper bag and handed it to him, saying it contained 5,000 yuan, her earnings from 2 semesters of part-time work. "Take it, and stop asking Mom for money." Mok Lai was taken aback. How did his sister get so much money? Xin anxiously shoved the money into her brother's hands, scolding him for playing dumb, as she knew he'd threatened their mother with dropping out if she didn't give him money. She also knew he was out partying with his bad friends all day. But no matter what, they were family, and neither their mother nor she could abandon him. "Take it and try to be a decent person, young Master Mu." Those words, young Master Mu, were truly sarcastic, because in his past life, Mu Li was nothing but a blood-sucking demon, draining his mother and sister dry for the sake of his pride. But he truly doesn't need it this time, so he tells his sister to keep the 5,000 yuan for school expenses, though mentioning school only darkens her expression. After hesitating, she confessed that she had already dropped out of school to help their mother pay off a large debt, sacrificing her education for her brothers. Hearing this, Mu Li felt as if his heart had been cut by a sharp knife. He rushed over and hugged his sister tightly from behind. Mok Lai's sudden action surprises his sister. What is he doing? "I'm sorry, little sister. Just give me some time." "Trust me, I'll make things better for our family." He spoke with a newfound conviction, and though his sister was used to his empty promises, something about him felt different this time. More precisely, strangely reliable all of a sudden. After saying goodbye to his sister, Muli went to a traditional Chinese medicine shop, using the money he earned from selling his computer to buy some medicinal herbs, then headed to the forest on the outskirts of the city. Those herbs were for making medicine because with Earth's scarce spiritual energy, he needs it to cultivate quickly. Before long, the ingredients in the pot began to meld together, eventually becoming a clear liquid, like pure water, proof that Muli had succeeded. He drank the potion and began meditating to regulate his energy. The path to immortality is divided into 5 realms, from lowest to highest: Qi refining, core formation, spirit transformation, God transformation, and finally, celestial being. Though he's lost all his magic power, Muli still retains the knowledge from his past life, which will undoubtedly help him regain his power as quickly as possible. Even reaching the first level, Qi refining, grants power far beyond that of a normal person. Moklai focused intently, and after an hour, successfully entered the first level of Qi refining. He tests his strength with a punch, and it obliterates a large tree. Muli was extremely satisfied. This power was enough to deal with martial artists in China for now. With his strength issue temporarily resolved, he now needed to figure out the fastest way to make money, and Muli already had a place in mind. Muli heads to an internet cafe, not to play games, but to access the Epoch trading network. This website is known as the world's black market, where you can trade everything from information and items to posting or accepting missions. As soon as Muli clicked on the website, he saw a mission posted by an anonymous user at the top of the page. The task: eliminate the daughter of Longshan tycoon, Tuvan, reward 10 million. And below, an announcement: Bloodletter Feng Shi has accepted the task. The comment section below practically exploded with this news, because with a high-level assassin like Feng Shi on the case, the Tu family's beloved daughter was sure to die. Many pitied the Su family, as Su Wen was known to be a peaceful businessman, and his daughter was a beautiful woman. Who knows who they offended to have a hit put out on her? Muli couldn't believe someone would spend millions just to take a girl's life, but this seemed like a good opportunity for him. Scrolling down, he saw a post from a user named Tu Thi Van Lu, urgently seeking a skilled bodyguard to protect his daughter for a month, offering a reward of 20 million. Muli chuckled to himself. No one else had accepted the mission. It seemed like it was meant for him. Without a second thought, he immediately accepted the mission. Moklai's ID on the website was Wu Ji, a name unknown to all. Seeing an unknown nobody like him accept a mission against Fong Thik, the peanut gallery was thrilled. A lamb unafraid of a tiger, worth the wait. Moments after removing his headset, Muli received a phone call, and after giving his location, he calmly waited for the Su family to pick him up. Meanwhile, after seeing Muli in an internet cafe, Su Wen's secretary expressed his doubts. "Sir, is this man really trustworthy? It's a blessing someone even took the job. Just bring him here, and we'll see." Half an hour later, Muli arrived at the Su family's mansion. Su Wen may call himself a businessman, but he's no ordinary one. At only 45, he's the chairman of a massive corporation, and this villa is just a small part of his empire. As soon as Muli got out of the car, Su Wen couldn't help but be surprised, never expecting the one taking on the Wind Spirit mission to be so young. He came to the door himself to greet him. "Are you Mr. Wu Ji? I am the one who posted the mission. I am Su Wen. Please, come inside so we can talk." Rather than sit down for tea, Muli asks Su Wen to tour the villa, familiarizing himself with the layout as Su Wen explains his situation. It turns out that Master Su had a mortal enemy in the business world, and the two had been fighting for many years. Not long ago, Su Wen obtained evidence that the man was making money illegally and handed it over to the police. As a result, his nemesis became a wanted fugitive, fleeing in fear, only to resort to this underhanded method of revenge. His daughter meant the world to him, so he spared no expense on bodyguards to ensure her safety. Muli now understood the situation. Along the way, he carefully observed the Su family's villa and said, "Mr. Su, your villa is quiet, but there must be quite a few people hiding, right?" Su Wen was shocked, because there were indeed many bodyguards hiding in the villa at this time, but he was sure that they were all well hidden and absolutely silent. He couldn't believe Muli noticed it with just a glance. Of course, it was good that Master Su had arranged extra backup, but Muli felt he had to honestly advise him that these people would be completely useless against a high-level assassin like Feng Shi. Just then, Mr. To's secretary rushed in, announcing that Master Lin had arrived, so Muli wasn't the only one invited. To protect his daughter, Su Wen invited Lin Yue, a 62-year-old intermediate martial artist, and his apprentice Zhao Chuan, a low-level martial artist. Upon arrival, Lin Yue sighed, saying he wanted to find more help, but everyone refused upon hearing that their opponent was Feng Shi. Hearing this, Su Wen's expression darkened considerably, and Lin Wei quickly tried to reassure him. "Don't be discouraged. Your father is my longtime friend, and I will do my best to help you." It was then that Lin Yue noticed someone else was present. So Wen hastily introduces Mu Li as the one who accepted the mission on the world's black market, codenamed Infinity, leaving both Lin Wei and Zhao Chuan stunned. How could such a young kid dare to confront the notorious assassin, Feng Shi? Zhao Chuan, full of doubt, asks, "Little friend, this 20 million reward, do you really think you can claim it?" It was clear that Zhao Chuan's attitude was full of disdain, prompting Lin Viet to scold, "Zhao Chuan, don't be rude." Despite his words, both Lin Yue and Su Wen harbored deep doubts, for Mu Li was, after all, far too young to know any better. Thinking this, Su Wen asked if he had a way to protect his daughter. Mu Li nodded, then told him to start by removing all the cameras in the villa and having the hidden guards leave first. Hearing this, Lin Wei sighed and shook his head. "Little brother, are you trying to lure Feng Shu out? But such a simple trick won't work on him." "No," Mu Li replied bluntly. "I'm just saying they're too weak. They'll only get in the way." With those words, Su Wen, Lin Yue, and Zhao Chuan were all stunned. Just how strong was Mu Li? His arrogance was certainly something else. He then looked at Lin Yue and Zhao Chuan, saying that they too could barely stay, words that stung quite a bit. Zhao Chuan bristled at the words. This arrogant kid, did he think he was a martial-honored one looking down on everyone? "Dare to fight me?" Mu Li chuckled. "What's so great about a martial venerable? In my past life, I was one step away from immortality. You alone aren't enough to test me." Mu Li responded, further fueling Zhao Chuan's rage. But he also wanted to show his client his strength, so he asked Su Wen to gather everyone who could fight and attack him all at once, confident he could take on 100. Su Wen, surprised by Mu Li's confidence, suggested he fight Zhao Chuan first, but Mu Li wasn't interested in such low-level challenges. The bodyguards hidden within the Su family mansion have now gathered, a veritable swarm. The old master must have spent a fortune raising them. Seeing this, Zhao Chuan smugly crossed his arms, confident that these men alone could take care of Mu Li, without him even lifting a finger. "Let's see how many seconds you can last." As he finished speaking, the bodyguards rushed towards Mu Li, but he remained motionless, showing no signs of resistance or escape. Su Wen and Lin Yue couldn't hide their suspicion at his stillness, even fearing that Mu Li was frozen in fear. But the best was yet to come. But as the bodyguards charged, the first to strike, Mok Lai found himself hitting an invisible wall, the impact triggering a massive explosion centered on him. The bodyguards were instantly blown away by the explosion, none of them escaping. And Mu Li stood there, hands in his pockets, calm and completely unharmed, not even a hair out of place. Su, Lin, and Zhao were stunned by the scene before them. What just happened? "He didn't even have to lift a finger," Su Wen exclaimed. Now, Muga turned back and beckoned Zhao Chuan to come at him too. Despite witnessing Muga's strength firsthand, he couldn't stand his arrogant demeanor and charged forward with all his might. When he was about 10 feet away, Zhao Chuan leapt into the air, delivering a beautiful spinning kick, but he didn't even touch Mu Li before being swatted away. This was no ordinary counterattack. The way Zhao Chuan was sent flying speaks volumes about its force. "What about you?" Having dealt with Zhao Chuan, Mu Li turned to Lin Yue, who quickly clasped his hands together and said, "Immortal Wu Ji, I was foolish and failed to recognize your strength. Please forgive me." Zhao Chuan struggled to his feet, shocked by Lin Yue's attitude. "Master, are you saying even you are no match for him?" Lin Yue shook his head, saying, "Even Mr. Liu, who recently reached the level of martial honor, is no match for Mu Li." As he finished speaking, Su Wen's mouth dropped in astonishment, seemingly unable to believe that he had torn open a blind bag and pulled the secret card. "Is it true?" "Indeed," Lin Viet affirmed. "Mr. Wu Ji, this is a martial arts master with unfathomable power." If Lin Wei said it, it must be true. Su Wen always listened to him, but this information was a little hard to accept. After all, Mu Li looked so young, hardly like a martial arts master of profound skill. Just then, Su Wen's daughter, completely unaware of the danger she was in, finally woke up. Having confirmed Mu Li's strength, Su Wen brought him inside to formally discuss the plan to protect his precious daughter. But first, Mu Li had two requests. First, he wanted an upfront payment of 2 million yuan. Second, they had to follow his instructions during the mission. If I say go east, you absolutely cannot go west. Suwen naturally had no reason to refuse and quickly ordered someone to prepare the money. Muli nodded, then said, after receiving the deposit, I need to go out and take care of some things for a day tomorrow. Hearing this, Suwen panicked, knowing that Fingxi was known for his swift actions and might target his daughter any day now. Then, Mr. Su's daughter will have to accompany me on this trip, Muli replied. Su felt conflicted, believing nowhere was safer than the Su family villa, which is why he'd kept his daughter home these past few days. Lost in thought, the elder Su then heard his daughter's voice calling out, "Dad!" The three of them looked up to see Sujiaki on the stairs, still in her nightgown and looking sleepy. She was Su Wen's only daughter, just 19 years old, and indeed a great beauty. Seeing his daughter's attire, Su Wen was both embarrassed in front of his guests and anxious. "Why are you coming out dressed like that? We have guests. Go change. What else am I supposed to wear when I'm locked up in this house all day eating and sleeping?" Sujiaki retorted with a rebellious attitude, infuriating Su Wen. Lin Yue quickly intervened, suggesting that Sujiaki's confinement had understandably made her irritable. Jiaki looked at them, seeing Muli as the only new face, and pointed at him, asking, "Who's this?" "Jiaki, I'm warning you. Mr. Wuji is a guest here to protect you. Don't be rude." Su worried, fearing his daughter would offend Muli and he would leave. But the girl, clearly spoiled, didn't appreciate Muli's protection. Instead, she seemed to look down on him. "Just him?" Muli set down his teacup, the clink making the master of the house even more uneasy. Then he stood up and casually introduced himself to the young miss, requesting that she follow his arrangements for the next month to ensure her safety. In return, he wouldn't restrict her freedom or confine her to the house. "Not restrict me, so I can go out." Muli turned to look at Suwen, who despite his worry could only sigh helplessly and nod in agreement, and Sujiaki's eyes lit up, having achieved her goal. Being cooped up at home for days, she was already bored to death. Then the old master, with a serious look, made a condition to his daughter. Tomorrow, when going out with Muli, she must stick close to him and not wander around. On the surface, Sujiaki agreed, oblivious to the danger she was in, secretly planning to ditch Muli the first chance she got. The next day, Sujiaki dressed up and got into the car with Muli. As soon as she left the villa, she demanded the driver take her straight to Mitolis, as it had been ages since she'd been shopping. But Muli, sitting next to her, remained expressionless, and instead asked him to go to Longshan Polytechnic University. Infuriated, Jiaki demanded, "Uncle Quan, who are you going to listen to?" Unfortunately for the young lady, Su Wen had instructed all the servants to listen to Muli for the next month for her safety. So Uncle Ton had to listen to Muli. Seeing that he wouldn't obey her, Sujiaki was extremely annoyed and demanded to be let out of the car. Through the rearview mirror, Uncle Ton looked at Muli with pleading eyes. "Let her out," he said succinctly. The car screeches to a halt and a smug Sujiaki opens the door and steps out. "In that case, I'll take my leave." However, Uncle Ton stopped the car in a desolate suburb, completely deserted, with only the occasional eerie crow caw. The sight froze Sujiaki in her tracks, but it only took her 2 seconds to assess the situation and wisely retreat back into the car, her face a mask of dismay. What had just happened was far too embarrassing. Muli wasn't good at coaxing women, and seeing Sujiaki's gloomy face made him feel dejected. So he said, "How about this? Don't make a fuss. Just come with me and finish what we need to do, and then I'll go wherever you want to go." "Yeah." Sujiaki snorted, clearly unhappy, but there was no way for her to argue. Before long, they arrived at the Longshan Polytechnic University dormitory, and Sujiaki got out of the car first, staring at the building with disbelief. "Is this where you live? It's awful." Muli ignored her and quietly got out of the car, but a luxury car appearing on the dorm grounds and a beautiful woman stepping out of it was a big deal for the students. The male students who saw this flocked to the balcony, shouting and hollering, which only made Sujiaki more disgusted. "Miss, the master instructed that you must be within Mr. Wuji's sight at all times." He tried to coax her, but nothing worked as well as a word from Muli. "If you want to go shopping later, follow me." Sujiaki really wanted to go shopping, so she reluctantly followed Muli to his room. Meanwhile, Mukli's 3 shirtless roommates were playing video games. Seeing him return with a beautiful girl, they began to tease him. "Young Master Lu Mu, this girl's not bad. How about letting us have some fun with her?" Having already disliked these bad friends before his rebirth, Muli glares at them for brazenly flirting with Sujiaki in front of him. He stepped in front of her, his voice sharp as he ordered, "Stay away from her." The 3 just sneered. "What's with the face? We were just teasing your girl a little." Why so serious? We were just messing around. With our relationship so strong, surely young Master Mu won't be angry? Mu Li responded with a cold snort. If you're so eager to tease girls, go find your own. With that, Mu Li used a bit of magic to scare them. But under the influence of his magic, the three men saw countless skulls surrounding them, roaring and demanding their dues. A truly terrifying sight that brought them to their knees, trembling and begging for mercy. What's wrong with them? Sujiaki asked, puzzled. Because you can't see what those three are seeing right now. It's nothing, just a little illusion. Mu Li told her to wait for him as he gathered some clothes and took a shower. Soon after, the two returned to the car, and Jia Kai, still curious about Mok Lai's roommate's reactions, asked, Hey, tell me, what kind of sorcery did you use back there? Seeing Miss Su's spoiled attitude, Mu Li felt a headache and raised his fist. You know how powerful I am, so why don't you listen to me? Instinctively, Sujiaki recoiled, raising her hands in defense and yelling, but Mu Li simply turned back to his seat and said calmly, Just kidding, how could I hit you, Miss Su? Annoyed, Sujiaki wanted to fight Mu Li right then and there, but Uncle Quan, in the driver's seat, turned around to ask where he wanted to go. Mook Li gets back on track and calls his sister to ask where she is. Mukhan says she's at work and gives him the address. And so, the bonbon arrived at 107 Long Tap Road. Upon arriving, Mu Li discovered it was a restaurant. But this wasn't just any restaurant. The servers were all young women dressed as maids, treating customers like masters. Jackie didn't know Moxon worked here and assumed Molly had a strange fetish, bursting into laughter. So, you're into this kind of thing? Mok Lai didn't answer, still in shock. He never imagined his sister would work in a place like this. They went inside, took a table, and ordered some food. Mok Lai inquired with the waiter about a girl named Mok Han, and she confirmed that Mok Han was in the kitchen getting food. Soon after, Mok Lai saw his sister emerge from the kitchen with food, her gaudy makeup and maid outfit a painful sight. He stood up in anger, only to witness a thug slap her backside. Little Shin, you've kept me waiting. Come over here. Seeing this, Mu Li's brow furrowed. The man was Sun Chengren, 23 years old, the only son of Long Group, but just a rich thug. Judging from Mu Xin's expression, it seemed this wasn't the first time she'd been harassed by this Sun fellow. I still have work to do. Please excuse me, young Master Tun. Mok Han said resignedly. Don't go, Sun Chengren called out, pulling a box from his pocket, revealing a sparkling diamond ring and a proposal. Xiao Xin, be my girlfriend. His actions caused a stir among the guests who all gathered to watch the spectacle. Even from afar, Sujiaki recognized the man named Sun. Mu Li held back, curious to see what tricks he had up his sleeve for his sister. Sun Chengren presented the ring to Mu Xin, looking smug, and continued, Xiaoxin, I know your family is poor and you have a useless brother who spends money like water, so you're living a hard life. As long as you follow me, I can guarantee you a lifetime of wealth and glory. He was clearly trying to confess his feelings, but Sun Chengren's condescending attitude was nothing short of an insult to Mu Xin, and even if he had been more polite, he still wouldn't have been her type. So Muxin flatly refused and went back to her work, leaving Sun Chengren stunned that a poor girl would reject his generous offer. Enraged, Han Chung grabbed a glass of water and soaked his pants, yelling, Boss, get out here now! The owner, seeing that it was young Master Sun who was causing trouble, rushed out without hesitation. Shamelessly, he fabricated a story, claiming Mu Xin splashed water on him and demanded she personally clean him up. The owner, without hesitation, blamed Mu Xin and even attempted to slap her as punishment. But just as his hand was raised, someone stopped him. Who are you? Get your hand off her, the owner roared, but Mu Li's grip was too strong and he was easily tossed aside. With a crash, the owner's hefty frame slammed into a table, breaking it in two. A painful impact, no doubt. The staff and customers alike couldn't hide their shock, their mouths agape at the sight. Mu Xin was just as surprised to see her brother, while Sujiaki was shocked to witness Mu Li's skills for the first time. The owner is so big, yet he tossed him like a rag doll. Just who is he? Sun Chengren gets up and runs towards Mu Li, warning him not to meddle. Compared to the owner, this guy's as thin as paper. He probably can't take a hit as well. And of course, his fate was no different from the owner's. When Mu Li knocked him to the ground, Sun Chengren's whole body ached as if several ribs were broken, but he still threatened him. I'm the heir to the Sun Corporation. How dare you hit me? Do you have a death wish? Oh, what a surprise. I didn't realize the Sun Corporation was that powerful. A new voice cut in, instantly turning Sun Chengren pale. Dare you lay a hand on someone under my protection? Sun Chengren thought he misheard, but then Sujiaki appeared, defending Mu Li. How could his small company compare to the Su family's? So before Sujiaki could call her father, Sun Chengren wisely excused himself from the restaurant. Seeing his pathetic state, Sujiaki found it amusing and nudged Muli. "You owe me one." More like he owes you a life, and he means it. If not for Sujiaki, he might have sold Sun Chengren for salt. Sujiaki wanted to say more, but Mu Xin tugged at Muli's hand, urging them to leave. Muli had so many questions but could only ask why Mu Xin was working here. "Yanggao, I haven't changed yet," his sister replied curtly, her calm demeanor only adding to Muklai's anguish. So it was because of his reckless spending that his sister had to endure such humiliation. And in his past life, Muli had been completely oblivious. He stood there for a long time, unsure of what to say. "Makhan, you haven't changed your clothes yet." It was then that Muo Xin spoke softly, and Muo Li realized she was still wearing her maid outfit. He then turned to Sujiaki and asked if she knew of any clothing stores nearby. Sujiaki immediately smiled and said, "You've come to the right person." And so they went to several shops together, where Sujiaki picked out a number of beautiful outfits for Mu Xin. But when she saw the price tags, Makhan paled and quickly waved her hands, saying, "It's too expensive, I can't afford it." "What's there to be afraid of? Your brother's loaded now. He could buy this whole store, let alone a few outfits," Sujiaki reassured her. How could this be? Makhan was utterly astonished. "He's working as my family's bodyguard now, and he's getting paid very well." Makhan was still confused, but ultimately let Mak Lai pay for the clothes. After their shopping spree, he transferred 200,000 yuan to his sister, telling her to keep some for herself and give the rest to their mother to pay off debts. He knew she had questions, but he couldn't tell her about his rebirth. And even if he did, she might not believe him. So he spun a tale about meeting a mysterious master who awakened him and imparted profound martial arts knowledge, claiming he's a changed man. He thought his story was convincing, but Makhan wasn't so easily fooled. "Mak Lai, do you really think I'd believe such nonsense?" "I've really changed, little sister," Mu Li pleaded. "Can't a person change without a reason?" Makhan then asks a question that leaves Mak Lai speechless. The two stared at each other for a few seconds. Then Mu Xin suddenly laughed. "Whatever. I don't care what the real reason is. If you don't want to say, but it's good that you've changed. I'm telling Mom about all of this." As Mu Han turned to leave, Mu Li asked her to apologize to their mother for him, but she refused, saying he should tell her himself. After his sister left, Mu Li returned to the car, only to be teased by Sujiaki. "Master Mu Li, with your incredible martial arts, you're not the type to fear your sister, are you?" Mu Li didn't respond, but his face flushed slightly red with embarrassment, answering for him. Sujiaki, seeing this, stopped teasing him. As they drove, she kept reminding him how much she'd helped him today, with the Tantanan case and taking his sister shopping, and that he should really repay her. Mu Li knew what the young miss was implying, so he told the driver to follow her orders. Any destination was fine. Seeing this, Sujiaki cheered with delight, then told Uncle Quan to drive straight to Metropolis, as her greatest love in life was still shopping. The young lady was in such high spirits that she shopped until late in the afternoon, leaving Mu Li, her bodyguard, to double as a coat rack. Only when the pile of things Sujiaki bought filled the back seat did she finally agree to go home. But before Uncle Quan started the car, Mu Li suddenly sensed something was wrong. Noticing the change in his expression, he asked, "Mr. Wuji, is something wrong?" "It's nothing, let's just go home," Mu Li replied, but his instincts were correct. They were being watched. The road back to the Su family villa on the city's outskirts cut through sparsely populated hills. The trip there was uneventful, but on the way back, Uncle Tone had to slam on the brakes when a large, uprooted tree blocked the road. Uncle Quan worriedly got out of the car to check, and Mu Li followed. But just as he was focused on how to move the tree, something suddenly whistled through the air. In truth, Tone would have died before he even saw what it was. But luckily, he was with Mak Lai. He used his power to stop it in its tracks, and when Tone saw it was a bullet, he was so terrified his legs gave out from under him. "Mr. Wuji, what is that?" Uncle Tone stammered. With the bullet suspended in midair, Mu Li looked supremely confident. To him, this was child's play, but if they wanted to play this game, he was more than happy to oblige. With that thought, Mu Li added more magic, sending the bullets flying back from where they came. He didn't even need to aim to return them to their senders. Before the assassins hiding in the trees could understand what was happening, bullets pierced their skulls. What's all the noise? What was that? "Uncle Tone, why are you sitting on the ground?" Seeing her come out, Uncle Tone became anxious. "Miss, get back in the car. There's an ambush." As Uncle Tone finished speaking, Tsujiaki smelled something strange before she could react, but it was too late. She realized it was a sedative and collapsed, her strength gone. Meanwhile, Uncle Tone had also succumbed to the drug. The only one still conscious was Mu Li, who had anticipated an ambush, but it seemed this was not Feng Qi. Wanting to expose the mastermind, Mu Li decided to turn the tables on his opponents, abandoning Tsujiaki and disappearing into the woods. As the anesthetic wore off, Tsujiaki vaguely saw several masked strangers with pistols approaching her. In her daze, she kept calling Mu Li's name, but he was nowhere to be found. The masked leader, unconcerned with Mu Li's mysterious disappearance, ordered his men to quickly secure their target, Tsujiaki. But just then, the one they thought had fled in terror reappeared behind them. "Who are you working for? Where did you come from?" Hearing Mu Li's voice, the group turned around in shock. They knew they'd fallen for a feint, but breathed a sigh of relief when they saw he was alone. "You brat! You dare challenge us on your own. Brothers, let's go. Beat him till he can't get up." Urged on by their leader, the group charged at Mu Li, but to him they were nothing more than small fry. Casually plucking leaves from the roadside, Mu Li turned harmless foliage into deadly projectiles, shattering his opponent's defenses. The leader's eyes widened in disbelief at the sight. Using leaves to kill, how could such a formidable master exist in Sunlong City without his knowledge? "I'll ask you again, where did you come from?" Mu Li spared this last one, hoping to gather information. But who knew the man would rather end his own life than reveal any information? Seeing he was no match for Mu Li, he bit down on a poison pill hidden in his teeth, and within seconds, he coughed up blood and collapsed. With the lead cut short, Mu Li couldn't help but feel disappointed. But with the man dead, he decided to head home for now. He shattered the tree blocking the road and returned to wake Tsujiaki, channeling his inner energy to counteract the drug's effects. He hadn't intended to wake her just yet, fearing trouble, but Tsujiaki slowly opened her eyes at that moment. The moment Tsujiaki opened her eyes, she saw Mu Li staring at her, his fingers on her chest. Her first reaction was to sit up, cover herself, and scream. "What do you think you're doing, you pervert?" This was the trouble Mu Li had foreseen, and it was unavoidable after all. What else would he be doing but saving her? He responded, and though Tsuji could hardly believe it, she looked around to see the masked men lying defeated nearby. Jiaki paled with fear, even more so when she learned they were assassins hired to target her, and soon after, Uncle Quan also woke up. Seeing the scene, his reaction was much like Tsujiaki's. Mu Li then told Uncle Quan to drive back to the Su family first, saying, "Anyway, you've already taken care of that tree blocking the road." Back at the Su family villa, Mu Li recounted the events to Su Wen and Lin Yue. Her daughter had encountered assassins. This greatly worried the old master. "Was it the assassin sect?" Lin Yue asked. "I didn't think the assassin sect would resort to such low-level tactics. But all the assassins had a leaf tattoo on their wrists." Mu Li replied, "This is all the information I have for now." Upon hearing about the leaf tattoo, Lin Wei frowned slightly, vaguely recalling having heard of it before, but unable to remember which organization it represented. Little did he know that besides Feng Shui, others also had ill intentions towards Tsujiaki. This made the father, old Master Su, uneasy, and he decided not to let Tsujiaki go out again. Indeed, they couldn't be careless. Mu Li then asked Su Wen to find him some good jade bracelets, as if remembering something. Though unaware of Mok Lai's intentions, Tu Laogia had his secretary quickly find what he needed, and soon a box full of jade bracelets arrived. These all looked to be of high quality. Mu Li accepted the box, clearly satisfied. "Does Master Wu Ji intend to consecrate these jade bracelets to ward off evil spirits?" Su Wen asked. "Exorcism rituals are just a scam in the martial world. No true warrior believes in such things." Lin Yue's response embarrassed the old master. "Forgive my ignorance," he said. That night, Mok Lai brought the box back to his room, realizing that the old master wasn't entirely wrong about the ritual. After selecting the best jade stones, Mu Li infused them with his magic, then chose a solid jade bracelet and knocked on Tsujiaki's door. She opened the door with a sulky attitude. "It's so late. What do you want?" Mu Li handed her the bracelet, saying, "Wear this close to you from tomorrow on." There was nothing wrong with Mu Li's words, but for some reason, Tsujiaki misunderstood, covering her chest with her hands, her cheeks flushed red. "You want to kill me? What are you trying to do to me?" Mu Li couldn't understand what she was thinking, but he was too lazy to argue with her, letting her imagine whatever she wanted. After giving the bracelet to Tsujiaki, he took the jewelry box downstairs to the living room, where Lin Yue and Su Wen were still awake, so Mu Li decided to give them a demonstration. Borrowing a pistol from a bodyguard, he tossed the jade piece into the air and took aim. The bullet fired, but upon nearing the jade, It struck an invisible barrier and ricocheted away. Witnessing this, Lin Wei couldn't help but exclaim at the sheer wonder of it all. The jade landed in Mu Li's palm, then immediately shattered into pieces. Su Wen realized the barrier could only withstand one fatal attack, but they understood that even one use could save a life, and that such treasures couldn't last forever. Mu Li explained that the one she gave was just a prototype, good for only one use, while these were the real deal, each with 4 or 5 uses. Of course, the bracelet Mu Li gave Sujiaki was the best, as she was the main target. He divided the rest between Lin Yue and Su Wen, asking them to give one each to their mothers and sisters, in case they were implicated and became targets. Without delay, Su Wen ordered his men to proceed at once. The next morning, Sujiaki stared at the jade bracelet Mu Li had given her, wondering just how magical it was, before deciding it wasn't fashionable and refusing to wear it. As she came downstairs, she ran into the old Master Su, who was drinking tea in the living room. "Where are you off to?" he asked. "Going out?" Jiaki stubbornly replied, fearless despite yesterday's events, but the old master was indeed terrified. To him, the outside world was now full of villains who wanted to take his daughter's life, so he forbade Sujiaki from going out. Mu Li hadn't planned to interfere, but when he saw that Sujiaki wasn't wearing the bracelet he'd given her, he had no choice but to accompany her. "This young lady is certainly beautiful, but she doesn't seem too bright. After being chased by assassins yesterday, she's already forgotten the danger she was in. Not only did she not wear the bracelet he gave her, but she's annoyed that he's following her around." All the way, Sujiaki looks for a way to ditch him. His constant presence made her uncomfortable, but then an idea sparked in Sujiaki's mind. She said she needed to use the restroom, and of course Mu Li wouldn't follow her inside, so he waited patiently outside. He knew she was up to something, but never imagined she'd climb out the window, only to find Mu Li waiting for her below. "How long have you been here?" Sujiaki asked, perched precariously on the air conditioner. "Never mind how long I've been here," he replied. "The main thing is you're exposing yourself right now," Mu Li kindly reminded her. Hearing this, Sujiaki's cheeks flushed red, and after a shriek, she quickly scrambled back into the bathroom. Having failed to shake off Mu Li, Sujiaki decides to stage a protest by staying in the bathroom, while Mu Li patiently waits outside, showing no signs of impatience. While waiting for Sujiaki, Mu Li suddenly heard someone call his name. Turning around, he saw it was none other than Guijiao. She was his high school classmate, the school's beloved goddess, beautiful in face and figure, with a gentle and friendly personality. Molly was once one of her many admirers. In his past life, after he was lost, Guijiao once helped him. It's been a while. When Guijiao greeted Moklai, To Jaikai's curiosity got the better of her, and she peeked out from the restroom to eavesdrop. Kuyo noticed her as well, asking Mo Li if this beautiful girl was his girlfriend. And he was probably right. Before Mu Li could answer, Sujiaki shouted, "Who would want to be his girlfriend?" He then shrinks back and Mu Li asks about Guijiao, learning that she's doing well and everything is fine. After all, Guijiao had always been perfect, and life had been relatively easy for her. But seeing Mu Li, she was surprised by how much he had changed. His aura is completely different now. 5 years can really change a person. Mu Li responded, causing Guijiao to burst out laughing. "How old are you? Why are you talking like an old man?" Mu Li didn't argue. If she knew he'd lived for 5,000 years, she'd probably be terrified. After reminiscing for a while, Guijiao suddenly remembered something. Her birthday was coming up, and she'd be having a party at her house. Taking the opportunity to meet his old friend, Kuai Jiao invites Muo Li to come along, sending the time and place via text. Mu Li had no reason to refuse, saying that he would definitely come. Guijiao nodded. "All right, then I won't disturb your date any longer, lest you scare your girlfriend out of the bathroom." After saying goodbye, Guijiao left. Looking at her retreating figure, Mu Li felt a strange sense of wonder. He never expected to meet people he thought he'd forgotten in this lifetime. Just then, his phone buzzed. It was Uncle Tone, frantic, saying that Toji Kai had stolen the car keys and driven off, even though she didn't have a license. "It's all right, leave this to me." Moklai reassured him, realizing he'd been so caught up with Guijiao that he'd forgotten Sujiaki could escape through the bathroom window. This girl is nothing but trouble. Meanwhile, Jiaki has taken matters into her own hands and driven off. The feeling of freedom was exhilarating, but she hadn't gone far from the mall when she heard the wail of police sirens behind her. Then, this car blocked the young lady's vehicle. The police officer stepped out, stating they received a report of someone driving without a license and demanded that Sujiaki present her driver's license. She was immediately in trouble, as she had no license to present. As Sujiaki panicked, she heard Mu Li's smug voice. "If you can't drive, don't get behind the wheel and give female drivers a bad name." Mu Li's appearance made it clear to Sujiaki that he was the one who reported her. She hissed, "That bastard Mu Li, I'm going to kill you." Then Sujiaki had to go to the station to settle the fine. As a result, even 3 days later, Miss Su was still furious with Mu Li, locking herself in her room and refusing to come out. 3 days later, when Mu Li knocked on her door, Sujiaki still looked upset. "What do you want?" "Get lost. I don't want to see you." And with that, she slammed the door shut. "Come out here. I need your help with something," Mu Li said, knocking again. Reluctantly, Sujiaki peeked out, asking what he wanted. At first, Sujiaki wasn't too keen on Mu Li's request, until he promised that if she helped him, he would agree to one condition of her choosing. And Sujiaki's condition is that Mu Li can no longer follow her around, a request he immediately agrees to, secretly mocking her foolishness. Even if he doesn't go with her, he can still secretly follow and protect her. And what Mu Li wanted Sujiaki to do was to go with him to Guijiao's birthday party. Upon seeing Mu Li's arrival, Guijiao was overjoyed. Standing next to her was Gui her wine-loving father, who was the same age as Master Su. Then Guijiao took the initiative to greet Sujiaki, saying, "Hello, I'm Guijiao, Mu Li's old classmate." "Hello, I'm Sujiaki, his master," Sujiaki replied proudly. The word master stunned Guijiao for a moment, who then gave Mu Li a complicated look, wondering if he had some strange fetish. Meanwhile, Mu Li cursed the young miss in his mind for blowing their cover. "Oh, isn't that young Master Mu Li? I didn't expect you to come to Duo's birthday party." Hearing a young man's voice, Mu Li instantly recognized Wu Ming, even after all these years. In his past life, Mu Li had suffered greatly because of this bastard, and he would never forget those humiliating days. The moment Wu Ming saw him, he began to mock him. "But why is young Master Mu dressed so plainly today? What's this about? Feeling like pretending to be rich wasn't fun anymore, so you're slumming it now?" As he finished speaking, the sycophants around him chimed in with laughter. Mu Li. Not knowing he'd pretended to be a rich heir, Sujiaki felt they were publicly bullying him, worse than flies. How can you even call him an old classmate? "Mu Li, these flies are too noisy. Let's go for a walk outside." Annoyed, Sujiaki spoke up, relieving Mu Li's predicament, while Wu Ming felt stung by the insult. But it was then that he noticed Jiaki, secretly jealous that someone as poor as Mu Li had such a beautiful woman by his side. It's true what they say. A woman is the most precious jewel. Even in simple clothes, Mu Li, accompanied by Sujiaki, outshone everyone else. Soon after, Sun Chenggren and his father, the wealthy son, also arrived at the celebration. Upon arriving, he approached Guijiao, offering her a birthday toast. Though outwardly pleased, she was wary, having heard of his bad reputation and wanting to keep her distance. As Sun Chenggren raised his glass, he spotted Mu Li in the crowd, still burning with resentment from their last encounter at the maid cafe, vowing revenge. While Sun Chenggren plotted his retribution, Wu Ming approached him for a toast. "Hello, young Master Tun. I'm Wu Ming. We've met before. I was wondering if I could have the opportunity to be your friend." Flattery written all over Wu Ming's face. Seeing this, Sun Chenggren hatched a wicked plan, saying, "If Wu Ming wants to be my friend, he can start by embarrassing Mu Li in front of everyone." Hearing Sun Chenggren's words, Wu Ming was ecstatic. He didn't know why Mu Li had offended the young master, but if bullying him could improve his relationship with Sun Chenggren, it would be too easy. A plan forms in his mind, while Mu Li and Sujiaki are at the banquet table, where she's devouring pastries one after another, seemingly unconcerned with appearances. Mok Li had been telling Sujiaki to slow down, but she was eating like she'd just escaped a famine. "Mok Li, come over here for a second." Just then, Mu Li heard Wu Ming calling him. Turning around, he even saw him waving enthusiastically. Mu Li knew this guy was up to no good, but his curiosity got the better of him, and he wanted to see what the other was planning, so he went over. As he approached, he noticed Sun Chenggren was also there, and before he could react, the man suddenly shouted, "What are you doing? Why did you steal my things?" he yelled, before dramatically falling to the ground. Wu Ming caught him, then raised his voice, shouting, "Mu Li, what are you doing? Stealing and assaulting? Have you no shame?" Mok Li was shocked that these grown men would resort to such childish theatrics. With their cries, a crowd quickly gathered, eager for a spectacle, exactly the effect the two bastards wanted. Amidst the crowd, Wu Ming began to rant, claiming that Mu Li's character had been despicable since high school and hadn't changed in the slightest in college. Guijiao, seeing the commotion, quickly pushed her way through the crowd and stood in front of Mu Li. There must be some misunderstanding. Mu Li wouldn't do such a thing. Miss Guijiao is too naive to see his true colors. "Mok Li, you steal from young Master Sun at Guijiao's birthday party. Do you even deserve her invitation?" Wu Ming's voice grew louder. His goal was to attract more attention, while Sun Chenggren quietly approached Mu Li from behind. In his hand, he concealed a gold watch as if he'd just pulled it from Mu Li's pocket, then loudly proclaimed, "Look, everyone, this is my watch. Why is it in his pocket?" Mu Li is obviously the thief. Do you really think I'm stupid? Or does he think everyone around him is a fool? Mu Li scoffs, then shoves Sun Chengren to the ground. Seeing this, Sun Daifu rushed over anxiously, shouting, "Who are you? How dare you hit my son?" Seeing the situation, Gu Yi rushed to help Sun Chengren, telling Mu Li to apologize. After all, the sons are honored guests. Not wanting his son to be humiliated, Sun Daifu demanded that Mo Li kneel and apologize, or he would drag him to the police for stealing his son's expensive watch. Is it really necessary to make such a fuss over a watch worth a few $100,000? Finally, Sujiaki couldn't hold back any longer and joined the chaotic fray. Sun Chengren's face paled when he saw her, never expecting Sujiaki to be at this party. The watch is right there on your wrist and you still call him a thief? Sun Chengren, do you want to be sued for defamation? Tujai Kai coldly threatened, then turned to Mu Li, scolding, "Why bother with people like this? I have to step in? What a waste of my cake time. Little girl, who do you think you are, acting so high and mighty?" This time, Kuang Yi responded, unaware of Tujai Kai's identity and only focused on having his daughter meet wealthy heirs like Tan Thun Han. "It's normal you don't recognize me. Do you think just anyone deserves to meet me?" Sujiaki replied with her usual arrogance. Little did she know, not only did Kuang Yi not recognize her, but neither did the wealthy Tan, who ordered her to be thrown out, something that had never happened to her before. This is quite interesting. The Guy family's security guards quickly surrounded Sujiaki. Mu Li pulled her back, wanting to see who would dare lay a hand on Sujiaki while he was around. It's no wonder the Su family patriarch protected his daughter so well, leading to few opportunities for outsiders to meet her, and now no one recognizes the Su heiress. Sun Chengren knew her identity, but feigned ignorance, ordering his men to attack. But as they approached, they sensed a strange energy swirling around Mu Li. "What is this? Is he a martial artist?" Sun Chengren asked in astonishment, but Mu Li answered with action. After the energy circulated, countless Mu Lis appeared before them, whether illusions or clones, and the guards were quickly defeated. Seeing this, Sun Daifu was drenched in sweat, but he still put on a tough act. "I'm the chairman of the Sun Corporation. Even if you're a martial artist." But before he could finish, a crisp slap echoed, cutting him off, and Mu Li showed no respect for his age, knocking Sun Daifu unconscious with a direct hit. Sun Chengren witnessed his father being beaten, but could only threaten Mu Li to no avail. "Remember this well." Mok Li said, "My silence doesn't mean I'm weak or easily bullied, nor does it give you the right to insult me." "Mok Li, you're just a martial artist. Don't get too cocky." Suddenly remembering someone he hadn't dealt with, Mu Ke grabbed Sun Chengren and Wu Ming, slamming their heads together, knocking them both unconscious. Seeing his daughter's birthday party descend into chaos, Gu Yi grew anxious, urging Mu Li to apologize to Sun Daifu, promising to beg for leniency on Gui Zhao's behalf. Clearly, the one most out of the loop was Kuang Yi, while Kuai Jiao tried to explain, only to be brushed aside. Amidst the chaos, Su Wen arrived with his subordinates, shocking the guest with his presence at Gui Zhao's small birthday party. Upon entering the hall, Su Wen went straight to Mu Li, respectfully clasping his hands. "Forgive my tardiness, limitless immortal. What has transpired here?" Looking at how Su Wen acted around Mu Li, Gu Yi couldn't hide his shock. He didn't know what Mu Li's identity was, but he knew which way the wind was blowing. Awakened, Sun Daifu saw Su Wen standing tall before him, and panicked even more when he heard Su say, "Chairman's son, I hope you'll give me some face today. My daughter, her friends, and your son were just fooling around. Surely it's not worth making a big deal out of it, is it?" Sun Daifu was thunderstruck. The girl he'd ordered in Songgu to deal with was actually Su Wen's daughter. Moreover, Mu Li was their honored guest. Unconcerned with appearances, Sun Daifu knelt before Mu Li, begging forgiveness for not recognizing his importance. But Mu Kyun had no intention of associating with such people, coldly telling him to get away from him. Now the truth was clear. Mu Kyun wasn't the thief. It was all the work of the Sun family, crying wolf. Moreover, after learning that Mu Li was so respected by the Su family at such a young age, the girls in the hall all felt his charm and rushed to get acquainted with him. As Mu Li was surrounded by these women, he heard Lin Yue call out to him, "Mr. Wu Ji, the Martial Alliance wants to meet you." Mu Li was grateful for the rescue. However, this was the first time he'd heard of the Martial Alliance. According to Lin Viet, they were a Huaxia martial artist alliance, taking orders directly from the country's highest leaders, specializing in handling all matters related to Huaxia martial artists. They've come regarding the attack on Sujiaki a few days prior. Lin Yue leads him to a private room where about 5 or 6 people await. The only person sitting on the sofa was also the most powerful one there, Bai Shishan, the leader of the second branch of the Martial Alliance in Longshan City. Is he the limitless? He's so young, yet he dared to challenge Feng Shi. Beside Baekseok-san was a younger man, his arrogance making it clear he didn't think much of Mok Lee, earning the latter's disdain. Just say what you want, no need to beat around the bush. Growing impatient, Muli said, "We received word that Suwon's daughter is being hunted, and we heard that you're responsible for protecting Sujiaki, so we just wanted to say hello," Bai Shishan replied. Muli simply scoffed and turned to leave. "If you're done with your greetings, I'll be on my way." To others, this attitude seems disrespectful to Bai Shishan, enraging the man. If not for Chief Bok's intervention, a fight would have broken out then and there. Bok Thach-sun reveals that the assassin who targeted Tujia Kai was from the Joyous Union sect. He also warned Muli that the Joyous Union gang was powerful, so he shouldn't fight alone, promising to send members of the Martial Alliance to secretly protect Sujiaki. Fine. Muli listened and then left. "Chief, that kid is way too arrogant. We should teach him a lesson." The man seemed to have had his tail stepped on, and he flew into a rage. "He'll become a wandering ghost soon enough. Why waste your energy getting angry?" Bai Shishan chuckled. "Someone like him is no match for Feng Shi." Leaving that room, Muli returned to the banquet hall to find Guijiao, not having had the chance to give him his birthday gift amidst the chaos. Guijiao accepted the box from Muli. Inside was a sparkling jade stone. "Muli, this is too precious. I can't accept it. Its value is irrelevant. Just remember to keep it with you. In an emergency, it can protect you." Muli says this because he has imbued the jade with the same magic as Sujiaki's bracelet. "Very well, then I'll accept it." Sujiaki witnessed their exchange, and she sulked, unsure if it was jealousy or resentment over Muli using her family's jade to flirt with girls. After the birthday party, there's a masquerade ball, and Muli stays at Guijiao's request. They all wore simple masquerade masks, but Sujiaki somehow found a full-body bunny suit, completely losing her elegant demeanor. After waiting a while, Guijiao finally appeared. She wore a beautiful dress with wings, looking just like a little fairy, leaving Muli in awe. No wonder he had a lifelong crush on her in his past life. In this life, Guijiao is as breathtakingly beautiful as ever. "Muli, let's dance together." Guijiao suggested it. Mok Lai wanted to refuse, since he didn't know how to dance, but Guijiao enthusiastically offered to teach him, so the two happily took each other's hands and went to the hall. As they lost themselves in the music, the lights in the room suddenly went out. They thought something unexpected was about to happen. But instead, Muli was met with the piercing screams of the young Miss Sujiaki. "Who are you? Let me go." "Muli, save me." Muli left in haste, leaving Guijiao alone. But as soon as he left, two men approached and tried to kidnap Guijiao, scaring her half to death. However, as they reached out to grab her, the jade pendant Muli had just given her began to glow brightly. It was as if a barrier had formed around her, and the men, realizing their mistake, immediately fled. They failed to kidnap Guijiao, but managed to take Sujiaki as their prize, all orchestrated by Hong Daoba, the leader of the Joyful Union gang. As the kidnappers tried to leave, they were discovered by Bai Shishan. It seemed the two sides had a deep-seated hatred, each wanting to eliminate the other. As the two sides fiercely clashed, Muli slowly approached, saying, "I don't care about your grudges, but either hand over Sujiaki or I'll teach you all a lesson." It wasn't long after their brief encounter that Whitestone Mountain met Mok Lee again under these circumstances. But he had a personal score to settle with Hong Daoba, and asked Mok Lee to step aside. "Then I'll give you 1 minute," Muli replied, folding his arms and stepping aside, looking extremely impatient. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Bai Shishan gathered his energy and lunged at Hong Daoba, only to have his attack easily deflected. The two seemed evenly matched, exchanging blows for dozens of rounds with no clear victor, until Hong Daoba suddenly drew a dagger from his back and plunged it into Bai Shishan's left chest. Chief Bok was a sportsman and never expected such a foul move, but blades have no eyes, and he was indeed stabbed. Hong Daoba was about to finish him off when Mok Lee kicked him away. The minute is up. He doesn't have time to watch them reminisce. Seeing Hong Daoba defeated so easily by Muli, Bai Shishan could only gape in astonishment. He used to look down on him, thinking he'd die and become a demon, but now he realizes his strength surpasses his own. Hong Daoba struggles to his feet, gnashing his teeth as he glares at Muli. Who is this guy? He's so annoying. He then threw some kind of pill into his mouth, and immediately Hong Daoba's body began to change, like the Hulk, instantly becoming larger and much stronger. He was so smug, truly unaware of what was coming. "With the power-enhancing pill the Patriarch gave me, you're all just flies to me now." Before he could finish, Hong Daoba saw Mu Li vanish before his very eyes, only to reappear right in front of him. Hong Duoba couldn't react in time, and Mu Li slammed him into the ground with a punch. Any power-boosting pills were useless now. He had no chance to fight back. Seeing this, Bai Shishan was overcome with fear. Mu Li was far stronger than a monster. How could such a master have remained hidden until now? Unbeknownst to Mu Li, while he was fighting, Miss Su had been kidnapped and tied up in a car. When she awoke, she groggily realized her situation was dire. The car stops in a deserted place, and the shameless Qing Tian eyes the luscious girl beside him with lust. This pretty girl is so luscious, I can hardly resist. He scared Jiri into crying out, but as he leaned in for a kiss, Wen Chang reminded him, "What's the rush? This belongs to the elder. We'll get our turn after the ancestor is done." Jockey could only weep helplessly. "Damn, Mo Li, where the hell are you?" Suddenly, a strange energy surged past the vehicle, leaving Qing Tian to wonder what it was. Wen Chang mocks him, asking if he's so desperate for a woman that he's lost his mind. What could it be? Jiaki, however, recognized the blue light, as if she'd seen it somewhere before. It turns out Mu Li had arrived, using his powers to lift the car in an instant, then dropping it, terrifying those inside. Feeling annoyed by this obstacle, Wen Chang kicked open the door, pulled out his gun, and declared he would blow Mu Li to smithereens. But even bullets couldn't touch him, so Wen Chang threatened him, saying not to forget they still had the girl. Then he opened the car door and dragged out a dazed Jiaki, carrying her in one arm as he continued to threaten Mo Li. "Don't come any closer, or we'll throw her to the sharks." Mu Li challenged him, daring him to try. Wen Chang wasn't all talk, though, and he retorted, "You think I wouldn't?" And with that, he drops Jiaki into the sea, but Mu Li is about to show him what's what. He leaps, striking a powerful blow to Wen Chang's neck, leaving him staggering and unconscious. Without a second thought, Mu Li dove in after Jiaqi, catching her just before she fell into the sea. Activating his own aura, Mu Li embraces Jiaqi, who, in her dazed state, finds warmth and comfort in his arms. Jiaqi was finally rescued and brought back to the Su family safely. Molly asked Su Wen if he had any news. He says the assassins all took poison to silence themselves, including Madame Hongdao. He was lost in thought, realizing this lead was a dead end, when Jiaqi woke up and asked him to come over for a moment. Obeying her, Mu Li went over to ask how she was doing. Was she feeling better? Unexpectedly, Jiaqi clenches her fist in anger, lunges at him, and cries out, "You detestable Mu Li, I'm going to kill you. You said you'd protect me." Su Wen scolded Jiaqi. Don't be rude. If it weren't for Master Wuji, you would have..." Contrary to his usual self, Mu Li simply apologized. "My apologies, it was my fault. I'll be sure to protect you next time." Jiaqi was stunned. "What's gotten into this blockhead today?" He politely asks, "Can you get off me now?" She blushed, got off him, and sat obediently like a puppy, when suddenly Su Wen cleared his throat. Mr. Wuji, the master is looking for you." In the Su family living room, the Thananan father and son groveled before Mu Li, begging for forgiveness. "Mr. Wuji, we were blind last time." He generously forgave their transgressions, and they offered a token of their gratitude. He glanced at the $10 million check and casually replied, "Leave it there. If you dare approach my sister again, I won't be so lenient." Qingren groveled, "We wouldn't dare." Mu Li thought to himself that Feng Shu seemed to be making his move. Then, glancing towards the window, Mak Lai decides to head to an internet cafe to gather more information. As he clicked on the world's black market website, he thought, it seems like Fong Teach is about to make his move. Sure enough, Fong Teach had announced his return from abroad. Next up, Su Wenjiaqi's pearl. Those below discussed spiritedly, lamenting the beauty of the Su family, a tragic beauty. In this small Longshan city, who could possibly stop Feng Shush from killing whoever he wants? But isn't there an infinite realm expert? Someone who won a 20 million prize must have some skill. So what if this Wuji has some skill? Does he even know who Feng Shi is? Even a dozen Wujis wouldn't be a match for Feng Shi. After a moment's thought, Mu Li posted a status update hyping Wuji. "Who is this Feng Shi dog trash? I, Wuji, have trained in martial arts since childhood and am a once-in-a-millennium prodigy. Feng Shi is just a butcher. What's the big deal? Today, I, Wuji, am hosting a betting pool. 1 to 10 if I win, and 1 to 1 if Feng Shi wins. I'm putting up 10 million. Will you bet on Wuji or Feng Shi?" News has reached the Su family that Master Wuji has created a martial arts stage on the forum. Lin Yue confirms with Su Wen. That's right, even Pongsik is stirred up and he bet 10 million on himself. After hearing that, he ordered 20 million more to be bet on Master Wuji. In a scenic locale, Jiaqi whines, wanting to go out, but suddenly Mu Li's phone buzzes. On her phone, she sees that someone named Heavenly Left Arm donated 200,000 to Feng Shi with the comment, "Go Feng Shi, take down Wu Ji." Another named Overbearing Cucumber donated 100,000 with a similar message. "Go Feng Tich, teach that idiot Vo Kuk a lesson." But that amount was just a drop in the bucket. But then Su Shiwen Liu donated 20 million to Wu Ji, a successful gamble, and Muli couldn't help but laugh out loud. Jiaqi is annoyed that he doesn't pay attention to her, thinking, "Molly, how dare you not listen to me?" She was about to teach him a lesson, but he surrendered first. I'm listening. But Muli seemed to be waiting for something, wondering anxiously, "Has it arrived yet?" Seeing him continue to ignore her, Jiaqi asked again, "What are you looking at? Are you coming with me?" She even ran around the garden with Ngyeong Gao, saying, "I want to find the Romeo who saved me before." Though I couldn't see his face, his embrace was so warm, and how did he even fly? He was explosively handsome. But Muo Li grew serious, pulling Jiaqi inside, saying, "No, I sense a murderous aura approaching. Feng Shi must be nearby." She continued to ramble. "What's gotten into you? If my hero from last time was here, he'd knock you out with one punch." Muli gently places the jade bracelet on Jiaqi's wrist, but she complains that it's hideous and refuses to wear it. Muli could only use his authority to suppress his young mistress, forcing her to wear it. "Promise me you won't be stubborn anymore, okay? This is to protect you." The close proximity flusters her, and she replies, "Okay, fine." 4 hours later, while Jiaqi sang happily about love being a flash of light leading to their future, Muli was on guard. He wondered why he hadn't made a move yet, not expecting him to be so cautious. "Is it because I'm by her side? I'll give him a hand." He immediately called out to Jiaqi, "I saw a little white rabbit." The innocent girl perked up and asked, "Really? Where is it?" Muli says, "It's in the flower bed out there. It should still be there." Unable to contain her excitement, she rushes off to see the white rabbit, running around the yard, calling out, "Little rabbit, come out, I'll give you all the carrots." But Feng Thik wasn't taking the bait when suddenly a strange wind blew through, and Jiaqi, sensing something was off, looked up to see what was happening. Moklai sensed his prey was on the move, easily blocking the assassin's first attack. But as that assassin launched his second attack, telling him to die, he realized he was the target. The assassin initiated his move, the cold light dagger lunging forward, but before he could do anything, Muli punched him in the face. He tumbled across the ground, lamenting, "This is bad. A failed ambush is hard to recover from." Moklai chided, "Nice try, but your skills are far from adequate." Feng Thich pulls a grenade from his pocket, thinking smoke is his only option. But after the blast, Moklai is still hot on his heels, leaving him bewildered. He wondered, how can this be? He's just a martial artist. How can he be so fast? But to his surprise, Muli was about to capture him with just a few basic moves, forcing him to use his last resort. "You forced my hand." Moklai had barely landed when he vanished, prompting him to remark, "He's fast, isn't he?" as he gazed at the lake. 30 minutes later, Feng Thik was ready to fall asleep at the bottom of the lake. He must have thought he'd escaped, but a few more minutes and he would have actually died. But as soon as he surfaced, he was met with praise. "Not bad, holding your breath for so long. You must have trained hard." Seeing Muli still waiting, he exclaimed, "What?" The next day, the entire internet cafe was in an uproar. Those who bet on Feng Shui cried out, "How could this be? I've lost my entire fortune." Passers-by whispered, "Another one driven mad by gambling? Just ignore these types." On the latest newsfeed, the Epic Forum posted a short bulletin. On the evening of April 23rd, 31, Feng Shu's assassination failed. Hu Ji was victorious. Before that, on October 20th, 2022, Pung Seok successfully assassinated the top martial artist Zhang 20, achieving overnight fame. And on October 20th, 2023, Pung Seok successfully assassinated young master UCU 20 for a 10 million reward. On February 20th, 2024, Pung Thik successfully assassinated top martial artist Ngo, reward 30 million. On April 23rd, 2031, Pung Thik fought against Wu Ji but was defeated. Having died at the hands of Wu Ji, his body was recovered from the Longmin River. This new name has everyone in a spin. "Feng Shi, you trash. You ruined my youth, my spirit, and my money. I dare to guess that Wu Ji didn't deliberately provoke us to bribe Feng Shi, did he? If that's really the case, then he's hit the jackpot, hasn't he? How sinister." The gambler, having bet on Feng Thik, wonders if the wily Wu Ji had set them up. Back to the previous night, Feng Thich was surprised by Muli's skill, walking on water. How can he win if that's what he's thinking? Muli praises, "You're good at concealing your energy technique." Feng Shu changes his tune, saying he must be carried first if he wants to learn, adding that the river is cold. He agrees to pull him up, but only halfway, Feng Shu reveals a sinister smile. From his sleeve, he drew a knife, gripped it tight, and charged at Mu Li, screaming, "Die!" He couldn't believe Mu Li blocked his attack with a single finger, and then had the nerve to say, "You want to kill me? You're not good enough." Knowing he was no match, Feng Shu stomped his foot and leaped into the air. He cursed inwardly. How could this be? Mu Li flung the knife in his hand, defeating Feng Shu with one move, his body falling into the water. As Mu Li coldly turned to leave, a notification appeared on his phone. He opened it to see a message from Mu Xin. "When are you coming home? Mom says she misses you." Mu Li smiled to himself, promising that this time he wouldn't let his family suffer any longer. On that morning's subway ride, he decided he would return home with honor this time, looking at the black card in his hand. The card Jiaki had given him. "Moklai won 500 million on the forum. Come home quickly and then come back to me. He still has to help me find that great hero from before." He chuckled to himself, wondering what she'd do if she knew it was him. No, better not to tell her. She'd never leave him alone. Soon, an announcement was made that they had arrived at the final stop, and noticing the girl next to him was still sound asleep, he gently shook her, saying, "Hey, wake up. We're at the last stop. Everyone's gone." Outside the station, a few gangsters were waiting, whispering amongst themselves. "Haven't found the Yu family woman yet?" "Not yet." The gang leader scoffs, complaining that he has to do everything himself because his men are useless. They approach Mu Li, and the ringleader, looking menacing, says, "Well, well, well, look what we found." He coldly muses, "Yu Xiao Tong, we meet again. Hand over the resurrection elixir created by the Grand Elixir Master, and we'll spare your life." The girl, Hyodong, turned to Moklai and said, "Get out of here. It's too dangerous." Ignored, Ngo Hong shouted, "Whispering to each other in front of me, are you?" Xiao Tong swiftly grabs Mu Li's hand and they flee. Wu Hong declares, "No one escapes today. Get them." That kid can hold off the resurrection. Xiao Tong tells him to run while she holds off Wu Hong. "I just didn't want innocent people dying because of me." Wu Hong has arrived, unleashing a claw-like aura, warning me to think about my own life. She instinctively pushes Mu Li aside, pulls out her shield and declares, "I won't let you have your way." But against his power, she's still outmatched. Seeing Xiao Tong's shield shatter, he gloated, "The Yu family's little genius lives up to the hype. But against me, Wu Hong, you'll only find death." He showed no mercy to Hua Siyu, punching her in the gut. Mu Li has been silent, witnessing everything. Wu Hong snatches the vial from her, saying, "Rumor has it the resurrection elixir can revive the dead, but too bad your old man can't wait any longer." Defeated by Wu Hong's power, Xiao Tong silently blames herself. "Grandfather, I'm sorry. I'm useless." Meanwhile, Wu Hong is berating Mu Li. "Hey kid, did I say you could leave? Xiao Tong is doing you a favor. Run while you still can." Wu Hong's power is more than someone like you can handle. Unfortunately, Mu Li is cornered by Wu Hong's men. Trying to run? Die. He flung him away without even getting his hands dirty. He even showed his contempt, calling them a swarm of flies. Witnessing him take on 4 of his men at once, Ngo Hong was shocked and decided to personally teach him a lesson. But with a single punch, Mu Li defeats Wu Hong, sending him flying from one end of the train to the other. The sound of shattering glass followed as Wu Hong, heavily injured and bleeding from the mouth, stammered, You're a martial venerable. In all of Jinhu province, there's only Longshan's Liu Wusheng. But at this age, could you be Huang Fu Yun, about to break through to the martial venerable realm?" Mu Li coldly replied, "I don't know him." He asked Xiao Tong, "Are you all right, little sister?" She confirmed I was all right, and Wu Hong returned the elixir, profusely apologizing. "I didn't recognize you. Please forgive me." Then she asked if I could return the elixir, as it was very important to her. He returned it, saying, "If this is so precious to you, why keep it in such a fragile glass vial? What if it breaks? Knock on wood." The two of them fumble the vial, dropping it to the ground where it shatters. They stare down at the broken vial in shock. Xiao Tong clung to Mu Li's leg, demanding he replace the elixir. She would have to use her charms to get what she wanted. So my looks are the most effective bait. Acting quickly, Xiaodong adjusted her emotions, putting on a weak and flustered facade. What to do? A resurrection potion is the only thing that can save my grandfather. Mu Li generously agrees. "Don't worry, I'll help you save your grandpa." Hearing this, Xiaodong grabbed his arm and cheered. "That's great. Thank you so much." She thought to herself that listening to her brother really paid off, and she'd just grabbed onto a lifeline. But the game isn't over yet. Mu Li glanced at her, thinking about her overconfident demeanor. Leaving the station, they were met by someone waiting for them. Yu Xiaoxiang, 27, Yu Xiaotong's older brother, curious about the person accompanying his sister. Knowing she couldn't hide it, Xiaotong awkwardly replied, "Brother, let's talk on the way. We haven't said a word to each other and the atmosphere is incredibly awkward." So Xiaoxiang took the initiative to ask, "Xiaotong, did you get the resurrection serum?" Knowing she couldn't hide it any longer, Xiaotong stammered, "It's a long story." Hearing this, Xiaoxiang nearly jumped out of his skin. "What? The revival serum is broken?" The BM swerved, causing Xiaotong to scream, "Brother, drive carefully!" Soon after, they arrived at the Yu residence, where two leading doctors shook their heads, delivering grim news to the Xiaoxiang brothers. The old master Yu is gone. Hearing this, Xiaotong burst into tears and rushed into the house. Meanwhile, outside, Xiaoxiang was distraught, clutching his face in anguish. What to do? The revival elixir is broken. Not only that, but Xiaotong. She rushed into the room, threw open the door, and screamed. Seeing her return, Yu Feng was overjoyed. "It's all right now. Xiaotong is back." "Xiaotong? I overheard your brother on the phone talking about the revival elixir, and when I saw her apologize, old master Yu II." Yu Feng's younger brother spoke up. "I told you not to let Xiaotong go and do some secret mission, going to the capital alone to get medicine. Now that the medicine is gone, what are we going to use to save Dad?" Ignoring the harsh words, Xiaodong declared, "Dad, I've actually found a master who might be able to save Grandpa." Yu Feng exclaimed, "That's wonderful. Quickly, bring us to meet this master." She pointed towards the door, introducing the young-looking Muli as Master Mu, prompting the second brother to burst into laughter. "You Xiaodong, are you out of your mind? You grabbed some random kid off the street to treat Grandpa. Yu Feng, are you playing games with the old master's life? Can you take responsibility if something happens?" Even he thought this young man looked untrustworthy. What was Xiaotong thinking? Without a word, Muli approached the bed and used a special technique to examine the old man, leaving the family dumbfounded. He concluded that the internal injuries had blocked the meridians, preventing proper circulation. The second master, Han, enraged, "Who allowed you to touch my father?" He was quickly struck by a devastating blow and knocked unconscious against the wall. The family was shocked. The second master Yu was the strongest martial artist in the family, and this young man was clearly no ordinary person. Yu Feng clasped his hands, agreeing to let him treat the elder. "Master Mu, how do you propose to treat the old master's illness?" This was met with opposition from Dr. Trin Ba, who found it absurd, saying he'd never seen pulse diagnostics performed without touch. "If you've chosen another doctor, I won't interfere. But I must warn you, the old master's illness has already eaten into his bones. Even an elixir of life couldn't reverse things now." This made Yu Feng thoughtful, unsure whether to trust this young man, and Xiaotong also expressed concern. "Mr. Mo, is my grandfather truly beyond saving?" He replies that it's just a minor internal injury. She breathed a sigh of relief, but when Mu Li said all it would take was a fight, they exclaimed, "What are you talking about?" Yu Feng wondered. "A fight? Mr. Mu, what has the Yu family done to offend you?" Xiaotong didn't quite understand Mu Li's intentions, so he explained that this was the simplest solution. But while he was busy healing the old man, the second master woke up. He ran over, complaining, "You little punk, how dare you hit me without my permission?" Before he could finish, Mu Li kicked him again, the force of which made him wonder, what kind of power is this? Silently, Mu Li pulled back the old man's blanket, and the sounds of punching and kicking echoed through the house as Xiaotong watched her grandfather receive this unique treatment. "Grandpa, I'm sorry. Did I mistake you for someone else?" Mu Li continued to strike the old man with his palm, moving from one spot to the next. Everyone found this method strange, but no one dared interfere. Then, the world's most tormented old man was dropped onto the bed. Mu Li wasn't finished yet, flipping the old master over and continuing the treatment, finally bringing it to an end. Seeing the old man lying motionless, the second son grumbled, "Yu Feng, you've killed the old master. Such unfilial behavior. Hand over the position of family head at once." Little did he know, Xiaotong had already revived him. The old master is truly awake. The old man sat up, coughing a few times. The second son asked how he was feeling, and the old man replied, "I feel great, never better. My internal injuries, they're healed. There's nothing more to be done here," Mu Li said, taking his leave. "My meridians are clear, and my cultivation has improved. I'll take my leave now." To repay this kindness, Yu Feng offers his gratitude. "Mr. Mo's help is an honor for the Yu family. If you ever need anything, we'll do our best." "Oh, right. Do you have any old herbs? Preferably 100 years old?" Yang Feng agreed, knowing that century-old herbs were rare, like needles in a haystack. They had used them all when the old master was bedridden, but since it was for Master Mu, they would do their best to find some. Using the excuse that he had personal matters to attend to, he took his leave. "Hello, driver. Make sure Mr. Mu gets home safe." After this incident, Xiaodong developed a deep affection for Mu Li. At last, he can return home. Sitting in the car, Mu Li thought to himself, "In my past life, Mother toiled for me her whole life, only to be killed by others at the end. In this life, I will make sure she enjoys a grand house and a peaceful, happy life." While Mo Xin was throwing out the trash, she heard someone call her name. Seeing her brother's figure, she cried out in joy, "Brother, it's you!" He's finally back, and in their small home, it's been a long time since the three of them have shared a meal together. Chen Yuan puts food on her son's plate, telling Zhao Li to eat up since he's still growing. "Zhao Li, if you're short on money while you're out there, tell me. Don't pretend you're okay." He said nothing, only staring at the burn scar on his mother's hand, a memory from over a decade ago. 8-year-old Mu Li was helping his mother cook dinner, eyeing the delicious soup and saying, "Finally, it's done. All that's left is to serve it." But young Mu Li couldn't handle such a heavy pot. Just then, Tran Vien, despite a high fever, forced herself to cook, blaming herself for falling asleep. As she entered the kitchen, she saw her son struggling with the hot soup, about to fall. Startled, she cried out, "Xiao Li, watch out! You're going to drop the soup!" She rushed over to help, but it was too late. With a shout, the soup and pot went flying, but instead of scolding him, Chen Yuan rushed to his side. "Xiao Li, are you hurt?" Mok Lai, with tears in her eyes, replied, "Mom, I'm fine, but your hand—" It was then that Chen Yuan noticed her arm was blistered from protecting her daughter. She reassured her, "It's okay. It'll be fine after soaking it in cold water." Back in reality, Mu Li washed the dishes, berating himself. "I'm sorry, I only ever hurt you. I'm sorry, I was useless in my past life. I'm sorry, in my past life, I couldn't have Chu Shiheng in my grasp to protect you." And so he bravely takes the initiative to apologize to his mother. But Chen Yuan just smiles gently and asks, "What is this silly child saying?" Mu Li says he's earned some money and will pay off their debts tomorrow, then buy a house. But his mother refuses, saying, "It's not easy to earn money. Don't waste it." Mu Li just looked at her gently and said, "Mom, I want you to live a better life," causing Chen Yuan to think to herself, "My children's father." Our Mu Li has grown up and become more understanding. Seeing Molly's attitude change completely, she no longer refused. "Okay, I'll listen to you, Molly." The next day, Mu Li arrived early to view the house, thinking to himself that the environment was good, and the price wasn't too high, so his mother wouldn't complain. Meanwhile, a luxury car arrived, drawing envious glances at the Ferrari F12 TF. "Money talks," someone murmured as a girl named Chu Mi stepped out, her voice sweet and coy. "Honey, I think this building is pretty good." The girl was accompanied by Zhu Wenda, 35 years old, product director of Honghai Company, his tone a mix of arrogance and obsequiousness. "If you like it, darling, it's yours." Their appearance together stirred whispers among those nearby. "Look, even that ugly fat guy has a beautiful girlfriend. Money talks," he sneered and said to them dismissively, "A bunch of trash." Inside, a sales representative advises Mo Li that the company's expansion into Zhongbin's small garden location is extremely advantageous, with an environment comparable to a 4-star area, plus convenient transportation. "Our company's building has received a lot of interest. Many units were reserved before the opening, and there are very few left." Mok Li tells the saleswoman, "Please continue. I want to buy a unit facing forward, preferably towards the Longmian River. Light is essential, and money is no object." Suddenly, Chu Mi recognized an old acquaintance and called out to Muo Li, who didn't recognize her until she took off her sunglasses and reminded him, "It's me, Ju Mi, the one you used to follow around in middle school calling me pretty big sister. You want to buy a house? Aren't you supposed to be poor? This place is expensive. I doubt you can even afford the door." It was then that Mu Li realized, so it was her. Back then, Chu Mi had urged him to give her all the money in his house to buy snacks and watch movies. But behind his back, she told others that Mu Li was laughable, doing whatever she asked like a good dog. He wondered, how did she become like this? "Surgery?" Chu Mi said to the staff. "No, we're buying this house." But Mok Lai quickly flashed his black card, declaring that he was buying the house, leaving the agent to deliver the news to Chu Mi. "I'm so sorry. This is the last unit in this building, and this gentleman saw it first. Perhaps you'd like to view the other units?" "The conditions here are excellent, no worse than the previous unit." Unable to get her way, Chu Mi resorts to belittling others. "Don't believe him. I've known him since middle school. His family is poor. There's no way he has that much money. We can pay half right now. Go ahead and try it. Muli decided to let the staff swipe his card in front of them. As soon as the card was swiped, the machine beeped, indicating it was invalid, and the employee hesitantly turned to Muli, saying, "Swipe failed." "Sir, could there be something wrong with the password?" Jumi asked, growing even more smug. "I told you, he's just putting on a show. There's no way he has that much money." Muli guessed it was probably a problem with the bank. "Let me transfer the money via my phone." Sure enough, the 5 million yuan transfer was successful. The teller announces the successful transfer, congratulating the new homeowner as a frustrated Chumi wonders how that pauper got so rich, and turns to whining. "Honey, I don't know. I want this house." Chuda, charmed by the young woman, agrees to Minnie's every whim. "Buy it," he said, then called over a real estate agent named Van Kuok Duke, who managed home sales. He rushed over obsequiously, saying, "Mr. Chu, what brings you here today? You should have given me a heads up." He explained, "I only wanted to buy a house, not wanting to bother you. But your subordinate was so rude I had no choice." Afraid of losing a VIP client, Ku Duke replied, "Of course not. There's always a way." Judah said ambiguously, "Then I'll have to trouble you." So Xiaowen and Quede approached Muli with a proposition. "Young man, let's negotiate. If you give up this house, we'll arrange another one for you and give you a 20% discount, okay?" But he stubbornly refused, leading the man to resort to threats. "Young man, don't refuse a good offer or you'll face the consequences. You need to understand clearly, this is the Yu family's real estate building. The Yu family of North Zhou, do you know them? We could refuse to sell you any apartments at all." Just then, Xiaoxiong and his assistants passed by. "Send me the meeting documents later." "Yes, President Yu. He was just saying our Jiangxin Garden Villa project is doing very well." Suddenly, he glanced over at the commotion and recognized Mr. Mu, with Ku Duke threatening him to give up the apartment out of respect for the Yu family. Xiaozhong took the initiative. "Mr. Mu, I didn't expect to see you here. What a pleasant surprise." He then walked over to shake hands, appearing very polite. "Mr. Mu, my name is Yu Xiaoxiong. We met once before when you and Xiaotong were leaving the train station. I drove, so you probably don't remember me." Chuda was confused by this scene. "Can anyone tell me why Master Yu is so respectful to him? And speaking of acquaintances, Muli requests, I remember you now. Could you help me with this? I want to buy a house with a river view, but I'm running into some trouble." Hearing this, Xiaozhong's face darkened, and he shouted, "What exactly is the problem? Who dares disrespect the benefactor of the Yu family?" Quade confessed, fearing he'd be implicated. "Mr. Chu told me to do it," Chudat confessed, taking the blame. "President Yu, it was me, Mr. Mu. I was blind to your greatness. I sincerely beg your forgiveness. It was my fault, I was wrong. From now on, Chu Wenda is forbidden from ever setting foot in any of my properties, or he'll face the consequences." Judah could only slink away with his tail between his legs, followed by a confused Jumi. What's going on? Wasn't he just a poor fool from the Mujiang family? He still remembered how poor he was, how he'd wag his tail and obey with just a few tricks. Suddenly, he turned back and slapped her hard. "That useless, idiotic woman, you've brought disaster upon us all, and now she laments her fate. It's over. I've ruined my life by offending the Yu family." Xiaozhong continued to apologize profusely inside. "Mr. Mu, we're so sorry. We've always seen you as our savior. We never expected this." Muli placed his hand on his shoulder and replied, "Forget it. I don't intend to pursue it." A day later, the family moved into their new home, and Chen Yuan marveled at the luxurious mansion. "Tio Li, this house must have cost a fortune, right?" he encouraged her. "Mom, it's okay. I can handle things now." Out of nowhere, a guy popped up to greet everyone. He even introduced himself. "I'm your neighbor across the street, Tranlong. I hope we can help each other out." Then he paid special attention to Ma Han. "Hello, have we met before? Why does she feel so familiar?" Irritated, Mu Li calls Chen Long over. He asked curiously, "Brother, what's wrong?" But Mu Li warned, "Come near my sister again and I'll kill you. By the way, those dark circles under your eyes, did you get punched for flirting with some girl?" Hearing this, Chen Long became strangely mysterious. "Now that everyone's moved in, I don't mind telling you what's going on here." With Mu Li's permission, he leaned in close and whispered, "This house is haunted." Tranlong said that on his first day, he felt something was off, like a cold wind was blowing behind him. That night, it rained heavily with thunder and lightning. "I was lying in bed when suddenly a woman embraced me, trembling as she said, 'You scared me half to death.' Because I live alone, I screamed and kicked her off the bed, grabbing the bedside lamp and beating her relentlessly. After that, I don't remember anything about that night." Knowing Tranlong was holding back, Mak Lai pressed him, "You don't remember?" so Tranlong confessed. The next day, she brought a whole gang to demand double the money for the night, plus medical expenses. Unable to listen anymore, Muli smacked him hard, saying, "Young man, were you completely stoned?" In a fluster, Tranlong explained, "Wait, I wasn't finished. The night I got beat up, I was awakened by a knock on the window." He woke to see a black-haired, white-dressed ghost screaming mournfully, begging to be let in. Then, strange things started happening, like the lights turning off, the faucets turning on, and a cold breeze blowing by my ear, not to mention the smell of garlic, so I had to sell the place. Mak Lai felt that if this wasn't resolved, it would affect his mother and Mak Han, so he decided to tell Tranlong, "Buddy, why don't you stay at a hotel tonight, and give me the keys, and I'll stay at your place tonight. I guarantee that tomorrow everything will be calm and no one will be causing trouble." Hearing this, he happily handed Muli the keys, saying, "Really? That's great, I've finally found a savior." That night at Tranlong's house, Muli struggled to stay awake, sensing the female ghost's arrival. Sure enough, in the blink of an eye, her dark energy filled the room, and Muli took the initiative to speak to her. "Hello, what brings you here so late?" The female ghost replied melancholically. "I can't find my feet anymore." A chilling wind swept in from the window as she asked, "Could you give me yours?" Muli calmly asked, "And why would I give them to you? Do you even have shoes?" For the first time, Xiaobai was frozen in place. Seeing someone unafraid of him, an eerie silence returned. Casually, Muli lay down and said, "If you have nothing else, I'm going back to sleep." Xiaobai went on the offensive. "If you won't give it, I'll just take it." She then lunges at Muli. After a series of thuds, Xiaobai, now with a swollen head, starts to act spoiled. "What did you do to me? You're even hitting ghosts, and it really hurts. Watch me bite you to death." Muli then grabbed her hand and pressed a stream of spiritual energy into her forehead. In an instant, Xiaobai transforms into a beautiful girl, her hair neatly tied up, looking far less gruesome. "Why aren't you afraid of me?" she asked timidly. "What's there to fear?" Muli replied calmly. "You don't seem so bad. Why are you scaring people? What's your name? And where do you come from?" Xiaobai refused to cooperate, turning her face away and questioning him. "And why should I tell you?" But seeing Muli raise his hand, ready to strike, she spilled everything. "My name is Zhang Xiaobai, and 2 years ago I was a freshman at Beizhou University. At the time, this place was still under construction, just an abandoned construction site. Once, I took a shortcut through here and accidentally fell into a pit, breaking both my legs, and there was no one around. I slowly faded away and died that night." Muli paused for a moment, then asked what she was thinking before she died, or if there was anything she hadn't accomplished. "When I was little, my parents fought a lot and then divorced," Xiaobai choked out. "My mom took my sister and left, and I stayed with my dad, who was addicted to drinking and gambling. He would often hit and curse at me. Back then, my sister would sneak out to visit me, often bringing me treats. Then, when I was in 8th grade, my father died after falling into a lake while drunk. My mother couldn't afford to raise me, so my sister left home to work and earn money so I could continue my studies. She was the best sister in the world, and before I died, I was filled with worry. I didn't want to die yet. She worked so hard to send me to North Continent University. I haven't repaid her kindness or given her the good life she deserves. How could I die? I can't die. As a ghost, I wanted to rush to her side to see how she was, but I couldn't fly. My soul was fading, so I was stuck here, unable to go anywhere. Just once is enough. I truly want to see her." Hearing this, Muli felt sorry for the poor girl and gently said to Xiaobai, "I have a way to help you leave this place." She asked in surprise, "Are you serious? You can really get me out of here?" Xiaobai's eyes seemed to have longed for this for a long time. Muli said, "In the cultivation world, fallen cultivators can continue to cultivate by seizing bodies or using natural treasures to rebuild their bodies. There's another way. Abandon the body and cultivate only the soul. These cultivators are known as ghost cultivators. Not only can I help you escape this place, but I can also help you be reborn." Tears welling, Xiaobai promises to do anything if he saves her, even be his servant. He explains that her soul is unstable and could dissipate at any moment. "I have a cultivation method that will strengthen your soul and grant you immense power. When your soul is strong enough, you can create a body and be reborn." Little Bai gazed at the power before her, unable to contain her admiration. This is so surreal. Muli makes a condition. He can help her, but she must obey his orders. He figured having her protect his mother would bring him some peace of mind. Little White wondered, "Do you want me to call you master and be your slave?" But he simply tells her to call him Muli, and she bows her head in agreement. "Thank you." When I regain my human form, I will repay you with my life. Mu Li told her to stand up straight, look down at her feet, and tell him what she saw. Little Bak Nhotho replied, I don't see anything, just my feet. Then, realizing it, her face darkened. Are you mocking me? Mu Li calmly replied. So what good is a flat-chested little ghost like you offering your body? Little Bai angrily roared. Makla, you bastard. Her scream was so loud it shook the entire building. Everyone clamored, asking, What's going on? Is it an earthquake? Let's get out of here. The next morning, Tran Long saw Mok Lai come out and happily ran up to him. Hey, are you okay? Did you encounter that thing last night? You said I put in a good word for you. True to my word, that ghost girl will never appear before you again. Chen Long peeked in, praising in surprise. It feels so different. I don't feel that overwhelming yin energy anymore. She's much more lively now. You're amazing, my friend. Meanwhile, Mukli sighed, having been tormented by that little girl all night, unable to get any sleep as he had to spend the entire night teaching her the cultivation method. A strange light enveloped Xiaobai, then was sealed within her body by Mu Li. Curious about her progress, he asked how she felt, and Little White excitedly exclaimed that it seemed to be a success. Mu Li suggested they leave, as he had promised his brother living there that he would take her. She asks if she can see her sister first, but Mu Li just pats her head, saying, You're not ready to travel far yet. Write down all your feelings, and I'll deliver them for you. He decides to contact Xiaozhong. Quickly, he responded, Mr. Mu, I've looked into it. Her name is Zhang Xiaojin, and she works at Xianming Pavilion. Mu Li replied, I know, thank you. He thought to himself he'd heard of Immortal Tea House back in middle school as the most luxurious tea house in North Continent. A single cup of tea could sell for tens of millions. In his past life, he'd always dreamed of places like this. Mu Li entered Celestial Pavilion, where a young receptionist greeted him. Welcome, what tea are you looking for? Would you like to brew it yourself, or should we have someone do it for you? And does anyone here know a Zhang Xiaojin? The receptionist said that Xiaojin is the most outstanding tea maker in our tea house. Would you like her to personally prepare it for you? Mu Li denies it. That's not it. I need to speak with her. The receptionist immediately called for Xiaojin. Someone's here to see you. A moment later, the beautiful Xiaojin appears. She asked Mok Lai his name, but instead of answering, he handed Tiu Kan a note, saying someone asked him to deliver it. Reading the letter, Sister, I'm sorry. If there's a next life, I'll be your little sister for sure. She was shocked and demanded to know where he got the letter. Molly lies, saying a girl on the ambulance asked him to give it to her, but he forgot and only found it later. Xiaojin burst into tears, saying, This is Xiaobai's handwriting. Xiaobai, she collapsed to the ground, sobbing. My poor sister, I'm sorry I couldn't take care of you. More than anyone, Mu Li understood this feeling, vowing to become stronger so he would never have to experience the pain of losing a loved one again. Just then, Ming Xuan, the owner of the Xianming Tea House, came to urge her. Zhang Xiaojin, hurry over here, the two lords have arrived. Quickly prepare tea for them. She sobbed as she explained, I'm sorry, Director, I'm not feeling well today. Ha! Or have someone else do it. What's with the act? Even if you're not feeling well, bear with it and go serve those two important guests. I'll let you go home and rest right after, okay? She still refused, saying, I'm sorry, Director, but I'm really not in a state to pour tea right now. So Ming Xuan couldn't help but yell, Zhang Xiaojin, are you trying to quit? Thinking to help Xiaobai, Mu Li steps forward to take responsibility so she can rest, saying he'll make the tea instead, leaving Ming Xuan suspicious of this stranger. You go. Do you even know how to make tea? Making tea isn't easy. Tell the boss to let me do it. I learned how to make tea from Xiaojin. Then I took Xiaojin's hand, making her blush a little. Mu Li reasoned with Ming Xuan, questioning whether her current condition was even suitable for making tea. Forcing her to go will only make things worse. He doesn't know if he can trust this person, but reluctantly tells him to follow. He's led to VIP room number 1, where two men are in the middle of a debate. Lao Zhong, an internal martial artist, and Lao Li, an external martial artist. They were practically about to jump each other. Muga calmly sat down, skillfully taking tea from the jar. He overheard them arguing, Inner martial arts are superior. With enough inner strength, you can do anything outer arts can't. Nonsense. Relying only on inner strength? Can inner strength really be endless? Besides, the rigorous training of tendons and bones relies on this physical form. Only when the life force is inexhaustible can strength be endless. Unable to bear it any longer, Lao Zhong stood up to argue with Li. Old Li, are you even listening? Did I say to rely on inner strength alone? But in the midst of the tension, he smelled the tea, which was particularly fragrant today. Zhong turned to look at Mu Li and pondered, This young man, He was quickly drawn in by the tea's subtle fragrance, its tranquil and refined essence, seemingly blending into a vast and gentle sea of clouds. Zhang took a sip, and a jolt ran through him like lightning, making him feel as though he could transcend the mundane and somersault down a waterfall to bathe with the immortals. Taking a sip, Elder Li remarked, "Young man, your tea-making skills are truly admirable. You must have some knowledge of martial arts as well, wouldn't you say? Tell me, in your opinion, is external cultivation stronger than internal?" He'd hit a nerve, and old Trung was incensed. How deeply could this young man truly understand martial arts? Was he being toyed with? And again, it's obvious that internal martial arts are far superior to external. Then they began to argue again. No, it's that external is stronger than internal. Internal is strong, external is strong. Muli is bored watching them argue again. No wonder the tea house people were troubled. Then he took the initiative to speak. "If you want my honest opinion, neither of you is right." Ming Xuan, who was eavesdropping outside, suddenly noticed the silence and wondered, "Why can't I hear anything anymore? I hope there's no trouble." Meanwhile, Xiaojin hoped Mu Li could handle things, as the two old men stopped fighting and turned to question him. "To think we argued so fiercely, only to be dismissed by this young man. I'm curious to hear your wisdom." He explained to them that both internal and external cultivation had their own advantages and disadvantages. Every martial art in the world has its own logic, 100 paths leading to the same sea, all methods ultimately converging on one great Tao. The two old men stared blankly and asked, "What kind of Tao?" Muli unleashed some power, saying, "This path is eternal," stunning them into silence. But Laozhong protested. "Is he saying that eternal life is possible? This kid is shamelessly lying, isn't he? Are you trying to deceive us with something so unrealistic?" Muli calmly explains. "In the martial arts, there is no strongest, only stronger. Have you two never considered that combining internal and external cultivation might be more effective?" The old man retorted, "It's typical for young people to dream of fanciful things. Few who try to master everything succeed. To try to cultivate both internally and externally is to invite ridicule." There was disdain in Muli's words. Those who consider themselves strong always restrain their position, and as long as it goes against their stance, they immediately retort with criticism. After speaking, he channeled his inner energy into a willow branch outside the window, and old Li asked him what he was trying to do. He said nothing, thinking he'd have to use his strength to convince them. With his inner power, he easily plucked a willow leaf from afar, then launched it with force. Old Zhang and old Li, nearing 70, had never witnessed anything like this before, and they were left speechless. He uses the willow leaf to demonstrate internal force, then shatters a table with a spoon to show external force, leaving them both stunned by his powerful control. "You're a martial venerable." Muli smiled, but his heart was racing. "A martial master? These guys are underestimating me." Realizing he's met a master, Laozhong apologizes, saying, "We are sorry for our blindness and careless words." He simply said that the elder was exaggerating, and that he would prove to them that inner and outer cultivation was possible. Elder Zhang respectfully clasped his hands, wanting to know the esteemed one's name. He politely replied, "You flatter me. My name is Mu Li." The old man proposed, "Master Mu, with your status, why linger in my humble tea house? If you like this place, I'll give it to you. How about that?" Mu Li mentioned that he knew a tea maker here. "She wasn't feeling well, so I'm here in her place." "Are you referring to the young woman, Zhang Xiaojin?" He schemed inwardly, realizing the tea house had connections to Master Mu, a connection he needed to exploit. Seeing the confirmation, he stroked his beard, overjoyed. "It seems Zhang Xiaojin has a good relationship with Master Mu. Fate is on my side." Seeing that they hadn't connected yet, Xiaoming grew worried. "Why is it taking so long? Was everything resolved?" "No. Something might have happened. The two big shots might be furious." Seeing Mu Li descend, he rushed out to ask what happened. "What happened? What happened? Tell me everything that happened. You said it was resolved and that you argued with them and convinced them." Min Xuan was in disbelief. "Resolved? How is this resolved? Who are these people? Who gave him the courage to argue with them?" Just then, Mu Li excused himself, saying there was nothing more to be done, and left. Min Haiyan had no choice but to go and resolve things himself, muttering, "I'm done for. I'm going to lose my job today." He stood before them, bowing in apology. "Please forgive us, esteemed guests. That boy is a new tea server who doesn't know the rules. Rest assured, I will immediately go down and discipline him, dock his pay, and kick him out of here." Old Li chimed in. "Old Zhang, if Master Mu heard what your tea house said." Mingxian, still clueless about this Master Mu, watched as the teacup flew off the table, shattering it in two. Zhang, aghast, thought, "Oh God, I hope he didn't hear that." To be absolutely clear, he stood up and declared, "Looks like you don't need that mouth of yours, do you? You're the one who's going to be kicked out." Old Li chimed in, "Master Mu is the kid you just mentioned," leaving Ming Xuan completely baffled. Old Zhang instructed, "Remember this. If Master Mu comes to the tea house again, treat him with the utmost respect. If anything goes wrong, I'll hold you accountable. Also, that Zhang Xiaojin girl isn't bad. From now on, she'll be in charge of this tea house." Meanwhile, in another corner of the immortal pavilion, Xiaojin couldn't hold back her tears, saying, "Every time I think of my sister, I get so sad." So Muli comforted her, saying her sister felt that being sisters in this life was the happiest thing for her. "Don't be too sad. Perhaps you'll meet again in the future." She said there was no need to comfort her. She'd seen her sister's body cremated with her own eyes. How could someone come back from the dead? But Mok Lai really needs it today. When Xiaojin turned around, the person was already gone, but she still managed to say, "Thank you." In Muli's bedroom, Xiaobai circles the strange object he just bought. Muli said he bought the jade bottle at the jade market, and it would be her place from now on. Muli's actions always made Xiaobai curious. What kind of person was he, and why was he so powerful? "Where did you learn that?" she asks, but he doesn't answer, instead questioning why she's asking so many questions. She continued to ask questions, pressing on. What else? What else? She'd heard that men always hid something scandalous in their rooms. "Does your place have some too, like the adult books hidden under the bed of that shut-in across the way?" Mok Lai reluctantly opened the jade bottle, declaring, "Okay, talk's over." But no matter how hard he tried, she wouldn't force Xiaobai inside. Just then, Maiden called out from outside, "Are you in there?" Startled, they both jumped, and Xiaobai reluctantly entered the jade bottle as Muli instructed. She subtly reminds him to be mindful of his actions, but he doesn't quite grasp her meaning. Makhan warns, "With all the commotion outside, can't you hear anything? If I find out you're bringing strange women home, I'll kick you out, so don't blame me." Mok Lai was sweating bullets, but tried to act nonchalant. "How could that be? What do you need me for?" She said a man claiming to be Yu Shaoxiong was looking for you, saying you asked him to find medicine. So that's it. Muli decided to go out and see what was happening, reminding Xiaobai not to come out during this time, but she was already protesting inside the bottle. "What? I don't want to. It's so uncomfortable here." Muhan urged him on, wondering what was taking so long, leaving him no choice but to leave her to her own devices in the room. Xiaoxiong hands Muli a box, explaining that it contains a 100-year-old ginseng root that he asked the Yu family to find. After examining the ginseng's quality, Muli praises it. "Not bad. This wild ginseng can already be considered a low-grade elixir." Xiaozhong politely replied, "You saved my grandfather. You're a lifesaver to the Yu family. We sent people all over the country to find this 100-year-old herb and brought it to you as soon as we found it." Muli agreed, "Thank you for your trouble. I'll buy this herb at a high price." But Xiaoxiong insisted, "You're too kind. How could I let you pay?" He then pulled out an invitation and said, "That's right, Mr. Mu. My grandfather's 65th birthday is in 3 days. I hope you can spare some time to attend." Muli agreed to come that night when the moon was at its fullest, releasing his inner energy and thinking that the Earth's spiritual energy was too weak and that he needed natural treasures to speed up his cultivation. Realizing he's about to break through, he grabs the ginseng and eats it raw as Xiaobai emerges from the bottle exclaiming, "Is that ginseng? Are you sick? You're eating it like a radish." After eating the ginseng, his power increased significantly. A mortal would never be able to withstand the medicinal properties of a century-old ginseng. But as a cultivator of the highest order, I was able to absorb the mountain ginseng in an instant, finally exhaling and saying, "Success, mid-stage qi condensation." He looked up at Xiaobai and asked, "What did you say?" She leaned in, seemingly doubtful, and touched Muli's forehead, asking, "Didn't you hear me clearly? Did eating that ginseng turn you into an idiot?" Because of her apples, Muli blushes and warns her not to disturb his cultivation again, punishing her by making her stay home alone today. Meanwhile, Shenzhen thinks that he's not that small, as Xiaobai clings to him, whining and refusing to let go. She wants to go out and play too, but Muli already has the jade bottle ready. "Order her inside now, or don't force me to say your name." The stubborn devil had no choice but to obey. "Fine, I'll go in." She obediently crawled inside, while Moli went out to call his sister. Moxon asked her brother what was going on, and he patted her head, saying he had something to tell her. "We're not eating at home tonight. Let's take Mom to the most famous restaurant in North City for a feast." For some reason, Mu Xin's face flushed red. They arrived at the Ancient Moon restaurant. the most famous establishment in North Province, unaware that its security team had just received word. Martial arts factions would be gathering there, and their protection was paramount. Receiving the order, they responded via radio. Yes. Shin carefully examines the menu, marveling that the Ancient Moon restaurant has a history of over 200 years, passed down from ancient times. It's even called one of the scenic spots of North City. Moreover, this Ancient Moon restaurant is not only famous for its rich history, but also for its delicious cuisine, so a meal here cost at least 30,000 yen. Pointing to the menu, Mu said, "We'll have this combo." The waiter confirmed, the extravagant abalone combo, 6 Buddha's Temptation, 3 servings of blood swallow stewed with papaya for 66 kwites, 686 yen. "Please wait." Makhan thanked him and returned to the menu, thinking her brother really had a lot of money. Meanwhile, Muli thought to himself that it was a good thing his mother wasn't arriving for a while, or she would definitely scold him for ordering the most expensive combo. Suddenly, he noticed the name someone had just mentioned. "Liu Feng, you know the young master of the super-rich Zhou family in the capital? Zhuang Yuan, you underestimate me. Some time ago I went to the capital with my father and even paid Master Zhou a special visit. He even invited me to his villa, didn't you know?" At that moment, Mu Li remembered that Master Zhou was Zhou Shiheng. Just then, the server said to Mu Xin, "Excuse me, miss, our staff made a mistake with the seating. This table is reserved. Perhaps we could offer you half price on your tea if you would consider moving to another table?" "Of course, no problem. These little mistakes are understandable. Brother, let's switch places. Why are you spacing out?" Liu Feng noticed the pair's struggle, secretly praising her, then feigned an accidental touch with Mu Xin. Startled, her face flushed crimson as Liu Feng seized the opportunity to strike up a conversation. "This young lady seems unfamiliar. Which family do you belong to?" He doesn't recall ever seeing her at the Northern Province martial arts gatherings. A beauty like her would have surely left an impression. Seeing this guy so eager to meet his end, Mu Li steps forward to speak for his sister. "Sorry, we've come to the wrong place. We don't belong to any family, we're just ordinary people." Suddenly, a well-dressed young man approached and spoke up. "What's the rush, you two?" His name is Wu Kai-ming, 22 years old, the young master of the Wu family, a mid-stage martial artist, and he introduces himself by saying, "Today, I'm the host here, and I've invited the younger generation of the Northern Continent's families. It's fate that you two stumbled in here. Why not sit down and get acquainted, for my sake? I'm impressed by Kai-ming." Liu Feng greeted him respectfully. "Young Master Wu, I heard you recently broke through to the mid-stage martial warrior realm. Your cultivation speed is astonishing." He humbly replied, "Oh, I actually think my progress is slow." Makhan whispered to her brother, "It seems we can't afford to offend them. Maybe we should stay for a bit." But Muka soothed her, telling her there was nothing to fear, as Liu Feng offered Mu Xin a business card, asking for her name. "This is my card. I'd like to be friends. Let's hang out sometime." But before he could finish, Mu Li snatched the card and examined it. "This business card is exquisite. I'll accept it on her behalf. Someone blocking his path is a real eyesore. I've been holding back for too long. I was talking to her. What's it to you?" Not one to wait, Muo Li delivers a blow that sends him spitting blood, followed by a forceful slam against the wall. "Since you're so eager to know, we'll tell you. I'm her brother, and my name is Mu." Mu Xin couldn't understand when her brother had become so powerful. Liu Feng, beaten to a pulp, cursed in humiliation. "How dare you kick me?" Mu Li calmly retorted, "What if I did kick you?" Chuang Yuan revealed, "Their surname is Mu, right? There's no Mu family in North Province. Are you Mu Han Han, the one who opened a hotel nearby?" "You dare make a move in our territory?" Mu Li questioned with a sharp glare. "Who told you my family runs a hotel?" Kai Ming was intimidated by his aura. Could he be a member of the Mu family from the capital? Just then, the elevator stopped at their floor. The two beautiful women gasped when they saw Liu Feng. What happened? How could Liu Feng, be beaten like this? He was finally pushed over the edge, hissing with rage. "This is the first time I've ever been humiliated like this." Then she grabbed a chair and charged at Mu Li, screaming, "Whether you're Mu Han Han or Tai Han Han, I'll teach you a lesson you won't forget." But before he could lay a finger on Mu Li, he was kicked into the chicken coop. He was a pathetic sight, a far cry from his earlier arrogance, and Kai Min, wanting to de-escalate the situation, stepped forward to mediate. "Everyone, please, no more fighting. Do it for me and for the younger generation of North Zhou. Let's not make a scene today." But his condescending tone grated on Mu Li's nerves. "Young Master Mu, your sister isn't some precious flower. What's the harm in a little teasing? If she could climb into the Liu family with you, it would be a good thing. Come over here and apologize to Master Liu, and we'll let this go." Instead, he refused to back down, sneering at Kai Min, asking, "What is your reputation worth? Why should I care?" The two girls were stunned. How could he say Wu Kai Ming, the young master of the Wu family of North Zhou, was nothing? How dare he? Kai Ming began to gloat, saying he wasn't worthy of Mok Lai's respect. So, would all the young heirs of the Northern Continent's families combined be worthy of your respect? Mok Lai's answer remained no. Adding a look of disgust, Kai Ming drops the pretense, unleashes his inner energy, and says, "Seeing how ruthless you are, your martial arts cultivation must be quite high. That's good. Let's have a match. If you win, you can leave whenever you want, and I won't bother you. But if I lose, I'll destroy my own meridians in cultivation." Mu Li then upped the ante, saying if he could withstand one of his attacks, Mu Li would concede and leave the North Province martial world. Mu Xin, seeing things escalate, tugged at her brother's sleeve, asking, "Can you win? You're sure your brother is unmatched in all of North Zhou. You have to believe in him." From the corner, Lu Feng and Zhuang Yuan tell Wu Kaiming to shut up, disgusted by his words. They urge Master Wu to kill him. He takes the initiative, gathering energy in his palms as he sneers, "Trash! Prepare to die!" But just as he's about to strike Mok Lai, someone orders him to stop and punches him, sending Kai Min skidding back. He snarls, "Du Hyodong," as she suppresses her power and asks him who he's calling trash. Lu Feng is shocked. Why is Yu Xiaotong protecting that brat? Kai Ming slowly rises, sneering. "Yu Xiaotong, isn't Elder Yu still lying in bed, gasping for breath? Shouldn't you be at his bedside? What are you doing here?" She snapped back. "Who told you my grandfather was finished?" "My grandfather is in excellent health," Hu Heng added, stepping forward from the crowd. "Not only is he healthy, but he'll be hale enough to attend his 65th birthday celebration the day after tomorrow. Besides, didn't you invite the younger generation of the Northern Continent's martial arts families?" "What? Are we not allowed to be here?" Kai Ming is bewildered to see him. Even Yu Xiaoxiang is here. Could it be that Mr. Yu is really cured? Didn't Dad personally lead the attack and then we heard the medicine was destroyed, leaving Mr. Yu to die? Could it be the Yu family intentionally spread false information, forcing him to feign composure and inquire, "Well, congratulations to Mr. Yu for his good fortune, but what do you mean by stepping in to stop me now?" Xiaodong chuckled, saying sarcastically that it was, of course, to save him, the day his father was beaten and ran away on the ship. The crowd murmured, wondering where this young man came from, daring to challenge Eagle Claw Wu Hong. Humiliated, Kai Ming yelled, "Stop bragging!" Xiao Yong chimes in, telling Xiao Tung to watch her words. "After all, your father, Wu Kai Ming, was once defeated by Master Mu, and he wouldn't dare to act presumptuously around him. I advise you not to seek your own demise." Xiao Tong steps forward, declaring that anyone who dares to touch Mu will face the full might of the Yu family, who will stop at nothing to ensure they never see the light of day again. Mu Li knew he didn't need to act with this spirited woman standing before him. Meanwhile, Kai Ming realized his family and the Yu family had been subtly competing for years, and it wasn't worth breaking the peace for this nobody. Suddenly, Yang Zhuangyuan and Liu Feng spoke up. "Even if this kid is a guest of the Yu family, he's arrogant, a person who dares to challenge all the families of our North Province. Does the Yu family not value reason? Or is it that the Yu family considers themselves the overlords of North Zhou, looking down on all other families?" A group of people stood there, raising their hands in agreement. Kai Ming watched on in horror. "You two idiots, can't I just have one peaceful banquet without you causing trouble?" She answered, "Mom, are you here yet?" "Yes, we're at seat 68, probably on the 3rd floor. Your brother and I are coming up now?" Then she insisted on not letting Mu Li stay there any longer. "Let's go, brother. Don't cause any more trouble here. It's not good to keep Mom waiting downstairs." Xiao Tong looked at the woman with him, wondering, is that Mu Li's sister? He bids farewell. "You Xiao Tong will head down first." But Liu Feng, oblivious, blocks his path, declaring he can't leave. Annoyed, Mu Li kicks him into a pile of chickens before stepping into the elevator, as Mu Xin says, "I'm just now realizing how amazing you are." Seeing her blank expression, Mu Li suggests she add some emotion when she says it, like excitement or admiration, because her flat praise doesn't make him happy at all. Mok Han honestly admits she doesn't know how, then puts on a stiff and fake display of praising her brother to an absurd degree. "I never knew my brother was so amazing." Hearing this, Mo Li got goosebumps, realizing his sister truly lacked emotional expression. 5 minutes earlier at the Ancient Moon restaurant, a fair-skinned, scholarly-looking young man approached the reception desk and inquired, "Hello, I'm here for Mr. Wu Kai Ming's party. Which floor is it on?" The receptionist, blushing at the sight of the handsome man, replied, You can take the elevator to the 5th floor. Mr. Renault has reserved the entire floor. His name was Liu Pengfei, age 21, a Jiangnan gentleman who politely nodded his thanks to the receptionist, whose refined air nearly made her think of baby names. As the elevator ascended to the 5th floor, Mai Tiem, 65, wondered about Bang Fai's motives. Master, you've risen to the Emeitia position on the supplementary martial honor roll. Why waste time in this small place? Pengfei quietly closed his fan and said, only the most talented young people can represent the future. I want to see if North City lives up to its reputation as a haven for hidden talent. Just then, the elevator doors opened, and they came face to face with the Mu brothers. For a moment, Bang Fai glanced at him and smiled intriguingly. Mei Qian guessed his master was preoccupied and asked what was wrong, but Bang Fai said it was nothing. Facing the mysterious crowd, he spoke, Greetings, everyone. It's truly an honor to join this gathering, and I hope for your kind consideration. No sooner had one left than another appeared. Tonight was certainly turning into a mess. Bang Fai then opened his fan and waved it a few times, introducing himself. The humble one is named Liu, a man of Jiangnan. He suggested that since they had guests from afar, they should all come inside and talk. And the girls couldn't help but gawk at Bang Fai's handsome face. He's so handsome, totally my type. But Xiaotong wondered with disgust, are you really that boy crazy? Xiaozhong teased, you looked at Master Mu the same way? Embarrassed, she turned away as Lini replied, no, it wasn't me, don't lie. Xiaozhong teases, saying the reaction is obvious. Bang Fei explains that he recently passed through North Province and heard that the Wu family is hosting a gathering for all the young talents of North Province tonight. I heard that the land of North Province is blessed with talented people, and that young heroes are emerging one after another, so I came here specifically to see your style. Then tell me, what do you think of our style? He inwardly praised him. A silver tongue, eh? Then let's hear more, Bing Fei said with disdain. I think you're all trash. This statement directly provoked everyone at the engagement party. And those phones, and I've told you, stop staring at them all the time. It's terrible for your eyes. Young people these days don't take care of themselves. The brothers, not wanting to hear more, obediently put their phones down, admitting their mother was right. Just then, a hurried voice called out for Master Mu. It was Xiaozhong. Muli asked what was wrong, and he gasped, Mr. Mu, it's bad. Something's happening upstairs. Why come here to cause trouble? I've said it before. I'm Liu, a Jiangnan native. I've long admired the heroic dramas of the younger generation of North Zhou, so I've come to broaden my horizons. Unfortunately, the rumors were exaggerated. All empty boasts, a touch of melancholy amidst the disappointment. Liu Feng called him shameless, saying he'd teach him a lesson. But for him, Bang Fai only needed the right-hand rule to teach him a lesson. He fanned himself again, taunting, the small fry are done, but the leader still won't show himself? Kai Ming praised, very well. Allow me, Wu Mu, to experience your expertise. Then he gathered all his strength into his palm, preparing to strike. Still maintaining his refined demeanor, Peng Fei asks, the eagle claw skill? A disappointing palm strike to Kai Ming, but still not enough. This injures Kai Ming, who realizes he can't even withstand a single blow from him as Bang Fai mocks the group. So you admit it now? The martial artists of North Province are all trash. Xiao Tong couldn't hold back any longer and stepped forward to fight. You're Liu Pengfei, from the Liu family of Jiangnan Province. So, you're using the younger generation of North Province as your training dummies? He casually replies, my reputation precedes me, does it? On my journey west, I passed through the cities of Jiangnan, entered Jinhu, and traveled from the east of Jinhu all the way here to this very North Province. But North Chao has truly disappointed me. The girl beside him asked curiously. Xiaotong said, just who is this person? She explained that in every era of China, there are always a select few with extraordinary talent. These individuals are considered successors to the martial honor, with a high probability of breaking through. Their cultivation is high, with even the lowest being a high-level martial artist. The entire room was shocked. A high-level martial artist? Who could withstand that? Xiaotong threatens Bang Fei, saying that he came to North Zhou to challenge and humiliate them. Isn't he afraid that if he fails, he will be removed from the list of successors to the martial honor? The young man standing next to him echoed. That's right. Don't be so arrogant. Even if you are the successor to the martial venerable, how dare you look down on martial artists everywhere? Everyone misunderstands. I didn't mean to look down on martial artists everywhere. I just arrived here yesterday from Baekduong City. The martial artists there are nothing special, but still stronger than you northerners. So far, the younger generation of the north seems to be the weakest. Seeing his arrogance, Xiaotong steps up for a one-on-one duel while Bang Fei mocks her with a sneer. "What's this? You want to fight me?" She takes the initiative and says, "I know I'm no match for you, but I can't stand by and watch you insult the young martial artists of North Zhou." The crowd behind her calls out in warning, "Miss Yu, be careful." After that blinding display, Bang Fei wiped the blood from his face. Weak, too weak, far too weak. His attack shattered the ground from the force. As everyone prepares to attack, Xiaotong stops them, threatening Lu Pengfei, saying that the North Continent has geniuses, but he wouldn't be able to handle them. She thought, as planned, her brother had invited Master Mu. He still mocked. Is there really anyone like that in North Continent? Everyone turned to each other, asking, do we even have someone like that in North Continent? Just then, the person they were waiting for finally arrived. Seeing his sister beaten, Xiaoxiong rushed to help her up, asking, "Are you okay?" He took out a bottle of chi-boosting pills, urging, "I've invited Master Mu here. Quick, drink this heavenly sovereign elixir. A meridian injury would be disastrous." "So you're the help they've called in?" he asks. "I hear you think the younger generation of martial artists in North Zhou are all trash. A real disappointment to you." He confirmed, "Indeed, I wonder if you're qualified to make me take those words back." Without further ado, Mu Li began to lay down conditions. "I'm standing right here. If you can make me take even one step back, you win." At that moment, Bang Fei began to unleash his true energy. He's intrigued by the man before him, so he lays down a challenge. He'll use his full power, not just to make him step back, but to send him flying. "Don't blame me if you die, you asked for it." His aura erupts like a giant white serpent lunging at its prey. Everyone present gasped. Elder Feng is so powerful. That guy Mu Han is done for. Mu Li recognized the technique as the legendary repetitive action reversal. Peng Fei scoffed, calling it Shadow Serpent Palm, but Mu Li simply smiled confidently, saying it didn't matter. The result would be the same. He then unleashed a power that stopped Byung Pai's attack, shocking the onlookers. Just who are these two? Little did he know, his Serpent Shadow Palm was being nullified. He couldn't understand how. When his power was completely nullified, he fell backward, luckily caught by Mai Qian. The old man roared, "Who are you? How dare you hurt my young master?" But Peng Fei interjected, "Uncle Mai, I was simply outmatched. I once met a bald man who could destroy the world with a single punch. I wanted to befriend him, but he was in a hurry to get to some promotional event. A regret I'll carry for life. Your chief is so powerful, do you know him? Mu Li says he doesn't, but hopes to meet him someday. But now can you see the proof? This North Province city is far more formidable than you imagined, and you're way out of your depth." At this moment, Xiaoxiong cried for help. "Save me, Mok." He offered the medicine to Xiaotong, but she stubbornly refused to drink it. "The medicine you research is always strange and rare. Last time I took it, I was itchy and unbearably hot all over." Despite his pleas, this is a powerful elixir that can increase your strength tenfold, but it may cause itching and discomfort as your veins adapt to the medicine. She kept shaking her head, saying she didn't want to become a monster of strength. Xiaoxiong coaxed his sister, saying this wasn't the strength pill, but medicine to heal her damaged veins. She had to take it. Mu Li patted him on the shoulder, reassuring him, "It's okay, I'll handle it." Seeing Mu Li arrive, Xiaodong slumped into a chair, groaning, "Mr. Mu, I'm in so much pain. Mok Li says her injuries are severe, but not to worry, half will heal, then she uses internal energy to heal her." Hu Dong feels warmth return to her body. "My injuries are healed, thank you. Why is everyone staring at me? Is something wrong?" Kai Ming gives Mu Li a thumbs up of approval. Mok thanks him, saying he proved to them that the descendants of North Zhou are not trash. So what if he's number 10 on the list of successors to the martial honor? And yet he was sent flying by a single punch from one of us. Lu Feng chimes in. Indeed, number 10 on the martial venerable succession list couldn't even withstand a single move from the younger generation of North Continent. If word of this gets out, it will definitely shock the entire martial arts world. The reputation of North China's martial artists will rise a few notches at least. At this moment, Peng Fei coughed a few times, asking Mu Li why someone as strong as him wasn't on the list of successors to the martial honor. "With your strength, you're definitely qualified to compete for the top spot with the imperial capital's Huangfu Yun, who, according to Xiao Dong, is a super genius martial artist who reached the top tier at a young age. No matter how hard the younger generation tries, they can't escape his shadow. But perhaps Mu is an even greater genius than Huangfu Yun." Bing Fei acknowledges Mu Li's strength, but warns him not to be too boastful, as the imperial capital is full of talent. Mu Li asks how many martial venerables there are in China. I, in the early stages of Qi training, can already compare to a Huajia martial honor, so martial artists above martial honor are probably not that different from the core formation stage. Pilot Bang Fei replies that he isn't sure how many martial venerables there are in Huaxia, as no one really knows. He only knows that martial venerables are rare, probably no more than 20, but the capital is full of experts. Most martial venerables come from wealthy families, and there are about 6 or 7 in the capital. He then asks how many martial venerables or higher are in the capital, and is told that while martial venerables are the strongest, it's rumored that there are 2 grand martial venerables in the capital, the leader of the martial alliance and the one behind the chief, but he's never actually seen anyone stronger than a martial venerable. Mu Li says it's nothing, what a pity. Long thinks to himself, it is said that throughout the history of martial arts in China, there must be a transcendent sage, so I must be more careful when I go to the capital in the future. Don't worry, Mu. We're just high-level martial artists, far from martial honor. What matters now is who will be the first of the younger generation to reach that level. Bang Fei added. The first martial venerate will gain the attention of the highest echelons of the Chinese martial world, because every leader of the martial alliance is cultivated from among them. The room buzzed with excitement. A martial arts alliance leader? Those positions are equivalent to emperors in the Chinese martial world, and in China, what power isn't under the martial alliance? If North Continent could produce a true martial alliance leader, that would be awesome. But Mu Li seemed uninterested, shocking Bang Fei. He's not interested. His body can barely handle it, he thinks. That kid's palm strike was powerful, and if he doesn't redirect it, he might damage his meridians. So he clasped his hands in a respectful bow, realizing that Mu was indeed extraordinarily capable, a true case of not knowing someone until you fight them. If Brother Mu has the chance to visit Guangnam Province, please don't hesitate to visit the Liu family as a guest. I will certainly prepare fine wine to welcome you. I must take my leave, as I have other matters to attend to. Before leaving, he even had to fan himself, leaving everyone speechless. What a show-off, even when leaving. What a phony. Mu Li whispered to Xiaotong. I'll head down first. My mother is waiting for me. She told Xiaoxiong, Brother, I'm going to see Mu Li off. He watched his sister go, tears welling up in his eyes. His own sister has forgotten all about him. The other Yu family disciples echoed. Farewell, Master Mu. As Mu Li pressed the elevator button, he thought, they don't know I'm not a martial artist, but an immortal cultivator. What martial arts alliance leader? I won't stop there. Back home, he went to his room, opened the jade bottle, and called for Zhang Xiaobai. Receiving no response, he tipped the bottle, wondering why she wasn't there, only to hear her answer from behind. Because I've been out for a while now. Having no idea how she escaped, Mu Li heard Xiaobai feign innocence. Didn't you teach me the basic ghost immortal cultivation method? Someone with no conscience locked me in a dark, tiny place, so all I could do was cultivate. Mu Li retorted, I bought you that bottle for millions. How is it small? She continued. The purest path, devoted to one god, demons and ghosts stay away. After practicing hundreds of times, I suddenly had a flash of inspiration and felt like I could break through what was imprisoning me. So I tried and succeeded. Hearing this, Mu Li was surprised by Xiaobai's cultivation speed. Could she really have mastered the illusionary realm so quickly? He thought to himself. The ethereal realm is the effect produced after mastering the first level of the Demon Immortal Sutra, and she did it in one night. In one night, just because she was bored and didn't know what to do, she practiced it a few hundred times and succeeded in cultivating the first level. Looking at her, Yang Yang proudly calls herself a genius, and Mu Li wonders if she's a genius ghost cultivator. Did he pick up a treasure? Xiaobai leans in, suggesting, Aren't I amazing? Hurry up and praise me. I won't get arrogant. Mok Li simply replied, Fine. Annoyed, she turned away, muttering, Is it so hard to give a compliment, you arrogant jerk? No more games. Since she's reached the illusory realm, he can teach her some techniques to utilize her soul. Curious, she asks what kind of techniques, and he pats the bed, signaling her to come up. Misunderstanding his intentions, she shouts in embarrassment, What do you want to do? He calmly replies that he's doing what she wants. Her mind was racing with risque thoughts, so lost in them that Mu Li asked what she was thinking. Startled, Xiaobai stammered, Nothing at all. After stabilizing the organization, Mu Li introduced the soul transformation technique, explaining that the soul is an ethereal substance, and with successful cultivation, one can transform into any object at will. After an hour of explanation, he has Xiaobai try it out. She grunts, wanting to transform into a tree. As expected, the color of life manifests quickly. Let me try transforming into a small animal. Seeing the pink pig before him, Mu Li questioned her aesthetic sense, asking if she was taught by a gym teacher, to which Xiaobai retorted, Who said that? Weren't you the one who wanted to see a beautiful woman? She can transform into one, right? Finally, she transforms into something pleasing to the eye. He turned to Li Ni, asking how she looked, but Muli looked away, flustered, saying she was exposed, making Xiaobai die of embarrassment. Suddenly, she felt strange, her body unable to support itself, and she collapsed into the man's arms, saying, "Moli, why do I feel so weak all over? It feels so strange." He explains, "Of course, transforming consumes soul energy, so you'll be tired. Feeling weak is normal." But Little White senses something is off and asks if there will be any side effects from this. Muli soothes the little demon girl. "Don't worry, it'll recover in about 10 days. Their growing closeness flusters Xiaobai. She pouted. "Why didn't you tell me it would take so much out of me?" But Muli assured her, "It's fine. You just won't be able to use the realm of emptiness for a while." She wondered what the point of this transformation technique was, and when he said it was useless, Xiaobai burst into a tantrum. "The damned Muli, I'll kill him." 3 days later, the Yu family is holding a banquet to celebrate the old master's 65th birthday. Muli asks Baoan if this is where Master Zi's birthday celebration is, and he confirms it. That's right. But Shenxin thinks, "I've been here for over a decade, and this is the first time I've seen someone ride a bike in here. Should I stop him? Is he here to cause trouble?" Before he could act, the head of the family and Xiaotong greeted him personally, saying, "Please come in, young Master Mu. We are honored by your presence." Muli presents his gift, wishing the elder a long and healthy life. The old man replies, "Your presence here is gift enough." Before he could react, Xiaotong took his hand. "Mr. Mu, let me show you the back garden." The patriarch just smiled. Girls are hard to keep at home once they're grown. An idea suddenly struck him. Having someone like Master Mu as a grandson-in-law would be wonderful. Just then, the old man noticed Baoan stopping the nose and asked, "Wu Hong, did the Yu family send you an invitation?" "What's the meaning of this uninvited visit?" he replied politely. "Hearing that Master Yu has recovered is joyous news indeed. As representatives of the great northern continent families, the Wu family must offer our congratulations." To avoid conflict, the old man ordered them to be let in, as the Tai family wondered why he was here. What scheme does this Wu Hong have in mind? Back in the drawing room, Xiaotong sipped her wine and asked, "Young Master Mu, it's incredible that you've reached such heights at your age. How did you do it?" Muli replied naturally, saying it wasn't difficult at all. "I just kept training and training until I got there." These words made Xiaotong feel an invisible pressure, and she murmured inwardly, "Nothing difficult?" He felt like a failure. He suggested that since they were all around the same age, they could just call him by his name. They took it as a sign of agreement. Mumu and Li Xiaotong felt their relationship had grown closer and wondered if marriage and children were next. "Oh no, I'm so nervous. Would a son or daughter be better?" The beautiful dream is shattered as Lao Zhong and Lao Li come to greet them. "Mak, I didn't expect to see you here. Are you here for old Yu's birthday banquet as well?" "That's right." Wu Hong had found his target, and grabbing a glass of wine, he approached Mu Li. "Master Wu Zun, I was out of line on the subway last time, but I'm fortunate to meet you here today. Please accept this drink as an apology and forgive my previous offense. You must drink this toast." He said it was no problem, then downed the drink. With that done, Wu Hong excused himself and went to old Yu. "Senior Yu, I heard you're recovering from a serious illness, and my father is very concerned about you." Suddenly, Wu Hong disrupted the party, and everyone fell silent. Today was the 65th birthday of the Yu family's patriarch, and it was rare for so many powerful families from North Province to gather here. Taking this opportunity, I, Wu Hong, have a few words to say. As you all know, the martial arts world of North Province is quite weak, not even ranking high among the martial arts circles of Zhenhu Province in Huazia. 2 days ago, Liu Pengfei, ranked 10th among the successors to the martial honor, came to China and directly called the North Province martial artists trash. Even more heartbreaking, our younger generation was humiliated, yet they were powerless to resist. As he spoke, he glanced back, noticing Mu Li still sitting quietly. Wu Hong thought to himself, "He must be drunk." Then he turned to his son. "Xiaoming, tell me, why is it that the strength of our North Continent martial artists can't rise up? Why are we constantly looked down upon? What has caused this situation?" Kai Ming had to play his part. He clenched his fist, passionately declaring that this leaderless state was the true culprit, hindering the development of North Province. Wu Hong chimed in. "Indeed, for years, the families of North Province have been divided and uncooperative. The Wu clan has been saddened by this, so we've decided to take the initiative. Under the leadership of the Wu family, we will form an alliance of the Northern Continent families, sharing a common enemy and helping each other. They'll focus on economic and martial arts development, a notion that Hiu Dong scoffs at. You two work so well together. Even commoners aren't that impressive." Muli sensed the drama brewing, realizing the Wu family was aiming to become the leaders of North Province. As expected, the father and son duo successfully stirred up the crowd. One person raised their hand to vote, saying, "I support the Wu family's actions. We must unite." "I support it, I support it." More and more voices chimed in. "If everyone supports it, then I do too." Yu Feng whispered to Bo, "Some families on our side are openly supporting Wu Hong. It seems they've been bought off by the Wu family." For years, the Yu and Wu families have been secretly vying for power, never revealing their true intentions. But it seems the Wu family is now ready to turn against us. The Tai family spoke out, "We've treated the Yu family well, so what exactly are you doing?" Seeing his widespread support, Wu Hong turned against the Yu family. "Old Yu, a wise bird, chooses its tree. The Yu family's power is waning, so consider the times. The North Province cannot be without a leader." These words enraged the old man, who slapped Hong Wu across the face. "Allied families, my foot. This leader position is obviously for the Wu family, isn't it?" Seizing the moment, he feigned injustice, claiming the Wu family's leadership was the will of the people, chosen by all. The old man is getting an earful of this nonsense. "Wu Shiba, you dare to play me. Wu Shiba, I know you're here. That old fool Wu Hong isn't fit to be the master. Get out here now." Footsteps echoed on the floor, accompanied by curses as everyone turned to see the newcomer. It was Wu Baki, the head of the Wu family, greeting them with a friendly reminder. "Old Yu, how many times have I told you my name is Wu Baki? Say it wrong again, I dare you." Seeing the man they needed, the Tai family confronted him directly. "What benefits did you offer these ingrates that made them so willing to switch sides?" He simply said, "The Wu family only wants to destroy the Yu family, nothing else." The father and son of the Yu family guessed, could it be that he wants to divide the Yu family's wealth among those families? How dare he? He's the head of the Yu family. The head of the Yu family decided to confront Bachi, telling him he underestimated them. But for some reason, he couldn't use his inner energy. By the time they realized their opponent's scheme, it was too late. Wu Hong laughed triumphantly. "So, how about the ham tio that Bo poison, colorless and odorless, bought for $1 million from Dido? No matter how strong a martial artist is, they won't be able to use even half their inner strength, specially prepared for your birthday banquet. Touched, are you? The patriarch doesn't understand. Our Yu family is heavily guarded. How could you have infiltrated us to poison the food?" Just then, a voice echoed, "I was the one who poisoned it." The second son of the Yu family entered, smug as could be, so what do you think? "Finally, I'm not a useless failure. I will be the next head of the Yu family, leading our forces forward." The old man, in pain and fury, cursed wildly. "You fool. What do you think the Wu family is? Do they really think they'll let you live to see the new year?" Meanwhile, Kai Ming tremblingly approaches Mo Li with a knife. Though he seemed unwilling, Mok Lai had to die for the sake of the Niu family. As he approached, Mok Lai simply glanced at him and asked, "Do you really have what it takes?" And just like that, Kai Ming was terrified, while the Grand Elder was on the verge of collapse. But before falling into dire straits, he warned Wu Baki, "You can touch the Yu family, but you absolutely cannot lay a hand on young Master Mu, or you won't be able to bear the consequences." He still brazenly ordered his grandson, "Xiaoming, don't be afraid. He's just reckless. What does it matter if he's strong? Huang Yaoshi already said this poison is incurable, and despite Kai Ming's fear, he inches forward under Mu Li's pressure. Knife in hand, he tried to eliminate Mu Li, but Master Tai, powerless, could only shout, "Wu Baki, you're audacious, daring to harm even a martial venerable?" Baki 7 scoffed. "This kid a martial venerable? Not in the northern continent, not even in all of China. Even Huang Fu Yun is stuck at the last step. Impossible. Don't listen to this old fool's threats about that young kid. How could he be a martial venerable? If he were, would I dare come to the Yu family?" Then, he whispered to Liu Feng, stirring him up, "Didn't you see that young man's strength at the Gu Yue restaurant? Tell everyone if he could be a martial venerable." Liu Feng hesitantly said that he wasn't a martial venerable, but he was on par with Huang Fu Yun. He single-handedly brought Lu Pengfei to his knees, making the North Continent proud. He thought he'd found a patsy, but Bachi grabbed his neck and hissed, "All right, you can shut your mouth now." At that moment, the old master turned to reason with a stranger. "Minister Wang, today, the Wu family has resorted to unscrupulous means to drive the Yu family to their deaths, and even framed a martial venerable. Will the martial alliance not intervene?" Unexpectedly, Bat that interjected, "Minister Wang, the truth is the nose only accidentally killed an ordinary martial artist today, wouldn't you agree?" Wang Xin, 48 years old, the branch director of the Martial Union, simply said, "More money." The Yu family has now seen the true colors of these insects and can only lament, "You people are truly despicable." Young Master Mu, I'm sorry, the Yu family has implicated you. He coldly recounted Mu Li's offenses, recalling the 3 kicks he'd suffered that day. I still remember that heart-wrenching pain. First, I'll cut his tendons, then I'll cut the tendons in his arms. I want to see him crawling on the ground like a worm. Ngohong exclaimed, "What a pervert, but I like it. Truly worthy of being the eldest son of the Ngota family." Kai Ming raised his knife, saying, "You chose the wrong side. Don't blame me." Witnessing their arrogance, Mu Li angrily shattered his wineglass and decisively grabbed Kai Ming's hand. The knife is knocked from his hand, and seizing the opportunity, Muk Lai turns the tables, grabbing the knife and plunging it through Kai Ming's hand, causing him to cry out in pain. "Dad, help me. I don't understand. How is he not poisoned?" I saw him drink the wine with my own eyes. Where did things go wrong? Enraged, Wu Hong rushes to avenge his son. "You crippled my son. I'll tear you to pieces." But Mu Li remained calm, waiting for him to attack before slamming the table and kicking Zhu Hong away, then calmly returning to his seat. The whole thing happened in a flash, leaving everyone in awe. Is this the martial-honored one after being poisoned? He's too strong. Wu Hong was kicked into the chicken coop, but still loudly proclaimed to everyone. Even if he is a martial-honored one, he's been poisoned, making this the perfect opportunity to strike. If we all attack together, our numbers will overwhelm him. The other families present voiced their objections, saying he didn't look poisoned at all. "You deceived us. I'm done with this. I'm out." "I'm out too. The Wu family deceived us into fighting a martial-honored one. That's beyond unfair. I'm withdrawing on behalf of my family. We will not interfere in this conflict between the Wu and Yu families." Wu Baki, seeing the situation turn on its head in an instant, clenches his fist in anger, somersaulting over a chair to prove his point. He really has been poisoned. If you don't believe me, I'll prove it. I am a martial artist at the peak of my abilities, and I can tell whether or not he's been poisoned with a single test. Martial honor, I'd like to experience just how invincible this realm is. No matter how strong you are, you're still just a mortal. Unfortunately for him, as he moved to cripple Mu Li, he was met with an overwhelming pressure that opened his eyes to Mu Li's power, colliding with Ba Qi in a deafening explosion. The remaining wall was left with a gaping hole, as the sound of crumbling bricks echoed like falling stars. Wang Xin was shocked to see Ba Qi knocked out cold, hanging from a tree, as the other families marveled at his terrifying power for the first time. The peak-level martial master, Ba Qi, was sent flying 78 meters with a single blow. Incredible. The Tai family and Xiaozhong inquire about his well-being. "Are you two all right, young Master Mu?" "And Mu Tong, were you poisoned after all?" Mu Li said, "I drank alcohol and was poisoned, but I forced the poison out long ago." Xiaozhong teases his sister again. If it were the old Dong Dong, she'd be itching for a fight. Why is she so quiet today? Indeed, every woman has a man who can keep her in check. Overcome with embarrassment, Xiaodong sends his brother flying. "Brother, don't talk nonsense." He basically used himself as a test subject for the Great Strength Pill, and the results were 100 points. The head of the household expressed that he finally found someone who could suppress her before he closed his eyes. Mu Li, not wanting to linger with this fierce woman, said tactfully, "No, you can't." Just then, Yu Feng arrived with the antidote in hand, saying to the old man, "I've sent people to tie up the Wu family." This antidote was taken from Wu Baki himself. The head of the Tai family announced to the chaotic crowd, "Those of you who still want to follow Wu Baki, the antidote is in my hands. It's not too late to repent. Those who remain unrepentant will meet the same fate as the Wu family." Naturally, they all decided to follow Master Yu, vowing to serve the Yu family until their dying breath. So the old man asked his son to distribute the antidote to everyone. Then he turned to express his gratitude. "Young Master Mu, thank you for helping the Yu family escape this disaster. We have one more request. Allow us to follow you and work for you." Hearing this, Mu Li hesitated. "The Yu family wants to follow me? I can't guarantee anything or offer any benefits. Furthermore, I'll be doing a lot of traveling and hard work." But the Yu family insisted on bowing their heads, declaring, "Young Master Mu, the Yu family is willing to follow you." With no other choice, Mu Li accepts their unwavering loyalty. The head of the family then makes an announcement to those present. "From now on, Master Mu is the head of the Yu family. His word is our law. Let everyone know." Only Wang Xin and his group were unconvinced, but they only dared to whisper among themselves. The Yu family willingly serves as his vanguard, and at such a young age he's already a martial venerable? Unheard of. It's like a myth, and the benefits are obvious. This old fox is simply trying to latch onto a powerful benefactor. By the way, I propose that the families of North Continent form an alliance. We are not like the Wu family. The The Wu family wants to monopolize, while the Yu family wants to promote the economic and martial development of North Continent with a true alliance. After the alliance is established, the position of leader will belong to the head of the alliance, and the Council of Elders will be decided by everyone's vote. Seeing that everyone was still hesitant, the old man continued. Furthermore, we will vigorously cultivate a new generation of young people. The martial strength of our North Province is indeed a weak point. To show our sincerity, the Yu family is willing to share our cultivation techniques first. Old Zhang and Old Li immediately agreed. The Zhang family is willing to join the alliance, and so is the Li family. We in North Continent truly need to unite. The Hong family head, standing in the back, also agreed to join, since both Zhang and Li had already participated. The Hong family is also willing to join and contribute to the Northern Province. This is a good thing. Our family is also willing to participate, now that all the big shots have joined. The remaining families had no reason not to participate, and the Tai family announced that the first order of business was to elect an alliance leader. We need to elect a leader who is respected by all and capable of handling anything. Nominate someone. Anyone. Is there even a question? The alliance leader of the clans must be the strongest martial artist. Looking around all of North Province, who could compare to Master Mu? A nearby person chimed in. I agree. The leader is just a figurehead. Having a martial arts master as our leader means we don't need to get too bloody. Seeing Mu Li's trustworthiness grow, Xiaotong marveled, how can there be such an outstanding man in this world? Seeing his sister so smitten with Mu Li, Xiaosheng began to plot. If you like him, drug him. If you don't even dare to drug him, what are you even saying you like? Just imagine. Muck is such a responsible man. If you drug him and succeed, he'll definitely take responsibility for you. The more she thought about it, the more wrong it felt. What was she even thinking? Meanwhile, Xiaosheng suggested she let fate decide the day. How will we take down Mu tonight? Despite her infatuation, Xiaotong still has her pride. I won't stoop to such a low tactic to win him over. I wonder if he'll agree to be the leader. Meanwhile, the head of the Tai family asked Mu about the popular desire to elect him as leader. Mu replied that he'd always been alone and wasn't good at managing things, so why make him the leader of the martial arts families? I'm not capable enough, nor do I have the desire to manage things. But the old man insisted, Mok, our North Province Family Alliance needs a leader that everyone respects. No one can surpass your talent, and frankly, no one else here is qualified. As for management, we have the Council of Elders, or we can choose someone to manage things on your behalf. You don't need to worry about those things. Xiaotong wanting to tie you to the Yu family has also been trying to persuade Mu Li. See how everyone supports you. Please accept, for the sake of the Northern Martial Alliance. Xiaosheng teased her. My sister used that move, the ultimate technique of an open heart. But Xiaotong scolded her brother for joking at a time like this. Mu Li fell into contemplation for a moment, finally declaring, I accept the position of chief. One person raised their hand and cheered, Chief Mu! Then 2 or 3 more, Chief Mu! Until everyone was chanting in unison, Lord Mu, Lord Mu, Lord Mu. And so, time passed. 3 days later, while on the bus, Mu Li overheard a conversation between 2 men behind him. Guess what he learned? 2 martial venerables appeared in North Province City in a single day. Apparently, this old man had been stuck at the peak of the martial artist realm, unable to break through. As a result, that Master Mu Ming slapped him twice, elevating him to the martial honor realm, and even wrote a book called The Limitless Sutra, said to be extremely effective for unorthodox cultivation, and hailed as the textbook of the martial arts world. Mu Li remembered the rumors, and how the old master asked if he would beat him again. Mu Li said no, he'd only slap him twice. Meanwhile, the 2 in the back continued their conversation, saying that this Lord Mu Ming was supposedly very talented. Have you seen him in person? This Master Mu Ming is so humble, a dragon whose head is seen but not its tail. He might be a hidden master from Penglai. Just then, Ma Kan woke up, yawning. Where was she? Mok Lai pulled her close, saying, We'll be there in half an hour. This action caused a misunderstanding with the 2 older sisters, thinking the young couple's love was sweet. Hearing this, Mu Li simply smiled gently. A moment later, Mu Xin arrived at the respawn point and waved to her brother. I'm heading to school now, brother. Yeah, be careful on your way. What caught Mu Li's eye was the information on the Epoch forum. The young miss of the Su family was assassinated last night, her fate unknown, and Mu Li rushes to the Su residence on a public bicycle. An old man kindly warned the young cyclist not to look at his phone. The family butler parked Mok Lai's bike, sighing with emotion. You haven't changed, Master Mu. Meanwhile, Mu Li heads to the Su family estate. Su Wen waited, bowing respectfully. Young Master Wuji, you've finally returned. He says he received a call from his grandfather and rushed here overnight. But that call was just a pretext to get Mu Li here, so Su Wen feels a little guilty. I'm sorry to have made you come all this way, but please, don't go after their family. Mu Li's month-long vacation was over, and school was about to start when Jia Qi's voice suddenly called out from inside the house. But as he turned, she offered him 2 handfuls of fruit, and Jiaki jumped into his arms, overjoyed that he had finally returned. Suwen ordered his daughter to come downstairs, but she refused. Then seeing Mu Li, Shishan asked, "Master Mu, you're back?" Curious, Mu Qing asked why they were all here, to which the man scratched his head and replied, "Didn't you order us to take care of Jackie and your family after you left?" Shishan reports that after he left, the Joyous Union sect became tyrannical again. Young girls near Dragon Mountain have been disappearing one after another. We discovered that the Harmonious Union sect's main targets are virgins full of vitality, especially someone like my young mistress, so we set up an ambush here. Firstly, it's easier to take care of her, and secondly, we can lie in wait. Mukli wants to know if the Li family has any news about Kuijiao. Shishan confirmed grimly. Yes, they were ambushed as well, but it seems Lady Li possesses some kind of magical treasure that protected her from the Joyous Union sect's poison. We've deployed another team there, so you don't need to worry, young Master Wu Ji. Having grasped the situation, Mu Li begins to take over. You've all worked hard. Now that I'm back, go and get some rest. Shishan stroked his white hair, feeling a weight lifted from his shoulders. Thank goodness, we've been up for nights and our brains are fried. Now that I can leave this to you, I can finally get a good night's sleep, he thought. Weren't you already about to drop? Then he remembered something. Oh right, Wu Ji, you just came back from North Province, didn't you? I heard a master of the Martial Alliance surnamed Mu appeared in North Province. Did you happen to see him? Mu Li replied vaguely with a hint of narcissism that he had seen his great power, worthy of being called a martial venerable. Shishan chuckled, wishing he too could become a martial honored one, but Ayaki remained unconvinced. Are you really a martial honored one? Moklai asked if she saw anything wrong. Jiai Qi bluntly stated that her martial arts master was nothing special. Yet they said, a martial arts master is an unparalleled figure, but you've ended up as my family's bodyguard. What a twist of fate. Hearing his daughter insult such an important figure, Su Wen scolded, Jockey, don't be rude. Hearing this, Mu Li chuckled. So, you finally understand his worth? Coincidentally, Su Wen has a request. Oh gee, I have an idea. The Joyous Union sect has been causing trouble lately, and Jaikami skipping school all the time isn't good. I'm planning to transfer her to Longshan's best university. Wuji is also attending university, so why don't you transfer to the same school as Jiaki? It would be much more convenient. What do you think? Mu Li was stunned to hear that. Transfer schools? It seems money really can buy anything. Su Wen added, Oh right, I heard that the head of the Liu family, Liu Wusheng, has emerged from seclusion. Many members of the upper class and martial arts families are preparing to congratulate him. I'm planning a trip tomorrow. Would you like to come with me? Upon hearing she could leave the house, Yaki exclaimed, I want to go. I want to go. So Muo Li reluctantly agreed to join. The next day at the Liu family estate, the Su family's presidential edition limousine arrived, and Jiaki, arm in arm with her father, entered, marveling at the bustling crowd and wondering how many people had come. Meanwhile, Lin Yue asked curiously, Master Wuji, I think the people on the forum are exaggerating. Isn't Huang Fu Yun just one guy? You're like a frog in a well. No matter how talented Huang Fu Yun is, he can't compare to you. You're already a martial venerable. Why haven't you revealed it? If you did, Huang Fu Yun wouldn't stand a chance. Mu Li calmly replied that fame and fortune are fleeting. The Su family had stepped into the Liu family's domain, where someone was waiting to guide the honored guests. Mr. Su invites him into the drawing room while Jiaki teases him, saying he only claims to shun fame and fortune to avoid trouble. Mu Li admits she's caught on. Su Wen and Lin Yue sit down, but he feels uneasy about his position and wants to pull in allies. Why don't you sit down, young master? Mu Li declines, saying he doesn't want to attract attention. It's better if you sit. Soon after, a subordinate of the Liu family reported, Venerable Liu has arrived. Liu Wusheng, a 68-year-old man, entered with the vigor of a young man, followed by his 2 attendants, Zhang Shan and Li Si. Their gazes frightened Jiaki, who hid behind Mu Li, whispering, Their eyes were disgusting, lewd, like they were looking at prey, wanting to devour me whole. Indeed, Li Si was eyeing her, thinking she was quite the fresh piece. But with Mu Li's protection, he felt this prey might be a little hard to get. Wu Sheng stepped forward to thank everyone for coming today, inviting them to take a seat. The sound of footsteps echoed as a smartly dressed young man entered and respectfully bowed. I am Jiang Yiliu, here on behalf of the Jiang family of Zhongjing, to congratulate Senior Liu on his ascension to martial honor. This gift is a pair of ancient jade Buddhas, standing over 7 inches tall. As the two guests arrived, the Liu family exclaimed, "Is this the Jiang family of Zhongjing, the renowned martial arts clan? Those jade Buddhas are masterpieces, worth tens of millions, I reckon." Meanwhile, Lin Yi tells Su Wen that Jiang Nilu is ranked 7th on the list of potential martial venerables. Wu Xing stroked his beard and chuckled. "So it's you, kid. The last time I saw you, you were only 10 years old. So how is your grandfather doing?" Niliu began to flatter him, saying his grandfather was still in good health. Back then, he saw Senior Liu and predicted he would become a martial arts master. And today, that prediction has come true. Senior Liu truly lives up to his title as a martial arts prodigy. Su Wen wasn't about to be outdone and stood up to respond. "Venerable One, you are a treasure to our Dragon Mountain, worthy of the respect and love of all martial artists." Wu Sheng humbly replied, "You flatter me, Elder Su. Even though I've become a martial honored one, my potential is limited, making further progress difficult. The future still depends on the young people." Hearing this, Su Wen retorted, "How could that be? The young generation of Longshan martial artists were looked down upon. But now, Venerable Liu has appeared, restoring our pride. He's a true hero." But Jiaki couldn't stand it, muttering that it was just another wave of commercial boasting. She whispered to Muli, "Is what that Venerable said true? Is his potential really limited? You said that his potential isn't limited, but based on his current state, he definitely can't break through. That he'll be stuck like this forever, because his cultivation method is wrong, making it difficult to advance." Little did they know, their words were overheard by Ni Liu, who immediately confronted them. "How dare you speak ill of Venerable Liu?" Everyone in the room was shocked. What, they dare to criticize Venerable Liu? Ngich Lu began to bootlick. "Revered Willow, I discovered 2 ignorant fools whispering insults about you, saying you're washed up and have no hope of advancing." Knowing his daughter had stirred trouble again, Su Wen stepped forward to apologize. Ngich Lu then turns his mocking gaze towards Lam Viet, asking when a mid-level martial artist became qualified to sit here. Does the Su family not respect the martial arts world? Jackie couldn't hold back and stepped forward to correct them. Why can't anyone tell right from wrong? We never said anything about him being on his last legs. But Ni Liu uses his power to threaten them. What's going on? So you admit defeat because I exposed your petty behavior? Muli had no choice but to step in for his mistress. I'm sorry, I never said that Venerable Liu was running out of steam. I didn't mean it that way. I ask that you take back what you just said. With no one to stop him, he immediately became arrogant. What makes you think you can make me take it back? Even Su Wen doesn't have enough influence to make me do that. What makes you, a mere subordinate, think you can do that? Ni Liu intends to use force, embarrassing the Su family. But Muli calmly retorted, saying he only needed to rely on being his father and that 1 foot was enough to stop his attack. Stunned, Ni Liu retreated, impressed. How fast? Jiaki, seeing someone backing her up, mocks the man, saying he got what he deserved. Meanwhile, Wu Sheng, who had been silently observing, wondered who this person was to be able to fight Jiang Niliu to a standstill. No. It seems like Liuer blocked that attack. In reality, the powerful inner force had already damaged his meridians. This young man is definitely not simple. Enraged, Jiang Niliu roared, "Damn you! How dare you sneak attack me?" Suddenly feeling unwell, he coughed up blood, but determined not to lose, he charged at Muri and Aoso, declaring, "I'll show you the power of the martial lord's successor." But it didn't end there. By the time Niliu realized he'd been countered, it was too late. Muli struck him with a powerful internal energy, damaging his meridians, causing him to cough up more blood and sending him flying several meters. Wu Sheng continues to observe Muli's every move, not missing a single detail as this incident opens the eyes of everyone present. Jiaki smugly says, "Have you seen a true powerhouse?" Niliu struggles to his feet, covered in wounds, but still threatens defiantly. "Just who are you? Your cultivation isn't bad, but fighting here is a death wish." Knowing he couldn't prolong it any further, Wu Sheng stood up and asked, "Enough. May I ask your name, young friend? To be so young and possess such power..." To avoid alarming them, Mukli used an alias, "My name is Wu Ji." Hearing the name, Niliu was stunned. Was this the Wu Ji who killed Feng Shi of the Killing Life sect? Muli confirms that he was the one who killed Feng Shi, piquing Wu Sheng's interest. Feng Shi was once hailed as second only to the martial venerable, rumored to even be able to successfully ambush the venerable himself, yet Wu Ji killed him. Just what is Wu Ji? I always imagined the Limitless was an old man, or a balding, middle-aged man, but never thought he'd be such a young figure. Meanwhile, Niliu still doesn't seem convinced. "Even if you're Wu Ji, aren't you being too bold speaking rudely to Venerable Liu?" He had to remind him. "Are you deaf? If you're not using your ears, might as well get rid of them. I told you I didn't insult anyone. I simply stated that fundamentally his cultivation realm cannot improve any further. He questions, what are you even competing for? You dare speculate about Venerable Liu's cultivation? But Wu Sheng stops him once again. Don't be hasty, Reverse Flow. He has a question. Young Master Wuji, how did you come to this conclusion? Please, enlighten me. Since you sincerely wish to know, I shall answer. Although you've been stuck at the peak of martial arts for years, you were still just short of breaking through to the martial honor realm. So he relied on willpower to force a breakthrough, finally reaching the martial honor realm. And you were right about everything, leaving him speechless. Furthermore, Mukli revealed that forcing his breakthrough damaged his health, causing blockages in his meridians and bone deformation. Coupled with his old age, his potential is completely limited, so it's no surprise he'll be stuck at this level forever. No matter how hard he trains, it won't matter. A countercurrent of backlash has already begun. What nonsense! A martial-honored one is the strongest existence among martial artists. A martial arts master's body is strong enough to withstand bullets, and their lifespan can easily exceed 100 years. Has it become worthless in your eyes? While he was thinking about how this fool would suffer for bad-mouthing a martial master, Wu Sheng bowed respectfully before Mu Li, asking how he could see through him. How is this possible? He said nothing, simply approaching and grabbing Wu Sheng's hand. Just from feeling it, he exclaimed, Heavens, your realm. Mu Li asks if I understand now how he saw through me, and Wu Sheng immediately changes his attitude. Young friend Limitless, no, Master Limitless, please this way. Seeing his change in attitude, Jiaqi wondered, Dad, what's going on? Su Wen guessed that the martial master had discovered Wu Ji's identity. Wishing to speak with him privately, Wu Sheng gestured, Young Master Wu Ji, this way please. Once in his private chambers, he finally dared to kneel and beg forgiveness. Young Master Wu Ji, this old one was unaware of your presence and has been remiss in his duties. Please, punish me. Mu Li helped him up, wanting to know how he had identified him as a grand martial honored one. Thinking that he'd never met anyone stronger, he wondered how his strength compared to other martial artists in China. Wu Sheng said, Don't tease me. Your power is so immense. What else could you be but a grand martial venerable? I just don't know which deity you are. I've only heard of 4 grand martial sovereigns in China. The Martial Alliance leader, the old Huangfu patriarch, and the supreme elder of the hermit sect. Mok Lai wondered if there were no more legendary figures in China. Even the revered leader of the Martial Alliance is only a grand martial venerable. China's long history suggests our ancestors were wise. Those mythical stories might be exaggerated, but there must be people like that. That's why Mu Li told me not to make a fuss about my situation. He agreed with Liu Wusheng, promising to remember the Grand Martial Lord's words and never reveal his identity. After that, he asked, Great Lord Limitless, is there any way to save my current body? You told him his condition was quite serious, with a series of blocked meridians and damaged tendons and bones. If you had forced your breakthrough any further, you might have been crippled. Fortunately, I have a cultivation method that can cleanse your tendons and marrow over time. Now go get paper and a pen, and I'll write down the cultivation method and a prescription for you. Realizing he's met a master, Wu Sheng is overjoyed and thanks him profusely. Thank you, great one. Meanwhile, outside, Jiaqi, who is being followed by Li Si, wonders why he's following her even though she just wants to go to the restroom. Just then, she passed by and saw Jing Wusheng kneeling before Mu Li, and was filled with curiosity and joy. A lifeline had appeared. She ran over to Mu Li, calling out, You're here. She also wondered why her esteemed Willow Master was kneeling before him. What had he done? But he just told her not to make a scene. Jiaqi playfully responded, It's not like it concerns me anyway. Then just beat him up, he's been following me around and it's terrifying. Mok Lai just needed a glare to scare Li Si away. He tells Jiaqi that the man is gone and he'll beat him up next time, while Wu Sheng says he doesn't know martial arts and wonders if Wu Ji would do him the honor of sharing a simple meal. Mu Li explains that he came with Su Wen, so he should see to the arrangements. Soon after, the Liu family welcomed them with a small banquet. The family head has spoken, thanking everyone for coming to congratulate him today. This old man expresses his gratitude to everyone here. Only Ni Liu Gu was unhappy, though he didn't dare voice it. Why would Venerable Liu invite the Su family and him to the same table? It seems Su Wen is more than just a wealthy family. Even a mid-level martial artist like him is worthy of respect. Zhao Chuan is terrified just sitting at the same table. The esteemed Grandmaster Liu is toasting to me? Look at Nilu's face, all twisted and contorted. Jiaqi giggles to Mu Li, pointing out how the guy's face is turning green and red like a traffic light. But instead of agreement, she gets a scolding. These things should be said in private, and your voice is too loud, Jiaqi persisted. Why can't I say it to his face? Why do I have to hide my dislike? Hearing this, Su Wen reminded his little leopard to behave and not cause trouble with Wuji. If it weren't for him, do you think Dad would let me go to school? She naively replies, it's just school. What danger could there be? What? Is a meteor going to explode? She asked, linking arms with Mu Li. Starting tomorrow, you're my #1 disciple at Antai University. Was he looking forward to it? He had no choice but to give a reluctant answer. Looking forward to it? Very much looking forward to it. The next day at Antai University, the teacher pointed to 3 people standing at the podium. Hello everyone, let me introduce you to these 3 students who have just transferred to our department today. Jiaki took the initiative. Hi everyone, I'm Jiaki. The guys below were instantly captivated by her youthful charm. Next, Mo Li introduces himself and the girls below swoon, saying how cool and handsome he is. I bet he'll become Xu Xiaodong's rival in the finance department. But then again, Mo Li may be handsome, but Xu Xiaodong is a rich and powerful young master. Then it was Zhao Chuan's turn, but no one cared, and he wondered what was obscuring his brilliance. It seems they don't care who I am. I might as well not exist. How sad, the teacher said. All right, the introductions are over. Find a seat and let's get started. Gui Jiao waved Molly over, who was surprised to see her. I knew Gui Jiao went to this school, but I didn't realize we'd be in the same department and class after I transferred. Gui Jiao tells him to come over and sit here. Seeing Mok Lai agree, Jia Kai's jealousy flared as she cursed under her breath, then pulled Zhao Chuan to sit with her. Seeing them laughing and talking together, Jiaki was furious, while Gui Jiao asked Mu Li where he'd been lately. Why haven't I heard anything about you? You told me you were visiting family in North Province. I heard some thugs attacked the Li family. Are you all right? Meanwhile, in the corner of the classroom, several figures are watching them intently. A young man named Tiu muttered, that kid dares to talk to the school beauty. Doesn't he know Xu Xiaodong will deal with him? Everyone knows Xu Xiaodong is pursuing Gui Jiao. Gui Jiao says that people from the Martial Alliance are always protecting her, and with the jade bracelet he gave her, she isn't afraid at all. Mu Li thinks to himself that she's not arrogant or impulsive, and she remains calm in the face of danger. Truly admirable. Since middle school, she's been the school's goddess, of course, but her beauty is still #1. Suddenly, she confessed, You once said you were good to me because you owed me, but you don't have to feel guilty. I don't blame you at all. These words gave Mu Li pause, recalling his past life as a homeless nobody, ignored by all, respected, but untouchable. Only Gui Jiao had offered him warmth. Ever since becoming a street rat, this was the first time Mu Li had received such care from another. However, it was also because of this that Gui Jiao was violated by a villain, but she refused to yield. Gui Jiao refused to live in disgrace and die, and her entire family perished with her. Mu Li, carrying the idea of making amends to Gui Jiao, returned to the present, saying that if he felt anything was unsatisfactory in this life, he would solve it for her. She shyly accepts, and watching them together makes Jiaki jealous. She grabs Zhao Chuan's hair and whispers, that annoying Mu Li has no taste, and he's just moaning in pain. Let me go, young miss. As the bell rang, they all went outside for a stroll. Because the academy grounds are beautiful, Gui Jiao suggests giving everyone a tour, but the headstrong Jiaqi refuses, saying, No thanks, I prefer to explore on my own. She then turned away. Seeing her attitude, Gui Jiao guessed that his master didn't seem to like him. Mu Li explains that Miss Su can be a bit childish, but is kind-hearted, and not to mind her. Kugui suggests they visit the gymnasium when Xiaodong from the Shu family approaches. Jiao, is this your friend? Xiao Chu, who was with him, added fuel to the fire, saying he was a new sugar baby who had just transferred to their class. Seeing Xiaodong's arrival, Gui Jiao simply replied, Xiaodong, a classmate? Sounding somewhat resentful. Jiao, you still call me that? It makes me a little sad. I've already visited your uncle, and he's very pleased with me. Besides, my father and your uncle are in the same business group. If we could, also, Gui Jiao is embarrassed by Xiaodong's excessive enthusiasm, saying that she's always addressed people this way, and he's overthinking it. Besides, you should just call me by my name. Even my dad doesn't call me Jiao. If anyone else called me that, I'd be shocked because it's so unfamiliar, but his voice is genuinely affectionate towards Gui Jiao. So, can I call you Gui Jiao, classmate? He then compliments her, saying she looks cute when she's shy. Xiaodong reaches for Gui Jiao's hand, but Mu Li grabs it first, using the excuse of touring the school to dismiss him. Seeing Gui Jiao's charming expression, her pursuer couldn't help but feel frustrated, but Xiaodong had to maintain his gentlemanly facade. Classmate Gui Jiao, you're showing the new student around, right? How kind of you. Why don't I take over? I'll make sure they understand the school's century-long history. Before she could answer, Mok Lai spoke up, saying that having Guijiao was enough and that they didn't need their company. Seeing his lack of awareness, Tiuso warned him, "Punk, don't be so ungrateful. Do you even know who Master Tu is? He's doing you a favor by showing you around. Others would beg for the chance, and you dare to be ungrateful." Xiaodong interrupted him. "What kind of attitude is that? Kuai Jiao's friend is a friend of mine. As the heir to the Z family of Dragon Mountain, would I be so petty?" Though no harsh words were spoken, it was enough to make Xiaochu cower. Yes, young Master Z, I was wrong. I misspoke." Seeing Xiaodong's subtle flex, Mu Li sarcastically remarks, "Are the younger generation also boastful these days?" Just then, a message popped up on his phone. "I'll give you 2 pounds of soybeans and 3 belts." It turns out it was Rabbit Bro Jiaiqi texting, urging Mo Li to hurry to the stadium. SOS. He's telling Guijiao to bring him to the stadium immediately. Seeing them turn away, Xiaodong said to Xiaochu, "Let's go take a look too." At the stadium, a small group had gathered, singing praises. Excellent, a superb strike. Mu Li sees that it's another martial artist, and even stronger than Zhao Chuan. He was injured in a fight, and as his opponent prepared to strike again, Mu Li intervened, channeling his inner energy. It all happened so fast that Zhao Chuan only saw a flash of energy before Innova kicked the man, sending him sprawling. Afterward, he asked Zhao Chuan what had happened. He replied, "Are you okay?" "No. Mok Lai, the landlady and I were taking a walk when this guy started following us and then began harassing us with crude remarks, so I lost my temper and started a fight. The man just beaten, Zheng Wei, was a mid-level martial artist." Huang Xiong retorted, "So what? Is your young lady made of gold or silver? It was just a few jokes." Mu Li asked Jiaqi, "Did he harass you?" "She's acting like a child. Yes, it's that shameless thug. Your young mistress is being bullied. Are you going to do something about it?" Mukli and the others were stunned by this statement. Seeing Mu Li step forward with a cold glare, Zheng Wei stammered, "What do you want? Let me tell you, don't touch me, or you won't be able to handle the consequences. What are you staring at? Are we having a staring contest? If you want to fight, I'm game. But you better ask around about who I am before you regret getting taught a lesson. Apologize to this girl. Even Zheng Wei has to show him respect. Young Master Tu, you're here too? Xiaodong says Jiao Jiao's friends are my friends, so apologize to her immediately." Inwardly, he scoffs at the flimsy excuse of friends. Clearly, he just wants to woo the new girl, but outwardly, he apologizes for the offense. Jiaqi simply scoffed, and the crowd buzzed, impressed by the young master's influence. Indeed, who would dare disrespect him? To win Jiaqi over, Xiaodong apologizes, but some people just have to stir the pot. "Sorry for the trouble, but she doesn't even care. No matter. At least Mu Li is here." He had to act friendly, despite being furious. "I'd heard rumors that the young lady of the Su family was as beautiful as a fairy, but those people were lying. That's not how it was supposed to go." Before Yaki could understand, Xiaodong fixed his hair and started flirting. "Meeting you today, I realize you're even more beautiful than a fairy. Even Zhao Chuan is disgusted by this cheap talk." "Ugh, that's so cheesy. I'm gonna puke rainbows." Jiaki really has that aloof aura. She just coldly replied to the compliment. "You flatter me." "Thank you for the compliment. Now, where were you two just strolling around? Why didn't you show up sooner?" Molly is about to burst into tears. How can someone change their tune so quickly? Not stopping there, Xiaodong even flirts with Guijiao. Of course, Miss Guijiao has her own unique beauty. Our Yingkai University now has 2, and the aftertaste of student life will be beautiful memories. Zhao Chuan is about to throw up again. Is this what you call unbiased? Does he think he's the main character in a comic? Xiaodong then asks Zhao not to leave just yet. "How about this? I'll use my status as a top Antai University student to invite you all. Tonight I'll arrange a welcoming party as compensation for that jerk Zheng Wei." The crowd marveled at his chivalrous act. Though it had nothing to do with him, the young master wanted to take responsibility to maintain the school's image. He's so noble. Jiaqi quickly sensed something was off about him and refused outright. "Are you a saint? What others do is none of your business. But thank you for the thought. We already have plans for tonight." Xiaodong said awkwardly, "Don't mention it. Actually, the party is just an excuse. I just want to be friends with Miss To. You guys are new and don't know much about the school. In reality, Antai University holds many interesting secrets, like the mysterious small room in the library and the long-famous windbreaker night of Antai University. I'll tell you all about it at the party tonight." Jiaqi, intrigued, asks, "The windbreaker night?" He confirmed it was true. A mysterious figure in a cloak with a mask concealing half their face. Unexpectedly, she asked what time tonight, leaving Xiaodong dumbfounded. She repeated, "I'm asking, what time tonight? Where is he? I was just thinking I'd found the hero who saved me last time." Xiaodong confirms, then it's settled, 8 more p.m. at Shanvikwan. Jiaki agrees. Okay, we'll be there on time. Xiaodong turns and gestures. Didn't you want to catch up with your old classmate, Guijiao? Let's go together tonight. She pauses, then smiles and agrees. Having achieved his goal, Xiaodong finalizes the decision and turns to leave. Guijiao warns Jiaqi and Gusu that these young masters are rarely pure of heart, and not to be fooled by their sweet words. She leaned her head on Muli's shoulder and said, I know, I'm not stupid, but I'm not afraid. I have Muli here. No one would dare do anything to me. The atmosphere grew awkward as Muli teased Jiaqi about valuing him so much, while Guijiao looked down at the jade Muli had gifted her, a hint of sadness in her eyes. At 7:30 p.m. at True Taste Restaurant, a conversation is about to take place between young master and Xiao Chu. Have you made the arrangements I asked for? Rest assured, everything is perfectly arranged. Just then, the door bursts open. It was Jiaqi and Muli who had arrived, and Xiaodong was quick to pull out a chair for her. Kodo offered her a seat, but Jiaqi politely declined, saying she was used to sitting further down, pulling a chair next to Muli, leaving him momentarily dumbfounded. Just then, Guijiao arrived, apologizing for being late, and Xiaodong quickly offered her the seat he'd prepared. Classmate Guijiao, over here, sit next to me. I'm very good at taking care of female classmates. But she politely declined, saying she preferred a seat further down, and pulled up a chair next to Muli. The atmosphere grew tense until Jiaqi spoke up. Classmate Z Xiaodong, weren't you going to tell us some interesting, mysterious stories? Tell everyone quickly, he replied vaguely. Don't rush, Gusu. The delicacies at True Taste Pavilion aren't bad either. Let everyone enjoy and I'll tell you the story. It's said that in the eastern part of our school, there's an abandoned library. Jiaqi, nearly falling asleep, impatiently steered him back to the main topic. This is boring. What about the cloaked hero you mentioned? Tell me about that. Xiaodong cursed inwardly. He wouldn't listen to the ghost stories he'd painstakingly prepared, but wanted to hear about some sick windbreaker knight? If you insist. He began to tell the story. Once upon a time, at An Tai University, there was a young, reckless student who fancied himself a superhero destined to save the world. He loved wearing a trench coat and a clown mask, running to the top of the lecture hall, claiming he could fly. People jokingly called him the Trenchcoat Knight and often mocked him. Jiaqi eagerly asked, What happened next? He continued. One day, trying to prove he could fly, he fell to his death from the roof. The two girls were bored to death listening, while Xiaodong seemed to be waiting for something, thinking it should be arriving soon based on his calculations. As expected, a few guys under Xiaodong's orders are headed toward the foot spa. That Mu guy is on the second floor, right? I heard you told the class to book all the rooms at Truxivan. I heard there are 2 great beauties inside. We just need to pretend to cause trouble so you can show off. All right. 3 thugs with dyed hair stand before the bamboo cloud room. One of them says, I smell it, the scent of beauty. Let vulgarity be silent. Assassinate this so-called joy. Hey, beautiful, I'm here, he says, kicking the door open. But upon opening the door, they were met by several large, dark figures. One of them asked, Who are you? That's when Mushroom Head realized they had the wrong room, just as someone told them the right one was over here. But 3 imposing figures approached them, asking, Hey, I'll ask again, who are you? Mushroom Head spits on Kieran's shirt with disdain, and says in a toothless, gangster voice, What are you looking at? My specialty is kicking down doors. You got a problem with that? Eat your food quietly, or you'll be so unrecognizable, even your own mother won't know you. Zi Yang was minding his own business when some punk came to start a fight. Killin couldn't hold back, delivering a devastating blow to teach him a lesson for his reckless words. Meanwhile, in the bamboo branch chamber where Mu Li was, Jiaqi stood up, saying, I'm sorry, but we have other matters to attend to. We'll take our leave. Since no one had arrived yet, Xiaodong tried to get them to stay a little longer, saying, I haven't finished my story. He wondered why they hadn't arrived yet, when suddenly he heard a desperate cry for help. Mushroom Head had been kicked by Keelan straight into the next room, where Xiaodong was sitting. Then he sneers, I wondered who had the guts to kick down my door. So this was your doing? Impressive, young master, too. Yeah, I see him. It's as if Xiaodong has seen a ghost. Liu Chalin, weren't you supposed to be a special forces soldier? Why is he back? He replied smugly. I'll come back whenever I please. What's it to you? Knowing Keelan was trouble, Tiudong, who used to start fights in Longsun, was thrown into the army by the Liu family. Just then, Dao Nam cried out, Young master, too, they want to cripple me. Save me. I was only following your orders. Afraid of being exposed, Dao snapped, Shut up, you good-for-nothing. Kailan grabbed Dao Nam like a frog and asked, Tell me, what did Tu Tiudong order you to do? He confessed, Shu Xiao told us to pose as thugs, kick down the door and harass the girls inside, then he'd play the hero and save the day. But we kicked down the wrong door and ran into you, our benefactors. Please, have mercy. The two women in the room were shocked, and Jiaki even went over to mock him. Did you hear that, Muli? A hero saving the damsel. Not knowing what this woman was up to, Qilin mocked Xiaodong in front of everyone, asking if he was setting up a damsel in distress scenario. Xiaodong, why haven't you changed your ways of wooing women? Didn't you use and discard all those young ladies from other families years ago? Ashamed, he tries to explain, Koto Kui Jiao, please believe me. I would never resort to such dirty tricks. Qilin scoffs, saying he's wasting his efforts on these two kids. With his power, shouldn't he just use force? It's not like he hasn't done things like this before as a young master, causing him to grit his teeth and utter Liu Kelin's name as he thought of a despicable scheme. Tell me, if I flirt with the girl you like right in front of you, would you dare to do anything about it? He then stared intently at Jiaki, causing her to recoil in fear. What do you want? He admired Jiaiqi's exquisite beauty, her fair and delicate face. Come here and let me touch you, beauty. Don't be afraid. She shouts a warning. Don't come any closer. Mockley steps in, grabbing Qilin's hand and catching him off guard. How dare you interfere? Mocking him, Muli imitated his lecherous tone. It's just a touch. Don't be scared. You better let go, or I can't guarantee you'll have a hand in a second. But Muli held on, making demands. If you stop with the funny business, I'll let it slide. He'd only been away from Longshan for a few years, and already someone was this bold. Muli released his hand, standing perfectly still. Recognizing his opponent's martial arts stance, Qilin asks, So, you've trained before? Perfect for me to test my skills. Mok Lai dismisses his stance before he can even strike, lamenting that all his muscle is for naught. He immediately used his profound inner energy to cripple the man's right leg. The Qilin cried out in agony, alarming his two companions. Qilin collapsed to the ground, thinking that this man's defense was as hard as iron even after giving it his all. It was like he was asking for it. Could this be the legendary ground evasion technique? Suddenly, Mu Li asked him, What is Liu Wusheng to you? Qilin's face pales, wondering where this little bastard came from, daring to call his elder by name. Even though his legs are immobilized, he still has a few tricks up his sleeve. Don't be so arrogant. Second move, army boxing. He rushed in, his hands a blur of punches, but Mu Li simply dodged, channeled his chi and slammed the man's head into the ground. With minimal effort, Mu Li completely subdued the arrogant one, advising him not to be so impulsive. If I meant to hurt you, you wouldn't even be alive right now. When kids don't listen, you just have to call their parents. He then took the phone from Qilin's pocket and called his grandfather, handing it back to Qilin after a moment, relaying that his grandfather wanted to speak with him. The moment he took the phone, he was greeted by his grandfather's familiar scolding. You little rascal, you've got some nerve. You caused the Li family so much trouble back then. Your father and I threw you in the army to toughen you up. I can't believe you haven't improved since you've been back. Of all people to offend, you chose the limitless one? Hearing his grandfather side with an outsider, Qilin's heart ached, his face frozen in disbelief. But before he could explain, his grandfather cut him off. I'm telling you, go apologize to him right now with the utmost respect. Young master is magnanimous and will forgive you this time for my sake. If there's a next time, I'll cripple you myself before he even has to lift a finger. Qilen is desperate to know just who this man is. My grandfather is a martial arts master, and even he respects you. Could it be that you're even stronger than him? Meanwhile, Mu Li calmly trims the plant. What's wrong? Still want to fight me? Qilen had no choice but to give up. Grandfather, I've already said what I needed to say, and I can't beat you anyway. Mu Li kindly treated your wounds, and I offered a friendly warning. Xu Xiaodong is no saint. I assumed you were on his side, so... He stood up in protest. Who told you that we're on the same side as Xu Xiaodong? Stand up. This surprises Qilin, who blurts out, What? You're not together? Then why did you attack me when I touched Xu Xiaodong's girl? Jiaki quickly clarifies, We're not his girlfriends. Guijiao confirms, realizing there's been a misunderstanding. Kailan realizes what happened, explaining that when he entered the room, Xiaodong kept glancing at her, using her as a shield and trying to frame him. This is no longer our concern. Let's go. Mu Li said to the two girls, making sure the scoundrel could hear. Let's go, and not associate with this kind of person in the future. Xiaodong turned pale, begging, Don't go. Don't leave me here alone. Moly. Qilin's time has come, he threatened. Back in Longshan, I hated those holier-than-thou rich kids the most. Let's see how I deal with your hypocritical ass today. Xiaodong tried to explain. This is a misunderstanding. I'll explain it to you next time. With that, he turned tail and ran, but Kylene's two henchmen were already blocking the door, demanding to know where he thought he was going. Keelan rises, stretching his limbs. He has to admit, this Mu Li is skilled, healing his wounds in an instant. Even my grandfather respects him, so I should get on his good side. But first, let's settle our little issue. Knowing he couldn't win, Xiaodong tried to intimidate him with his family's power, saying, "You should think carefully. Behind me is the entire family." But before he could finish, Keelan slapped him and sent his regards to his seventh uncle. Afterwards, only Liu Dagia's screams for mercy echoed in the bamboo cloud room. 3 days later, the female students in class are gossiping. Word has it there's a basketball game this afternoon between the finance and Chinese departments. Want to go watch? Of course I do. We'll get to see our god, Tu Dong, again. He's so handsome when he plays basketball. His ball handling skills are top-notch. What does the girl next to her have to say? We're both in the Chinese language department. Aren't you going to cheer for our basketball team? The girl beside him seems rather unenthusiastic. You know our Chinese studies guys. They're either refined scholars or just plain weak, and they always get crushed in basketball games. Meanwhile, someone approaches Mo Li. I'm Fang Kun, the captain of the Chinese literature department's basketball team. We have a friendly match with the finance department this afternoon, so come be a substitute for our team. Hesitantly, Mu Li replied, "A substitute? But I don't know how to play basketball." Fang Kun says it doesn't matter if you can't play. We just need you to fill out the team. And frankly, your physique is better than the others. Hearing this, the female classmates began to focus their attention on him. Mo Li, are you playing in the basketball game this afternoon? But he honestly admits that he doesn't know how to play basketball at all. Feng Kon still tries to persuade Mok Lai. As a member of the Department of Chinese Studies, you should show some team spirit. It's settled then. Remember to be at the basketball court at 5 p.m. today. The girls are counting on you. Good luck, we'll definitely come watch you play. But you're still insisting, even though I don't know how to play basketball and I haven't even accepted the invitation. Suddenly, Jiaki urged Mu Li to go, saying that she and Guijiao would cheer him on. Right, Guijiao? She smiled in confirmation, and Mu Li knew he couldn't refuse. Little did he know. Xiaodong overheard everything. Gritting his teeth, he vowed, "I don't care who that Mu guy is. I swear, I'll make him pay." That afternoon, because Xiaodong was there, the girls cheered him on, chanting, "Go, Xiao! You're the best!" Just then, Vet appeared on the court, and Xiaodong stepped out to the cheers of the crowd. Looking at that, Jiaki wondered, why are all the girls from our department cheering for the other team? Where's their pride? Then she awkwardly pulled out a banner that read, "Mok Lai, go! Chinese department, go!" and cheered for her team all by herself. Mok Lai, the basketball champion. Mok Lai, the most handsome guy ever. He was speechless looking at this silly girl, wondering if she wasn't embarrassed. Little did he know, Jackie's cheers grew louder and louder, making Mu Li want to disappear from embarrassment, while Xiaodong watched from the sidelines, vowing, "Kid, if you dare step on that court today, you're gonna regret it." The first half of the basketball game between the finance department and the Chinese language department begins as the referee blows the whistle and the ball is tossed into the air. With lightning reflexes, Xiaodong snatches the ball, maintaining his cool demeanor as he dribbles, sending the girls in the stands wild. "Shu, you're so handsome, I'm already thinking of baby names." In just 20 minutes, the finance team has been relentlessly scoring. The referee calls the end of the first half. The score is 65-8 in favor of the finance department. With a contemptuous gaze, Xiaodong saw the Chinese department as nothing more than trash, easily crushed in an instant. From the stands, the audience jeered, noting the Chinese department's consistent mediocrity. Even Jiaki, seeing them play for the first time, laments, "Is our department's basketball team really this weak?" To which Guijiao replies that there's nothing they can do about it. The finance department was already strong, and most of the girls were just there to see Xiaodong. They lacked the competitive spirit, so their loss was inevitable, and the literature department's crushing defeat shattered their morale. Not even the support of the department's two goddesses could help. This doesn't look good. Suddenly, Fang Kun gives the order, "Mu Li, you're up next." It's irritating. Didn't I say I was just here to fill the ranks? I thought to myself, even though I'm a celestial being, I've never even touched a basketball. But Fang Kun explains that there's no choice. The Chinese literature department's basketball team has 6 members, and 2 are already injured. If you don't play, who will? Do you want people to call us weak? The 2 injured friends lamented to each other. Just now, when I was blocking the ball, I grazed my index finger. Get me to the infirmary quick. This isn't good. Basketball isn't for me. It's too intense. Kun helplessly tells Mu Li, "See, I'm out of options here. Since you don't know how to play, just follow us around. It's better than nothing. At this point, you have no choice but to accept. All right, I'll play with you guys. Seeing Muli's willingness, he vowed to make him cry from defeat. The next half begins, and as the referee blows the whistle and throws the ball, Xiao Kun snatches it. He stared intently at Muli, clearly up to no good, then threw the ball, telling Muli to catch it. Clueless, he caught the ball, unsure what to do next, so he looked towards the basket. With his superior skills, he quickly gets the ball to its target. To the astonishment of the two girls, the ball simply falls to the ground. While the opposing team stood dumbfounded, they asked, "Was that a shot from the end of the court? Are you kidding me?" Fan Kun is speechless. "Muli, what have you done?" Turns out he shot the ball into his own team's basket, gifting the opponents 3 points amidst jeers from the audience. This blunder is hilarious. Is this literature major here to be a comedian? Muli wondered. Didn't I make the shot? Why did the other team get the points? Hearing this, Huang Kan was speechless. Bro, don't tell me you don't even know which side is our home court? Muli absorbed this knowledge, realizing the truth, and even Xiao Dong couldn't help but chuckle at his dumbfounded expression. This kid scored a 3-pointer right out of the gate, and he thinks he can compete with me? Next, it's the finance team's serve. This time, Xiao Dong is responsible for getting the ball in the hoop, and Muli standing in front of him is an eyesore. He declared that he would show him what it meant to be a professional, what real technique was. Xiao Dong began to dodge and weave, spinning Muli around and around. The audience was impressed, saying Xu Xiaodong's spin move was comparable to that of a professional player. Just as he thought it was nothing and was about to dunk, Muli stole the ball, leaving him stunned as he watched Muli score. He wondered how, but figured it must have been luck. I'll have to use my skills to take him down. Thinking it, Xiaodong fakes a run forward, but he was actually planning to shoot from mid-court. Little did he know, Muli would jump up and crush his hopes. Then you regain control of the ball and quickly sink it through the opponent's hoop. Even the finance students are impressed by Muli's aggressive playing style. Tiu Dong, frustrated by the constant steals, lashes out, "Are you guys screens? Block him for me." Even with 3 defenders, Muli scores again, single-handedly changing the audience's perception of his team. And he scores again. Unbelievable. Despite being surrounded by 3 players, he still manages to score. With only 3 seconds left, the score is tied at 68. Out of options, Xiaodong signals Fan Kun, and together, they charge at Muli, ready to teach him a lesson. Now he understands their intentions. No wonder Fan Kun wanted him on the team so badly. It was just an accident that forced the substitute to play. Muli anticipated their move, faking a step forward, then back, causing them to collide and fall, revealing Fan Kun's true colors as Xu Xiaodong's man. With no one to stop him, he casually throws the ball into the hoop, raising the score to 70 for the Department of Chinese Studies. The referee declares the Chinese Literature Department the winner, and the crowd erupts in cheers. Damn, Mo Li Chao is amazing. The Chinese language department is truly powerful. Fan Kun has to admit that Mo Li is incredible. But you stubbornly replied, "I really don't know how to play basketball," leaving the team bewildered. Huh? Are you kidding me? I'm impressed, Muli. Just then, Jiaqi and Guijiao ran onto the court. She embraced Muli, exclaiming how incredibly handsome he was just now. Did he even know? Contrary to what Jiaqi expected, Muke admitted that he knew it all along, causing her to lose interest and call him immodest. Guijiao praised him, saying, "Mok Li, I didn't know you were hiding your talent." Looking at the crowd surrounding him, Mok Li was truly the center of attention. The more Xiaodong watched, the angrier he got. That position should have been his, to be the basketball hero surrounded by the campus beauty. Where did this guy come from? Muli, from now on, you and I are enemies. Suddenly, Mok Li received a message from his sister. "Are you free? Meet me at the Udit Mall tomorrow. I need to talk to you," he texted back. The next day, at the designated plaza, Mu Xin waved to her brother. "He's here," and he gently pats his little sister's head. "Mukin, it's rare for you to ask me to go to the mall with you. Could it be that you missed me after just a few days apart?" She denied it, then sighed, explaining, "Whenever I go out shopping, I buy everything at once, so I don't have to go out again for a long time. Hai Lam shop is supposed to have a lot of stuff, and I can't carry it all by myself, so I called you to help." Seeing her enter the men's clothing store, Muli refused. "I don't need new clothes. I have enough." He thought to himself that she didn't seem to care at all, still dragging him to the men's clothing store. Xin said he had no taste, his clothes were outdated, and if she didn't dress him up, he'd never find a wife. 10 minutes later, she found a decent outfit for Xin, but he thought it looked too much like something a rich young master would wear, all shiny and flashy, like a bird dressed up to find a mate. "This is too flashy. I'm not wearing it." So Muxin grabbed 2 more outfits, telling her brother to try them on, but he refused and immediately went to pay. After all, the point of shopping with the girls is to be quick, efficient, and to finish their shopping early. Otherwise, there will be endless trouble. As the 2 siblings were wandering around the mall, Muxin suddenly turned into a nearby store. But Muli was too embarrassed to go in. Seeing this, Muxin urged, "What are you doing?" "Come on in," he asks his sister. "Do you want me to watch you try on lingerie?" She tells him he's overthinking it. She just called him in because he was carrying too many bags and there were no seats outside. He refuses, saying he's safer outside. "No, I'll stay out here. You pick it out and buy it. This atmosphere is just too awkward." Moments later, Muxin found what she wanted and called out to her brother, "Let's go." Muli looked at the bag his sister gave him, thinking, "Pink?" Unbeknownst to them, a rebel in the shadows had taken notice of Muxin. "She's quite beautiful." Muklai asked his sister curiously, "Didn't you really buy any clothes?" She said it was fine, she had enough clothes. Suddenly sensing something was off, he stopped, dropped the bag, told Muxin to wait there, and left. Little did Niliu know that Mu Li had discovered him. He feigned ignorance and asked the great master Wu Ji, "What can I do for you?" Mu Li approached him, warning, "I don't care what dirty intentions you have, but if you dare touch my sister, and I must repeat this twice, if you dare touch my sister, I will make sure you never reincarnate." Niliu, still arrogant, threatened him in return, "Who do you think you are? I have the backing of 2 high-ranking martial arts masters from powerful families, so if even a hair on my head is harmed, you're the one who'll never be reincarnated." Mu Li simply patted his shoulder, daring him to try. "Well, goodbye then. Sort things out yourself." Something's clearly wrong with River, his face ashen. Seeing his brother return, Moxon asks what's wrong. He replied, "It's nothing, let's go." Returning to Niliu, who suddenly felt unwell and collapsed to the ground, he wondered, could he really unleash such power? Could it be that he didn't use his full strength at Liu Wusheng's banquet? Soon, the 2 siblings would have to part ways. Muka gives his sister a gift, telling her, "Remember to keep this on you at all times." She accepts it, replying, "Yes, I understand." Just as the carriage carrying Muxin departed, another one arrived, with Du Siqi calling out, "Young Master Wu Ji." Mokli recognized the voice. It was Thatch Sun, sounding urgent, saying, "Young Master, we've finally found you." Mokli asked what was going on. Thatch Sun urgently tells him to get in the car, saying, "The car carrying them went way out into the suburbs. We found a base of the Joyful Union sect. The enemy is cunning, and to ensure success, we need help from an expert like you." He pointed to the person in the front seat and introduced, "This is our branch leader, Zhuang Yan." Mu Li introduced himself. "I'm Wu Ji." Zhuang Yan had read a lot about Mu Li before. "I've heard tales of your reputation, Wu Ji. Meeting you in person, you're clearly extraordinary. So young, yet so powerful. No wonder the black market fears you." He simply chuckled. "You flatter me, branch leader." By the time the car took them to the deserted outskirts, it was already late. Mu Li gets out of the car, secretly assessing the terrain. This desolate, remote place is indeed a good hideout. Not easy to detect. Suddenly, he noticed, "Liu Xilin, what are you doing here?" "Brother Yun Chen, I heard about the Joyful Union sect as soon as I returned to Dragon Mountain. These heinous criminals, their deeds are an affront to both gods and men. I'm not used to working alone, so I asked for help. We've been lying in wait for days. This must be their base. There are still victims inside, so we must proceed with caution." Seoksan asked Muri if they should take out the patrols first to avoid alerting those inside. Keelan says that would be difficult, as even silenced guns would make some noise, but Muli has a solution. They approached the Harmonious Training Hall's tents, and Mok Lai, observing their movements, silently unleashed his energy, turning leaves into deadly projectiles, sending his enemies to their ancestors in silence. Watching Muryong demonstrate, Girin secretly acknowledges that Muguk is formidable. Not only is he silent, but he subdues his enemies with a single move, leaving no trace of blood in the air. Is he a martial venerable? With that, Zhuangyan signaled everyone to charge forward. Qilin pointed out that 3 tents housed Joyful Union sect members. "The tent at the end holds the victims," Zhuangyan said. "Wuji, while rescuing them, please protect yourselves. We'll subdue the Joyous Union sect members." Mok Lai agreed, and they split up. 2 lackeys from the Joyous Union sect noticed someone approaching. "How dare you interfere with the Joyous Union sect?" they cursed. You won't be leaving here today." Muli's side was also discovered as they moved. Kirin swiftly dispatches 2 lackeys while Muryong faces a formidable opponent who draws his blade, ready to teach him a lesson. In mere seconds, Moklai realizes the weapon is poisoned, while Kailan reaches the final tent where the imprisoned girls are held. Even a free spirit like him was disgusted, calling them worse than animals as countless young girls were held inside. He begged, "Don't hurt me, don't hurt me." Seeing his opponent turn toward Qilin, Muli grabbed his arm, broke it, and sent him to meet his ancestors along with the others. Sometime later, the joyous Union Sect's base was cleared out. Shishan reported, "Young Master Wuji, we've moved the victims to safety." His men drove them back to the city to report the incident, but seeing his hesitation, Muli urged him to speak freely. "It's all right," Shishan continued. "The leader of the stronghold is under our control, but the branch leader seems to be injured and unable to continue fighting." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Muli orders him to be brought over as their battle intensifies. Pointing to the leader fighting Zhuangyan, Shishan identifies him as the most beastly of the bunch, prompting a furious Qilin to demand to go first, saying, "This animal deserves to die." Seeing another one trying to interfere, Sun Hao felt annoyed and roared, unleashing his inner energy, sending both Qilin and Zhuangyan flying back several meters. Even Shishan was taken aback, realizing it was the protective energy of the joyous Union Sect. Qilin, though injured, still had the strength to curse, saying his strength was unstable. "Otherwise, I would have cut this dog into 100 pieces, so Muli told him to rest first." Shishan knew that Sun Hao was a dangerous man, so he repeatedly warned him to be careful, saying that the protective energy of the joyous Union Sect was poisonous. But Muli said, "It's just poison, it's just a matter of one palm." He then flew towards the disheveled Tan Hao, saying, "You kill innocent people and stop at nothing for profit. You deserve to die." Tan Hao didn't know when Mok Lai had appeared, and before he could react, he was struck. He realized that a master from the imperial city had arrived. How could they be so fast? Mok Li sat down to interrogate him, saying, "Where is your headquarters?" But Sun Hao remained tight-lipped. "Dream on. So what if you send people? The Grand Elder and the other disciples have already broken through. Once they do, we'll have 2 more martial honor experts." "What is your Minglong Mountain branch distribution?" Knowing he couldn't get anything out of him, Muli had a little chat with him. "Looks like there's no other way. I'll have to send you out of this beautiful world myself." Zhuangyan informs him that the situation is more serious than he thought. The remaining members of the joyous Union Sect, including the Great Elder, have escaped, and rumor has it he's reached the semi-martial honor realm. Muli instructed, "Next time, if anything happens, you can let me know." They thanked him, hoping for the best. "Thank you for your help today, Wuji. That's all for today. Let me take you back to the city." Moli agreed, and they began their journey home. Meanwhile, at the city's central hospital, Xiaodong slams his hand on the table, seething as he calls out Moli's name, while Fang Kun updates the Zhu family's young master. Now all the forum posts are about him. He even has his own fan club. This Moli used you as a stepping stone to fame. "Find a way," Xiaodong ordered. "I want that Mu to be utterly ruined." Fang Kun assesses that this Muli seems easygoing, but is actually extremely difficult to deal with. Young master, Muli is currently enjoying immense popularity and attention at school. If some kind of scandal were to surface now, the effect would be amplified. Xiaodong praises him, so he must have a bold idea. So Fang Kun proposed that we could... Then he whispered to Xiaodong. He listened, then laughed sinisterly as he looked down at his injured leg, lamenting, "Oh, Muo Li, are you happy using me as a stepping stone to fame? Right? This time, I'll make sure you never come back." The next day, at Antai University, Jiachi overheard some girls whispering, "Was it him?" It's true what they say. You can know a person's face but not their heart. Who knew he seemed so upright, but was so crooked inside? Hearing this, she stops a student to get to the bottom of things. "Is what you're talking about related to Mo Li?" In the video provided by the two girls, Mu Li transforms into a perverted and despicable figure, forcing a girl to do his bidding, throwing her onto the bed, ignoring her pleas of, "Don't come any closer." Mok Li then tore at the girl's clothes, ignoring her pleas to stop, and coldly challenged her, saying that no matter how loud she screamed, no one would come. The video was clear as day, but Jiaki refused to believe it. Why would Mu Li be interested in that girl when he wasn't interested in someone as beautiful and outstanding as her? She immediately picked up the phone to tell Mu Li, "Have you seen the video? Someone is trying to frame you." At that moment, he returned to school amidst everyone's scornful gaze. They started protesting. "You scumbag, how dare you show your face? Why don't you just die, you monster? Get out of Yingkai University. You don't belong here. Get out. Get out. You conscienceless monster, you should be executed." Seeing Mu Li humiliated, Xiaodong smirked with satisfaction, watching as he was scorned and cursed by all. "Mok Li, this is the end you brought upon yourself. Fang Kun asks Xu Xiao what they should do next. He gave the order, "It's time for us to appear. I want him to know that even though I, Xu, am a young master from a great family, how could trash like him ever afford to offend me?" Amidst the chaos, Jiao stood by Mok Lai's side. But things were escalating as some began throwing trash, yelling, "Get out of the way, we're going to beat that bastard to death." Seeing the situation, Guizhou stepped in front of Mu Li, but all she had to do was embrace him and use a bit of her inner energy to stop the trash in midair, surprising Guizhou. Mu Li simply snorted and used her mind to send the trash flying back. And so the ignorant mob was turned back on themselves, just as a young master's voice rang out. "You dare show your face at school? I actually thought you had potential when we were on the field, but I never imagined you were such a monster in disguise. To be compared to scum like you is the most shameful thing in my life." He even feigned morality to stir up the crowd, declaring that I wasn't worthy of being a student at Antai University. Get out of Elite University, get out, get out." Mu Li immediately recognized Xiaodong's handiwork, who, never one to back down, readily admitted it. "That's right, I'm trash. What can you do to me, Xiaodong? With just a few tricks, I can make sure you never return. You can regret it slowly." Suddenly sensing something was wrong, he realized that Muxin's protective jade pendant had been activated. What happened to Muxin? Young Master Dong continues to provoke him. "Are you angry? Not willing to accept it? What can you even do?" "Come and hit me," he taunted, laughing like a proud father. "Then let your wish be granted." After saying that, Mu Li delivered a devastating blow and vanished. In the blink of an eye, Xiaodong was severely injured, collapsing to the ground in convulsions as Mu Li wasted no time. His speed increased, but Mu Li urged himself to go faster, remembering his vow to prevent the tragedies of his past life from repeating. "Little sister, wait for me. I absolutely won't let anyone hurt you." With that, he sped off. In a deserted alley, Mu Xin is cornered by thugs and fearfully asks what they want, unaware that her protective treasure keeps her safe. One of them shouts, "What the hell is that thing?" They quickly try to separate her and raise their knives to strike. But just as Mu Xin accepts her fate, Mu Li finds her protective energy source in time. Without hesitation, he punches through the wall, terrifying the thugs, then turns towards the noise and stares. As the dust settles, a mysterious phantom appears. Mu Li, eyes filled with murderous intent, declares that anyone who touches his sister must die. With a mere flick of his wrist, he sends them all packing, paying special attention to the leader, removing the earpiece from his ear. He hears voices coming from it. What's going on? Did they catch anyone? Mu Li issued one final warning. "Jiang Niliu, I want you dead." He brazenly taunts him, daring him to come. In a fit of rage, Mu Li crushes the earpiece in his hand. After dispelling the protective barrier around Mu Xin, he ruffled her hair and said gently, "Don't be afraid. I'll protect you. I promise you, nothing like this will ever happen again. No one will even think about touching you." Mu Xin looks up at her brother. "Yes, I believe you." After safely bringing Mu Xin back, Mu Li pondered. Now that Mu Xin is back at school, it seems she was quite frightened this time. Send the harmonious river inversion flow. With that, Mu Li pulled out his phone and called his subordinate. "My lord, what are your orders?" Mu Li orders all available North Star experts to come to him. He has a task. There's a slight hesitation on the other end. "All of our best fighters, you're declaring war on the Joyous Union sect." The next day at Dragon Mountain inside the Liu family estate, Wu Sheng was in talks with Su Wen, the instigator. The fake video was the work of the Ku family's son. Xu Xiaotong, hearing this, he couldn't hide his anger. He's despicable, daring to scheme against Wu Ji. He deserves a fitting punishment. Just then, the head of the Xu family, Xu Hu, arrived to pay his respects. Venerable Liu glanced over and, seeing Su Wen sitting alongside Wu Sheng, wondered, why is someone from the Su family here? Could he also be here to try and win us over? Without wasting time, Wu Sheng gets straight to the point. What brings the Chu family head to our humble abode? With just a hint of his aura, Zi Hu shrinks back in fear. Is this the power of a martial honored one? Clearly he's targeting me. Could someone from the Zhu family have offended the Liu family? He respectfully inquired, wondering which audacious member of the Shu family had offended the Liu family. Please, tell me who it is. I, Shu Hu, will not spare them. Su Wen couldn't help but speak up. The Su family is fully prepared to attack the Shu family's assets. Even if it means dying in the process, they'll bleed the Zhu family dry. Shu Hu wondered, the Su family might be able to bankrupt the Shu family, but would a family of merchants dare to attack a great martial arts clan? Unless they have a death wish. Furthermore, Wu Sheng added that economic warfare alone wouldn't be enough. If Longshan loses a great martial arts family, who knows what domino effect will occur? These words came from Shu Hu Qi-jing. He wanted to know why the Liu family was making all the decisions. What had the Chu family done wrong? He deserved to know, so he could at least die knowing why. Su Wen reveals that a video was posted on the university website yesterday, creating a strong reaction after the major was confirmed. A video staged by a criminal impersonating a Chinese language student in a lewd act. The male student's reputation was severely damaged, and Shu Hu wanted to know his name. Su Wen coldly emphasized the two words, Wu Ji. Shu Hu paled, wondering if this was the famous Wu Ji, the one Liu Wusheng admired. Even more shocking, Su Wen reveals that the slanderer was acting under his son's orders. Later, at the city's central hospital, Xiaodong, wrapped in bandages like a mummy, moans, cursing Mu Li. Fang Kun urged him not to be angry, saying that Mu Li's actions were akin to running away. This time, even if he jumped into the river, he couldn't wash away his sins, and he could sue him for intentionally inflicting injury on others. Just then, someone kicked down the door, startling Xiaodong, who yelled, "Who the hell are you?" But his attitude changed when he saw Tzu Hu. "Dad, how did you know I was in the hospital? I haven't told the family yet. But it's nothing serious. I'll be out of the hospital soon." I thought Dad would care, but he hit the only part of my face that wasn't covered. Xiaodong cries out, "Dad, why did you hit me?" His father grabs him, yelling, "Because of your actions, the entire Zhu family was almost destroyed. Consider yourself lucky that's all I did. I wanted to cripple you myself. Apologize now, or else." Meanwhile, at the Su residence, Jiaqi rushed downstairs to Mu Li, saying, "Look, everything's been cleared up, and Shu Xiaodong has been taken away. As long as I'm here, I won't let you suffer." Then, inquiring about the next day's raid on the Joyous Union sect's stronghold, Mo Lai gritted his teeth. The remnants of the Joyous Union sect have committed unforgivable sins, and everyone wants them dead. So, of course, I can't let them off the hook. Soon after, a dozen or so experts from the association came to see the sect leader. He asked if everyone was ready, and they replied that they were. With a wave of his hand signaling the attack, Mu Li led his forces, vowing, "I want every last member of the Joyous Union sect dead." The group then split up and stormed the sect's bases. Caught completely off guard, the ambush quickly eliminated one leader after another. The subordinate reported, "Chief, Harmony Hall Base Number 5 has been destroyed. If not for this operation, we wouldn't have known the Joyous Union sect had so many bases. To prevent them from multiplying, they decided to burn them all to the ground." Mok Li asks if the next base of the Joyful Union sect has been found. His subordinate replies that someone at the black market is offering information. The next base is an underground casino. They left only after the base was completely burned to the ground, hearing news that their fifth base had also fallen. At the underground casino, Jin Feng slams his fist on the table in rage. "To destroy 5 of my bases in one day." The glass falls to the floor and shatters. He flew into another rage. "Damn it, if I wasn't preparing for a breakthrough, who in Longshan would dare be so insolent before me?" Just then, an underling entered, and he asked, "My good disciple, do you have any leads on who's behind this?" But he said he had no leads, though the name Limitless had already sprung to mind. "This is your masterpiece, isn't it?" Unfortunately, not far from the base, some people from the Martial Alliance were also waiting for the right moment. Someone saw the group brazenly entering the base and asked, "What's going on?" "These people in black robes," Zhuangyan realized immediately. "It's Wu Ji," he wondered. So he's the leader of those black-robed figures? Could he be the mysterious figure rumored to be targeting the Joyous Union sect? Inside the casino, chaos erupted as someone yelled, "Everyone get out! Run!" Jin Feng heard the commotions and wondered, what's going on down there? A lackey dared to ask their names, but Mu Li didn't even acknowledge them, quickly taking them out with a single blow each. Mok Li alone was enough to take down a whole group of the Joyous Union sect's henchmen until none were left standing. Finally, Jin Feng reveals himself, praising the young man's talent, but says he's here to die. Without hesitation, Mu Li asks, "Are you the leader behind the Joyous Union sect?" The old man didn't hide it. "That's right, it's me." Zhuangyan arrives, questioning him. "I've seen pictures of the Grand Elder of the Joyous Union sect. You're not him, who are you?" Jin Peng reveals that the old man is long dead and buried, having passed on his legacy to him before he died. Little did he know. Jin Peng was a natural at cultivating yin-yang, reaching his current level in just 10 short years. "About to break through to martial honor?" Zhuangyan exclaimed. "Impossible!" His voice dripped with disdain. "Not just me. Even my disciples are perfectly suited to the Joyous Union sect's techniques. He seems to be Zhang family's young master from Central Capital, Backed by someone, he's acting arrogant. Limitless, you really are capable, aren't you? I didn't expect you to resort to such measures. I must admit I'm impressed, but I'm afraid none of you will be leaving here today. Enraged, Muli points at Zhang Nilio, declaring that he will die today, while Jinfeng, annoyed, tells him to stop his pointless bluster and orders his men to attack. Kill them all. As for you, Ningichlu, I'll take you on myself to see who dies today. Mok Li's men were all present, awaiting his command, and soon the sounds of battle and screams filled the air as the fight began. Afterward, his subordinate reported, "Chief, we've taken care of the joyous Union sect disciples." Jinfeng was shocked that someone as young as Mo Li could gather 15 high-level martial artists. But enough is enough. Let me show you the might of this old man. With that, he leaps into the fray. The martial artists couldn't react in time and became fodder for his warm-up, and the rest charged in to surround him. But Jinfeng just smirked confidently, saying that they arrived just in time before rushing in to slap each of them. His fearsome power sent his opponents flying like leaves. Their forces had been reduced by 70 or 80%. Even the experienced Lao Li and Lao Zhong exclaimed. He half-stepped to Martial Venerable. Jinfeng laments that if they hadn't ruined his plans, he would have soon refined his inner strength and become a true Martial Venerable. Old Li reveals that even though he hasn't reached the level of using internal energy to injure others, a half-step Martial Venerate is equivalent to a Martial Venerate. Hearing this, Mu Li tells them to fall back. Zhuangyan kindly warned them that a half-step Martial Venerable like him was a formidable close-quarters combatant, far beyond their capabilities. I think we should use the wheel battle to wear him down. Don't worry, he reassured them. Jinfeng scoffs, calling them fledglings who overestimate themselves after eating chives, and tells them to die. He then rushes towards Mu Li like lightning. Young Master Ungdung picked up a nearby chair and whispered to him. A half-step Martial Venerable, huh? But you can't hurt me with just a basic strike. Tan Feng was sent flying, the impact creating a loud explosion. Zhuangyan is amazed. The half-step Martial Venerable distributes internal energy throughout their body, impervious even to bullets, yet he was defeated with a single chair. But it would be a waste to let someone as strong as Qin Feng die here. He roars from the high floor. Limitless, I'm going to kill you. Qin Feng was enveloped in an even greater power. He then locked onto his target, stomped his foot, and charged down. But Mok Li, seeing that he wouldn't shed a tear until he saw his coffin, charged forward with a chair. Qin Feng descends like a bird, only to be met with Mu Li's chair, sending him rocketing back up like a badminton shuttlecock before exploding in a thunderous blast. Even on death's door, Qin Feng's still running his mouth. How dare you treat a half-step martial master like this? How dare you defy me? I'll tear you to pieces. Mok Li, annoyed, slapped him so hard his teeth flew out. As he prepared another chair for Qin Feng, the old man grabbed it, begging for help. But little did he know. Nilu was also a traitor. He was the one who ordered Qin Feng to feed me. Say another word, and I'll be the first to kill you. The old man was stunned, asking what I was saying. You dare betray me, your master? The tables have turned. I've learned the joyous Union sex techniques, and you're of no use to me anymore. Qin Feng had been harboring a viper in his bosom, and the old man cursed him in a rage. Damn it, I'll beat you to death. I didn't even get to do anything before being backstabbed by my own disciple. He even mocked him as trash, leaving Zhuangyan with questions. Zhang Yiliu, you're from the prestigious Zhang family of Zhongjing. You have everything you could ever want, so why join these despicable demonic sects? Aren't you afraid of disgracing the Zhang family? He replied calmly. What is considered a demonic sect? What is righteousness? If a technique can help me improve, I don't care if it's demonic or not. I used to be 7th on the Martial Venerable candidate list with 6 others above me, and Huangfu Yun was the one all the other candidates looked up to. Now, even the top contender on the Martial Honor candidate list must bow before me. Even that prodigy Huangfu Yun, I dare to fight him. Zhuang Yan asked again, so you practice demonic arts, harming innocent young women, destroying their bodies and minds? Nilio claimed that being favored by him was their blessing, telling Muli Wuji that the Su girl and his sister were both top-notch, assuring him that he would definitely favor them later. Hearing this, he clenched the chair in his hand, as Niliu continued to provoke him. You think I'm like that useless old man? In the power he was unleashing, Zhuang Yan cried out in horror. A half-step Martial Venerable. It's a half-step Martial Venerable. He called Mo Li's name, but there was no response. Growing bolder, Nilou stepped in front of him, issuing a challenge. I'm standing right here. Hit me if you can. Mu Li's face remained emotionless. When challenged, one must respond. Despite his bold taunts, the chair struck Nilu's face. The chair, like a speeding car, slammed into Nilu's face, contorting it as he was sent hurtling into the wall. Still, he refused to believe Muli could actually hurt him, so he roared, "I don't believe it." And Muli obliged, smashing the chair into his face again, sending him back into the wall. Zhuangyan watched in disbelief, a strange smile on his face. That chair hadn't even broken, despite sending 2 celestial sovereigns flying. It was truly a divine weapon. Yet Niliu still refused to give up. He gets up and throws another punch at Muli, but he just uses the chair again, sending him flying like a shuttlecock. In this fight, the real MVP is the chair. Lingichlu once again meets the wall. This time, it looks serious. He's taken internal damage and is coughing up blood. In just 3 moves, Muli could finish off this arrogant kid, opening Zhuangyan's eyes to Muli's immense power. He silently approaches Zhangnichlu, who is severely injured and clinging to life, after beating the 2 half-step martial sovereigns like ragdolls. Seeing Muli about to strike, Zhuangyan warned him that even though Jiang Niliu had done evil, he was still a member of the Jiang family of Zhongjing, and his life should be spared. Even Niliu was unconvinced, saying, "This isn't logical. My cultivation realm must not be stable yet, so I haven't been able to unleash my full power. Otherwise, you would never be my opponent." Mockley smirked and asked, "Oh really? You think becoming a true martial master would let you kill me in an instant?" Niglu affirms, "Of course. Once my realm stabilizes, my power will be enough to kill you in an instant." Wish granted. Mulai responded, "Fine. I'll help you become a true martial master." Jiang Niliu was confused as Muli reached out and touched him. 15 minutes later, a palpable shift occurred in Jiang Niliu's power as a new force surged within him. Witnessing his ascension, Trang Him exclaims, "In truth, Wu Ji has helped Jiang Niliu become a martial venerable." Muli declares to Niliu, "You have truly become a martial venerable." He looked at his flawless body and said, "Not bad," then laughed and warned Muli, "I don't know what short-circuited in your brain to help me consolidate my realm, but I won't go easy on you. I will definitely take your life." He ignores the fool and unleashes a new power, as Niliu braces himself to withstand Muli's attack. But even with his current martial honor strength, he's no match, and is quickly sent crashing into a wall, the force shaking the entire building. As reverse current is beaten to a pulp, he realizes, "You were already a martial honor?" Zhuangyan wonders, what is happening to the world? Why are there 2 martial sovereigns at the same time? Huangfu Yun became the youngest martial venerate in China in just 20 years, shaking the martial world. Only 2 people have achieved this since. He concludes that this era of martial arts is truly beginning. Even after taking a beating, Niliu refuses to yield. "Wu Ji, you're good. Jiang Niliu has fallen to you, but don't get cocky. One day I will surpass you." Muli he calmly asks if he thinks he has a future. He replies, "Why wouldn't I? Our Jiang family has a 3,000-year tradition, produced 2 martial sovereigns, and remains a leading family in Huaxia. You're just a rookie, a small martial sovereign. What can you do to me? On the contrary, killing you would be as easy as flipping our hand. Don't even mention me. Ask your lackeys if they dare kill me." That's why Niliu dares to be so arrogant. "You don't dare kill me. You're just cowards." Jiangnan province is known as one of the wealthiest regions in China. The Jiang family has lived in Jiangnan for generations, wielding immense wealth and power, and are highly valued by the nation. The current head of the Jiang family in Zhongjing is Jiang Yiliu's father. His grandfather is a revered martial master, famous throughout China with unfathomable cultivation. Jiang Yiliu is the 3rd-generation heir. We absolutely cannot let anything happen to him while he's in our custody. One of Muli's subordinates confirmed it as well, saying that some of them wouldn't dare kill him. Muli wondered, so if the Jiang family were to use their influence to clear their only son's name, his crimes could easily be forgiven, right? His subordinate reaffirms that even if the Jiang family does nothing, officials in the capital would likely avoid giving Jiang Niliu the death penalty out of fear of the family's status. So, Niliu Tance, what do you think? Now you know the power of the Jiang family, right? So what if you're a martial venerable? I'm Jiang Yiliu, a man you can never touch. With that, he pulled out his phone and called his grandfather. "Hello, Grandpa, it's me." As soon as he answered, the old man anxiously asked about his grandson. "Nihichlu, where are you, child? Do you have any idea how worried your father and I have been? How are you now? Your voice doesn't sound normal." He tells his grandfather that he has reached the realm of martial honor, news that fills the old man with joy. "What? You've reached martial honor? This is wonderful." However, Nilo began, "Grandfather, listen to me. Although I've broken through to the martial honor realm, I'm now facing a death tribulation. There's someone named Wu Ji who wants to kill me. I heard someone wants to eliminate your direct descendant." The voice on the other end erupts. "What? Who dares to harm my grandson?" Niliu sneered. "Dare you kill me, Wu Ji?" Despite Zhuangyan's pleas, "Wu Ji, you must remain calm. The Zhang family is powerful, and though he's a young martial master with a bright future, he shouldn't antagonize them. But Molly couldn't listen anymore, snatching the phone to tell the old man that the Zhang family had spawned trash like him. Never having been defied before, Nilu's surprise turned to rage as he demanded his phone back. But Mok Lai slapped him again, grabbed his head, and lifted him like a frog, deciding to eliminate the scoundrel then and there. Once he was good and dead, Muli dropped his corpse to the ground, the phone still echoing with the grandfather's voice. "You dare kill my grandson? I don't care who you are, you're dead. The Zhang family and you will settle this to the death." Unable to tolerate the family's arrogance, Muli crushes Nilu's phone, and as Jin Feng tries to escape, Muli unleashes a devastating blow, its power flashing past everyone. Jin Feng couldn't withstand a single blow and joined Nilu in the afterlife. The terrifying aftershock created a deafening explosion. With that done, Muli quietly left, leaving Zhuangyan and the others stunned in fear. Wuji, he can kill a martial master with one blow. This power is terrifying. He quickly followed after him. True Dragon had a warning. "Invincible, invincible. I know you're powerful, but to guard against the Zhang family's revenge, you should find a safe place for your family to lie low and avoid the storm." He says that his destruction of the Joyous Union sect's lair was a great achievement, and he will report it to the Martial Alliance headquarters in the capital to reward him accordingly. His status as a martial venerable will also be reported, hoping to deter the Zhang family somewhat. But Muli refuses, saying, "No need, I prefer peace and quiet." With no other option, Zhuangyan could only bid farewell. "Very well, I must return to report." "Take care, young master," old Zhang and old Li encouraged. "Alliance leader, we aren't afraid. Despite the Zhang family's power, we will always support you." Muli gave the two men instructions. "Understood. Return to North Province and await my orders. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. Then we will await the leader's command." The next morning, at the Su residence, Su Wen paced anxiously, having worried all night until he saw Muli's figure and felt a little relieved. He came all the way to the gate to greet him and ask how things went. "You're back, Limitless. Did everything go smoothly?" "You said it did," and thanked him for the matter of Shu Shaodong, expressing gratitude to him and everyone else. Su Wen says it was the least they could do, grateful for Liu Zunji's assistance, as the Su family alone couldn't have defeated the Shu family. Just then, an announcement. "Master, Venerable Liu has arrived." Su Wen ordered, "Perfect timing. Show him in." With a grimace, Liu Wusheng reported, "Young Master Wuji, the Zhang family has just issued a hero extermination order against you." On that day's Epoch Forum, the Zhang family posted a request. A Jianghu execution order, 100 million for the death of Wu Ji at Dragon Mountain. Completion of the task grants access to the Jiang family lands to cultivate their techniques, but they cannot be shared. Beneath the post, a flood of comments from Jiang Jumin. Who is Wu Ji? What did he do to anger the Jiang family of Zhongjing so much that they issued a kill order throughout the land? He was a genius. How did he offend the Jiang family? In just a few years, he might have broken through to the martial honor realm, becoming the next Wang Fu Yun. But sadly, he offended the Jiang family. Someone commented, "What do you all even know?" Zhang Yiliu, the direct-line third-generation descendant of the Jiang family, was killed in Longshan City. The one who killed him was Wu Ji. What a pity for Wu Ji. Lin Yue reveals that the Jiang family is powerful, and with the kill order issued, countless people will be after Wu Ji's life, day and night. I suspect a crowd of martial artists are already rushing to Longshan. Hearing this, Zhao Chuan was curious. "Master, is the reward for the Jianghu death order really that tempting?" He replied, "Silly child. 100 million in cash isn't the draw. It's the chance to reach the realm of martial honor by mastering the Jiang family's cultivation methods. In all of China, countless high-level martial artists are stuck at their peak, unable to reach the level of martial honor. The Jiang family's cultivation technique is fatally alluring to them. Young master, things have come to this. It's best to arrange a place for your family to hide, then disappear yourself. These martial artists are about to go crazy and will do anything." Seeing Muli's indifferent attitude, Wu Sheng suggested, "Young Master Wu Ji, the Jiang family is too arrogant. How about we take a trip to Jiangnan and beat up that old martial venerable of theirs? But you said his cultivation wasn't stable, and asked if he'd mastered the breathing technique you taught him." He stammered, caught off guard. "I have a plan," Muli told him. "Focus on stabilizing your realm. You can help when the time comes." I know this is a matter for martial artists, but Su Wen interjects, "Young Master Wu Ji, although the Su family isn't a martial arts family and our abilities are limited, money is no problem. We will support you to the end." Wu Ji politely declines, saying he doesn't need it for now. Mr. Su, could you get me some jade stones? I need them for something. Silently calculating, Mu Li realized his cultivation had grown even stronger, and he began channeling power into the jade pendant in his hand. He muses that the protective artifact he's created is even better than he thought, and with this, his mother and sister will be safe. With his task complete, Mu Li looked to the sky and praised the beautiful day. But just as he stretched and took a breath, he sensed something was wrong. Some audacious person had jumped the wall into the Cao family compound. As Mu Li stepped outside, Wang Qi, wielding a long blade, was ready to strike. But Mu Li parried every strike, until finally on the third blow he raised his hand to block. With his superior strength, the blade struck his hand, creating a metallic clang. Wang Shi knew he was facing a formidable opponent and immediately retreated, offering Mu Li a compliment. As expected of the fifth-ranked martial arts prodigy, your reactions are impressive. I am Wang Shu, and I'm here to claim your life in exchange for the Jiang family's supreme martial arts technique, so I can become a martial arts master. Little did Mu Li know, barely a day after the Jiang family issued the execution order, someone was already at his door. He noted the man was fast, but alone, he wouldn't be enough. Wang Shu agrees. How difficult could it be? You'll understand my swordsmanship once you've experienced it. Since Mu Li wiped out the joyous Union sect that day, it seems the martial alliance hasn't revealed his abilities, so dealing with Wang Qi's swordsmanship only requires 2 fingers. Witnessing his opponent's prowess, Wang Shi lamented, "What? He blocked my refined steel blade with his fingers twice. The first time I thought he was going all out, but now his power is many times greater than before." Mu Li remained unfazed, while Wang Shixi realized he was outmatched. This power was growing, and the information on Wu Ji's strength was flawed. Mok Lai, tired of playing games, throws him off and commands, "Get out of my sight and do me a favor and deliver a message. If you're coming to kill me, make sure you bring your own weapon, because I don't have any to spare." With the matter concluded, Mu Li mused that the message could only be delivered in the afterlife, and unleashed a wave of deadly energy. Wang Qi took the full brunt of the attack, screaming as he spat out blood, tumbling several times before finally lying still. Dead. Lin Yue arrived to find everything already settled, marveling at how quickly it had all happened. Mok Lai thought to himself that the Su family was no longer safe, so he asked Lin Viet to tell Master Su, "I'll sleep outside tonight." He lamented that they were too weak to help him, and had even implicated him. That night, Mu Li stayed at Wu Sheng's mansion, where Wu Sheng assured him, "Rest easy here, young master. I guarantee no riffraff will disturb you." Mok Li gratefully thanked him, and Wu Sheng urged him to get some rest. The next morning, Mok Li awoke to a shocking sight. Little did he know, so many masters would come for his life in one night. All thanks to Wu Sheng's efforts, Mu Li praised him, assuring him that if he cultivated the technique he provided, he could reach a realm even beyond the martial honor. He asked in astonishment, "Even above a martial paragon?" However, Mu Li also requested, "Make absolutely sure my sister doesn't lose a single hair." He clasped his hands in obedience, vowing to fulfill his mission with all his might. Then he went to Mok Han's school, noticing the sparkling jade piece, and asked, "Brother, why did you give me this?" He told her that she would be going away for a while, and that she had to protect herself while he was gone. He also left instructions with someone. Mok Han asked if it would be a long time before she saw him again. Gently, Mu Li reassured his sister, "It won't be long. Don't worry, I'll be back." "Okay." That day, while traveling to North Zhou, Mu Li was on a bus when some despicable men, after the assassination money, followed him. They planned to ambush him while he was off guard, but Mu Li noticed and immediately kicked them. The 2 men were thrown from the vehicle, which swerved and came to a stop on the roadside. Mu Li threatened the driver to keep driving, leaving him no choice but to obey. By the time they reached North District, the driver was dead, and the nearby people clamored to kill him. "Murder, is it? And so many? Say no more. Call the police." When he returned home, Xiaobai whined, asking why he was so late. "Didn't you say you'd take me out? I'm so bored here." So, while Mu Li was away, Xiaobai had been watching over the house and protecting his family. Mu Li quietly told Xiaobai, looking at his mother busying in the kitchen, "Protect my mother well, don't let anything happen to her, and I'll take you out to play when I get back." Her eyes lit up like headlights. "Really? You better keep your promise." After making that vow, he leaned back, thinking that only North Hall remained. Without hesitation, Mu Li arrived at the North Alliance headquarters just hours later, where Xu Ronggung, the 65-year-old martial venerable family head, awaited an audience. "Leader, we don't fear the Zhang family of Central Capital. If they dare send anyone, we'll fight them to the death." Mu Li instructed everyone to focus on training and improving their abilities, and that he would contact them if he needed their help. "Aside from that, protect my mother and don't let her be harassed. Everyone responds in agreement. Yes, of course. Rest assured, leader. Vin Quang suspects you're leaving and sends his regards. Where are you headed, Chief? When Mu Riyong said he wanted to head south, the entire headquarters froze, and Elder Zheng was the first to speak up. My lord, the Jianghu execution order has been issued. Please stay in the Northern Alliance. We will surely work together with you. Old Li chimed in. That's right, Chief. But he told them his mind was made up and they didn't need to try to persuade him. This time, I'll travel by land. Consider it a leisurely stroll. I hope to reach Jiangnan in a month. When I signal, don't disappoint me. If your cultivation hasn't improved by then, I can't help you. Rongguang poured tea, lost in thought, realizing the chief didn't care about the Jianghu purge order. The south is about to be shaken. 2 days later, on the border between Kimho province and the south, Mu Li strolled along, assessing the area. The spiritual energy here was even higher than outside, and the higher up the mountain he went, the denser it became. If I cultivate here for a while, my realm will surely improve. This place is indeed quiet, undisturbed by the noise of the city. About half an hour later, as Mu Li meditated on a rock, he sensed something and opened his eyes. Recognizing the scent of pure spiritual energy, he parted some bushes to reveal a lake. Mu Li noticed a tiny boy lying on a leaf in the middle of the lake. It was the mountain spirit. Mountain spirits are mystical beings born in pristine mountains and rivers brimming with spiritual energy. Their bodies contain a vast amount of it. It was born on high and dangerous cliffs. If the mountain spirit evolves greatly, it can shed its body and transform into a higher being, capable of extraordinary abilities, and is regarded by cultivators as a precious spirit. However, the scarce spiritual energy on Earth hinders cultivation. With this mountain spirit, I can use its energy to break through to the core formation realm quickly, skipping the Qi training stage, but not so fast. The mountain spirit is vigilant and fast, so we must proceed with caution. Unexpectedly, the mountain spirit raises a sharpened piece of wood, then plunges it forcefully into the water. The carp thrashed in pain, leaping from the water as the mountain spirit hauled in a fish several times its size. He happily carried the fish away, and Mu Li followed. Seeing him enter a house, he wondered, does this mean someone is raising Sun Tin? This is getting complicated. Just then, the door opened, and he could sense that the old man's energy far surpassed the mid-stage of Qi training, even several levels higher than his own. He never imagined there would be such a powerful figure in China. Mountain Spirit has an owner, and a powerful one at that. Staying here will only lead to misunderstandings. It's best to leave. However, the old man has noticed my movements, though he doesn't know who I am. Driven by curiosity, the old man followed the lingering power and found Mu Li cultivating on a rock. As if sensing the energy of a strong opponent, Mu Li demanded to know the identity of his stalker. Realizing he's been discovered, Qinmu decides to reveal himself. As Mu Li probes, "What do you want to know?" Approaching someone in secret while they cultivate is a major taboo in the world of cultivation. Stroking his long beard, the old man introduced himself. "I am Qinmu. May I ask, young friend, where do you come from?" Mu Li replies, "I am from North Continent." Qinmu mutters, "North Continent is Jinhu." Suddenly, he felt a strange power within him, releasing and gathering in his hand. Qinmu, witnessing this, seized Mu Li's hand in astonishment. "Young man, you're very good, very good, very good. I can't help but touch your whole body. What exactly do you want? I've been followed since last night." Qinmu cryptically replies that it's nothing, just that he suddenly discovered someone with incredible potential and got a little excited. Mockley found a cave deep within the mountains and lit a fire to ward off the darkness, finding a mat to sleep on, thinking this would do. Suddenly, Mu Li noticed a liquid dripping within the cave and realized it was stone marrow fluid. Stone marrow fluid is the essence accumulated over years within mountains. Ordinary people can drink it to improve their health and prolong their lives. Cultivators can use it to temper their bodies, and since I started cultivating, I haven't practiced any magic. Now that I've found stone marrow fluid, I must master a divine power. Let's go with the immaculate saint body. He then removed his outer robe, thinking to himself, the immaculate saint physique. I'll use spiritual energy to temper my body. At its peak, it can easily break through all laws. Reaching the pinnacle of the immaculate saint physique allows one to defy the heavens, but it consumes too many treasures. In a place with such scarce spiritual energy like Earth, it's impossible to reach that level. Yet, even at the entry level, the power is already terrifying. This only fueled Mu Li's desire to conquer the immaculate saint physique, and after 3 hours, he finally achieved the entry level. Unbeknownst to him, Qinmu was secretly watching Mu Li cultivate, wondering why this old pervert was even here. The old man stroked his beard, praising, not bad at all. Enough beating around the bush. What is it you really want? Muli asks. Just say what's on your mind or I'm walking away. Kinmu just wants to know, if the people of Huaxia are drowning in a sea of fire, would you be willing to selflessly sacrifice yourself to protect them? Muli gazes into the distance, pondering the idea of selfless dedication. Watching the birds fly freely in the sky, he continues, I'm not a bad person, but I'm not a good one either. I admire those selfless people who help others, but I cannot be one of them. In this era, good people suffer too much and gain too little. I only want to protect my loved ones. Hearing this, Chinmu hesitated and replied, Is that so? I understand. So he had worries. Is it really that hard to find someone to take over as governor? Thinking to himself, Muli realized the stone marrow fluid is used up, and the immaculate saint body has only reached minor completion. If I want to continue cultivating, I need more spiritual energy. So he took the initiative to search for it by jumping into a tree. Seeing the fruit hanging before him, he picked as much as he could. But as soon as he took a bite, he noticed people approaching, several figures in red carrying a coffin. It seemed heavy as they struggled with each step. Muli sensed an ominous aura from them. What are they up to? Let's go see what's happening. And with that, he moved closer to get a better look. 3 oddly dressed figures lowered a coffin before a cave entrance, and the leader ordered it opened. Muli watched intently, not missing a single moment, guessing that this aura and cave were likely the breeding ground for a great evil. The 3 men struggled to tip the coffin, pouring a bright red liquid into the cave. A coffin full of human blood, Mok Lai realized. Only when a massive amount of blood had been poured into the cave did terrifying roars begin to echo out, sending nearby creatures fleeing in fear. The red-robed figures collapsed to the ground, hearts pounding as Muli struggled to understand what was happening. As he moved closer to investigate, Chinmu grabbed him, signaling Muli to remain silent. After they left, Muli wondered who they were, and Chinmu revealed they were members of the Corpse Demon sect. Curious about the name Corpse Demon sect, the old man recounts how, over a century ago, during a chaotic era, countless sects arose, and this Corpse Demon sect was one of the leading demonic factions. The Corpse Demon sect cultivates dark arts, dancing with the living dead. Its members are steeped in sinister energy, beings that are neither human nor ghost. Their existence in this world is a disaster. Muli then asked, What about inside? Chinmu understood, saying it was a jiangshi as the old man descended, saying, I've lived in seclusion in these mountains for years, never realizing there was a jiangshi here. It wasn't until the ghoul sect showed up that I realized a disaster was brewing here. And there were traces of formations and talismans in that cave. Perhaps a master sealed this jiangshi, which is why he didn't investigate, fearing he'd break the seal. Muli guessed his meaning. So, the Corpse Ghost sect is raising this jiangshi to awaken it, then use their secret methods to control it and make it work for them, right? But I see the seal inside is about to break. Chinmu sighed. If it escapes, the mountain village below is sure to suffer. Seeing Muli destroy the blood-filled coffin, Chinmu exclaimed in surprise, Young man, what are you doing? After shattering the coffin, Muli peered into the dark cave and invited the old man to investigate. Kim explains, zombies are extremely dangerous, classified as white, black, green fur, and flying. Young friend, your fire magic is truly extraordinary. The foul air in this cave is too thick. My flames have gone out. Look at this mess of talismans all over the cave. This is the Taoist seal at the cave's entrance. Once it breaks through its cultivation, these charms will be useless. I don't think the zombie in this cave is low level. It's probably become a Maojiang, immune to fire and water, and unafraid of light. Meanwhile, Muli found the stench of blood mixed with rotting flesh nauseating. As they ventured deeper, Chinmu noticed the scattered chains at their feet and exclaimed, We're in trouble! It broke the iron chains! Little did he know, a jiangshi clung to the wall behind him, sensing their intrusion and switching to attack mode. Mok Lai sensed the danger above, but it was too late. The jiangshi lunged for Chinmu. Luckily, he narrowly escaped, finally seeing its face. Meanwhile, Muko notices the dagger on the zombie, a semi-divine talisman sword whose seal remains unbroken as it raises its long claws toward Chinmu. However, how could he be so agile despite his age? The zombie was unfazed by the attack and retaliated against Chinmu. Luckily, he dodged again. Muke observed the jiangshi, concluding that even a martial master couldn't defeat it. With just one finger strike, the jiangshi creates a small crater. Chinmu warns Muli to be careful, and they decide to team up to eliminate it. The zombie collided with their combined power, triggering a deafening explosion that sent it flying. Yet it remained unscathed. Chinmu realizes in shock that this isn't a Maojiangshi but a flying jiangshi. How is that possible? In this era, there's still a flying Zhangshi with immense power and an unparalleled, indestructible body, impervious even to artillery fire. If this kind of zombie is unleashed, disaster will follow. We absolutely can't let it escape. Please, young man, lend me your strength, and together we'll eliminate this threat. As the elder tried to suppress it, the flying corpse fearlessly charged, prompting Chinmu to exclaim, "This is bad!" Then a massive explosion shook the area as the elder was overwhelmed by the flying corpse's power and hurled into a wall. It was Mu Li's turn. He used the power of the Immaculate Saint body and charged forward, delivering a horizontal slash. The flying corpse, writhing in pain, decided to flee, stopping only when it had burrowed deep into the cave. Outside, Chinmu pleaded, "Don't chase after it. This cave is a yin cave. The deeper you go, the denser the yin energy. This is its ideal territory. We'll only be at a disadvantage if we continue. It's better to prepare a trap and kill them all when the corpse demon sect arrives." Mu Li thought to himself that the innate spiritual energy used to cultivate ascension was extremely powerful, but could only be used a few times, so he had to kill that flying fiend. The next morning, they returned to Chinmu's house, and the old man lamented that it was a miscalculation, never expecting the zombie in the cave to have reached the level of a flying fiend. If it were to fully recover, he feared that no one in the world could kill it. Just then, the mountain spirit saw him return and rushed over. Looking at the handful of herbs in its hand, Mu Li recognized the spiritual energy emanating from them. Qinmu explains that the mountain spirit is a precious being, naturally gifted at sensing treasures. "I've raised this little one for a long time. I treat him like my grandson, and I won't let anyone hurt him." He reassured the old man, "Don't worry, I have my principles." Suddenly, the mountain spirit pulled out a fruit from his pouch, beaming as he offered it to Mu Li. Seeing his hesitation, the mountain spirit's face immediately fell, leaving Mu Li no choice but to accept it and offer his thanks. This made Shanjing happy, but Mu Li couldn't say the same, as the fruit he'd been given was incredibly sour. Chinmu seemed pleased that Shanjing liked Mu Li. 3 days later, they continued to stake out the cave, where members of the corpse demon sect appeared once more. Chinmu guesses that since ordinary zombies fear light, they chose this time to attack to restrain it. Today, they brought a compass, several demon-reflecting mirrors, and buckets of blood. One of them reported to their master, "Young Master Qin, what should we do? Do we need to go down there and catch that zombie?" Qin Bian mocked, noting the intense cold emanating from within. "You want to go in there? Do you have a death wish?" "Huh, big things require brains. When will your IQs ever match a fraction of mine?" "How flattering." "Yes, Master is incredibly intelligent, a level someone like me can't compare to." He ordered the cave to be blown up, knowing the light would weaken the creature by 70%, making it easier to subdue. Qin Bian thought to himself, with the martial arts world flourishing and sex reappearing, his deadly weapon would surely earn him favor with the sect leader upon his return. Above, Chinmu told Mu Li that they should let them blow up the zombie cave, and hopefully the zombie would come out, making it easier to deal with. The explosions began to erupt violently, the aftershock spreading throughout the surrounding area. Xinbian ordered his men to investigate, and they slid down the slope of the cave, carrying the blood orbs. After dissolving all the blood orbs, there was still no movement. One of them called out, "Young Master, there's still nothing." Suddenly, just as he spoke, he was attacked. Mu Li continued to watch intently from outside. Inside the cave, the subordinate's chest was pierced by Feizhang's sharp claws as it savored its delicious meal. It drains the life force from 2 unfortunate souls, and replenished, it roars with renewed fury. His feet launched him from the cave, and Qin Bian, spotting the night ghoul, ordered his men to attack. Both Mu Li and Chinmu witnessed its escape, preparing for what came next. They thought the beast would weaken outside, but it was actually drawing strength. Seeing Qin Bian about to be caught by the Fai Kuang, Chinmu exclaimed, "This beast is too fierce. It's our turn, young man." It's clear this Fai Kuang's strength surpasses even a martial honor. They decide to jump down and face it. The zombie recognizes them and roars savagely. Chinmu warns that this zombie has consumed an entire coffin's worth of blood, plus the life force of the corpse demon sect. He's likely even stronger now, so we must proceed with extreme caution. Hearing this, Mu Li agrees to follow Chinmu's plan, and after failing to kill Mu Li, the zombie turns its attention to Chinmu, only to be caught in his maze. The flying zombie is suppressed by a psychic formation, and while it writhes on the ground, he launches the liberation spear. By the time the flying zombie notices, it's too late. The spear pierced its chest, eliciting a wretched scream, and Moklai added a punch for good measure, realizing he was unharmed. The Immaculate Saint physique was indeed powerful. Meanwhile, Chinma thought to himself how difficult this was. A moment's carelessness and the Jiangshi would tear through him like the wind. With no other choice, he summoned his protective aura to defend himself. The fiend's immense power struck the aura, causing metallic clangs. Seeing Qin Mu struggle to withstand its power, Mu Li wondered just how tough is this Jiangshi. I wonder who's stronger, it or me with my immaculate saint physique. Thinking this, he rushed towards the Jiangshi, who was busy attacking Qin Mu, causing it to stop and immediately change targets. As the flawless saint collided with the Jiangshi, it was sent flying into the forest, creating crashes and explosions. The young man before him wasn't even scratched. Qin Mu was dumbfounded, thinking to abandon the protection of spiritual power and directly confront the zombie without budging an inch. How could a human body be so tough? The Faikang roared hideously, its entire body suddenly lifting high into the air, then raising a hand, unexpectedly absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Mu Li knew this fiend was dangerous. If left unchecked on earth, it would evolve into a terrifying demon. This is bad. The seal is about to break, and the zombie is about to fully regain its power. The charm that the Jiangshi just broke turned to dust, meaning nothing can control it now. It moved with blinding speed toward Mu Li, then struck him with a devastating blow, sending his small body flying through the air. Qin Mu could see that this zombie, after absorbing the essence of heaven and earth, had become far more powerful. There's no other way. He pulls a golden token from his pocket. The power from this token is formidable, drawing the attention of both Mu Li and the zombie. Qin Mu shouts, 9 provinces Dragon Chi, heed my command. The dragon energy takes form, and an ancient golden dragon flies out from the token. From the moment the golden dragon appeared, the flying corpse was nothing more than a fly on a cat's nose. Its fear was evident on its face, and it was quickly attacked and split in two by the golden dragon. Fei Yang could only let out a few weak cries before being obliterated, ending his life as a zombie. With that done, the golden dragon withdrew its power and vanished. This stuns Mu Li that such formidable power still exists in China. The golden dragon's power is too strong. Even I couldn't control it. Suddenly, Qin Mu collapsed and he rushed to catch him. Qin Mu knew he was in bad shape, which is why releasing even one dragon breath left him so weak. Mu Li took his pulse, and after examining him was left speechless as Qin Mu grimaced and asked, "You've discovered it, haven't you?" Mu Li sadly supports him, saying, "Your chances of survival are gone. No medicine can cure you. Knowing this, why did you act like this? Why use a fatal move?" Qin Mi would reveal his true feelings, leaving no regrets. Otherwise, if these zombies escaped down the mountain, the farms below would be destroyed, China would suffer, and countless lives would be lost. How could I stand by and watch this happen? Besides, it's worth sacrificing a life of less than a month to eliminate such a great threat. Looking at the old man's pain, Mu Li thought, if only I had a spiritual herb over 500 years old, I could refine a life-extending pill for him, to let him live another 10 years. But then he suggested a more feasible solution. If he could consume the mountain spirit, he could live another 20 years. Xianmi reveals that he initially intended to do so when he began searching for the little creature, but as time passed, he no longer considered it. He would rather die than harm him in any way. I should have died years ago. Living over 120 years is enough, but I prolonged my life with dragon energy to fulfill my mission. Now it seems I must entrust this mission to some old friends. He looked at Mu Li and sighed. It's a pity your path differs from mine, otherwise you would have been the best choice. He expressed that everyone in the world has their own choices. How different is different if you can begin and end as one. Forcing change will only lead you astray. Qinmu could only accept that reasoning. He was right. Take me back. It was long after that the two returned to Qinmu's thatched cottage, where the old man hugged the mountain spirit, comforting it. Little one, don't worry. Grandpa's okay. He looked at the old man he'd known for so long and couldn't help but feel sad. Qinmu slowly took a sip of tea, confiding that people thought the golden age of martial arts had already begun. With the world in chaos, countless martial venerables have emerged, hidden from view. But when the powers of this era are suppressed, the martial arts era will be impossible to extinguish. Hearing this, Mu Li wondered what changes were about to occur in this world during the martial arts resurgence, and if he could entrust the little one to him. He casually retorted, "Aren't you afraid I'll eat him?" Qinmu burst into hearty laughter, saying, "Although you say you're not a good person, I see your heart. You have goodness within you, it's just that your goodness has principles. I believe you wouldn't do such a thing." Knowing he was about to change masters, Shanjing burst into tears as Mu Li stayed with the old man until Qinmu's final moments 2 days later. "Young friend, I've been thinking, and I realize I was asking too much. There are no true saints on this path, no one who acts without seeking personal gain. Now that my time is running out, I don't want Jing province to be without a leader, or the people will have no one to rely on in the coming turmoil. I entrust Jing province to you. Will you accept? But Muli still refused. I told you, I'm not one to give selflessly. He was interrupted. That's enough. Having principles means you're not a hypocrite. This position isn't just a responsibility, it's also power. Rest assured, this won't bind you in any way. Just lend your strength if things change in the future. Before the old man passed, Muli held his hand and pleaded. Can you tell me what your territory is? How many people are there? Chinmu didn't hide it any longer. I am a martial saint, one of the few in this world supporting only a handful of people. Curious, he asks what level of power comes with the position, and upon hearing that it can sway the very core of China, Muli hatches an idea. With this power, I can protect my mother and sister, and even go to the capital. I admire this senior, so I accept the Jing province token. Xinmu says, this is the Jing province token. In ancient times, Emperor Yu pacified the world, forged cauldrons, divided the land into 9 provinces, established governors, and created 9 province tokens, only to be used by the governors of each province. A governor's seal symbolizes power and status, and it's a precious treasure containing dragon energy from a bygone era. No one can harness its power anymore, but I feel you might be able to someday. Looking at the Jing province token in his hand, Muli thought he'd long heard it wasn't simple, but never imagined it was from ancient times. Chinmu then instructed him on how to use it. I've erased my mark. Drip a drop of your blood on it and you'll control it from now on. Moklai obeyed, dripping a drop of blood from his hand. Chinmu declared that from this moment on he was the governor of Jing province. I entrust Jing province to you, he said. Could you pour me a glass of water? As usual, Mountain Spirit went to find herbs for him, but today his steps seemed more hurried. He froze as soon as he entered the house, dropping the herbs, and then burst into tears. And so, before Chinmu could even take a sip of water, he passed away. In that moment, Muli vowed, rest assured, I will fulfill every promise I made to you. As long as I draw breath, as long as I have power, I will protect Jingzhou. These were the words of Wuji Tianzun. He stood solemnly, bowed his head in respect, and wished the old man a peaceful passing. By noon that day, Muli and Shanjing had completed Chinmu's final resting place. Suddenly, many footsteps echoed, and he turned to ask the identities of the newcomers. The leader announced, We are the great clans under the governor of Jingzhou. I am the chief manager of Zhou Mansion. Lord Chinmu dedicated his life to the people, and now that he has passed, he has no children. Therefore, we've come to see him off. He responds with utmost sincerity. I am Muli. Thank you, everyone. The companion added, If you're the successor chosen by Elder Qin, we must show our support. Here's how to reach us. A card was flung toward Muli, colliding with his iron-hard body and splitting into 6 different cards. Witnessing this, everyone was astonished. This young man possessed the strength of a regional governor. Muli reviewed the information on the cards and asked, 5 of you are martial honor level among the 8. Are you all top experts from Jing province? Xidong respectfully replied, We wouldn't dare call ourselves strong. All of us combined might not equal Master Mu. Does Master have any plans for the future? He said he had business to attend to in the south, so Xidong took his leave. That works. We'll be going now. Mr. Mu, until we meet again. Muli decides to meet the assassins head-on instead of waiting for them to find him. On the black market's bounty board, he posted a meeting. 3 days later, at Wutong Town, Jiang Jumin was stunned. Most couldn't understand this move. Good heavens, does he have a death wish? The search for him has turned Longshan and North Zhou upside down these past few days. Everyone was searching for him, and now he's revealing his location. What is Wu Ji thinking? So many seek his demise, yet he emerges from hiding. Is he courting death? Perhaps Wu Ji is too arrogant to fear the hunt. Wu Ji will appear at Zhenwutong Tower. In 3 days, some lovely ladies will be waiting for him there, as agreed. At that moment, Muli arrived from Wutong Tower, and seeing their target, the fair-skinned beauties prepared to greet him. Muli realizes something is off about the women he's supposed to meet, but they speak up. Are you Mr. Wu Ji? They even took the initiative to chat him up, taking the opportunity to touch Muli's 8-pack abs while exclaiming, This is the famous Wu Ji, he's so handsome. The other girl chimed in, Yeah, just looking at you is making my ovaries explode. Seeing him still unmoved, they begin to flirt. Infinite. Why so silent? Are we not attractive enough for you? How heartbreaking. It turns out these 2 were pawns planted by them. As the remaining woman threw her dart, it bounced harmlessly off Muli, shocking them both. In return, Muli controls their own throwing stars, sending them back to turn the women into human pincushions, easily escaping the enemy's honey trap. With a calm demeanor, Muli said, "Send the rest of you up here." Quickly, a group of about 15 rushed out, charging into battle while yelling, "You're dead, kid!" But Mukli simply threw a cup at his forehead, killing him instantly, and the others soon followed. The Tongwu town's death tower echoed with screams of agony, as Lu Rongzhen's power shook the building, terrifying those around him. Limitless is a god of death. He's not arrogant, he's just that strong, a young man posted online. Many renowned martial arts masters have gathered in this Wutong town. But whether they try to ambush him or swarm him, anyone who enters is met with death. This is bad. I need to livestream this on the forums. Hey, could this limitless guy be a martial venerable? The man next to him replied, I think so. Who else but a martial venerable could chop up high-level martial artists like they were radishes? Soon, a figure emerged, and they murmured that Limitless was coming out. He told them, "You should go, be careful, and avoid causing too much commotion." He even carefully disguised a flaw as a dog. After Muli left, they finally dared to rush to the scene, which had become a river of blood. The young man who was just live-streaming is one of the masked brothers. The three of them together are incredibly powerful, able to fight even top-tier martial artists, and they were all killed inside. Next up is the praying mantis, Qian Jinyao. His praying mantis manual was famous, and he was a well-known master among high-level martial artists, yet he was killed with a single chopstick. The martial venerable candidate list has been updated, with Limitless in second place, and Muli and Budian are at Mount Fumo. Following his memory, he found a lake. It was said that Mount Fumo had a Toanthan temple, and behind it was a fairy lake containing a rare 7-colored lotus. It sounds like the legendary violet star treasure of the immortal cultivation world, a single lotus blooming in the middle of the lake. At a glance, Muli recognized it as the 100 Lifetimes Lotus. At the same time, he noticed a sound approaching from a distance. A person driving a carriage followed by a small palanquin, from which a fair, delicate hand gently lifted the curtain to peek out. Suddenly their eyes met, and for the first time, Muli was stunned by beauty. Inside the sedan was indeed a young woman, and beautiful was an understatement. Back on Zaiwei Star, I heard that cultivating to immortality could reverse time and return to the past, so I devoted myself to cultivation for revenge. I never expected to successfully return to Earth at the age of 20. I didn't know anything about cultivation when I left Zaiwei Star, but it's not too late now. The most important thing is that my mother and sister are safe. And because of the ascension cultivation method in my body, I'm already close to reaching the peak of the mid-stage of Qi training. According to Qinmu, once I reach the late stage of Qi training, I can freely enter and exit the imperial capital. As a cultivator, the purer and more powerful my Qi becomes. Even without the bronze token, I can rival a martial saint like Qinmu. Even the grand masters of the capital city are no problem. First, I'll see if the 7-killing lotus can be used as medicine, then decide what to do next. Paying attention to the girl in the carriage, Muli thought she was special. When suddenly the girl named Linger said, "Laohua, stop for a moment." Hearing this, the middle-aged man stopped the carriage and she stepped out to ask Muli, "Young man, are you heading to the Taoist temple on the mountain?" Her demeanor was different than usual, putting Laohua on alert. Lin Ni kindly offered, "It's a rough road to the temple, young man, and I hear it's a 2-hour walk. Why don't you join us? We're going there too, so we can give you a ride." Linger, he warned you not to let strangers in the car, but she just wants to help. "It's okay, Laohua, he doesn't look like a bad guy, and the road to the mountain is really difficult. Let's give him a ride." Lin Ni noticed the little creature peeking out from Moklai's shoulder and exclaimed, "Oh, what's this? It's so clingy. I find it adorable." Laohua warned, "Lin Ni, you don't know the wickedness in people's hearts. There are many treacherous schemers, so be careful." But she retorted, "Laohua, don't always see everyone as bad. There are many good people in this world. Come on, hop in. We'll take you where you need to go." Old Hua could only huff, warning Muli, "Kid, since Linger is kind enough to invite you along, then go, and don't disappoint her kindness." He thought the old man was contradictory, as the little dot shivered between them. Seeing this, Lin Ni initiated a conversation. "I'm sorry, my body is a bit cold. My name is Lin Ni. What's your name?" He introduces himself as Muli, and she asks the child's name. The child is so cold their nose is running. Mokli says their name is Tubat Diem, and they're freezing, so they climb into his lap and then inside his clothes, making Moklai jump. Embarrassed, he grabbed little Dot, while Linger, seeing the child shiver, expressed her concern. "Sorry, little one, for making you cold." Just like little one, Muli felt his body grow cold when he was close to Linger. She took it as a subtle hint and was embarrassed. Lin Ni turned away, explaining that little Bud seemed cold and she wanted to take him to the old man. It was all because of this strange illness. Only Mu Li realized that her strange congenital cold body wasn't an illness at all, but clearly the Zhuanyin physique. So, he asked, "Did you come to the mountains to seek treatment?" Lin Ji confirmed, "Yes, Brother Mu Li. I heard that the Taoist temple has a miraculous wonder that can cure all diseases, so I wanted to see it." But as little Dot tried to snuggle into Mu Li's arms again, he pulled its leg, causing it to fall. Seeing how far they'd come, Mu Li asked curiously, "In this age of science and civilization, you still believe in this kind of thing?" Ling Ni says, "I don't really believe it either, but old Hoa wanted me to try, and I didn't want to disappoint him." Her voice suddenly drops. "I don't know what this strange illness is either. From a young age, I've seen countless famous doctors, but they all say there's no cause, just a naturally cold constitution. Unlike normal people. My own family saw me as a monster, and my parents were helpless. Before passing, my grandfather entrusted me to the Hua family. In recent years, Grandpa Hua has taken me all over China, seeking out many masters, but none have been able to cure me. I had long given up hope of ever being cured, but Grandpa Hua never gave up. You're still trying so hard, I don't want to disappoint you." Linger apologized, holding back her emotions. "I'm sorry for talking so much. You must be bored." Mu Li placed his hand on her shoulder, encouraging her. "Don't worry, your illness will be cured." With tears in her eyes, Linger replied, "I can only hope so. Thank you for your kind words." Meanwhile, Mu Li thought that even in this world with sparse spiritual energy, the Zhuanyin physique still existed. In the world of immortal cultivation, those with the Zhuanyin physique are highly sought after by major sects, as they excel in cultivating yin-based techniques. When cultivating, the Zhuanyin body automatically converts cold energy and merges it with absorbed spiritual energy. Death by torture was all but certain. Thinking this, Mu Li released a bit of true energy toward the little guy, hoping this spiritual energy could temporarily protect him from invasion. It clearly felt a warm aura enveloping it, then jumped to hug Ling Ni, surprising her. "Little one, aren't you cold?" Unable to speak, it chirped with delight, its cuteness lifting her spirits. They continued on their way, and an hour later old Hua called out from outside, "Linger, we're here." Their destination was a temple atop a high mountain, accessible only by 749 steps. Lin Ni hurried out of the carriage only to stumble, but was fortunately caught by Mu Li. Seeing his handsome face so close, Linger's pretty face flushed red. Having been frail since birth, Lin Ni was already panting after only a few steps, prompting Mu Li to offer her a piggyback ride. But she politely declines. "No need, Brother Mu Li, thank you." The speck crawled out of Linger's clothes and sneezed unexpectedly, with surprising force. Linger, who was freezing, suddenly felt warm and light as a feather. "What's going on here?" Old Hoa heard the noise and turned to see Mo Li doing something suspicious, and he was furious. "You little brat, what are you doing to Linger? You just pulled out Bat Diem and confessed. It didn't do anything to it." Old Hoa saw that Hin Ni's complexion had become much rosier, so he decided not to interfere and focus on healing Lin Ni first. Meanwhile, Mu Li used telepathy to question the system. "Do you have a death wish? Sharing your spiritual power with others, repeatedly trying to get close and even hugging them?" It knew it was wrong and chirped a few times. Mak Lai recalled his past life, when he, Jia Du, and some shady characters made money from illegal activities and went to Happy, an extravagant place in the imperial city. That Zhou dared to steal our people. At the time I knew nothing of martial arts, nor that power and wealth were governed by its strength. Because I offended a young master from the capital with a martial arts family backing him, I was met with vicious revenge. He murdered my mother before my eyes, then forced my sister to her death. That old chin dog deserves to die. Now that I've accepted the bronze spirit, I absolutely won't disgrace the ancient tribal chief. Offending a Huaja like me and humiliating my family is a death sentence. He vowed to change everything himself this time. Lost in thought, Linger said, "Brother Mu Li, we're here. This place is called the Qingguan of Subduing Demons." Seeing them, an old man surnamed Zhang came out to greet them, saying, "Greetings, esteemed benefactors. My granddaughter has been afflicted with a strange illness since childhood. Her body always cold, and no treatment has been effective. Hearing that your temple has miraculous powers to cure all diseases, I've come here seeking help." He pointed to Linger and guessed, "Is this the main patient?" She confirmed it was me, and Zhang suggested he take my pulse. But the moment he touched her hand, he recoiled in shock and was visibly frightened. The moment his fingers touched Lin Ni's pulse, They froze over, and Master Zhang remained silent. Muli could see through the old Taoist and discern Lin Ni's mysterious yin constitution. And though the old man said nothing upon seeing the little thing hiding behind her, Muli could tell from his eyes that he recognized not only Lin Ni's unique physique but also the little one's identity. Seeing his silence, Lao Hua asked, "Reverend, how is she? Can my granddaughter be saved?" Master Zhang replied, "I have divine abilities and can cure all diseases, but this girl's cold poison is no joke." Old Hua asked, "Cold poison? Are you saying that Linger has been poisoned by cold?" The esteemed Zhang confirms, "Indeed, it's a rare form of cold poison. Those afflicted are constantly freezing, never feeling warmth, even in the hottest days of summer, and their bodies are always weak and powerless." Lin Ni, impressed by his accuracy, confirmed, Yes, that's exactly right." Hearing this, old Hoa happily took her hand. "Lingxi, you're saved." Old Zhang suggests that everyone follow him. Deep inside the Than Quan exorcism temple, Zhang explained that this was an immortal pond from ancient times, with a lotus branch at the bottom that bloomed every full moon. At that time, you and the others tormented by illness should come here together. It will surely be effective, and all ailments will vanish. Old Hoa asks if the 15th is the day after tomorrow, and the esteemed Zhang replies, "Indeed. Please rest in our guest rooms for the next 2 days and await the miracle." Lingqi gratefully thanked him. "Thank you, Taoist." "The Taoist is so kind, thank you, Taoist." He replied, "You're too kind. If there's anything I can do to help, I will. It is also the will of heaven that you accompany me to the guest room." Only Muli stared at the rippling lake, a strange feeling in his heart. 2 days later, on the night of the full moon, Ling Ni followed the others to the lake. She hoped that after I cured this strange disease, I could live like a normal person, that my family wouldn't see me as a monster anymore, that I could go to school and make lots of friends. As the moon reached its zenith, the mystical flower rose from the depths. Bathed in moonlight, it was a truly magical sight. Everyone began to kneel and worship the miracle as the flower bloomed, releasing a sweet fragrance that spread throughout the area. Everyone was lost in the miraculous fragrance, but only Lao Zhang remained sober, suddenly uttering strange words. Seeing the people meditating amidst the blooming lotus, Muli thought to himself, "They truly are a foreign race." So this is the truth behind the Fox Fairy Troop's miracles at Than Quan Temple on Fuhu Mountain. There's no miraculous cure-all, but a miracle that steals life, sucking away people's vitality while temporarily suppressing their pain. It's likely they'll all be drained soon. Old Zhang revealed that their tribe's holy child was in luck this time, for among the foolish mortals were a precious mountain spirit and a pure yin human mermaid. Absorbing them would surely amplify his power. Just as he finished speaking, a surge of killing intent swept past him from behind, then attacked the holy child's lotus. An invisible strike shatters the horn on his forehead, and his breath becomes ragged. Old Zhang cries out in despair, "No! Who are you? How are you still conscious? You're ruining my plans." "Insignificant human, die!" But Muli casually blocks his palm. Unconvinced, he throws a second punch, but misses again. Now it's Mok Lai's turn to strike back, sending old Zhang flying. He unleashes a flurry of kicks, leaving his opponent defenseless. The old man can't believe such a powerful being exists on Earth. This can't be happening. Muli lands a solid punch to his opponent's gut, sending old Zhang crashing to the ground, while the holy child continues to absorb power, and the others panic. "Demons! There are demons! Run!" old Zhang cried from the pit. "Who are you? How could you be so much stronger than my people? How do you know how to cultivate your body?" He declares, "You don't need to know my name. You've killed so many people. As one of the human race, I'll take care of you today." The old man jumps out of the hole, cursing and farting. "What right does a lowly human have to threaten me? The others may resemble humans, but some have wings, some have 3 eyes, and some have horns. Though similar in appearance, they are ultimately 2 different species. The others look down on humans, some even eating them. Lowly creatures, don't get too cocky. If I go all out, you're dead." Muli thought to himself that he was hiding his true strength. How interesting. The old man had bulging muscles and a massive frame, thorns growing on his arms and a horn on his head. He vowed, "Insignificant human, you harmed our holy son and ruined our plans. I'll tear you apart. You only cultivated the lowest level of divine body. Our holy son's supreme body is invincible. When he awakens, he'll crush you like a bug." "Where did you aliens come from, hiding in China, and what is your purpose?" Muli asked directly. Old Zhang rushed forward and said, "You want to know? You're not strong enough." Muli gathers his power and the two begin an evenly matched battle. Their fists collide, unleashing a powerful aura that electrifies the area. the shock waves rippling across the meadow, scattering lotus petals around Linger. Old Hoa anxiously tries to wake her. Lin Nai, the sacred one, continues the absorption process. His face bruised, Mu Li thought. The immaculate saint body is only refined with stone marrow extract, far from complete. He's still lacking. But in my territory, don't expect to be stubborn with me. I'm injured, but you will die. Zhang asks mockingly, and just what kind of small fry god are you? He thinks to himself that, after his transformation, he only needs 30% of his power to win, and this kid is just putting on a show. The old man remained as arrogant as ever. Come, you lowly creatures, become food for me. Mukli looked at the two in the distance, wondering why they hadn't run away yet. This one is fated to be mine. I can't let anything happen to him. And over there, with Linger caught in the vines, old Zhang notices 2 more morsels. Old Hoa bravely rushes in, pushing her aside. This is bad, run! Linger is lifted by the vines, stunned. What is happening? Let me go. The vines tightened, tearing her clothes. Old Zhang was at the root of it all, directing the vines that ensnared the old flower. Muli acts, his hands ablaze with lightning, and commands, 9 provinces, Dragon Chi, heed my call. Muli's eyes narrowed with intensity, as old Zhang, dismissive of his opponent, asked, What nonsense are you spouting, boy? Taking the blow, he panics. What? He actually blocked a punch with 50% of my power, and he seems even stronger than me. This isn't from his own cultivation. Could he truly be connected to some ancient power? He exclaimed, Boy, what kind of elixir have you consumed? He declares that today, the 9 provinces Dragon Chi will destroy you on the spot. You cannot live after touching Huaxia. Watching Muli's movements, old Zhang guessed that this was an earth-sealing attack, and it seemed he really had a connection to the ancient god. Lightning struck his body, but he still refused to submit, declaring that inferior races were born to be our slaves. Thousands upon thousands of weak humans are no match for me. They will forever be an endless source of food for my enjoyment. No matter your origins, you're just a greenhorn, unable to withstand my full-force strike. Seeing the flames erupt across his opponent's body, Mu Li wondered, what kind of move is that? The battle raged on, and Zhang wondered what his opponent was doing, focusing all his spiritual power into one point. A desperate, all-or-nothing attack he could no longer escape. His punch shatters his opponent's hand, and Mu Li follows up with a second blow, a powerful strike straight through old Zhang. His body unable to resist, a gaping hole ripped through his abdomen. Mu Li remained calm, severing Zhang's head with his bare hand. The vines binding Linger had lost their vitality, releasing her as the others retreated. Linger slowly awoke, filled with curiosity as this man radiated a brilliant golden light. Why is he standing before me, in this desolate world? She collapses to the ground. Mu Li stood before the saintess, thinking, She's awake? While the saintess wondered, Why do you outsiders seek death on earth? Mu Li recalled the night before arriving at Truyan Ma Mountain, when he absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The bronze tablet suddenly merged with his cultivation energy, invisibly invading his body. As his inner strength increased, so did this energy, making him feel like he was about to return to the peak of infinity. The 9 provinces, Dragon Chi, is somehow connected to the power that seals Earth, an ancient mysterious force left to protect the planet from alien attacks, using the power of nature to destroy its enemies. Later, I discovered that when my realm didn't increase, I couldn't activate them to attack. But when my luck increased, their explosive power would increase exponentially to a terrifying degree. If only I could activate the dragon energy at will. The Holy Scion senses that this man is stronger than him. He dares to threaten me right off the bat. How dare a tiny human like you disturb my seclusion and kill my servants? With that, the Saint Sun stepped off the lotus platform, his feet gliding across the water's surface, creating ripples. Mu Li thought to himself, his luck is strong. I can't even see his realm. These 2 alien races have far greater attack power than I do. Activating dragon energy would have killed everyone here. My cultivation hasn't expanded yet, and I can't quickly activate the bronze command. I can only wait for an opportunity. The Saint Sun seizes the moment to strike, fist at the ready, as Mu Li continues his clash with the alien Saint Sun, who boasts, You can take it, but I haven't even used my full strength yet. Again, Mu Li blocks another blow. The 2 remain evenly matched. Mu Li calculates that he can only protect himself with the holy body's divine power and techniques. He can't hold back. The saint discovers his body-refining technique, sees Lao Hua fleeing with Ling and thinks, too slow. The saint then appears before them, blocking their path. He bravely says, You won't lay a hand on Linger. He looks down on them, sneering, Insects. Lao Hua strikes first, shouting, Whether you're a god or a demon, you won't hurt this poor child. Molly joins the fray, landing a kick that connects with the Holy One's face. Lao Hua throws a punch, but it has no effect. He realizes his opponent's power far surpasses his own. Both were knocked back as a beam of light pierced through the wooden bed, and Lao Hua's only concern was for Linger. Muli is still plotting to eliminate him, willing to stoop to any low. Let's see what makes you so special. The two continue their confrontation, the immense power creating pressure in the very air, and they exchange several blows. The Holy Child assesses that while this one is far stronger than his kin, his cultivation is still too low. Such meager strength is not enough to defeat my servant. He's about to end it all. Poor human, this game is over. Kid, you dared use me as a whetstone? You're dead meat. Mok Lai muses, so he's finally getting serious, but he no longer has a chance of winning against me. Waves of spiritual energy crashed down on the Holy Child like a lightning storm as Mu Li shouted, "Mu Ling, help me kill him." An aura begins to envelop him. Does the Holy Sun notice Mu Ling? This 9 provinces order was made by you, the great of ancient times. Is this guy from China? He leaps from the lake, dodging an attack. On the shore, Mu Li guides his spirit energy, shaping lightning for a new attack, a surge of draconic, heaven-defying power. That palm strike landed with devastating force. The Holy Child gritted his teeth, realizing he was in trouble. His arm had already been grazed by the light. A pained scream echoes, "My hand!" The Holy Child vows to remember this. "I will kill you." With that, he vanishes, and Mu Li anxiously calls out as Linger's voice echoes from a corner. "Grandpa Hoa, Grandpa Hoa, Mu Li has come to heal you." "That's all I can do. I don't have much time left. But the old flower is already grateful to you." "Thank you." He gave his final instructions. "Linger, don't grieve too much. Life is a cycle of birth, aging, sickness, and death. You still have a long life ahead of you, so you must keep living." She sobbed, "No, please, Grandpa Hoa, don't die. You're gone. What am I supposed to do? You were the only one in this world who was ever kind to me. Now that you're gone, I'm all alone in the world. How can I go on?" Old Hua, in despair, could only beg Mu Li. "I know you're no ordinary person, but I beg you. Linger once helped you with her kindness. Could you take her back to her family?" Mu Li agreed, asking where her family lived. He replied, "Her family is in Zhongjing City, Jiangnan Province, the Zhui family. Since you're going that way, it's perfect." "All right, I'll take her home since it's on my way." Old Hua urged his grandson to thank Mu Li for helping Linger. "He's willing to help you, and with him by your side, you'll never be in danger. Mu Li guarantees that I can not only help her, but also cure her." These words take him by surprise. What are you saying?" "He can cure Lin Ni. Mok Lai is certain that he can not only heal her, but also make her like him, so no one can bully her. Old Hoa can now rest in peace, knowing everything will be all right." "This is wonderful," Lin Ni cries out in anguish, begging Grandpa Hoa not to die. He also began treating her, but Linger couldn't bear it and fainted. Mu Li picked her up, and the next day she awoke, calling for Grandpa Hoa. Lying in a soft bed, Linger is asked by Mu Li, "You're awake?" Upon waking, she asked, "Why am I here? Where's my grandfather?" He tells her to eat first. "We'll talk after you've eaten, and after we've finished the funeral arrangements for Old Hua, Mu Li, let's prepare to set off." Clutching her grandfather's ashes, she vowed to live on, to live well, and to make her enemies see her thrive. Ling Ni asks Mu Li to teach her how to cure her illness, saying she doesn't want to be weak anymore. "I want to be like you. Please, teach me." He reveals that she has a rare constitution called profound yin, not an illness. Within our reach is a prodigy. If I can teach you the right cultivation method, you can control your body and draw the cold energy within. She asked expectantly, "Will it make me stronger?" He confirmed, "Of course it will. I have a cultivation method called the 9 Revolutions Jade Immortal Sutra. It just so happens to suit your constitution. Come here and I'll teach you." Lingni sat down in a corner to cultivate, and Mu Li carefully observed her, thinking that she truly was blessed by the heavens when it came to cultivation, thanks to her profound yin constitution. Looking at the mountain spirit, he was surprised that even this little thing could cultivate. He might as well teach it a qi cultivation technique for demons so that even if it couldn't become a great demon, it could still protect itself. Lin Ni was eager. "Teach it, Mok Lai." He patted her head, saying, "Cultivating this kind of mental technique won't work. Get up, let's continue on our way." Lin Ni obediently agreed. Yes, at the Jiang family villa in Zhongjing City, a knock echoes outside. Bai Din ordered them to enter, as his subordinate reported that the man had been killing his way from Jinling unopposed. He should be in Jiangnan province by now, with power comparable to Wang Fu Yun. Bieting reached for the glass on the table and downed it in one gulp. "This debt, Biet Din will have his revenge. He's the one who killed my son." and sooner or later I'll make him wish he were never born. Judging by the time, that daughter of the Zhuo family should be returning soon. Come with me to their house, and send someone to keep watch. If that guy enters Zhongjing, kill him for me. Understood, yes sir. Linger soaks in the city's atmosphere, exclaiming, "Mu Li, we're in central capital." He follows, replying, "Let's go, I'll take you home." Linger paused, looking at the school. "That's my old school. I miss it so much." She pointed. "And over there is a lingerie shop I really like." Suddenly, Moklai senses someone approaching. It's Vokai hobbling towards them. He stops them, saying, "Hold on, you two." Moklai asks directly, "What do you want?" He introduced him. "My friend, the old man named Zhou Wuji, is from the Martial Alliance headquarters protecting the national laws. He's been waiting to speak with you, surprised he's from the Martial Alliance headquarters." Wuji urged, "Don't go to the Zhang family, leave Zhongjing, leave Zhangnan." He asked suspiciously, "Why?" He explained, "You're a genius on par with Huang Fu Yun, and we don't want to see any mishaps. Moreover, the head of the Zhang family is a renowned martial venerable, so the fire poison he cultivates carries toxins when ignited. If your inner core is damaged, your martial arts foundation will be destroyed, and no amount of talent can save you. Your current strength is no match for him, so don't provoke unnecessary conflict." Mu Li calmly replies, "What if I still want to go? Besides, how do you know I'm not his match?" Wuji tried to dissuade him. "Kid, I know you're gifted, but don't be too arrogant. Since you insist, I'll test you, but don't say I didn't warn you." Determined to teach him a lesson, Wuki attacks, but Mu Li blocks the kick with his bare hand. A second kick aimed for Mu Li's face, but he blocked it again. Wuji pressed his attack, and their palms clashed. With a crash, the two broke apart, leaving onlookers wondering what they'd just witnessed. The wind howls. The weather is strange. Wuji concludes that even Huang Fu Yun, renowned in martial arts, is likely a step below him. Who knew our China had such talent? Mu Li concludes, "So, is the Zhang family free to go? He won't make things difficult for you anymore. You're free to leave." But the head of the Zhang family is still a renowned martial master and hopes you'll show mercy. To which you replied that you wanted to see his enlightenment. "Weren't you just pretending to be a fool?" Wuji denies it, saying no. Unexpectedly, people from the Martial Alliance had to disguise themselves and defend you. "Remember to mention my alias when you go to the capital. It might save you some trouble." Secretly pleased, he thought, "I must report this news quickly and give that old man a scare." He turned and asked Linger, "Where is the Xue family located?" She looked sad, and Mok Lai noticed, calling out, "Lin Ni, what's wrong?" She pleaded with Mu Li not to take her back to the Yu family, leaving him surprised. Why doesn't she want to go home? It was Lord Hua's wish. He promised the old man he'd bring her home safely, but Linger insisted, "Brother Mu Li, I don't want to go home. Can I come with you?" He replied, "What would you do following me? I can barely take care of myself." "You'll have a good foundation if you go home. Cultivate yourself and make sure to practice the 9 Revolution Jade Immortal Sutra I gave you. Don't be lazy." Lingerie pleads, "Brother Mu Li, I'll do anything. I can marry you, cook, and clean. I can learn anything. Please don't send me home, okay? I want to go with you, please, let me." Your answer is just nonsense. This is a lifelong matter. Now that you can control your constitution, you won't be ridiculed by others in the future. They see me as a monster. I'm only 17. I have so many good years ahead of me. She has something she can't say, and I really don't want to go home. Mu Li wants to see if her Zhuanyin physique can keep up with him, and if she can, he'll grant her wish. Lin Ni chased after him, calling out, "Brother Mu Li, wait for me." As she ran, she realized her body felt light and strong, no longer cold. She could run this fast without tiring. Seeing him walking away, Ling Ni called out, "Molly, wait for me." "Molly, there are 2 taxis up ahead. Hurry." The car stopped at the Zhu family home, and he suggested they go inside. But Ling Zhi took out her phone, saying she'd call her mother to come out and meet her. He questions why she needs permission to enter her own home, suggesting they simply go inside. Ling Ni hesitated, but Mo Li apologized, saying it would be best to wait for her mother. Wandi came out and called, "Lin Ni, have you really come home?" She was moved. "Lin Ni, my child, have you been well, my good girl?" The mother and daughter embraced, weeping. Wan Yi asked, "Lin Ni, what happened to you?" She happily exclaimed, "Mom, I'm cured." Her mother sighed in relief. "That's wonderful. This is truly wonderful. All those years, Hoa took you everywhere seeking treatment. We really must thank him. Heaven truly rewards the faithful." It was then that she noticed Ling Shi. "What's going on? Why are you carrying an urn of ashes?" Lin Yi recounts the tragic passing of Grandpa Hoa's mother, a shock to Wan Yi, who knew Hoa so well. "Lin Ni, don't grieve so. The dead cannot be revived." Finally noticing him, Wan Yi spoke up. "Oh right, Lin Ni, let me introduce you. This is Mok Lai. Back then, when Grandpa Hoa entrusted you to Mok Lai, he brought you home and cured your illness." Hearing this, Uyendi was overjoyed. "Really? That's wonderful." She handed her daughter a card, urging, "Lingxi, listen to me. You and Mu Li must leave quickly. There's 10 million in this card, enough for you to live a normal life. You two need to leave, get out of Jiangnan province, and never come back." Sensing something was wrong with Wan Yi, she had a bad feeling. "Mom, what's going on?" She hurriedly pushed her. "Go now, or it'll be too late." Ling Ni was bewildered. "Mother, what's going on?" As someone from the Ren family rushed out, saying it was too late. "My daughter, we've all been waiting for you to come home. Now that you're here, don't rush off. Come, let me see how big my precious daughter has gotten." Behind him, servants followed carrying clubs. When they touched Wan Yi, she screamed, "What do you think you're doing? I'm the Zhu family's madam." "Rennie is your own flesh and blood. Do you have no love for your own child?" He feigns kindness, saying that all of this is to maintain the Yuo family bloodline, for our daughter's future. Ling Nai demands answers. "Father, what exactly is going on?" Another swing at Mu Li is deflected. Thinking to himself, Rennie wondered, who is this guy? Is he Linger's boyfriend? Meanwhile, Lin Ni anxiously called out to Mu Li, who became her support. "Lin Nai, don't be afraid. I'm here. Let's go see what your father is up to." As they walked, Manhwa told her, "Lin Ni, because of your illness, Grandpa took you to visit Dan Ni. After he passed, old Hua continued to take you everywhere for treatment, but to no avail. Because of your strange illness, no one dares to approach you, and you have no friends. It breaks my heart to see your future like this. Over the years, I've tried my best, and today, by chance, I met the head of the Jiang family, who now seeks a concubine to bear him children. Today, the son of the Jiang family patriarch has come to discuss your marriage." Lin Ni is stunned as he calculates that old Jiang practices a fierce cultivation art, one that ordinary women cannot withstand. Linger was born with a frigid constitution, something most would avoid, let alone marry. But now that this old man has his eyes on her, our Zhui family can rely on the Jiang family's reputation as the top martial arts family in Zhongjing. The future influence is truly unpredictable. Entering the house, he pointed to Bietin, introducing him, "This is the head of the Jiang family." Then gesturing to the others, "These are all elders of the Zhui family, and they all agree to this marriage." Wan Di angrily struck him on the back. "Renhuo, you heartless beast devoid of conscience. The head of the Jiang family is in his 30s or 40s, and his father must be at least 60 years old, to marry a 17-year-old girl to a 60-year-old man." Rennie shouts, "What are you yelling about?" "This is a good thing. Lin Ni can marry and not have to worry for the rest of her life," she scolded. "Everyone knows why you've all agreed to this absurd marriage. You've always treated her like a monster, saying now that the Jiang family has proposed marriage, you all want to marry her off, clearly hoping to rely on the Jiang family. You're all so two-faced, a bunch of hypocrites." Renhe scolds, calling her impudent and disrespectful, while Mu Li notices Ling Ni trembling with anger. Wandi berats him, saying that Zhang Bieting, the only heir of the Zhang family, was killed for his crimes, and it serves him right. "Your master is almost 70 years old, and he still has the gall to cause trouble for my 17-year-old daughter. Does the Zhang family have no shame?" Baiting frowned and asked, "What did you say?" Mu Li thought to herself, "Does the Jiang family want to kill someone here?" Bidin said through gritted teeth, "How dare you offend the Jiang family?" Renhu immediately slapped Wan Yi. "Shut your mouth." Ling Yi anxiously rushes to her mother. "Mom." He turns to explain, "Mr. Jiang, she's lost her mind. Don't believe a word they say. Rest assured, she dared to offend the Jiang family. We will not go easy on her. I'll lock her up later and never let her out again." The rest of the family chimed in, saying that Jiang was just a crazy woman acting on her own, and that the Zhui family had nothing to do with it. "Please understand, we absolutely approve of this marriage." "That's right, we all agree." Mu Li finally understands. No wonder Linger didn't want to return to the Zhui family, to be treated like a monster and abandoned by her own relatives. When it's advantageous, they all reveal their cruel faces. Forcing a 17-year-old girl into a sea of fire for the benefit of the family, Linger worriedly asks, "Mother, how are you?" Biending speaks up. "Everyone rest assured, I'm not that petty. This marriage is happening and our two families will be connected. Let's all value harmony." His uncle flatters him. As expected, Master Jiang is magnanimous. This marriage will surely be a match made in heaven. But Linger interjects, "I won't marry him." "I refuse." Rennie orders the servants to drag the crazy woman out. Wan Yi screams, "The Shi family, you're inhuman! Let me go! Let me go!" With a feigned expression, she says, You should be grateful. Not everyone is as lucky as you. I'd be thrilled to be in your place. She stepped toward Lin Ni, then continued. Lin Ni, darling. Who told you to grow up so pretty? She asked fearfully. What do you want? Her cousin, eyeing the urn, remarked, I heard Grandpa Hua lost his life trying to cure your illness. With a smirk, she raised the urn high. Ling Ni begged for her grandfather's ashes back, but her cousin threatened to destroy them unless she agreed to marry. Ling Ni relents. Don't, I'll marry him, I'll marry him. Her cousin is pleased, but still lets go of the urn. Seeing the urn shattered, Lin Ni sobbed. Why? Why would you do this? Why would she do that? Her jealous cousin thought, that vixen may look sickly and pale, but she's still beautiful. How unlucky. Ling Ni asks why. Why would you do this? Muli steps in. I apologize, Ling Ni. I spoke without thinking. Quickly, find something to hold old Hua's ashes. She uses a cloth to catch the ashes he gathers with his spiritual power, replying, Yes, Muli. Surprised to see him, her cousin asks, Who are you? Where did this hussy drag you from? What do you need to know for? Muli asked coldly. You dare argue with me in front of the Ji family elders? She threatened. Do you want to die so badly that you want to know who we are? If I told you, you'd be scared to death. He nonchalantly summoned his weapon. I don't care who you are. In my eyes, you're just bullies of Linger, a thorn in my side, a splinter in my flesh. Looking at the item in his hand, Muli thought, the Immaculate Saint's Qi transformation technique is truly useful for transforming the Qi in one's body into weapons. He swung the whip. I'm furious. Turns out there are families and relatives this terrible in the world. I shouldn't have pushed Linger to her death. This is Muli, showing no mercy as he lashes out with his whip, repaying her sins. His cousin is struck once, then again, tearing her dress to shreds. Enraged, she demands to know where he got the whip and how he dares strike her. This is the Zue family, a martial arts clan from Central Capital. You'll pay for this. He lashes out, wrapping the whip around her, and she screams in terror. Let me go, you lowlife. Muli didn't even lift a finger, but dragged her up, then slammed her to the ground, saying, Am I a lowlife? More than you, for sure. Her cousin, with her clothes torn, thought to herself that her body was spinning on a blade. She screamed, ordering them to stop. Stop it now! The uncle was stunned by the scene. What? The others were stunned as well. A complete fabrication? Someone recognized the magic artifact in Muli's hand as a materialized form of energy. Never has such a divine ability been heard of in the martial world, until now. Enraged, the second uncle shouts, What has your daughter done to mine? Muli continued to lash her whip around her cousin's ankle, lifting her up mockingly. So weak, already unable to endure this much. His cousin has fallen into a new cycle of torture at Muli's hands, desperately crying out, Father, help me! As she plummeted, she cried out in terror, No, I don't want to! A sickening thud echoed as her body slammed into the ground. Uncle too stammered in horror, My daughter, where she's lying, the wall's been smashed through. Give me back my daughter. He grabbed the old man. Go reunite with her. The uncle was thrown far, crashing into the wall before flying back in an arc. Rennie thought in a panic. Did Second Master get killed by that outsider? This is a great humiliation for the Yuo family this year. He pointed at the man and cursed, You're not fit to be Linger's father, not fit to be her husband, not even fit to be a man. He retorts, What? You want to castrate me? Are you afraid we can't take you on when there are so many of us? Unless you're not human? But everyone has already left the hall, there's no one left. Renhe cleverly hides behind the man, stirring up trouble. Is it up to you to decide if I'm worthy? Don't meddle in other people's business, mock lie scoffs, trash, a bunch of trash. Rennie fans the flames, telling Master Zhang that the kid called him trash and that he wouldn't stand for it. The crowd behind them erupted in curses, calling him a daring, worthless animal, but Muli's expression remained dark and unreadable. Rennie immediately attacks. Die, kid! I don't believe you have 3 heads and 6 arms. However, contrary to his opponent's ferocity, he calmly delivers a knee to his gut. With a single kick, Muli defeats Ren He, who clutches his stomach in pain, saying, Damn you! You're declaring war on the Zhu and Jiang families. Aren't you afraid? Declaring war is declaring war. What can the Zue family do to me? You, as the head of the Zue family, are so weak. Even if all the Zue family members combined, I'm afraid they wouldn't be a match for me. Ren He retorts, Boy, you should know that less than a tenth of the Zhu family is even here today. Don't get too excited. All the Zhu family members present, charge forward. Shameless, release our family head. Muli picked up the stubborn man, deciding to grant his wish. Fine then. He then hurled him straight into the group of bearded men, sending them flying. It all happened in the blink of an eye for the Jiang family head. Mu Li's strength was so immense, it left human-shaped imprints on the wall. The wall behind them cracks, and Wan Di is speechless at Mu Li's power. With a cold expression, he kicked Renhe so hard he went flying, forcing him to reflect on his actions as he kowtowed at her feet. Wan Di felt a surge of satisfaction, thinking he deserved it, the animal. Bianting spoke up, stopping him. "Enough, young man. You may be skilled, but the Zhu family is about to be allied with the Jiang family. You're showing them no respect." He found it laughable. "The Jiang family? Do I look like I care about the Jiang family?" His words angered the man. "Boy, what do you mean by that in Jiangnan? You're the first to dare say such a thing." Mu Li tilted his head up arrogantly and spoke, his voice cold and powerful. "Get lost." With those words, a shockwave of power erupted. The detached villa and its subordinates were swept away like leaves, crashing into the wall with a resounding explosion. Beating and Renhe were slammed against the wall of the Central Council, and he exclaimed in shock, "This power. Who are you?" Mok Li calmly replies, "You don't need to know our names, but you can know my alias. A name everyone knows, Wu Ji." Before Biet Din could respond, he repeated the name Limitless to himself, finally realizing that Limitless was the one who killed his son. Mu Li looked down at him and asked, "What about me?" "He swore my father would kill you for sure. He summons his sword and commands, 'Go and deliver the message to him now. Tell him Wu Ji will be at the Jiang family tomorrow. No need to waste his energy finding someone to kill me. I'll be there myself, so he better prepare.'" With that, he swung his sword, severing Biet Din's hands, the pain leaving him speechless. He turned back to the lackeys. "And what should be done with you trash?" They shifted the blame onto the estate owner, saying it was all his idea. That's right. Mu Li cuts them off, saying they're wrong. A desperate cry echoes, "Don't save me." Ren and Hoa endure the feeling of being stepping stones for others. Mu Li announces, "Let's go." Your name echoes within the halls of the Limitless Pavilion. Nam Tianjue will teach you a lesson. Killing my only grandson and ruining my plans, he dares to show his face? I'll wait for him. I'm not going anywhere. Ting asks, "Father, should we prepare?" The old man replied, "Of course we need to. With Wu Ji here, the Imperial Martial Alliance won't sit still. There will be plenty to see then. Hopefully their hatred for our family will end. Contact the heads of the influential families in Jiangnan and tell them that Wu Ji will die by my hand tomorrow night. They will surely come to witness my power, which will deter the imperial capital from acting rashly. Their suspicion won't matter. I will kill him and offer his life for my grandson. I'll show them that even a peerless genius dies when they cross the Jiang family." Consumed by rage, he unleashed a power that could crush the bird outside the window, and Biet Din recognized his father. The next day, Wan Yi still couldn't believe it. "Mu Li, are you really limitless?" He confirms it, yes. She worriedly says that Nam Thian of the Zhang family has been powerful in Jiangnan for over 20 years, with a resounding reputation. "Are you sure?" He seemed very confident. "No problem." Linger tried to plead with him. "Brother Mok Li, I want to go too." But Mok Li refused. "What are you going to do? Get tied up and married off to Nam Thian?" She retorted angrily, "Molly, you're awful. You know exactly what those people are like." He considered that with the North Star people protecting her, there was nothing to fear. So Mu Li decided to give in to the beauty. "All right, you can go, but take Lin with you. I can't leave your mother alone at a time like this." Wan Di cheers with joy. "That's wonderful, Mok Li." She spoke with hostility. "I've severed all ties with the Yue family, and I have no regrets, only remorse. Now that the Zhu family are dogs of the Zhang family, they'll surely come tomorrow night. I want to see their faces when they see the final result." Lingzi comforts her. "Mother, I will always be by your side from now on, and I won't let you suffer anymore." She felt guilty. "It's all my fault. I was too weak to give you a sense of family warmth since childhood. I've hurt you." She earnestly consoles her. "Mother, don't say that. Now that Brother Mu Li is teaching me cultivation techniques, with me here, no one will dare bully us." Wan Yi agrees. "That's right, Lingxi. Tomorrow I'll go see the faces of the Jiang family myself. Luckily, young Master Wu Ji saved me, or I would have been in the tiger's den." Just then, a group of people approached, calling him Chief. Rongguang reports, "Chief, as you instructed, our men have arrived and are ready for battle." It was then that Ling Shi learned that Mu Li was the chief of the Northern Alliance. Mu Li declares that the Northern Alliance will make its presence known in the south today, and Yunda announces that the situation inside the Jiang family compound will be broadcast live tonight. Anyone who can't get inside the inner courtyard can watch from here. The murmurs never ceased. The Jiang family are martial artists in Zhongjing, so we have to praise them even if their reputation is bad. That's right. It's a pity that the only grandson was killed by Wu Ji, and the old man is still not giving up, and is even eyeing the sick daughter of the Yue family. An old ox grazing on young grass, not even giving us a chance. Others are right. If they team up, they'll be singing a duet of ice and fire. Receiving the notification on their phones, they exclaim to each other, "Look, the black market forum is open." On the forum, a hot topic. Wu Ji brazenly challenges the Zhang family's old martial venerable. A newbie named Wu Ji dares to challenge the old martial master of the Zhang family. What gives him the courage? Even Liang Jing and Mu Han have seen this news. Wu Sheng invites you, Miss Mu Xin, to have tea. She's anxious. I have to watch. I believe my brother will win. Comments on this hot topic are popping up, saying that even though Wu Ji is strong, he doesn't stand a chance against the Zhang family's old martial master. I need to see who this Limitless is. Jockey is a little worried. Can Zhao Chuan and Mu Li win? Almost no one online thinks they have a chance. Zhao Chuan's chances aren't great, to be honest, but he's no fool. We'll have to wait and see how it ends. Jockey, no longer worried, says she believes in him. Just then, the chair she was leaning back on snapped, sending her tumbling to the ground. Ugh, what is this chair? Zhao Chuan, explain yourself. Isn't that because your family is too stingy to buy me a new one? She was furious and ready to give him a piece of her mind. What did you say? Stop right there. Guizhou believed that Mu Li would succeed. Mu Li, directing the others, said, "Help me get them inside first. I'll be there soon." Glory obeys. Rest assured, leader. He turned to them and said, "Linger, Aunt Lin, go inside with these three. They'll take care of you." Linger asks with concern, "What about you, Brother Mu Li?" He calmly replied, "Of course, I need to conserve my strength for the big fight." Just then, rustling sounds echoed through the forest night. Nameless Heaven senses someone approaching, ready to greet them. "Come on." Mockley warily looked over and asked, "Is that Limitless?" His words stunned them. Where was he? The two bald men pointed to the sky, saying, "Look at Mu Li's robes fluttering in the night wind." Damn, is this a movie effect? It's a bit unscientific. He slowly descended from above, watching the beams of light crisscross in the sky, leaving the others dumbfounded. What kind of trickery is that? Nam Tian dismisses him, saying it's all just flash. Another adds that the young only care about appearances and don't know their limits. Underestimating their opponent will lead to failure. Unaffected by their taunts, Mu Li landed gracefully and walked toward Nan Tian, declaring, "I am Zhang Wuji, and I will crush your family." They questioned Wuji. "You dare to come here, yet you hide behind a mask. Are you blind?" "Shameless Wuxi," Renev rebukes Mu Li. "You stole my wife and daughter, a debt I'll never forget, but the Honorable Master Zhang is willing to help me. Wuji, today you will pay for your sins." Wan Di's sharp voice rang out, "Stealing wives and children. Is that the kind of person Wu Ji is?" "You're the animal, Ren Hoa. You pushed your own daughter into the fire, and now you're trying to rewrite history. Have you no shame?" He cursed and raved. "You dare show your face here, you impudent hussy." He thought to himself that these people were not simple, and today would be an interesting show. Just then, a new player appeared. Nam Tian respectfully bowed to the Left Guardian, whose arrival drew everyone's attention. The Left Protector of the Martial Arts Association's capital branch. It's not unusual for martial arts Lun to value Chinese surgical geniuses and send someone. Mu Li asked why he hadn't left, and he replied, "I was going to, but I turned back uneasy." Nam Tian pleads, "Left Protector, it's not that I disrespect the Martial Alliance, but this is a blood feud, so I hope you won't stop me from seeking revenge today." Even the forces of the Martial Alliance must understand reason, Wu Ji coldly declares. "You think I'm worried you'll kill Wu Ji? Fine, I won't interfere." He secretly hoped that Wu Ji would save face for him, and hearing this, Nan Tian felt relieved and began to attack. "If Wu Ming won't control Wu Ji, then for killing my only grandson and ending the Jiang family line, I'll make you pay with your blood." He rushed toward Mu Li. Seeing him casually block me with one hand, Nam Tian was stunned. Was he trying to stop my full-force attack with just one hand? Mok Lai's expression remained unchanged. Considering Muryong's reputation, Nam Cheon decided to test him first, retreating and summoning his dry dragon. With that, he slams his fist into the ground, and a dragon of fire erupts in a blaze. It opened its maw, as if to devour Mu Li whole, as Ren Hoa gloated. Vin Quang worried he couldn't withstand the attack and called out to Minchu. Linger and her mother cried out in fear. "Mok Li, no!" A blinding light obscured Mok Lai's location. Looking at the spot that was instantly reduced to dust, some thought it was over, that Wu Ji had become dust himself. But when his unscathed figure reappeared, Nantian couldn't believe it. "Limitless, why aren't you afraid of dragon fire?" he said scornfully. "Your dragon is too weak. The golden dragon from Mo Li is here to show him what real power looks like." Its roar echoes through space, stunning everyone. This is an insult Nam Tian cannot bear. Wuji, my dragons are not limited to just one. This time he summons the dragon energy of the 9 heavens. But as he summons it, Nam Tian is stunned by what he sees. Looking at the snakes before him, he was shocked. How did this happen? The dragon heads have all turned into snake heads. This is a battle between a true dragon and a 9-headed serpent. Wuji thought to himself that this kid was still hiding his true strength. A peerless genius who must be reported to headquarters. They need to hold an emergency meeting. He must be cultivated with all their resources, and they absolutely cannot let him fade into obscurity. Nam Tian knew these beasts were no match. Mok Lai was growing bored, hiding his true power while fighting a mid-level martial honor. This fight is boring. It's time to end it. A burst of oppressive spiritual energy emanates from his fist, and with it, Gold Dragon bites off the heads of the weakest snakes. It transformed into 4 heads, swiftly eliminating the group as the Golden Dragon's cold gaze swept over the snake farm owner. With a counterattack, the old man sends Golden Dragon crashing into a wall, shattering it to pieces as the crowd gasps, "The wall's been destroyed." Wuji notices that Nantian is forcibly resisting, which will leave lasting damage. He charged toward his opponent with fiery momentum. Wuji is dead, and Muli is retrieving Jinlong. Jinlong returns to him, and the Dragon Clan mark appears on his palm. Nam Tian throws a punch, but Muli casually dodges it. His eyes widened as he realized something, but it was too late. Mori's fist slammed into his face. The punch was so powerful, the ground caved in, and immense spiritual energy engulfed the courtyard where Nam Tian lay, broken and defeated. Renhe needs to stop Biet Din. "Brother Jiang, please calm down." He refused to yield. "Let go," Biet Din called out anxiously. Lin Ni's parents embraced, tears welling in their eyes. Mokli won. I knew he could do it. The viewers erupted in discussion, proving that Limitless was more than just a pretty face. Even a martial venerable was beaten to a pulp. Limitless had been hiding his strength. Scratching his head bashfully, Muli asked, "I was clearly holding back, so how did he see through me?" Cheers erupted from the audience through the live stream. "Impressive. I'm convinced. I was clearly holding back. How did he know I was holding back so much? I need to learn from him." From beneath the rubble, Nam Tian roared in anger. "Tu Feng, show yourself!" They were shocked by the figure before them. Tu Feng, the martial arts master of Tan Chao. What was he doing here? He announced himself with imposing flair. "Tu Feng is here." Tu Feng declares Limitless, vowing revenge for the death of his kin, promising to tear him apart to appease his son's spirit. He scoffed, flipping him off. "Forgive me for being blunt, but you're an idiot. Go home and take your meds." Taoveng is taken aback. "You're saying I'm reckless?" He grits his teeth, summoning his power. "Die." Nam Tian urged him not to get worked up. "This kid is strong. Protect me while I heal, then we'll attack together." Half an hour later, Nam Tian was still healing. Having waited long enough, Shu Feng asks, "Nan Tian, have you recovered?" He confirms that he has. Nam Tian warned his ally, "I don't know if you're confident or ignorant, but daring to ignore my healing will make you suffer." "Die," Shu Feng declared. "Nam Tian, if we can't beat Vokuk, you better have an escape plan." The old man agreed. "Of course, Hong, don't worry. Let's go." Unfazed by their teamwork, Muli calmly summons his power, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that engulfs the sky like a cyclone. "What is that rumbling in the sky?" one terrified onlooker exclaimed, as Wuji asked nervously, "What's going on?" Such terrifying power. Seeing Muli's technique, they realized they were in trouble. Above the two opponents, a massive round stone descends, its spiritual energy a furious storm that whips beards and sends boulders flying. She was certain it was Muli. Before him, the 2 old men were pinned to the ground by the giant stone, only their heads visible. Wuji advises, "Wuji, you're being too reckless. How can you use a finishing move so lightly? Each use causes great damage, and it's no small detriment to your body. It will leave huge aftereffects. Using it repeatedly will likely destroy all your meridians." But Muli paid no heed to these words. "You worried about me? Want me to cooperate with you? Those who ruin things are of no use." Wuji was under his control, realizing he couldn't speak. What was happening? Seeing Nam Tian vomiting blood, he worriedly cried out. Nam Tian asked directly, "Who exactly are you?" Now he'll have to send out the 3rd team, the people of Xinzhou, Jiangnan. From a corner of the courtyard, hidden masters emerge, shouting, "We're here!" Nam Tian scoffed. The Jiangs are a powerful family with many supporters. All the martial arts masters of Jiangnan are here. "You want to kill me? I'd like to see you try." Muli calls out loud, "Where are the North Alliance elders?" He cried out, "Greetings, sect leader." His appearance sent shockwaves through the crowd. 3 martial venerables. You summoned them? Where are the others who follow Bei Ming? The rooftop door is kicked open as those who follow Bei Ming announce their presence. A group storms inside, shouting in unison, "We greet the master of the league." Seeing their strength, the Manhwa was shocked. So many experts suddenly appeared on Vokuk's side, while they only had 3 martial honorables. The Jiang family was doomed this time. Those who came to support Nam Thien began to talk amongst themselves. They rushed to reinforce the Jiang family, hoping to rely on their influence in Zhongjing. But now that Beining and Wuji have joined forces, there's no need to protect the Jiang family anymore. I don't need to fight. Who knows? Wuji might even rise to become the leader of Beimin. Seeing their own forces retreating, Biding hurriedly shouted, "Hey, don't go!" Nam Thien's father growled. "Come back, son. Quickly call them back," Hao Xin urged. "Nam Tian, I advise you to stop here. Zhongjing is still at peace, and if you stop, the Zhang family's past misdeeds will not be pursued. Otherwise, your entire clan will be annihilated." These words made the old man tremble with rage. "What are you saying?" 8. Muli commands, "Nam Tian, if you wish to kill me but cannot live, end it yourself to spare your clan." In anguish, Nam Thien roars, "Limitless, your celebration is premature." The power radiating from him worries the people of the Northern Alliance. "Be careful, leader." Surrounding people, drained of their energy by Nam Thien, cried out, "Lord Jiang, is this the successor you spoke of? Where did you find someone with such pure yin? I trust you, but the villa doesn't. Father, I'm your only son. Since ancient times, the balance of yin and yang in a man's body is crucial. A man whose yang energy is taken will suffer a fate worse than death." Someone cried out, "Lord, I'll go first." He thought to himself, this combination of yin replenishment and yang extraction must be his doing. No wonder he was so desperate to obtain the Zhuan Yin physique. If Linger hadn't met me, he might have truly defied the heavens. Muli declares that he would rather die than live with the shame of letting someone bully his sister, Linger. "Brother, I will take good care of your family." He summons his sword. Those near Nantian become lifeless corpses, and the old man throws 2 punches at him. Wuji is dead. The light from the blow sends others flying, and Muli attacks directly. Wuji can't believe it. What kind of attack is that? I can't see clearly. Were those 3 people cut in half? Wuji's power is immeasurable. The Jiang family's fate is sealed, and the southern sky has truly changed. According to the Martial Alliance's intelligence, the North Alliance was established on April 29, 2031, for the North Zhou allied families. It's an alliance formed by the major families in Jinhu Province, North Zhou City, and Limitless is actually the leader of the North Alliance. With Wuji and Master Lu absent, the Northern Alliance already has 5 martial venerables. After today, the Northern Alliance will rise to prominence, becoming a major power in China. Whether this is a blessing or a curse for China remains to be seen. But if Wuji and the Martial Alliance can work together, the impact of Peerless's attack on China could be minimized. Linger calls out to Muli, who asks if she felt any changes when Nan Tian channeled his energy, and she replies, "No. My mother and I were hiding far away and couldn't see what was happening." He sighed in relief. "That's good." Wuji speaks up, asking, "Wuji, tell me the truth. What is your true level?" Muli calmly replied, "What realm do you think I'm at?" He guessed, "I think you're at least a martial paragon, and even stronger when you unleash your power." Not giving a concrete answer, Guardian Vo Min felt that was enough. Watching him leave, Vo Qi pondered that with the opening of the martial Dao era, talent was falling like autumn leaves. There would likely be more like him, but such a young age with such mature and far-sighted thinking was rare indeed. The sun rises on the meeting room where everyone has gathered around the table. Vin Quang marvels at yesterday's battle. "Chief, your invisible sword technique yesterday truly opened our eyes." Someone chimed in. "That's right, Chief." Lin Ni happily exclaimed, "Mock Lai, you're amazing." He replied, "With hard work, you can do it too. With your natural gifts, you could reach this level very quickly." Lin Ji asked in surprise. "Really? You can do it too." Mock Lai was sure it wasn't difficult. He thought, if you knew reaching the core formation realm allowed one to fly, wouldn't you be even more shocked? Then he revealed, "The cultivation method I had you practice isn't ordinary. With your physique, you'll cultivate quickly. As long as you're focused, you might reach my level in a few years." Rongguang was stunned. "Just a few years? Don't you understand how shocking this is? If you all cultivate my Limitless Sutra, then from now on don't use the views of the secular world to judge it. Don't think the martial honor realm is all there is. In the Limitless Sutra, the martial honor realm is only the beginning." They couldn't believe their ears. The martial honor realm was just the beginning? Vin Quang believed the limitless true scripture's martial arts were unlike anything in China. with limitless possibilities and a level far above the treasured techniques of even the most powerful families. I can confidently say that if the limitless divine scripture appears, it will absolutely be a classic of Chinese martial arts that can be passed down for generations, the highest level of cultivation technique. The chief is as ambitious as the sea, and spares no expense in bringing the best techniques to us in the Northern Alliance. They absolutely cannot fail to meet the chief's expectations. If they don't have 10 martial honorables in 3 years, they'll have let him down. A unified cry arose. Yes, we will not fail the Lord's expectations. Muli ended the meeting, telling everyone to return to North Continent. They responded with a resounding, yes, sect leader. When only the 3 of them remained, he asked Lin Ni and Aunt Lin what their plans were. Wan Yi replied, "We've severed all ties with the Jue family and can never return. My mother's family and Lin Ni spoke up because of Lin Ni's strange illness. Moklai, I just want to follow you. I just want to follow you. Can you teach me to cultivate? I understand now. Only by becoming stronger can I take care of myself and my mother." Muli decides that they will all go to Jinling together, figuring he can conveniently visit since the governor of Jingzhou's estate is now his property. Overjoyed by his words, Ling Ni exclaimed, "Really? That's great." Seeing the 2 of them, he blurts out, "You two..." Lingerie says softly, "Mokli, let's go to the airport now." Wandi agrees. "Yes, or we'll miss our flight." Muli agrees. "Okay, let's leave right away." Linger asks Muli to teach her mother cultivation techniques when they get to Jinling. He refused, saying the path of cultivation is fraught with peril, something a normal person couldn't endure, and for Aunt Lin's safety, it was best not to practice. Wu Ji, leaning on his cane, announced in a rambling voice, "I've arrived." He waves them over. It's Wu Ji. Muli thought to himself, "Here comes this old geezer again." But he wasn't worried. He told them, "Linger, Aunt Lin, I'll be back in a bit." "Mom, let's go sit in the coffee shop for a bit," Linger suggested. Unbeknownst to them, their every move was being watched, and Master Wu Ji had separated from them. The other end confirms the plan. Seize them now while you have the chance. But Wu Ji is ready to lecture again. "Wu Ji, I heard you're leaving soon, so I came to offer some advice." Muli retorts, "Tell me quickly. I'm in a hurry." He begins, "Wu Ji, have you heard of the martial Dao ascension?" He recalls Qin Mu mentioning the martial arts era before Lin Zhong. Muli is curious. What exactly is this martial arts era? Wu Ji replied, "We don't know either. It's an ancient prophecy that says the world will change drastically and the power of heaven and earth will be restored. Things once as difficult as the spirit platform realm will be broken by a mysterious veil. In the age of martial ascendance, the martial honor is only the beginning." Muli muses that if the world's power is restored and martial honor is just the beginning, then returning to the heavenly reverence level of infinity should be even easier. But he realizes this may not be a good thing for martial artists. He admits that countless martial artists are full of expectations for the era of martial arts, but this so-called era is also an era of chaos. When power makes everyone extraordinary, there will be fewer restraints, and chaos will follow. That's why we founded the Martial Alliance, hoping to find talents like you who can help stabilize China in the future. Are you willing to lend your strength to China? Our Martial Alliance will devote everything to nurturing you." He replied, "I'll say it again. If I'm capable, I'll help. But if I'm not, it's just empty words. As for cultivation, I'm used to training on my own." Mokli arrogantly thinks that he was once a celestial master, only one step away from becoming an immortal, and worldly martial arts mean nothing to him. Wu Ji preaches, "Don't be so arrogant. Your power today may have come from the legacy of the ancients or a chance encounter. But the Martial Alliance holds secrets that could benefit martial artists in unimaginable ways. Don't underestimate it." Thinking it over, Muri decides he must investigate, but then Wu Gi speaks up, saying there's one more thing, and that he should follow his heart. "He warned me that a tall tree catches much wind. Now that you're famous, many will want you dead, and some countries will secretly send people to watch you." The conversation continued, and Muli was surprised. Foreign countries? He warned that foreign martial arts systems shouldn't be underestimated, citing the East Indies, Japan, and powerful nations in Europe and the Americas. They have plenty of masters, and their martial prowess is just as terrifying. Don't underestimate them. Mukli thought, he worries too much. In the coffee shop, Wandi asked directly, "Linni, tell me the truth. Do you like Moli?" She thinks to herself, "Mom, you're talking nonsense. What truth?" Just then, one of them approached, placing a hand on Lin Ni's shoulder, startling her. "What do you want?" Mother and daughter have been struck by lightning. Wandi cries for help. "It's you, Lao that. Let me go and save me." The other one pulled Lin Ni up and ordered the bystanders away. Within the Jew family, outsiders shouldn't interfere. They wondered how they dared abduct them in broad daylight. Without a shred of mercy, they tossed Wandi aside, and even Lin Ni was thrown roughly to the floor. An order is given to tie them up, and both mother and daughter are bound to chairs. Wanda curses the man before her. "Renhee, you bastard. What more do you want?" Rennie asks furiously. "What am I doing?" "Lin Wanyi, we were husband and wife, bound for life, yet you're so heartless. Any semblance of a marriage we had is long gone. I spared your life that day. Consider yourself lucky. The gate of infinity is nearby, so please be serious." Rennie turned to the next target, Linger, saying, "No matter what, I'm still your father. Today, I realize the error of my ways. Our Yu family has suffered greatly. Can't you forgive me?" Wandi anxiously advises her. "Lingar, don't listen to his nonsense. Your father's true nature is clearer to me than anyone. When I was little, I was away for treatment, and I could barely even enter the house. Your grandfathers practically raised you, and I endured everything for your sake. Your father caused all of that suffering." Ling Ni couldn't bring herself to speak. Renhu pleads with her, saying they're all her family. Can she ask Wu Ji to spare the Wei family? The crowd speaks in unison, admitting their wrongs. "We're all family. Can you really watch us die by his hand?" Manhwa pleaded, kneeling before her, tears streaming down. "Lingzi, I'm sorry. I was wrong before. Please forgive us. We'll treat you well from now on, and it won't be like before." Wanyi advises her, "Lingzi, don't listen to them. From a bunch of hypocrites, they're only acting out of fear for their own safety. They never saw me as a member of the Zhu family, so why should I care about their lives?" Renhu angrily shouts at her to shut up, then orders his men to attack. One of them clamped her neck with his elbow as Ren. He threatened, "Lin Ni, if you don't tell Wu Ji to spare the Suo family and come home with me, your mother won't live. Think it over." Lin Ni begs him, "Please, let my mother go." Renhu threatened that if she wanted to live, she'd better go and tell him, and never mention what happened today to Wu Ji, or they'd find a way to take her life. He was sure that even if Wu Ji knew Lingar was his daughter, he wouldn't treat them like this, and besides, she was kind and soft-hearted. Suddenly, a crash echoed as a sharp ray of light shot towards him. He felt paralyzed, and seeing Muli behind him, he was shocked by Wu Ji's speed. Seeing the human-shaped hole in the door, their eyes widened in disbelief. Lin Ni pushed Rene away and rushed towards him, calling out to Muli. He was sweating bullets seeing her so intense. Lin Ni jumped and embraced him tightly. As he embraced her, Muo Li struck out, "Ling Ni, your mother hasn't been saved yet." He sent those bearded creeps flying out the window, then coldly asked, "Whose life do you want?" The demons collapsed, crying. "Big brother," Rennie hurriedly explained, "Great Wuji, it's not like that. We just came to apologize to Linger." Muli found their attempt to redefine the situation laughable. Apologizing by threatening her mother? Is that what you call an apology? "Ren Huo, you're scum," Wandi spat. He desperately pleaded, "Great Wu Ji, we were wrong. There won't be a next time. Please, spare us." Even though Linger was born with a strange illness, she's my daughter, and very beautiful. If you like her, you can take her with you. I absolutely wouldn't dare ask anything, but what about Linger's feelings? Renhu continues to play mind games with her. "Lin Ni, I'm your father. We share the same blood. Would you really watch us die? We were forced into this. Please forgive us, won't you? I know you're kind-hearted." Hearing this, she wavered slightly. "Muli and I will leave the decision entirely up to you, Ling Ni. What will you do?" Renhe's sincere voice echoes, "Linger, please forgive us." Knowing Lin Ni is too kind. Kindness isn't wrong, but naivete makes the path of cultivation difficult. But will this kindness move others? So he lifts a man by the neck and asks, "What was your original plan?" He stammered, No, we really came to apologize." Then turning to the bald man, he growled, "Tell the truth, or die." The bald man spilled everything, saying, "We originally planned to gain Lady Lin Ni's sympathy. If she doesn't agree, threaten her with her mother. If she still refuses, capture them both and use their lives to threaten him, holding them hostage, imprisoned in our house forever." The others panicked, thinking, "We're done for. We're dead." Rennie felt a chill in his heart, secretly hoping. "Lin Ni, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and say that he's your father." Lin Ni sobbed, "From now on, I have nothing to do with the Zhu family." Wan Yi spat on him in disgust and called out to her daughter, "Ling Er, wait for me." Rennie was stunned, unable to accept the truth. How could this be? Could Lin Ni have misjudged me? Mak Lai unleashed a flurry of energy, pinning Rainey to the wall, his face bloodied. He left, leaving no survivors behind. "Some people outside are talking. Let's call the police. Matters of the martial arts world aren't our concern. They're all magical. See if they have anything valuable." It dawns on Mo Li that Linger saw the Zhu family's true colors all along, and despite seeing the harshness of reality, she remained kind. That was Linger. He pats her shoulder and announces, "We've arrived at the Kimling Prefecture. The three of them are waiting in front of the gate. Muli arrived at the gates of the prefecture lord's manor in Jinling, and a voice called out from within. "Who's there?" he asked. "Is Butler Natone here?" The person inside warily cracked the door open. "What's your relationship with him? What do you want with him?" He replied, "Not particularly close. I'm the new master of Jingzhou Manor, just bringing people to take a look." The man inside angrily retorted, "Our master and his wife are the owners of Jingzhou Manor. Who are you to spout such nonsense? Get lost, or you'll face consequences you can't even imagine for offending my master." Just as the person inside tried to close the door, Muli's hand stopped them. He forced the door open with spiritual power, then ordered the servants, "Tell Yi Quan to come out here. I have questions for him." Meng Ding looked at him with disdain. "You think you can just meet the governor? He sees you as a jinx." These words displeased Muli, who kicked the impolite servant backward. Linger asked worriedly, "Mokli, are we sure we have the right place? You're sure it's here?" Seeing Muli approach, Meng Ding sat on the ground in disbelief. "What?" Don, with no regard for his own life, began to gather his spiritual energy, determined to end him on his own turf. "You're not leaving here." Meng Ding's move is called Earth-Shattering Palm. A barrage of spiritual energy hurtling toward its target, met with Muli's furious retort. In an instant, Muli teleported before him, raising his hand, declaring death to his opponent. With a single strike, Meng Ding's shoulder is cleaved in two, the force of the blow sending shockwaves in every direction. Having dealt with that one, he called Yi Quan. "Steward Liu, this is Muli." He replied, "Lord Mu, you're calling me. Does this mean you've arrived in Jinling? Where are you?" "I've come to welcome you," Muli replied coldly. "No need. If you're in the manor, come to the gate quickly. Something's happening here." He hung up, and Yi Tuan had a bad feeling. He sped off to find him, fearing something terrible had happened. Just as he arrived, Yi Zhen collapsed to his knees, exclaiming, "Lord Zhou Mu." This is what Mu Li sternly said. "Steward Liu, I've come from 1,000 miles away, but this man tells me that Jingzhou Prefecture already has an owner and won't let me in, wanting to drive me away. This man is cruel and cannot be kept alive. Yi Xuan knows what's best." He said softly, "It's better that he's dead. But Lord Governor, please come inside." Mu Ke resolutely demanded to know the whole story. "Ye Quan, I haven't asked you who this master he speaks of is." He recounts that the former head of the Mu estate, Lord Qin Mu, dedicated his life to the country and its people. He had no wife or children, but 30 years ago he found an abandoned baby boy and took him in out of pity. The Lord initially intended to care for the child for a while before finding him a good family, but the boy showed exceptional talent in both academics and martial arts from a young age. Lord Qinmu loved him dearly, and as time passed, he adopted him as his godson, naming him Dingguo, his adopted son. "No one ever mentioned him to me. What happened after that?" Yi Xuan replied that Dingguo's talent was terrifying, breaking through to the high level of martial arts at the age of 15. He also gained the adopted son of Jingzhou Manor, flattered by countless people. But he ultimately lost himself to their praise, indulging in pleasure every day. Distracted from martial arts 2 years ago, he sought his origins in the southern border, returning with a woman from there whom he married. Did you notice anything strange about her? I expressed my feelings, and the master and I both felt this girl was strange and wanted her to leave, but Din Kwok said he'd sever ties if she did. Having no other choice, the Lord was utterly disappointed, and, in a fit of rage, left Jin province. The governor knew what happened after that. Muli asked in surprise. When news of old Qin's death arrived, didn't Dingguo know? He replied, "How could he not?" Wandi and her mother were also by Muli's side, and Yi Quan continued. "At that time, I rushed to inform them, but they didn't care at all and even laughed. You don't understand, now that old Qin is dead, according to his will, shouldn't you drive them away?" Yi Quan reported, "I told them already, but they insisted on staying. Out of respect for Lord Qin Mu, I didn't force them to leave." Muli understood. "I see. Summon them here. I'll deal with this myself." Yi Quan returned to report to the Lord Governor that they refused to come, so he would go there himself. At the residence of Dingguo and his wife, Huifang, Dingguo's wife, was leisurely lying on a bed outside the house, having a mage attend to her, coldly ordering them to be gentle. Just then, someone arrives and she says with annoyance, "Not again." Yi Tuan reminds them that they were asked to see the governor, but ignored the request. "This is a secure place. Your outburst is frightening us." Muli followed, ordering Steward Liu no more words. "Dingguo, you and your wife must pack your things and leave the prefecture today." Dingguo pleads, "Please, Lord Governor, I've lived in Jing Province since I was a child. Jing Province is my home." Even old Qin secretly acknowledged that Jing province belonged to me. You've just arrived and already want to drive me out. That's not right. A servant whispered in Huifang's ear, Madam, he killed old Liu at the gate. I won't accept this. A murderous aura gathers in my hand. My servants have followed me from the enemy's borders, secretly killing countless people. The matter of seizing the governor's mansion must never be revealed. Din Kwok is still negotiating, so how about this? My husband and I have suffered losses. Give us 7 or 8 million to buy a house in Jinling. I see that place as the new Jingzhou prefecture. What do you think? These words were unbearable to Yi Quan. The shameless Din Kwok is about to be taught a lesson on behalf of the governor, but a surge of murderous intent erupts as Tu Puang strikes first, their powers clashing, hers proving superior as Not Tuan is blasted backward. At this point, he realizes she uses poison. With cruelty, Huifang says, no one can cure this poison yet. But her eyes widened as Mu Li dissolved the poison on Yi Quan's hand, who asked in disgust, besides poison, what else do you know? Dumbfounded by his ability, she asks, you can undo my poison? Then I'll summon my 5 deadly venoms, scorpions, venomous spiders, and poisonous snakes. As a baby, Na clung to her ankle. She calmly asked, Lord Zhou Mu, do you like my baby? He casually lifts his leg, and with a resounding crash, spiritual energy spreads like an invisible wave, turning Tu Fuang's beloved pets to dust. This caused her to lose her composure and charge forward. No, I don't believe it. She closes in instantly, but he kicks the wicked woman in the gut. He Fuang crashes to the ground, raising her hand to strike. He swiftly seized the spiritual energy from his palm, sending his opponent flying, a one-way ticket to the skies for Tu Fuang. Enraged, Din Kwok rushes in to avenge his beloved wife, furious that they dared lay a hand on her. Mok kicks him, sending him flying to join his wife in the sky. They both crashed into the green canopy, and as he calmly approached the pair hanging in the tree, Mu Li ordered them to leave Jingzhou immediately. Huifeng was speechless with anger. You must immediately inform the master that they have left. And then, at your convenience, arrange 2 servants for me. Gently, Mu Li tells Lingzhe, come, I'll take you to choose your rooms. As they reach the first room, Linker's eyes sparkle, marveling at its vastness, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Mok Lai, I love it, Wan Yi happily exclaimed. You really went out of your way. Just then, Yi Quan reported from outside. My lord, I've brought the people. He announced, come in, quickly. These 2 maids were carefully selected by Nat Toan. Lord Governor, these are the servants I've prepared for you. They can take care of all your needs. He replies, I don't need that. From now on, you 2 will take care of Auntie and Linger. One of the maids seemed quite submissive, and they reluctantly agreed. Yes, he whispered into Linger's ear. You 2 rest here. I'm going to take a walk around the manor. Mu Li sensed that something was strange about the entire place. He unleashed his spiritual power, scanning the low rocky area ahead, finally pinpointing a suspicious spot. Mok Lai pushed the boulder aside, and a door slowly opened, revealing the secrets within. It turns out this is a cellar filled with poisonous creatures. That woman dared to raise them here. As they advanced, he unleashed his spirit energy, turning them to dust. A croaking sound echoed, drawing Mu Li's attention. What's that sound? Something strange is glowing at the end of the cave. It turns out to be a green toad, which opens its mouth and releases poison that quickly flies toward Mu Li. He dodges nimbly, intrigued. So you have even stronger poison? Well, I'll see what you're made of. The green toad immediately leaps from the lake. It climbed ashore, its front feet slamming into the ground with a thud. It was the poisonless sect's sacred beast, the green toad. And to his surprise, a demon beast. The green toad seemed enraged, opening its mouth in a show of force, prompting him to curse inwardly. Savage beast, its massive tongue is going for Mu Li. With a cold expression, he swung his blade, cleaving through the air, the toad's tongue severed, and it crashed heavily to the ground. Meanwhile, in a distant villa, a scream pierced the air, prompting a worried Dingguo to ask, my lady, what's wrong? Ah, I replied that someone hurt my spiritually linked sacred beast, and he was shocked. What? Could it be him? He's found the place? Huifeng is tense. It was only a matter of time before he found that place, but she didn't expect him to injure her sacred beast. He truly can't be underestimated. Inside the cave, the green toad's pained and angry cries are deafening. From its belly, an energy core was forming. This beast was indeed powerful. This is a demon core. A demon beast that can condense a demon core is potentially stronger than a cultivator's core. With its power, he'd be killed for sure. Something wasn't right. Seeing the monster force the demon core, it's definitely not its own. The green toad opens its mouth and releases a stream of poison. That torrent of poison swirls towards Mu Li, who gathers his spiritual energy, ready to fight back, unleashing a force that disperses the venom. The green toad evaporated into mist, its body writhing from the lightning. Gripping his sword, he yearned for power and struck down with a single blow. This demon core belongs to me. The green toad was immediately cut in half, revealing a demon core the size of a hand, which Mu Li seized. He was overjoyed, a great harvest indeed. With this demon core, he could at least reach the mid-core formation stage. Much to Mu Li's surprise, before him stood a revolving door. This door seems to repel anyone who approaches, and that umbrella looks just like the golden token. Mu Li summons the golden token, and it floats into his hand as the door emanates a strange aura. He places the token on the stone above the gate, and with a crack, the heavy door opens. He enters the secret chamber of the Golden Province estate, and is astonished by the massive stones on the pillars within. These are high-grade soul stones, a rare treasure in Cultivation Mountains, and there are 4 here. These spirit stones are fading, and to activate them, one needs a powerful cultivator from ancient China. Looking at the mural, he immediately recognizes the origin of Jin Province and the history of the 9 provinces. Just like old Qin said, Da Yu established the world and divided the 9 provinces. Although I don't know why Earth has become so lifeless, the mural depicts 2 ancient swords. He approached the ancient sword, fastened it to his belt, and realized this trip was a win for Mu Li. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed, and he froze in place. The sword turns to dust. He understands the principle, letting it go, realizing that obtaining a demon core is already a win. One shouldn't be too greedy. Suddenly, his phone rings. It's Hayaki. He answers, "Hello, is this the young miss calling me personally?" It was rare for her to be silent, and Mu Li wondered why she wasn't speaking, before Jiaqi finally said, "I watched your live match against the Jiang family. I used to think you were just a slightly above-average martial artist." "I should have known," he continued. "Thinking about what?" she replied. "My father respects you so much, and you can easily solve any difficulty." After listening for a while, Mu Li sensed something was off. "What's wrong with Jiaqi?" This shy way of speaking isn't like her at all. The person on the other end asked, "Mu Li, is that you?" He was surprised. "Who is this?" Jiaqi shyly spoke my name, and immediately another side of her criticized her for the embarrassment. "Jiaqi? Did you think Mu Li would still be your bodyguard like before? He's not the same man he once was." She anticipates what's to come. "Am I right to think you're still the same Mo Li I know? I assure you, Jiaqi, I'm still the same Mo Li. It's just that you understand me better now." So she's finally conquered the darkness within her. Mu Li won't change just because he's stronger now. You must trust him. How long will you wait for his return? Now that you're so skilled in martial arts, you don't need to study anymore? He replies that it will take some time. Jiaqi said, "Come back soon. I still want you as my bodyguard." He chuckled, teasing, "What do you take me for?" "What's your offer?" Yaki jokes, "Hey, we're friends. Just give me a fair price. The relationship is what matters." Mu Li agrees, saying he'll give her a discount, which finally eases Yaki's worries. "Mokli, you really haven't changed." She was certain he was still the hero who saved her from danger and gave her warmth. Night falls, and at the prefecture, a wisp of energy drifts inside. Xiaobai happily sneaks into the residence, thinking, "I'm here." She floated into the room, silently watching Mu Li sleep, sticking her tongue out, teasing him that he couldn't see her. An idea sparks in Xiaobai's mind as she prepares to doodle on him. Just as her pen is about to strike, Mu Li opens his eyes. He suddenly sat up, startling the mischievous ghost, who screamed. Xiaobai feigned innocence, asking, "Why are you awake?" Mu Li admits, "I knew you were here. Why aren't you home taking care of your mother?" "What are you doing here?" She replied, "I took good care of her, but then wasn't she taken away by the Yu family? I was too bored at home alone." He wondered, "Aren't you going to go bother that guy anymore?" But Xiaobai wasn't interested. That guy. Why are men so cowardly these days? Back then she scared him by showing him her head. "See my head?" Annoyed, she says, "I just wanted to tease him, but he got so scared he peed his pants." Unable to bear it any longer, Mu Li punches her hard. Xiaobai admits, "I confess what I did was a bit scary." "You think? Did you scare him so badly he moved?" She denied it. "Of course not, because I didn't scare him after that. You don't believe me? Is your conscience bothering you?" Little Bai recounts, "Of course not. Who knows who told him to steal someone else's used underwear and wear it on his face to sleep? I felt sick, so I stopped scaring him. After that, I grew bored, with nothing to do but cultivate all day. Then one day, I suddenly realized I could leave that room, After that, I went to visit my sister for a long time. She seemed to sense my presence and often talked to herself, so I didn't want her to be unhappy. So, I came to find you. Muli marveled. No wonder she reached the early stages of chi training so quickly after leaving that room. Indeed, extraordinary talent. He wondered, so how were you able to find me? Beizhou City and Jinling City are very far apart. Xiaobai proudly boasts, this is spiritual connection. Muli ordered her, tell the truth, Xiaobai. There's a method in the Ghost Immortal canon to leave a mark, one that can be used to find someone. You don't even know what kind of mark it is, he thought. The most insidious technique in the Demon Immortal Sutra can directly absorb a person's soul power. Little Bai replied innocently, it's just a very ordinary mark. Growing impatient, Muli demanded she speak, but Xiaobai refused to even meet his eyes. Muli didn't press her. He touched her forehead to extract the data, saying he could find out himself. Information from her memory poured in, showing him an image of himself asleep one night. Xiaobai was puckering up, ready to do something wicked to him. Muli remembers that night was the night he was preparing to go south before returning home. A kiss mark fades from his forehead as Xiaobai stares in horror at his glowing hand. He saw it, he's gay now. Do I need to take responsibility for that? When are we getting married? How many kids are we having? He's about to teach her a lesson. A resounding snap echoes through the rooms. Little Bai, frustrated and fuming, wonders why she was hit. He reprimands her, I'm practically your master, you need to respect me, understand? I can't just do that. Xiaobai vows, once I become human, I will definitely marry you. Nothing is impossible for a master and disciple. Wandi, still awake, overheard her and wondered if it was past midnight already, as she could still hear voices coming from Muli's room. Her hand remained in the position of pulling the curtain as Linger woke up and asked, Mom, what's wrong? She reassured herself, Mokrai is not that kind of person. I must have misheard. It's nothing. Go back to sleep. With that, Wanner turned sharply and went into her room, while Xiaobai sighed, how boring. The next day, maids ran screaming from the men's restroom, calling him a pervert. The male servant retorted, who told you to suddenly enter the men's room and then call me a pervert? But then he realizes the bathroom signs have been switched. The faucet in his hand suddenly turns against him, and Nattone stares blankly at the scene before him, as if he's seeing an explosion followed by flight. Some servants were clawed in the face, and the maids couldn't escape their fate either, causing Yi Wan's expression to darken. He prepares to gather his spiritual power to deal with them all, not allowing these filthy things to step foot in the cold province manor. Spiritual energy blankets the manor as Yi Xuan commands the demons to reveal themselves, piquing Muli's curiosity. What is Steward Lu doing? He wondered. Lord Governor, please step aside while I eliminate this formless thing. Show yourself, Xiaobai pleaded. Stop shaking. I can't take it anymore. Sensing her presence, Yi Xuan unleashed a palm strike, sending golden spiritual energy hurtling forward. Muli also lends his strength, a ray of pink light alongside Yi Xuan's spiritual energy. But Little White felt her soul fading away, until Moklai's spiritual energy supported her. He announced to the servants, all right, I've taken care of the trouble, everyone disperse. Mokli coldly asks, will you cause trouble again? A dejected Tiobach replies, no, I won't. He continued to lecture her, pointing out that she was clearly stronger than head butler Lu, yet she was still defeated by him, rendering her Ghost Immortal Sutra useless. Xiaobai pleaded, I know I was wrong, please teach me something. Muli agreed. All right, since you know you were wrong, I'll teach you the ghost refinement punishment art. After 3 hours of hard training, he gives her something. You've exhausted your spiritual energy today. Rest for a few days, and you'll be fine. I've prepared an antique vase for you. The free-spirited little white demon refuses, saying she doesn't want to live in a bottle. Just then, Linger opened the door and called out, Brother Muli, dinner's ready. Seeing the scene inside, she froze for a moment. Molly, why is there a girl floating there? Surprised, Xiaobai asks, you can see me? Muli follows up, you can see her? She replies, I see a very beautiful girl. Overjoyed by the compliment, Xiaobai rushes to hug Ling Ni, praising, this little girl is so adorable, she has a good eye and she's so gentle too. Xiaobai feels the softness of the other girl. Oh my, so soft. Linger shyly pleads, please stop. Seeing how quickly they bonded, Muli wondered if this was how girls became friends. Xiaobai, acting like an older sister, said, Ling Ni, let me tell you. Don't let Muli's frail appearance fool you. But one time I saw him in the bathroom. A heavy silence fills the room. Muli is truly enraged. His anger burns fiercely. How dare you say such things? Xiaobai finally realizes the gravity of the situation and screams, I won't say it again. I won't say it again. His anger ignited the bed, and he grabbed a fire extinguisher to put it out while threatening Xiao Bai. "If you dare be so impudent again, you'll regret it." Just then, Xiao Bai noticed something. She was surprised to see Budian staring at her. Can this adorable creature really see me? Overjoyed, she picks up but DM. "Muli, this place is wonderful." Outside, an attendant noticed the Lord's room was quite lively. The next day in Jing province, the 4 families of Jinling came to greet the governor, introducing themselves one by one. First was Liu Shu, the 43-year-old elementary martial honor of the Liu family, who said, "My name is Liu Shu." The second was Shu Chong, head of the Shu family, age 46, early-stage martial honor, who added, "I am Shu Rong." Next up were the early-stage martial honor subordinates of Jing province. The 2 announced themselves, "I am Tu Shan and I am Xin Lin." The 4 of them respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Governor." Ai Shen reported, "Sir, there are 5 families assisting Jingzhou Prefecture, but they are not in this city and could not arrive in time. I thought there were only 4 families at old Jin's funeral." He asked Liu Shu, "Did you see the head of the Liu family on your way here?" Liu Shu replied, "We didn't see Qingyang at all. He doesn't seem to be coming," much to Yi Quan's displeasure. "The Liu family is truly lawless. I personally sent someone to inform them, and they didn't even bother to acknowledge it." Muli knew they were likely stalling for time. He ordered his subordinates to rest, but Yiton protested, "My lord, you can't do this." The Liu family was but a minor clan, elevated by Lord Qinmu to assist Jingzhou Prefecture. Yet upon his death, they turned their backs, neglecting his funeral and now seeking to escape Jingzhou's rule. They are like Dingguo, ungrateful and treacherous. The Liu family is becoming more and more like the Ding nation. Suddenly, someone barged in, asking, "Is this the prefect?" Someone, seeing his unfamiliar face, spoke up. "Who are you? Are you with the Liu family? I've never seen him before. Probably just some nobody. Where is the head of the Liu family of Tan Duong? He's so arrogant he doesn't think anyone is worthy and just sits down." Liu He's arrogant voice echoed, "The family head is currently comprehending profound techniques and cannot be disturbed. As for meeting the prefect, I, a mere disciple, am enough." This blatant contempt angered the other family heads. "You ingrates. The Liu family is shameless and audacious." Muli stood up and said coldly, "Although I don't want this position, I will keep my promises." The pressure emanating from him, coupled with his command, tells Qingyang to come here personally and apologize to me. Liu Kei speaks fearlessly with an arrogant expression. Sorry, he's lost all patience for this punk. A murderous aura emanates from him. Muli ordered him out. "Leave." A palpable bloodlust filled the room. By the time Liu He realized it, it was too late. He was riddled with holes. "Send a message to the Liu family. If he doesn't come, you come to the door. The consequences are not something he can bear." With that, Liu He was forcibly thrown out by the spiritual power and the door slammed shut, leaving those inside still shaken by what had just happened. Liu Shu thought to himself, "The prefect is as powerful as the rumors say. It seems the Liu family won't have a good outcome." Meanwhile, at Jing Prefecture, Xiaobai and Linger arrive at Muli's place, and she happily asks, "Are you done talking?" Muli replies, "Yes, where do you 2 want to go?" Xiaobai takes her friend's hand and Linger happily twirls around. "Lin Ni has such a beautiful figure," Xiaobai complimented. "Dressed so nicely, of course we're going for a stroll." "Let's go." Lin Ni invites you. "Mockley, would you like to join us?" He obliges the beauty, agreeing to stroll through the streets, hoping to prevent any trouble. Bah! The 3 stroll through the streets together, and Linger exclaims, "This place is beautiful. I've never been to such a bustling place before." He asked, "Is there anything you 2 would like to buy?" Lin Ni spotted something that caught her eye. "Brother Muli, I want that," and he immediately agreed. "Okay, just tell me what you want, and I'll buy it for you." He couldn't help but think how adorable Mu Xin would be if she were like this. Shobai scoffs, "An old ox grazing on young grass, how shameless." Linger goes elsewhere, eagerly pointing at something. "Brother Muli, I want to eat this." Muli gets her the ice cream, saying, "Here, try the first bite." The delicious flavor explodes, and she jumps for joy. "This is so good. Thank you." Xiaobai then stares darkly at something. The ice cream was big and white. It turns out she was staring at Rinrin's chest. Xiaobai had an idea. An idea strikes her. She inverts herself, confusing him, then embraces Linger affectionately. "I want ice cream too, but I'm a ghost, so I can't eat it." Lin Ni was stunned. "Sister Xiaobai..." She starts play-acting, sobbing. "Who caused my premature death? Who turned her into a ghost that forgot what it was like to be human?" Ling Ni turned to him and asked, "Brother Muli, do you have a way?" He reminded her, "Xiao Bai," and she honestly replied, "Nah, actually there is a way for you to experience those sensations." Lin Ni asks urgently, "What way?" She teases, "As long as I'm close to you, I can feel your sensations." The naive Ling Ni is fooled, thinking it's really possible, while Xiaobai grins, her plan succeeding. "Lin Ni, you're so good." She licked her lips. "Come here," he asks coldly. "Xiaobai, what are you doing?" In the middle of the street, Ling Ni's body reached up to touch her breasts, along with Xiaobai's exclamation. "Wow, so this is what it feels like to have big breasts? Why don't I have any?" The onlookers, witnessing this lewd display, immediately suffer nosebleeds as Linger's soul leaves her body. Looking down at her body's shameful antics, she finally understands. Sister Xiaobai tricked me. Give me back my body. She lunged into her body to regain control, casting Xiaobai's soul out. Still riding the high, she felt amazing. Muli, annoyed, asked, "What are you up to?" "I haven't even touched her yet. Do you even want to go shopping or not?" Just then, the click of a camera broke the silence. Men were trying to photograph Linger. He angrily chases them away. "Get out of here," while Xiaobai cheerfully shouts, "Let's continue strolling." Meanwhile, in the inner courtyard of the Chengyang family, Dingguo helped his wife into the garden, asking with concern, "Huifang, how are you feeling now?" She replied, "Still weak, but I'll be much better in a day or two. The sacred beast is connected to my life force. He dared to kill the sacred beast I raised, harming me and stealing the sacred core I refined. We absolutely cannot let him get away with this." Dingo assured her, "Don't worry, I'll find a way to kill him and avenge you." But Huifang cautioned, "Don't underestimate him just because he's young. He's strong. If we fight, we won't win. We have to use strategy. Even better, the 5 Venoms will be ordinary people by then, and we can strike through those closest to him." Dingguo vaguely understood. "You mean that girl?" Haifeng instructed her husband to have their men keep an eye out, and to kidnap the girl if she was ever alone. She had her own way of dealing with him, and he immediately agreed. "Okay, we'll do it your way." Meanwhile, Muli and his companion strolled through Jinling Street. He followed behind her, lugging a bunch of bags, and thought to himself that he felt like he knew the girl in front of him. Suddenly, the phone rang. With both hands full of shopping bags, he used his spiritual power to levitate his phone from his pocket, answering the call. "Hello," Yiquan reports that the families want to hold a welcoming banquet in Jinling City tonight, so that the families here will know you and avoid any accidents. Muli replied, "Okay, make the arrangements." He then asked, "Does Milord require a female companion?" Ling Ni asked curiously, "What kind of party is it, Brother Muli? Can I go?" Shobai chimed in, clamoring, "I want to go too. I want to go too." He agreed, but first he had to take these things home. The car took them to the 5-star Jinling restaurant, and as Muli stepped out, he remarked, "So this is the world of the wealthy?" Sitting in the driver's seat, Natoan says, "My lord, I'll go park the car. The party is on the 2nd floor. You can head up first." He then leads them both inside. "Let's go, we'll head up first." Lin Ni then asked, "Moklai, I want ice cream." "You're surprised and want more? Is the ice cream really that good?" She whines, saying it's incredibly delicious, and hearing Linner's sweet voice, he replies, "You can have anything you want. I'll buy it for you." Lin Ni happily replied, "Thank you," to Morley. From behind, Tiu Bach coaxes, "I want ice cream too." "Lin Ni, can I borrow your body again?" Having learned from experience, she firmly refuses. Absolutely not. 2 suspicious men are eyeing Lin Ni, and his underlings tell Fei Long, "Boss, look, she's hot." He corrects them, "What do you mean, hot?" His eyes lit up, seeing her as the ultimate prize. Fei Long ordered his men to follow the usual rules, to which they eagerly replied, "Understood." The 3 men, with ill intentions, approached her. "Let's go." One of them spoke up first. "Beautiful, are you all alone?" Ling Ni turned back, pointing to herself in disbelief. "Me?" The scarred man flirted. "You won't find anyone as beautiful as you around here. Of course I'm talking to you." Xiaobai sternly warned her, already knowing these guys were trouble. Lin Ni ignored them, but they blocked her path. "Hey, beautiful, don't leave. Let's talk. We want to be friends." And they surrounded her. "But don't be afraid, beautiful. We're not bad guys." Fei Long knew it was his time to play the hero. But someone beat him to it, his voice ringing out, "Who are you, people?" Everyone was stunned as Lin Ni happily called out to Mo Li, daring anyone to touch her. Mo Li's aura intensified, causing Fei Long to drop his cigarette and retreat back into hiding. Moklai's appearance put him on guard, wondering where this kid came from to block his path. They questioned him. "Who are you?" You dare interfere with our plans? Muke calmly replies, Who am I? You don't need to know. One of them, impatient, throws a punch. Get lost. Moli gripped the man's hand and tossed him aside. The unfortunate scarred man landed right next to Fai Long, as Xiaobai clapped and cheered Muo Li on, telling him to beat them to death. Ling He thought he looked so cool. Mu Li was so handsome. The remaining two rushed in, determined to teach him a lesson. Mu Li calmly stomped on one's foot, and the other took a palm strike to the chest. Unable to watch any longer, Fei Long demands they stop, leaping down to face Mu Li's kick. Mu Li blocked the blow with his forearm, the force of his counter sending Fei Long flying back. He was stunned. What is this? Unless you're a master from the martial honor roll, why haven't I seen you in Jinling? Little Bai scoffs at his abilities. He's weak. Mu Li defeated him with a single hand. Linger is impressed. Mu Li is so strong. Mu Li asks the two girls if they're all right, to which Linger replies that they are. Xiao Bai laments, If you'd arrived any later, I might have had to fight them. Suddenly embraced by Xiao Bai, she blushes, asking, Didn't you promise not to cause trouble before coming here? Is that what you want? Xiao Bai sulks. All right, I get it. His underlings are suspicious of Fei Long, thinking, this guy is so arrogant and he's talking to thin air. Is there something wrong with his head? Fei Long coldly said, Calm down. If he's this strong and arrogant, he's likely backed by a powerful family. We can't afford to offend him. He humbled himself, suggesting they talk to him first, and the three entered the party. Xiaobai is eager. So much food, if only he had a body. Seeing him, Rongguang calls out, My lord, I didn't expect you to come. It seems Jing Prefecture is indeed one of us. He's surprised to see him, and everyone else is here too. Is Jing Prefecture really that powerful? Rongguang replies, Don't underestimate this place, chief. Jing Prefecture has a long history, and the prefect is still the ruler of a province. Their strength is still considerable after the shift in power. Moreover, I've heard the prefect's power is above martial honor, surpassing even their strength. Linger is shocked. It seems Mu Li is the governor of Jing Province. The old man asks, Chief, did you also receive the Jing Province notice and come here? Old Zhang is eager. Good. Today let our people of the Northern Alliance see the mysterious governor of Jing Province together. Let's see just what kind of god this martial venerable is. Vin Kuang replied, But we of the Northern Alliance have a leader, and we will surely reach the heights of the Jing Province Lord. He cuts them off. All right, you guys go in first, I'll be in later. Oh, and keep my identity a secret for now. The three agreed. Rest assured, leader. Linger then curiously asked Mu Li why he didn't reveal his identity to them. That's right, Xiaobai chimed in. You're so mean. He replied, I'm doing it for their sake. After all, scaring your own family isn't good. Let's go find a seat first. A lackey reports, Boss Fei Long, he's sitting down and he doesn't look like he's from a major family. He makes a cutthroat gesture, asking, Boss, should we take him out? Fei Long coldly asks, Shouldn't a bad guy be a little sharper? I'll go over to the Zhu family and ask around. Fei Long goes to negotiate, flattering him. Uncle Hua, were you asking about me? He begins. I came to thank you, as meeting these important figures will greatly benefit me. It's commendable that you're so thoughtful, Mr. Shu praised. Fei Long baited him. Uncle Shu, I noticed that young man is a stranger, and no one around seems to know him. Do you know anything about him? He probed. Why do you ask? He lied. It's probably nothing, really. A few days ago, some of my friends had a disagreement with him at a bar, so I wanted to find out who he is. Old Hua coldly rebuked. Foolish, he's guilty. Uncle Shu, what did I say wrong? He sternly rebuked. You are all incredibly audacious. Everyone here today has powerful connections. You dare be so reckless. Provoking anyone is bad, but you had to pick a fight with him, Fei Long says, terrified. Could it be that he has a powerful background? He replies. Not only is he powerful, but he's shockingly so. You're lucky you didn't do anything drastic. If you hadn't acted, I would have personally disciplined you and taken you to him to apologize. But if he doesn't pursue it, then this is over. You got lucky this time. Next time, open your eyes and see who you're dealing with. There are many powerful people in this world you can't afford to offend. He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, that powerful? Good thing I didn't act. The host announced, Everyone, please welcome the guest of honor tonight. The partygoers whispered, Is the guest of honor the master of Jingzhou Manor? Wow. I heard this person is incredibly skilled. It would be amazing to be their disciple. I really want to see what they're like. And if they're handsome, hey Muli, someone wants to marry you. Some say the master of Jingzhou is just an old man, no matter how powerful he is, but I believe Wu Ji is the truly strong one. The battle with the Jiang family. Natawan continued, "Thank you all for attending this banquet at the manor. Everyone surely knows the purpose of this feast is to welcome the new master of Jingzhou Manor." Seeing Mu Li, everyone was stunned. So young? Even the three elders, Li, Zhang, and Vin Quang, were stunned. The leader is the governor of Jing province? It was then that Fei Long realized he had messed with a major figure, as praises echoed around him. So powerful, so young, yet already so formidable, truly worthy of the title governor of Jing province. Yituan reports, "Governor, I'll send men to investigate. Even now, Qing Yang, the master of the Lu family, hasn't appeared, completely disregarding you. We can resort to other measures." He casually asked how he planned to do it, and the man laid out his plan. "The Lu family is under the jurisdiction of Jingzhou Prefecture, so we can directly hold them accountable. I'll take the Lu and Shu families to question him. If the Lu family remains unrepentant, we'll hunt down Qing Yang and their assets will gradually crumble." Mu Li agreed, leaving it to him to handle. Shu Rong reports that Qing Yang has arrived at the entrance of the second floor, and Chief Manager Liu and Governor Zhou Mu are displeased with his tardiness. Than Yang is truly arrogant. Everyone is shocked as he enters. Who is this, and why is he so late? Someone recognizes him as the master of the Luke family, Than Duong, and immediately blocks his path. "Than Duong, stop!" Liu Shu senses his presence. Something's not right, he gives the order. "Than Yang, stop right there, or I'll take you down." The group exchanged glances. They all rushed forward to attack Qing Yang, but he held back two of them single-handedly. They retreated sharply, exclaiming warily, "Poison?" Than Yang's eyes turned bloodshot as he pointed at him, saying, "You're not fit to be the governor of Jing province. Dare to fight me?" This revelation shocks the guests, as Qing Yang challenges the governor of Jingzhou, and Yi Hun angrily retorts, "Qing Yang, have you lost your mind to challenge the governor? What gives you the right to challenge the governor? If you want to lay a hand on him, you'll have to go through me first." Mok Lai stopped him, saying, "Oh, don't get so worked up. He's not even conscious. Tell Lin Nai to have everyone wait here for me." Next, he heals the two men. They realized the poisonous smoke on their hands had vanished, and gratefully clasped their hands in thanks. "Thank you, sir." Yishan asked carefully, "Sir, should we see the guests out first?" "Mu Li has given me full authority, so I'll take care of it," he announced regretfully. "Ladies and gentlemen, due to unforeseen circumstances, the banquet is temporarily suspended. For your safety, we ask that you depart so Jingzhou can handle a few matters. We're all in this together. Allow us to stay and lend a hand to the Jingzhou manor. Please acknowledge our sincerity. Thank you for your kindness, but we've got this covered. Feel free to visit another time." And so the guests finally departed, leaving only the Glory Guild trio behind. Shu Rong was surprised. Why haven't they left yet? He spoke up. "It's all right. I asked them to stay." He seemed to have a vague answer and cautiously asked, "Sir, is Qing Yang dead? Did I deny it?" His heart is still beating. Seeing Mu Li touch his forehead, they worried, "My lord, be careful. This poison is extremely potent." But he remained calm, unfazed. He confidently thought that with his sacred body and the purple spirit power of the Ascension Sutra, which granted immunity to hundreds of poisons, this poison was no match for him. He pointed directly at Qing Yang's chest, and the man fell powerlessly to the ground. A small worm escapes from his body, prompting Liu Shu and Xu Chong to attack with spiritual energy, while Nat Tuan orders its capture. The worm struggled to escape, but Mu Li held it firmly in place, much to Yi Huan's surprise. "Why does this worm look so familiar?" Liu Shu asked curiously. "You recognize it?" This is a corpse control worm from the Five Poison sect," he reveals. Liu Shu was horrified to hear that name. The Five Venom sect? Never having heard of it, he asks, "A corpse control worm?" Yi Tuan replies, "Yes, sir. The corpse control goo is one of the Five Venom sect's prized treasures, capable of threatening the human body from within without causing pain. It feeds on flesh and blood, and when it matures, it can control a person's mind. It's an absolute poison." Since the two leaders of the former martial arts alliance led their armies to destroy the heretical sects, the Five Venom sect has been in hiding for a long time. I didn't expect them to appear here today. He asked in surprise, "The Five Venom sect?" He wondered to himself. He had destroyed the Joyous Union sect, and he had met people from the Corpse Demon sect. What was the Five Venom sect doing here? Thinking of Huifang, Mu Li wondered if it was Miao Cheng, and he replied, "If it's her, then everything we've said has already happened in the past. Could it be that Than Duong, a martial master, is in cahoots with this couple?" Than Duong, waking up in confusion, exclaimed, "What's wrong with me?" Nat Tuan replies, "You've been poisoned by the Five Venom sect. What happened?" "I don't know," Qing Yang said, scratching himself. "I woke up and I was already here." "What's going on? Why am I so itchy all over?" His face began to contort, his skin sagged, and rashes erupted all over his body, sending Than Duong into a panic. "What's this?" As he watched the worm dissolve, Muli tensed up, realizing something was wrong. Before their eyes, Qing Yang was blown to pieces, and Ling Er covered her eyes in terror. How evil. Seeing only smoke and ash ahead, Dingguo spoke through gritted teeth. "The Five Venom sect has gone too far." Muli, no longer tolerant, ordered a thorough investigation to hunt down the Five Venom sect and bring back Dingo and his wife. Yes, inform the men that the vile Five Venom sect used people to make poison, killing the master of the Liu family. Now, by order of the governor, search inside and out. He then sought the governor's opinion, suggesting the Five Venom sect's holy maiden was likely at the Liu estate, and ordered a search. The main gate was kicked open, and Liao Shu declared, "Five Venom sect holy maiden, I will tear you to pieces." But all around were corpses. Muli warns them, "Don't touch the bodies," but it's already too late for some. Shu Liang raises his poisoned hand, panicking, "My hand." Those nearby are shocked. The bodies are highly poisonous. He immediately destroys his tainted hand. Muli heals Shu Liang, who is grateful, saying, "Thank you, Lord Governor." Muli asks, "What's your name?" He replies respectfully, "Your Excellency, my name is Shu Liang, from the Shu family." He instructed, "Come to the prefecture when your wounds have fully healed." Hearing this, he was overjoyed. "Thank you, Lord Governor." Those nearby were happy for him too. "Shliang, you're so lucky, this is really great." Muli instructed the steward not to touch the bodies and to cremate them, ordering his men to bring the fire. A blazing torch is ready when suddenly a servant shouts, "Snakes! So many snakes!" What's going on? A swarm of snakes surrounds one of the servants. He used the torch to drive them away, shouting, "Get out of here, all of you." Muli urgently announced, "Everyone, don't panic, gather together." He unleashes his spiritual power, creating a circle of light around the servants, stopping the snakes in their tracks as Shu Liang looks on in awe, wondering what kind of fire it is. Incredibly powerful. Lord Zhou Mu is truly unfathomable, creating a blaze of purple fire. 10 minutes later, the snakes were reduced to ashes, and Muli ordered everyone to evacuate the Liu manor, as the regent and Miao Jiang were not there. Yi Huan asked how to deal with the Liu family. He decisively ordered, "The Liu family estate is now contaminated. Set it ablaze. Find any surviving Liu family members who are wandering outside and treat them well. If they value their family, help them. The rest of you continue the search. Turn everything upside down to find Din Kwok and the holy maiden of the Five Poison sect." Flames engulfed the Liu family estate as Muli noticed Xiaobai's gloomy demeanor and grew curious. "Why are you so quiet today? Is something wrong?" She said fearfully, "This morning, Lin Ni and I went out together, but there were so many people, and I accidentally lost her." Xiaobai recounted that Lin Ni had told her it was almost her mother's birthday, so even though she went to buy fruit with me, she wanted to surprise her mother, but the streets were too crowded and they got separated. Muli thought Linjur must have gotten lost, unable to keep up with her speed. But when she called, the phone just rang and rang. Xiaobai said worriedly, "I've searched everywhere, but I can't find her." He then called Yi Xuan. "He's here already. My lord, what's wrong?" He ordered everyone in Jinling to search for Linger. Half an hour later, Muli was still waiting when Yi Quan returned to report, "Sir, we found the young lady's trail." Seeing the name, his face darkened. It was Dingguo, and the phone showed camera footage of him kidnapping Linger and dragging her into a car. Enraged, Muli ordered the search to continue, but as night fell, the situation remained bleak. He wondered how they could search everywhere and still find no trace of Linger. Just then, Yi Xuan returned, calling for him, and he anxiously asked if there was news about Linger. He shook his head, saying they still hadn't found her, and suggested that Lord Mu rest and wait for news, promising to continue the search and report anything he found. He felt Miao Jiang would come to Jingzhou Prefecture, unless Xiaobai tugged at his sleeve and suggested Muli, otherwise he would go out and look for Linger. But Muke refuses, saying, "It's better if you come and rest with me." Suddenly, a voice rings out. Xiaobai wondered, "What's that sound? Open that door." Inside the room, Lin Ni lay naked in bed, both of them bewildered by what was happening. Xiaobai covers his eyes in embarrassment, telling Muli not to look. Muli replied with integrity, "All right, I won't look. You told me not to look, so what are you looking at?" Xiaobai blushes, exclaiming, "How beautiful! Why don't I have big breasts like her?" He notices a piece of paper placed next to the table. Inside, it says she has a lust worm inside her, and she must mate within half a day to remove the poison, or she will bleed to death from her 7 orifices. Lord Jingzhou can figure it out himself. Little White then tucks Linger in. Muli grits his teeth, uttering the name, the Holy Maiden of the 5 Venoms sect. Xiaobai hovers nearby, eager to hear more. What? Let me see. There's a poison like this? I thought that stuff only existed on TV to fool people. It's something that makes it easy for men to take advantage of women. What kind of person does that? Using this poison on Linger is far too cruel. Muli understands their intentions. So the Holy Maiden of the 5 Poison sect wants to ruin your reputation? When it comes to Linger's life, there's no other way. I have to save her at any cost. So be it. She stared blankly at him, asking, What are you doing? You want to take advantage of Linger? With no other choice, Muli had to do it to remove the poison. Xiaobai calmly replies, You're making too much of it. It's just a poisonous worm. I'm a newly refined soul. The Ghost Immortal Sutra. I can enter her body and use my soul's power to force the poison out, he said in surprise. Then why haven't you helped Linger yet? It's your fault she got lost, which led to this, she said resentfully. Why are you being so fierce? I'll do it right away. But Little White couldn't enter Lin Ni's body. It's no good, I can't do it. As she lies there, she vomits a pile of poison. Little White, seeing Linger's pain, discovers that her body contains not only venomous worms, but also various other deadly poisons. If I had done that, her soul would have been killed by the poison. Moklai is frustrated. Their plan to target me is definitely more complex than this. Xiaobai was speechless. From Muli's analysis, her scheme was brilliant. Poison Linger, then use her beauty to seduce me, thus poisoning me as well. Unfortunately for her, she ran into me. Now let's heal her with spiritual energy. After a while, the poison flowed from Ling Ni's mouth, and each poisonous object was removed. Once Muli was done, he stepped out the door and instructed her to cover Ling Ni with a blanket first. I'll take my leave now. A moment later, the room was filled with the sound of coughing. Xiaobai anxiously asked, Linger, you're awake. Still dazed, she asked, Sister Bai, what's going on? Finding herself naked, she quickly covers herself with the blanket, blaming Little Bai's lustful nature. Sister Bai, you're so mean, bullying me again. What were you planning, taking all my clothes off? Xiaobai is suddenly blamed. Linger, look closely at whose bed you're on. I didn't do anything to you. Looking around, she realizes she's in Muli's room and bed. What am I going to do? What to do? Her piercing scream is giving Xiaobai a headache. Lin Ni, please stop shouting, my ears are ringing. She anxiously asked Bai Qian, Did Muli see everything? She casually teases, So what if he saw? What if he did see? Lin Ni was mortified, recalling her mother's words. A woman seen by a man loses her purity, and must either marry him or die to prove her innocence. Xiaobai then lectured the naive girl, No, what era is this? Why is your family still so feudal and traditional? Isn't that harmful? She explains, You don't understand. The rules of martial arts families are very strict and conservative. Tell me, did Muli see everything? Intrigued, Xiaobai asks, If he saw, does that mean you have to marry him? Linger insists, I must marry him. If he doesn't want me, I'll end it myself. Sister Bai, tell me, did he see anything or not? She replied, No, I was poisoned, and she undressed me to detoxify me. That's all. Muli definitely didn't see anything. I told him to go for a walk. Lin Ni's face fell. So nothing happened. Xiaobai lifted her chin and asked, What's wrong? Seeing your disappointment, do you want to marry Muli? Outside, Muli sensed a strange presence. They've arrived, as expected. Lin Ni's voice echoed out, filled with annoyance. Bach, you're such a tease. Xiaobai continued to tease her playfully. Oops, did I hit a nerve? All right, you can sleep in Muli's bed. I'm heading out. Once outside, she immediately asked how Muli was doing. Hearing those words, isn't she secretly rejoicing, seeing everything, taking advantage, and even possibly gaining a beautiful wife? Too bad, I tricked you. There's no wife for you. He thought to himself that this kid had too much free time. Then he told her that he sensed a strange energy, and he believed the one who kidnapped Ling Ni and poisoned Xiadu was still nearby, plotting against him. They're still hiding in Jingzhou Prefecture to see how things turn out. Little Bai immediately asked, curious, Where are they? Muli wasn't sure either. Jingzhou Prefecture is too large. I can only sense them in a general direction. As a spirit, you are invisible to others. I'll tell you the direction. Go and see what's there, and report back to me. Little Bai thumped her chest, assuring, Okay, leave it to me. With that, she immediately departed. Back in Dingguo, he waited and waited, growing impatient. It's been so long, and still no sign of anything. Huifeng remained calm, but he was worried, knowing Jingzhou Mu wouldn't be easy to deal with. Huifeng, can your methods really trap the governor of Jing province? He's not as simple as he seems after our fights. She's extremely confident, saying, don't worry. As a holy maiden of the Five Poisons sect, dealing with a naive man with power like that is easy. No matter how strong he is, he's still just a man. And all men are the same when faced with a beautiful, naked woman in the governor's bed. I don't believe he won't be moved, she says, especially with the note I left. His desire to save her and his male instincts will hypnotize him. He must have slept with that girl already, and when he does, the poison inside her will transfer to him, stripping him of his martial arts, turning him into a useless cripple for us to deal with. Then forcing him to hand over the treasures of Jingzhou will be a piece of cake. Having heard that, Dingo revealed his ambition. I want to be the governor of Jingzhou. If that old man hadn't survived, that position would have been mine. Huifeng assured him, once we've dealt with him, you can have whatever you want. Xiaobai quickly found them, so it was them with their wicked hearts, a truly vile couple. He had to return and tell Mu Li. Dingguo, sensing something amiss, looked up at the sky and asked, Huifeng, do you feel anything strange about the sky here? Oh, I'm surprised. It seems better now. He suspiciously looked around. How strange. Huifeng was finally getting anxious. It's been so long. Why hasn't there been any noise? Could it be that he hasn't done anything? Let's go see what's happening. Go in and see, Dingguo said, following behind Huifeng. How is it? She immediately sensed something was wrong. This is bad, we have to go now. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed behind them as Mu Li appeared, asking, shouldn't you ask the master of this manor for permission before leaving? You have some nerve, Wudu sex holy woman, offering yourself at my doorstep. Your death is at hand. He was shocked to see his men surrounded. You were lying in wait, Yi Shen angrily accused him. You ungrateful wretch, Din Kwok. How could you betray Lord Tan after all he did for you? To be bewitched by this succubus, indulging in depravity and evil with the Five Poisons sect, you've lost your humanity. Lord Qinmu would be furious if he knew how far you've fallen. Hearing this, Dingguo lost control and roared, shut up! Don't mention that old man. He pointed directly at Mu Li, who was sitting arrogantly before him, and said the Jing province should have been his. The governor of Jing province should have been mine, but he showed no favoritism, wanting to give it all away. He's cold and heartless, so don't blame me for turning against him. As he screamed, a ray of light struck him. Mocking him, Mu Li said, trash is still trash, even if you sort it. You're just harmful garbage. If you want to be the governor of Jing province, come and get it. Huifeng smirked coldly and asked, hey, kid, just relying on that mosquito net won't do you any good. You think I actually fell for that? As he finished speaking, poisonous frogs and snakes began to crawl in. The guards, oblivious, suddenly cried out as black veins spread across their arms. What's happening to my arm? Even Zheng Yiquan was affected. He looked up at them in disbelief, asking, when did you... Doi Fuang reveals confidently that as a member of the Five Venom sect, she knows how to control poison and use it to scout ahead, discovering their ambush and poisoning them without their knowledge. Seeing their despicable methods, Yi Tuan finally understood. Doi Fuang was indeed brilliant. Even he had been deceived. Mok Lai's expression darkened. It seemed he had underestimated them. She retorts, you think you're safe just because you didn't sleep with her? Her entire body is poison, even a touch is enough to infect you. You killed my sacred beast and stole its core, but I'll let it go. Just hand over the core and the Jing province token, and I'll give you a way out by curing your poison. He thought to himself that the Jing province token was her true objective. Holding the token, Mu Li asked, is this what you want? Their expressions changed drastically. The Jing province token? Dingo immediately demanded, give me the Jing province token. He gloated, thinking that even a genius was nothing compared to a useless piece of trash. Offer me everything I desire. Just then, Mu Li grabbed his hand tightly. Dingguo was stunned. How could this be? Aren't you... He lands a punch straight to the gut, saying, I'll give you what you want. He clutched his chest in agony, horrified. One blow had destroyed all his meridians. How can this be? Deputy Fuang's eyes widened in disbelief. How can this be? Weren't you poisoned? Mu Li coldly replied, how could such ordinary poisons harm my body? He thought to himself, if the pure saint's body's defenses could be stopped by minor poisons, what kind of celestial master would I be? She growled, impossible. My poison is one of the best in the Five Venom sect. Unless you're not human, there's no way a human body could withstand it. I can see you're just barely holding on. Countless poisoned needles carrying her rage shot straight toward Mu Li. With one hand, he effortlessly destroyed the poisonous needles, and seeing his power, Huifang secretly decided that this boy could not be allowed to live. While Mu Li treated the servant's wounds, the man coughed up blood. But he was finally stable. "Thank you, sir," Mu Li instructed. "Please stand aside and wait." Seeing this, Duifang feels humiliated, daring to save people right in front of her, as if they're immune to her poison. "I don't believe it. How could my precious poisons be useless against you?" Mu Li continues to heal the second person as her poisons surge forth on command. It was at this moment that he struck them with a palm, reducing them to nothing, then teleported away. Pyong felt a chill as his opponent appeared behind him. This was bad, but his reactions were quick enough to evade the blow. She regains her composure, saying that even the strongest have weaknesses, and Moklai knows that her only weakness is her eyes. He unleashes a second palm strike in quick succession, but Tue Fuang dodges it. She's shocked that wind alone could hurt her. Did Mu Li realize she was training in movement techniques? She arrogantly asks if he doesn't know that the 5 venom sects' venomous serpent entanglement is famous throughout the land, but he confirms that he truly doesn't. Huifang confidently states, "You can't hurt me. I have poisonous smoke for protection. You can't get near me. Unless you're blind, I can escape even if you attack. But either way, you can't hurt me, can you?" Mu Li coldly asks. "Is that so?" Huifang began to negotiate. "How about we stop here? Let me go. I guarantee I'll leave and never bother you again. From now on, I won't set foot in Jinling City." He gathered his spiritual energy, then asked, "Do you really think I can't do anything to you?" Huifang thought in a panic. What's going on? Suddenly, I can't sense his presence at all. Moklai has vanished. His cold voice echoes from behind. "I'm right behind you." A single strike to the back sends his opponent flying. "Do you still think you can escape?" Like a useless wretch, Dingguo lay helpless, asking worriedly, "Hufang, you bastard, you hurt my wife. I won't let you get away with this." She pulls out an object, saying through gritted teeth, "You forced my hand." With that, Tu Fuang turns and runs. Of course, Mu Li wouldn't allow this. She wants to escape? Seeing her approach, Dingguo is surprised. "Huifang, why didn't you run?" She decisively ripped open his shirt, biting her finger to draw blood. Din Kwok remained steadfast. "Tu Fuang, I'm useless now. Don't worry about me, just run." She draws a swirling circular mark on Dingguo's abdomen, leaving Mu Li astonished by the saintess. Once the mark is complete, Huifang whistles into her flute, and Dingguo's stomach swells. She commands, "Come forth now." He's stunned. What is happening? Why do I feel so hot inside? What have you done to me? It hurts so much. He feels this technique is similar to that of a heretical Taoist sect from the Ziwei Star cultivation world. Dingo's stomach exploded like a balloon, and he couldn't believe his wife would be so cruel. Why? Huifang reveals. This is the ultimate goo worm of the 5 venom sect, a technique passed down only to the holy maiden of the Sacred Heart, 5 venom sect. Only they can cultivate it, and only once in a lifetime. Success comes when you use your lover's essence to nurture it until the host withers away. In the 5 venom sect's forbidden area, she discovered this ancient technique, lost for hundreds of years. Legend says that the power, once mastered, is incredibly terrifying, obeying only the poison master who still needs over a decade to succeed. Unfortunately, she had to force it out early when its body was only half complete. A desperate situation for Dingguo. "So, that's it. No wonder you never let me touch you after all these years of marriage. Lo Huifang, you are a cruel woman. All my sincerity was wasted on you. So, you were just using my love to refine your poison. But Tu Fuang Wufang doesn't care, blaming me for being foolish." Dingguo resigned himself to his fate, and the monster he spawned has now locked onto our hero. Mu Li thinks to himself that this red monster is similar to the demon seeds they created using earth elemental blood. Could it be related to the purple star in this world? Huifang ordered them to tear him apart, and it flew towards him with incredible speed. In a flash, it was upon him, its speed shocking. First, Mu Li braced himself against the monster's attack. Seeing the venomous claws, Mu Li was stunned. Even his pure saintly body couldn't withstand it. Huifang commanded with fervor, "Keep going, kill him." But her triumph was short-lived, as the monster she created was swatted away like a fly. It squealed in anger. "Though they can wound me, their limitations are clear. They're not as strong as the demons bred in the Ziwei Star cultivation world. I'll end this here." Realizing it's no match, the creature cleverly flees, only to be enveloped by a sudden surge of energy. It fell to the ground, its forehead suddenly radiating a blinding light. Was it evolving? Huifang, witnessing the radiant third eye of Little Red, was astonished. She never imagined the secret art she stumbled upon would be so powerful. She must seize this opportunity to kill him and reclaim the Holy Pearl and Golden Pearl token. Mu Li braced himself, dodging the beam-like gaze. Seeing the cracked ground beside him, he knew he had to be wary of this thing that could even wound his pure, saintly body. If these blood-drinking creatures were to escape, it could spell disaster. The sword is summoned with resolve. They cannot be allowed to live. Struck by the blow, little Hong grunts in discomfort. Knowing he had to seize the moment, he noticed their attacks were weakening, suggesting they weren't fully mature. Without hesitation, he plunged his sword into the monster's shoulder. Seeing this, Tue Huang was frantic, realizing their bodies weren't fully developed and were being pushed too hard. "My precious, return now!" She whistled, signaling Little Red to obey. Seeing it flee, he refused to let it live and swung his sword, slashing it across the back. Trying to escape? Hui Fang intercepted her, cradling her precious child, and unleashed a thick cloud of smoke. Taking advantage of the situation, she flees with her child, knowing they can't face him in their current state. But as the smoke clears, a sharp sword pierces through both of their chests. "Unbelievable. How did you find me?" Mu Li reiterates, "I told you, the poison smoke has no effect on me. I don't need eyes to know where you are." Hifang worries. "Damn it, no, I can't let it die." Her face rapidly aged as she touched Little Red's head and recited an incantation. A sacrificial offering, heightening Mu Li's vigilance. Could she possibly have another trick up her sleeve? He summons a long sword and strikes at his opponent, but Little Hong sprouts wings, carrying Hui Fang to safety as she vows, "Governor of Jing Province, you and I are destined to be mortal enemies." Yi Tuan urgently sought his opinion, asking if they should send men to pursue them. He instructs them not to bother chasing after them, but to search the entire city of Qinlang. "Report any trace of her to me immediately. Even if you can't find her, it will take at least 10 years for her wounds to heal. As for the Limitless Sutra, I'm passing this technique on to you, and it will later open the armory of Jingzhou Prefecture. Aside from the heads of supporting families, only true talents of Jingzhou Prefecture will be allowed to cultivate it." Feeling the technique being transferred, Yixuan was stunned. "My lord, this technique is truly miraculous, but how—" Mu Li was certain this technique could elevate him to martial honor, allowing Jing Province to attract talent based on character and aptitude, and those loyal to Jing Province could be taught this technique. Only by becoming stronger can they protect this place without fear. Yiquan secretly thought this was also following the old master's instructions. He vowed to spare no effort and deliver a satisfactory result for the master. Meanwhile, Mu Li secretly planned to head to the capital once everything was settled. "Mother, sister, all the humiliation you've endured, I will repay it all." Back at the estate, Mu Li continues to train Linger in martial arts. "Lin Nai, that's not good enough. You need more power and strength when you strike. You're already out of breath after one swing." Ling Ni has reached her limit. "Brother Mu Li, I'm tired." He was a stern teacher, reminding Lin Ni that even with her extraordinary talent, she couldn't be lazy. Cultivation required effort to master. He knew her problem. Ling Ni possessed the profound yin physique, allowing her cultivation to advance rapidly, yet she lacked any offensive power. Mu Li pointed out her weakness. "If you can't become stronger, you'll face the same outcome as before, unable to resist or overcome danger." Having grown accustomed to his protection, Lin Ni asks, "But what about you, Mak Lai?" He replies, "I can't protect you forever." The path of cultivation is a lonely one, a long road where nothing is certain and only oneself can be truly relied upon. Seeing Xiaobai grinning beside her, Mu Li was surprised. "What are you laughing at?" She replied, "Of course I'm laughing at the foolish man who can't grasp a woman's heart. He even lectures Little White. Go cultivate too, instead of flying around Jing Province all day, teaching Linger nonsense." She retorted, "I don't. What I teach is good." Linger asks, "Brother Mu Li, are you about to leave?" Xiaobai adds, "Is that why you've been arranging things and pushing us to train lately?" "Where are you going?" Mu Li revealed his destination. "Into the capital. I have things I need to take care of." Lin Ni pleaded, "Can I come with you?" He refused, saying it wouldn't work. What he needed to do wasn't convenient for her to follow, and she should stay in Jing Prefecture with her mother to focus on her cultivation. Seeing her sulk with puffed-up cheeks, Xiaobai asked, "You don't want him to go?" "Too bad, I can't go." She replied, "I can't go, but she can." Then Linger asked him, "Brother Mu Li, is Sister Bai going with you?" He knew this little rascal had left her mark on him and was too restless to be left behind. Xiaobai smugly chimes in, "See, of course I get to go." Yang Yang asks, Muli, why does she get to go and I don't? Do you like her more? Mule replied, don't imitate Xiaobai. Flattery won't work. Xiaobai teased, Linger, this is the difference. Remember, you can never be the main wife. Hearing that, she fumed. Sister Linger cast a curse to turn little Bai to stone, and I curse you to be forever flat-chested. She was burning with rage. The brat, you dare curse me to be flat-chested? Die! And so the two began to brawl. Muli sighed, his face darkening with frustration. If only training was this easy. 3 days later, the two set off. Xiaobai irritably waved away the surrounding fog, complaining that even if they reached the capital, the visibility wouldn't be great due to the thick smog. She turned to blame Muli, saying he was just as bad, insisting on making things difficult by walking for 3 days when they could have flown to the capital in a few hours. Are you stupid? I want to enjoy our own world with you, traveling and feeling the warmth and romance. After a tap on the head from Muli, Xiaobai drops the lovey-dovey act. Fine, I'll help you scout ahead. Just then, a brawl erupted ahead, a group of masked figures ganging up on a young man. Chang'an was struck in the chest, and his attacker arrogantly stomped on him, saying, Accept it, Chang'an. Today you die here. Emperor, he sneered, you're not going anywhere. Xiaobai, hiding behind a tree, called out, Muli, come quick, there's a fight over here. Sung'an is defiant, asking who they are and why they hide their faces. 5 against 1? What kind of men are you? He felt no shame. Save your breath. In our world, only the strong are revered. Did you really think someone would stand here and lecture us about honor? Cheng Ying is filled with resentment as the men sent by his uncle live up to their despicable reputation. Seeing this, Xiaobai felt indignant that 5 people were ganging up on one. How shameless. Muli pulled her, Let's go, don't meddle. She asked tentatively, Aren't you going to save him? With your strength, taking care of those guys would be a piece of cake. He replies, Why should I save him? I don't know him, I don't know the situation, and I don't know if saving him would even be a good thing. Xiaobai awkwardly explains, It's not that I want you to be a hero, it's just, you look really cool when you fight. Their voices have been detected by the group. Who's there? Show yourselves. Muli was helpless. She was being too loud. She was surprised. But I'm not human. I'm so used to talking to you, I forgot to hide. The leader is wary as he approaches. Who are you? Muli assures him, I'm just passing through. Rest assured, I have no interest in your affairs. Another man clearly didn't believe him. Passing by in a desolate place like this, do you think we're fools? The others similarly distrusted him, believing no man could be trusted. What if he really was just passing through? Boss, we can't let word of this get out, so whether he was passing through or not, he can't leave here alive. Xiaobai was eager to see them get what was coming to them. They actually dared to attack him. How foolish. They're asking for death. The boss has spoken. Enough talk, let's move. Chung suddenly interjected, Wait, I know the master of Dragon Spring Manor. If you make trouble here, he won't let you get away with it. Muli was taken aback by the name, Dragon Spring Manor. Xiaobai is curious. Muli, do you know someone from Longquan Mountain Manor? The leader doesn't care. Longquan Mountain Manor, you say? What about Long Tuyen Mountain Manor? His subordinate chimed in. I heard the master of Long Tuyen Manor is disabled. So what if they're from the prestigious Mu family? They're not even as good as ordinary people like us. He walks up to him and asks, Do you really know the master of Longquan Mountain Manor? He claimed to have seen him in rags and cared for him once, but inside he was anxious. Is this guy stupid? I gave him a chance to leave, but he didn't take it. If that's how it is, Muklai decided, I'll save him today. Nodding, one of the underlings thought he was hearing a joke. You're going to save him? You can't even save yourself, and you want to save him? The leader charged forward. Enough talk, take him down. With a dark aura, Muli coldly declares, You're not strong enough to kill me. He casually waves his hand, releasing an overwhelming force that sends them flying like leaves in the autumn wind. They crashed to the ground, unable to resist. Chang'an was stunned, guessing, this person is strong. Could he be? Gazing at Muli's imposing figure, he knew the answer. A martial venerable. Xiaobai happily inquired. Told you it would be easy. Why is he just standing there? Could he be scared? Tell me everything you know about the master of Long Tuyen Mountain Manor. He revealed that Long Tuyen Manor was still in the heart of the capital, and the Mu family's super villa was located near the border of the capital. Very close to our Yuan family. The owner moved in 10 years ago. He was supposedly a core member of the Mu family who lost a leg in an accident and angered an important figure, leading to his banishment to Longquan Mountain Manor. Muli realizes it's his third uncle. Back then, my own clan accused me of killing the Empress, branding me as evil. Only Uncle 3 secretly helped my mother and me. The Mu family truly lives up to its name, treating Uncle 3 this way, exiling him to the border, bullying him beyond reason. Xiaobai senses his anger, and Muli exudes a terrifying, murderous aura as he asks Cheng Ying if he wants revenge for being framed by his own family. His fist clenched, a surge of hatred welled up with a determined glint in his eyes. Sung-an thought to himself, knowing the master of Long Tuyen Mountain Manor and being a member of the Mu family, it seems his claim to fight for the Vian family is true. He wondered why he would help him fight for the Yuan family, and Muli revealed it was because he also had a younger sister. Sung-hyuk then led him back, saying that Muki's Longquan Mountain Manor was to the left after entering the city, and the Yuan family home was not far to the right. He replied, "Let's go to the Yuan family first." The opulent Vian family villa came into view, and as Cheng-an opened the gate, he called out, "Butler." The startled butler responded, "Young master," thinking to himself, "He's not dead?" He frowned and asked, "Am I not dead? Surprised, aren't you?" The butler quickly denied it. "How could I be? I am loyal to the Yuan family." Sung-an didn't bother arguing with him. All right, enough talk, Mr. Mo. Let me take you inside first." The butler thought irritably, "What a bunch of useless people, they can't even handle one person. I must report back to the second master quickly." 5 minutes later, Cheng-an stopped in front of the residence of my parents and sister, calling out, "Little sister!" Yuan thought she heard her brother's voice, and her eyes welled with emotion. "Brother." Yuan burst into tears as she ran into her brother's arms. "Brother, you're finally back." Chung gently comforted his sister. "I'm back," he introduced. "Mok, this is my younger sister." Yuan, Muli replied politely. "What a lovely name." Sung-an introduced him to his sister. "This is Brother Mok, the one I asked for help." Vian greeted him politely. "Hello, I'm Mok Lai," as he introduced. "Please, treat me as one of your peers." Cheng-an asked her suspiciously, Yuan, why are you alone? Where are your parents? How have they been treating you lately?" "My parents have been very good to me." Just then, Yuan came out of the house and called to Cheng-an, "You're back. Why didn't you say so? Now that you're here, go prepare. In 3 days, our family will participate in the martial arts tournament. We must win the position of family head." He turned to Yuan saying, "And you, go change into something nice and stroll around with Hai. After all, you'll be marrying him and we only want what's best for you." Cheng Ying was stunned. "Hai who? Marriage?" he asked his sister. Suddenly, Miao Feng interjects, "When Hein Hai visited, he immediately fell for Yuan. Both families are delighted and have arranged their engagement." Hearing this sudden news, Cheng-an is furious. An engagement? Didn't they say that if he won the position of family head, Vian would be free? Why must the family's interest interfere with her marriage? Why do you say one thing and do another? Hearing this, Yuan flew into a rage, shouting, "Insolence! What do you know? We're doing this for your own good. Only you are fit to lead the family. Besides, marrying into the Hai family is a dream come true for many." Too disgusted to look at them, Cheng-an pulls his sister away, realizing it's all about profit. They're not fit to be parents. Seeing his son's rebellion, he gathers his strength, ready to teach him a lesson. "You rebellious son." Cheng-an was shocked to see Yuan charging towards him, thinking to himself that he was attacking with all his might again. It seems I can't dodge this attack. From behind, Vian calls out to her brother, her face pale with fear. Muli steps in, grabbing his hand to stop him, saying, "Even tigers don't eat their cubs. You truly don't deserve to be a father." Vian trembled with anger. "Who are you? How dare you cause a scene at the Yuan family home?" Cheng introduced, "Brother Mok is the assistant I invited." He replied dismissively, "An assistant? Just a kid. What help could he possibly be? You're embarrassing yourself." "This is Hai Fu from the Hai family. Hein Hai valued our project and sent him to assist us. With Hai Fu here, victory in tomorrow's martial arts tournament is assured." Cheng Ying refuses, saying he doesn't need his father to worry about the martial arts competition. Brother Mu is his only assistant, and he won't accept anyone else. Hai Fu bristles, saying, "Mr. Vian, it seems your son doesn't think much of me." Wenwen quickly interjected, explaining that his son was ignorant and worthless and could never compare to him. Muli interjected, "I think you've misunderstood a few things. First, I came here willingly, and unless I want to leave, no one has the right to kick me out. Secondly, tell your master that without Yuan's consent, no one can force her into marriage." "You dare threaten me? Today I'll teach you a lesson." As his opponent charged, Muli's eyes blazed with murderous intent. "Get lost." The oppressive force makes his knees buckle in disbelief. How is this possible? He can inflict damage with sound. This guy is strong. With a cold voice, Muli repeated, "Remember to tell your master exactly what I said. Cheng-an, you and your sister will come with me." Wenwen helps him up, calling out, "Brother Hai Fu, remember this." "That bastard. I have to tell the young master about this." Sung-an couldn't contain his curiosity. "Mok, what exactly is your power? Hai Fu is incredibly strong." He replied that his power was beyond their understanding, and all they needed to know was that victory was assured. From behind, Vian thought to herself, Mok is so cool. She then asked, Mok, where are we going now? He gave an address. Dragon Selection Mountain Villa. Yuan added, I've been stuck at home lately and haven't seen Uncle Mu in a while, so I don't know how he's doing. Muli asked, Did you used to visit him often? She replied, Uncle Mu was always very kind to me and my brother. Sung bangs on the gate, but no one answers. From behind, he says, No need to knock. Let's just go in. It's a good chance to see what's really going on with Uncle 3. Muli asked where they were. Yuan pointed in a direction, following her memory. I think it's over there. Uncle Mu usually sunbathes and feeds the fish at this hour. The three of them immediately vanished from the gate. The three entered a space with a fish pond, and Yuan called out to Uncle Mu. She happily ran into the pavilion where the young man was sitting, calling out for Uncle Mu. He was shocked to see her. Vian said apologetically. Uncle Mok, I'm sorry. Some things happened at home, so I couldn't come visit. Qingnian asks worriedly, Are they making you suffer again? Is power really that important? Blood ties are what should be cherished. Unfortunately, I can't do anything right now, or I would help you. Mok Lai asked the person next to him for help. Chang'an led his sister away for a moment. He needed to speak with his uncle privately. Understanding the cue, the siblings left, giving them privacy, and Mu Li knelt before the young man. Startled, he realized this boy was the one he'd introduced. Uncle, I'm Mok Lai. Then he presented the keepsake. This is my jade pendant. I originally traded it to Grandpa. The man was moved as he picked up the item. After 10 years, someone had finally returned. He felt ashamed, apologizing for only now returning to see his uncle, but the man didn't blame him. It's all right. The important thing is that you're back. But Mok Lai, why are you the only one who returned? Where are my parents? Mok Lai replied sadly. When I was little, my father died of an illness. The news hit Tan Nian like a bolt from the blue. How could things have turned out this way? Seeing him tremble, he quickly said, Uncle, please don't be too upset. Tan Nian sadly asked, What about your mother? It wasn't easy for her, raising you all alone. Mu Li clenched his fists, fighting back the rising hatred. I really put my mother through so much. I know I used to be worthless, dragging the family down. It's all my fault she suffered. Then he continued, But I'll make sure she enjoys her life from now on. I won't let her suffer anymore. Qingnian patted his shoulder, touched. Good. You're a filial son. Mu Li reveals, Uncle, I have a younger sister named Mu Xin. Before he died, one of my father's close friends entrusted her to him. She's heard stories about you from my mother and is eager to meet you. Does he know his friend's daughter? Her family name is Jiang, right? He thought to himself that she must be more than she seemed, then said, My mother never mentioned this, and my sister rarely talks about the past. Thang Nian hopes to be a good girl. I'd love to meet her someday, but Mok Lai, you must leave the capital and not let the Mok family find you. He wondered, Uncle, why do you want me to avoid the Mu family? And why did they send you to Dragon Spring Manor? He slowly recounted the story, saying it all began when I was born, just 1 hour apart from my second uncle's son. The Golden Oracle foretold that his second uncle's son was the Dragon Son of Heaven, while he was the Lone Star of Calamity, a future threat to China. Soon after the Oracle's prediction, those who cared for him began to meet with unfortunate accidents. Moreover, disasters began plaguing China, and they blamed it all on you. Desperate, I left the capital to find someone who could prove your innocence, but disaster struck soon after, and I lost a leg. Later, your uncle realized it was all a conspiracy, a scheme orchestrated by the woman of the Yan family who was in league with the Golden Oracle. She's responsible for the rumors in the capital and the accidents that befell those around you? Mu Li wondered, Her? I remember her as my second uncle's wife. How could she have so much power? Qingran expressed his wish. I don't know how the Yan family pulled these strings either. In the end, it all comes down to power. Now the Mu family is under Yan Mei's control. Mu Li, I just want you to be safe, he said, trying to reassure him. Uncle, if I dare come here, I know I have the power to make them pay. Don't worry, I won't do anything reckless. His eyes are full of confidence. Watch this, Uncle. With those words, the lake's surface began to stir. Thang Nian was stunned. Mok Lai, the lake is swirling, and the fish below are jumping and thrashing. With this power, he's definitely a martial venerable, and Yuan is stunned. Mok Li is a martial venerable, the highest level. He confirms it. Mok Li is indeed a martial venerable. The old man was still in shock. A young martial grandmaster who's also his nephew? It was like a dream. Mu Li called out, Chang'an, Yuan, come over here. Mu, they both immediately approached, wondering what he was planning. Mok Lai asked if they would accept his third uncle as their adopted father, but Than Hien hesitated, saying it wasn't right. Uncle is crippled, Chung Ying interrupts him. Uncle Mu, we've always seen you as family, and we'd be honored to have you as our godfather. They happily knelt with his brother, agreeing to the arrangement, and immediately bowed to their godfather. He accepts, telling them to rise. The brothers happily agreed, thanking their godfather. Chung shyly admits that Mu is incredibly talented, and becoming relatives would be a great advantage for them. Mu Li casually says, "You don't need to call me Mu. Since you're taking care of my uncle and I'm your benefactor, just call me brother. I feel much better now. With these two caring for Uncle 3, I can finally rest easy." Suddenly, an angry voice erupted from outside the pavilion. "Who are you people? How dare you barge into Dragon Spring Manor?" Than Nien retorted. "What's with all the shouting?" "I let them in." Chen Xin wondered, "What's up with this cripple today? Why are you suddenly so nosy? There's something wrong with these three." He feigned remorse, saying he was worried they'd bother Master Tam. If he was invited by the third master, then I'll take my leave. Qing Ran coldly retorted, "Get out." Chen Xin decides he must inform the madam at once, but Mu Li wonders, "Uncle, if you know he's an agent sent to watch you, why keep him around?" He replied, "If it wasn't him, it would be someone else. Besides, with our current strength, we have no way to expose their true colors. It's better to leave things as they are for now." He sighed. "I understand." In the second room of the Yuan family villa, Yuan Wu, the second son, listens to the butler's report, surprised that Chang'an's assistant defeated even those sent by the Hai family. The butler confirmed, "Master, I saw Chungjai with my own eyes." Yuan Wu's son chimed in, "Dad, if he's really that strong, then Chung will definitely win the martial arts competition, right?" Yuan Wu reassured him that no one could take his place as the family head. "Isn't he supposed to be strong? Then we'll just add a little something to his food." 3 days later, with his Dantian destroyed, let's see how he fights. 3 days later, at the Yuan family martial arts competition, Yuan Wu helped Yuan Heng as the head of the Yuan family took his seat. The draw for the martial arts competition begins, and he orders a servant to bring it over. Yuan Wu announces that Mu Li will draw the first lot. As Chung had predicted, it is indeed him. He replies that his second uncle has likely already planned for this. Yuan Wu is confident, saying that after poisoning him for 3 days, his Dantian will be destroyed if he uses his power today. Mu Li calmly steps into the arena, surprising Yuan Heng. A Mu clan member? He wonders. "That's a rare name," Yuan Wu whispered. "Father, you must withdraw one more person." Stepping into the arena, Mu Li declared, "One-on-one is a waste of time. Come at me all at once." His words ignited a chorus of outrage throughout the arena. What's this kid thinking? How arrogant, challenging 3 masters on his own. Does he have a death wish? Yuan Wu chimed in, pleased. "Father, this guy isn't playing by the rules. He's asking for death." Yuan Heng asks his eldest son, "Yuan Wen, well, what does Chang'an's assistant think he's doing?" "He's playing right into his hands. That Mok Lai is arrogant, but he's clearly got some skill. He dares to fight outnumbered, so we won't object. If he dies, it's his own fault." Yuan Heng sincerely advised, "Young man, you should still back down. Fighting outnumbered isn't a game." "What if?" Mu Li affirmed, "Rest assured, if I dare to step up here, I can take responsibility for the consequences. Life or death, I won't complain." Yuan Wu then tried to persuade his father, "Father, if he has such a strong will, then let him try. It won't hurt. If he succeeds, we'll be glad Tan An found a strong ally, and it'll be easier to eliminate the rest of you 3 in the draw." Yuan Heng turns to his grandson Chang'an, asking what he thinks, and he replies, "I trust Brother Mu." Yuan Heng agrees, saying, "Very well, let the martial sparring begin." Yuan Wu orders his men to go after Tai Ru. Tai Ru said to his comrades, "He's too arrogant. Does he think the 3 of us can't beat him?" Tai Zhong felt a little embarrassed. "Do we really have to go together? Wouldn't that be embarrassing?" Tai Ru had a wicked scheme in mind. "I have an idea." The sounds of rock, paper, scissors echoed through the Vian family's training grounds. "What are you doing? Rock, paper, scissors?" The rock, paper, scissors match is over, and Mei is lost. Tai Heng is annoyed. How could he have lost? He needs to be dealt with quickly, to conserve energy for the remaining 2. He bursts onto the arena, already arrogant before the fight even begins. "That's it for you. Get out of my sight." Faced with his opponent's aggression, Mu Li calmly flicked a finger against the fist, sending the man flying backward with a crash. Tai Ruwang wondered in fear, how could this be? Wasn't he poisoned? How is he not only fine, but this strong? Yuan Heng marvels at his masterful technique of borrowing strength, while Tai Xiong can't believe his eyes. Without a scratch, Mu Li declares his victory. Tai Xiong thinks I'm not convinced and that I must be cheating. If you're so good, fight us again. The crowd below chimed in. Yeah, fight again, his cold voice echoed. Not satisfied? Want a worse beating? Fine, I'll give you another chance. Come at me, all of you. The two Thais exchanged a look, then charged forward together. Your grandpa will teach you a lesson. But in that moment, Muli vanished before their eyes. He used a swift technique to appear in front of them in the blink of an eye, delivering a punch to each of their faces. They were immediately sent flying into the far wall. Wenwu stood up abruptly, stunned. No, this can't be. Just what level of power does this guy possess? Standing in the arena, Muli asks, anyone else want to fight? Tai Xiong trembles and kneels. No more, no more. You win, you win. He stood proudly in the arena and asked, does anyone else have any objections? Vian Heng announces Mok Lai's victory in the martial arts competition. Tanhan knows this is only a fraction of his true power. If they knew his true power, wouldn't they be scared to death? Yuan Wu objects, I don't accept this outcome. 3 days ago, he injured the Hai family's assistant, demanding to call off Hai and Vian's marriage with insults. Furthermore, his powerful moves today are due to using forbidden demonic elixirs. Chang'an angrily retorted that he was talking nonsense, but when he mentioned that Brother Mu was backed by someone, he was cut off and questioned. If he's so strong, why isn't he on the Martial Honor Board, and he dares to call off the engagement for the Yuan family? Who is he? Yuan Wu orders his capture, to be dealt with by the family. He sinisterly thought to himself, so what if he wasn't poisoned? I'll make you regret ever stepping foot in the Yuan family. The servants surrounded Muli, but he vanished before their very eyes. Yuan Wu was stunned. Disappeared? Muli reappeared, kicking him before he could react. He said coldly, next time I won't be so lenient. Yuan Hang slammed the table in anger. What is going on here? Wen even told me. He really injured the assistant sent by the Hai family, and then I spoke with the Hai family, saying it was just his own actions, and the marriage between Hai Xiao and Yuan Yuan will still proceed as planned. Of course, the Hai family is a powerful clan. Anyone who dares offend them will be punished. Yanwen smugly thought, you've messed with the wrong people, kid. You're as good as dead. He called out, head of the Hai family, please come out. And with that, the Hai family appeared. The head of the Hai family, Hai Wang, speaks up. Mr. Vian, we're here to apprehend someone. You don't mind, do you? Vian agrees, telling him to help himself and not to mind him. The 47th in line to be the Hai family's Hainai, a would-be martial venerable, sizes up Muli. Were you the one who hurt my people? The guard confirmed to the patriarch. That's him. Hai Wang ordered, then execute him and bring his body back to the family. Hainai jumps into the fray, declaring that it's an honor to face a martial lord-in-waiting like himself. But his guard warns him to be careful, as his opponent is strong. He casually strikes the arrogant one in the chest, saying, a would-be martial-honored one? Then Mok Lai throws him back, adding, I don't even consider you worth my time. Seeing him fly off the platform, Hai Wang worriedly called out, Son, elders, deal with him. A powerful surge of spiritual energy erupted from Muli, stunning Hai Wang. Even the martial honorables Yuan Hang and Yuan Wen were stunned, as his surging spiritual power pushed back a group of elders. Looking at everyone prostrate at his feet, Muli scoffed, is this the extent of the Hai family's power? Hai was frozen in disbelief. How could this be? How could he be a martial venerable? He turned to Hai Wang and asked, didn't you want to deal with me? With a flick of his hand, Muli sent the old man flying off the stage, bored. He stood alone in the arena, declaring, Muli is here. Who else wants to fight me? Come at me. The entire arena fell silent, not a single person daring to speak. Hai Wang guesses his identity. Could he be Wu Ji, one of the only 2 young martial venerables in China? Muli calmly confirms, that's right, I am Wu Ji. The reveal of his identity sends shivers down the Vian family's spines. Wu Ji? He's Wu Ji? So it's Wu Ji. Even Cheng Ying is surprised. Did I really acknowledge Wu Ji as my sworn brother? Am I dreaming? Hai Wang bows his head in apology. Great, infinite, martial-honored one. Today the Hai family has been blind and deserves to die 1,000 deaths. We beg you for leniency. As long as you don't blame the Hai family, we'll do anything, Hainai thought bitterly, never expecting the Yuan family to meet infinite. I can't accept this. Muli could read his thoughts in his expression. Unwilling, are you? It doesn't matter. The strong rule, and I'm just following their rules. Announce that Yuan is my sworn sister, and she doesn't want to marry into the Hai family. Hai Wang immediately groveled in agreement. Young Master Wu Ji, the Hai family knows we are unworthy of Miss Yuan. The marriage proposal never happened. Yuan Wu is stunned. Yuan has recognized Wu Ji as her sworn brother. He's her father, and the position of head of the Yuan family should definitely go to Chang'an. At that moment, Yuan Hing declared, I announce that the next heir of the Yuan family will be Chang'an. Chang'an, come here. Your grandfather is handing over the position of head of the Yuan family to you. I don't need it. You can have the position of head of the Yuan family. Chang'an firmly refuses. Wenwen was the first to erupt in anger, shouting, What are you saying? Take back those words right now. He doesn't need it. If it weren't for my sister, I wouldn't have participated in the race for the Yuan family's leadership in the first place. Rather than stay in this cold-blooded family, I'd rather take my sister and live with my stepfather. Yuan Wen was speechless with anger. Your son, Yuan Hang conceded. If that's truly what you want, I agree. You must take good care of your stepfather. The Yuan family will find a suitable heir themselves. Muli notices something about the Yuan family head at Dragon Spring Villa, asking, Are you too sure you want to move to Dragon Spring Villa? Wenwen says resolutely, Foster father, we've made our decision. Chung agrees, saying that living with that cold-blooded family is meaningless. They'd rather stay with their father. Besides, if you hadn't saved Vian and me, we would have died long ago. It's good to have you here, bringing life to this place. Mok Lai took his hand and said, Uncle, you've helped my mother and me so much, and I have nothing to repay you. There's a cultivation technique I'd like to pass on to everyone. The three of them turned to look at him, surprised. Qingnian was skeptical. A cultivation technique? Muli revealed that it was called the Limitless Sutra. An hour later, after some practice, spiritual energy flickered around Vian. She exhaled, feeling the power within her, and happily announced, I've learned it. Happily clinging to his arm, Vian says, Mok Lai, your technique is amazing. I feel so good now. Chung Ying asked with a smile, Brother, this technique is so precious. But he cut them off. No need to say more. Just focus on practicing and taking care of Uncle. Qingnian replied, It's good to be young. Muli suddenly mentioned, One more thing, Uncle, I can heal your leg. He replied sadly, But this is the best my leg can be healed. The doctor said, The flesh in the broken leg is shattered. It can only accept this prosthetic. But he denied it. What I mean is to cut off the leg and rebirth it. Chung Ying was shocked. Rebirth? Has technology advanced this far? Qingnian can hardly believe it. Mokli, is what you're saying true? Where did you learn such miraculous medicine? Muli reveals it's not medical skill at all. If one can find the spiritual herb, regrowing a limb is simple. He secretly thinks he must make a trip to Ziwei Star. Curious, Vian asks, Mok Lai, what does this spirit herb look like? Do you have paper and a pen? With a bright smile, Yuan Wen volunteered, I'll get it. With paper and ink at hand, he drew a blue flower. Vian wondered, Mok Lai, what kind of flower is this? Mok Lai replied, It's called the rebirth flower. She replied, That's a really blunt and simple name. Qingnian held the picture in her hand, assessing it. This flower doesn't look ordinary, so it'll be hard to find. How about we go to the Sea Abyss Forbidden Zone and take a look? Muli exclaimed in surprise. The Sea Abyss? He recounted that the Sea Abyss was located in the eastern sea of the imperial capital, originally a sunken ancient city. Later, the sunken city would gain a master who transformed it into the Black City. Martial artists seek opportunities in the forbidden region, but such chances come with great danger. Many have perished there, yet some have risen to prominence through its trials. With resolve, Muli decided he had to see this underground city for himself, and his sister reminded him that she would accompany him tomorrow. With a worried expression, Thanian asked, Mok Lai, are you really going? But he reassured him. Don't worry, uncles, everything will be fine. I need to call my mother and give her the good news. At the Yu residence in Moxon's room, the phone rings while she's in the shower. Moxon wonders whose phone it is. Picking up the phone, she was overjoyed to see it was her second brother. Picking up the phone, Mu Xin asked, Hello, what makes you so free to call me? Mok, the young master. Mok Lai replied, It's been a while. How have you been? Where's Mom? I have good news for Mom, she says with a hint of resentment. It's been a while since I called you. I never pay you any attention. It's that cousin Mu Xin you're done for. Mu Xin reporting in. Mom's out having fun. Is something the matter? He replied. I've arrived in the capital and am currently with Uncle. She's shocked. Is this the third uncle her mother always mentions? How is he? Please tell my mother I said hello. Your third uncle is doing well. Once I've settled things here, we'll both return. Hanging up, she thought to herself, he must return safely. The next day, Mu Li and his companion arrived at a cave. Looking at the stone gate with two guards, Chung Ying explains, This is the entrance to the underground city. The guard pulls a lever, opening the gate. As they walked, Thanan continued. The master of this underground city calls himself Old Man Thach Trong, a transcendent powerhouse. Anyone entering the city must abide by his rules and cause no trouble within. Anyone who disobeys him will be executed on the spot. The two arrive at a dark, ancient city, bustling with people, yet eerily silent. He continued, explaining that this was the safe zone of the ancient city, and activity within it guaranteed safety, while outside lay dangerous secret realms, where danger meant opportunity. Suddenly, a street vendor appeared, beckoning passers-by to come and see treasures brought from deadly secret realms. Muli picked up an item and asked, "How much for this?" The vendor Thon Tu replied, "This is a treasure of the Thon clan. I don't haggle. 10 million, or trade for another treasure." Thinking to himself, Muli realized the water in this ancient city runs deep if even a fake jade pendant is confidently priced at 10 million. He stood and ordered, "Let's go to the trading hall." In moments, the two arrived at the trading shop. Stepping inside and observing the items in the glass cases, Muli noticed traces of cultivators. It seemed the ancient city was indeed a repository of immortal civilization. Chung Yang handed him an item. "Here's a list of consigned rare herbs." The numbers inside shocked him. 200 million, 70 million, 100 million apiece. With only 50 million to his name, Muli froze. Seong An, seeing his trembling hand holding the list, reveals that if the items aren't available, they'll have to post a reward mission. And the reward needs to be over 1 trillion, or it won't attract attention. Suddenly, Muli had an idea. "Can you sell things here?" he asked. "Of course," the man replied. "Over here." He handed the jade ring to an appraiser, asking how much it could be sold for, and she cheerfully accepted. "Yes, sir." After a moment of inspection, the employee reported, "The jade is of good quality, but it won't sell for much. Our auction house only deals in rare and precious treasures, you see." Mok Lai revealed the jade's power. It contains energy that, when worn, automatically activates a protective shield in times of danger, capable of withstanding attacks from those below the level of martial honor, but it will break after 10 uses. She hesitated slightly. This effect was, indeed, miraculous and could fetch billions at auction. "If only it could block a martial master's attack, I'd pay 5 times the price without hesitation." "Too bad." Mok Lai continues to sell. "So how much can a martial master's technique sell for?" The staff was stunned. A martial arts master's technique is incredibly valuable. He eagerly asked again how much it could sell for, and she quoted at least 7 or 8 billion. Chung Ying felt like he was being crushed by money. If a martial arts master's technique was worth so much, what about the infinite true scripture that his brother taught him? The employee smiled and said, "If you really want to auction off a martial arts master's technique, could you wait a few days? Our auction house will spread the word and do our best to get you the highest price." Muli nodded in agreement. "Very well, she will show you the way. Please follow me. Our appraiser is in the reception room." Entering the room, the staff introduced a man sitting down. "This is one of the elders of the Black Market Exchange, a martial honor. Could the guest have him appraise their cultivation technique?" Muli asked for paper and ink. 15 minutes later, Lu Ku examined the papers containing the martial arts technique and confirmed it was indeed a supreme-level martial arts technique, but it seemed incomplete, as if there was a second part. He replied that there wasn't. "I obtained this technique by chance, and I casually wrote down the worst parts." Lu Shu decided that in 3 days there would be an auction of techniques, and I could freely come and observe. Stepping out of the shop, Chung Ying asked, "The auction isn't for 3 days. Brother, where do we go now?" Mulai replied, "There are many secret realms around the ancient city. We can explore them and see if we can find any unexpected encounters." Chung Ying suddenly remembered that there was a place in the ancient city as well. The city lord once said, "The greatest opportunity in this entire city lies there," immediately drawing his attention. "Oh, I'll take you there." Arriving at a complex of 5 tall towers, Chung Ying introduced it. "This is the Trial Tower." The Trial Towers test spiritual power, cultivation, and soul force from left to right. Reaching the 7th floor allows you to leave your name on the stone tablet, with endless glory and greater rewards for higher floors. The one who left his name on the 7th level of the left tower is a famous alchemist from the Imperial City. In the middle is the current leader of the Martial Alliance, and on the right is the former leader of the Divine Calculation sect. He obtained a strange book from the tower, which allowed the Divine Calculation sect to rise to its current status. But the most impressive is still Huang Fu Yun, who has passed the 6th level of the left tower, the 7th level of the middle tower, and even broke the record by reaching the 8th level of the right tower. What about the 2 towers in the back? Chung Ying asked. I don't know. The tower master said the time isn't right to open them. Gazing at the light emanating from the tower, onlookers marveled. He's on the 5th floor. As expected of the Dragon Child, he's catching up to the peerless Fu Yun twins. Indeed a genius, worthy of the title Golden Mouth. His predictions are divine. Truly a dragon's son. A peerless talent. The first martial honor candidate lives up to the hype. Muli scoffs. Child of the dragon, huh? Someone then tries to sell him on climbing the tower. I have a miraculous medicine that can boost your condition. It's sure to help you ascend the tower and maybe even set a record. Muli didn't bother listening and walked away. Ahead, someone exclaimed in astonishment. 6th floor, 6th floor. Chung Ying called out to his brother. You were eager to try it. Why don't you give it a shot? Stepping before the entrance, Mu Qing assessed the tower's energy, finding nothing particularly unique. Gazing at the core within the mystical, galaxy-like space, he wondered if this was the mid-tower trial. Without hesitation, Muli reached out and grabbed it, revealing the tower's inner space, and he understood. This tower's test was about strengthening the soul and solidifying one's beliefs. He called out to Xiaobai, telling her he'd found an interesting place for her. She flew out, asking, "Where are we?" Muli thought to himself that he had broken through the early stage of Qi training, and the middle stage was not far away. Truly, a genius of demonic cultivation. He asked if she felt anything special about this place. Xiaobai says she felt a momentary soul palpitation, as if it were solidifying. Muli teases, I thought you were just crazy. You couldn't feel anything at all. All right, you have no idea how beneficial this tower is for us. Next, let's storm this tower together and see who can climb higher. Excited, Xiaobai asks, if I climb more levels than you, what's my reward? I can't believe she's trying to negotiate with me when I'm doing this for her own good. But she's still got a long way to go before she can beat me. Mok Lai then agrees. Okay, if you win, I'll grant you one wish. Xiaobai was invigorated. Oh, you promised. No takebacks. She immediately left, saying, I'm off. Meanwhile, Chang'an saw a group of people arriving and thought, the Mu, Yan, Zhou, and Huangfu families. The heads of each clan have all gathered in the ancient city below. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in astonishment that he had reached the 7th level. Brother Mu, your Mu family has truly produced a dragon. This is a buried matter. Feng Xuan, age 46, and Muli's humble second uncle said, Brother Lian, you flatter us. Year's talent is far inferior to the Cloud Manor. Now that's a true dragon among men. What's with the pretense? Lian Vin wondered to himself. The spirit herb vendor was stunned, wondering what was happening. Someone has already made it to the 5th floor. Wait, another one is coming up. Xiaobai followed him up and cheered. Muli is so happy. He tapped her head, reminding her that this was just the beginning. Hurry up and keep climbing, she taunts him. I'll go up and I definitely won't lose to you. Muli senses this tower is not simple, but if she can get through it, the benefits will be great. Outside the tower, they were unaware of the commotion they were causing. Floor 6, then 7. 2 people reached the 7th floor. Lian Vin was overjoyed. Wonderful, wonderful. China has gained 2 more peerless geniuses. We must quickly report this to headquarters. Tingying wondered if her sworn brother could do it, but who was the other person? Inside the 7th floor tower, they broke through the barrier before the door, and Muli's group calmly entered. Seeing another person, Xiaobai was shocked. Why was there someone else here? It was the true dragon child, Mu Yi of the Mu family. Muli recognizes him as Mu Yi, a high-level martial artist and the true dragon's child, as Xiaobai anxiously asks about the change in his expression. Mokli, what's wrong? He replies, I'm fine. Seeing the 2 floating scrolls appear before her, she exclaims that Muli's reward has arrived, as he guesses that this may be the very grand deduction art that made the divine calculation sect rich. Xiaobai opens the scroll, a look of surprise on her face. The great deduction art? What is this? I don't understand it at all. She turned to Muli, asking what was written on it, and Muli explained, this is a very simple deduction technique, which can also be used to deduce the good and bad fortune of ordinary people. Upon hearing this, Xiaobai tossed it away like it was worthless. What? How useless. Throw it away, throw it away. She flew behind Mu and asked, Muli, do you need me to help you take him down for a bit? He replied, no need. I don't care about him. He's not worthy. Why would you think I want to ambush him? Little White replied, because I can tell you don't like him. He retorted, what if I misunderstood? She casually replies, I'm by your side anyway, so who cares if I'm right or wrong? The 8th floor lights up, igniting a frenzy outside the tower. The 8th floor is lit. Someone has reached the 8th floor, on par with the Cloud Manor genius. How impressive. Who reached the 8th floor? Who else could it be? It must be Mu's true dragon son. Lian Rong congratulated Feng Chun, believing the person to be Mu Yi. Congratulations. The Mu family has a peerless genius. He replied politely, Thank you. Thank you. Inside the tower's 7th level, Mu Yi has reached his limit. This isn't good. He can't hold on any longer. Lian Rong notices someone has fallen. It's a shame, as Feng Chun was considered average due to a lack of talent, but reaching the 7th floor was still considered genius. Seeing who came out, he froze. Is that Mu Yi? Someone wondered. Why him? Feng Chun is still in shock as Mu Yi wonders why he's being stared at like that. Could I have shocked them so much? Well, it's true that even though I couldn't reach the 8th floor, besides the former master of the Divine Calculation sect from the Unistate, I'm the only one who's reached the 7th floor. Mortals look up to me. He arrived first, and the two greeted him with clasped hands. Master Lian is here, Feng Chun hurriedly reminded him as Mu Yi stared at the 8th floor. Gazing at the tower's light, Mu Yi is stunned. The 8th floor? How could it be? How could this be? Feng Chun exclaimed. Everyone thought it was you on the 8th floor. Around him, whispers spread. The dragon son of the Mu family halted at the 8th floor. Just who are those two? With such talent, they can't be nobodies. Who is it, he wondered. Who is it that's making me suffer this humiliation? Lian Rong is shocked to see another tower light appear. Hey, it's the 9th floor. Xuzhong stared blankly at the distant tower. 9. His eyes welled with emotion, and in a flash, he vanished to investigate the tower. Inside the 9th level of the tower, Mu Li asked with concern, Xiaobai, are you all right? She was panting heavily with exhaustion. However, proud little Bai acted like she was fine, patted her chest, and assured him, no problem, I could climb dozens more floors. No sweat. He replied, You didn't provoke her. Don't pat your chest anymore, it's already flat, you'll make it disappear. Stunned by his words, Xiaobai asked, What did you say? Her face flushed with anger as she shouted. He calmly replied, All right, let's keep going. Who knows? Maybe the cultivation method you need is up there. She quietly pulled at her collar to check if she was really flat-chested. Seeing him walk ahead, Xiaobai quickly followed. Mu Li, you're not lying to me, are you? Does that kind of technique really exist? He replied, The world is vast, and strange things do exist. Who knows? Outside the tower, Lian Rong cried out in alarm. Can the 10th floor really lead to the M floor? Seeing Stonejong atop the tower, they're surprised the lord of the ancient city has arrived as well. Inside the tower, Little White pouted, thinking, There's nothing good on this floor. He encouraged, Come on, let's keep climbing. Just then, seeing the old man before him, Mu Li warily asked, Who are you? The old man introduced himself as the master of the ancient underground city. Wu Ming Xizhong reassured them, I have no malicious intent. I simply wanted to see the ones who cleared the 10th floor. Little White sensed Mu Li. This old man's scent. I feel a strong connection. Xizhong tells them to write their names here. All those who pass the 7th floor or higher are recorded on this monument. Your achievements will be recorded as reaching the 10th floor, and I will conceal any disturbances you caused while breaking through. This world is too weak to handle higher achievements, so he steps forward and does as he's told. He wants to help us hide our progress, knowing that surpassing the martial artists of this era isn't necessarily a good thing. Words have already appeared on the board. Mu Li has an idea, while Xiaobai is writing on the board. Xizhong tells them they can continue to storm the tower. The higher they climb, the greater the rewards. Xiaobai whispers to him, That old man keeps staring at me, giving me goosebumps all over. The old man was intrigued, observing a cultivator and a ghost cultivator. How interesting. 10 minutes later, on the 12th floor, Mu Li was surprised to find that the higher they climbed, the harder it became. Suddenly, a stream of energy like a ribbon wrapped around Mu Li. You know, this is absorbed directly into the mind. It's a soul cultivation technique. Gazing at the spiral staircase before him, Mu Li was eager to continue. If the 12th floor held soul cultivation techniques, what awaited him above? What's this? And so, he resolutely continues his ascent of the tower. Exhausted, Xiaobai collapses to the ground, finally through, but what is he doing? Xuzhong stoops to observe and comment. Not bad, not bad. Xiaobai inwardly complains, does he think he's picking out pork? What do you mean, not bad? She hurriedly chased after the person walking ahead. Damn, Molly, you worthless Molly, why did you let me get lost? That old man is terrifying. Mu Li is wary of what lies ahead. What's going on? Xiaobai wonders. Why can't we go any further? A dark screen ahead is illuminated by the appearance of Xuzhong. All right, floor 13 is the final destination. The room lights up and the two of them arrive on floor 13. The old man praised him, saying that for such a short cultivation time, his achievements were remarkable. Little White asks suspiciously, Grandpa, what do you want? Shujong mysteriously says, I want to. In the tower's 15th level, he thinks to himself that it seems he can only reach the 15th floor for now. This tower is no simple thing. Little Bai rushes forward, calling out to Mu Li. Terrified, she hid behind Mu Li. That old man. He says he wants to take me as his disciple. Shujong calmly said, In all these years I've never met anyone like her, so perfectly suited to my needs, which is why I want to take her as my disciple. He replied, Senior, you should look carefully. She's just a spirit. Xiaobai chimes in, That's right, a demon, a demon. The old man then releases some energy. Behold. Mu Li recognizes the aura. You're a ghost, Shujong admits. That's right. Girl, will you take me as your master? But Xiaobai refuses. No, I want to stay with Mu Li. I don't want any master. Standing from a place of concern, Mu Li advised her to think it over, that the elder could teach her much, and she would go far with him. I don't want to, Xiaobai refused. Do you think I'm a nuisance? I promise to be good from now on and won't cause any more trouble, so please don't send me away. Mu Li appeases her. Okay, I won't chase you away. Then, turning to the old man, he said, Senior, you saw it yourself. She doesn't agree, and I won't force her. Well then, let me see you both out. Little girl, come find me if you ever need anything. Xiaobai grinned, relieved to have escaped a crisis. No, Lian Rong outside exclaimed. To think that after all these years, someone has finally reached the mth floor. Mu Yi was unconvinced. Based on what? This was all supposed to be mine. I can't just sit here and do nothing, he reported to Feng Xuan. Second uncle, elders, I want to enter the left tower. He agreed, knowing that the higher one climbs in the tower, the more they prove their talent in one area, but only reaching the top floors proves true aptitude. Go. Lian Rong sighed, sensing the scent of jealousy in the air. How cliché. His actions were drawing a lot of attention. The son of the true dragon has entered the left tower, and the left stele has appeared. They were stunned to see the name Li Mu, Li Bai on the floating stele. Which family does the Li surname belong to? So these are the two geniuses with the same last name. Could they be related? Look, the son of the true dragon has reached the 5th floor. Feng Chun praises, well done. Lian Rong anticipates, the left tower is difficult to enter. If he can reach the 7th floor, he might gain the recognition of the Grand Master Alchemist and become the second person to be listed on the right stele. Have those two geniuses already emerged? Step by step, Mo Li walked out. Feng Xuan was surprised. Why is there only one person? What is this brother's name? Lian Vin interjects, Why are you alone? Where's the other one? He replies, My name is Lai Mok. My sister Lai Bok wasn't feeling well and was taken away by the city lord. Feng Xuan was stunned. They're really siblings? He turned to the man beside him. Brother Lian, do you remember anything? He muttered, The Grand Master of the Divine Calculation Sect, surnamed Lai, named Lai Fong, the Golden Oracle. Also surnamed Lai. Feng Chun retorted, Could they also be? That's not right, I've never heard the divine mathematicians mention these two. Lian Rong speculated that perhaps some great figure had adopted them. He decides to wait for Mu to come out and ask if the golden-mouthed divine calculator is real. The 6th floor lights up, drawing a crowd. The son of the true dragon has reached the 6th floor already? Seeing Mu Li head to that tower, they were even more shocked. The genius has entered the left tower as well. Does he want to compete with the son of the dragon? Do they have a grudge? Interesting. Lian Rong wonders if this person and Mu Yi really have some kind of grudge. Feng Chun immediately denied it, saying it was impossible. He found it strange, while Feng Xuan insisted that Mokdat and the divine mathematician Mok had always had a good relationship. There's no way they could have any grudges. He's clearly targeting Mu Yi. Inside the 1st level of the Spirit Tower, a book falls at his feet, accompanied by a message. Read this book. Answer the questions. Mu Li stares at the object in surprise. To Mok Lai's surprise, he reaches the 5th floor, unaware that the tower's challenge is to memorize medical techniques. He happily examines the book in his hands, the Compendium of Magical Herbs. Flipping through the pages, he's surprised to see naturally occurring flora and spiritual herbs he doesn't recognize. Outside the tower, Cheng-Ying wonders if something unexpected has happened to her brother, who's stuck on the 5th floor. Those nearby gasp, exclaiming that he's on the 8th floor. The son of the true dragon has broken the Cloud Manor's record. The son of the dragon has emerged. Mu Yi steps out to report. Second uncle, I'm out. Feng Xuan proudly patted his nephew's shoulder. Mu cute, excellent. Lian Rong praised. To achieve this at such a young age, you truly are a prodigy. He modestly replied, You flatter me, elders. I blame myself for being complacent with my small achievements, leading to a less than ideal performance. Otherwise, I could have taken another step forward. Feng Xuan is already proud enough. No need to be so humble. It's quite remarkable to have achieved this at your age. Mu Yi asked curiously, Yes, that's right. Has the person from the tower already finished? Why isn't anyone here? Lian Rong replied, The ones who entered the tower were brothers, but the younger one wasn't well and was taken away. But after I entered the tower, Limu's fruit followed me and is now on the 5th floor. Something felt off. Floor 5? With Limok's potential to reach the 10th floor, how could he be stuck on the 5th? Others flattered him, saying that Limu's talent was far inferior to his, and that the 5th floor might be his limit. And so it is. Mu Ye regains his confidence as he's showered with praise. How can the light of a firefly compare to the moon? Even the Cloud Manor genius surpassed him, exclaiming that Limu could reach 10 levels. He wondered if 7 levels on the left tower were nothing, watching the lights illuminate. He happily exclaimed that the 7th level was lit, leaving Mu Yi stunned. Lian Rong curiously asked who said that was the light of a grandmaster. Inside the tower, on the 7th level, Mu Li held a basic alchemy book, thinking that he would soon become a grandmaster alchemist following the purple star. This book didn't need to be read carefully. After absorbing it, the book disappeared. Outside the tower, people discussed how he was indeed the son of the true dragon, guessing correctly. Meanwhile, a stunned Mu Yi can't believe it. He actually made it? Praises ring out. Amazing! Amazing! As expected, only a genius truly understands another. True dragon son, how many levels do you think Limu can reach? Mu Yi awkwardly chuckled. I believe with Limu's talent, reaching my level shouldn't be too difficult. He noticed Feng Chun's subtle expression and wondered, what's going on? Why are they staring at me like that? Everyone was stunned as Limu actually reached the 8th floor and Mu Jue was dumbfounded. How is this possible? He feigned indifference, saying Limok was skilled enough to reach the 9th floor, while secretly praying he wouldn't. Just then, the Yan family representative in the underground city scolded him. Mok shut his mouth as someone gasped, He's reached the 9th floor. The Chosen One's prediction was spot on. Lian Rong is eager for gossip, wondering which Grand Master it is, while Muga is furious. He's determined to win, he must enter the central tower, he must surpass him. In the left tower, 13th floor, Mu Li finds the left and right towers equally difficult, unable to ascend past the 13th floor. This tower has 20 floors, and Stone once said anyone under 30 could pass it, and return again after leveling up. His name is now etched on the stone. Limok. What floor? Limok is out, they exclaim. 10 floors, and another 10 floors. Stepping out, he immediately asked if the son of the true dragon from the Mu family had entered the central tower. He was informed that the person had already reached the 4th floor, to which he replied with thanks. Mu Li's target this time is the central tower, and Yanjia realizes he's putting pressure on Mu Yi. Inside the tower, he sees an illusion radiating an oppressive spiritual force. A grand warrior supreme. The test in the central tower is combat ability. The tower generates an illusion with a corresponding level based on the challenger's power. Defeat the illusion, and you pass. Mu Li realizes that Chenggu's assessment of him is that of a Grand Marshal honored one. I'm at the peak of Qi refining right now. I don't look much different from a Grand Marshal Lord, so I should test the illusion's true power first. A single palm strike unleashes a thunderous roar. Mu Li realized that it seemed the strength didn't have a realm. This kind of machine wouldn't change without principle, so it was easy to pass through, and then he could increase his speed. 2 minutes later, he continued to take care of the illusions. Mu Li has reached the 4th level, and just then, a voice rings out, Damn it, I can't let him surpass me. Mu Yi realizes he's ascending to a new level. He couldn't accept it. How could this be? Even Fu Yun struggled to reach this level. How could he be so fast? It's impossible. He can't be better than me. I must defeat them, I must reach the 7th floor. I am the #1 genius. Meanwhile, Lian Rong wonders who has reached the 6th floor, Mu Yi or Li Mu. The Yan family guesses that with Mu Yi's talent, the 6th floor wouldn't be difficult, but suddenly there's an announcement that someone has been forced out. Shizhong's reveals that this person reached the 4th floor, but lost control and went berserk. Defeated, he screams, I'm the #1 genius. Limok and Feng Xuan look grim as they realize Mok Dat is being suppressed by Limok, losing his composure and reason. The next level of the tower lights up and Feng Xuan wonders, who exactly is Li Mu? Inside the tower, he stands before 2 books, one detailing collective divine power, a technique for forging the inner body, authored by the peerless divine master. Li Mu picked it up, exclaiming, a self-proclaimed godlike master, how interesting. He quickly read the contents, After reading a few lines with exclamation points, he found it a bit untrustworthy, and there were even annotations inside. Mu Li found it quite interesting. The writer of the book and the writer of the annotations were both intriguing. Never mind, let's keep going. Outside the tower, Chang'an believes that on the 7th floor his brother will definitely make it. Reaching the next level, they exclaimed, "8th floor!" just as expected of Limak. Lien Vin hoped that he might be the first to make history, reaching 10 floors in all 3 towers. Mu Li has reached the 10th floor, striking out at the illusions before him. On the 10th floor, not only do the number of phantom puppets increase with each level, but their strength does as well. By the 15th floor, there are 21 additional phantom puppets, and they coordinate with each other, making them stronger than even a mid-level chi cultivator. He was ganged up on by the illusions, and knowing he couldn't win, Mu Li conceded, "I give up." Then, Elder Sharjong appears, saying, "Well done, young man. If one day you can pass all 3 towers, this underground city will be yours." He clasps his hands and replies, "Thank you, Elder." The stone tablet now displays Mu Li's achievements, much to Cheng Ying's admiration. "Brother Limak, you're amazing." Lien Vin and the others greeted him as he emerged. "Lai Mu, I'm in charge of the Martial Alliance in the ancient underground city, right protector of the Martial Alliance. I'm in charge of the Huangfu family." "Hello, my name is..." Feng Shun thought bitterly. "I can't believe it. He can't be allowed to live." Lien Vin asks his name, wondering which power could nurture such a world-class talent. Of course, if he doesn't want to say, Lien Vin won't press him. It's not like it's a secret. Mu Li declared that he was self-taught, unaffiliated with any sect. This revelation stunned everyone present. To reach such heights through self-cultivation was a testament to his extraordinary will. The Ning family extends an invitation. The Ning family offers a high-ranking elder position. Are you interested? We can pay you a portion of the family's wealth. But before he could finish, an elder silenced him. How dare a mere Ning family member speak out? The Chen family offers an elder position plus a third of their assets, vowing the full strength of their clan. And the other families scrambled to compete. The Yang family and my Chu family are willing to offer you a high position. Mu Li, the Chu family, is a super clan in the capital with immense power. Mu Li takes note of him. The Chu family, Chu Shiheng, making an enticing offer, agree, and he'll have a position equal to a family elder with everything he could wish for. Mu Li recalls his past life, where he was a villain who offended Chu Shiheng of the Chu family, leading to the death of his mother and sister, the ruin of his benefactor, and ultimately his own demise. He cultivated like a madman for revenge, and now, reborn, he will not let them get away with it. Shiheng asks, "What do you think?" The Huangfu family is also extending an olive branch, offering their full support. "If you agree, the Huangfu family will even betroth our Mingzhu to you." The appearance of such a big figure causes a stir. Min Chao of the Huangfu family. She must be Fuyun's sister, a martial honor ranked second on the list. Lien Vin interjects, "If that's the case, I'll join in on the fun. What do you think about the position of Martial Alliance leader?" "The Martial Alliance wants to offer me the position of leader?" Mok Li confirmed. "That's right, with your talent, the next leader position will be yours if you agree." Mok Li politely said, "Thank you for your consideration. I'm used to being free and don't want to join any faction right now, but I'll contact you if I need to in the future." "I'll be going now." They replied, "Farewell, and remember to contact us." Sungan calls out from behind, "Mok Li, you're amazing. I've never seen a live broadcast like that before, like a star on tour." He encouraged her, saying that when she mastered the Infinite True Sutra, she could do the same. Cheng Ying asked brightly, "Really?" He barely has time to react when a wave of killing intent washes over him. Mok Li sensed an attack, a fist clenched, brimming with spiritual energy. It was Feng Chun, desperately trying to assassinate Mu Li, who fearlessly retaliated. Feng Chun was defeated and retreated, but Lian Rong blocked him, questioning his actions. Feng Xuan, why did you attack Li Mu?" he questioned. "Because Mu Yi couldn't defeat Li Mu, you're unhappy and want to kill him?" He denies it, saying, "I'm not that petty. It's just that when this kid rushed into the martial arts tower, he disturbed Mu Yi, causing him inner turmoil. Such a treacherous brat. I had to end his life to prevent future troubles for China." He coldly replied, "Peng Chun, your words are baseless. You need proof that Li Mu interfered with Mu Yi." He scoffs. "What need is there for proof? With Mu Yi's talent, he would have reached at least the 6th level if not for your interference." So brazen, even Lian Rong is speechless. Mu Li exposes him, useless himself, yet blaming others. "If you want to kill me, go ahead and try." Feng Xuan was furious. "You asked for it." He charges towards him, ready to kill. Mu Li arrives to greet him, and I won't show mercy to scum like him. His fist flies, but misses. He was stunned. Where did he go? Mu Li then delivered a swift knee strike from behind, followed by a palm strike to Feng Chun's face. He was slammed into the ground in utter humiliation, the ground behind him cracking. Mu Li arrogantly asked, "Do you want to keep fighting?" Feng Chun can't believe it. "How is this possible? You're a martial venerable." Lian Ying froze, hearing him say, "Martial venerable?" He's worried and thought that if Mu Li couldn't win, he'd lend a hand. Looks like that won't be necessary now. Lai Mok has made his move, and if you've used all of yours, it's my turn. Feng Xuan, his face swollen, managed to speak. Just then, Shuzhong appeared from the tower, his voice close by. "Who's causing trouble in ancient Wu City? Lianrong Panghuang is done for. It's the city lord." Feng Xuan saw a glimmer of hope. No fighting within the ancient city. "You hit me, Lamok? You're dead," the old man asked. "What's going on?" Mu Li asked calmly. "He attacked me, so I fought back." Upon hearing this, Lianrong was stunned. He dared to say it out loud? Was he not afraid? With a smug look, Feng Chun crossed his arms, waiting. "You're dead meat." But contrary to his expectations, Shuzhong said, "Okay, next time. Be careful when you hit someone. Don't let the ancient city get stained with blood." The two Lian Vin and Feng Xuan are dumbfounded. The old man was right to instruct him. Remember to deliver a treasure to the city lord's mansion later as compensation. Defeated, Feng Xuan replied, "Yes," and all respectfully proclaimed, "Farewell, city lord." Mok Li patted Cheng Ying's shoulder, signaling, "Let's go." He hurriedly called out, "Brother? Is Mu Li waiting for someone?" Cheng Ying wondered. "Brother Hia, what's your relationship with the master of the ancient city?" Mok Li replied, "Don't overthink it. I have nothing to do with him." He noticed the shop next door and asked, "Who owns these shops?" Cheng Ying revealed, "These belong to the Wangpu family. Every family in the imperial city has shops like these down here, specializing in selling unappraised minerals which may contain rare treasures. Unlocking one could change your life forever." Everyone admired it. He listened with excitement. "That sounds interesting. Mineral stones, secret chambers. This is becoming more and more like the super-secret realm I saw in Ziwei Star." Seong added in a whisper, "It's risky, though. The big families already have people guarding the place, but the chances of finding a treasure are higher with stones. They already opened them during the excavation. What's on display now are the leftovers they chose not to take." He realized then this was a gamble with potentially huge returns. He replied, "Yeah, it would be great if we had a shop like this too." Mu Li asks, "Do you know what it takes to open a shop?" Cheng Ying's eyes light up. "Well, if what you say is true, the requirements to open a shop shouldn't be a problem. Let's go now." As they walked, he explained that there were two ways to acquire property in this ancient city. First, by offering a treasure. The better the treasure, the better the property. The second way is to pass the 7 levels of the martial arts tower, like the Martial Union and the Imperial Palace. Stopping in front of a large shop, Cheng Ying announced that based on his achievement of passing the 7 levels of the martial arts tower, obtaining a shop was a matter of course. And the two entered the Dali Prefecture City Lord's manor. White Crane, the City Lord of Dali, personally greets them. Mu Li returns the greeting. Sungan wonders why the normally aloof old man is smiling like a blooming flower. He retrieves an item from his sleeve, saying, "The City Lord has already prepared this. The gold one is the key to the #1 Qingyun Street store, and the other belongs to a Dongqing Inn. The City Lord instructed that these belong to you. You continue, wondering if you need to offer treasures in exchange." Bai He kindly replied, "There's no need." Sungan was shocked, wondering if he was getting it for free. He excitedly exclaimed, "Brother, you're rich!" But Mu Li didn't yet understand why he said that. Sung's attitude becomes emotional, as housing in the ancient city is incredibly expensive, and only the Grand Potion Master owns a home here. After selling medicine for over a decade, he could only afford a normal house here. Calming down, he sighed. But the effects are obvious. He had accumulated poison in his body from repeated use of elixirs. But after cultivating in that house for only 3 months, he reached the level of Martial Venerable. After his training, he renovated his house into a dormitory, charging 30 million per day for a dozen people to stay. A staggering sum that shocked Mu Li. 30 million a day, Chang'an adds, and you can only stay for 10 days. After that, the price doubles. He didn't dare guess further, lest Than Yan reveal the truth. His house was just a normal house, while his was a mansion, perhaps 10 times the size, and the shops, they're only for rent, not for sale. Only then did Mu Li understand. He understood now. He was about to get rich. He suggested they head over there first, and he'd call a few more people to come along. At Long Tuyen Mountain Manor, the sunlight bathes a grand estate nestled against the mountain. The two of them teleported into the grounds. Sheng'an saw his sister carrying a plate of food and asked, Vien, what are you doing? She turned around at the sound of his voice. Brother Moklai, you're back. There's a guest of the North Star clan here to see you, and father is entertaining them in the main hall. The young man in the pavilion calls out to Liu Moli, Uncle 3. Yuan then announced, Father, Brother Muli and second brother have returned. He entered to find that his uncle's guest was Wu Sheng. He rises to greet Wu Sheng, paying respects to the chief. The young man observes carefully, judging from the way this man speaks to others. He must be a master. If even a master respects Muli, then the Muli who speaks to me must be someone else. Mr. Liu, how is my sister in Longshan? He replied. She is now secretly protected by the masters of the Liu family. My grandson, Keelan, even transferred to her university to protect her at all times. He was a little wary. Any time? He wondered if Keelan might have some twisted ideas. Wu Sheng added, but Miss Mu doesn't like being followed, so Qilin can only keep his distance. Hearing this, Muli breathed a sigh of relief. So that's how it was. Wu Sheng explains that after hearing about the Lord's exploits in Jiangnan, Qilin was determined to protect the Lord's family, adding that he wants to be your disciple, but you haven't agreed yet. Okay, we'll see how it goes. Mok Lai was relieved as long as there were no ulterior motives. Chung Ran then spoke up. Muli, Elder Liu here, was introduced by you. This is Elder Liu Wusheng of the Northern Underworld. This is my third uncle, Kuimu Qingren, the master of Longquan Mountain Manor. I've asked you here to watch over Longquan Mountain Manor and keep troublemakers away, Wu Ming replied. The leader instructed, Liu Wusheng wouldn't dare disobey. Leader, I've informed Yu Guangrong to send people. They should be here soon. He acknowledged with a hum, then headed to the ancient underground city, the #1 shop on Qingyun Street, where Mu Li gave orders to Lao Chong and Lao Li. First, have someone reorganize this place, and also investigate the business management of the super family stores in the city. Once I've secured a supply source, the North Star store will have its grand opening. Together, they replied, yes, as Mu Li instructed them. Now, I'll go check on the other shops. Lian Vin greeted him from behind the counter. Welcome, welcome. You need my help with something, Guardian Lai. I'm here today because I need a favor. Lian Vin gestured warmly, inviting him inside. Please, have a seat. He offered Mu Li a cup of tea. Please, drink up. He then gets to the point saying he wants to enter the secret realm with them. He confirms, yes, I'm planning to open a shop, but I don't have a source of goods. I happened to hear that the experienced Martial Union exploration team was in the ancient city, so I shamelessly came to ask for help, for which I will, of course, pay a fee. Lian Vin makes the offer in a secret realm where danger lurks at every turn. Even a martial master could lose their life with a single misstep. It's far too dangerous. How about this? I'll sell you some of Wu Ming's goods at a low price. What do you say? Mu Lai refuses, saying he appreciates the offer, but he's confident in his ability to escape danger. He just wants to join the Martial Alliance expedition for the experience. Lian Vin agrees to his condition. He can join them, but as a martial arts master, he has to help if things get rough. If our team is in danger within the secret realm, we hope you'll lend a hand. Mok Lai immediately agrees. Of course, Lian Rong will take you. The exploration team just returned this morning and are resting in the backyard. I'll take you to meet them. He entered the back garden and called out. Captain Niu Mingqiu politely responded, and Elder Lian introduced them. This is Mu Li. This is Captain Mingqiu of our expedition team. She's held this position for years and is the most experienced member. Mu Li stepped forward to greet her. Hello, Captain Niu. Lian Vin is quite busy. Captain Lai Mok is Vo Min's friend, and he wants to join our expedition this time, so take him along when the team sets off. Frowning, Meng Qiu looked at Mu Li and asked, So, it's you? What do you know about the mystic realm? He confessed honestly, I won't lie, I know nothing. Meng Qiu was surprised. Knows nothing? So he's looking for a death wish? Seeing the tension, Lian Rong interjected. Captain Niu, I understand your concerns, but rest assured, Li Mu can protect himself and won't be a burden to the team. Meng Qiu interrupts, words are useless. Withstand 3 of my strikes and you're in. Otherwise leave and don't drag us down. Lai Mok, or rather Mok Lai, interjected. He's just asking to take 3 hits. If you can land them, we'll consider it a loss. Mong Thu asked coldly. 2 strikes. Does he think he's the Grand Elder? The other members chime in, some thinking the captain is angry, and others believing he must have the strength to back up his claim. Someone excitedly shouts that the captain is making a move, and Mong Thu unleashes a decisive strike. Mu Li swiftly dodged to the side, sensing something was off. After the inspection, Meng Qiu conceded, I lost. Congratulations on joining the team. Mu politely added, "Thank you for your consideration, Captain New." As Lian Rong walked out with him, he spoke on her behalf. Mu, Captain New is straightforward, and she's only thinking of your safety. After all, many people sacrificed themselves in the last secret realm. Mu doesn't care about such trivial matters. He's unconcerned. He invited him to the Lord's Manor tonight for an auction of martial arts techniques, saying he'd reserved a banquet hall and asking if he'd like to join him, to which Mu readily agreed. "Yes, thank you. You know, the technique I prepared will also be auctioned tonight." That evening, in the underground city, the auction begins. Lian Rong suspects that all the heads of the families have arrived, making the competition for the martial arts technique all the more fierce. Mu wondered, are martial honor cultivation methods really that valuable? He thought to himself that the one he prepared would also be auctioned tonight. Lian Rong replied, "How could it not be precious?" Most martial arts cultivation methods are based on the 5 elements, and supreme martial arts techniques are extremely rare. This is also one of the main reasons why there are so few powerful martial venerables in the Central Plains. Moreover, this particular cultivation method has been verified by the City Lord's Mansion to be a top-grade, non-attribute martial venerable technique. With such a technique in hand, breaking through to become a martial venerable would be no problem. This technique could increase the chances of becoming a martial venerable, something all the great families would fight over. I wonder who will obtain it. Surprised, Mu realizes the cultivation method he casually wrote has garnered so much attention, resolving to be more careful in the future. While Lian Rong blurts out, "I can't believe some idiot would sell something so valuable at auction." The idiot he spoke of sat nearby, his face dark. The auctioneer announced, "Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is officially underway. The first item up for auction today is a jade pendant of the highest quality, with a starting price of 10 million. The families bid against each other, raising the price to 30 million, 80 million, 100 million, 400 million. The final bidder surprised everyone. He was introduced by Lin Vin as the Imperial City's medicine refining grandmaster and the only person who owns property down here. With a calm expression, Mu replied, "So, it was him." The auctioneer then brought up the second treasure. Up next for auction, mineral rocks, each with a high probability of containing treasures. The starting bid is 10 million. Lian Ying asked, "Lai Mok, did anything catch your eye?" Lai Mok replied, "Let's see what's available first." The auctioneer excitedly announces the most anticipated item of the day, the grand finale, an ultimate martial arts technique. This technique has been appraised by our masters, and the specifics were clearly outlined in the promotion. The auction begins now with a starting bid of 5 billion. And the major families are already driving the price up to 5.778, 8.5 billion. The elixir is sold for 10 billion. Lian Rong raises the bidding paddle. With all the great families making bids, it's time for me to act. 6 spirit stones. Mu is shocked. There are spirit stones on Earth too? Lian Yang explains that the quartz energy from these spirit stones is mined from secret realms. Spirit stones are divided into low-grade, mid-grade, and the extremely rare high-grade. A single low-grade stone is worth at least 2 billion yen, but few people trade them, so the actual value is much higher. I don't have much money, so I'll have to use this to bid. You're firm in your idea. If spirit stones can be used to bid, then they must not be that scarce. It seems I have no choice but to go on this secret mission. The price is already over 15 billion. Will anyone bid higher? Master Alchemist Dido bids 20 billion. The auctioneer raises his hammer and asks if there are any other bids. 20 billion once, 20 billion twice. The hammer strikes and the deal is sealed. Everyone marveled. A cultivation technique worth 20 billion. If only I had a piece of a martial saint's technique. Daydreaming, are we? Need a reality check? The auctioneer went inside to give Mu the money, saying, "Esteemed guest, this is the money from the auction of your cultivation technique. The transaction fee is 5%, leaving you with 18 billion. Mu accepted the card and politely replied, "Thank you." She replied, "If you need anything else, please come to us again." He waved goodbye, thinking he'd figure it out when the time came, already planning to use the money to set up a good shop. What good loot awaits us in the dungeon? The next day, at the gates of the ancient city, a member asks Mong Thu, "Captain, when do we move out?" She's worried about someone. "Has Mu arrived yet?" A member reports, "Captain, he's here, but he's still wearing his usual clothes." She's wondering why he isn't wearing any gear. Lai Mok casually replied, "I don't need equipment. This is fine." Mong Thu, worried and angry, shouted, "You idiot! You want to enter the secret realm without equipment? Do you have a death wish?" A fellow exploration team member chimed in, "The captain's just worried about you. It's really dangerous in the secret realm." Others echoed, "Yeah, bro, it's full of dangers, and you could lose your life, so it's better to have gear." He replies, "Oh, I know, but I don't have any equipment." Jimmy finds this puzzling. Huh? Is someone really that poor? She orders, "Big man, get him a set." Manhwa brings the gear over and asks the newcomer his name. Muo Li puts on the equipment and introduces himself. Limu, he introduced himself as Meng Ran, though everyone calls him Meng Nan. The beautiful girl is Dri Mi, and there are two others, Xiaoming and Lin Bei. Don't mind the captain's attitude. She's just being honest. She doesn't want you dying in the secret realm. Last time, a newbie with insufficient experience died in the secret realm and we couldn't even recover the body. Muli wondered, so why did you choose this job? Manly Man looks dejected. Me? Actually, everyone who does this job has an initial wish. Mengqiu asks if he's done changing. Muley replies, I'm done. She continues, if you're ready, just as someone calls out from behind. How coincidental, Captain Yu. Another exploration team has come to greet them. Long time no see, beautiful Ms. Chu. Jimmy, bored, didn't even bother to glance at them. Mengnan tells him that this is a secret realm exploration team with ties to powerful forces and questionable morals. The team members ignored their attempts to take advantage of the situation. The team leader spoke up, asking the beauty why she was still angry over a few words to a dead man. Unless she liked older men? Hearing this, Jimmy was furious, telling Mengqiu to shut his stinking mouth. Jimmy frowned. Captain, she instructed us not to attack others so easily before entering the secret realm. Is he just going to keep pushing like this? Captain Yu, do you want to test me? Jimei, unable to contain her anger, pointed her sword at him. Bitch, eat this, Zhang Peng taunts. Come on, or are you dogs? This is too much, Muli interjects. Everyone, don't get worked up. He's just trying to provoke you. Enraged, Zhang Peng pointed at him and barked, You're a newbie? He calmly replied, so what if I am? He sneered. The mortality rate for new recruits in the Martial Alliance exploration team is quite high, aren't you afraid? Muli retorted that it depends on who you follow, implying that he was mocking Zhang Peng, leaving him speechless. Mengnan snickers. Nicely done, Li Mu. Zhimi chimes in mockingly, better to follow a dog than a man like that. Mengqiu ignores them, telling the group to enter the secret realm first, while Zhang Peng's men curse the newcomer, hoping he dies inside. Mengnan scoffed and followed his group into the secret realm, while Zhang Peng had his own plans, which would prove more fatal. One person? Or an entire team? One of his members understood his intention. Boss, you mean he's decided to tail us? Let's go, we're entering gate number 1. He was determined to make those two girls who dared treat him like that beg for their lives. In the ancient city's secret realm, Mengqiu instructs the group, this place reeks of man-eating plants. Don't wander off. Limu, stick close to us. Since we have a newbie, we won't search for anything. We'll retrace our steps to minimize the danger. Both Man Nam and Chimi spoke up. Limak, we're protecting you. You don't need to refuse. He patted Limak's shoulder like a senior. Just stay put. I'm here. You can relax. Seeing his calm demeanor, Man Nam asked, You don't seem to believe how dangerous this secret realm is, do you? He pointed in one direction. Look over there. Beneath the branches, carnivorous flowers await the snake in the tree. The snake was immediately dragged down and devoured by the flower. Man Nam instructed, See? Don't touch any of the plants or animals in the secret realm and don't eat anything strange. He replied, I know. Seeing a light ahead, Lin Bei asks, Captain? What's that over there? Mengqiu checks and replies, Let's go take a look. That's 5-colored grass. Don't waste it, pick it all up for me. The members all took out supply boxes to store the grass. Chimi asked in surprise, Why aren't you picking any? Muli replied, You guys go ahead. It's my first time here, so I just want to follow along and observe. No need to share with me. Why is Jimi so stunned? Pentacle grass is a luxury item for martial artists in the ancient city. She puts the herbs in Mukli's bag, telling him to dry them and burn them. They can help with his training. Hurry and pick them up. One is worth tens of thousands. Mong Thu called from ahead. Stop arguing, there's plenty more on the ground. Hurry and pick it up. Muki sighed to himself. Could he really say he didn't care about this stuff at all? 2 minutes later, the team announced, Captain, we've gathered everything, let's move on. Suddenly, Mu Li noticed something, and Ming Chu and the others became highly alert. She asked, Why? Muke pointed in one direction and said, Have you guys ever seen that kind of tree before? Its flowers are beautiful, called 6-petal wood. Just enough for each of us to have a branch, and selling them could earn us millions. Mong Thu was concerned. Such a plant wasn't even recorded in the dungeon's logs. I wonder if it's poisonous. Best not to touch it. Mainan's eyes lit up. Tens of millions? Are you serious? Is it really worth that much? If only I knew the dungeon explorers were harvesting things this valuable. But he advised, did the captain pick any? If he's telling the truth, we're about to make a fortune. She doubted she'd ever seen this plant before, but how did he know? Mengqiu asked directly. The exploration logs make no mention of this plant. How do you know about it? What makes you so sure? How could someone who's never been to the mystic realm know more than the expedition logs? I'm certain. I can't reveal my sources, but I assure you what I say is true. If you're worried about safety, I'll pick them first. If no one buys them later, you can come find me. 3,000 yuan per stock. Manhwa trusts him implicitly, believing in his brother. Zhimi is surprised by his knowledge, and Muli didn't expect him to know so much. She goes to pick some flowers. Captain, don't worry, he's definitely got skills. He might even be an expert at identifying plants. Otherwise, Mr. Lian wouldn't have let us bring him along. Mengqiu takes the flower Zhimi offers, staring blankly at Muli. Then, a little embarrassed, she urges them to hurry up and pick more. After gathering the flowers, they continued on, thinking that even though he seemed new, he had hidden talents. Mainan felt that this trip would be fruitful with him around. Zuni trusts him completely, saying that Laimok will be relying on him from now on. He replies that they're teammates now, and he'll point out anything good. They arrive at a rocky mountain, and Muli signals them to stop. Chimi wonders what Laimok has discovered, as he introduces the herb he found at the store, So Lin Thao, which can cure all diseases, even terminal cancer. Manhwa was stunned by its miraculous properties. Is that true? Mengqiu decides, all right, you stay here, we'll go up and get it. She casually says, don't worry, you'll definitely get a share of what you discovered. He hesitates. That's not what I meant, just be careful. This herb is guarded by a ferocious beast, Jimmy finally said as she climbed. Are they deaf? They're trying to lure it out with a rock. The group hung motionless on the cliff face, waiting. A giant serpent burst from the cave, and below, Manhwa commands, everyone, listen to me, lure it out. He tensed as it spotted them, and they scattered. Before the serpent could attack, Manhwa nimbly swung away on a rope. Jimmy clings to the cliff face, then says, my turn. She approaches the elemental spirit herb and exclaims, all right. Just then, Jimmy sensed danger. Inside the cave, another serpent was attacking. Reacting quickly, Jimmy dodges its attack, but her rope snaps, leaving her clinging to the cliff face. Below, Mengqiu calls out in worry, Jimmy. Jimmy sees the snakes on the cliff and knows she's done for. She lost her grip and plummeted down the cliff face, her desperate cry echoing, help me. Muli immediately takes action, saving her, and she's now safe in his arms. She opened her eyes in shock. It stopped? Muli landed gently, asking with concern, are you all right? Clutching him, Jimmy stammered, I'm okay, I'm fine. As the serpent roared above, Mengqiu lashed out to block the danger. Her whip wrapped tightly around the serpent's neck. She finally had a moment to ask, Jimmy, are you two all right? Suddenly the rope snaps and she cries out, this is bad, be careful, as Muli rushes toward the serpent's mouth. With a resounding crash, he kicked it, sending it slamming into the cliff face above. The serpent escaped, weaving its massive body into the rocks before slithering toward the others, who screamed in terror. Save me! Muli launched his sword to help, piercing the serpent's head. Manhwa breathes a sigh of relief, realizing who saved him. It's Li Mu. He successfully grabbed the fallen spirit herb and Jimei cheered in admiration. Li Mu, you're amazing, Mengqiu couldn't help but ask. Laimok, what level is your prospective martial venerable status? You're so skilled. Are you in the top 5? Li Mu gently hands the herb to the beauty. I've never paid attention to those rankings, so I don't know where I stand. You can have the soul-nurturing grass, I don't need it. Lin Bei climbed down and said, Li Mu, you were holding back. Mengqiu then asked the group for their opinions. Give the 2 Lin Thao to Manhwa. Any objections? No objections here. Manhwa was moved to tears. Thank you, Captain. Thank you, everyone. You're all like the parents who gave me a second life. But Mengqiu coldly shut him down. I don't have a son as old as you. Don't talk nonsense. Lin Bei chimed in, agreeing. That's right, that's right. Someone as beautiful as her would never give birth to an ugly son like you. Meanwhile, Zheng Peng's group arrives at the entrance to the secret realm, and one of his men asks, Boss, if we can't find their tracks, how are we going to find them? He replied, that woman Mengqiu is very cautious. Since there are new members in the team this time, they will definitely take the usual route. His minion flattered, You're so wise, boss, so we're heading straight to the mine, right? Zheng Peng directed his team onward. Meanwhile, Mengqiu introduces their location as the #1 ore mine within the secret realm. The ore in the ancient city's shops is mined here. These are puppet mechanisms created by the best craftsmen in the city lord's mansion. We can put the ore we mine inside them. then use spirit stones to activate them and carry the ore to the secret realm's entrance. 1 mineral stone per round trip, and puppet mechanisms at that. Muge observes silently. Mengqiu reminded him, let's go inside. He secretly checked from behind and discovered that the quality of these ores seemed very ordinary. Could that be the best ore? Magnum confidently takes the lead. Since this is your first time, let me show you how it's done. Just follow me. Don't worry, Limak. I'm the best miner on the team. Picking out ore is my specialty. I guarantee you'll find some good stones. Limak politely replied, then I should thank you in advance. Mannam casually replies, we're brothers. No need for thanks. Suddenly he freezes, spotting something. Mannam exclaimed with joy, I found it. He unearthed a massive gem for Mok Lai, explaining that spherical minerals fetch a high price. He exclaimed that it was indeed a good mineral. Myangnam confirms that this type is known for yielding high-quality ore, which sells for a high price in stores and is always in demand, but then Muguk suddenly crushes it. Stunned by what he saw, Mannam was speechless. Was it all for nothing? Chimi sadly says, what a waste, as he presents a small, palm-sized piece of ore. Lin Bei says, we could have sold it for a high price, but now it's just 2 broken stones. Mu Li, unconcerned, crushes the ore, breaking it into even smaller pieces. When only a yellow stone remained, Mannam exclaimed, it's a spirit stone. Tio Min and Lambak admired, Limak, you're amazing. It's back to its original form. Chimi chimed in, amazing. I've never seen anyone extract a spirit stone like that before. Limak, how did you know there was a spirit stone inside? Mongthu asked admiringly. Impressive. He even managed to get spirit stones. She secretly admired him. He confidently crushed the stone in 2 without damaging the valuable spirit stones inside. Limak humbly replied, I just got lucky, Captain. Here, it's yours. Let's keep going. He then curiously asked Mongthu, right, yesterday I saw mineral stones worth billions at the City Lord's auction, so why aren't there any here? Pointing ahead, Mandnam tells his brother, that kind of ore is mined from the mineral cave down there. Do you want to go down? Jimmy hesitated. No, even though the ore down there is good, it's too dangerous without the power of a martial venerable. Going down there is a death wish. Seeing his intention to proceed, Mengqiu quickly stopped him. Don't worry, everyone, I'm just going to take a look. With that, Mengqiu stepped aside. I trust you know your limits and won't go running wild. Please be careful. Chimi worried. Captain, what if something happens? Chimi cut her off, saying he's different from Tiovo. Chimi relents, hoping he'll be careful, as Mu Li confirms the abundance of spirit stones below. The soul ascension art isn't mainly for cultivating the soul, and it's weak for exploring minerals. The odds are too low. I should have called Little White. Come on out, this place is fun. Little White, still sleepy, stretched and stepped out. He calls me Chi. Is there some scary old man again? Mu Li denies it, saying he just needs her to scout ahead. Little White looked around fearfully. It's too dark, I'm scared. Seeing her try to run, he grabbed her head. A ghost afraid of the dark. Hurry up, use your skills to see if there are any treasures around. Xiaobai is skeptical. Treasure? It's pitch black. How can I see anything? He replies that this is just the cave entrance, so it's normal to find nothing. Let's go a little further in. Little Bai is curious. Mok Lai, where are we? He asks. We're in the secret realm of the ancient underground city, inside a mineral cave. Xiao Bai notices something. Wait, Mu Li, there's light over here. She points to the wall in front of them. Right here, just behind this. Mu Li reached through the wall to explore, then continued mining spirit stones until he found a purple one and paused to examine it. That's a huge spirit stone. It's worth hundreds of billions in RMB. Xiao Bai proudly exclaims, well, I'm useful, right? He replies, let's just say that. At least you're not completely useless. What do you mean, I guess so? Is it going to kill you to give me a compliment? Little White retorts. Don't think I don't know. While I was in the Jade Pendant, you were out philandering and seduced 2 beautiful girls. Just then, a loud rumble echoed as a beast with glowing red eyes watched them. Mo Li explained, Womanizer, what are you talking about? It just so happens that I joined their team to explore the secret realm together, but Xiaobai refuses to believe it. What a coincidence. Those 2 girls were very pretty. It was then he noticed the creature's presence. Wait, something's not right. No sooner said than done. It lunged at him with such force that he was pinned against the wall. Xiaobai, seeing the dust cloud, anxiously called out, Mu Li, are you okay? Mok Li, restraining the beast with one hand, replied, I'm fine. How does this thing have so much power? The beast thrashed wildly, desperate to escape his grasp as Xiaobai watched, frozen in fear. The beast struggled for breath in his grasp as Jimmy called down from the pit's entrance. "What's going on?" "Are you okay?" Muli reminded her. "Xiaobai, go back to the jade pendant. She's upset." "Huh, what? Use it and throw it away?" He pondered, observing the beast, thinking it might be useful, so he decided to take it with him. Not hearing a response from Muli, Jimmy, standing above, grew worried. Why is it so quiet? Did something happen to him? Just then, he launched himself upward, the force of the wind sending her tumbling backward as Lai Mok announced, "I'm back." Jimmy stares in disbelief at what he's holding. This is the fierce male who recognized Lai Mok, the Sky Destroyer. "How did you catch it? Just say I crushed it to death." These words shocked him. Legend said only a grand warrior could kill it. "How could you kill it?" "Could it be that you're a grand marshal honored one?" Muli had no choice but to lie to get out of the situation. "Of course not, I was just kidding." Hearing a loud noise in the cave, I went to investigate and found this. Little White was inside, mocking Muli's lies. "Everyone's talking about the rock you're carrying. I suspected as much. How could you kill it? Isn't that defying the heavens?" "There are many creatures with terrifying power in the mine. It's possible the void-shattering eagle encountered something stronger. Go bite them to death." Mengqiu reveals his luck. "At the City Lord's mansion, I saw an exchange rate. A void-shatterer eagle can be traded for a store of a major clan." Manly Man expresses his admiration. "Brother, you've struck it rich." She urged them to stop being surprised and quickly enter the mine. They were here, so let's get to it. "Xiao Ming, go outside and control the puppet. We'll be right there." A minute later, the group emerged from the cave and Mengqiu gave a brief summary. "We've gained a lot this time. Everyone worked hard." Muli spoke up. "Captain Niu, I'm curious about something. Are the other secret realms similar to this one?" Mengqiu disagreed, explaining that the ancient city beneath them held 12 secret realms, each with its own unique characteristics. The more resources, the higher the danger. Danger levels are similar up to level 6, but increase dramatically after that. The Huangfu family once organized a team of 7 martial sovereigns and a pioneering expedition of 21 high-level martial sovereigns, but they failed miserably at the 9th secret realm and were forced to return. Later, all the major powers in the underground ancient city joined forces for an expedition, and after returning, they issued a warning. No one should enter level 9 secret realms from now on. Since then, all exploration teams have operated exclusively in level 6 secret realms and below. It's rare for teams to enter level 7 secret realms. Mok Lai notes how dangerous the higher levels are, suggesting the treasures inside must be extraordinary. She confirms that the Huang family's prized treasure came from a level 8 dungeon. He secretly calculates that he should spend some time exploring the dungeons to find some items for the shop. Only now do you notice Xiaoming is missing? Where could he be? Mengqiu also looked around, searching. He couldn't have gone far. The sight beside her sent chills down her spine. Xiaoming was lying unconscious, coughing up blood. Mengqiu angrily shouts, "Who did this?" A voice echoes from the distant trees. "Since you asked so sincerely, I'll be kind enough to tell you." "It was me," Tang Peng said, stepping out and shamelessly admitting his involvement. Drume immediately reached for the sword on her back, ready to strike. He approached, asking, "Beautiful Miss Zhou, we meet again. Do you like this little gift?" This flippant attitude infuriated Ming Nan. "I'm going to kill you." Suddenly, a surge of fire engulfed his feet, surrounding him in flames. Mingnam realizes it's threat-enhanced fire poison made from the fat of a level 3 mystic realm fire poison beast. "Touch it, and you'll burn to ashes. Obey me, and I might spare your lives." Jar angrily curses, "You despicable bastards!" Mengqiu pieces everything together, asking if they were also responsible for the disappearances of the smaller groups in the secret realm. Zhengbang doesn't even deny it at this point, admitting it was them. 2B wants to play me? I'll let you die later. Jimmy replied contemptuously, "You scumbag, nice try. I'd rather die." Hearing this, he showed no more mercy. They refused the toast, so now they'll drink a shot. Open fire, kill all the men, and keep the women. Gunshots echoed through the mountains, but despite the relentless fire, Mengqiu and the others stood firm. Zheng Peng suddenly stopped, stunned. What was happening? "Why haven't they fallen yet?" One of them shouts, "Boss, he's here!" Seeing Muli emerge unscathed from the flames, he was stunned, unable to believe it. And the bullets in Muli's palm only amplified his horror. "He can catch bullets?" The bullets fell from his palm like rain. A cold voice echoed from Muli, saying, "Nothing is impossible." And Zheng Peng hastily gave the order. "Fire, keep firing. I don't believe he can survive this." "These bastards," Munchnam realized. "Limu, be careful." You used your spiritual energy to control the bullets, stopping their taunts. He finally finished his sentence, realizing it was energy emission. As Chimi speaks, is he a martial venerable? Moklai returned all those bullets to their senders, and the flames have been extinguished. Meanwhile, their opponents cried out in agony, "My leg!" Chimi was overjoyed. "Captain, we're saved. She knows it's our turn now." Mengqiu's whip cracks down, her tone sharp as she teaches these bastards a lesson, avenging Xiaoming and demanding their lives in return. Now, only desperate pleas for mercy remain from those who were so arrogant before. "Don't kill me, I don't want to die," Zheng Peng begged, his body covered in whip marks. "I confess, I'm a beast. You've already killed my man, so please spare me." Mengqiu wouldn't relent. "Don't think I don't know you're the mastermind?" The whip in her hand struck him again and again. Muli stops her, warning that he has something in his hand. Zheng Peng smirks, "You found out, but it doesn't matter." He demands they let him go, or he'll detonate the bomb and they'll all die together. Before Muli could ask, Mengqiu recognized it as a sonic bomb, typically used in 7th-level secret realms, capable of destroying unique beasts, but its use in other realms would incite a violent uprising. He asked, "You have to press it to activate it, right?" Mengqiu confirmed. He snatches the leaf above, saying, "Then you die." The leaf transforms into a sharp arrow, piercing Zheng Peng's wrist. The bomb falls as he screams in despair, and Man Nam seizes the chance to unleash a flurry of kicks. How dare he threaten them? He finishes him off with a punch to the face for daring to threaten them. Zheng Peng collapses, and he draws his sword. "I'm going to kill you." Seeing Zheng Peng's smirk, Man Nam sensed something was wrong. Why was he smiling? Suddenly, a beeping sound echoes, and he's horrified. What's that sound? Zheng Peng's face is filled with triumph. Zhimai understands immediately. He has another one. Zheng Peng was satisfied to die together, but Mengqiu's whip silenced him. She directs the members, telling them the bombs have been activated and now they have nothing to worry about. Zan runs towards the exit with all his might, but I block him from behind. Shimi worried, "No, we can't lose her." "Besides, Li Mumu continued, "You're not going anywhere." The beasts growl as they charge toward them. Mengqiu quickly made a decision. "Limu, you're the strongest here. Even if we die, we'll get you out." Manly Man agreed. "That's right, Limu. You're a martial venerable. You have the best chance of escaping. Even if our entire team is wiped out, if you can escape, could you deliver these herbs to my angelic kin? With our strength, there's no way we can get out of here. Take this." Shimi was also preparing to say her last words. I also want to ask you to send a message to my father," Moli interjects. "What good does all this pessimism do? Who says we're definitely going to die?" He creates a protective barrier around them, telling them not to attack, but to stay put. Zheng Peng doesn't believe it. Fools, stop struggling and die together. The ferocious beasts are closing in, and the sight of the horde fills them with dread. "This is bad. It's the mystic wolf forest." Mengqiu urged, "Limu, run. You're no match for them." Zheng Peng sneers, "You won't escape today." He gathers his energy, ready to fight to the death. If they can't run, they'll kill them all. He must have misheard. Kill them all? Does he think he's a god? Laimok charged alone into the pack of demon wolves, his spiritual energy striking out, leaving none alive. The remaining wolves howled madly, regarding him warily. As they growled and approached, he made his decision. Strong, but still far too weak. It seemed he didn't need to hold back. Bursts of spiritual energy like sharp blades tore through the pack of demon wolves, instantly wiping them out. This only confirms it. Laimok, you're just a martial-honored one, right? A startled Man Nam exclaimed, "Terrifying! So strong!" Suddenly, the alpha wolf howled from above, and Mengqiu warned Li Mu to look. The pack was following its orders to attack. If he kills the alpha, the rest will scatter. He scoffs at the few he's already taken down. They're nothing to him. Mengqiu doesn't understand why he's ignoring the alpha. What is he planning? The other wolves stampeded down the mountain only to meet their demise. The alpha wolf was stunned for a moment, barely able to speak. Only the alpha wolf remains, and she wonders if it's the pervert or if it refuses to accept defeat. How can this be? This is the spirit realm's secret ground. A burst of spiritual energy flashed like a spotlight, piercing a hole straight through the alpha wolf's chest. Jimmy looks on with admiration. So handsome. Zheng Peng still holds on to hope, telling him not to get cocky. This is just the first wave. Stronger foes await. The beast horde surged forward, the strongest mystical creatures in the secret realm. He doesn't even bat an eye. No matter how many there are, they're just ordinary beasts. A rumbling echoes from the edge of the forest as the horde appears. Man Nam is terrified. How are there so many? Can he really handle this? As for Mu Li, this equipment is just getting in the way. He decisively sheds his gear as the giant elephant raises its foot, plotting to crush him like an ant. The elephant's foot slams down with a thunderous crash, and the ground cracks. They could only call out Li Moku's name in shock and desperation. Lai Mok, no. The elephant was stunned as something appeared. It was Mok Lai clinging to its trunk. With all his might, he gripped the trunk and hurled the elephant, sending it crashing into the 7 savage beasts. The giant elephant drags a long line of foes into the distance, leaving the remaining group to wonder if he's even human. Indeed, he was very much like a demon god, as wave after wave of savage beasts came rushing in. But it's far from over, as a horde swarms Mu Li, kicking up a cloud of dust. They're sent flying as Mu Li takes on all 7 at once. His punches are more than enough to send these beasts back to the earth. Manly Man was speechless with shock. Jimmy was still trying to process what she was seeing. Is he really just a martial honored one? She notices more ferocious beasts coming this way. Above, flocks of giant birds take flight, and Mu Li leaps into the air to engage them in close combat. One bird's eyes gleam as it spots him, but Mu Li remains stern and cold, saying, an assassination mission. The flock is crushed by his spiritual power, painting the sky with blood and gore, leaving the soldiers below in utter terror. He's not human. How could a human have such power? Just then, he was stabbed in the back. Of course, Man Nam wouldn't let him get away with that. He'd forgotten about him in the heat of the moment. Mu Li's figure descended, and Meng Chu stuttered, unable to speak. Li Mu interrupts, asking if they shouldn't take care of their fallen comrades first. This isn't the time to ask questions. Let's talk about it when we get out of here. Outside the cave, Man Nam sighs, lamenting the loss of the ore. Unexpectedly, Mu Li asked for help. Captain Niu, could you all do me a favor? Help me transport the ore. His eyes lit up at this. Transporting ore? Meng Qiu wondered. But there's only one giant puppet, and it costs a spirit stone for a round trip. Our team only has one left, and everywhere in the secret realm is dangerous. He replied, no need for the puppet. We'll transport it directly. A high-level martial artist could probably move a few 100 pounds of ore without issue. One person can start the puppet, and the others can transport it. If anything dares to attack, I'll destroy it. Only someone with his strength could transport ore this way. From behind, Ji Mei urged, Meng Nan, hurry up. He's regretting that we can't follow him into the secret realm every time. Ji Mei also had expectations, saying, who knows what might happen? Looking at the bulging storage bags, Meng Qiu was satisfied. This harvest is enormous. She's holding a grudge, and she won't let what happened to Lin Bei go so easily. She's determined to report to the Martial Alliance and have the allied families investigate and hold Lin Bei accountable. Lai Mok, we still need to transport the ore back, so we'll take our leave. He replies, don't worry, I have my own way of handling it. Meng Qiu turned back to instruct the members, good, everyone pack up and prepare to return. Mu Li assessed them. Although this team wasn't strong, they were principled and worth considering. His men have arrived, calling him chief, and Mu Li instructs them to move the ore to the shop. He was surprised to see their gear. Both of them were wearing masks. They explained, Master, we're new here, and if we join under the North Star name, we'll be easily overthrown, making it a difficult to do business. We've already shown our faces at the Zhang family in central capital. This is the only way to avoid being recognized. You wonder, what does revealing the North Sea name have to do with it? If we don't reveal ourselves, we'll be overthrown sooner or later. Old Li took off his mask and said, Master, we can move dozens of tons of ore into the store today, and we can open at any time. Mu Li calmly replied, in a few days. You two return to the shop and await my orders. I'm going to heat things up for our store. Old Li was stunned, not understanding what heating up meant. He thought to himself, the master's mind is truly hard to fathom. In the ancient city's underground commercial district, someone spotted him entering a shop. Was that really Li Mu? Is that really Lai Mu, the record breaker from the ancient tower? A true prodigy. The shopkeeper greeted him. Welcome. What can I help you with? The shop can accommodate, Mu Li replied, betting on stones. The shopkeeper led him inside, thinking that the boy had delivered himself right to their doorstep, and Mu Li began selecting his stones. This one and this one. Where is everyone? Hurry and cut it open for me. I want this one. A surprised voice approached from behind. Huh? Is someone actually playing around with worthless stones? He leaned down and asked, Hey, are you new here? Without answering, he cut straight to the point. Where's the stone cutter? Seeing Mu Li turn around, he recognized him as Lai Mu, shocking everyone in the shop. Lai Mu? What's he doing here? Isn't Mu Li supposed to be celebrating the new year with the Mu family? What's he doing at the stone market? Mu Li ordered, You, cut those stones for me. The shop owner interrupted. Hold on, young Master Muli. These stones are only good for scrap decorations. Surely you know that. He scoffed, thinking, I thought he was an expert, but he's just an empty suit. The other customers burst into laughter, amused by the so-called genius making a fool of himself. Molly didn't care, but said he wanted those stones and asked for a price, causing an uproar among the crowd. What was he thinking? No way a peerless genius would be this stupid. Has he lost his mind? The idiot genius gambles on stones. The shopkeeper says, Mock lie, these black stones are worthless. We can't go against our customers. Just give up. He's a bit doubtful. How could such a fool be the legendary genius? You're so confident. It looks like junk on the outside, but I feel there's treasure inside. Will you cut it open or not? Whispers spread as Lai Mok, the peerless genius, defied logic, believing treasure lay within the worthless stone. Could such luck truly exist? You think you can just cut it open and find treasure? Shari said, Young Master Li Mu, that kind of dark scrap stone is just junk. There's nothing inside. You remain steadfast, trusting your intuition that treasure lies within, despite their scorn. How many who thought they knew it all have lost everything in the end? So what if you're a genius? Even a genius like you is just a fool gambling on rocks. Muli coldly asked, What are the stakes? The man replied, What's the bet? He threw down the stone and demanded, Simple. Is there anything of value within this dark stone? He confidently replied, There's plenty in dark waste rock, gold dust, weeds, all sorts of plants. Aren't you already a loser? Muli finalized, times 1,000. I bet what's in the dark waste rock is worth 1,000 times the original price. Sharu, with the air of someone who's already won, says, Even the cheapest stones cost 6 figures. You think you'll find treasures worth billions in these scraps? Am I stupid? Or are you? What bet? He asks. The loser has to run naked through Qingyun Street after the stones are cut. The shop owner starts calculating the price at 200,000 per piece, 5 pieces. I still won't be convinced. Keep resisting for now, wanting to run naked. How interesting. He ordered the 5 black stones to be moved to the center of the courtyard, and the stone splitter asked, How do you want them cut? Muli instructed them to start from the middle as he sharpened his axe, ready to strike. With one strike, the stone is split, revealing nothing inside, leading onlookers to remark that not even a weed was found, let alone treasure. Muli ordered him to continue, but the stonecutter advised, In my years of experience, none of these stones contain treasures. He lamented that the reputation of a peerless genius was ruined in an instant, as Jari reminded him, Don't forget the bet, genius. He insisted, No, it can still be cut. The stonecutter decided to try again. All right, I'll give it one more try for you, eager to see how this would end. Everyone was shocked as splitting 40 stones and finding nothing was considered impossible, yet he ordered them to continue. The stonecutter was stunned to hear this. What? Are you crazy? None of the 40 stones yielded anything. These are just ordinary black stones. They're worthless. There's no point in cutting them anymore. The shopkeeper advised, Mr. Limu, it's really not worth it anymore. Why don't you just give up? Hunhot sneered. What's the point of cutting it anymore? It'll just be rubble. If it can't be split, it can't be split. Why make it difficult for the stonecutter? The others agreed, saying, That's right. At least he's a renowned ancient genius. Don't push it too far. Otherwise, people will look down on you. 1 million isn't a lot. Just buy a training course and stop dawdling. He decides to take matters into his own hands. The greatest sense of accomplishment for a stonecutter lies in a single strike, and the stone shatters. The stonecutter is stunned. From worthless rocks come treasures that others covet. He gathered the flying spirit stones, a chance they missed. In his palm, low-grade spirit stones, 2 of them drew gasps. The shopkeeper was stunned. What the hell? Muli pointed to the large stone next to you. What are you waiting for? I want this steely. Name your price. The others were stunned as the shopkeeper tried to explain. Sir, that's just ordinary stone. It was already there when we rented the shop. Muli coldly interrupted, telling them to cut the talk and name a price. He feared the slim chance more than the impossibility. He had to keep that stone tablet in the shop. The shop owner refused. Young Master Limu, this tablet isn't stone material, so it can't be appraised. We really can't sell it to you. Someone chimed in. It's not stone material and it hasn't been appraised. They charged him $1 million for those 5 black stones earlier. They criticized the shop owner, fearing he'd identify a treasure and they'd lose out. How could a dignified elder act so despicably? It's just a stone tablet. What's the big deal about giving it to Limu? Whether it contains treasure or not, if someone wants it, follow your own rules, and don't bully customers just because you're a big shop. What do you all think? Xiaori thought to himself. He had to make a big deal out of this so that Lai Mok wouldn't notice the bet. Otherwise, he would have to run naked through Qingyun Street. If you refuse to sell, we'll report you to the city lord, and anyone who breaks the rules will have their shop confiscated. The shop owner had no choice. I'll sell. Is that what you want? He offered an exorbitant price, saying the stone tablet wasn't worth much and 10 million was enough. Someone protested, saying 10 million was highway robbery. Muli didn't care. Fine, like before, I'll swipe my card and this time I'll open it myself. Do you know where the secret lies? Stone opening is a skill for life, unlike easily killing a martial master. Jade Mian strikes the stone tablet, which begins to crack, and a fragrant aroma fills the air. The scent of the stone is intoxicating. A treasure is sure to be revealed. Everyone is astonished by the strange object in Muli's hand. What is this? It looks like some kind of fruit. He's astonished. A life-extending fruit. He can't believe such a treasure was hidden within that stone. Xiaori despairs. This fruit grants at least 10 more years of life. Why did he have to cross paths with such a skilled stone gambler? The shop owner gritted his teeth, congratulating Li Mu on his great haul. He thought to himself, today I've lost big time. That longevity fruit is worth at least 100 billion. If the master finds out. Suddenly someone entered, adding to the excitement. What's all the commotion about? The shopkeeper startled and greeted him. Second master, did Feng Chun know someone would find a treasure? The shopkeeper reported that it was Lai Mok who had opened it, a name that stunned him. Lai Mu, you want to go to the head manager? He answers calmly. What? I heard your gambling den produces countless treasures. I simply came because I heard of it, Feng Xuan said coldly. Here for the reputation, huh? So the great genius is satisfied with our Mu family's stone materials? He showed off his spoils, completely satisfied as if they were free. But there was nothing good. Because they know Muli's strength, everyone believes him. Li Mu's eyes certainly don't deceive. Convinced this stone gambling den had nothing of value, Feng Chun angrily shouted, "Stop talking nonsense here!" He left without looking back, saying, "Don't listen to me, I'm just talking nonsense. You all carry on, I have to go elsewhere." The customers also withdrew. Could the words of a stone gambling master be fake? Let's go. Feng Chun calls out through gritted teeth as the shopkeeper Li Mu hastily advises, "Second master, please, don't get worked up." Enraged, he struck him. "Excited, my foot. I can't resist this stuff. You useless lot, quickly cut open every single piece of that black rough stone for me to see." Meanwhile, at Lai Mok's Than Van shop, Man Nam and Chi Mi marvel at his fortune. Lai Mok had been hiding his skills. It's huge. Li stepped out to greet them. "This way, please. The chief is in the back courtyard gambling den." Meng Xiu wondered why they weren't selling anything here. He replied, "It's not that we don't sell, but that we've sold out." Meng Xiu was taken aback. "Sold out?" Old Li replied that the last batch was restocked at noon, and it was all gone in less than 2 hours. She then asked, "Why are there still so many customers in the shop?" Mengnan knows all about that stone gamble. "Did Muli tell you all about the guardian envoys when he called you here?" Meng Qiu confirms that the leader himself has ordered, "From now on, our team will only serve the Lai Mok store. You offer compensation and request an annual salary of 50 million. Along with protective gear, I'll craft that can block attacks from a martial master. And I'll ensure safe passage on every expedition. The herbs you gather are yours, but Liewood Shop has the right of first purchase. Aside from that, do you have any other conditions?" Now is the time to speak up, she thought to herself. To sway the Eagle Lord, he truly is generous. Linbei, Mengnan, and Zhu Mi all looked at Muli. "Why are you trying to call their souls back to look at me? You think the treatment isn't good enough?" Who would have thought? When we left the secret realm, we thought he was a newbie, but it turns out he's someone we can rely on. Thankfully, he's still Lai Mok. They hastily replied, "Enough, enough, enough. Working for you, Lai Mok, guarantees stability for life. We'll get rich just by following boss Lai Mok." A large group gathered outside Li Mok's shop, and among them, Meng Thu recognized many members of the Chu and Ngyem families. Shu Li speaks up, "We're here to talk to Li Mu. This is none of your crippled business. Do you even have hands to interfere?" Shu Liang rebukes him, saying, "Lai Mok is the person I respect most, and I won't allow you to insult him." He recognizes him as Shu Liang of the Shu family. What is he doing here? Zhu Li mocks Shu Liang, telling him to worry about himself first. "A one-armed cripple coming here to die?" Jimmy angrily retorts, "That's going too far." Muli holds her back, saying not to worry, he won't be at a disadvantage. Trust him. "Good, you noticed. Long time no see, you've gotten stronger." Shu Liang withdrew his sword. "I'll return those words to you. Worry about yourself first." Seeing him rush forward, he was stunned. "What?" A swift strike follows, then another, sending his opponent reeling. Zhu Li crashes to the ground in agony as Xu Liang stands firm, thinking to himself, "That blade is fast." Zhu Li rebukes him, asking if this sneak attack is the mark of a hero, to which Xu Liang retorts, "Who said I was giving you a free hit?" He felt humiliated, rendered speechless. Zhu Liang's blade strikes, silencing his foe as the two clash. The sharp clang of swords echoed through the district as Xu Liang, though with only one hand, was more than a match for his opponent. A sword slashes across Zhu Li, who grits his teeth. "I want to kill you." He immediately raises his sword, but Xu Liang blocks it. He could even casually dodge his next strike, Hualuang taunted. Too slow. Zhu Li felt a sudden surge of pain. With one strike, his arm is severed, and Zhu Li screams in agony. "My hand!" Watching this scene unfold, the onlookers were horrified. He crippled Zhu Li's arm. "Brothers, attack and teach him a lesson. Everyone, attack!" Just then, Mok Lai steps in to help. "Daring to act up in front of my store, are you looking down on me? Xu Liang, come stand by me." Hearing his name, Xu Liang is moved. "Lord Muli, you still remember me?" Lai Mok replied, "Having taught you swordsmanship, of course I remember your name. This man is my subordinate. Who dares lay a hand on him?" Zhu Li thought with annoyance that this good-for-nothing was his subordinate, so it seemed revenge was out of the question. Just then, a third party sternly interjected. "Li Mu, you're making quite a scene for a genius. People just want justice, yet you directly incite your subordinates to attack. Someone is shocked. Why are you here?" And Mukli's expression turns grim. "So it's her. I am Yan Mian from the Mu family." At this point, Mok Lai had no idea who she was, but she introduced herself as Madame Hiem. The onlookers murmured, "So that's the second master's wife. She's beautiful." He politely says he's heard of her, but deep down he knows this woman dominates the Mok family, and she feigns weakness, saying, "Lai Mok, you overestimate a humble wife like me." Muli maintained his polite facade, saying that her reputation preceded her, and that the men of the Mu family were useless, leaving a foreign woman to control everything. Yan Mian continues to play the part of a weak woman, saying, "Young Master Li Mu jests, I am but a frail woman contributing a small part to the family." He replies bluntly, "Is that so? Forgive my bluntness, but my business is far too important for a woman to handle." She replies sorrowfully, "Is there really any need for such threats? I'm only here to resolve the conflict, but you're taking out all your anger on me. It's a bit unbecoming. Just looking at you makes my skin crawl. You really know how to play the victim. No man can resist a woman like that." Muli is curious. How does she plan to resolve things? Yunmo reminds him that his shop is thriving, and she sincerely congratulates him. But using stone gambling to ruin the reputations of several shops beforehand was a bit much. Now the shops of the three great families can only close, leaving hundreds of employees without a livelihood. A chorus of voices rose up, decrying the bullying and asking if he wanted to leave them destitute. But Mo interjected, saying he didn't think this was the outcome he desired. "I think there might be some misunderstanding here," Mengthu marveled as she shifted the blame to Lai Mok with just a few words. "This woman is certainly not superficial." Julie interjects, "Isn't this what he wanted? So he ordered his men to cripple me. Sister Niem can't sympathize with this tyrant." Chimi angrily rebuked, "Aren't you ashamed of yourself? You clearly insulted Xu Liang first." Xu Liang added, "Insulting me is fine, but you can't speak ill of Li Mok. He's sure everything I said is true, that he rigs the stone gambling, deceives people into worshipping him, and discredits my shop for not having good stones, taking advantage of the situation to profit his shop." Li Mok speaks up, "Enough," as Chu Li mocks. "What's wrong? Did I hit a nerve? You exposed their hypocrisy, and you're only angry because my shop is thriving, so why look for other reasons?" But Matt continues to play the peace envoy. "All right, that's enough. Can arguing back and forth really resolve anything?" Instead of fighting, Zhipeng calmly suggests they sit down and talk. "How about this? I'll take charge, and I hope everyone present can resolve this issue thoroughly. Young Master Mu Li, does that sound good to you?" Mu Li is silent as he hears the cheers of support around him. This tactic might actually work. The Mu family truly has a capable daughter-in-law. Yanmo thought confidently that he wouldn't refuse such a balanced offer. But then, Mu Li finally spoke. "My affairs are none of your concern." She hadn't expected him to be so difficult. Hua Liang and Zhimi are surprised by his unyielding stance, while Zhu Li turns purple with rage. "Li Mu, do you even have any shame?" Yanmo asked, feigning weakness. "I just wanted to apologize, so why do you keep targeting me?" The crowd chimed in. "Yeah, do you even know how to be a decent person?" Lai Mok stated clearly. You've made a few mistakes. First, your shop doesn't have good products. The customers came here and Lai Mok's shop earned their business. What does that have to do with you? Secondly, whether your shop closes, goes bankrupt, or your employees have enough to eat has nothing to do with me. A shop like yours is better off closed. Julie cursed, accusing her of malicious competition and harming others in the industry. He pointed at her, asking if she ruled the underground city. If you're not convinced, go ahead and report me to the city lord, the fickle crowd chimed in. That's right. The city lord has always been fair. If Li Mu really had problems, he would have been punished long ago. Jimmy threatened him. Julie, if you slander Lai Mok Lam onto the city lord, you're done for if he investigates. What's wrong? If the city lord really punishes me, my family definitely won't care. But then Mo just had to interfere. Everyone calm down. Why are you all so on edge? Lai Mok rebukes her. Third, madam, my affairs with the Mu family are none of your concern as an outsider. You want to be an elder? His words dripped with disdain, implying she was unworthy. Negotiate, you say? Fine. If the heads of the three great clans come themselves, I'll consider whether or not to meet. As Mo Lin put him on the spot, she asked, how dare he do this? The power of the three great clans is beyond his imagination. Offending them all, would the capital still have a place for him? Why risk your own life to test them? The crowd whispered, already thinking of the other party. Yanmo is truly a kind beauty. A living bodhisattva? The situation is chaotic, but Li Mu doesn't lose his composure when facing her, and Yanmo's attitude is sincere enough. Hearing them, Li Mu found it all ridiculous. Decorum? Why should I show grace to a woman like her? Only me is afraid? Mokthu knows that if Mok Lai can't hold back in strikes, right and wrong will no longer matter. People will only care that Mu Li hit a woman. Even Rumo is waiting for him to make a move. Go on, hit me. That'll give the three great families all the excuse they need to attack. As Mu Li approached, she feigned fear, asking, Young Master Mu Li, what do you want? Secretly, she was waiting for his attack, ready to play her part, hoping to withstand the blow and dodge the worst of it. With a sharp, cold gaze, Mu Li asks, Are you threatening me? The woman's expression changes drastically as she trembles, unable to move her body. He whispers in her ear, The Yan family, the Mu family, now that I'm making my move, who will protect you? Your acting has no effect on me. Don't waste your time. The old woman thought to herself, Just who are you? Her legs gave way, and she collapsed to the ground as he announced that the Li Mu store would hold its first auction in 4 days. In addition to the life-extending pill, there will also be a realm-breaking pill at the auction. Unless there's anything else, you're all dismissed. This sparked a frenzy of discussion. The rumors about the life extension pill were true. Those life-extending elixirs can really add 15 years to your life. So the rumors are true. Lai Mu's shop truly has a legendary alchemist. Someone boldly asks, May I ask what exactly is a realm-breaking pill? Mu Li replied, It's not that significant. It simply allows the user to directly break through to a higher realm, even up to the martial honor realm. Only Me wonders, Sister Mengqiu, have you ever seen such a pill? She replies, Never heard of it. The crowd wondered, could a breakthrough pill really elevate someone directly to the martial honor realm? Could such a miraculous elixir truly exist? And so the Lai Wood shop continued to grow, becoming the top store in Stitch Ancient City. Julie couldn't help but ask, Lai Wood, what did you do to Sister Yan? Weary, he commands them to silence and retreat, as Mu Li vows this is only the beginning. He will crush the Mu family himself. Once they were alone, Mu Li asked, Shuliang, why did you come to the underground city? He had delivered a letter to Mu Li. Lord Mu, Miss Linger asked me to deliver this letter to you. It's a long letter written with great care. Mok Li reads it over and praises, Good, your timing is perfect. At least you can protect yourself. Shuliang honestly confesses, Actually, I have ulterior motives. Do you understand the essence of swordsmanship? When you attacked, your overlord's saber art had already reached a minor level of mastery. How long have you been at this level? Liang admits that it's not just the blade technique, but also his martial arts realm, as he demonstrates a fiery aura swirling around him. The two women in Mengqiu's group were stunned by the powerful aura, a half-step martial venerable. Mengnan Shuo, what a talent! So many are stuck at the high-level martial warrior stage, and even a little progress is difficult in this lifetime. How can someone break through whenever they want? Su Mu Lai reveals that while it's difficult for others, all he needs is the opportunity, experience. The Tyrant Blade technique is mainly about killing, focusing on improving through battle. Later, Xu Liang joined Captain Mengqiu's team to explore secret realms, greeting her with, Captain Mengqiu, please, let's work together. Happily, Ming Nan puts his arm around his new friend, saying, Great, now we have another person to rely on. He humbly replied, "Not at all, I hope everyone will guide me." In the blink of an eye, the grand opening arrives, and old Lee, masked, takes center stage. Thank you all for taking the time out of your busy schedules to attend Limok's first auction. Compared to other shops where the hosts are all beautiful young women. But Limok's shop is different. Not only is it an old man, but he's wearing a mask. Who would be interested in that old geezer? There's no other way. They're the only ones who have the good stuff. Limoku's shop is putting on airs now, Trung reports. The underground ancient city has never been so lively. The breakthrough pill has driven the capital's martial artists wild. He calmly replies, "It's always been this way. So many top martial artists are stuck at the final step. Martial deity techniques can sell for astronomical prices, making the boundary-breaking pill even more desirable." Old Zhang reports the heads of the Yan and Zhou families are also here, saying they'd like to visit you after the auction. Yanmo is here too, surprised by her audacity. How dare she show her face? Lao Zhang reveals that it's also for the breakthrough pill. It's said that Yanmo has sold a lot of the Mu family's assets. Mu Li sneers, thinking that she's pinning her hopes on external forces to advance to martial venerable. Is that the Wood family's true dragon son? He begins to plot against them, thinking it would be a waste not to kill such tempting prey, and seeks an opportunity to ruin her. Elder Li has presented the first item, and without further ado, the longevity pill, which can extend one's life by 15 years, has a starting price of 2 billion. The starting price is continuously pushed higher to 2.5 billion. I bid 3.5 billion, 4 billion, 5.5 billion. A wealthy patron has locked in the price at 7 billion, and no one dares to challenge the buyer. We give up. Muli wondered why no one else was bidding. The elixir was worth far more than that. Lao Zhong explains that the buyer is the representative of the Huangfu family. Though the life-extending pill was expensive, no one dared disrespect the Huangfu family's wishes. The auctioneer's hammer fell, signaling the deal was done. He unveils the next item, announcing that the highlight of today's auction has finally arrived: the boundary-breaking pill. Only one is available, with a starting price of 6 billion and a minimum bid increment of 5 billion. Bids flew: 8 billion, 9.5 billion, then 10 billion. Yanmo shot up to 15 billion, and then Li and Rong went even higher with 18 billion. Yanmo refuses to back down, determined to obtain the breakthrough pill, especially now that the martial alliance is involved. Realizing his chance has come, Muklai instructs old Trung to relay a message to Lien, who obeys. "Yes, master." Yanmo gritted his teeth and raised the price to 19.5 billion, but Li and Rong went all in at 20.1 billion. Old Zhang peeked out from behind and called out, "Lord Lien, wait," catching him by surprise. "Elder Trung, is something the matter?" He replied, "The chief asked me to relay a message to you." Lao Zhang whispers the plan to Lian Rong, who nods in understanding. Lian Rong agrees to follow the plan, relieved that he will do as he's told. He wondered if Li Mu was truly certain, to which Elder Zhang replied, "Of course, the master's foresight is something I've witnessed firsthand." Yanmo bids 20.5 billion, annoyed that Lian Vin is competing with her, while Lian Vin pushes the price to a staggering 24.5 billion. Li announced 24.5 billion, asking if anyone would bid higher, but Mo's face paled with fear. "What? It's already almost 30 billion, far beyond my expectations." Old Li announces 24.5 billion, going once. She considers that after Yinhe's tower heist, Li Mu humiliated her, causing a breakdown, making a breakthrough to martial-honored impossible. Now only the boundary-breaking pill can help her reach that realm. As the announcement echoed 24.5 billion going twice, Lian Rong waited with bated breath. "Bid higher. Bid higher." Li Mu said if I frame her, I get the boundary-breaking pill for free. But is he sure Yanmo will bid? Even if the boundary-breaking pill is good, it doesn't seem worth that much. Old Li announces 24.5 billion for the last time. Anyone else? But Mo bitterly raised the price to 25 billion, as Lian Rong secretly rejoiced. Clenching her teeth, she finalized the deal. "I'll pay 25 billion. Old Li was shocked. Someone bid 25 billion. He was going to be rich this time. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. As expected of the Mu family, they truly are powerful and generous. Li Lao confirms the 25 billion deal, and it's a success. Congratulations to Miss Yanmo for obtaining the realm-breaking pill. Today's auction has come to an end. We hope to see you at our shop again soon. Liewood Shop, where there are tons of treasures and deals, but please, stop acting cute. You're making the customers sick. After the auction, they couldn't stop talking, praising Yanmo's generosity and envying Mu Yi for having such a wonderful mother, and envying Mu Yi's child. In the limo shop's living room, he finally arrives, and seeing the influential figures of the ancient city gathered, he exclaims, "Sorry to keep you all waiting. I wonder what's so urgent that you all wanted to see me." Yanmo said unhappily, "You finally arrived." Weibin and Yan Meng sneered, "What a thick-skinned genius. The leader of the Martial Alliance isn't usually so humble. I'm eager to see how long you can keep this up." Muli took the head seat and explained simply that the shop was busy, and he didn't have as much free time as they did. He hoped they would understand. This remark ignited a fire in Yunming. "You bastard, have you no shame?" He calmly replies, "It seems I'm not very welcome here. If you're all so uncomfortable, then just leave." Weibin wondered, "Are you trying to target our three families and leave the imperial capital?" "Mr. Zhou, we've never offended you, so why are you provoking us?" But he feigned concern, saying, "Mr. Zhou, please calm down. Perhaps the Liyan shop is too close, and Mr. Li Mu was simply careless." Ru Meng didn't believe it. "Careless? Are you really that easy to bully, Chu Raya?" Lai Mok replied calmly. "No, I'm simply willing. Do you look down on such petty schemes? Trying to reconcile again? Always trying to divide. So busy." Yanmo, restless, spoke up, "You're willing. If our three clans unite, we'll shake the capital. It's not just about your offense. If we weren't in the ancient city, you'd be dead 100 times over. You should be grateful we're in the ancient city, otherwise you wouldn't even be worthy to speak to me." "You guys are scary," he says, picking up his teacup. "I'm so scared that I've decided to visit your shop every day." This infuriates them. "What? Are you serious?" Muli affirmed. "Of course I'm serious. Weibin is threatening your loved ones." "That's right. You weren't afraid in the ancient underground city, but you have family and friends in China, don't you?" "What do you mean by that?" Muli slams his hand on the table. "Are you threatening me?" Weibin confirmed, subtly. "You could see it that way. You're not afraid to touch my family and friends. So, you've chosen death. In that case, forget about doing business in the underground city." Weibin lifted the teacup with spiritual energy, saying, "You live a cruel life." He hurled the cup at Muli, wondering if he was tough enough, as Muli calmly watched it approach. Muli could easily block it, then ordered Shu Liang to pour a cup of tea for the head of the Yan family. A fresh cup was poured. He raises the teacup in a performance, saying, "Take this." The entire cup of tea flies toward its target, filled with killing intent. Whirlpools of water, sharp and deadly, shot from the cup. Weibin deflected them with his fan, but shards of the teacup pierced Yan Ming's face. He screamed, "It's hot! It's hot!" In his mind, he knew Amat was right. With such stamina, he had to strike quickly. Rumo steps in to mediate, saying, "Come now, let's not get angry. Everyone's driven by profit. Surely we can find some common ground." Weibin has a plan. He can't be forceful. He must take advantage of the situation. "Laimok, let's put the past behind us and talk this over, shall we? What will it take for you to stop?" He responds, "Let's see if you know how to act like people first." Weibin offers a billion from each of us, in exchange for you backing down. How does that sound? Muli coldly asks, "So this is how the great clans of the Emperor use their power to bully others? So, money talks?" Yenmo raises the stakes, suggesting that if they're negotiating, they should show some real sincerity. 3 billion for each of us. What do you say, Laimok? You were so generous when you bought the breakthrough pill, weren't you? This paltry sum isn't even what my shop makes in 2 or 3 days. If you're not serious, then please leave. My time is limited. Weibin had no choice but to comply. Fine, name your price. He doesn't hesitate to ask for 30 billion per person. Anything less is off the table. They were thunderstruck. What? Meng, you're the first to object. That's impossible. The teacup shatters, much like their relationship. He accuses, "Are you robbing us? Are you crazy for money?" Muli pointed at him. "Brother, it's 30 billion plus 100,000. As Meng He gaped, 100,000 for this fake teapot? Rumo thought, embarrassed. "Brother, that's not the point." Muli gestures for them to leave, and Xu Liang escorts them out. Weibin grits his teeth and agrees. "Wait, we accept. That's a lot of money. We can't prepare it right away. Can we write up an agreement first?" Muli agrees. Xu Liang, get some paper and a pen, and just like that, he moved. Meanwhile, Weibin seized the opportunity, his fan radiating a murderous aura as he prepared to unleash hidden weapons. Muli threatens, "Aren't you afraid of the city lord if you attack here?" Weibin calmly replies, "By the time he arrives, he'll only find your corpse." Then he unleashed the fan with its razor-sharp blades. He dodged nimbly, but Meng was confident. 2 martial venerables working together meant even a genius couldn't escape. With that, he launched a kick, but he dodged, leaving the kick to fall short. Weibin joins the attack, swinging his fan, declaring he'll avenge the ancient city's master by taking Muli's life, who barely dodges the attacks as Yan Ming strikes. He remained perfectly unharmed. Before their very eyes, Mu Li vanished. Seeing him fly backward, Wei Bin ordered, "Don't let him escape." Yan Meng's spiritual energy took the form of dragon claws, while Wei Bin's fan revealed sharp blades ready to strike. The sharp attacks launched towards Mu Li as they shouted, "You bastard, you won't escape. Where do you think you're going?" He calmly gathered his spiritual energy and replied, "Run? You're the ones who should be running." They realized he had a protective technique. Now it was his turn to strike. Threatening his loved ones had consequences. The legendary three great superpowers were like rats scurrying from the sewers as Mu Li's powerful aura enveloped them. They inhaled sharply, terrified by his immense power. Without hesitation, he throws a punch at the arrogant pair, a diamond fist aimed directly at Wei Bin. The next strike was, of course, even more brutal as he pummeled them both, sending them crashing into the wall, leaving two deep craters before they fell. Wei Bin was so injured he vomited blood, yet he remained defiant. "Limak, if you kill us, the three great families will never forgive you." "Threats? Is that all you've got?" But Mo was left to plead, "Limak, don't be impulsive. The three great families are more powerful than you realize. You have no idea how terrifying a superpower can be. I told you, bring out the Mok family head to meet me, but a third party has intervened, disrupting the attack." "Stop. It's Stone, the city lord. Private battles are strictly forbidden in the ancient city." Nyem Man, covered in blood, sees him as a savior, crying, "City Lord, save us." Wei Bin was stunned to see who had arrived. City Lord Shizhong, who sternly taught them, "Have you forgotten the rules of this ancient city?" Mu Li explained, "Senior, they broke their word and attacked first. I was only acting in self-defense." Yan Meng retorted, "You're spitting lies." Rumo chimed in, feigning concern, "Brother, the City Lord will surely handle this fairly. Don't get worked up." "You call that fair? You'd rather silence me than pay up." "Where's the fairness, Xu Liang?" At his command, the man brought forth the signed contract, revealing their fingerprints, leaving them speechless. Vibin vehemently denied it, claiming the document was a forgery. Shizhong examined it, confirming the fingerprints belonged to the three of them. The old man quickly begged, "City Lord, we never signed any loan papers. You must verify this." Shizhong gave Vibin no chance to speak, slapping him across the face. He said, "If it's not a debt note, then what is it? When it hasn't even been signed yet?" But he exclaimed in surprise, Lord, today was all a misunderstanding. We will definitely pay off the debt within 3 days." Only then did the Lord let him go. Good that it was just a misunderstanding. With that, Shizhong vanished. If it was a misunderstanding, then let's not mention it again. Don't ruin the harmony. Vibin thought to himself, not only is Lai Mu ruthless, but the city lord is on his side? Yanmo scolded him, calling Wei Bin an idiot. Mu Li spoke up, "It's just a little money. Surely the three great imperial city families can afford it." Filled with resentment, Wei Bin left, saying, "So much for a promissory note, so much for a peerless genius. Limu, the Zhou family will not let you get away with this. Just you wait." Yanmo maintained a calm demeanor, thinking, "Limu, the future is long." He thought to himself that time was on his side, but if they didn't leave now, he feared their time would soon run out. Then, Mu Li gave a command to those hiding outside. "Come on in. Aren't you tired of hiding?" Wuji finally revealed himself, saying, "You're the first to drive the three great families of the capital out the door." "Wuji, I came today at the behest of the sect leader to discuss the martial ancestor's skills. But an epidemic has broken out in Miao territory, suspected to be caused by a certain sect's poison. The sect leader and I were rushing to Miao territory, but it just so happens that the Plum Blossom Hotel is hosting a banquet for geniuses, and if you want to deal with the three great clans, you'll need to network." Mu Li agreed to go. "All right, I'm familiar with the area anyway. Thank you, Left Protector." At the Imperial Capital Hotel, Mu Li gazed at the building before him, thinking that Protector Zhou hadn't mentioned needing an invitation. It seems everyone who enters here is a face of the Imperial Capital. Bang Fei steps out to greet him. "Brother Mu, you were invited to the banquet as well." Mu Li greeted him. "Bang Fei, we meet again. I don't have an invitation, but he invited me to come along. Is that okay? Let's head in together. With your strength, if you're not considered a genius, then China has no geniuses at all." The two enter the hall of the Genius Banquet, and Bang Fei chooses a seat. "Brother Mu, let's sit over there, where it's quiet and undisturbed." His appearance stirred up gossip, with whispers wondering if those hens even had invitations to be here. How shameless, a hen wanting to be a phoenix. With sharp ears, Bang Fei coldly asks, "Who are you calling a hen?" "You're all just chickens from the countryside with no background. What else would you be but hens?" he retorted. Mocking him, Bang Fei says that the capital's elite won't associate with the poor and powerless from other regions, adding that talent transcends background and strength defies status. Someone retorts, if that's true, why hasn't the infamous Wu Ji, who stirred up trouble in North Chao, shown up? Isn't it because he lacks power? No one in the capital takes him seriously. He replies, Wu Ji? Wu Ji instantly killed 2 elders of the Jiang family in Jiangnan. He chuckled. The Yun Manor has defeated far more than 2 elders. A small pond is a small pond. What does defeating 2 people even mean? Bang Fei was provoked by the mocking attitude. Brother, your logic is flawed, the man scoffed. Your reasoning is flawed. If he came to the imperial capital, he'd be nothing but trash. He scolded. We rely on our strength, not insults like you. Muli calmly advised as people arrived, voices calling out. Zhu Wei is here, stop arguing, Zhu Wei is here. He steps in to mediate. What's all this arguing about? Can't we all just get along? This is Chu Wei, the eldest son of the Chu family, Chu Heng's older brother, 24 years old, and third on the Martial Venerable Candidate Board. He's also pursuing Fu Engiet. He organized this party. Jiming explained that he said Fu Yun was inferior to Wu Ji. Bang Fei scoffed, saying Wu Ji was stronger than Fu Yun. Muli interjects, all right, you two, stop arguing. Let me introduce him. This is Bang Fei from Jingjiangnian, 9th on the Martial Lord Candidate Board. Ximing scoffs, so you're a die-hard fan of the Limitless sect? Then how about you fight the 7th-ranked Martial Lord candidate and show us how a chicken turns into a phoenix? Bang Fei fears no one. I'm not afraid of you. Whoever loses becomes the hen, Muli interjected. Wait, how about letting an unknown like me give it a try? He thought to himself that Bang Fei couldn't beat him, but he didn't want to be a chicken either. He rolled up his sleeves, ready to take them both on. Who are you? Come at me, both of you. I'll take you both on at once and show you what a real genius from the capital can do. He calmly braces for their attack. A genius in a duel should give it their all. And here comes Hiep Min, charging in with a death wish. As Peng Fei hid behind his fan, unable to watch, he knew this guy was in for a world of hurt. And just as he predicted, the guy got his face smashed. That slap sent Ximing flying backwards, leaving everyone stunned as the arrogant fighter spun through the air. Hiep Min crashes headfirst into the ground, the impact shattering the floor. Zhou Wei asks cautiously, Who are you? There's no one like you on the rankings. Muli declared himself a good-for-nothing from a remote mountain in North Province. Hearing this, the crowd is shocked. Does Chu Wei suspect he's from the northern underworld? He blurts out that he didn't expect the hidden genius of North Min to be a top 3 Martial Marquess candidate. Those behind him are shocked. A top 3 contender? How powerful. Not wanting to waste any more time, Zhou Wei gives the order. All right, consider this a warm-up for the hall. Please, everyone, take your seats quickly. The feast is about to begin. Mr. Mu, you're so skilled, so why aren't you on the preliminary martial honor board? Bang Fei asked curiously. He poured himself a glass of wine, saying, Because I'm humble. The other man broke out in a cold sweat, wondering if he was serious. To send someone flying with one punch and you call that humble? A murmur arises, telling everyone to look. The Moon and Cloud factions have arrived. She's here. She's here. Someone expresses their adoration. Moon Manor, we love you. Xiao Bai appears, jealously asking Muli if this woman is beautiful, but he blurts out, Beautiful? Why are you here? Entering the banquet hall of geniuses is none other than Fu Nguyet, the 23-year-old eldest young lady of the imperial capital's Hoang family, ranked 2nd on the martial honor candidate board. Beside her is Fu Van, the 2nd young master of the imperial capital's Huang family, ranked 1st on the martial honor candidate board. Little Bai hasn't provoked you yet, Molly, you radish who falls in love with everyone. You ask uncomfortably, what's with the radish? Little Bai, why did you come out again? She retorts, if I didn't show up, your soul would have been snatched away. How many women is that now? What else would I call you but a flirt? Muli cuts him off, saying, Shut up, I don't have any women. Fu Yue glances into the corner, sensing something eerie there. Little White sulks. Aren't I enough to look at? Why do you have to look at other women? Mockley sneered, You're flat-chested and stupid. What's good about you? What's not to like about me? Fu Yue immediately advances towards Muli. He warily eyed the approaching figure as she asked with a dark expression, What did you just say? Little Bai, intimidated by her presence, snuggled into Muli's chest. So scary. He explains, It's nothing, just a misunderstanding, that's all. I was talking to another flat-chested idiot, though it was Fu Yun who was doing the talking. Miss Nguyet, you're probably new to the capital from Bak Min, so you didn't mean to call her flat. Annoyed, she waves her hand. Not your business. Little White laughs gleefully as he gets smacked in the face. Shut your mouth, Muli snaps, but Fu Yue thinks he's talking to her. First you call me flat-chested and stupid, and now you want me to be quiet? Startled, he quickly stood up to explain. I I didn't mean that, I was just talking to someone else. Flat-chested and stupid was directed at her, not you. She's determined to teach him a lesson, so come out here and fight me. Mulai refuses. I won't fight you. Fuyue points to someone nearby. Then fight him. Fuyun promised, calm down, I'll teach this kid a lesson for you. Zhu Wei smugly fought Fu Yun, the top of the reserve list, wondering how he could possibly win. My friend from the north, you've gone too far. Just have Fu Yun come out and fight me so my sister can vent her anger. Otherwise, she'll make you regret this for the rest of your life. I won't fight you. I'd go easy on him because she asked. If you don't fight me, the consequences will be even worse. It's not that I refuse, but I'm afraid of hurting you. These words stunned Ziming and the others. This kid is unbelievably arrogant. That's Fu Yun, who can take down an old martial master. There's no need to act like that. Fu ordered, interesting. It's rare to meet such a formidable opponent. Little Yun, spar with him a bit. You're the first person to dare say that to me since Cloud Manor invited you to the arena. Come on, let me see just how terrifying your strength really is. Byungfei calls out a reminder. Mr. Mu, Fu Yun is strong, so be careful. With both fighters on the stage, the referee announces the sparring match is about to begin and asks everyone to watch closely. Fu Yun said politely, Go ahead, I'll let you have the first 3 moves. Without a word, Mu Li unleashed his sword energy. Fu Yun summons his protective technique, quickly forming a shield, but Mu Li's sword pierces right through it. He stares in disbelief at what just happened. His sword pierced right through Fu Yun, and Mu Li said with boredom, None of you here are a match for me. Fu Yun was unharmed, but instead he was thrilled. You're strong. Very well, I finally have a worthy opponent. Fu Yue asks Wu Ji and Li Mu who he is, realizing he wasn't going all out and didn't intend to hurt Xiao Yun. Mu Li explains, I'm from the ancient city, as the others recognize him as the one who raided the ancient tower, plundering the treasures of the 3 great families. We just scolded him. Do you think he'll hold a grudge? He even defeated the 7th rank on the provisional list. Bang Fei realizes no wonder the name sounded familiar, so they're the same person. Pu Van spoke hesitantly, as Li Mu's expression shifted to one of excitement. As expected, you don't disappoint. You and Wu Ji are the people I've always wanted to meet. Fu Yun jumps for joy, saying, Although I haven't met Wu Ji yet, I've finally met Li Mu. Great, I finally have a rival. Little White appears, whispering mysteriously, Mu Li, this guy wants to be you. Mok Li found her words grating. Couldn't she speak normally? Fu Van steps into the arena, exclaiming, So you really are, Mu Li? Fu Van insists, Mu Li, you and I must battle. Limo pinched his cheek, asking, We have no conflict, why fight? Fu Yun, eyes full of anticipation, said, A battle of the best, aren't you looking forward to it? You refuse? I have no interest. He insisted, No, you have to fight me. I have no rivals my age. I refuse, Mok Li said firmly. Fu Yun is using his sister as a bargaining chip. Limu, is my sister not good enough? If you beat me, you'll earn the right to be my brother-in-law. Zhu Wei paled upon hearing this, secretly furious. That fool Fu Yun can only be mine, she shouted, a mix of embarrassment and anger. Fu Yun feigns innocence. Aren't I just trying to find the perfect husband for you? What about Li Mu? Doesn't that move you? You're still as uninterested as ever. Remembering his words from earlier, calling her flat-chested and stupid, Fu Yue blushed with embarrassment, unable to speak, while Fu Yun continued to sing his sister's praises. How could you not be interested? What's not to like about her face, her body, her curves? Are you really not interested? Not even in a top-tier girl like Fu Nuyet? Has your cultivation genius turned you into a fool? Mu Li is surprised. Is he trying to sell his sister to me? She frowns, watching her brother Fu Yun try to entice her. What are you afraid of, sis? I'm just tricking him into a fight. Besides, he called you stupid. If I beat him up, wouldn't that make you feel better? He breathed a sigh of relief, thinking the plan was set. Mu Li had no choice but to accept. Fine, if you want to fight, let's go. I didn't expect such behavior from a renowned genius. This is the kind of spirit the martial arts maniac, Fu Yun, has been waiting for. A fiery aura blazes around him as he says, Lie, Mok, you're strong, and I'll have to give it my all. Helpless, Fu Yue figures that a fight between Li Mu and Xiao Yun might be a good thing. Xiao Yun grows stronger as he fights, and without a worthy opponent, he'll never break through. Fu Yun channels his energy, transforming it into a mighty golden dragon, impressing the audience with its powerful aura, truly worthy of the name Dragon Cloud of the Peerless Twins. Fu Yun unleashes a punch imbued with the power of the Huangji Jingshi fist. Moon Manor knows that the supreme world-destroying fist is the Huangfu family's ultimate technique, and even high-level martial venerables wouldn't dare to face it head-on. What is Li Mu planning? But Muli calmly watched the attack, and then the entire arena exploded. Fu Yue wondered if it was over. Her eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Muli blocked Fu Yun's fist, who frowned, speechless. Now it's my turn. Fu Van is stunned. His unique fist technique, capable of shattering even a low-level martial venerable's protective bone energy, was blocked with a single hand. How is this possible? He summons his protective aura once more, which Fu Yun can sense, a spiritual energy that seems to envelop him entirely. Staring at his opponent's fist, he thinks in terror, "Oh no, is he going all out?" His punch pierces through the opponent's defense, leaving a hole in the wall behind him. Fu Yun is struck, sent flying out of the garden, leaving the others in shock. Damn. Cloud Talisman was blown away. What a powerful punch. Cloud Talisman wonders just how strong Li Mu is. While Bang Fei is so scared, he collapses. How could Brother Mok improve so quickly? No, he must have been hiding his true strength from the start. The others peered through the hole in the wall, watching the situation unfold. Look, Fu Yun's okay. Though Van's hair is a mess, he still strikes a pose with a rose in his mouth, calling out to Lai Mok, trying to appear fine as he repeats that name. Lai Mo, Yunfu has jumped into the main hall for you. As expected, you didn't disappoint me. Though my strength is not yet your equal, you couldn't even wound me. Finally, I found someone worthy of defeat. That was exhilarating. Lamok, my supreme Yellow Emperor art is about to break through to the 5th level. You'll be no match for me then. Muli thought to himself, what would he think if he knew that punch was only at 70%? Fu Yue admired that the ancient city of Muli truly lived up to its name. Hearing that, Fu Yun grinned. Fu Yue knew that look. Xiao Yun was definitely up to no good. Hearing her brother's words, she blushed furiously, thinking, Li Mu, you've passed my test. I have no objections to you becoming my brother-in-law. Fu Nuyet quickly stepped forward to remind him. Shut your mouth, she pinches him. Fu Van cries out in pain. We're serious about this. You're old enough to know better. It's rare to find someone who can beat me. And yet, you won't seize the opportunity? The others were bewildered. Is that Fu Yun guy serious? This Lai Moku is one lucky bastard. To be married into the imperial family? Who knows how many years of struggle that would take? Xiaobai teased him. Muli, I just heard those people say that Yue Fu once declared that the imperial family's son-in-law must be stronger than her. If you dare agree, I'll tell Linger. Mukrai coldly says, Xiaobai, stop spreading nonsense. I won't agree. Someone wondered, Laimok, you're from North Min, so the Limitless? He admitted, I am the Limitless. Startled, Bang Fei drops his fan, realizing that Laimok is Wu Ji, and his idol is standing right in front of him, the very one who defeated him. Fu Nuyet seriously asks Laimok, who are you, really? He reveals his real name is Mok Lai, from North Zhou. Wu Ji is me, and Laimok is also me. Fu Yin asks with interest, you're really Wu Ji? I heard you have a lot of enemies, right? Can you handle it? Don't get yourself killed, or I'll be lonely at the top without a rival. He answers without a hint of modesty, despite her well-intentioned advice. I trust you, but don't push them too far. These superfamilies have centuries of secrets and hidden skills. The relic from his past life is likely beyond even a martial master, perhaps a terrifying weapon. Muli thought to himself, I'm becoming more and more interested in those young masters' special moves and deadly weapons. I hear you have many martial arts techniques. Do you have a gentle one suitable for my daughter? The Huangfu family is willing to pay a high price. My sister has a unique constitution that has always prevented her from breaking through, and the Huangfu family's techniques are too aggressive for her. He admits to having an art that can break through to martial honor at any time, but Fu Yue is surprised that Mu Li could discern her condition with a single glance. Fu Yun happily puts his arm around him. Mu Li, are you serious? Sell it to us. Consider it a favor owed by the Huangfu family. Just bring it out. Who knows? My sister might get so excited she'd offer herself as repayment. Fu Yue was angered by her younger brother's teasing. Little Yun, I must decline. If you have a rebirth flower, perhaps we could trade. Fu Yun replies that she's never seen it before, but the Huang family has many rare herbs, so why doesn't he come back to the Huang estate with them to take a look? He can agree, but Fu Yun is rescinding his invitation to the banquet. What party? Let them eat by themselves. Yue Fu tells Zhou Wei that the Huangfu family will cover all the costs of today's banquet, as they have matters to attend to, but he refuses, saying he can't possibly let the Huangfu miss pay, as he was the one who invited them. From behind, Bang Fei calls out, Brother Mok, wait for me, I'm coming too. In the distance, the crowd murmurs, coming to this banquet today was worth it. A servant asked, Young master, should the party continue? He ordered, dismiss it. I doubt anyone's in the mood anymore. I never expected Limu to be limitless. Go to the ancient city and tell the family head that his subordinate understands. Yes, sir. Zhu scoffed, thinking, the three great families are not to be trifled with. As for Xiaobai, he arrived at the Huangfu estate, his eyes widening at the luxurious architecture. Fun Guyet leads the way, welcoming him to the Huangfu family. Xiaobai marvels, as expected of the capital's #1 family, it's huge. Fun Guyet invited him to sit, saying, I'll go check our family's records for the herb you mentioned. Mok Lai casually sipped his tea, noticing Fu Van staring intently at him. Huh, why do you keep looking at me like that? He asked, puzzled. He replies, the more I look at you, the more I think you'd make a great brother-in-law. Mok Lai refuses outright. I have no feelings for Fun Guyet, and your sister wouldn't agree anyway. Fu Van actually gives advice to outsiders. Simply put, once it's a done deal, she'll have to marry him whether she wants to or not. He asks directly, seriously. He says you're the only person I've ever liked, unlike those ugly guys in the capital. Plus you're strong and have lots of treasures. A treasure like you is hard to find. He replies, those are just baseless rumors. I don't have that much. Behind him, Yi Hong realizes, so, Li Mok of the ancient city is the same Li Mok from North Ming. Seeing him greet him with clasped hands, Mu Li politely stood up to return the greeting, and Fu Yun blurted out, second uncle, you are Huangfu Yi Hong, Huangfu Chenglong's younger brother, the person in charge of the Huangfu family's local ancient city. He said, I heard you defeated Fu Yun. You should try to be a little more humble. Yi Hong is pleased, saying, well done, Mu Li. I highly approve of you becoming the Huangfu family's son-in-law. Mu Li looked stunned. When did I become the Huang family's son-in-law, and why are the rest of the family here? Well, hold on, let us see. They scrambled to get a look at their future grandson-in-law. Mu Li didn't understand what was happening, and Wu Ming tried to calmly ask, so this is Mu Li? The elders, along with Wu Xiang, stepped forward to observe him from head to toe, seemingly pleased. Not bad, I don't object. Seeing Mok Lai's dumbfounded expression, Tio Bach grinned. Mok Li, you look so dumb right now. The nameless royal residence is the old master of the royal family. Grandmaster, he pulled Yi Hang away. No, we need to discuss this in private. The three elders came and went like the wind, leaving Molly in stunned silence. Little White sensed their ill intentions and decided to follow them. Mok Li wondered if everyone from the Yun estate was like that. Little White returned, reporting that the old men were plotting against him in the garden. He decided to go and see for himself. The three elders schemed behind his back, noting that Mu Li was not only wealthy, but also skilled in alchemy. The life-extending pill we bought for the ancestor last time was his. We have to get him, no matter what. Wu Ming calculates that this is a golden son-in-law. If the marriage succeeds, the Huangfu family will make a fortune. Huangfu Chenglong, Fu Yui's father. Fu Yun interjects, I'm afraid it won't be easy. If Yue knew we were deciding her marriage, who knows what she'd do to us. Huangfu Wuxiang. Uncle Huangfu Fu Yun reassured, it's all right. I've just developed a new kind of sedative. Chenglong objected, second uncle, as the leading family in the capital, how can we resort to such underhanded tactics? Wuxiang coaxes, Chenglong, as long as we can marry your heir off. He objects sternly, 1 dose won't be enough. We'll need at least 2. The lecherous old men burst into laughter. You're more considerate than we are, kid. Suddenly a cough came from behind them, and everyone was stunned. Little Yun, friend Mu Li, what are you two doing here? Fu Yun reminds them, you guys are being too loud. Mu Li can't believe you'd even consider something like drugging him. These old bones should know better. Go to bed. Wu Xiang and Wu Ming feigned innocence. Let's go to sleep. We've had a bit too much to drink and started sleepwalking. Chenglong reminded him, Mok Li, if you miss this chance, there won't be another. Fu Van added, embarrassed, they were just talking nonsense. Don't take it to heart, Mok. At that moment, Fu Yue called out to Mu Li about the herbs he mentioned, and noticing her brother's strange expression, she asked, what's going on with you two? He confessed, Dad and the others were planning to drug you and Brother Mu. Hearing this, Pu Nyet's anger flared. They've gone too far. Fu Van pities the elders of the clan, for they are doomed. In the distance, pleas for mercy echo. Fun Guyet, I'm your father. Oh, for God's sake, let's talk this through. Put that down. Moon, I'm your great uncle. Let go of my beard. Hearing this, Muo Li sighed. With her sister's outstanding qualities, wouldn't there be a line of suitors stretching all the way to America? Why worry about her not getting married? Fu Van sighs with worry because of that prophecy. The divine mathematicians say that if my sister doesn't marry, she won't live past 24. She's already over 23, so she can't just pick any nobody. Mockley was puzzled. Fate is unpredictable. Who knows what heaven intends? What is there to believe? Fuyun replied, Mu. The divine calculation sect is considered divine because their old sect leader learned the deduction art from the ancient tower in the ancient city. Mu Li retorted, Didn't you also break into the 7th floor of the ancient tower and see the deduction art? He looked clueless, but I couldn't understand it. He thought to himself sternly, it's the divine calculation sect again. I'm back. Yue Fu is taking care of things. With a dirty face, Wuxiang explained, Young friend Mu Li, I was only joking just now. How could the Huangfu family do such a thing? Mu Li dismisses it, saying, It's nothing. Yi Hong speaks up, Yeah, sorry, it's over, so we'll go first. She reminds them not to do it again, but Yi Hang is still hung up on it. Uncle, are you still going to use that drug? Wuxiang is still full of passion. Of course we'll use it. We can't let a golden son-in-law like him get away. Behind them, Nguyet Mansion asked, Second uncle, second master, what are you talking about? They both feigned ignorance. No, it's nothing. The weather's just lovely today. And with that, they scattered like startled birds, fleeing for their lives. Fuyu sighs in relief. Finally, some peace and quiet. Mu Li asks with amusement, Your elders are quite interesting, aren't they? Fuyun reveals, The sweeter my sister's smile, the worse Uncle Tu's fate. She remembers, Oh, right, Mu Li, I couldn't find the herb you needed. Can we change the condition? He replied, But there's nothing I need right now. All Mu Li wanted was the rebirth flower. Without it, his uncle's illness couldn't be cured. Fuyun suggests, How about this? Grandmaster Alchemist will be at our house tomorrow. We can ask if he knows anything about it. He's surprised. The Alchemy Grandmaster. Fuyun introduces him as Chen He, Grandmaster Chen, though in the capital he's known as the Alchemy Grandmaster. Mu Li remembers him, a successful businessman from Gu City, quite the talent. He says, In that case, I'll come by tomorrow. No, you can't leave, Fuyun insisted. How dare you stay in the tiger's den? I'm afraid your elders will drug me. Fuyu says coldly, They wouldn't dare. Just then, someone appeared, calling out, Little Yue, Little Yun, you're back. And the two responded in unison. Grandpa Gu, Fuyun asked, Why are you out here all alone? Mockley senses that this frail old man is actually a martial saint as Fengming asks, This young man looks unfamiliar. Is he a friend of yours? He politely introduced himself. Junior Mocklai, greetings, senior. Yue adds, Great grandpa, this is Wu Ji. The old man is surprised. Did Yue bring him home to be our Huangfu family's son-in-law? Pu Wal is embarrassed. Grandpa, why are you saying that too? The elder replies, Little Yue, I've heard your father and uncles, and he's the only one who meets your requirements? Fu Yue is displeased. What are you saying? Everyone's acting like I have to marry him. Mu Li interjects, Senior, were you poisoned before? Fengming admits, You have a keen eye, young friend. Indeed, I was poisoned many years ago. Yunfu recounts for Old Gu how, during the chaos of battle in Miao territory, Old Gu was injured by the Five Poison sect leader using the wood spirit poison, leaving him blind and paralyzed, nothing more than a useless burden waiting to die. Yun Yue advises, Old Gu, don't say that. Grandmaster Chen comes every day to concoct medicine for you. You're sure to recover. This little one knows how to make me happy, he said, clapping his hands. Sadly, there's only a 30% chance. It's difficult. You know that compared to elixirs, the effects of medicinal herbs are much weaker, so a 30% chance is already rare. He invites me to stay, saying, Forget about formalities. Tonight, friend Mu Li stays here. The Huangfu family asked for your help, so we must treat you with sincerity. With no reason to refuse, Mu Li respectfully accepts. As night falls in the guest room, Mu Li continues to cultivate. He felt he was just one step away from breaking through to the late stage of qi training. Looking at Little White sleeping soundly beside him, he playfully chided her. So carefree, sleeping like the dead. Suddenly, a disturbance. Mu Li senses someone outside. Mu Li observes the situation outside the window, exasperated by the stubborn group who haven't given up hope, despite being disciplined by the Moon Manor, unaware that he's already moved to the branch above them. Wuxiang covers Fuyun's mouth, asking what he's panicking about, and that he's not allowed to speak here. Suddenly, a leaf falls, disturbed by Mu Li, and Wuxiang senses something. It seems he sensed someone was there just now. Is Fuyun feeling guilty and mocking him? The old man slapped him upside the head, asking how he dared speak like that. This is about your sister's lifelong happiness, Fu Van laments. He won't even let me mention the side effects. He says it'll just turn you into an idiot at worst. Perfectly normal, Mocklai thought from the tree. How is becoming an idiot perfectly normal? Then wouldn't Yuer become an idiot too? Chung-long asks. The old man pounds his chest, guaranteeing, I'll give Yue a small dose. She won't become an idiot, and it's even better if Mu Li does. Nameless instructs. We can't let anything happen to Yue. Let's do it this way. Prepare to move. The four tiptoe inside. Wu Xiang instructs that the medicine will be most effective if ingested directly, so they must find a way to knock out Mu Li. Wu Ming has a plan. Simple, you guys hold him up and I'll knock him out with a few whacks. We'll take it from there. Suddenly, Pu Nuyet appeared behind them. Father, what are you all doing here? Chung-long blurts out that they drugged Mu Li to take him back to the Huang estate as a son-in-law. Suddenly realizing who was behind him, his hair stood on end. It was Moon Mansion, annoyed. You guys are really something. So you stooped to drugging a young man who could be your grandson? Have you no shame? The faceless man cowered behind the two figures, asking, What's going on? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on him? Fu Nguyen replied. Uncle Tu is probably fast asleep on the road right now, dreaming sweet dreams. While I'm trying to be invisible, not seeing me, Chung-long starts playing dumb. We are assassins, sent to burn, destroy, and annihilate the Huang Fu family. Fu Yu advises him, Father, stop pretending. And you, Fu Yun, did you really think a mask would fool me? He pales in fear, recognized before he can even speak. He's definitely done for this time. She held up the bag of powder and asked him if he was proud of the drug he had concocted, but she had replaced it with flour long ago. Nameless hides behind them in fear. How did that little girl become such a difficult opponent? She slowly opens the medicine, saying that those who take this powder will obey orders. Let me help you test if this medicine is really effective. The four of them cried out in horror. This is bad. Wu Tuong is indignant. Fu Nguyet, you're so cruel. How could you do this to us? You're even doing this to your own father? Do you have any humanity left? I was forced to do it. Fu Nguyet brushed her hands off and ordered, Attention! The three elders and her younger brother stood still, not daring to move. She plays an event song and orders them to do a group dance to it for her, and the four of them awkwardly dance to the rhythm. I can't escape this flowery world. Maklai, you've lost this one. These old men are something, but Fu Yue is even worse, untouchable. The song plays on, it turns out I'm just a drunken butterfly. With a sinister look, Fu Yue recorded everything, planning to play it at the family party to humiliate them. He jumped down to advise, Fu Yue, let it go. If she doesn't want to, you can't force her. They need to be taught a lesson. If they dare to misbehave again, I'll release the video. 2 hours later, the four of them collapsed to the ground, exhausted. Mu Li spoke, sounding like she was out of energy. Wu Ming bursts into tears of shame, lamenting that he has no face left to meet anyone. Fu Yue, you're so cruel. Don't you forget this. Fu Yue's expression is cold. It's still early. Go back to sleep. Mu Li replied, Forget it. I'm afraid they'll drug me again when they wake up. Blushing, she suggested he sleep in her room and handed him a blanket in her room. This is a blanket and there's a sheepskin rug on the floor so it won't be cold. I want to, Mu Keli said awkwardly. Seeing him reach into the closet, Fu Yue is taken aback. What are you looking at? She misunderstands and slaps him. What are you looking at? You pervert, Mu Li. He collapses helplessly against the closet. You didn't give me a pillow. I was careless. A few minutes later, she apologized, embarrassed, saying it wasn't intentional. He held an ice pack to his swollen cheek and replied, It's okay. Sitting up, Pu Nguyet asked, Are you about to sleep? Staring at his swollen cheek, she was stunned. About my face, he replied, It'll be fine by morning and I won't make things difficult for you. Go to sleep. Pulling the covers over her head in embarrassment, she couldn't sleep. Did she really have to marry someone else? She was unwilling to accept this. Suddenly, she heard Mu Li muttering, Upper clarity, lower stability. Qi sinks to the dantian, clarity of the mind. Fu Yue is curious. What are you saying? Is he sleep-talking? He's still muttering to himself. Upper clarity, lower stillness, energy sinks to the dantian. She understood it as a martial arts technique. Molly thought to herself that this cultivation technique for female cultivators would surely suit her. Whether she could learn it or not would depend on her comprehension. She immediately wrote down these golden words. The altar is clear, the soft silk interweaves, the upper and lower halves combine. How do you write the word silk? Oh well, I'll just write it with a homophone. Hearing this, Mu Li felt helpless. She was just like Mu Xin, keeping all her feelings hidden. The next morning, the first rays of light woke her. Seeing the neatly arranged bedding, Fu Yue wondered, He's gone. Suddenly, she noticed something. A letter on the desk, and she recognized Mak Lai's handwriting. Fu Nguyet vowed to remember this. At Feng Ming's residence, Fu Yun inquired, Brother Mu, did you sleep well last night? You didn't see anything, did you? He replied casually. He slept straight through the night, relieved that his image as an unparalleled genius remained intact. Foon Guyet sits next to him, greeting Muo Li with a good morning, while Fu Van senses something is amiss. He asks suggestively, "Did something happen between you and him last night? Why does Mu Li look so gaunt?" "What? You think I gained weight overnight?" Fu Nguyet blushed and replied, "Nothing happened. We all just went to sleep." But Fu Yun wouldn't listen, saying, "I won't believe it without proof." Just then, guests arrived from the Huang family, and a voice rang out, "Grandmaster Chen, please come in." The old man heard his descendants had returned yesterday, so he went out to greet them. Master Tran warned, "The old man can't stand the cold now. You're all being too careless." The life-extending pill from Lai Mok's shop was useless. The old man's condition has worsened. How could it have worked? He wondered. "Who are you?" "Are you questioning my judgment?" Chung Long asks. "What, Master Chen? Didn't Master Tran say the old man still had a chance to be cured?" He spoke. "I have a potent elixir with a 30% chance of eliminating the poison, but a higher chance of triggering a deadly reaction, killing him instantly." Xiong Riong rejected this, asking how long the old man could last with conventional medicine. Grandmaster Chen replied, "Now that the toxicity has flared up even more, he can only hold on for another month at most." Wu Ming opened the door and called to them. "The old man has heard everything you've said. Come in first." The descendants gathered around Feng Ming's sickbed, as he weakly said, "I've made my decision." "There's no need to say more." Chenglong worriedly said, "Grandfather, please hold on for another month. We will find a way." Yamana reluctantly called out, but Master Gu reassured, "Little Yue, what storms haven't I weathered? What is there to fear?" Wu Ming makes a decision. "Do as the old man says." Master Chen vows before the sickbed that the old master is braver and wiser than most. "I will do everything I can to save him." Feng Ming concedes, "Master Chen, do it." He retrieves the medicine, a potent elixir that promises immediate effects. The old man poured the medicine without hesitation, and spiritual energy erupted in an instant. Wu Ming sensed the powerful surge of energy. Was this a success? Seeing the old man cough up blood, Fu Nungyet anxiously cried out, "Mr. Gu!" Grandmaster Tran realized his failure, supporting the patient as he grabbed half a bottle of medicine, urging, "Quickly!" But Fong Min was already at his limit. Master Tran was out of options. The poison suddenly took hold, and all hope was lost. Chung Long still held onto a sliver of hope, but we all felt the old man's spiritual energy fluctuate just now. Muli suggested, "Let me try." He immediately gathers spiritual energy to heal, striking Feng Ming's chest with a palm. Grandmaster Chen is shocked. "He's awake. How did you do that?" He explains that the poison triggered a myocardial infarction, caused by your elixir. "What did you give him?" Grandmaster Chen hands over the medicine for inspection, a secret nirvana elixir from the ancient tower. Muli scoffs, calling it a failed nirvana pill that never had a chance to succeed, which offends Master Tran. "What did you say? How dare you question my elixir?" Nameless pleads, "I've long heard of your alchemy skills, Mok Lai. Is there any way to cure my father's poison?" Than Long and Fu Van bow their heads. "We'll pay any price for your help. Please help us, Master Mu." Grandmaster Chen was shocked to hear his name. "Mok Li, you're Li Mok from Gucheng. Do you really know alchemy?" "It's nothing to write down a detoxification prescription. Just make a detoxification pill." Grandmaster Chen didn't believe it. He had always been the one treating the old man, so how could he not know how difficult the poison was to cure? Muli handed him the prescription, saying to find these herbs and he'd treat both the blurred vision and paralysis at once. "Healing isn't as easy as you make it sound," Mok Lai interrupted. "I don't know how to heal, but I know how to concoct pills." Soon after, Wu Ming brought everything he needed and laid it on the table. "Young Master Mok Lai, all the ingredients you need are here." And so the alchemy begins. With a start, the elixir rose, everything coalescing in the flames on Muli's hand. Wu Ming smells the strong medicinal scent, and Grandmaster Chen is stunned. Is this alchemy? In moments, he hands them a golden pill. He finishes and tells the old man to take it, and Fu Nyuyet immediately gives him the medicine. "Drink this medicine, Elder Gu," he instructed. "Please circulate your energy to open your meridians." Following Muli's instructions, after 20 minutes, the old man felt much better all over. Shenglong is shocked. Is the old man really healed? Ye Zhengfu is also deeply moved. Old Gu exclaimed happily, "Little Yue, I'm all right now." Seeing his clear eyes, Fu Yun knew. "Old Gu, you can see again, can't you?" Feng Ming replies, "Yes, thank you, Mok Lai, for detoxifying me and healing my eyes and paralysis." Fu Yun hugs him tightly, exclaiming, "Mok, I love you so much." He shudders, then pushes her away, asking, "Mok, Does this divine pill have a name? Mu Li humbly replies, just a common antidote with some blood and herbs added to dissolve clots and repair meridians. Chung Long is shocked, thinking, a common elixir? Then what could a high-level elixir do? Rebuild bones and flesh. Grandmaster Chen speaks up. What you're saying isn't in the great compendium of elixirs, he explains. Those are all just basic elixirs, with properties that offer a glimmer of hope, so the Nirvana pill is only considered a basic elixir. Feng Ming steps in to mediate. All right, without Grandmaster Chen, I wouldn't have made it this far. The Wang Fu family will certainly repay you both handsomely. He politely replies, no need to thank me. Just remember the Wang Fu family owes me 2 favors. The old man, confused about the 2 favors, asks, Xiaoyue, do you know about this? Fu Yun is sticking to this bet. Sis, something definitely happened between you and Brother Mu, didn't it? Embarrassed, Fu Niet throws a pillow at her brother, saying, Fu Van, can you be serious for once? Read it yourself. Feng Ming reads the cultivation method Mu Li wrote for her. That's my great-grandfather, she replies. This is the cultivation technique that Mu Li gave you. The old man was surprised. Little Yue, the Huangfu family owes Mu Li a great debt. This is a sacred martial art. Master Chen was even more shocked. Just who is this Li Mu? So young, yet he possesses such power, alchemy skills, and even a martial saint's technique. Chung Long speaks up. Nuer, come here. Moon, there's no other way. The great kindness of this young friend Mu Li is something the Huangfu family can't repay. Moon blushed, interjecting, Dad, why are you bringing him up now? He gestured towards his daughter. Mu Li preemptively says, Don't offer Fu Yue to me. I don't want her. These words wounded the beauty's pride. Mu Li, you jerk. Seeing his daughter playing dead, Thon Long was stunned into silence. He hadn't even said anything yet, and it had nothing to do with him. Meanwhile, Yue Manor is devastated by the damage combo. Sob, sob. I'm flat-chested and foolish, so even if I gave myself to him, he wouldn't want me. Feng Ming speaks up. Little friend Mu Li, from now on, your affairs are the affairs of the Huangfu family. We will forever be your unwavering support. He thought to himself, It's time, Hung. The next day, Mu Li arrived at Grand Epoch, arm in arm with 2 beauties. Long time no see, Grand Epoch. Just then, he spotted a familiar face. Mu Li stood and asked, Jimmy, what are you doing here? Don't tell me you're a hostess at Splendorous Times. Is the exploration team's salary not enough, so you're trying to earn extra at Grand Splendor? Jimmy denies it, right? Mock lie, boss. This is my personal matter. Just leave me alone. He threatened, pulling out his phone. My team member moonlighting as a hostess, and you don't want me to interfere. Does Captain Niu know about this? Should I call her over to take you home? She pleaded urgently, Don't tell the captain. Then tell me, why are you here? Mu Li asked. Jimmy sadly recounts, Actually, my family is a branch of the Zhu family in the Imperial City. I had a younger sister last year. The Chu family's second young master, Xu Heng, took a liking to my sister at the Chu family patriarch's birthday banquet, and the patriarch proposed a marriage alliance with my family. My father, knowing the kind of man Shi Heng was, tactfully declined the Chu family head's proposal. But Shi Heng killed him and abducted my sister. My sister was forced to destroy herself. I hate the Zhu family of the capital. I hate Shi Heng, and I will kill him to avenge my family. Mu Li felt like she'd seen this before. And seeing his dark expression, she grew curious. What's wrong? Let me help you, Mak Lai said, pulling her away. Sitting down, Jurimi was stunned, wondering what he was up to. He replied, I'm waiting for Shi Heng. Even if you weren't here, Shi Heng would still fall into my hands. Shimi wondered, do you have a conflict with Shi Heng as well? But the Limak shop is just a business. The Heng arrives, accompanied by the young Master Yan, who just entered, shouting, Director, bring out all the top girls in the club for me. I want to treat my brothers properly. The manager said awkwardly, Young Master Chu, all the top girls have already been reserved by another guest. Young Master Yan said loudly, Bring him out here. Who dares disrespect young Master Chu? The owner pointed to Mu Li. Young Master Zhou, he's over there. Shi Heng looked down at him with disdain. Kid, you're the one who booked all the girls? Quickly hand them all over to young Master Chu. The ladies there exclaimed in alarm. A young Master Chu, Mu Li coldly reminded him. Stay put. Don't you ladies want money anymore? Heng notices Jumei, wondering if she's new. That's a rare beauty. I wouldn't mind having her. He stops the man's dirty move, asking, You dare to leer at my woman? He boasted, Who do you think you are? I'd lay my hands on any woman, even the heavenly kings. Mu Li coldly smiled. Am I to assume you're trying to provoke me? He scornfully replied, That's right. I'm provoking you. What can you do about it? Young Master Yan chimes in obsequiously, It's an honor for you that young Master Chu is provoking you, so hurry up and get out of the way. Muli stands up abruptly, retorting, An honor, is it? Very well. His aura erupts like a storm as he grips the man's neck, then kicks him away. Now, tell me what I can do to you. The humiliation is too much to bear. You bastard, I'll tear you to pieces. Young Master Ninghiem followed, charging in. You dare hit young Master Chu? You've got a death wish. He throws a boastful punch, declaring himself the young master of the Yan family, a demanding fear. But before his hand could even touch Muli, his bones shattered, and he screamed in agony, My hand! The lackey crawled on the ground, angrily asking, Young Master Yan, what did you do to young Master Yan? Mukli casually replied, So you're with the Yan family? No wonder you're so arrogant. Hing, weren't you so tough? Get up. Unable to win, he relies on his family. You're dead meat. My brother and father will make you wish you were never born. He doesn't care who your father is. Fine, I'll just wait here at the club for them. I'm not going anywhere. But after waiting for ages and no one showing up, Muli stomped on Shiyung's head and said coldly, Why aren't they here yet? Huh? He turned to Jurimi, asking how she wanted to deal with him. She replied, Let's drag him to the back room first. Those nearby wondered, Who is this guy? He dared to hit young Master Zhou? Has anyone informed the Nghiem and Chu families? Someone already has. At the Grand Mansion Clubhouse warehouse, Jimei worried, What do we do now? I didn't expect you to act so decisively. Muli calmly replies, Do I seem like the type to act rashly? If I dared to make a move, of course I'd be prepared. Seeing Heng beaten to a pulp and still able to laugh, Are you scared yet? You dare hit me? Just wait until the Chu family gets here to crush you all. If you know what's good for you, release me now, or the Chu family will come for you. The words tasted like ash. Taehyung felt himself breaking inside. My kidneys. Chimalu took a sharp knife from the drawer and asked, Heng, do you remember Zhou Yingying? I'm her sister, and I'm here to avenge my family. Terrified, Shuyong stammers, retreating. She self-destructed. It had nothing to do with me. Jimmy declares that he must die today. But Muli advises her to wait, saying that killing him now would be too easy. The Heng froze for a moment, terrified. What does she want? Don't do anything rash, or my father will come and kill your whole family. Those words struck a nerve with Jimmy. My family has been gone for a long time. A knife plunged down, and Shuhung screamed in terror. You won't die peacefully. I'll kill you two bitches. Just then, the doors burst open, and Chu Wei stormed in, demanding to know who had hurt his brother. Lai Mok admits, It was me. What about it? He was stunned. Muli? Heng, cornered, cries out, Brother, help me! Before Zhu Wei could finish, Muli vanished. Muli, you're asking for it. Before he could finish his sentence, he was met with a swift kick to the face. Chu Wei, what are you doing, Muli? Mok Lai cuts him off, telling him to shut his mouth, idiot. As Shihung opens his eyes, he realizes this is no dream. No sooner had he been attacked than Shuhung threatened them with his family's name. Where are you, brother? The Lai, Mok, and Chu families are not ones you can trifle with. You'll regret this, but Mok Lai remained unfazed. Fine, I'll be waiting for you to make me regret it. Chu Wei, seeing him writhing and clutching his lower body, asked, Why the fierce expression, little uncle? Shihung, in agony, could barely speak. That guy, he hurt me. The third man recognized Lai Mok as the one who wiped out the three great families. Was beating young Master Chu like this a declaration of war against the Chu family? As Weibin enters, he shouts, demanding to know who dares to defy the Chu family. Zhu Wei recognizes Limu, and Hung begs him with tears in his eyes. Avenge me, father. My little songbird has stopped singing. Hearing this, Weibin was consumed by rage. Lai Mok, you truly believe you're untouchable. Young Yan urged his father from behind to crush him. Yan Meng shouts, Limu, do you think you can wage war against us with just Bei Ming's backing? From beginning to end, Muli didn't care about what the father and son said. So what? Settle it with the authorities if you have a problem. Weibin sends his men in. Very well, Lai Mok, now that you've come to my doorstep, don't think you're leaving. A few thugs charged, but he quickly took them down. Lai Mok coldly asks, Who said you could touch him? Weibin enters the fray himself. Limu, you've got a death wish. Watching him charge, he utters in disbelief. He punched him square in the face, then said, Where do you get your confidence? Weibin flew backward, saved by his bodyguards, but Meng signaled for them to attack together. The experts all attack at once, and Weibin smugly says, Limu, we couldn't touch you in Gu City. Let's see who can save you today. Jimmy warns, Boss, be careful. Some think Limu is done for. The Chu and Yan families are full of martial arts masters. Limu sighs and summons Dragon's Roar with his spiritual power. Blasts of light tear through his opponents, leaving them reeling in disbelief. What kind of technique is that? Weibin urged them on, saying that Mu Li had to die here today. The old master was on his way, and Yan Ming was waiting. When the two great martial venerables joined forces, his death would be certain. Mu Li scoffed. Is this all the Zhu and Yan families have to offer? The onlookers are stunned. He sent a martial master flying. How powerful, how incredible. Two martial venerables launch a sneak attack from behind. Brat, you're out of line. Mu Li chuckled. The old ones are coming after the young ones. The two elders of the Zhou and Yan families spoke in unison. You really don't know your place. You have some talent and strength, yet you dare to be so arrogant. There's no need to say more. Since you injured my grandson, we'll cripple him first, then Ling Ji will be executed as an example to the world. Mu Li scoffs, asking if he's only facing these two martial grandmasters. Yanjun vows to teach him a lesson, calling him arrogant and promising to show him how to behave. Just then, Fu Yun interjected, Hold on. Hey there, Brother Mu. But Jun is surprised. Fu Yun, what are you doing here? He intimately puts his arm around Mu Li's shoulders. Nothing much. Just wanted to let you all know that the Huangfu family is protecting this man. Yanjun scoffs. Can you represent the entire Huangfu family? How dare you make such a bold declaration? A dignified voice echoes, Xiaoyun is right. The appearance of the three great elders of the Huangfu family, Wu Ming, Wu Xiang, and Cheng Long, astonishes everyone. Just who is this Li Mu? All the big shots from the Huangfu family have come out. Two more Grand Martial Venerables have arrived, and Cheng Long is a staunch supporter. Li Mu has the Huangfu family backing him. Yanjun threatens the Huangfu family, asking if they really want to turn against two super families for this brat. We're always ready to turn against any power for him, he said grimly. Even if you are the #1 family, don't think you can do whatever you want. Cheng Long brought news. Well, let me tell you some good news. My father has recovered, shocking him. Wasn't that old Fong Min about to kick the bucket? But regardless, this kid injured my grandson for no reason. The Yan family won't let this go. Cheng Long looks up, defiant. Let's see. Jumi decides to retreat, saying, Kid, this debt will be repaid. I'll let you off the hook today, but Heng begs Grandpa to avenge me. He clutched at his grandfather's robe, pleading. But Lord Yun was unmoved. Are we just going to leave it like this? What a rat. It was then that Mu Li had the chance to ask, Why are you all here? Cheng Long explained, We heard about the rebirth flower, so Xiao Yun rushed here to find you. I didn't expect the Chu and Yan families to be so shameless. I mean, Wu Ming kindly reminded you, but Mu Li, I still have to sincerely advise you, and I sincerely ask you to listen. The old man patted his shoulder, advising that even as a martial saint, he couldn't roam the world freely, for these superfamilies concealed secret techniques unknown to anyone. Cheng Long agreed, adding that many peerless masters still lived, as well as forces uninvolved in worldly affairs. Mu Li replied, Thank you, I'll be more careful. What's this about news of the rebirth flower? Fu Yun reveals that a blue spirit flower has just bloomed in the outskirts of the imperial capital, and its appearance is very similar to the rebirth flower he mentioned. He knows that the rebirth flower has another name, blue spirit flower. Molly turned back to the person behind her, saying, Chimi, don't worry, Hengat will die. Return to the ancient city and don't let Captain Niu worry. She asked worriedly, What about you, boss? He replies, I'm taking a trip to the outskirts of the imperial capital. In Muli's heart, she rejoices. With the rebirth flower, Uncle Three's legs can be healed. Cheng Long ordered, Xiao Yun, the flourishing withered mountain manor is in the outskirts of the imperial capital. Why don't you go with Mu Li? He thought of one name, Xiao Huo. Therefore Yun Fu shook his head. No, I need to prepare a bit before going. Inside the Zhu family's living room in the capital, Yan Meng recounted, I didn't expect the Huangfu family to help that Li Mok kid. We underestimated him. Weibin asks for ideas, and Hia Mat responds, I have a plan to eliminate Li Mu, and I'm willing to give up 3 shares of the Chu family's assets. I have an idea. Since the Huang family is backing Li Mu, we'll use their support against them and turn them into enemies. But Mo confirms that Lai Mok went straight to the outskirts of the imperial city after leaving Thin the Hao Hoa. Mok Lai is currently in the suburbs, and Tu Bok asks him, Mok Lai, are you still thinking about Fun Guyet and Chimi? Why aren't you saying anything? He coldly reminded. My patience has its limits. Little White thought of him with women on both arms and replied, That's definitely it. Men are all the same. Mu Li sternly asked, Little White, shouldn't you be cultivating if you have so much free time? She refuses to leave your side, saying, Who knows what you're secretly doing behind my back? I have to keep an eye on you. Just then, a wave of murderous intent strikes them from afar. Xiaobai was stunned. What's going on? 2 waves of energy pressed in from left and right, and a heartless voice echoed, Lai Mok, you die now. The two old men from the Ingyam and Chu families saw the flames erupt before them and assumed we joined forces. That brat's dead, right? Let's go check. Seeing the imposing figure emerge, they were shocked. How could this be? Muli scoffs, saying they're persistent, failing to act in the capital and following him all the way here. Shumich threatened, "You're out of the capital now. Let's see who can protect you." He calmly asks if they're really determined to kill him, to which Yanjun threatens that if the Wangfu family hadn't protected him, he would have been dead already. Jumi summons his weapon and lectures him. "You brat, superfamilies in the capital are not to be trifled with." Mockley inquired, "Just the two of you and no one else knows." But Quan Kong, without hesitation, unleashed a palm strike, declaring, "Killing you here will be as if it never happened." The Huang family is even more clueless as he avoids them with ease, much to Muli's liking. If that's the case, then no one will know if you die here. It was too late when Yanjun recognized the technique, the cloud-piercing palm, a giant golden hand that crushed him. Yanjun was reduced to a skeleton. Jomi paled as he wondered, just who is this kid? He's trying to run. It seems he needs to rethink his strategy. He throws out an attack as the kid follows up. Under the cover of the poisonous gas, Jumi quietly flees. His Juanmu staff contains poison, which, while not lethal, can buy him some time. However, Muli's pursuit shattered his confidence. How could this be? With the second strike, Chumi met the same fate as his old friend. Seeing Xiaobai's curious gaze, he thought, these two old men were truly useless. "Let's go," Muli said to Xiaobai, "or that old man will come back as a ghost to get you." Startled, she rushed to hug him from behind. That annoying Muli scaring me again. As dawn broke, Xiaobai said dejectedly, "Muli, you've turned over 2 mountains all night, aren't you tired?" He replied, "I didn't tell you to follow me." The two stopped before a gate. Xiaobai exclaimed, "Muli, look ahead, there's a villa. It's rare to see any signs of people here, yet there's an entire villa." Inside, Zhang San opened the door and called out to the immortal, "Please stop, my young master has an invitation." "Don't worry, immortal, you'll understand once you're inside." Xiaobai followed him inside, marveling at the exquisite courtyard as he led the way. "This way, please, sir. My young master is inside." Yiqing greeted the visitor. "I've heard of the esteemed Master Wu Ji for so long. It's a pleasure to finally meet you." He politely said, "You have quite the taste, my friend. It's a bit lonely hiding away in a place like this." He introduced himself. "My name is Yiqing, though I'm known as the debilitated young master. My family fell, so I secluded myself here." Xiaobai chuckled from behind. "Young Master Shenshu, is he really famous for his weak kidneys?" Muli frowned. "You can see her?" They were in the Dry Glory Manor, and Yiqing explained, "I mean no harm. I've just been able to see yin and yang since I was a child." He hands Mok Lai a book, knowing why Master Wuji has come. "This is a guide to herbs from beyond the Outer Emperor's capital, but it's likely incomplete, so you can explore further as you descend the mountain." He clasped his hands in thanks. "Thank you for your trouble," Yiqing replied politely. "Not at all. Master Wuji, please evaluate Muli. 17 years ago, Wuji was just a stubborn brat, but he's different now." Zhang San offered tea and reported to the young master that Wuji was having people in North Ming investigate him, but he didn't care and told him to let him investigate. So, Wuji is actually Mu Li, also known as Li Mu, and he comes from quite the background. Is he one of the unparalleled prodigies from the Yun Manor? He's also the cursed Black Star exiled from the Mu family? Zhang, what do you think of his fighting style? Zhang San recounts that the two old men who came last night left nothing behind, so Mu Li must be a martial saint. Nathan senses the shift. The capital is about to change. Old Zhang. Tomorrow is the young lady's death anniversary, so the Yun family will likely arrive. He obeys your orders. Understood, young master. In the main hall of the Withered Glory Estate, Mu Li answers a call. Okay, I understand. Noticing someone moping outside, he asks curiously, Xiaobai, aren't you afraid of nothing? She finds Mu Li scary, and I find that person a bit frightening. Mu Li calmly replies that his soul is stronger than hers, so of course she'd be scared. Suddenly he senses a strange presence. Who is it? Something hurtles into the room. Mu Li blocked it with his hand, finding a letter tied to the dart, which he opened to find what he needed. Rebirth flower. Little Bai cried out as he saw the person disappear in the blink of an eye. Mockley, where are you going? Mockley travels to the outer mountains. The letter said to follow him if he wants the blue spirit pearl. He increased his speed, but at that moment a hidden weapon grazed him. Someone on the other side knew his name. Mu Li, on guard. Who are you? The man raised a stone in his hand, sneering, Looks like I've got a bite. The stone flies toward Mu Li, who catches it and commands it to stop. He escaped, leaving only the words, Mu Li, prepare to die, and you realize he's a death warrior. Suddenly, the Huang sisters arrive, and Fu Yun asks curiously, "Sister, why did you follow me here? You never came before." She was surprised to see him standing by the coffin. Seeing the decaying corpse, Fu Yun rushes over, shocked. "Brother Mu, why are you here? Xiaohuo, what happened?" Fu Yun accuses him. "Muli, did you do this? Is that right?" He blamed himself. "Little he, even now I can't protect you. I deserve to die." Fu Yun's attitude was filled with helplessness. His desperate scream startled the birds in the forest as he drew a line in the sand, saying, "Muli, in 3 days, we settle this to the death on the divine martial stage in the capital. Even the master of the First Order has arrived." Fu Yue sternly says, "Xiao Yun, do you know what you're saying?" Having lost all reason, he roared, "Get out of my way!" Fu Yun carefully closed the coffin, then lifted it up. "Xiao He, let me take you home." Zhang Sani asked for her consent. "Young miss," Fu Yun continued to place blame. "Yi King, if you hadn't insisted on burying Xiaohua here, none of this would have happened." Yi King silently accepted his fate. Fu Yun carries the coffin away, leaving only the words, "Yi Qing, we're not done yet." Muli hands him the stone from before, asking, "You don't blame me?" Yi King wisely replied, "It wasn't you." "Why would I blame you?" Relying on the anti-decay pearl to preserve the body is pointless now, so he throws it away without hesitation. If the Yun residence loses its mind over this, then that's all there is to them. Muli asked, "Do you know who did it?" Yixing names 3 families, the Mu, Yan, and Zhou. Zhangsan urges Wu Qi to rest early as the night is cold. Muli agreed, and Yixing gave him instructions. Old Zhang pledges his full support to Wu Ji's revenge against the 3 great families. Zhang San replies, "Yes, young master." He coldly declared, "Bullying the Jiang family as if we have no one? I'll make sure they have nowhere to hide in all of China." And then there's Mu Li. He wondered why she hadn't left yet, and she pleaded with Mu Li to not go to the divine martial stage. Mok Li coldly replied, "I'll hold back." Pu Yue embraced him, saying, "But I don't want to see either of you hurt. I can—" His attitude is firm, saying she doesn't need to sacrifice herself for the matter between him and Fu Yun, though she worries the duel at the divine martial stage will. Before she could finish her sentence, Mu Li struck Fu Yue in the back of the neck, catching her as she fell unconscious near the Zhu family's residence. Wei Bin laughed triumphantly, his face hardening as he calculated like a mastermind. Yan Minghahe only intended to turn the Huangfu family and Li Mu against each other, but he didn't expect Fu Yun to be so hot-tempered. The tournament bracket shows Mu Li versus Fu Yun, and he's overjoyed. Excellent, one of them is sure to die or be seriously injured. Even better if Lai Moku dies. Everything exceeded expectations, but pleased Yan Mo. A duel on the divine martial stage to determine who is superior, to decide life and death. I didn't expect it to end like this. Yan Meng is satisfied. Who cares if trading a dead soldier for Li Mu's life is a great deal? Wei Bin praises without reservation. Even the talented and beautiful Yan Yan, a peerless beauty, is toyed with in the palm of her hand. "I admire her," she says shyly. You flatter me, Brother Chu." Seeing Mu Li carry Fu Yue to bed, Xiao Bai sneered. "Very well, Muo Li. So you still can't forget Fu Yue," he says coldly. "Xiao Bai, if you continue like this, I will lock you in the jade pendant." She cries out in anguish, "Mok Li, you're going too far." Even as she lost consciousness, Fu Yue worried about them both. Mu Li, Xiao Yun. The next morning, Zhang San asked, "Young master, Fu Yun and Wu Ji are dueling at the divine martial arena today. Aren't you going to watch?" He replied, "Knowing the outcome, there's no need to go." Even after this battle, Fu Yun remains unyielding, vowing to destroy the radiant righteous sect. At the godly martial stage in the imperial capital, the atmosphere was buzzing, every seat filled and chatter echoed everywhere. Fu Yun has arrived, but where is Wu Ji? The one they've been waiting for finally enters the arena, his aura blazing behind him. 2 massive auras clash and someone murmurs, "He's here." His presence is overwhelming. Fu Yun declared, "Mukali, I'm not who I used to be. Are you ready?" Mukali replied, "If you want to fight, then come at me. I already told Fu Yue I'll hold back." Vi Yun remarked from afar, "I heard Fu Yun successfully broke through his cultivation technique in the past 3 days. Li Mu is done for." Ruo Meng chimed in, "That's right. Fu Yun's power has greatly increased. Li Mu is definitely no match for him. Fu Yun is making the first move. You may hold back, but I never will." He deftly deflects a punch, then mocks, "Is that all you've got?" Fu Yun, determined, throws another punch, saying, "Is that all you've got?" He cries out, pouring all his spiritual power into his fist, the fiery aura blazing towards Mu Li. The pillars light up, and the audience marvels. Look, her pillar on the platform is lit. The stronger she is, the more pillars light up. Dust billows obscuring the view, but as it clears, Mu Li emerges, saying, Fu Yun, it seems your talent is merely mediocre. He loses all reason and replies, Muke, you desecrated the grave of the one I loved most. No matter your reasons, I cannot forgive you. And as for my strength... With that, a powerful aura erupts from Fu Yun. As the remaining pillars light up, the audience is astonished. Look, all the pillars are lit up. That's considered the highest level of power in the divine martial arena. Fu Yun summons 3 golden dragons with the extreme world-shocking fist, while Mu Li counters with the Great Dream Hand formation. 5 giant hands surrounded Mu Li, impervious to any damage. Dust billowed across the arena, but Meng wondered, how could Li Mu withstand such blows? Fu Yun wondered why his opponent was only defending and not attacking. He thought to himself, let's see how he handles the next move. Just as he decided, Fu Yun soared into the sky, a technique Fu Yue recognized as the Wang Fu family's masterpiece. Gu Xiaoyun really wants to kill Mu Li, but Feng Ming remains calm, telling him to wait and see. The sword transforms into countless blades, raining down like a storm, but Mu Li below creates an invisible sphere, his immaculate saint body shattering the swords into fragments upon impact. Fu Yun is stunned. How can this be? This is my ultimate technique. He knows his own limits. I didn't expect that even after breaking through, I'm still no match for him. I lost. Wei Bin is shocked. She's channeling all her light. This is the power of a grand martial honored one. He can still fight after all that? Is he even human? Fu Yun has a request. Wait, before even making a move, can you show me your full power, Li Mu? He slowly approaches, granting Fu Yun's wish. Mu Li floated in the air, crackling with lightning, his face stern as he charged up a strike, forcing Fu Yun to flee in a panic. He exclaimed, That's a bit much. As the blow landed, Fu Yun had to hide behind a pillar. Even the pillar behind him cracks. He's shocked, realizing that the aftershock alone is as destructive as a martial venerable. Debris rained down as Wei Bin ordered everyone to take cover. Unable to escape, he was crushed by a large rock, prompting Yan Meng to curse. Damn it, why are all the big chunks flying our way? The arena's destruction brings cries of despair. Is he even human? I've never seen the divine martial stage destroyed like this before. Fu Yun exclaimed, Mu Li, you're far stronger than me, but I refuse to give up on surpassing you. I concede this match today. I am no match for him, but Meng sees everything going further than he anticipated. What? Why did he suddenly give up? Cheers erupted all around. Well done, truly spectacular, incredibly powerful. Fu Niet breathes a sigh of relief as Than Long whispers to Wu Xiang, Hey kid, can your medicine really take down a grand martial honored one, enough to cause such a ruckus? He thought that more dosage would do the trick. Mu Li frowned and asked, Weren't you trying to fight me to the death? He's doing a complete 180. Huh, I never thought you desecrated Xiaohe's grave, so how could I fight you to the death? Fu Yun slowly approached, continuing, Challenging you to a duel on the divine martial stage was only to push myself to break through. Defeating you is my only obsession. Having this fight has made me feel so much better. Brother Mu, come back to the Imperial Palace with me. I have a great gift for you. Ru Meng couldn't let his scheme fail. He wouldn't allow them to reconcile. He shouted, Wait! Fu Yun asks Patriarch Nhiem what he wants to say. Nhiem man rebukes. The godly martial arena was built by the Martial Alliance many years ago. Let's see who among you dares to take the blame for this. To treat the divine martial stage as a joke is to trample on the rules of the martial god and ancestor. Who told you that a duel on the divine martial stage must end in death? Wei Bin interjects, This has always been an unspoken rule. Everyone knows it. Then, Mu Li calls out, Lord Yumuofa, does the Martial Alliance have such a rule? I've never heard of such a thing, Lian Rong retorts. Wei Bin's face darkens. Lian Rong, you've been with the Martial Alliance for years, and you don't know the unspoken rules of the divine martial stage? Suddenly, Ping Tian joins the conversation, stating, We at the Martial Alliance have no such unspoken rule. Lian Rong bows respectfully. Lord of the Martial Alliance, he gasped. Why is the Lord of the Martial Alliance here? Even Yan Meng was surprised. Wasn't he supposed to be in southern border? Then, Ping Tian spoke. Since the Martial Alliance's establishment of the divine martial stage, it has only been used to resolve grievances between martial artists, with no life or death rules. The victory between these two young men is clear, and they have voluntarily reconciled. The Martial Alliance will not interfere in any way. Does anyone have any objections? Wei Bin had no choice but to retreat. With Master Zhao's explanation, of course we have no further objections. Yan Meng still had something to say, but he was cut off. told not to rush. We still have Plan B. If the two families join forces, even the Huang Fu family won't be able to withstand it, Wei Bin said respectfully. If Chief Zhao says so, then we'll take our leave. And so, Ping Tian agreed. All right, this skirmish is over, everyone is dismissed. They all shouted in unison, Yes, leader. Outside the Huang Manor's drawing room, Fu Yun presents an item. Look at this, Brother Mu. Mu Li takes it in surprise. It's the rebirth flower. He replied, That's it. Mr. Gu heard you were looking for this flower and asked an old friend living in seclusion in the mountains to find it for you. Mu Li thanked him. Thank you so much. He rejoiced inwardly. Finally, his third uncle's wooden leg could be restored. Having obtained what he needed, Mu Li bid farewell. I'll be taking my leave now. Fu Yun bids him farewell, wishing Mu Li well on his journey. Feng Ming stopped him, asking him to halt. Looking at his grandson's bruised face, he asked with concern, Little Yun, did you get into another scuffle with little friend Mu Li? He denies that your sister hit him, saying she thought he was dueling to the death with Mu Li, scaring her half to death. Fu Yun sidles up to him. Mok, doesn't it break your heart to see my face so swollen I can't even show it? Mok Lai replies, It does, for your sister's hand. He pointed to the wound on his neck, feigning innocence. Mr. Mo, look, I'm even bleeding. Oh, you tell my sister to go away. He scowled, his face darkening, and asked, What's that got to do with me? Feng Ming chimes in, Tonight, I was planning to take you all to the 3 great clans, but how can you go looking like this? Cloud Manor is surprised. It's just a visit? Oh, it's fine, Uncle Gu. I'm not worried about anything. As he licked the wound clean, Mu Li realized it was chicken essence. He then beat the guy up, asking if he was pretending to trick him. Feng Ming speaks to him, saying the Huangfu family has already begun a commercial attack on the 3 major families. What are your thoughts, friend Mu Li? He replies, Strike while the iron is hot. The old man asks his grandson, Xiaoyun, which family should we target first? He responds that the Zhu family was used as a shield by Yanmo, so of course they should deal with the Zhu family first. I admire his composure, a peerless genius who can remain calm even when his lover's tomb is desecrated. Excuse me, I need to take this call. Ru Meng, still fuming, wondered who had summoned the Martial Alliance chief, for without intervention, both sides would surely suffer. Yan Mo, ever ready with a backup plan, advised, Brother, don't worry. I heard that after the fight, Chief Xiaomin rushed off to southern border. He scoffed. By the time he returns, he'll only be able to retrieve Lai Mok's corpse. It seems we must advance the plan. Vaiban revealed grave news. The Hoang family is attacking my Chu family's businesses in the capital. The losses are devastating. Is this for real? Ru Meng is shocked. We were so careful to hide it. The phone on the table vibrates with a new message. He read the message, his face paling. The Yan family's businesses were under heavy attack, as were Yan Mo's and the Mu families. Wei Bin couldn't believe that the Huang family alone could bring 3 great families to their knees, as Yan Ming lost his composure and threw his phone away. Is that enough? One thing after another. Vaiban suspects there's more to it than that. Perhaps even the Northern Alliance of Li Mu is involved. Suddenly, his expression changed as he discovered something. News about the 3 great families, the Ngim and Chu families, was headlining, stating that their economic sectors in the imperial capital were being continuously impacted. The damage is in the tens of billions, just as planned. Now, should I deal with my family matters or should we move tomorrow night? He agreed, saying the sooner, the better. But Mo also hurriedly left, taking his leave. Inside the imperial capital, Mu Li curiously asked Feng Ming how they knew the 3 families had made a move. He analyzes. We searched the bodies of the dead soldiers and found a handwritten letter from Vaiban. The time and location were perfect, just waiting for us to take the bait, but we only targeted their businesses in the imperial capital. Did you take care of everything else? He replied, I can only handle things within the scope of the North Sea's power. Realizing the situation, Feng Ming says, So someone else is helping us. Little Mu Li, we're here. Why is it so dark? Fu Yun wondered, staring at the darkened building before him. How can they sleep soundly when they're about to go bankrupt? Feng Min ordered his nephew. Xiaoyun, knock on the door. He knocked with a devastating punch, sending those inside into a panic. Who is it? Is it the Supreme World-Saving Fist? The gate is shattered. Fu Yun steps through, telling the servants to bring out their master, and orders them to hurry. Inside, Wei Bin was plotting with his men to reclaim assets outside the capital, and then join forces with the Yan and Mu families to attack the Huang estate, when a servant reported, Master, 3 strangers have blown up our front gate. In a fit of rage, Wei Bin slams the table, demanding, Who has a death wish? Damn it, stirring up trouble when I'm already furious. His face filled with panic. Master, they're demanding you come out. Wei Bin's face darkened. Let's go see who thinks the Zhu family is so easy to push around. Outside, Yun Haixiong's mansion was under attack. We're in trouble. Feng Ming is helping his grandson from behind. The old man warns, Young Yun, you're being too reckless. The servants realize, this is a key domain. Go get the master. We have a powerful intruder. Wei Bin steps out, scolding, What's all the commotion? You're all useless. Joey frowned, muttering, Limu and the Cloud Manor? Annoyed, Wei Bin asks, So you teamed up and still couldn't see through that old man's strange cultivation? Has the master returned? He replied. Still no contact, and Grandpa didn't say where he was going. Wei Bin greeted him. May I ask who you are, senior? Why have you come to the Zhu family home to fight? I am Xiaoyan's great-grandfather, Feng Ming. The father and son froze, wondering if the Huangfu family was bringing trouble, old and young alike. Fu Yun interjected, Didn't you hear me the last time at Thin the Haohua? I told you my great-grandfather had recovered. Wei Bin is shocked as the name dawns on him. Could he be the Grand Devil Saint, Feng Min? Wei respectfully bowed. Senior Dark Devil Saint, we are but mere descendants. Whatever grudges there may be, we hope you will be generous enough to forgive us. Feng Ming isn't unreasonable. You're right. Whatever grudges there are, I'll hold off for now. Muli Xiaoyun, you two were the ones targeted, so settle it yourselves. Wei Bin tries to impose his morality, saying, Li Mu and Fu Yun, grudges should be resolved, not held. Do you truly wish to fight to the death? Muli throws a palm strike. Fine, I'm not afraid of anything. Seeing Wei Bin get hit, Zhou Wei cried out in alarm, and his father couldn't hold back any longer. Bastard, this is too much bullying. Attack him for me. Let the Cloud Assault Battalion take care of this. He unleashes a devastating flurry of blows, and as his opponents fall, he scoffs. This is boring. How can a super clan be this weak? Zhu Wei couldn't swallow his anger. You? Mok Lai exclaimed. Fu Yun, he's all yours. Zhu Wei asked warily, What are you planning? Fu Yun stops him, saying, Zhu Wei, your opponent is me. Haven't you always wanted to marry my sister? Now, I'll give you a chance. I'll let you have the first move. If you can land a hit on us, I'll give you a chance to pursue my sister. How about that? Humiliated, Zhu Wei retorts that Fu Yun shouldn't underestimate the Zhu family. He calmly sidesteps, causing the fist to punch only air. You're just third on the reserve list, and you think you can marry my sister? Is that all you've got? With his hands still in his pockets, Fu Yun kicks the useless man, saying he's not worthy, as Mu Li drags Shi Hung outside. He screams, Let me go, save me! Zhu Wei insults him, saying, Li Mu, my brother isn't a martial artist. Is bullying him worthy of a martial artist like you? Thrown by Mo Li, the Hung was terrified, asking what he was going to do. Save me, father. As he fell, he was met with a knee strike. Mok Lai leaps into the air, delivering another kick to the useless son, sending him crashing into the fallen Wei Ban. Anxiously, he helped his son up, saying, Zhao Hung, a cornered dog will bite. Wei Bin pulls out a wooden object. Damn it, you think only the Huang family has martial saints? He crushed the token he'd just taken out, declaring, The Zhu family has reached its day of reckoning. Save us, ancestor. Feng Ming steps forward to protect them. Get behind me. This jade token carries the aura of a martial saint. An immense aura sweeps across the courtyard as the Chu family's elder Pingji arrives, demanding to know who dares threaten his clan. Who dares try to destroy my Chu family? Such audacity. That's Ping Zhi, the Chu family's martial saint ancestor. Chu Wei is overjoyed. It's the ancestor. So, you finally brought out the old ancestor. Mu Li frowned as he asked. A martial saint? Fu Ming confirms. Yes, and now I'm going to deal with him, so be careful not to get hurt. Wei Bin pleads, Ancestor, please help me kill him. Ping Zhu assesses the man before him. Feng Ming, I see the old geezer is back from the brink. Feng Ming replies, And you're still kicking, Ping Ji? He retorted. So, you've come here to destroy the Chu family? Feng Ming retorts that the Zhu family plotted against the Huang family first. I only brought the children to demand justice. I never said I wanted to destroy your Zhu family. Even with Ping Zhi unleashing his power, is turning the Zhu family into this still not enough for you? Down below, Chu Wei trembles in fear at the elder's immense power, but Feng Ming remains unfazed. Ping Jia, don't be so overbearing. I wouldn't mind a 3-round brawl with you. The order to avenge has been carried out. Now get your descendants out of the Zhu family or we'll start a war. Wei Bin was not satisfied. The ancestor couldn't let him leave. He and the Chu family had a private feud, and now that he was a Grand Martial Lord, letting him go would have dire consequences. Bin Chi pointed at Mu Li, saying, Feng Ming, he's not one of yours, is he? Leave him here and you can go. Feng Ming, with a hint of Buddha's intent, says, Do you really think you're the boss? You think I'll just leave because you told me to? If you want to touch him, you'll have to go through me first. He's determined to take his life today. Today, I will kill this man. The two powerhouses trade blows. Feng Ming orders the two to retreat. Xiaoyun, Muli, get out of here. Knowing their place, Fu Yun calls out to Muli to run. Ping Zhi taunts his opponent. Feng Ming, if you have the guts, come up here and fight me. The old man flies straight up, as if I'd be afraid of you. A palm strike of the Huangji Shocking World Fist, a true Huangfu family technique, is unleashed and Ping Zhi struggles to block it. An explosion erupts, lighting up the night sky, and Bin Chi curses, clearly overwhelmed. Damn it. Feng Ming relentlessly pursues his opponent. Where do you think you're going? The two clash in the sky. Eat my combo attack. Let's see where you can run now. Not a chance. Take this. Bin foresees his fate. Laimok, are you scared yet? You're the one who forced our Chu family's ancestor out of seclusion. You're dead meat. Fu Yun is confident, saying, I have my great-grandfather here. Don't even think your Chu family's martial saint will succeed, he replied. Is the martial saint of the Zhu family going to protect you forever? Unless you plan to hide in the Huang estate forever. Mu Li assured him, Don't worry, I won't run. Hearing this, Wei Bin sneered, Then just wait for your death. Do you really think a martial saint and a martial honor are the same? I can't understand what you're relying on to be so arrogant. He kindly reminded him, Your Chu family's martial saint isn't here right now. He's probably learned the meaning of fear. What do you intend to do? Don't come near me. Bin knew he was no match and begged the ancestor for help. Gathering spirit energy in his palm, Mu Li recalls the past. Hung killing his mother, his sister driven to death, and Gui Jiao, who once saved him, dying with lingering regrets. The summoned sword awaits, ready to strike, and Zhu Wei is paralyzed with fear. What? What are you going to do? If you dare kill me and my father, the Chu family patriarch will never forgive you. Bin was relieved. Their patriarch had returned, but the patriarch they were expecting was being hunted by Feng Ming. Ping Zhi, you won't escape me. He replied, Feng Min, wait until I kill that brat, then I'll come back and defeat you, he retorted. That despicable Bin Chi, Ban and Laimok are overjoyed. Now, with the Huang family's martial saint trapped in the Zhou family patriarch's contraption, let's see who can protect you. You touch them and I'll mince you into pieces. Fu Yun quickly flees. Laimok, get out of the way. Laimok firmly grips his sword, launching it toward his target. Surprised, Ping Zhi asks if Mu Li thinks a grand martial ancestor can withstand the attack of a martial saint. The holy sword pierces straight through his shield. Bin Chi cries out in alarm. What? You're really bold. Below, Mu Li caught Wei Bin and said with a cold smile, Handsome Yun, catch. Pu Yun couldn't hold on, and the father and son fell head first to the ground. Mok, why did you throw them so fast? Enraged, Bing Zhu shouts, Hand them over, brat. You dare mock an old man? I'll just take them. He retorted, I am a martial saint. Surely I can deal with the likes of you two brats. Mook Li calmly eyed his opponent in the air as he charged, determined to teach him a lesson. Mu Li clenches his fist, waiting for his prey. He thinks he can take them on alone? A punch lands squarely in Ping Zhi's gut, leaving him stunned. Kid, you're boring me. That blow should have seriously injured him. Mu Li stands firm, leaving the Cloud Manor in disbelief. Why is this martial saint so weak? Ping Zhugu tries to save face. A martial saint is not someone a grand martial lord can compare to. I was just careless. Mok Li asked coldly, Just an accident? Seeing him take off his jacket, Fu Yun asked curiously, Brother Mu, what are you planning to do? Don't be reckless. He's still a martial saint, after all. He was stunned to see that Mu Li had vanished. Where did he go? He vanished. But Ping Zhi nimbly dodges Mu Li's kick. You don't know your limits. If you want to die, I'll grant your wish. The old man retaliates with a punch, but he catches his fist, sneering. You talk too much. He throws Bin Chi to the ground, saying, Down you go. Humiliated, he roared, You little brat, don't push it. The throw sends the martial saint crashing to the ground, the arena floor cracking beneath him. Fu Yun is shocked. What kind of training has Mu Li undergone to be able to strike even a martial saint? Mu Li descends with a devastating kick, seemingly intent on ending Ping Zhi's life. Meanwhile, Feng Ming remains unaware of the chaos unfolding outside. Xiaoyun, Mu Li, hold on, I'm almost out, just wait for me. Fu Yun didn't know what to say. Actually, it's okay if you can't get out for now. Bin Chi, having tasted enough bitterness and pain in that hole, screams. Enough. He summons his sword. You think you're so tough with a little power? The sword surges with murderous intent. Kill Fu Van? Worried, he tells An Mok to be careful. Bin predicts that the Chu family's ancestor is truly enraged. Lai Mu won't survive, and even the Devil Saint Chu can't save him. It's too late for you now, Fu Yun. Bin smugly holds up his phone, boasting, I've already informed the Yan and Mu families. They'll be here soon. With the three great families joining forces, you won't be going anywhere. Annoyed by his incessant chatter, Fu Yun silences him with a kick while Pingji searches for Limak amidst the chaos, ascending to higher ground for a better view. Running away? Let's see where you think you're going. The entire estate below is now nothing but ruins, as the old ancestor wildly swings his sword. Weren't you so powerful? Then fight me! Kaitian Budian, Muli muttered from under the barrier. Very well. He unleashes the immaculate Saint Physique skill. This skill propels Muli towards Pingqi high above, as he scoffs at the idea of such weak power being able to create the heavens and the earth. Defeated in one blow, he's shocked. Too fast. Muli follows up with a second kick, silencing Pingqi, who lies defeated amidst the rubble. Just who is this kid? He's definitely more than just a Grand Martial Lord. The audience's perception is collapsing. When did Grand Martial Lords become capable of beating holy martial gods? Getting up, Bing Jai prepares his ultimate move. Boy, are you forcing me to use my special technique? Muli calmly asks, you still have more special moves? Bin Chi roars. Fire Dragon Fist, death to those who touch it. A fiery tornado rages, threatening to engulf everything. Chu Wei is nothing more than small fry in the face of the great martial grandmaster, while Feng Yun is filled with worry. Oh no, the Zhu family's martial saint has fully awakened. If Master Gu doesn't come out soon, Muli and I are done for. Mok Lai's eyes flashed purple, and he spoke in disbelief. He sends a palm strike straight at the old man, asking contemptuously, So you ran away? The Chu family's laughter was short-lived, replaced by humiliation. The ancestor ran away? A Cloud Manor lackey scoffs, Is that your ultimate move? Muli approached the father and son, asking, Does the martial saint of the Chu family no longer need the Chu family? Does he have any other tricks up his sleeve? Wei Bin clings to the belief that if they can't beat someone, they'll just call on their ancestor, and as long as the ancestor lives, the Zhu family will rise again. Muli points directly at them and declares, You won't have that chance. Two streams of spiritual energy shot toward their foreheads, and they fell backward, dying in terror. Fu Yun examined Muli's hand, asking, Brother Mu, what's with your hand? I don't understand. What did you do? Feeling that he was a bit perverted, Muli refused and let go of their hands. Fu Yun exclaimed, I suspect you're not human because you're too strong. Have you ever considered, Fu Yun, that somewhere out there, people like you are countless, and even someone like me isn't rare? Mukli replies, as Fu Yun misunderstands. There's a place like that on Earth? Are you talking about some hidden sect? Mok Lai said, unamused. No, he sighed in relief. I knew you were kidding. If there were more people like you, martial artists wouldn't stand a chance. Mok Lai gazed up at the sky, sensing the Earth's spiritual energy growing denser. Perhaps this was the dawn of a new age for martial arts. Feng Ming finally escaped his prison. Little Yun, Muli, your old man has come to save you. He searched everywhere but couldn't find them. That despicable Pingzhu, now that I'm out, will battle for another 300 rounds. Fu Yun calls out, Uncle Gu, we're over here. Feng Ming asks in a panic if that wretched old man, Pingji, did anything to them. Where did he go? Fu Yun reveals the Chu family's martial saint was beaten so badly by Brother Mu that he ran away with his tail between his legs. Muli's combat power is terrifying. He beat him to a pulp. The old man punched his grandson for lying. That little liar, if you're going to make up a story, at least make it believable. Why not just say, I beat him until he ran away? Muli reports that when the Chu family's martial saint tried to attack, he was struck by lightning and injured, then fled, fearing revenge. Feng Ming finds this explanation easier to accept. You said it yourself. How could a Grand Martial Lord defeat a martial saint? Guess the kid got a little carried away. Yun Manor was indignant, thinking, he actually believes that? He continued, now that the Zhu family is out of the picture, there are still 2 women to visit tonight. A figure steps forward, coldly asking, Where to? Where do you think you're going? Seeing Yan Meng's group step forward, Fu Yun reveals that Wei Bin had summoned the Mu and Yan families before his death. Feng Min was overjoyed. It was perfect, like walking right into a trap. He was confident that the 3 great families united could kill anyone they wanted. Fu Yun cautioned, Master Gu, just be careful not to be outmaneuvered by the martial saints of the Yan and Mu families. The old man was a little embarrassed, admitting he'd been a bit careless. Muli quickly counted 3 grandmasters and 7 masters from the Yan family, but no grand saints. Fu Yun was getting restless. Could he take them all on his own? As if hearing a joke, Meng Xiang scoffed, You alone? Fu Yun, do you think being a super clan is so simple? Feng Ming stops his nephew, telling him not to be hasty. Muli took the lead, saying, You're arrogant, but you shouldn't be so foolish. He then punched Yan Meng squarely. Those on their side criticized, "You wretched cur, don't you know that sneak attacks are despicable in the martial world?" Mockley scoffs, "How low? When your master ambushed us, I didn't hear you complaining then." Lei Shu asks grimly, "Do you know where the old master went? Reveal it, or I'll send you to meet him in hell." Enraged, he commanded, "Attack, regardless of the cost." But Mockley coldly stomped on him again, causing him to cough up blood. As he kicked, the man flew like a sack of potatoes, and someone cried out, "Master, no!" Another elder was determined, "You harmed 2 generations of the Yan family. You must die." Mockley faced the 2 elders alone, teaching them a lesson as he said, "I've heard that line too many times tonight." They were beaten so badly they couldn't even fight back. Fu Yun was unwilling to accept it, but Mu Li took care of the rest. Looking at the pile of people lying on the ground, Feng Ming was shocked by the instant kill, and another elder spoke up. "Bullying my Yan family. Even if the Huangfu family is stronger, it will be their downfall." Feng Ming quickly reminded him, "Mu Li, quickly get behind me." Fu Yun scoffs, daring to speak such words when they don't even possess a martial saint. The elder reminds him that he had said each superclan has its own special moves, didn't he? The Yan family may not have a martial saint, but they possess something even more threatening. Is Mu Li realizing the elder is referring to that short sword? He confirms, "That's right, that sword is an ancient divine weapon, usable by a grand martial lord, and it can even kill a martial saint." Yun Manor is surprised. Doesn't that mean that with it, a grand martial lord is even more powerful than a martial saint? An ancient weapon? Lei Shu sneers. Getting scared now? Too late. Feng Ming is ready to fight. Don't think an ancient divine weapon makes you invincible. With your cultivation, you can only control it for 10 minutes at most. Is that why Lei Shu isn't afraid to charge in? He struggles to defend himself as Yun Muli retreats, unleashing a devastating Huangjiqin the Fist. The opponent strikes with a sword, and the old man declares, "Even your aura domain can't withstand the ancient divine weapon of my Yan family, Feng Ming. And you dare dream of overthrowing the 3 great families? Vibin heard that you were imprisoned by the Chu family's martial saint. Is that all there is to the demonic saint of Zhou?" Fu Yun asked with concern. "Are you all right, Grandpa Gu?" Feng Ming reassured him. "You're fine. Just stall them. Every move he makes with the ancient divine weapon will consume a great deal of his life force. If we hold them off, they'll be forced to use it, and they'll bring about their own demise." Mu Li noticed something. The ancient divine weapon consumes life force. He fears Mukrai's recklessness. Fall back now. He scoffs, thinking that if you're going to throw your life away, then bring it on. He activates his aura defense. Feng Ming steps in to block him. "Mu Li, get out of the way." Annoyed, he thought, "Damn it, one strike and my energy is disrupted. I can't use my strength." The 2 explosive impacts left both grandfather and grandson unsteady. Mocking him, Mu Li says that's all he's got, while Lei Shu stands frozen in disbelief, wondering how it's possible. Just who are you? How can a human withstand an ancient divine weapon? The Cloud Manor's perception has reached a new level, even resisting ancient divine weapons. "Are you kidding me?" Lei Shu spoke. "I don't care what god you are, let's see how many times you can withstand me today." He unleashes a second strike, screaming for death. He was eager to test it out. His immaculate saint physique had finally reached a level where he could see just how far it could go. His sword couldn't break Mok Lai's immaculate sage body, and the force of the impact triggered an explosion. Mu Li was unharmed. The ancient weapon's power rivaled a high-level martial saint, but his flawless sacred body could withstand it. Seeing him safe, Lei Shu fumed. "What? He used his bare body to block the attack of an ancient divine weapon?" He questioned in disbelief. "Didn't I already cut you down? How are you still unharmed?" Suddenly finding no one in front of him, he tensed up. "They're gone. This is bad." Suddenly appearing behind Xia Zhao, Mu Li's arrival caused chaos to erupt. "Boss, run! Everyone get out of here! Run!" He strikes down each enemy with a single blow. Trying to run? Too late. Streams of spiritual energy fell like meteors, causing the arena to explode. Yun Manor was scared out of its wits. "Oh my god, this is too dangerous." Feng Ming is stunned, admiring his power. Mu Li annihilated over 10 people and even withstood an ancient divine weapon. Could it be true that he sent Bing Qi running? He retrieves the sword, sensing that it is indeed a relic from Earth's ancient cultivation era, something no one on Ziwei Star would even bother with. Feng Ming congratulates him, saying that the ancient weapon is sure to unleash its full power in Mu Li's hands. Mu Li wondered if the ancient weapon was really that tough, and the old man confirmed it. Of course, even a martial saint couldn't withstand its full power unscathed, and advanced technology is useless against it. How coincidental. I happen to have a steel fragment from a sword that turned to dust in Makfu province. Let's test the weapon's durability with it. Across from him, Fu Yun wondered, what is that? He ran the shard along the blade, explaining, this is a broken piece I found. It's nothing special, just a bit sharp. The blade instantly snaps, and Muli realizes his guess was right. The fragment is a much higher grade treasure than the short sword. Fu Yun is shocked. What? Even an ancient divine weapon broke and you say it's just a little sharp? This ancient divine weapon is useless. Wait, the entire Yan family is dead, so why hasn't the Mu family arrived? Muli calmly replies, if they won't come, we'll go find them. Feng Ming instructed, when we get to the Mu family, Xiaoyun and I will do as you say. Muli, understanding, asked, you know everything? He recounted that after the battle at the Imperial Hotel, the Imperial family investigated his identity. And the Mu family and Yan Mo likely knew as well, which is why they've been targeting him relentlessly. He replied, it's fine, let's go and meet the masters of the Mu family. And so the three headed to the Mu family's manor. Yun's group knocked politely, and a servant answered, asking, may I have your names? Who should I say is here to see them? He asks, ordering the Wood family's masters to come out, saying someone's here to cause trouble. With a threatening palm strike whistling past the servant, Feng Ming urged, move! Shiren panics and yells, someone come quickly, we're under attack. All the masters inside, come out. Who dares be so insolent? It's them. Fu Yun sighs. Why isn't there even one martial honor realm warrior? He took down one of them and asked, are you guys here to be clowns? He cried out in pain. What did you say? Let go. Damn it, go get the second madam, someone's causing trouble. Before he could finish, Pu Van silenced him. He takes down several men and asks, is your master not home? Seeing reinforcements arrive, they declare, the second madam is the heavens of the Mu family. Whoever dares cause trouble here has a death wish. Yanmo greets them. So, the peerless prodigies have arrived? Forgive me for not greeting you sooner. I'm not good with words, so I'll apologize on their behalf. Don't play dumb. We're here to settle the score. But with a perfectly innocent face, she cleverly says, young Master Huang Fu jests. I'm home all day raising children. How could I have offended you? Fuyun exposes her, saying she colluded with the Yan and Zhu families to provoke a conflict between the Huangfu family and Muli. You even desecrated my wife's body and now you say you did nothing? She feigned weakness, saying, young Master Huangfu, you need evidence to accuse someone. I have no idea what you're talking about. An enraged Fu Yun interjected, I think this is just a misunderstanding. If you don't mind, please tell me what's going on, and I'll help you on behalf of the Mu family. Feng Ming warns her, a woman with such deep schemes will not have a good ending. My name is Feng Ming, known as the demonic Saint Chu. If I kill you here, let's see who in the Mu family dares to turn against me. She's flustered. Didn't Wei Bin say the Huangfu family's martial saint was defeated by the Zhu family's martial saint? Fu Yun replies, surprised. You still think the Chu family's martial saint won? Let me tell you, the elites of both the Chu and Hiem families are all dead. Mr. Mu, should we kill this wretched woman? Muli instructed. Spare her for now. Feng Ming is letting you live, so take care of yourself. Yan Mo reveals. Thank you, Senior Zhou Ma Sheng, for your forgiveness. The divine calculator of the divine calculation sect has some connection with my mother, and I was worried he would do something wrong for my sake. Thank you for your mercy in avoiding this disaster. The old man said gravely, Girl, your words carry a great deal of meaning. Did Mu Li come to mock you? Didn't the head of the Mu family lend you a hand? Oh, to answer you, brother, Patriarch Mu has taken his core disciples to offer sacrifices. If you want to see him, you'll have to wait a while. The man behind him is shocked. Is this really the Lai Mok who swindled the Mok family out of 3 billion? He whispers, Auntie, my bane has returned. How could I not come looking for you? After learning Mu Li's identity, Yan Mian sneered. Ah, so you've returned. After all these years, who knows, we might take you back. Mok Lai, the military advisor. It seems we've arrived at an inopportune time. Let's go. Yun's mansion walks beside him, curious. Mr. Mu, what did you say to her? So you're just going to let her go? We haven't even dealt with anyone from the Mu family yet. His stern face radiates murderous intent. So you're the one who killed my brother and father. Mu Li, I will make you crawl out of the capital in disgrace. In the Huangfu family's reception room, Feng Ming made his intentions clear. Mu Li, if you ever plan to deal with old Mu, the Huangfu family will fully support you. Mu Li is grateful. Okay, thank you, Senior, but I have urgent business to attend to. Yun rubbed his eyes and asked, Mr. Mu, aren't you tired? Rest and wait for the dawn before you leave. But he refused. No, I'm in a hurry. Seeing Wu Xiang and Wu Ming eyeing him like prey, how could he dare stay? Those eyes shone like spotlights as Fu Yun bid farewell, and Wu Xiang regretfully watched him leave. The next morning at Dragon Selection Manor, Cheng Ying's phone rang, and he answered it. My brother is at the door. I'll be right there. Wen Yuan was surprised it was Mu Li. Seeing her run to greet him, the young man relented. The girl's eyes lit up. Wen Yuan was overjoyed to see Mu Li return. She rushed to hug him, calling him Brother Mo Lai, welcoming him home. Only then does he greet them, "Uncle, I'm back." "Why are only 3 people home?" Qingran sighed in relief. "It's good to be back. Good to be back." Chang'an reveals. "Brother, Elder Liu is now at Dragon Spring Manor, and all those sent by the Mu family to monitor father have been driven away." Wu Sheng stepped forward, saying, "Alliance leader, have you already forgotten me? Back when the 3 great clans of the capital threatened you, you specifically asked to come to my place." It was then Mu Li remembered. "How forgetful of me. Thank you so much." Qingnian inquires, "Xiaolai, I heard you defeated both the Zhu and Yan families, and even reached the strength of a Grand Martial Lord. Is it all true?" He confirms, "Uncle, it's all true. Let's go inside and talk." After hearing Mu Li's story, he was filled with pride. "A Grand Marshal honored one. Excellent, excellent, Xiao Li, you've done so well." He brings good news. "Uncle, I've found a spiritual medicine that can heal your legs." Qingnian couldn't help but wonder, could this really restore his uncle's legs? He asks for help from Wu Sheng. "Senior Liu, please prepare a supply of food for me. For the next 5 days, no one is to disturb me and my uncle." He obeys. "Yes, Chief," Mo Li assures his uncle. "Uncle, trust me on this." Suddenly, there was a knock. Cheng Ying steps out of the gate, curious. "Who is it?" "Old man, are you looking for someone or are you lost? There are only a few houses around Dragon Spring Manor, and we've never seen a stranger before." The old man introduced himself. "Young man, my name is Mu Fengtian of the Mu family. I've come to see Qingnian." It turns out he was the former head of the Mok family, a Feng Shuan's brother and a Grand Marshal Venerable. Tan Han recognized the name. "So, the Moks are related to my benefactor, but I've never seen him before. Plus, he told me not to let anyone disturb him." His instincts told him the old man didn't seem like a bad person. Feng Shuan asked the young man who his foster father was, before a voice spoke up from behind. "The leader has ordered no visitors. Please leave, as those of the Mu clan are not welcome here." As he spoke, he sensed a Grand Marshal honored one, but his life force is weak. "Even if he attacks, I'll have the upper hand. I can't let him interfere with the leader." Inside a secret chamber in Dragon Spring Manor, he hands something to the young man. "Uncle, this is the rebirth pill. Drink it." He's surprised. "Is this really a pill?" "This is the first time you're seeing it," he encourages. "Uncle, you'll be asleep for a few days, and when you wake up, your leg will be healed." 10 minutes after absorbing the elixir, Qingnian felt the rebirth pill living up to its name, already taking effect. His brow furrowed and his body began to writhe. Realizing the danger, Mu Li tensed up. His third uncle's cultivation was not yet ready for the rebirth pill's power. Mu Li first tapped lightly on the severed leg. Then, he strikes his chest, followed by a third strike to the abdomen, all to control the medicinal power and guide it to his uncle's severed leg. He absorbs ginseng from the other medicine boxes, speeding up the refinement process and accelerating the blood essence to promote faster flesh regeneration. Everything is transferred to the young man. On the 6th day, Mu Li makes a decision, surprised that it took a day longer than expected. Let's see how his uncle's leg is doing. He palpates the young man's new foot, checking it over. Perfect tendons and bones, flowing blood and energy. Success. Excellent, it's completely normal. Now we just wait for Uncle 3 to wake up. Outside, Yuan waited anxiously. Why haven't Brother Yi and Father come out yet? It's already the 6th day. Could something have happened to them? Inside, Mu Li is overjoyed to see Qingnian awake. "Uncle, you're awake?" He hadn't even finished refining yet. "Xiao Li, my legs have really grown back," he cautioned him. "Uncle, take it easy." Tan Nian slowly takes small steps, saying, "Wonderful, wonderful, thank you, Xiao Li." Seeing this, Cheng Ying was deeply moved. "Foster father, your legs are healed," he replied. "It's all thanks to Xiao Li. I thought I'd be in a wheelchair for the rest of my life." Cheng Anch remembered, "That's right, foster father. An old man named Mu Fengtian has come here several times, and he's here again today. Senior Liu is stopping him outside." Tan Nian was anxious when he heard the name. "Feng Tian, quickly, take me to him." Mu Li instructed. "Take our third uncle there. His legs are still recovering. I'll find him a cane." He was surprised. "Xiao Li, your nephew replied, 'It's okay, third uncle, just go.'" From outside, Feng Tian asks, "Why are you stopping me? I don't mean any harm." Wu Sheng was simply doing his duty. If entry is forbidden, then it is forbidden. Cheng Ying said to him, "Senior Liu, my godfather said to let the old man in." Only then did Wu Sheng step aside. "If that's the case, then please come in." Feng Tian clasped his hands in gratitude. Sorry for the trouble. See, foster father. Vien carefully put on the new shoes and said, I told you, new shoes would do the trick. Mok Lai, you're amazing. The young man replied, Thank Vien for putting on my shoes. Then a voice called out to him. He exclaimed, Father! Feng Tian stared blankly at the young man. Your legs, he replied. My legs have been healed. Please have a seat. The old man curiously asked, Is medical technology really that advanced these days? Where did you get treated? He revealed, Father, this has nothing to do with medical technology. It was Mok Lai who used a miraculous plant to heal me these past few days. He found it hard to believe. After Mok Lai's father passed, her personality changed completely and she never studied magic. So how could she have such abilities? Thanks, Nayin. Is Mok Lai here right now? Bring him here. I want to speak with him. Qingran replied, Yes, Chungying, go and fetch Xiaoli. Chungying returned to the secret chamber to find it empty. Where was righteous brother? He noticed a letter, its contents etched with the words, This is Uncle Three's staff. I have urgent business. At Qingping Ancient City, others noticed Mu Li and whispered, Look, it's Li Mu. Rumor has it that Lai Mok is actually Wu Ji, whose real name is Mok Lai, and has a complicated relationship with the Mok family. She focused, assigning each task. Man, Nam, move this. Take it to the shop tomorrow. Chimi wondered, Why are there 13 crates of scrap stones? That's a lot. Mengqiu explained, the boss once found spirit stones in broken stones. So many people come to the shop wanting to gamble on stones. It's cheap and kills time. Jumi still doesn't believe in gambling. Can you really strike it rich overnight with these stones? She replied, The odds of finding spirit stones in these broken rocks are 1 in 10,000, so there's always a chance. Seeing Mu Li, her eyes lit up. Boss, you're back? Seeing the clutter, he asked, Doesn't the shop have a warehouse? If we fill this place up, where will we live? Manly reports, boss. Many brothers want to join our exploration team, increasing efficiency, and the warehouse is overflowing. Mu Li suggests expanding the warehouse and planting some greenery, saying it's awful to keep these things inside. He treasures these items. Boss, this is all money. How can money be disgusting? Mengyu reports the situation. Boss, recently 2 people came to Gu City looking for you, wanting to join our exploration team. I already refused them. They're surnamed Yu, a man and a woman, and currently work for Elder Zhang and Elder Li. Mu Li acknowledged, Understood, carry on with your work. Jimi hesitated, wanting to say something, and mustered the courage to pull his hand, asking, Boss, I heard about what happened in the Imperial City. Your brother has answered. Xiang is dead. The Zhu family has also fallen, so you don't need to worry anymore. Looking at his back, she wondered, with a background as prominent as his, what kind of person would be worthy of him? Just then, a group of people came to cause trouble, demanding refunds for their wasted money, saying they had always trusted the Lai Mok store. Why are you trying to scam me with this garbage? With such a crowd, what's going on? The outsiders pressed their advantage. Isn't this just a roadside daisy, and you dare try to swindle me out of 5 million? Led by Dai Hotch, the troublemakers falsely claimed that Lai Mok's shop was selling worthless items to customers, falsely advertising their ability to cleanse the liver and brighten the eyes. Mu Li thought to herself that the wild chrysanthemum does indeed purify the liver and brighten the eyes. The man excitedly grabbed the employee by the collar. Did you all hear that? Get your manager out here. You dare bring this wildflower here to cause trouble? Muke asked, approaching him. Who are you? Bringing wildflowers to extort Lai Mok's store, how audacious. Xu Liang felt relieved when he arrived. Xiaodong happily calls out to Master Mu, while Dahe Sujiao retorts, This is what I bought at the Lai Mu store. There's camera footage to prove it. Anyone who buys something at Lai Mok gets a receipt. Where's your receipt? If it's fake, we'll pay you 10 times the price. Unable to produce a receipt, the man tries to weasel his way out, asking, Who do you think you are? Trying to defend Lai Mok's shop? Call the manager out here for a 3-way confrontation. Moulet slaps him and says, Who am I? Take a guess. Dahach, holding his cheek, wondered, How dare he hit someone from the ancient city? His follower cursed, Damn it, you dare hit my brother? The elders of Gu City will kill you. Mu Li then kicks the man again, sending him flying backward. Mu Li threatens, his words laced with venom. He'd do more than just beat him. He'd kill him. Isn't it just a matter of paying some money? If you still have the strength to talk, hurry back and tell your master. Spare me your tiresome games. Hyo Dong is moved to see you after so long. Mr. Mok is as cool as ever. Xu Liang wondered if his sister was crazy, as she said, Can't you be serious for once? I want to win Mr. Mu's heart, fair and square. Mu Li asks directly, Xiaotong, what are you doing here from the northern continent? Xiaotong shyly looks at him, saying that with the help of the Infinite Sutra, they and the exploration team will be safe in the mystic realm. Muli introduces Xu Liang, saying that the siblings specialize in medicine and defense and can greatly help the exploration team, and that he will be responsible for protecting them from now on. Muli wondered where Elder Zhang and Elder Li were, to which he replied, "The shop has to stock up twice a day. Zhang and Li are probably in the warehouse, checking inventory. He has an invitation. Are you interested in joining me to see the treasures of other shops?" Hearing this, they were surprised. "Isn't our shop's merchandise the best already? What treasures could other shops possibly have?" He invites them to gamble on stones, and Xiaotong is eager to go. "I want to go too," said Xiaoxiong. "I'm going too." And with that, the four of them headed to the Mu family's stone gambling arena in the ancient city. Xu Lang shouted, "Make way! Make way!" The shop employees were in a frenzy at the sight of Muli. "Go get the second master, quick. That jinx is back. Good heavens, if Muli is here to gamble on stones, what treasures are left? And he's already picked out a pile. Okay, I'll just take these few." The stone splitter is stunned for a moment. "Why are you rushing me? Pack him up. Hurry and get your manager. I have other things to do." Feng Chun came out cursing. "Li Mu, do you want to bankrupt the Mu family's stone gambling arena? I won't sell you a single piece." You retort, "If I find something good, I make money, and you don't lose anything, so name your price." His attitude was firm. "I told you I'm not selling. There's definitely something good in that batch of stones, and I absolutely can't sell it to him." Mok Lai sneered, "Don't tell me the super family of Mok can't afford it. The Mu family won't sell me rough stones, meaning they want to monopolize the one I've got my eye on. Who does business like that?" The others chime in, recalling how they sold raw stones to Lai Mok for just 200,000 per piece last time. "That's right, and the stone tablets too, they're worth a lot. Feng Chun offered 20 million per piece for low-grade raw stones and 200 million for high-grade. Do you want to buy more?" Muli refused, saying those worthless rocks were being priced way too high. "Let's go." He smugly puts away the stones the boy chose, certain they contain something good. The employee agreed. Yes. Young master, as the stones were cut to pieces, they were stunned. The young master really didn't get anything this time? Could it be that none of these stones are any good, not even the ones Li Mu chose? Knowing he'd been set up, Feng Chun slammed the table and ordered everyone out. "Get out! Get out!" The others scoffed, saying they were selling low-grade rough stones for 200,000 apiece. What a swindler. Lai Mok is a master stone gambler. Let's go somewhere else. He's shaking with rage. That Lai Mo is really something. I swear I'll never let him live this down. On Than Van Ancient City Street, Mok Lai waits in a hidden alley. Shilian delivers the goods. "The Chu family boss told me to give you this. The people at the Chu family shop said they've cut ties with the Chu family in the capital. They won't bother you again, and they're offering you an additional 50% of their annual profits." Muli is satisfied. They know how to handle things. Just then, Xiaotong arrives to call Master Mu. Muli inquired, "Xiaotong, Xiaoxiong, do you have any news?" She reported, "Mr. Mu, we just went over there and saw the Nguyen family's shop is kicking out customers and posting a notice." Mok Lai wondered, "Ko Than, what does it say?" Xiaotong reports that the internal shops of the Yan family have temporarily suspended business, saying, "Mr. Mu, they're afraid you'll come to their shops." Xiaoxiong recognizes their scheme. Kill the chicken to scare the monkey. Gao Ming, truly brilliant. Muli knew that Yan Mo was the only one left in charge, and she chose to avoid confronting him in order to minimize losses. Suddenly, his phone rang. Muli answers the phone. "Hello, uncle, what's up?" He's calling him back. "Xiao Li, come back here. Your grandfather wants to see you." Muli entrusted them to Xu Liang, saying he had business to attend to. He thought to himself that his third uncle had helped his family a lot, and he couldn't let him down no matter what. Returning to Dragon Spring Manor, Wu Sheng handed him a letter. "Sect leader, this was delivered by a man sent by the Thanhu young master, and it says, 'The fairest tree feels the axe, the tallest tree catches the wind.' Someone from the four sects is watching. Mok Lai wonders if it's the four hidden sects." Wu Sheng suggested that he return to Beiming, where they could protect him with all their might, but he refused, saying there was no need. They'd just have to meet soldiers with generals and dams for floods. Seeing the two suitcases outside, he wondered, "Someone's here? Why are the bags left outside?" The young man inside must think little Lai is back. Stepping inside, Muli was surprised to see Xiaoxin's mother, and both Mu Xin and Chen Yuan happily greeted him. Chen Yuan introduces him. "Xiaoli, this is your grandfather." But before he can even sit, Xiaoli asks why they've come to Longquan Mountain Manor. Feng Tian clears his throat, answering that he sent for them. With a cold expression, Muli asked, "What do you mean?" Seeing his unusual attitude, Mu Xin couldn't help but call out to him. The old man looked at his descendants with sorrowful eyes, saying he was old and didn't have much time left, and that he had only 2 wishes. First, he wishes for the young man's legs to be healed, which has already come true thanks to Xiaoli, and second, he wants them to return to the Mu family in the capital, as he feels responsible for their unjust exile and suffering for over a decade. During this ancestral rite, the Mu family offended a terrifying young man named Li Mu, who is backed by the Huangfu family. He wished that person was Lai, given the similarity in their names. Lai frowned, deciding against revealing his identity. Feng Tian is determined, forget it. While I still have some life left in me, I'll take this opportunity to rebuild the Mu family. Tomorrow night is our family party, and it's also when we welcome the children home. Qingnian hesitantly asks, Father, what about the others with such short notice? He firmly replied, My mind is made up and no one can change it. I still need to make some arrangements tonight, and tomorrow I'll send someone to pick everyone up. Qingnian bids farewell to his father, and Chen Yuan asks, Xiaoli, did your third uncle say you still have a prejudice against your grandfather? I'm not trying to persuade you, but I hope you can clearly distinguish between good and bad people in the Mu family. Mak Han asks worriedly if he's all right, but he assures her that he is. He knew all too well that Feng Tian was poisoned, and as he said, he didn't have much time left. Mak Lai asks about them. How have you and Mom been? We've been fine. She replied sadly that there was no news of him at all, and she and her mother were worried sick. He embraced his sister, reassuring her that he was doing well and that she shouldn't worry. He vowed to protect them both in this life, never letting anyone cause them pain. The next day, at the Mu family restaurant in the Imperial City, Feng Tian announced, Today, I want to introduce some new members of the family. Everyone wondered who the new members were, but Mo soothed her child. Heat up, don't be stubborn. The child resists, saying he doesn't want to eat that as newcomers enter, drawing surprised glances. King Ran, Chen Yuan, what are they doing here? And who are these 2 young people? Are they also from the Mu family? Feng Chun recognizes the familiar face of Li Mu and asks Feng Tian, Brother, what's going on? Why are you saying that bastard is from the Mu family? The old man replied, Those 2 children are Mu Qingfeng's son and daughter. Shocked, Mu realizes that Li Mu is also a member of the Mu family, and his cousin. Is Li Mu the same cursed star from back then? Feng Tian coldly cuts him off. Silence. Those are just baseless rumors. Today they officially return to the family. Anyone who objects can step forward and speak to the head of the family directly. Mu Li helps Chen Yuan up. Mother, please sit. There are dissenters, but welcoming them back into the family will not sit well with the other clans in the capital. Feng Tian's second son, Qing Lian, speaks up, saying that abandoning their own for the sake of outsiders will only lead to the clan's destruction. Feng Xuan was furious, thinking, Damn it, this is for the future of the Mu family. What's wrong with a little sacrifice? Thon Lian retorted, Then why don't you go and sacrifice yourself? He jumped up, agitated. I am a senior member of the Mu family. All right, my mind is made up, Feng Tian declares. Let's eat first. I have an announcement to make later. Feng Xuan couldn't wait any longer. The announcement could wait. He replied, After I speak, you won't have the appetite to swallow anything anyway. But Mo carefully cared for her child. Nian, drink slowly. Be careful not to choke. The boy took a mouthful, then spat it all out, soaking Chen Yuan's clothes. Her dirty scheme had worked, and she reveled in it. Then, feigning innocence, she said, Sister-in-law, I'm so sorry. The child is young and doesn't know any better. Please don't take it to heart. Mu Li coldly asked, A child? Nianer, frightened, nestled in her arms. Mommy, I'm scared. He's so fierce. Annoyed, Feng Tian scolds, What kind of parenting is that? But Feng Chun tries to smooth things over. Brother, why bother arguing with him? It's just dirty clothes. Chen Yuan didn't mind either, saying, Dad, it's okay, I'm fine. Xiaoli, don't be impatient. Wait for Grandpa to sort things out. Yan Mo continued to pick up food for Nian Nian. Be good and eat some more. She was stunned by his actions. Mu Li, what are you doing? Li, holding a plate of food, throws it down and shouts sternly, What the hell are you doing? She's covered in food and all she cares about is, Nian, what's wrong? Chen Yuan was surprised by her son's decisive actions. Xiaoli, my child, Mukajo acts spoiled with her. Mom, I'm still a child too. She felt a pang of guilt. In her mother's eyes, Xiaoli will always be a good child, Feng Tiantuan thought, seizing the opportunity. All right, just kids playing around. Let's start the meeting. Yanmo rises to ask for permission. Dad, I'll go change my clothes. Feng Chun agrees. Go on, dress neatly and don't embarrass the Mu family. He sneered at Mu Li. What kind of child is that old? With a displeased look, he leaves, saying, Mu Li, let's see how you salvage this later. Xinglian raises his glass to him. Nephew Mu Li is indeed as rumored, intelligent, and understanding. He doesn't know who this person is asking about? Chen Yuan whispers in explanation. That's my second uncle. Xinglian coldly replied, It seems second uncle knows quite a bit. You knew all along that he was Yan Mian's husband, didn't you? Xinglian helplessly answered, for the sake of the Mu family's strength. Meanwhile, outside, Yan Mian led someone in, saying, Father, a friend has come to visit. They've been waiting a long time. Why don't you join us? Feng Tian disagreed. Why would the Mu family invite outsiders to their private dinner? Mu Li, feigning disinterest, picked up food for Chen Yuan, but inwardly wondered if Mu Xinglian had some conflict with this person. Feng Zhuan stood up to greet the guest, inviting him to sit. The Golden Oracle wasn't an outsider, and there was still an empty seat, wasn't there? He takes note of the name. Golden-mouthed diviner, is it? His name is Li Xuan, once a direct disciple of the Divine Calculation Sect, and he asks, You've heard of me? I am Li Xuan, the Divine Calculation Sect's Golden Mouth. Feng Chun reminded him, All right, big brother, just say what's on your mind. He stood up and announced, If everyone is ready, I'll speak now. The reason I've gathered you all here today is simple. I want to divide the assets. Divide the property? Even Qing Lian is surprised. Divide the assets? Feng Xuan questioned angrily. Feng Tian, what are you saying? Old Ping replies calmly. The Wood family's power has waned in recent years. They were beyond saving long ago. He scoffed. The position of head of the Mok family would ultimately belong to the true dragon, Mok Dat. How could they call it a decline in power? King Lian scoffed. Could the true dragon son, Mu Yi, compare to a hair on the head of the peerless prodigy, Li Mu? Feng Tian, not wanting to hear them argue, concluded, My mind is made up. The Wood family's assets have already been divided. Chun, we each get 50%. Feng Chun refuses, saying that as head of the family he's accomplished nothing over the years, even bringing back bad luck, and now wants to divide the assets. Do you want the Wood family exterminated? Li Xuan interjected. Master Wood, Yanmo has contributed so much to the family over the years, he should get at least 90%. This caused Feng Tian to cough up blood, and Xinglian worried. Oh no, the poison is acting up. Seeing him stand up, Yanmo sneered. Nephew wants to solve this with force? With the all-knowing Li Xuan here today, don't do anything shameful. But Mu Li doesn't care and just smacks him. Embarrassing? Li Xuan clutches his cheek in disbelief. How dare you? What is it that I, Li Mu, wouldn't dare do? Upon hearing that famous name, Feng Tian was stunned. What? I am Lai Mok, so who did the Mok family offend? He pointed directly at him and said, My grandfather said that the assets must be divided, but we get 90% and you get 10%. He frowned. You jinx, you're underestimating me. If not for my stern face, the Mu family wouldn't be where it is today. How ungrateful. He sets up a dark magic formation with grim determination. Today, with my divine calculations, I shall act in place of the heavens and eliminate this source of calamity for the Mu family. Fine, we'll take everything, and you can get lost. Li Xuan charged forward, declaring that they were the ones who would be leaving. Two Chenkin seals hurtle towards Mu Li, who blocks them with a surge of spiritual energy. His prized attack explodes in an instant. He scoffs, so much for the famed Divine Calculation Sect's golden mouth, it couldn't even withstand a single blow. Unable to defeat him, Li Hian resorts to threatening him with karma. Mok Lai, aren't you afraid of retribution? Feng Tian reminds Yao Li that he's one of the 4 hidden sects, warning him not to make too big a deal of it and to leave himself an out. But he lists his crimes, framing him as a jinx and oppressing his family. What way out is there to keep? Lai Xian remains defiant, asking, What do you intend to do? Going against the hidden gates won't end well, Mok Lai, she says with a sharp, mocking gaze. The hidden door? I scoff at it. He punches Li Xuan square in the face, then rushes in to save him, looking worried. Li Xuan remains as arrogant as ever. Calamity Star, be arrogant if you wish. To the hidden sect, you're nothing but an ant. Mu Li realizes, so the hidden sect has many experts. He replied, Of course you couldn't withstand a blow from a master there. He retorted, Then why are you so weak? He stammered, I'm just a disciple. Mu Li is nothing to me. Just a disciple dares to threaten me. You really think I wouldn't dare kill you? Just as he was about to attack, Mu Yi rushed in front of Yanmo. Don't hurt my mother. He coldly asks, You dare stop me? Seeing his trembling demeanor, Mu Li sneers. Looks like your chosen one isn't all that impressive. I haven't even touched him, and he's already shaking like a leaf. With a casual wave, he sent Mu flying with a single blow, all thanks to breaking through to martial honor with the breakthrough pill. To think you couldn't even withstand one of my moves. Utter trash. Lai Hian couldn't bear to watch any longer. If you dare lay a hand on them, I'll make sure you lose everything. Muka sneered. Are you protecting them so much because Mu Yi is your son? Those words struck a nerve. What did you say? Qinglian stands and confesses. That's right. Mu Yi is not of the Mu family bloodline at all. Feng Tian froze. What? You're going to stop me now after I've already made my move? With a flick, he sends Li Xuan flying backwards, but he remains persistent. Calamity incarnate, I'll kill you. Muli reminds him that his woman needs to be taught a lesson. But when Mo saw him coming, she begged Qinglian for mercy, only to be met with a vicious slap and the declaration, Harlot, I renounce you from this day forth. Take your bastard child and get out of the Mu household. Li Xian could no longer bear to watch. Qinglian, I'll kill you and leave you with no grave. Muli exclaimed, Second uncle. That's the golden mouth calculation of the divine calculation sect. Dare to hit me? He sneered. What's there to be afraid of? I'll repay this 20-year humiliation tenfold today. Muli felt sorry for him. He never imagined Mu Xinglian had been cuckolded for over 20 years, a secret well kept. Seeing Qinglian approach, Li Xuan began to panic. Think carefully. Do you really want to oppose the divine calculation sect? He landed a punch filled with years of humiliation, and after this blow, Qinglian fell silent. How do you feel? Muli asked. The old man replied, frustrated, relieved, but also heartbroken. The man I've feared for 20 years grovels before him. Indeed, only power matters in this world. Though covered in blood, Lai Hian's composure impresses Mok Lai. Such restraint suggests a man capable of great things. Seeing Nianer hiding under the table, he asked, Uncle, this kid, he says he's not mine. Throw him out. He wondered, Uncle, you and Yan Mian have been married for so many years. How come none of the kids are yours? Qinglin coldly says, I find it dirty, so I won't touch it again. Feng Tian declares, That's enough. Get them out of here. As Lai Hian is thrown out, he screams, You old bastard Feng Tian. Once you're dead, the Mu family will still belong to us. He speaks up. Feng Xuan, I was originally going to leave you 30% of the family fortune to rebuild, but no more. A frog in a well like you actually helped outsiders push the Mu family into a dead end. And you think I don't know about your dirty deeds in Gu City? Feng Xuan cursed. Feng Tian, you heartless bastard. Just wait for the Mok family to be wiped out. Thun Lian, I know all about the plummeting profits of the Mu family stores in Gucheng. I just didn't know Li Mu was you. Lahian, after being fired, angrily shouts, Calamity Star, just you wait. I'll make sure you're ruined and torn to pieces. Qinglin still harbored reservations but knew that failing to eliminate them today would invite disaster. To which Mu Li casually replied, If I, the Jinx, don't open their eyes, how can I bear to kill them? Feng Tian ordered Mu Li to focus on closed-door cultivation, while here, saying that as long as he tempered his mind, his ace would far surpass the hidden masters. Mu Li bluntly replied, Why fear them? Our Mu family may very well rise to the level of the hidden sects. Thon Lian understands this, and it's true that Lai Mu is said to be a living treasure trove of techniques, and he even knows alchemy. He reveals that the techniques he'll pass on can elevate them beyond even the martial saint realm. Than Lian is shocked. Beyond the martial saint. Feng Tian is overjoyed. Good, heaven is helping the Mok family. In a century, we may truly be as strong as the hidden sect. He scoffs at a century being too long. With enough materials and just elixirs, he could create a super expert in the eyes of the world. The old man is saddened that he might not live to see the day the Mu family prospers. Mu Li declares, Grandfather, no need to worry. I'll detoxify everyone and refine more breakthrough pills, helping you all become supreme masters. Chen Yuan is very proud of him. Mom doesn't understand what you all are talking about, but Xiaoli, I'm so proud of you. Mu Li acts immediately, knowing there's no time to lose as his grandfather's poison will take effect tonight. I'll go prepare the antidote now. You know the Mu family is up against the divination sect with no hope of winning, so we have to strengthen the Mu family quickly. Besides the divine calculation sect, there are still hidden sects we don't know about, so we must develop the strength of both the Northern Darkness and Jing province. In Longshan City, in Jiaqi's room, she waits anxiously. Why isn't he back yet? Suddenly, a message arrives on her phone. Mushin sent a message with just 3 words. I found him. Jiaqi quickly replied. How is your brother? Do you have any pictures? Is he thinner? When will he return to Dragon Mountain? Maqian retorted, telling her to call him herself, as she was too embarrassed to call Mu Li. At the Mu family's residence in the capital, Mushin said over the phone, Brother, your young miss asked me to send her regards and also wanted to know if you're returning to Dragon Mountain. Mu Li was surprised. The young miss? Maqian prompted. It's Jiaki. She often asks me for news about you. Don't you two have each other's numbers? Why not just ask her directly? Muli hesitated, realizing it had been a long time since they'd last spoken. He wondered if she was asleep, thinking that the poison corroding his grandfather's lungs needed a gradual cure, not a hasty one. Mushin tells him that Jiaki isn't asleep yet, leaving Muli stunned. How did you know? Why are you unhappy? In the Hiem family's capital hall, Peng Shuan is still furious. Where does that old devil Peng Tian get off? Someone then asked, Second Master, what should we do? Suddenly a servant arrived with news. Second Master, this is from the Mu family. He irritably asked, what kind of trickery is that old man up to? The letter read, out of respect for the past, I'm giving the Feng family 10% of the estate. Here's the inventory. Please come to the Mok family in a few days to sign the agreement. Two others protested. How can we divide up just 10% among more than 10 people? It's not enough. Feng Chun tries to calm them. Everyone, please, what kind of behavior is this? But someone retorts, Feng Chun, I think you're trying to take it all for yourself. The letter was snatched back. Feng Shuan was annoyed. What are you doing? He demanded it. This fortune is mine. I'm the one who contributed the most to the Mu family. The whole family is fighting over it. Give me the notice. It's mine. Everyone trampled over each other fighting for that 10%. Stop him. Cut him off. Feng Chun, trampled on the ground, angrily cursed, You bastards. At the Mok family's small house in the capital, Gyaikai is delighted to talk with him. Well, we have a deal then. You have to personally teach me martial arts. I'm going to bed now. Good night. Muli was helpless against her energy, so vibrant. Just as predicted, word arrives that the others are fighting over 10% of the family fortune. But Muo hasn't intervened. He knows that Jinko Shensuan and Mu Yi are badly injured, and she has no time for those fools. Feng Tian asked, What about Feng Chun? The servant respectfully reported that the second master was furious, vomited blood and collapsed, but he no longer cared. Let him reap what he sows. You're dismissed. Mok Lai senses that his grandfather and uncle have been cured of their poison. Feng Dian conceded, Yes, Xiao Li, your grandfather is old and wants to pass on the position of family head. We've discussed it, and we've all decided to pass it on to you. Mula refuses, saying, I don't need it. Even in the northern underworld, I'm only a figurehead leader, so it's better for my second uncle to take the position. Qing Lian was surprised. Uncle? He replies, Yes. Second uncle is rational and calm, very suitable to be the head of the family. Grandfather, please take on the responsibility. If that's the case, I will do my best for the family. Feng Tianhai showered him with praise, saying, Excellent, excellent. I'll make arrangements for your inauguration as family head tomorrow. King Lin was a little worried, but would those stern faces and the golden oracle send people to cause trouble? Muli predicted, They wouldn't dare. Rest assured, I'll help you break through to martial saint in the next few days. Both second and third uncles have broken through to become martial sovereigns. Feng Tian was stunned that in such a short time he could help them break through to martial saint and martial sovereign in Muo Li's room in the Muo clan. The news reports a levee breach caused by rising water levels, leaving hundreds missing and causing severe property damage. On the evening of November 25, 2017, lightning struck a 1,000-year-old temple in the outskirts of the capital. This has led to wildfires which are currently under control but not completely extinguished. Little Bai is curious. Why have so many strange incidents been happening lately, Muli? Muli calmly sips her tea, saying she'll find out soon enough if she just keeps watching as the news continues to play. We've consulted experts to understand the strange phenomena of the past 2 weeks. According to the golden-mouthed oracle, these disasters are caused by evil demons. The second host asked, You mean another calamity star has been born? He confirmed that the calamity star had indeed returned. He is Muli of the Mu family, but there's no need to panic. We will gather our forces tomorrow evening to eliminate this evil star and protect the empire. Shabai was furious. Muli, how can you be so calm when they're framing you like this? Muli didn't care. There was nothing to be angry about. He'd been enjoying a half-month of leisure anyway. Just then, Jockey's phone rang. Muli, news of you is everywhere in Black Tortoise City. Why don't you come back to Dragon Mountain? I can take care of you. Have you ever considered what you'd do if your father stopped giving you money? Jockey replies, My father said that as long as you agree, our whole family will do everything we can to help. Just then, a servant announces, Young master, the master wants you to come to the living room. Muli tells Jiaki not to worry about him and that he has some business to take care of before hanging up. Meanwhile, in the Mu family's living room, they are discussing a plan to advise Muli to leave and avoid the danger. Wu Sheng agreed, saying, Yes, avoid the immediate trouble, and there's no need to fear not rising again later. Mu Li entered and was surprised to see Dong Du, asking, "Why are you all here?" Relieved to see him, Lian Rong said, "Little Li, the elders are worried. News about you is everywhere, and we're discussing getting you out of here." Mok Li replied, "Let them talk, I'm not going anywhere." Lian Rong reminded him, "Why are you being so stubborn? The Lord of the Unborn had to rush back from Miao territory overnight because of you. Don't make a mistake." Yoon understands him. "Mok, do you have a plan to deal with them?" Mu Li casually replies, "Nothing. Just silently observing how things unfold." These words petrify him. I knew it. Wu Sheng pledged his loyalty. "Master, the North Sea Army is stationed outside the capital, awaiting your command. But I do have a task for you all." Fu Yun bolts upright, ready for orders. "What is it?" Mu Li orders the evacuation of civilians around the Mu family estate, instructing his uncle to evacuate those within the family who wish to abstain from the upcoming events. Lian Vin is frustrated with his opponent's actions, unable to believe such a passionate youth could be a demon. Mu Li instructed them, "All right, everyone split up and get moving, we don't have much time." At 2 p.m., Xiaobai glared at Mu Li, who was relaxing in a chair outside. "Mu Li, you're being ridiculous, sending others to work while you sunbathe." He nonchalantly replied, "Aren't they worried? Giving them something to do puts their minds at ease." She exposes him, saying he's just being lazy. Suddenly, a servant reports that someone is demanding to see him. Mu Li realizes they've made their move. He denies that it's a woman. Mu Li is surprised. Didn't a woman announce that the Mu family wasn't receiving guests for the next few days? The servant is troubled. "Master, she won't listen, and the others can't stop her." His expression turned serious once more. "Let's go see who's being so unreasonable." At the Mu family estate, Jiaqi causes a scene. "I'm already inside and you still won't let me see Mu Li? You're all being unreasonable." Mu Li approaches, asking, "Jiaqi, why have you come here?" He introduces her. "This is my friend, carry on with your work," and they obey. "Yes, master." She haughtily says, "This young lady traveled 1,000 miles from Longshan to find you, and you left me waiting outside." Little Bai curiously observes, "Who is this young lady?" "Jiaqi, tell Mu Li to help me with my luggage." He followed, pulling the suitcase. "Why did you come all the way here?" Jiaqi retorted, "Isn't it because some pig didn't explain things clearly, making me come all the way here to ask?" He ordered, "Show her out." "Since you're here, I won't leave the capital. Go home, it's not safe here." Jiaqi is worried. "The news is full of reports about your capture. They're determined to kill you. Please don't try to be a hero." He confidently replies, "I will not die." She insists on staying by your side. "If you don't leave, I won't either." Mu Li said seriously, "Jiaqi, you are the first friend I've ever acknowledged. I don't want you to be in danger, so I'll arrange for someone to take you back to Longshan." Jiaqi sadly says, "Mu Li, do you really think I'm that useless? I know martial arts too, I can stay and help you." Xiaobai intercedes on her behalf, and Mu Li reluctantly agrees to let her stay, saying she won't be in the way. "Fine, I'll have someone prepare a room for you." "Really?" She jumps for joy. "Very well, I understand." Mu Li sets conditions. She must obey me in everything and not act on her own. After entering the house, he asked the Mu family, "Mom, a friend is visiting. Can you take care of her for a few days?" Jiaqi peeked out shyly to greet them. "Hello, ma'am. My name is Jiaqi from Longshan. It's been a while, Mo Xin." Chen Yuan waves him over. "Xiaoli, come over here for a second," she whispered. "So, how many girls are you planning to introduce?" He was taken aback. "What are you thinking, Mom?" Jiaqi wondered. "Why is she being so secretive?" She raised her fingers and counted. "You see, I betrothed Xiaoxin to you since you were little. I heard from your third uncle that you and Fu Yue are seeing each other, and now there's another strange connection." Little Bai chimes in, lifting her finger. "Hey, don't forget about me." How did she count up to 4 people? She wondered. Mu Li was exasperated. "What are you even thinking, mother? One is my sister. The others are just friends." Chen Yuan doesn't believe it, telling him to handle it himself and not to cause a life-or-death struggle. Just then, a servant reported that the Moonflower sisters had arrived with the elites of the Huang Manor. Mu Li was surprised at their speed. "So soon, and, young master, the righteous protector Jia Lianrong of the Martial Alliance and Liu Wusheng of the Northern Alliance are leading their experts here as well. The master is waiting for you at the manor," he said with concern. "Lie, your sister and I could leave the capital. I don't want to see you get hurt." He reassured her. "Don't worry, I'll be fine. You'll not only reclaim what was taken from you 20 years ago, but you'll show everyone that you are the true dragon son." Jiaqi cheered from behind. "Mu Li, let me help you." Mu Xin grabbed her hand. "Don't go. You'll only be a burden." The reason she wouldn't agree is because the Moon Mansion has arrived. Ma Khan throws cold water on her, saying they've already broken through to martial honor while she's just a fledgling martial artist. Meanwhile, at Yi Qing's residence, Shang San reported, "Master," he asks what's going on. He reported that the Infinite Defense Alliance army was ready. The heaven-killing star of the punishing army has also set out. Young master, do you think he can escape this calamity? The strength of the martial saints, the ancient divine weapon, and the punitive army cannot be underestimated. Here, give him this letter when he needs it most. The suppression army can't touch Wu Ji, but he still needs help. The loudspeaker announces that it's 5 p.m. Led by Kim Thaothan Towan and the super clan Mingjia, the suppression army arrives at the gates of the Mok family. Today, we'll act on heaven's behalf to kill you and return brightness to the imperial city and Huaxia. Here are big names like the Min family head, who proposed the attack, Yan Mo, the Min family's old ancestor, and Li Xuan, as the gates of the Mu family open. Ming Luo looked at Mu Li, Fu Yun, and Lian Rong in surprise. You don't even have a martial saint? Are you underestimating our punitive expedition? Mockingly, Mu Li says that they only need a few people to deal with them. Lian Rong introduces the sunglasses-wearing man as the head of the Ming family, and the one with the large blade as the Ming family's martial saint, who led the forced abdication of the Mu family over a decade ago. He understands. Today, they'll come, but never return, so don't go too hard on them. Skilled fighters are rare in China these days, and this is a time when we need people. Min Shu scoffs. You cursed star, our punitive expedition has gathered here today, and with the ancestor here, even if you're a demon incarnate, you won't escape. What are you being so arrogant for? Mu Li taunts them. I'll stand right here, come and kill me. If you're stronger, I'll gladly offer my head. Enraged, Min Hook retorted, I may not be able to defeat you, but once the elder captures you, I will show no mercy and eliminate this scourge. Li Xuan chimed in mockingly. If only I had been more ruthless and killed you back then, we wouldn't be in this mess. I am truly to blame. Ming Luo believed this was all the evil demons doing, unrelated to the divine calculator. Yan Mo accused him, saying this man was bloodthirsty. Though the Yan and Zhou families had no prior conflicts with him, they were ruined by him, and if he wasn't eliminated, the consequences would be dire. A unified cry arose. Kill him. Kill the Jinx. Protect Huaxia. Kill the Jinx. Protect Huaxia. Lian Rong and Fu Yun stood in front. If you want to touch Mu Li, you'll have to get past the Huangfu family and Wu Ming first. Min Lak is shocked. How could the Huangfu family aid evil, and is the Wu Ming also unable to discern right from wrong? Another man loudly curses, calling him and his family beasts and demons. With a single strike, Mok Lai unleashed a devastating explosion where the man had stood moments before. The crowd recoiled in terror, those nearby suffering burns and torn clothing, too afraid to even cry out. Finally, Min Huck screamed, Murderer! Cursed fiend! Another murder! You're creating karma, committing every evil imaginable, deserving of endless death. Mok Lai rushed toward them, asking, Endless death, you say? Ming Luo warily watched him charge forward. Get out of the way. Mu Li's target is that foul-mouthed Ming Shu. He grabbed him, and the man screamed, Let him go. What do you want to do? I'm one of the Ming family, he says, a cold smirk on his face. Today, the ones I want to kill are members of the Min family, and with one punch, Min Hook is impaled. Lian Vin cries out, Please have mercy. Mok Lai asks, Right, Protector. You want to beg for their lives? He asks hesitantly. Right now, Miao territory is at war, and the situation is dire. We've already lost the Yan and Zhou families. If it's just the Ming family, Mu Li isn't afraid. If that's all, there's nothing for the right Protector to worry about. Ming Luo threatens, You dare kill him? Today I will deliver divine justice. The blade in his hand gleamed with a terrifying aura as Ming Luo arrogantly declared, It's been too long since my bloodthirsty blade has tasted human blood. Before he even began, he declared, Mu Li, you are destined to die today. Just then, Feng Ming joined the fray, declaring, Old Min, I'm protecting this kid. He hesitates for a moment, then strikes Min Lak with a palm, refusing to be threatened. The bloodthirsty blade unleashes a sharp blow, the previous palm strike landing squarely on the wall. Feng Ming lands, the wall behind him cracking while Ming Luo struggles to stay upright, using his blade for support. Fu Yun asks worriedly, Grandpa, are you all right? Feng Ming cursed. He actually used the bloodthirsty blade. Fu Yun was shocked to see the weapon he wore crack. Grandpa, we have so many ancient weapons. Why did you bring this old thing? The old man irritably replied, Damn it. Because there are too many ancient weapons, I don't know which one to use, so I just grabbed the one that felt the best. Ming Lo says, I knew you'd come, Feng Ming. I've made special preparations for you this time. This is a high-level ancient divine weapon. Once drawn, it must be bloodied. Only by drinking blood can its power surge. The old and young of the royal palace are no match for me. You're next, you cursed star. Suddenly he saw Mu Li's item and was shocked. What was that? Holding up the fragment, he says, just a piece of iron that sucks blood, yet you treat it like a treasure. How foolish. Once this blade drinks blood, it will corrupt the user's mind. A truly inferior weapon. He launched the shard at the old man, who scoffed and blocked it with his blade. You dare face my ancient weapon with that rusty piece of metal? He raises his blade, heaven's calamity, and shouts, Die! He barely raised his blade when it snapped in two. What was he so shocked about? Seeing his blade shatter, Ming Lo was stunned. His blade, cleaved by a piece of iron. Mu Li seized the moment. Now unarmed, Ming Lo panicked. What do you want? Don't come any closer. But Mu Ge charges forward, his fist landing, and cracks begin to form in Ming Luo's defensive shield. Then it sprang back. He sneered, Fool, I cultivate a defensive art. You think a great martial lord can break it? Mok Li scoffs. Is that so? Then open your eyes and watch me shatter your turtle shell. Looking at Mok Li's fist, he knew the power condensed within it was greater than his own, and it struck his shield head-on. Min Lak writhed in pain, his eyes wide with disbelief that a martial saint like himself could fall. Unwilling to accept it, he asked, Just who in the heavens are you? Mok Li scoffed. Didn't you all say I was a cursed star? A demon? That's the only explanation he could accept. He must be a demon to possess such terrifying power. But don't get cocky. There are many stronger than me in Huajia, sooner or later. Before he could finish, Mu Li crushed his throat. Those behind him were terrified. The Ming clan's patriarch's neck was snapped. He killed a martial saint? Lian Rong asked in horror. Mok Li, the leader has found evidence to clear your name and is on his way, yet you've killed a martial saint. Li Hein piously proclaims, Calamity Star, you truly respect no one, daring to kill even a martial saint. Still reeling, he couldn't believe even a martial saint was no match for Mu Li. But now that he's killed one, he rallies the crowd. Don't be afraid. Good will always triumph over evil. If we stand together, he'll be forced to yield. Everyone agreed, saying they should listen to Lord Lai. As the golden-mouthed diviner, his words are surely trustworthy. Now that the heavenly star of calamity has killed the martial saint, he must be terrified and won't dare to act. Li Jian thought to himself, let the slaughter begin. The more he kills, the more sins he'll bear. Mu Li scoffed, saying they were all deluded, unable to discern right from wrong, and that a mere disciple of the divine calculation sect dared to slander him. The governor of Jing province. With a palm strike, he soared into the sky, and someone approached from afar. The governor of Yi province stared in shock at the sky ablaze with light. Dragon energy taking form. Another governor has emerged? His disciple noticed. Master, it's coming from the Mok family. The arrivals are the 100-year-old lord of Yi province, a high-level martial saint and former leader of the Martial Alliance, and the second is Ping Tian, the current leader. He wondered which governor had arrived and said they needed to hurry in case something went wrong. Bin Tian immediately departed. Yes, master. Mok Li's dragon-shaped aura surges in the sky. The pressure from the Van Prefecture grandfather and grandson below is immense. I never imagined Mu Li had this identity. No wonder he wasn't afraid of the golden-mouthed diviner. Li Hian reassured the crowd that it was just a fake phenomenon created by the heaven-slaying star. What are you all afraid of? Those people are trembling. He is the governor. He holds up the token to prove his identity. As a disciple of the hidden sect, he dares to say, the divine dragon of China is a fake phenomenon I created. With a stern face, he asks Li Xuan, what exactly is a governor? He tries to cover it up, claiming it's all the cursed star pretending to be a god. Suddenly, Bin Tian and his master appear, yelling nonsense. Mok Li is surprised. Why is Zhao, the leader of the Martial Arts Alliance, here? And who is this old man? He introduces himself as the previous leader, also the governor of Yizhou. He kneels before Mu Li Bin Tian. The 15th leader of the Huajia Martial Alliance pays respects to the Jing province governor. He politely asked Zhao, the Martial Arts Alliance leader, to rise. Those who came to cause trouble were terrified upon realizing his identity. Lord Zhao, Lord Governor, we confess our sins. We were merely misled by the words of wandering sorcerers. The Yun Prefecture remains unclear to this day. Uncle Gu, what exactly is a regional governor? He said that since ancient times, they've been the ones who slay demons and protect China, a supreme existence, a power that rivals the hidden sect. The prefect is a sage who inherits the destiny of China. How could he be a demon? Bing Tian shouted. Absurd. If you continue to fight, the Martial Alliance will officially launch a full-scale war against you. The crowd joined in, blaming Li Xuan, calling him a wretched diviner who dared offend the prefecture chief, threatening him as a sinner for eternity. Lai Haiyan is the true disciple of the divine calculation sect's master and the designated successor. Aren't you afraid of retribution? The prefect of Yi province is unfazed, claiming that despite being the designated successor, he's just a discarded disciple of the divine calculation sect. Yanmo cautioned, Senior, it's not good to slander the divine calculation sect like that. The old man took out a token to prove, I am the governor of Yizhou. I once visited the divine calculation sect and learned that 10 years ago, Li Xian was expelled for molesting the sect leader's daughters. Yanmo was shocked and asked Li Xuan if what he said was true, as Wu Sheng arrived with a letter for him. Chief, someone just delivered this, saying they're from the Prosper Decay Mountain Manor. He reads the letter and says, This Nut Than is truly powerful. Sovereign Zhao, please take a look, he said, before reading aloud for everyone to hear. Bin Thian cleared his throat and began, Listen closely. On the night of November 25th, Li Hian tampered with the lightning protection equipment at the ancient temple in the mountains outside Odado, causing lightning to strike the temple and set the mountain ablaze. Li Hian retorted, Even if I'm ruined, it's all just your word against mine. I didn't do any of this. But Bin Thian ignored him and continued reading the letter. On November 29th, Li Xuan sent people to infiltrate the emperor's levee, shut down the water pumps, and smear some kind of chemical under the levee overnight, causing it to burst. Those simultaneous natural disasters were also caused by Li Xuan and his men. The related documents have been uploaded to the Epic Trading website, where you can verify them. This truth has thoroughly enraged them, bastard. You two have caused us to offend the prefect in Wuming, and you've slaughtered innocents. Die. Get lost. Countless hidden weapons are launched towards Li Xian. He set up a large formation, then declared, Mu Li, I admit your skill. I've lost, but don't expect to live in peace. I'll use the rest of my life to cast a divine calculation, changing your fate, leaving you with nowhere to turn for the rest of your days. Family gone, loved ones forsaken? Mu Li scoffed, remaining unmoved. If you can truly change my fate, I assure you, you'll walk away unscathed today, he thought. How dare a mere mortal meddle with the destiny of the limitless heavenly lord? How amusing. Li Xian activates his ability to see through past lives. Mu Li, let's see what stroke of luck made you so powerful. Meanwhile, the others panic and flee. Run! Auras rise around the formation, a promising start that fills him with glee. But isn't it still easy for me to infiltrate his consciousness? Looking at the scene before him, Li Xian was shocked. Where was he? This wasn't Earth. A monster gives chase, and he curses his bad luck. As he digs into Mu Li's mind, he realizes the voice belongs to the high priest, who now stands before him. Lai Xian is struck down, and Ping Tian anxiously asks, Are you all right, Lord Jingzhou? He replied, I'm fine. Lai Hian was stunned. Just who are you? Mu Li calmly said, Haven't you already seen? Lai Xian, your magic has failed. Yanmo says disappointedly, Lai Xian, you've lost again. Oh, I'll pick up the knife. Li Xian, you deceived me for over a decade with promises of a hidden door, madam. Glory, wealth, supreme wisdom. Li Xian panics. Xiaomo, what are you doing? The knife plunges into his chest, and with a resentful face, she pulls it out. I hate you. Then she self-destructed. The others sighed in relief. That cursed couple is dead. The capital is finally at peace. Xing Lian quietly said, Clever for a moment, foolish for a lifetime. Those people are begging for forgiveness from Lord Mu Li, the governor of Jing province, saying they were misled by villains because of their foolishness. Please, Your Excellency, forgive us. Please, Your Excellency, forgive us. The governor of Yi province spoke up. Governor of Qing province, if you keep killing, there won't be any masters left in Huajia. Contentedly, he said, I wasn't planning on blaming them anyway. Thanks for stepping in, Lord Yizhou and Chief Zhao. Thank you for your assistance, Senior Huangfu family. The grandfather and grandson politely replied, Lord Governor of Qingzhou, it is our duty. He reassured them, Don't mention it. Let's keep things as they were, or I'll feel distant from the Huangfu family. Just then, news arrived for Ping Tian. Chief, urgent news from Miao territory. Chief, the western guard of Miao territory has been attacked by the heretics. The battle is intense, with supreme masters involved. What's the specific situation? He reported that both Protector Wu Ji and all the experts of the Martial Alliance had fallen. Lian Rong was stunned. What? How could this be? He was a high-level martial master. Ping Tian asks directly, was it a martial saint-level expert from the heretical sects who made the move? The messenger confirms that the Five Poison sect, along with other evil sects, have formed an alliance, officially declaring war on the orthodox martial arts world of China. Ping Tian announced that everyone should disband for today, closely monitor the news and announcements from the Martial Alliance, and prepare for battle at any moment. At the withered Glory Mountain Manor, Yi Qing rejoiced after his victory. He truly doesn't disappoint, though I didn't expect him to be a governor. Zhang San worries, Master, Muli has so many identities. Can we really rely on him? He trusts him, and we share the same ambition. With the prefect and the hidden sect emerging, the great era of martial arts has arrived. Old Zhang, with the martial world at war, the hidden door will surely make a move. Keep an eye out. He obeys, I understand. In an upscale tea house in the capital, the governor of Yizhou offers him tea. Muli accepts politely, offering his thanks. The governor began. I used to be acquainted with Jingzhou Mu. How is Qin Mu doing? Mok Lai regretfully informs him, I encountered a powerful zombie with Qin Mu, and he perished. The governor of Yi province laments that he dedicated his life to the country and its people, a humble and admirable man. Finding a successor like you is satisfying indeed. Truly, heroes emerge in youth. You humbly reply, I wouldn't dare. I'm just a governor's successor. Are they that hard to find? The governor replied, they just need a chivalrous heart to protect the country and the strength of a martial saint or higher, but such people are rare in this era. Muke asked curiously, Governor Yao, what kind of sect is the hidden door? Which is stronger, the chief or the hidden sect? The chief of Yi province explained that the four great hidden sects of ancient times were actually just four very small cultivation sects. After the power of heaven and earth dissipated, only their cultivation methods were passed down. Standing atop mountains rich with celestial energy, they naturally look down upon worldly martial arts. But the prefect is the rightful heir to the martial emperor, and his command medallion can unleash dragon energy. It's hard to say who's stronger. Muli then asked, if we face the hidden door, can we win? The old man replied, as for the golden-mouthed divine calculator, you don't have to worry about the divine calculation sect seeking revenge. He brought it on himself. The hidden door and Huajia agreed to mind their own business, so as long as he doesn't provoke them, they can't touch him. He thought to himself that according to Yi Qing's intel, someone from the hidden door was secretly watching him, and with malicious intent. It seemed that this agreement was about to be broken. Duke Yizhou suddenly remembers, oh right, I heard you fought with some members of the heretical cult in the past? He recalled each encounter, listing them off, the Joyous Union sect, the Corpse Demon sect, and the Five Poison sect. The old man kindly advised, don't leave the capital for the next few days. News of the war effort should arrive soon. Besides a strong, steady youth like you, we also need someone with your experience. He agreed, I understand. Without a country, there is no home. I will not fail this mission. Muli returned to his family's training room, and during his cultivation he realized that breaking through the late stage of Qi training was still too difficult. Spiritual energy was simply too scarce. Though he can contend with high-level martial saints, he fears that if he doesn't break through, his strength won't be enough to face even higher-level experts. And the Miao Lord has news from Miao territory. Wu Sheng reports that the Martial Alliance leader was injured and retreated to the defensive valley, and the martial arts families approaching Miao territory have all been exterminated. He's surprised. Even Grandmaster Zhao, a peak martial grandmaster, couldn't retreat unscathed. Muli directs, what's the status of the North Alliance, Jing Province, and Gucheng forces? He hands him something, a list of those participating in the battle. Half an hour ago, the governor of Yizhou issued a call to arms in Black City and assigned tasks. Our mission is to reinforce the Martial Alliance army, he orders. That's right. Most are martial sovereigns. Senior Liu, inform everyone that they must reach the border of Lianghe City within a day. Muli has arrived at the border of Lianghe City, calculating that it's the closest city to North Underworld, which will reduce the mountainous paths and allow for the fastest dispatch of Iron Eagles. But what he was still hesitant about. Jiaki called from behind. Muli, what are you standing around for? Muli asked, annoyed. Jiachi, you're not even an early-stage martial artist. Why do you insist on following? War is not child's play. Many people will die. She pouts, saying if she's not strong enough, then he should teach her, reminding him that he promised to personally guide her in martial arts. Xiaobai asks, displeased, Molly, she's already followed us here. How are you planning to get her back? Mukli relented. I suppose there's no helping it. Wear this jade pendant. It can withstand a full-force strike from a martial master. Shobai wondered how long she could keep this up, while Jiaki happily exclaimed, "Thank you, Muli, you're the best." Just then, a voice called out, "Mok Lai, Xiaobai." Hearing the familiar voice, she flew over. "Long time no see, Lin Ni. I've missed you so much." "Linner, you've grown so much." Linner begged Xiaobai to let go. Seeing her act out her own drama, the gangster Jiaqi was shocked. "Just who is this girl?" "Don't tell me she's lost her mind," Xiaodong chimes in. "Brother Muli, we've arrived. Wu Sheng reporting, Chief. All the members of the Northern Alliance have arrived." Muli instructed Shu Liangyun to give everyone a jade pendant, which could block a fatal blow on the battlefield, so that special treatment wasn't just for her. Jiaki's dreams are shattered, so everyone gets one? 2 days later, at the Miaoqiang ancient town, Jiaki asked, dejected, "We've been traveling for 2 days, so why haven't we seen anyone? Even Linger is starting to tire." Shu Ling worriedly suggested, "Chief, how about we rest here for a bit? Everyone's exhausted." Muli stopped in front of an inn, announcing, "We'll stay here for the night and set off again early tomorrow." Entering, Muli carefully checked the area, finding no immediate danger, but remained vigilant, saying, "Check upstairs." The others collapsed in the main hall, finally able to rest. Muli checked the rooms upstairs and found them safe, when suddenly, laughter echoed. "Be careful, this aura. It's the Joyous Union sect. Didn't I wipe them out? Someone's kicking down the door outside." Elder Wang Ping, a remnant of the Joyous Union sect, said gleefully, "I can't believe we found such a treat. And so many beauties outside the battlefield." Huanliang immediately drew his sword and asked, "Who are you?" One of the three scoffed. "Does a cripple have the right to question me?" Xiaodong coldly demanded, "Who are you? Where did you come from?" They eyed her with lust. "Sweetheart, are you really happy following these greenhorns? Why don't you come with us? This old man loves a feisty woman." Mainam was furious when she heard this. The depraved Jiming clearly has a death wish. Wang Ping orders his men to attack. "Crush these bastards and make them watch us enjoy ourselves." One of them disgustingly says, "Elder, we'll find you some top-quality girls." Manam lunged forward, throwing a wild punch. Xiaotong warned, "Come any closer and I'll fight back." He eyed her like a piece of meat. "Come with me quietly and you won't have to suffer." Meanwhile, Manam was being held back. "Let me go." From above, Moli cheers her on. "Ling Ni, don't be afraid, you can beat him." Fueled by his words, she believes she can do this and steps forward to protect them. "You girls, get behind me." Jiaki pulled her back. "Lin Ni, don't overestimate yourself." The man sneered. "A delicate flower like you wants to take me on? Then I'll have to be gentle. Wouldn't want to scratch that pretty skin." He suddenly pauses. "What are these snowflakes?" Ling Ni unleashes an icy blast, so cold that Xiaotong and Jiaqi huddle together as a storm of frost sweeps over the crowd. They couldn't believe it. How could she be so strong? Wang Ping curses, "You useless trash, get up." He knows his limits. "Elder, they're all supplementary martial venerables. We can't win." "So what do you think?" Shu Liang asked contemptuously. "Yield," he asks. "Yield. Even if you're geniuses, you can't beat me, the old martial venerable." Wang Ping flies straight towards Muli. Looks like the kid on the second floor is their leader, and these guys are just his lackeys. In the blink of an eye, he appeared behind him, grabbing his neck in a threatening manner. "Kneel and surrender, or I'll break his neck." Shu Liang and Meng Nan were on edge. "Xiaotong," Jiaqi called out worriedly. Muli," Xiaotong thought in shock. "Is this old man crazy?" He roared, "Are you deaf? Kneel before me and don't resist, or I'll kill him immediately." Thinking the boy was too dangerous to be spared, Wang Ping tightened his grip. "Die, brat." Mok Lai sneers, his neck unyielding. Wang Ping is shocked. Why can't he break it? Now it's Muli's turn to strike, grabbing his hair. A single push from him splits the corridor in two, and a fierce burst of firepower causes the corner of the house to explode. The henchman, pale with fear, stammered, "Elder." He watched Muli approach, his voice faltering. "Elder, the elder is dead." He scoffed, not even sparing him a glance, clueless to the power he faced. Does the Joyous Union sect have any other masters? He confessed everything. That was the last of our Harmony sect's power. The only master in the sect is now dead. Muli crushes him, saying it's best that evil organizations like them disappear. Those behind them desperately begged, "Young hero, we confess our sins. We are truly remorseful. Please, spare our lives, we beg you." Muli coldly ordered, "Kill them." His subordinates followed his orders without question, their leader. A desperate scream pierces the air. "Help me!" In fear, Jiaki stammered, Don't. Don't you think they've already repented? Why not give them a chance? Woli bluntly taught. There's no need to be merciful to evil. Jockey, if you're uncomfortable, I'll have someone take you back to Dragon Mountain. The world of martial arts isn't for you, she pleaded, embracing him from behind. I don't want to. I can get used to it. Just give me some time. Muli wondered how long this peace could last. Entering, he instructed, Everyone, clean this place up and get some rest. Tomorrow we have something even more important to do. The next day they passed through the forests of Miao territory, marveling at Mu Li's strength. What kind of monster is our leader? He's climbing this steep mountain like it's nothing. Let's pick up the pace, he urged. I wish Mr. Mu Li would carry me too, Xiaodong said enviously. Meanwhile, elsewhere, some people were talking about how these youngsters dared to venture out into the world, forming their own factions, unafraid of being reduced to bones by the dark sect. Are they all descendants of martial arts families? Just mere mortals. Indeed, their weakness is unbearable. Linger notices them. Brother Mu Li, those people are talking about us. He pointed directly at them and shouted, What did you say? If you're so tough, come down here and fight me. They arrogantly say, Your strength is nothing special, yet you speak so recklessly. I alone could blow you away. Judging by their aura, Mu Li is certain they're from the Hidden Gate. Two peak mid-level martial sovereigns, quite powerful indeed. Mengnan eagerly rushes forward to test him. Let me see just how strong you are. His punch is blocked, and the man scoffs, You don't know your own limits. After being thrown back, Mantanam realized his opponent was a martial-honored one, prompting Mu Li to ask, What power do you belong to? They introduced themselves. We are guests from the Horn Immortal Mountain. The others mocked, disappointed. Is this the superpower everyone praises? Is there no one who can excite us? He instructed, Shu Liang, go and learn a thing or two. Shu Liang replied, Yes, master. Hao Ran thought to himself that this kid's cultivation technique must be powerful. Another member scoffed, saying that a cripple wasn't worthy of the challenge. If you're so bold, allow me to enlighten you. With that, Shu Liang unleashed a shocking blow. What? To think someone in the mortal realm around my age could be this strong, holding their own against me. Shu Liang tells his opponent, hiding behind a shield, not to be so tense, and with a second strike declares, We can't lose to you again. Knowing when to quit, Hao Ran put on a friendly face and asked, Young friend, what is your name? Which sect do you belong to? He declared, I am Shu Liang, and I belong to no sect. Hao Ran extends an invitation. Good, I am a core elder of the Hao Ran Righteous Chi sect. Would you be willing to take me as your master and join my sect? Shu Liang refuses, Sorry, I already have someone to rely on, and I will never leave them for the rest of my life. Hearing this, Hao Ran was utterly astonished. Are you from the hidden door? Shu Liang denied it. The elder continued to entice him, So it's a mortal force. No matter, follow me, and you'll have a brighter future. Mu Li coldly interjects, Trying to steal my people? That's not a very sporting thing to do. Shu Liang, think long term. Hao Ran's attitude is extremely contemptuous. His people? Just a rich young master? How could he possibly nurture a genius like that? Following you is a waste of talent, old man. Too bad he ordered them to tie him up for me. The disciples obey, and Mu Li vows to make his opponent pay. The old thief is arrogant. This pressure causes the two disciples to collapse to the ground, begging the elder for help. The old man relents, saying he'll fight him instead, but don't accuse him of bullying a child. Two powerful streams of spiritual energy collide. At this point, Mu Li realizes he's a top-tier expert in advanced martial arts. Hao Ran coldly asks, You're no match for me, yet you still want to stop me. Mu Li shows him the token, and Hao Ran notices the different inscription. Knowing he couldn't win, the governor reluctantly withdrew. Let's go. The three arrived and left like the wind. Looks like this fight has steeled your resolve, Fox. I'll have to hurry and break through to the late stage of Qi training. With the coast clear, Mu Li led the group onward. Let's go. Once we cross Mount Tai Bin, we'll reach the Vo Min army camp. Their stolen peace was short-lived as a storm of arrows rained down, and Mok Lai quickly erected a protective barrier. Everyone be careful, a storm of arrows is upon us. When the dust settles, three figures approach, and it seems the martial world has some formidable young talents. Wary, Mu Qing asks, Who are you? The first introduces himself as one of the Rakshasa Three. Feng Fei, a high-level martial venerable, arrogantly announced, We are the three great Asuras, whose name alone strikes terror. And you're just a bunch of snot-nosed kids trying to save the Martial Alliance army? It's like the Calabash brothers trying to save their grandpa. Losing patience, Mu Li punches the loudmouth, and one by one they come at him, only for the braggart to end up flat on his back. Feng Fei gives the order. He was going to play with them, but no more. Release the arrows, each carrying an explosive tip. He and his comrades charge forward, believing their strength guarantees victory. Muli's chi is sharp, slicing the arrows in two. He steps on the man and asks, "How far is the Martial Alliance camp from here?" Feng Fei remained defiant. "You think you can save them? The demonic Alliance army is ambushing the mountain road as we speak. Bin Tian estimates over 20 more have died today. Is there still no cure for the 5 venom sects plague?" Feng Mai replies, "This plague is different. We're trapped on this mountain. The medical team has been working tirelessly, but a solution is still out of reach, and with communication lines down, we can only wait." Suddenly, a shout rings out. "Kill Fong Min!" He worriedly exclaims, "The evil sect is attacking again." He leaves his orders and departs immediately, summoning all available forces to stop them. Fong Min appears before the group, unleashing a devastating blow. They swiftly evade the attack, which erupts in a fiery explosion. The 51-year-old master of the 5 Poison sect, a mid-level martial saint, sneers, unharmed. "Feng Ming, do you think you alone can save the Martial Alliance?" He responds, "So the evil alliance wants to destroy our Martial Alliance? What wishful thinking." Chang'e summons a serpent to fight. Let's see if he has the skill. The serpent uses its constricting coils and opens its jaws, lunging as if to swallow him whole. Feng Ming narrowly escapes, and the others below anxiously call out to the Great Holy Devil. They're disheartened. Even the Great Holy Devil has fallen. Are we all going to die here? They rushed forward, asking, "Lord Zhu Mo Sheng, Lord Zhu Mo Sheng, are you all right?" Feng Ming reassured them, "I'm all right, I won't die." He instructed, "Sect leader Zhao, find an opening and lead everyone to break through the encirclement. There's only one martial saint. Although I can't defeat him, I can still hold my own." Zhang Yi, summoning his 2-headed serpent, sneered, "Trying to escape? Not so easy." The serpent he was so proud of lunged towards the 3 below, but a barrage of fire blocked its path. Zhang Yi coldly asked, "Who's there?" Standing atop his dragon, Muli's majestic arrival was a sight for sore eyes. "It's Lord Jingzhou. Lord Jingzhou is here." Zhang Yi is shocked. "You're the Jingzhou governor? Didn't you run into our evil sect's martial saint?" Muli calmly replied, "I ran into him and I killed him." With that, he immediately attacked, showing them his power. He couldn't believe it. How dare these insignificant Martial Alliance brats kill someone from the dark sect? His palm strike cracked the opponent's shield, leaving him stunned. "It's you, Elder. Weren't you exploring the ancient ruins?" Just then, the elder of the 5 Poison sect, Salao Guai, appeared, erecting a shield that saved Chang Yi's life. "He says that if he hadn't arrived, you'd be meeting your maker." He explains, "Elder, we were sure to win, but the Martial Alliance suddenly had a martial saint appear, who was also a governor. I was no match for him at all. Shalaugi decides to eliminate future threats." "A governor, you say? I see. Then I'll kill him to prevent future trouble." Muli tensed, seeing the damage from the attack. "Let's see. Peak advanced martial saint. And that's no ordinary divine weapon. I wonder if my flawless sacred body can withstand it." The Lord of Yi Province steps in to block the blow. "Sand demon, don't be so arrogant." Annoyed, he thought, "I've been stopped. It's the governor of Yizhou. You came just in time." Old Fangong said, "If I hadn't, wouldn't I have given you the chance to kill our peerless genius? This is a man who could kill you with a flick of his wrist one day. I can't let anything happen to him." Sha the old freak prepared to retreat. "That's all for today, but next time I'll be taking your heads. Let's go." As they departed, the governor of Yizhou instructed, "Muli, now that you've caught the attention of a master from the Shadow Syndicate, you must be extremely careful, and it's best not to stray too far from me." Muli expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Senior. But on my way here I encountered people from the Hidden Sect. Which side are they really on?" the prefect of Yizhou wondered. "The Hidden Sect claims they're training in the mountains, but in this age of martial arts, who knows what their true intentions are? Let's clean up this mess first. With me here, the Dark Sect won't be coming around anytime soon." He wondered if the Hidden Sect's goal was the ancient ruins in Mount Taiping, which the man had mentioned. At Muli's camp, he began to cultivate with the demon core. This is a demon core from a beast raised by the 5 Poison sect's holy maiden in Jing Province. And with the abundant spiritual energy of Mount Taiping, breaking through to the late stage of Qi training shouldn't be a problem. Late stage Qi training and the immaculate saint body has also improved slightly. If I encounter Hidden Sect or evil underworld experts again, I should be able to fight them. In the 5 Poison sect's reception hall, Chang Yi has taken note of Muli. This Jingzhou Mu is young, yet his cultivation is strong. Letting him live would be troublesome. The scene shifts to several hours later as Huifang enters and bows. "Father, why have you summoned me?" Greetings, father, elder, and esteemed elders. Saw the old monster, asked for her opinion. Tu Fuang, you fought him before. What do you think? She recounted, He's unfathomable. Even the sacred child of our order may not be his match. Furthermore, I sensed last night that the sacred beast's demon core within our sect had vanished, likely taken by him. Zhang Yi is annoyed. Damn it, it's a pity that the 9 provinces' governors are not all here yet, so we can't stir up trouble just yet. Huifeng volunteers. Father, don't worry, I'll go and see him first. Old Shah brings up another matter. Huifeng, you're the sect's poison expert, and I heard the Jing province governor can cure your poisons. Oh, how confident. Don't worry, elder. He may be able to cure one of my poisons, but I have hundreds of thousands more waiting for him until he dies. In her heart, she vowed, Governor of Jing province, I will repay you 100,000 times the pain I have suffered until now. At the medical camp, Ping Tian speaks with the governor of Yi province. Master, you've examined the infected patients. Is there anything you can do? I'm helpless. This is the first time I've encountered this plague. There's no cure yet, so we must wait for the other governors. I hear this plague was unleashed by a junior member of the 5 Poison sect. That's right, she's the current holy maiden of the 5 Poison sect. I heard she's incredibly gifted and has dedicated herself to researching poisons, so I'm planning to send a team to assassinate her. Muli joins the conversation, asking, What are you two talking about? Bin Tian greets him politely. Lord Jingzhou reported that the holy maiden of the 5 Poison sect is behind the plague. Our allied forces have suffered heavy losses, and we're discussing how to proceed. The governor of Yi province added, Indeed, people are dying from the infection every day. I fear we must withdraw from Mount Taiping. Muli was surprised. Why didn't you tell me this yesterday? There's no time to delay, I'll detoxify them now. In his heart, he harbored a grudge against Holy Maiden Tu Fuang of the 5 Poison sect, prompting Yao Zhou to ask. The governor of Jing province hasn't even identified the poison, but he confidently replies, It doesn't matter. This antidote will cure any poison. Suddenly, Bin Tian remembered that the Lord of Qinchao had used a divine pill to cure Chuma Sayan of poison decades ago. Mok Lai instructed them to mix this antidote pill into 5 cups of water and drink it. It would take effect within half an hour. Looking at the alchemy furnace before him, he ordered, Immediately prepare the ingredients for me. I want to make large quantities of antidote pills for you all every day. Inside Muli's tent, Xiaobai asked listlessly, Muli, you've been refining pills all day. Can't you talk to me? I'm so bored, she whined, rolling around. Mokli, play with me. Suddenly, a fragrance wafts in, drawing Xiaobai's attention. How fragrant. Fu Yue enters and greets her. Mokli, we meet again. Mokli is shocked. Funiet, what are you doing here? Little Bai wondered, sensing something was off about her. Hiding behind a veil, Fu Yue pressed close, her unusual behavior hinting, How boring. I wanted to tease you while you weren't paying attention. What's wrong? Am I beautiful today? Seeing Moli's silence, Fu Yue raised his chin and asked, Fool, am I not beautiful? Is this still not enough to move you? Xiaobai was too embarrassed to look at Muli. Was this woman trying to seduce him? She felt strange. Did this woman take the wrong medicine? How come I never noticed how unrestrained she was before? Mokli coldly asks, Tell me, what did you really come here for? Fu Yue slowly lowered her dress strap, saying, So, it was just me being delusional. You don't feel the same way. The dress has been pulled down to my waist. Mokrai, don't you like me? Fu Nguyet seductively asks. So it was Huifeng in disguise. She purrs, Molly, your words wound me so when I like you this much. The lecherous Tio Bak covered his eyes, forbidding him to look, but Moklai had seen through her ruse from the start. How long would she keep up the charade? You still want to keep acting? She asks, surprised. You knew it was me all along, he replies. I knew you were an imposter the moment you walked in. With my understanding of Fu Yue, how could I be fooled by your clumsy act? Outside, Fu Yue breathed a sigh of relief, so Muli knew she was a fake. But what he said next made her want to vomit blood. Fu Yue's chest isn't that big. You came in here with a chest 3 times the size. I'd have to be an idiot not to see you were a fake. Too bored to act, Huifeng asks. Lord Jingzhou, you know who I am, don't you? Moklai lies on the bed, nonchalantly revealing her name. Holy Maiden of the 5 Poison sect, Tu Fuang. Long time no see. And I thought you'd spend the rest of your life hiding behind that old woman's face. Huifeng expresses to Muli, I seriously doubt whether you're even a man. Last time, you didn't touch a girl after stripping her bare, and this time, you don't even bother with someone more mature. Are you impotent or something? he retorted, saying that if she were really Fu Nuyet, he might be interested, but he wouldn't dare touch a venomous snake like her for fear of dying. These words comforted Fu Yue outside, as it seems she still has her charms. In a rage, Tue Fuang shouts, "Qin Chao Much, you made me pretend, shortening my lifespan. I will never forget this grudge. I will make you wish you were dead. If not for my own good fortune, I might have been finished, and you will slowly feel all the pain I have suffered." Mu Li, cutting to the chase, asks, "Why did you come here today disguised as Fu Yue?" She replies, "I'm not afraid to tell you. I'm here for your Jing province token." "Why do you want the Jing province token?" Hefang reveals. "You'll find out soon enough. All the province tokens will eventually be in our hands. We are destined to win this war, and you will all die here." Fu Nuyet, unable to listen any longer, bursts out, "Shameless boasting!" Sensing her rage, Mu Li grew afraid, wondering if he'd done something wrong. Why was she looking at him like that? "You five poison sect witch, you have the gall to impersonate me and plot rebellion. I won't forgive you." Haifang sneered. "Girl, you think you can defeat me? Not enough. I heard that if you're not married by 24, you'll die. But your lover is an idiot. You should find someone else." And with that, Nguyet Fu slapped her across the face. "Shut your mouth, wench. Hefang is still being flippant. You're making a mountain out of a molehill, so let this holy maiden play with you." Mu Li assesses the situation warily. A high-level martial honor. Unbelievably, Huifang has surpassed a major realm. Not only has her figure changed, but her cultivation has also leaped forward. What fortune did she encounter? This person cannot be allowed to live. Before fleeing, Tue Fuang left a message. "Though your cultivation is higher, you can't kill me, Jingzhou Governor. Lord of Jing Province, we'll meet again." Seeing her escape, Mu Li gave chase, but stopped to watch her leave, lamenting, "This is bad. That's the love goo that Huifang raised. Not only has it restored her battle prowess, but its form is many times larger." He told Fu Anguyet, "I'll give chase. You stay here." With that, he soared after her on the dragon. She anxiously cried out, "Mu Li, be careful!" Mu Li was worried. He hadn't reached the core formation stage yet and couldn't fly. Once he used up all the dragon energy in the Jingzhou token, he wouldn't be able to chase her anymore. He had no choice but to dismount the dragon and land on a flat mountaintop. It seemed he would have to return and make other plans. A voice echoed from behind. "Prefect of Jingzhou, after chasing for so long, you want to leave now? Little Hong says it misses you and can't wait to tear you apart and eat you." As Mu Li turned around, he saw Little Hong ferociously behind him. It looks down at the figure below as Huifang commands, "Little Hong, tear him apart, don't let him escape." Seeing its claws reach out, Mu Li understood immediately. So that's it. It resembled the fully grown state of a demonic seed from the purple star. Henry recognized it. But why was it on Earth? The power of a fully grown demon is similar to that of a martial arts saint. It must be eliminated to prevent disaster. The Immaculate Saint's fist strikes Little Red, igniting a nearby cliff in flames, yet Little Red remains unscathed. Surprised it's unharmed, Mu Li gathers firepower, unleashing it in a torrent. Seeing Mu Li unscathed, Huifang is astonished, never expecting the governor of Jingzhou to be so powerful. Xiaohong's ultimate attack did nothing. He thought to himself, the dragon energy in the Jingzhou seal comes from the ancient true dragon. How could these evil spirits defeat it? The mighty dragon energy tightly bound Little Red's body. Seeing the explosion below, she cries out in worry. Tu Hong. Meanwhile, Mok Li continues to gather spiritual energy. Seeing that Xiaohong was fine, she breathed a sigh of relief. "Governor of Jing Province, I told you, it won't be so easy to kill me." Just as he struck, a shield went up. Mu Li is surprised. A core formation stage magical artifact shield? Huifang must see him in a new light. "Lord Jingzhou, your strength truly exceeds my expectations," he scoffed, unleashing a torrent of murderous intent. Huifang sensed the danger and ordered, "Xiaohong, let's go. I didn't expect you to have such a treasure. My understanding of you has changed. If I can't bring you down this time, I'll make you beg for mercy next time." Mok Li retorts. "Not a chance. You don't have what it takes," she vaguely replies. "Jingzhou Mu, do you really think you're invincible? There are things in this world you're not worthy to touch. Geniuses who can crush you like nothing. You don't compare." Mok Li, never one for beating around the bush, asks, "Who is it?" "You're not worthy of knowing. You're nothing compared to that person. Even our battle is just child's play to them. If not for wanting to deal with you myself, that person would have killed you long ago." Mu Li thought to himself, it seems that Huifang's recovery of her appearance and strength is greatly related to that person, who must be a cultivator. Ha Fuang left with a challenge, while Xiangling trembled. unable to fathom the true extent of the Colossus's power. I, the governor of Jingzhou, will have my revenge. Just you wait. He knew this battle was only the beginning, and his late-stage qi training was not enough. Back at the Vo Min army camp, Fong Min anxiously asks, Mok Li, what happened? Are you all right? Mu Lai recounts, the holy maiden of the five poisons sect tried to kill me and take the Jing province token, but I drove her away. He laments, it's a shame I couldn't kill that poisonous woman. The governor of Ji province lamented that if the camp hadn't been attacked, he would have helped eliminate that saintess. Feng Ming's head throbbed as he realized the demonic path schemes were endless, and their overall strength was now greater than theirs. Among the younger generation, there are opponents that even Xiao Yun couldn't defeat. Aside from the holy maiden of the five poisons sect, are there other demonic prodigies that Huang Fu Yun can't handle? Fu Yue replied, Xiao Yun and I were ambushed by the Rakshasa 3 prodigies. Xiao Yun was severely injured, but I used the technique you taught me to escape with him. I actually had something I wanted to ask you tonight, but I never expected this. Mu Li had his own plans, and the Rakshasa 3 champions were of no concern. I've taken care of them, but I have a combat method that can gather strength, turning weakness into strength, which can compensate for our shortcomings. The governor of Yao Prefecture was curious. Does such a method really exist? He admitted. That's right, if we use formations properly, martial artists can defeat martial venerables. Feng Ming was stunned. How can they kill someone of a higher level? Each level of martial arts is an insurmountable boundary. Mu Li calmly arranged everything. No matter. Time is short. I can only create a low-level battle formation. We can try it out in training tomorrow. The next morning, with everyone assembled, Mu Li announced that the 7-star sword formation was a basic formation based on the positions of the Big Dipper, allowing 7 top-tier martial artists to fight a martial lord, compensating for the weaknesses of the experts on the evil side. Looking at the plan, everyone was apprehensive. How could mere martial artists possibly fight a martial-honored one? Even 20 of them couldn't stand a chance. He lets them test it out, saying if you don't believe it, you can try it yourselves. These are the elite warriors of the Northern Alliance, and they will lead the formation. Someone steps forward. I'm a mid-level martial honored, specializing in defense. Even those at my level can't break my shield. Let me test them. Mu Li announces the start of the contest, and a massive sword intent rushes toward the man, who is stunned as he tries to resist. His defense is strong, but that sword intent is too powerful. With one punch, Man Nam shatters his opponent's shield. Break it for me. He accepted that his shield was broken and surrendered. The others gaped in astonishment. He actually won. Mu Li reflects that the 7-star sword formation is both offensive and defensive. Its attacks are unstoppable, its defense impenetrable, making it incredibly powerful. The Lord of Yizhou mused that this sword formation was truly miraculous. They must quickly spread it and practice it, so they could give those heretics a surprise attack. Everyone rejoiced at this plan. Excellent, we finally have a way to defeat the evil sect. The Yizhou governor is determined, and now we await the outbreak of war. In this battle, we must inflict heavy losses on the evil faction. 10 days later, Zhu Yi curiously observed and asked, what are these people up to? I feel like something's off. According to a source, that Jingzhou governor created some kind of sword formation that can help martial artists defeat martial lords. You lead the charge, and I'll deal with the Jingzhou governor. Zheng Yi takes the lead, departing with a rallying cry. Evil Alliance, follow me. He's confident, but this sword formation is just a show. In Miao territory, death awaits. Below, Man Nam, who has been waiting for this day, shouts to form the formation. The righteous sect isn't the only one with tricks up their sleeves. Poisonous spiders descend, sending the orthodox faction into a panic. What ungodly creatures are these? Bin Tian orders the martial alliance to fall back and defend as the Heavenly Fiend sect attacks, their venomous snakes crushed instantly by armored soldiers. Help! Help! They open their mouths and unleash flames, burning their enemies. Just then, the living corpses lunged forward, biting people as screams filled the air. Help! The governor of Ji province realizes that the corpse demon sect is using corpse control techniques to turn the dead into battle machines impervious to weapons. Mu Li calmly replies that the power of the dragon's aura is the ultimate counter to such dark and evil forces, and they have nothing to fear. A dragon of pure energy materializes on the cliffs of Mount Taiping. Members of the Divine Calculation sect observe from afar, commenting on the futility of the mortal world's bloody conflicts, especially on such a grand scale. Every few decades, the orthodox and heterodox factions of China engage in a life-or-death struggle. It's truly meaningless, Ding Qin exclaims, bound by worldly fame, fortune, and grudges. They are vulgar mortals, destined to never approach the path to immortality. You can't say that, Shui Qing countered. I heard a new governor in his 20s has appeared in the martial world, and he's already comparable to our sect's top disciples. He might even have the potential to become an immortal. Ding Tian scoffed. Immortality? In the last 4 years, only one Yuan Tianxin has appeared, but now even his cave dwelling is nowhere to be found. All that's left is a bunch of mortals fighting amongst themselves. At the Martial Alliance camp, Mu Li single-handedly holds off the enemy attack as Tai Dan shouts, "I heard the 3 prodigies of the Rakshasa sect died by your hand. I'm here to avenge them. I recognize you as a high-level martial saint." After a fierce battle, Jiachi brings in a basket of rice cakes for a break. "Everyone, come and get some zongzi." Mu Li instructs Xu Liang to help Jiachi distribute them. Meanwhile, the captured enemies, including Sha Wujing and Zhu Yi, are tied to a post, craving a taste. "Can we have one?" they plead. Mockley would never allow it. Keep dreaming. Seeing Tai Dan, he knew that the evil underworld still had hidden masters, and he could only use a diversion. He shouted from behind, "Cowardly thief, don't even think about running." The great Jing province governor only knows how to run? Seeing Mu Li stop, Tai Dan thought, what's wrong? Giving up? Knowing he can't escape? He gives up? He laughs at his opponent's confidence, unleashing a massive surge of spiritual energy. Tiden struggled to defend himself, his mind reeling in disbelief. This was far more than the power of a mid-level martial saint. How are you so strong?" Tiej Dan stammered. This is all your scheme." It was then that Mu Li called out, "Xiaobai, come out and play." And just like that, she appeared. "Mo Li, I'm here. Order him to soak this high-ranking martial saint." Xiaobai ponders. Is it this old man? Tai Dan felt a chill. Why was it so cold? What is the governor of Jingzhou talking to? Xiaobai tests his soul attack, and the punch knocks out some high-level martial saint. Mockley grinned. Little White's soul attack technique has improved quite a bit. It seems today will be interesting, but what to do next? Suddenly, there was movement in a corner, and he warily called out, "Who's there?" Seeing her, he was surprised. "Little Dot, it's you. Why are you here?" Watching Little Dot gesture wildly, he translated, "You said you were bored alone." He had his own plans. Little Dot could only be met, not asked to join the battlefield, which would surely be dangerous. It was better to leave her outside where she could run if there was danger. Mu Li grabbed the iron egg by the neck and said, "See this old man?" He showed him by slamming a palm down on his head without holding back. Little Dot jumped onto Iron Egg's head. He gave it the big stick, telling it to keep a close watch, and if he showed any signs of waking up, to hit him hard on the back of the head, knocking him out again. Then he left with Xiaobai, saying, "We'll bring a few more people over." 2 more unfortunate souls were now in his sights. Little White wondered, "Mu Li, why are you only capturing 2 Grand Martial Lords?" He grabbed the 2 men by the scruffs of their necks and explained, "Catching martial saints would cause too much commotion. These Grand Martial Lords are easier to deal with first." Looking at Little Dot impaling 3 people into the ground, he assigned a task. "Little Dot, leave them to your younger sibling." On the battlefield, Chang'e of the evil underworld felt that their masters were dwindling. Where had they all gone to die? He assumed the fighting was just too intense, and they'd been dragged off to fight elsewhere. He didn't think so, but something was wrong. Our experts are dwindling, and they're nowhere to be seen. As he panicked, a report came in. "Master, elders, it seems that Governor Jingzhou is capturing our elites." Sha the old freak couldn't fathom Mu Li's true purpose. What did Governor Jingzhou want? Elsewhere, Fu Nuiyet hears her name called as she's in the thick of battle. Confused, she turns and asks, "What is it?" Mockley calls out, "Come here, I need to talk to you." Fu Nuiyet clears away the obstacles and runs towards him. Gathering energy in his palm, Mu Li said, "Why bother fighting opponents like these?" With a terrifying aura, his palm struck, instantly felling his foe, who collapsed to the ground, smoking. Fuwen exclaimed, "Heavens, Mu Li! You didn't come just to show off your skills, did you? He's curious about you lying beneath him. Is he dead?" Muke approached her from behind, reminding her, "I actually have something to ask you." Seeing Fu Nuiyet's silence, Mockley couldn't figure out the reason. What's wrong? I didn't even provoke her, so why is she ignoring me? As Fu Yun watched the 2 of them acting mysterious, he complained unhappily, "The righteous and demonic factions are fighting, and you 2 are flirting here." Mu Li coaxed her, "Don't be angry. Has your second master arrived? I need to speak with him." But Fu Yue didn't believe him. "Stop trying to deceive me. What's your purpose? Why are you looking for him? What are you hiding from me now?" Fu Yun put his arm around him, saying, "Brother Lai, let me take you there. Leave simple things like this to me. Second master is this way. Brother Lai, I'll take you." Behind him, Fu Yue thought irritably, "Let's see what you want with the old man." Fu Yun called out, "Second master, Muli needs to speak with you. Wuxiang is busy right now, and that guy is being way too loud. Can't he see I'm fighting? The old man beat the demon to a pulp. After dealing with it, he ran towards him to greet him. Lord Jingzhou, Governor. Muli politely replied, Senior, get straight to the point. Is your soul confusion strong enough to defeat a Grand Martial Lord or even a Martial Saint? The old man chuckled. Of course it can. I've improved it many times over. It can take down even a Martial Saint, but overuse can lead to memory loss or even turn you into an imbecile. Wuxiang was proud, knowing he'd spent a lot of time just to defeat him, while Fu Yue was curious. What wicked scheme is Mok Lai plotting? Eagerly he asks, Senior, did you bring any sleeping drafts with you? The old man denies it. No, little Yue destroyed it all, don't you believe me? Just tell me what's up. You want to use this on Xiaoming. Reluctantly, the elder admits to having brought some along, just a few dozen pounds, all inside the tent. With the answer he needed, Muli departed, thanking the elder. Carrying back 2 bags of anesthetic, Muli, seeing the fallen men, asked, Little Dot, did you beat them senseless? I told you to hit them, not kill them. The northern underworld lacks top-tier masters. I need to find some. This martial saint is still normal. Muli instructed the little one to open his mouth, and it immediately forced Iron Egg's mouth open. After drinking, he immediately flew into the air and spat out a bunch of stuff. Back on the ground, Taidan, still somewhat lucid, asked, You mongrel, what did you give me to drink? His voice began to tremble. Who am I? Where am I? Who are you? Muli replied, I am your father. With a blank look on his face, Taidan asked, Are you my father? Muli repeats, I am your father. The stubborn one retorts, Liar, my face is red. If you were my father, your face would be red too. You're trying to trick me with a different manipulation tactic. I'm actually your master. You were ambushed, and I just saved you from the brink of death. You even brought backup, didn't you? Thiet-Dan stubbornly retorted, I don't believe a word you're saying. Hiding behind a bush, Feng Ming wondered, what exactly was Muli up to? He snaps his fingers, giving him another dose, and Taidan instinctively swallows the drug. His face paled with fear. Just who are you? What did you feed me? To which Muli casually reveals it was poison. If I don't give you the antidote regularly, you'll die a horrible death. From now on, I am your master. You must obey me or face certain death. Feng Ming steps forward to question him. Mockley, isn't he with the Dark Alliance? Why did you keep him? Helpless and out of options, he knew the North needed a strong leader. A voice echoed in his mind. Let's see what you're really up to, Governor Yu. A missing Dark Shadow expert has been found. Let's head back. Muli thought to himself, the lack of experts in North Shadow is truly laughable. He commanded him, From now on you are called Thiet-Dan. Will you follow me to the battlefield? Thiet-Dan's eyes glazed over as he processed the information. On the righteous battlefield, Muli's group cautiously looked back, where 2 figures were locked in combat. Mori teaches, Thiet-Dan, kill anyone wearing these clothes. Thiet-Dan obeys. Yes, immediately, Tai-Dan departs. Seeing him grab his own teammate by the neck, Feng Ming is shocked. He's really listening to him? Muli explains, the second prince of the imperial family's demonic wings are quite effective. Now, he has no choice but to listen to me. Ancestor, stop. We're on the same side. The righteous sects are our enemies, his comrade pleaded. But Tai-Dan was beyond reason, his hands crackling with murderous intent. Sha Lao Guai was stunned. What was wrong with him? Yung-He is shocked. Has he gone mad? Why is he attacking his own people? Below, Tai-Dan senses their location and immediately attacks, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy towards Elder Jia. Muli ordered, Tai-Dan, you can't defeat those 2 on the mountain. Deal with the ones at the foot. As for Sha, he can block that attack. Feng Ming left to inform the Lord of Yi province that the morale of the evil clan had collapsed, making it the perfect time for an all-out assault. He returned to Lord Yizhou and reported, The evil alliance has collapsed. We can attack now. He was overjoyed. The Martial Alliance receives orders to assemble and attack as Sha Lao Guai realizes the situation is spiraling out of control. The retreating evil alliance had been outmaneuvered by Jingzhou Mu, who'd turned their own masters against them. Yaozhou Mu ordered his men to give chase and not let them escape. On the enemy side, Zhang Yi asked worriedly, Elder, are you planning to lead them to the ravine? He replied, As long as they pursue us, their entire army will be annihilated. The One-Line Sky Ravine, the governor of Yao Prefecture knows it's a semi-enclosed space with only one entrance, so Toming running in could be a trap. The elder commands his subordinates. Bin Thien, take a few men and guard the entrance. The rest of you, follow me inside. He obeyed the order. Yes, master. Leading the group inside, he warned everyone to stay close and noted the unusually thick mist. Within the cave, 2 giant pythons awaited their arrival, and someone cried out in alarm. A dense fog fills the cave as footsteps echo. Shalagwi speaks. This final trump card was originally meant for the 9 prefecture shepherds, but as things stand, I'll let you have a taste. Covered in poison, the Lord of Yizhu warns, be careful. These monsters are extremely venomous. Even a touch will turn you into a puddle of blood. Feng Min miscounted. There should be 5 poisons, but there are only 4. Is the toad missing? Muli reveals that he took care of the toad a long time ago. Shalaogi is confident, even if one is missing, this will be your burial ground. The 5 venomous beasts attack. The first poisonous snake lunges at Feng Ming, spitting venom. But the Duke of Yi's shield blocked it. He yelled urgently, Holy Devil Lord, lead the main force out first. Retreat from the valley. The old monster blocked their path. I told you, you won't escape today. The Wing province governor struggled to hold on and then commanded him. Jingzhou Mu, you and Zhu Mosheng retreat as well. I can't let anything happen to you. I'll cover your escape. Muli said valiantly, How could I, Jingzhou Mu, retreat alone? He knew his own strength. These 4 sacred beasts were much stronger than that toad, but killing them would still be a piece of cake. Seeing him jump, Yizhou Mu called out worriedly, Jingzhou Mu, get back. He targeted the first one, starting with the centipede. With a single blow, the centipede was torn to pieces. The wing commander was shocked. He could kill a sacred beast in an instant. The old sand monster roared in anguish, unleashing a palm strike to avenge his centipede. That damned Jing province governor dared to kill our sacred beast. But the attack is blocked by Muli's shield. Yizhou Mu commands, Jingzhou Mu, I'll hold off the old monster. You take care of the other 2 sacred beasts. In the hazy dust, he sensed something was reviving. Where did that giant serpent come from? Anxiously, he warned, Lord Jing, be careful. You kicked it. You have no sense of self-preservation. The giant snake is instantly blown away, and Muli notices a pulse of light. What's glowing? Sand Demon, restrained by the winged eye, could only shout, Damn you, you wretched cur. Get out of my way. I won't yield. I'll die here before I let you pass. Suddenly, the ground shook, and Feng Ming exclaimed, This is bad! The fighting in the valley is causing an earthquake. Muli went to the crack to observe as a surge of spiritual energy erupted from the ground. What is happening? He sees life surging through the cracks, astonished as all things are reborn, a miracle unfolding. Suddenly, something strange appears behind Muli as tremors reach beyond the mountains, startling the hidden masters. They were sure of it. This commotion could only mean the emergence of the mystic palace, otherwise it wouldn't be so grand. After all these years, it was finally here. Seeing that beam of light shooting into the sky, everyone wants a piece. We can't let those mortals get there first. To Muli's surprise, there was actually a cultivator's treasure haul here. This is the relic they've been searching for, and someone couldn't resist rushing towards the emerging mystic palace. The Zhuan Palace, the sleeping quarters of the martial god Xuan Tianxin, is unexpectedly in Mount Taiping. This treasure is mine, but someone tries to stop him. Don't go, turn back. But it was too late. A torrent of lightning erupted from the gate, incinerating him. Muli is curious. This is a protective formation that even a core formation cultivator couldn't penetrate. Just who is the master of this palace? He turned to the knowledgeable man beside him. Senior Yizhou Mu, what are the Xuan Palace and Xuan Tianxin? He recounts that Xuan Tianxin was the most outstanding martial arts prodigy in the last 4,000 years of Huaxia's martial arts history. Born into a small family, Xuan Tianxin initially had ordinary talent, but his younger sister was a peerless genius, causing a celestial phenomenon at a young age, alarming the 4 hidden sects. The 4 hidden sects sent people to Xuan Tianxin's family to take his sister, but the hidden sect's tenet was to sever worldly ties, which she refused to do, and the 4 sects wouldn't let it go. Helpless, Xuan Tianxin's sister chose to end her own life. She died before his eyes, and he sought to punish the hidden sects, but his family, fearing their retribution, banished him. Huyan Tianxin disappeared for 20 years, and when he reappeared, he had become the legendary martial saint, forcing the 4 hidden sects to kneel outside his sister's tomb, begging for forgiveness. This will forever be the shame of the 4 hidden sects. Afterward, rumors spread that Xuan Tianxin had broken through to the martial god realm, becoming an immortal and leaving Earth, leaving behind only the Xuan Palace to seek a successor. Having grasped the whole story, Muli thought, so, that's it. How could one become an immortal in a few hundred years? Are the levels in the martial world different from immortal cultivation? The hidden sects have arrived as well, and Elder Haoran speaks up. The Mystic Palace. It truly is the Mystic Palace. Mo Ying notices a protective formation around the palace, but if it seeks a martial god successor, the formation will surely dissipate in a few days. Ding Hin responded, "Then we can only wait." Haoran ordered, "Listen carefully. You are not to spread the news of the Zhuan Palace's emergence, because there are many dangers within, and bringing too many people will only lead them to their deaths." The prefect of Yi province surveyed the group blocking the entrance to the Mystic Palace, realizing that the 4 hidden sects had descended the mountain to find it. He scoffed. After offending Xuan Tianxin and being forced to kneel and apologize, they still dare to covet his palace. He left first, telling the senior governor of Yizhou that he was going for a walk. He knew they were just trying to eliminate rivals for the treasures within. Finding a spot to cultivate, Muli notes the abundance of spiritual energy since the Zhuan Palace emerged and expects to break through soon. When a stranger approaches asking, "Are you the Jing province governor Huifang mentioned?" he cautiously replied, "Who are you?" The man introduced himself. "I am the young master of Heavenly Mandate City. I didn't expect the governor of Jing province to be a late-stage qi cultivator. What a surprise." He thought in surprise that there were actually cultivators on Earth. A little white sensed it. "I feel like this guy is dangerous. He's strong," he exclaimed with interest. "I didn't expect the governor of Jing province to have such a hobby, raising a female ghost and one about to reach the mid-stage of qi training. Not bad-looking, but it's a pity she's an incorporeal ghost. Otherwise, I could add her to my harem." Hiding behind Mu Li, Xiaobai scoffed, "Why are you so narcissistic? My Moli is hundreds of times better than you. He's all I need. I have no interest in a spoiled young master like you." Moli gets straight to the point. "What's your purpose? Just tell me, are you here to kill me for the holy maiden of the 5 poison sect?" "No, she wants revenge herself, and I'm going to let her. I came for the Mystic Palace, but on the way, I sensed someone cultivating Kai techniques, so I came to investigate. And it turns out to be the governor of Jing province. I've changed my mind. I want to reconcile your feud with Huifang, recruit you to my side, and have you follow me on the path to immortality." Mu Li scoffs. "Follow you? A cultivator who hasn't even reached the core formation stage?" These words clearly angered him. "Jingzhou governor, my ascension to immortality is only a matter of time. Follow me, and you'll see that the mortal world is but a grain of salt in the ocean of the infinite." He's surprised. "No one dares disobey me under my pressure. Jingzhou Shepherd, you've successfully ignited my competitive spirit. I will have you. Lord Jingzhou, until next time, I will obtain the Zhuan Palace inheritance, and I will make you submit to me." Now that the Mystic Palace is about to open, I should go take a look. Xiaobai, behind him, senses something. Why does this guy look so gay? She sizes up Mu Li, wondering if he's gay, ignoring the beauties around him, yet staring at a man for so long. How disgusting. Mu Li replies that she's overthinking it, and guesses that this trip to the Mystic Palace might not be so simple. Seeing his silence, Xiaobai gets annoyed. "Mu Li, why aren't you answering me?" He urged them to leave, saying the Mystic Palace had opened and they should return. Xiaobai followed behind, calling out to him. "Mok Lai, wait for me," she said, shivering with anger. Why is he so indifferent to such a beauty? Mu Li pushes away the face pressed against him, telling her to talk to him after she's no longer as flat as an airport runway. Xiaobai dreams of the day I solidify my form. I'll definitely get a boob job and have watermelons for breasts. Seeing him return, Feng Ming calls out, "Lord Yizhou Mu Li is back." Surprised, Mu Li asks why the esteemed Lord Yizhou Mu and Senior Huangfu are still here when the Zhuan Palace is said to have opened. Yizhou Mu informs him of the situation. "The 4 disciples of Jingzhou Mu's hidden sect have arrived, as has the holy son of the 5 poison sect. They all harbor considerable animosity towards you, so it would be best if we acted together." Feng Ming gives him a stern warning. "Mukli, there are some famous martial saints here for the life-extending treasure, so you must avoid conflict with them. Muli is more than capable and fears nothing. No need, I'll lead the people of the northern underworld and act separately. Unless they try to steal from me, I won't bother them. But Du Qinchao is helpless. This kid just won't listen." On Zheng Yi's side, he was anxious. "Ancestor, the Zhuan Palace is open. Aren't we going in?" He calmly watched people enter and exit, thinking there was no need to rush and that they should quietly observe first, letting them scout the way. He's completely defenseless. What's so scary about him? This is our territory, Miao territory. Anyone who disobeys will be eliminated. Sha Lao Guai is cautious, saying they must conserve their strength and avoid unnecessary conflicts. Their 2 goals are the Zhuan Palace treasure and the Jingzhou governor. Junyan interjected, The governor of Jingzhou is nothing to worry about. Sha the old devil instructed. Holy son, you are too arrogant. If you encounter him, do not engage. Send a signal first and wait for us to arrive and surround him. That is the only way to be certain. He scoffed. A bunch of fearful old men. What can a mere governor do? Open your eyes and watch. I'll kill him and feed him to the dogs. Zhang Yi worried. Elder, what do we do? He retorted. What else can we do? Follow the saint into battle. Don't let him face the governor of Jingzhou alone. Meanwhile, Jiaikai cradles the mountain spirit as the order rings out. The North Star gathers. Seeing him return, Jiki unceremoniously tossed Shanjing aside to greet him, saying, Muli, you're finally back. Seeing everyone assembled, Muli gives the order. Inside the Mystic Palace lie both treasures and dangers, so stick close to me. Everyone questioned Yaki's presence, as the Mystic Palace was meant for martial god inheritance, wondering why this non-martial artist was even there, not even considering her own strength. Sadly, she asked Muli, Are they saying I can't go in? He replied, The inheritance values talent, not cultivation. You have martial arts talent. Why couldn't you enter? The group then entered the Mystic Palace, and in the darkness, Muli called out, Jaki, it's okay, we're inside. She asked fearfully, Muli, where is this dark place? And why is it just the two of us? He replied, I guess the entrance to the Mystic Palace is a random teleportation formation. It must have teleported people to different places. Not sensing Little White's presence, Muli knew that even Little White hadn't appeared and must have been teleported away as well. It seems that Xuantianxin's true power is at least at the Divine Soul realm. First, he decides, let's go out and take a look around. Stepping outside, they find themselves amidst verdant mountains, and Muli realizes the Mystic Palace contains another world, the true palace, likely atop the mountain. Jaichi admired the scenery, commenting on its beauty, but Muli sternly warned, don't get distracted, stay close, and don't wander off. It's dangerous here. Even I might not be able to handle it. Meanwhile, Jiaichi was lost in his fantasies, imagining just him and Muli here, like a date. But Muli remained vigilant. Powerful auras lurked here, as if the supreme beings had begun to fight. A mountain spirit was being chased. Kid, don't run. Seeing it leap into Muli's arms, the old man shouted, Lord of Jing Province, I found this mountain spirit first. You want to take it from me? With a coldness in his voice, Muli asked, his hand gathering spiritual energy. Did you inflict these wounds? He wondered if this was the seasoned martial saint. He booms, so what if I did? Don't think you can use your position as governor to steal this mountain spirit from me. Once I devour it, my lifespan will increase, my cultivation will rise, and no one in Huajia will be my match. But Muli refused. Sorry, the former governor of Jing Province asked me to take care of this little one, and no one is allowed to harm it. The opponent angrily charged forward, ranting, The mountain spirit is an unowned object. Even if I have to risk my life today, I must obtain it. Jiaki, hiding in the corner, cried out, Muli, be careful! His attack sent their opponent flying, leaving a long, deep trench in the ground. He crawled on the ground, obsessed. The mountain spirit. The mountain spirit is mine. He picked it up and asked the little one, Have you seen anyone from North Abyss? It shook its head. Let's keep moving forward. It seems everyone's been separated. While searching for his companions, he encounters disciples of the hidden sect who are looking for something. The elder said it was here, so why can't we find it? Mountain Spirit gestures to him, pointing at the heavenly essence grass. The two disciples spotted them, and seeing what he held, they were shocked. Celestial herb, Jingzhou shepherd. One of them shouted, Stop! He calmly asked, What is it? This herb is yours, the two argued stubbornly. We found it first. That's right, we're very sensitive to the scent of herbs, and we knew there was heavenly essence grass here for a long time. We just didn't find it right away. Aren't you afraid? I'm telling you, this herb is mine. Do you have a problem with that? In his heart, Muli knew that the heavenly path herb had no scent, so they must have known there was a spiritual medicine here beforehand. One of them points at him, scolding, I'm warning you, don't be arrogant, you can't afford to provoke the Haran righteous sect. The senior brother says casually, Junior brother, let it go. You have the ability to obtain the treasure. If Governor Jingzhou can pluck it, then it's yours. Let's go look somewhere else. The junior disciple was still catching up, but what caught his attention was the small mountain spirit on his shoulder, a peerless treasure among the 10 great mountain spirits. If they reported this to the elders, they would surely be greatly rewarded. Watching them leave, he sensed something was off. Wouldn't the hidden sect stop at nothing to achieve their goals? Why did they give up so easily? Without another thought, Muli focused on concocting the Heavenly Path herb, instructing Jiaki to wait until he made it into a pill. Jiachi pouts, saying she doesn't need it, that this young lady won't eat it. He refines it into a pill and gives it to her. This is good stuff. It'll improve your aptitude and speed up your cultivation. But all Jiaki cares about is whether it'll help her catch up to Fu Yue and Linger. Muli assures her that with enough effort, she can do it. She knows they come from different worlds and she can't just cling to him, she needs to be useful to him. As soon as she drinks it, Jiachi immediately absorbs the energy of the Heavenly Path herb. Muli assists her, shocked. No wonder it's the Heavenly Path herb. She almost reached the level of a high-grade martial artist. Finally, Jiaki finished absorbing the herb, her face flushed an unusual red. Muli frowned, observing her. Jiaki, are you okay? Could the Heavenly Path grass's medicinal properties be too strong? Jiaki can't take it. She leaned into him, whining, Muli, I'm so hot. He realized the reason for Sujiaki's behavior. Her heart was impure, and she was about to be consumed by inner demons. Jiaki pinned him down, saying, Muli, I'm so hot. He considered that forcing her awake with his power would only hurt her. After some thought, Muli ordered little Butian. There's a small stream nearby. Go fetch a bucket of water. Jiaki's face grew increasingly flushed. Muli earnestly warned, Gee, if you can't control your temper, you'll fall into evil ways. Just as her lips were about to touch him, a bucket of water was poured over her, shocking Jiaki awake. What? What are you doing? He repeated. Your mind is unstable. This is dangerous. Hearing this, she was confused. Molly, I'm sorry. I didn't want to cause you any more trouble, so why? He instructed. It's safe around here for now. Meditate until you're ready. Then we'll move on. The mountain spirit gazed ahead eagerly. Muli realized, You can sense Linger's presence? It broke free and ran ahead, leading the way. Seeing Lin Ni captured by a group of people, Jiachi is shocked. It's Lin Ni. What are they doing? He wondered, the Floating World Central Spirit Sect, what do they want? Xu Jiao invites her. Lin Ni, you have a natural ice spirit body, a cultivation genius. Our Floating World Central Spirit Sect has an unsurpassed cultivation method suited for you. Linger refuses, saying, Thank you, Sister Xuejiao, but I'm used to the mortal world. It's better for me here. Xuejiao continues to tempt her. What's so good about this mortal world? All those detestable faces. You tricked me into fighting openly and covertly, and Lin Ni echoed your sentiments. It's true. The mortal world has its evils, but it also has many beautiful things worth pursuing, and even if I'm mired in the mud, I'm still at peace. Did Xueqing realize where the problem lies? Does this little girl have someone in her heart? Elder Qi mocked. All men are lustful, and there's no true love in this world. Lin Ni defends Muli, saying he's different from the others. The elder slams her staff on the ground, scolding her for being too deluded to listen, and refusing to let someone with her potential be buried in this mortal world. Just then, Muli Khan appears, calling out, Ling-er, what are you doing? Her eyes light up as she rushes toward him. Brother Moli, Sister Su, Elder Qi has given the order. Zhu Jiao, go and bring that girl back to me. She obeys. Disciple, I understand. Xue Jiao steps forward and introduces herself. Fellow Taoist Jingzhou Mu, I am Gu Xue Jiao, the chief disciple of the Floating World Zhongling sect. You must know that Linger is extremely suitable for cultivation, and we are fully capable of nurturing her. If you want what's best for her, hand her over to us. But Muli doesn't interfere. Linner will decide, I won't interfere. Linner pleads, I don't want to join the Floating World Spirit Sect. Brother Moli, I only want to be with you. You've heard her pleas, now heed them. She said she doesn't want to, so give it up. Xie tries to persuade the Jingzhou shepherd one last time. With her talent, the sect will cherish her, and she's destined to become the most powerful female cultivator in Huazia. But Muli replied, It's not that I don't trust you, but Linger doesn't want to, so my hands are tied. Qi Elder interjected, Jingzhou Mu, if you have no objections, release the girl so she can return to the sect with us. Jai couldn't bear their absurdity any longer. Hey, how can you guys be so unreasonable? Don't you have any sense? Muli's face darkens. I said she doesn't want to go with you. Are you deaf? Elder Qi slams her staff down, aura swirling. Foolish and stubborn. Whether you agree or not, we're taking her. Mockley fears no one. If they want to take her, they should prepare for death. Linger worried. Brother Muli, I've heard the Hidden Door elders are very powerful. Can you really beat them? He reassured her. Don't worry, Lin Ni. I'll make them cry. He gripped his opponent's staff tightly, and she angrily retorted, Shameless brat, let go. Since you want me to, I'll let go then. As he released his grip, Elder Qi was sent flying like a leaf in the wind by Mu Li's power. Xu Jiao is afraid. Elder Qi is a high-level martial saint, yet she's no match for Jingzhou Mu. Shui King guesses that Elder Qi is probably out for blood. With murder in her eyes, Elder Qi swings her staff, unleashing a fiery arc. "Little thief, I will kill you!" Each strike of her staff is aimed directly at him. Die. Annoyed, Mu Li says, "Noisy." His murderous aura strikes before they can even react. She asks in disbelief, "Just who are you?" "There are powers in this world you're not worthy to touch," Mu Li retorted. "Do you still want to take her?" "Brother Mu Li, let it go. They didn't do anything to me." His tone was threatening. "Remember this, or next time you provoke me, you're dead," Elder Qi said, annoyed. "He may have defeated me, but what about the sect leader and the Grand Elder?" Xue Kong replied, "Forget it. That Jingzhou governor is like a second Xuantianxin. What happened back then? No one mentions it anymore." She thought to herself, Jingzhou Mu is right. After so many years in high positions, the hidden door is losing touch with reality. Now that the power of heaven and earth is recovering, perhaps some extinct forces will reappear. Linger followed, praising him, "Mu Li, you're amazing." He humbly replies, "Cultivation is a never-ending path. In the thousands of years of Huaxia's history, there have been many stronger than I." Remembering those three, he thinks, the alien saint, the old stone Zhong in the ancient city underground, and the false son of destiny, Dan Qi, are all stronger than him, and who knows what else will appear. From around the corner, a Xiaobai emerges, saying, "I've finally found you all." Lin Ni happily calls out, "Big sister Xiaobai." Not seeing her, Jiaqi was confused. "Linger, who are you talking to?" He asks directly, "You didn't cause any trouble, did you?" Xiaobai replies, "No." The more Jiaqi heard, the more frightened he became. "Who exactly are you two talking to?" No, not a ghost, is she?" Ling Qi reveals with a smile. "That's right, big sister Xiaobai is a demon." Hearing this, she hugged him tightly in fear. Mu Li advised, "Jiaqi, you've embarked on the path of cultivation. You must get used to these things, including zombies and demons." Jiaqi visibly paled. "Jiangshi and demons?" Xiaobai's wicked hand reached for her mountainous chest. Jiaqi immediately felt a chill, and Mu Li reminded her, "Xiaobai, show yourself and stop teasing her." She reveals herself, offering a handshake. "Hello, I'm Xiaobai." Jiaqi stammered. "Hello." Xiaobai suddenly remembered. "That's right, Mu Li, there's a tall building up ahead, and I saw many martial artists there. Let's go take a look." "Wait here carefully. Linner, it's crowded and complicated up there, so let's disguise the little one before we go meet them." Before the mystic testing platform, a voice booms out. The top young talents have nearly all arrived, and one wonders if they'll obtain divine weapons. As Mu Li enters, everyone is impressed. "Look, it's Jingzhou Mu. Someone's calling him. Brother Mu, over here." Fu Wen is surprised. "Brother Mu, are you here to test your talent and get a divine weapon too?" "You don't understand. I just got here and don't know the situation." Fu Yun points forward and says, "Brother Mu, the stone tablet over there can test a martial artist's talent. Just put your hand on it and pour in your power. If you meet the requirements, you can receive a divine weapon protected by a formation." Mu Li understood that this was a trial created by Xuantianxin. The sword on the stone tablet must be Xuantianxin's personal sword, the martial god sword. Fu Yun replies, "That's right, it's said that the person with the highest talent can obtain the martial god sword, and is also the most likely to receive the martial god's inheritance." He wondered, "So what level of talent do you need to get a divine weapon?" He held up 4 fingers and said, "You can get a divine weapon as long as you have level 4 talent." Among those who obtained divine weapons first were the 4 hidden sect disciples, all with level 5 talent. Gu Shuijiao, the chief disciple of the Fuxi Zhongling sect. Zhao Han, the chief disciple of the Xiaoyao Valley. Feng Xing, the chief disciple of the Haoren Junki sect. And Feng Buhan, the chief disciple of the Divine Calculation sect. Then, the most surprising was Xu Liang of the Northern Underworld, the one-armed saber master, who also had level 5 talent, on par with the hidden sect disciples. Finally, there was Liu Junyan, the holy son of the 5 Poison sect of the heretical faction, whose talent was level 6. Mu Li asks directly, "What about you?" Fu Yun replies confidently, "While my strength may not match yours, my talent is definitely only a little bit behind. I'm the only level 6.5 talent here, and this spear is second only to the sword of the war god. Brother Mu, you're the only one left to test your talent. Everyone's waiting for you." Mu Li flies straight to the testing platform. "Very well, let's see." Below, Junyan sneers, knowing that if he doesn't perform well, he'll lose face. Bohan and Zhao Han look expectantly at Mu Li, wondering if he could have a level 7 talent and thus obtain the martial god sword. Can someone from the mortal world really reach level 7? Zhao Han scoffs. Don't speak too soon, Fong. You and I both came from the mortal world. Xuejiao was also eager to know the result, thinking that even level 7 might not be enough to assess his talent. When the pillar fluctuated violently, someone exclaimed, "Holy crap, look, level 7 talent!" Junyan squinted, wondering what kind of garbage test this was. Heavenly mysterious blindness? I'm only level 6, so how can that Jingzhou governor reach level 7? Fu Wen realizes something's wrong. The energy is still overflowing and the stele is about to explode. The entire stele shatters, revealing what's inside. Mulai retrieves it. The storage ring is just what he needs, and the sword's body gradually appears. He assesses it. A fine sword, but he wonders which is stronger, this or the fragment of the iron sword. Bohin is still in shock. So what if he has a high-level talent and obtained the martial god sword? Isn't he still just a mortal? He descended, sword in hand, and inquired about the treasures of the mystic palace being protected by formations. There are many, Fu Yun replied, especially rare divine medicines in the herb garden. Muli then led the group away, saying, "Let's go take a look at the herb garden." Feng Xing, watching from behind, found it all quite interesting, noticing the disguised mountain spirit. That little thing is actually Jingzhou Mu, the mountain spirit. You're truly a treasure-bearing child for the Hao and righteous sect. Once the elders arrive, all your treasures will be ours. Junyan leaps to block the Jingzhou shepherd's path. How impressive, so your supreme talent means we're all beneath you. Liu Junyan, I don't believe the results of that trash Xuantianjin test. Fu Yun confronted him, demanding, Junyan, what is it you really want? He doesn't even spare him a glance. A martial master like you has no right to speak to me. Just as Fu Yun was enraged, Mu Li intervened, while Junyan issued a challenge. Jingzhou Mu, I challenge you. The loser forfeits a hand and a foot. Do you dare accept? Two disciples then advised Junyan, Your Holiness, please don't be impulsive. The patriarch said you're no match for him. These words wounded Junyan's pride, and with a sword, he slashed the other's neck. Don't you dare lecture me. However, Mu Li refused, saying, I have no interest in fighting you. Fu Yun was shocked. Junyan was known for his brutality, but who knew he was this cruel to his own people? Junyan sneered, You don't dare, do you? The renowned governor of Jing province is just a coward, daring to call himself the #1 genius. Fight me, and I'll chop you up and feed you to the dogs. Mu Li coldly cursed him. Madman. This enraged Junyan, who launched a unilateral attack. If you won't fight, I'll make you. No one escapes Tuangan's sights. Fu Yun shouts, Brother Mu, watch out! With a calm expression, he casually struck him across the face, sending him flying. Clutching his stinging cheek, Junyan roared, You dare slap me? King Zhou Mu, I will kill you. He roared, sending his sword toward Mu Li. But Mu Li remained calm. He delivered a kick straight to his gut, snarling, Get lost! Junyan was sent reeling, and the others were terrified. One kick had shattered all of the Holy Sun's meridians. In the distance, an explosion erupts in flames. Mu Li knows it's the medicine garden's defenses, the martial saints breaking the formation. Let's go see. Feng Mei is using his Huang-level fist to break the barrier at the medicine garden. The old man sighed in frustration. Still no good. We can't break this shield. Anxious, Trung Ngia urged, Ancestor, shouldn't we try? There's no need to rush. Once the protective barrier is broken, the treasure inside will be ours. Let them attack first. The Jing province governor has arrived. The governor of Yizhou asks, Governor of Jingzhou, what were the results of the talent assessment? You reveal it, and I'll give you the sword of the martial god. Good, as expected of my beacon of righteousness. At that moment, Sha the old freak received news. Elder, the Holy Sun has been crippled by the Jing province governor. Enraged, he ordered, Bring the Holy Sun here and pass down my orders. Ming prepared to strike and kill Jingzhou Mu at the first opportunity, before the martial alliance could react. With that, he approached Mu Li. The martial god sword is Yuan Tianxin's personal weapon. Perhaps the governor of Jing province can use it to break the formation. The governor of Yi province glanced at old freak Sha, thinking, this guy is trying to divert everyone's attention. Mu Li throws a ring and draws his sword, deciding to give it a try. He slashes at the shield, but nothing happens except for a cloud of dust. He wasn't surprised, as everyone could see, it was useless. But Salaogi disagreed, saying that since he wasn't a swordsman, the sword's power was diminished, and he should lend it to him to break the formation. If this formation is broken, everyone dies. Seeing his outstretched hand, he calmly refuses, a cold sneer in his heart. Nice try asking for my sword. Sha Logwai, feigning righteousness, boomed, Arrogant brat, I'm doing this for everyone's benefit. Fuyan scoffed. He overestimates himself. Who would trust a man like him? Elder Hao Ran spoke up. Enough. What is all this noise? Governor of Jing, don't always argue with your elders. The young should respect their seniors. The governor of Ji province interjected. Elder Haoran, we can't stand together. Yet you want the governor of Jing province to respect a member of the demonic sect? How absurd is that? Mo Ying-sen chimed in. That's not right. We're all in the same boat now, so what does it matter who's righteous or evil? Some agree, saying, that's right, if you don't trust the demonic sect, surely you can trust a hidden sect elder like Hao Ran with the martial god sword. Mu Li flatly refused. No, was he questioning him? Is even the great hidden sect, righteous Qi sect, not enough to earn your trust? Lord Jing, you think too highly of yourself. Mo Ying tries to reason with him, saying, as a member of the hidden sect, why would he want something from a junior like you? Your attitude is unwavering, and I'll say it again, no. If you have any other tricks, use them all. Hao Ren relented, and the old man Mo Ying continued his tirade. How selfish. You shame the title of governor. The governor of Yi province chides. Don't get worked up, governor of Jing province. They have the numbers. If a conflict breaks out, we won't be able to guarantee your safety. He replied, it's fine. You guys continue discussing how to break the formation. I'm going to take a stroll. At that moment, Mu Li flicked his fingers, looked at the power gathering in his hand, and calmly said, there are many formations within the Violet Star. This is just a low-level one. With a touch, Mu Li casually strolls into the barrier, shocking everyone. He just went in. So many herbs, I just need one. Just one is enough. Seeing his actions, the man was astonished. Why did he throw it away? If you don't need them, give them to me. He secretly assessed the quality of these herbs. Not bad, and very useful for alchemy. Outside, Hao Ran anxiously says, Jingzhou Mu, that's enough. Don't be greedy. Share the treasures with everyone. Mo Ying chimes in, that's right. If you share the divine herbs, my divine calculation sect will remember your contribution and won't pursue your offense against us. He scoffed. What is the divine calculation sect anyway? Are they even worthy of my offense? Mo Ying frowned, angrily asking, Lord Jing, do you know what you're saying? Mockley scoffed. I said, the divine calculation sect is nothing. You won't get a single leaf from this garden. And you, Qin Chao Governor, don't think your title protects you. Mockley taunts him, saying if you want to fight, then come at me. Why all the talk? Mockley threatens him, saying he better not step outside for the rest of his life. He held out an herb to show off. Elder Hao Ran, this herb isn't bad, is it? He knows it can increase his lifespan by decades, not bad at all, so. Scared now? You want to offer me this herb so I can help you get out, right? Mu Li replied, I was just asking if the herb was any good, to broaden your horizons. You want me to give it to you? Not even if you begged. Hao Ran feels like he's being led around by the nose. All right, you really have a death wish. No matter how much the governor of Yi province protects you, you'll pay dearly. The governor of Yi province thought to himself, if the two hidden sects join forces, our chances of winning are slim. From the branches above, a voice calls out, young friend, if you're willing to give the divine wings to 9 heavens, I can help you. Whoever you want dead, I'll kill for you. Mo Ying asks loudly, who do you think you are? Who do you think you are, killing whoever you want? He retorted. Who do I think I am? I am the Northwestern Holy Fox, so his name is Butning. Shaw the monk wondered, wasn't the Northwestern Holy Fox poisoned by me 50 years ago? How could he be here? Buning is talking with Mu Li. What's wrong? Offering 9 portions of divine medicine, he says, I'll do what I said. He puts it all away in his spatial ring and replies, no, I refuse. His face darkened. Fine. I hope you won't regret your decision. Bin Tian seeks his master's counsel. What should we do now? They say the Northwest Sacred Fox is an incredibly powerful martial saint, unmatched even by high-level martial saints. The governor of Yi province could only try his best to protect her. Seeing Mu Li's actions, they rioted, shouting that he was about to emerge, and they should all rush to kill him. So all the divine medicines would be theirs. His sword cuts through without hesitation, leaving a pile of unconscious bodies. Some can't believe it. How could this be the power of a mid-level martial saint? Hao Ran accused him, believing his power came from the martial god sword, and that killing him would yield divine medicine and a peerless weapon. A disciple rushed forward, saying, you should show some respect to the hidden sect. But he was still pierced by his sword. Mu Li grabbed his throat and asked contemptuously, you think you're worthy of my respect? Hao Ran rushed to support him, yelling, Lord Jing, you're too arrogant, daring to kill our disciple. However, the difference in strength sends Hao Ran flying backwards. He realizes, damn it, even he is no match for him now. He must find a way to suppress him. Through the dissipating smoke, Mu Li's elder strikes. Trying to escape? Panic sets in as he realizes escape is impossible, but just then something intervenes. Mu Li coldly asks, "Who?" As the smoke clears, Bu Ning's sword is revealed. He coldly says, "Haon Hien of the righteous sect once saved my life. I won't let you kill him." Behind him, Haon Hien sighs in relief. Great. An opportunity. Seeing Jiaqi, he realized Mu Li's weakness was Yu, and he rushed to grab her, threatening her. Lord Jing, drop the martial god sword and surrender, or she dies. Mu Li teleported behind Hao Ran. Are you threatening me? But Ning's sword interfered with the formation, only to be broken in two. He asked directly, Northwestern Lake Saint, do you really want to interfere? He threatens the governor of Jing province, demanding all the divine medicine and the release of Hao Ran from the righteous sect. I won't make things difficult for you and the girl. Dream on, Mu Li scoffed. Hao Ran shouts, Fine, come and get the divine medicine if you want it. Jiaqi worries as she sees the masters rushing toward him. Mu Li, no. As the masters were about to attack, Mu Li relented. Xiaobai understands and attacks Hao Ran from behind with a soul strike, while Bu Ning unleashes a deadly move, demanding he hand over the divine medicine. Hao Ran sensed the danger behind him as Bu Ning's fist slammed into the ground, mocking him for dodging with Jiaqi. The governor of Jing province can only run? He knows he needs to get back to the garden and figure something out because he has to protect Jiaqi. I'm at a disadvantage against the Northwestern Sacred Tiger in a direct confrontation, and Bu Ning is relentless. He dares to steal from me? How arrogant. He thought to himself that if Jiaqi were hit by this, she would surely die. He could only try his best to withstand it. Bu Ning struck his back with the white tiger claw. Jiaqi worried, Mu Li, what's wrong? She called out to Mu Li, but he didn't respond, and Hao Ran cursed from outside the barrier. Damn it, he got inside. If he stays in there, we won't get anything. But Bu Ning remains calm. Escape? Can he really escape? He orders his men to take them down, as Salaoguai and Husheng move to surround them. Seeing Zhao Han's in action, he wondered, why don't you attack? He looked down on their actions, using another's friends to threaten him for treasure. A despicable behavior indeed, Zhao scoffs, angering Bu Ning. Are you calling me low? Ling Qin quickly stepped forward to defend him. Great Lake Saint, I am an elder of Xiaojiao Valley. My disciple is a bit headstrong. Please forgive him. He defiantly asks, Did you not see the fox token? A supreme martial saint stooping to such treachery. You are unworthy of respect, and the hidden sect is no better. A den of petty men. Fueled by rage, he struck out, declaring, Who do you think you are to criticize me? The governor of Yizhu helped Zhao Han up and ordered his arrest as a member of the Martial Alliance, while Jiaqi worried inside the barrier. Mu Li, please wake up. It's all my fault for insisting on following you. It's all my fault. Mu Li, please wake up. I promise I'll go back to university and live a normal life, and I won't cause you any more trouble. Mu Li awakens, having heard everything, and hums in response. She's overjoyed to see him awake. That's great. Molly, how are you feeling? He reassured her. I'm okay. I'm recovering. Jiaqi felt guilty, repeating, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Mu Li gently replies, It's okay. It's not your fault. I was careless. Outside, Bu Ning demands, Lord Jingzhou, if you're awake, hand over all the medicine inside or I'll attack the Martial Alliance. He thought to himself, awake so soon, then coldly said, What's the rush? The Holy One struck such a heavy blow. Do you think I can even stand right now? He thought to himself. What a robber. He commanded, Since you can't stand after taking my hit, I'll give you 2 hours to heal. After that, bring all your divine medicines here. Hao Ran then pleaded with Hothan. Great Hothan, as the sect leader, I request to take these 2 back with me. They are of great importance to my sect. Please allow it. But Nin agreed. Take them. Just then, Xueqing spoke up. Wait, she's right. That girl is a disciple our inner sect has already chosen. You can't touch her. Hao Ran was shocked. An inner sect disciple? Xu Ting confirms, yes, her talent is exceptional. We only need her. We can relinquish the rest. Thinking to herself, the prefect of Jing province is no ordinary man, and she can't afford to make an enemy of him. She'll just have to save who she can for now. Hao Ran agreed. You can have her, but I want what's inside her. It's a pet raised by our sect leader that escaped down the mountain days ago. He figures, as long as we get the mountain spirit back, they can have the girl. Xu Hing beckoned her over. Linger, come here, don't ask them for anything. Don't panic, I'm only interested in the divine medicine. Once things settle down, you can divide everything else as you wish. Everyone chimed in, stating their desires, and that kid from the royal palace had a pretty good divine spear. I want Xiaojiao Valley, and I want the one-armed swordsman's great sword. The Strange chimes in, We of the evil underworld have no requests, but please let us do the killing. I want all the women here, Junfang roared. I'll have my way with the women of Jing province, torture them to death, and finally be satisfied. In a secluded part of the forest, Huifeng retrieved a small bird, relaying the news to her companion. The governor of Jing province was gravely wounded by a powerful martial saint and is now hiding in a herb garden, likely to die. He replied that acting wildly and recklessly naturally leads to difficulties, but mortals don't have the right to decide his fate. Huifeng asked curiously, "Young master, are we going there now?" His friend denies it, saying, "No need, let's find the legacy of the Zhuantian heart first. Let him suffer more and then save him when he's desperate." Meanwhile, Mok Lai was preparing to cultivate, hoping to break through to the late stage of qi training amidst the medicinal garden's rich spiritual energy, when Ji Kai anxiously called out, "Mok Lai, how are you feeling?" "Disappointed," he replies. "After half an hour of healing, it's had no effect, and I'm clearly getting weaker." Hearing this, Xiaobai is worried. "Mok Li, don't scare me like that. Are you really dying?" Mok Li reassured her. "I'm fine, don't worry." Xiaobai knows him too well. Those outsiders are in for a world of trouble. Bening shouts, "Jingzhou governor, if you're not dead, hurry up and hand over the divine medicine." Moli slumped to the ground, saying, "Great fox sage, stop joking around. I can't even stand. How can I give you the medicine?" Seeing him devour the mystical herbs in his hand, someone angrily shouted, "What are you doing? Do you want to leave anyone alive out there?" After absorbing the herbs, Muli realized that at this rate, he wouldn't be able to stand up until pigs fly. These two herbs only had a slight effect. After absorbing them, Muli used his power to upgrade the Ascension Sutra. He knew he was at the great perfection of qi training, only lacking spiritual energy. Outside, Bu Ning anxiously shouted, "Enough! No more! If you eat another one, I'll kill you both." Muli replies, "Fine, I won't eat anymore because I've successfully reached the great perfection of qi training." He senses that the Immaculate Saint body has begun to loosen and has begun to operate the spiritual energy of heaven and earth on its own. Jiaqi asks worriedly, "Moli, are you feeling any better now?" But Ning insists, "If you're well, hurry up and hand over the divine medicine. Don't waste any more time." He picked up his sword and instructed, "Jiaqi, wait here for me. I'll come back for you when I'm done." She agreed, saying she would wait. But Ning realized his intention. He's recovered and wants to resist. Muli denied it. "Resist? No, I'm going to defeat you all." His sword cleaves towards him, leaving a deep, long trench in the ground and bisecting the unfortunate old monster. Changcheng cried out in alarm. Is he also a martial arts grandmaster now? His next target was Zhang Yi, and his hand moved to take his life. But Nin immediately retaliated. "Insolent whelp, don't get too cocky in my presence." He unleashed a palm strike, but as quick as lightning, Mok Lai appeared right next to him and spoke. "What's wrong?" he mocked as the palm strike passed right through Zhang Yi. "Getting old eyesight failing you?" Hao Ran was stunned. "No, it can't be." Mo Ying shouts for everyone to join forces and kill the Martial Alliance members, saying that even he can't save them all. Ding Qin swings his fan, slashing as he snarls, "Die!" A fiery barrage blankets the sky, but Muli's dragon spirit coils around it. The badge radiates spiritual energy, and the Yizhu governor realizes it's the golden dragon plate, only summonable by a supreme martial saint. It seems the Jingzhou governor is destined to become a modern-day mythical governor. He hands the potion to the old Yaozhou governor, asking him to distribute the healing pills. "My recklessness endangered you all before. Now they will pay for what they've done." With that, Muli charged straight toward the enemy, his first strike aimed at Ding Qin, who fell without resistance. Ignoring his words, Muli kicked him, then continued to hunt his third target. The two old Haoran and Mo Ying paled in fear. "Lord Hu Sheng, save us." With a grim expression, Muli pierces through both of them with a single strike, then leaps high into the air, his target. Bu Ning below. He shouts, "Lord of Qingzhou, do you truly not take us seriously?" He calmly replied, "Don't worry, you're next." He swore wildly, "If I, Bu Nin, don't kill you today, I'll disappear from the world, never to be seen again." Moli chanted, "Immortal Ascension. 9 revolutions, 9 nines return to 1. You're a half-step martial god?" Muli approached and condemned him, stepping on his chest. "You, Bu Ning, a supreme martial saint, rely on your martial arts and use despicable methods. You deserve to die." Bu Ning threatens him with his status. "Governor Jing, I am a Huaxia guardian saint. You cannot kill me," Muli asked grimly. "A guardian saint, huh?" He complimented. "Not bad. The desperate guardian saint insisted, "Ask the governor over there. He knows." The governor admitted it was true. Foreign warriors had attacked, and the nation promised much to entice powerful martial saints to fight, naming them guardian saints. Their contributions were significant, but nothing more. They exploited the situation to drain the national treasury, and the nation owes them nothing. "So that's how it is. Then you still deserve to die." Batnin cried out in despair. "You can't kill me!" A martial arts golden age, but chaos is coming. When foreign invaders arrive, how will China resist? Can you bear that responsibility? He silenced the speaker with a single strike, cleaving him in two as Muli coldly turned away. "I can bear it. I can not only bear it, but destroy it." The governor of Yizhou thought to himself, "These old martial saints always think they're the greatest, never considering that this world now belongs to the young." Muli called out, "Governor of Yizhou, some of the evil sect have taken the opportunity to escape. What should we do with them?" He fears that the experts of the shadow sect are almost gone, and he will send people to hunt them down and eliminate them completely. But what are you planning to do, Muli? Once word gets out, the hidden sect will surely declare war on you. Muli replied, "I'm not afraid of the hidden sect. I'm just afraid they'll threaten my family. I need someone to inform the Mu family to take refuge in the ancient sage's underground residence for a while." Hearing this, Fu Yun's eyes lit up. "Mok, you have a house in the underground ancient city?" He replied, "The old man of ancient city gave it to me for breaking the tower record there. The governor of Yizhou guesses that his record probably far exceeds the 3 10-story towers, right?" Muli invites his guests, saying that after this matter is over, he welcomes everyone to his home to cultivate as compensation for today. Yunfu hastily replied, "Don't worry, Brother Mu. He's exaggerating to try and get on your good side. We from Huangpu will do our best to resist the pressure from the hidden sect and help you." Muli subtly criticized, "Can't a prodigy act like a prodigy?" The governor of Yi province revealed his intentions to the governor of Jing province. Above the provincial governors is a leader who oversees all 9 provinces. I will seek an audience with him and ask for his help. Hearing this, he felt even more relieved. That's wonderful. With that settled, I have nothing more to worry about. Zhuejiao suggests you, Lord Jingzhou. If it's inconvenient for you, our sect is willing to take them in. We'll take in the female martial artists of the northern underworld and ensure their safety for you. Muli politely declined, then announced, "Everyone, I must gather elixirs from the medicine garden. When I return, each of you may take one." The others exclaimed in shock. "Really?" Muli confirmed, "I swear on the name of Jingzhou, I'm not joking." Meanwhile, Huifang received news and reported, "My lord, the evil sect has been destroyed by Jingzhou Mu." He marveled, as expected of the one I chose. He was able to turn the tables, all the more reason to bring him under my command. Filled with hatred, Huifang vowed, "Governor Jingzhou, I will personally kill you to avenge Zhuo Ming." Xu Liang distributed the herbs, and the delighted crowd thanked him profusely. He announced that everyone should line up to receive a spirit herb. There was enough for everyone. Then Zhao Han approached him. "Lord Jingzhou, I am Zhao Han from the Jiajinlang Academy. As a child, I was kidnapped and taken to Mount Xiaojiao." Muli thought to himself, "So he's from Jingzhou. It seems the hidden sect has done its fair share of kidnapping." He asked, "Would you be interested in joining the Northern Alliance? I'm grateful to Governor Jingzhou for taking me in." Muli hands him a medicinal herb, saying it's his initiation gift. Zhao Han expresses his gratitude to the chief. He gave instructions to those remaining. "Zhao Han, after distributing the elixirs, you and Xu Lang will personally lead the people of North Sea to seek creation. I'll go on ahead. Meet me at the main hall of the Mystic Palace." Linger marveled at the palace's grandeur as Muli wondered what lay inside, when suddenly a spear appeared. A sinister voice spoke from behind. "Behold my spear. Surely you know who I am. Fu Van, you've been following me this whole way. What do you want?" He shrugs. "Nothing much. My sister came to this palace after her aptitude test, so I'm here to find her." Along the way, he asked Muli directly, "Are you not satisfied with your weapon?" Puan answered honestly, "It's not that I'm not satisfied. The spear is a good spear, but I don't like using spears. I still prefer swords. Mok, your god of war sword is still the strongest. It cuts through gods like they're melons, maybe." Mok Lai refused outright. "No way, don't even think about it." Yun still didn't give up on his request. "Molly, don't you still have a shard of that iron sword? Which is better, the sword of the war god or this?" He pondered. "I don't know, I brought that shard from Jingzhou." Surprised to see them, Nguyet calls out, "Mok Lai Tuvan, do you want to come in and take a look? There are lots of interesting things inside." Fu Yun excitedly runs over. "Let me see what goodies are here." Meanwhile, Mu Li, holding the shard, ponders which is stronger, the shard or the sword god. Should he test them? He decides to test it on the sword, then pales as he realizes the sword energy is leaking out. The martial god. Sword's power has been greatly reduced, but what is the origin of this iron sword that it could damage the martial god sword? Behind him, Fu Yun called out, "Mumu, come take a look, there's an alchemy furnace in here." Mumu immediately went over, replying that he was coming. Inside the main hall was a magnificent alchemy furnace, and behind it, a colossal statue. Mu Li assessed it. This must be a sculpture of Xuan Tianxin. Its aura is extraordinary. What's so interesting about a statue? Come check out this alchemy furnace, Mu Hyung. The governor of Yizhou entered, saying, "This alchemy furnace is protected by a formation. Breaking it won't be easy." Mu Li reached out and shattered the formation. After succeeding, Mu Li instructed, "This formation is simple. A high-level martial saint can break it with a little force." A fragrance wafts through the air and Fu Yun inhales it. "It smells amazing. Is it a divine pill?" he replied. "It's just a normal elixir. We'll share it later." Mu Li turned and asked, "Lord Protector Yao, do you know anything about the weapons used by the ancient protectors?" He replied that each ancient governor possessed their own divine weapon, but ancient texts don't offer much detail. He handed him the fragment, asking if he'd ever seen a sword made of this material. "It seems extremely sharp. If I'm not mistaken, this material, it might be the legendary Dragon Emperor's sword." Mu Li is surprised. The Dragon Sovereign's sword sounds formidable. The Lord of Yuzhou explains that it predates even the Yu Sovereign, dating back to the very beginning of time, the age of the human sovereign. Legend says the human emperor forged the Dragon Sovereign's sword, a unique weapon used by humanity to suppress 70% of its destiny. It eventually passed to the martial emperor, who placed it in special locations throughout China, tied to its fate. "Where did you find this fragment?" Mu Li asks. "I found this fragment in Jingzhou Prefecture, but this is all that's left," Yizhou Muxie revealed. "The 7 Dragon Sovereign swords vanished long ago into the river of history. I never imagined you'd find one, even in this decayed state. Legend says that gathering all 7 Dragon Sovereign swords allows one to summon a dragon god." Mu Li is stunned. Is this a joke? Summoning a dragon? He says the Dragon Emperor sword is made from dragon bones, so even if you summon a dragon, it won't be anything special. Yunfu has discovered a massive pill in the alchemy furnace. "Lord Governor of Yizhou, Brother Mu, come quickly. This is the first time I've seen such a large elixir, but there seems to be some kind of seal at the bottom of the furnace, making it impossible to touch. Why don't you try breaking it?" "Let me try." After testing it, Mu Li realizes there's a barrier, meaning this pill already has a spirit. He reads the pill's name, Celestial Creation Pill. Fu Wen wondered what it was, and he replied, "This pill is of a much higher grade than others, almost impossible to refine in this era of declining magic, but it's missing one final step to become a true celestial pill. I must help Xuan Tianxin complete this creation pill." "Who is refining the creation pill?" Mu Li's expression suddenly changed. As a heavenly lightning bolt strikes the furnace, it reacts violently. He thinks to himself, in theory, only god-level pills attract heavenly lightning. This is just a heaven-grade elixir, so why is it summoning a tribulation? Something's not right. This level of heavenly lightning is trying to destroy the elixir. After the heavenly lightning obliterates everything, leaving only thick smoke, he asks worriedly, "Is everyone all right?" Fu Yun reports, "Brother Mu Li, I'm all right." The governor of Yizhou wonders, what exactly happened to Jingzhou Mu? Regarding that power, he calmly replies, "It's nothing. Perhaps I've violated some taboo. If we can't refine this celestial pill, let's venture deeper into the mystic palace." Could it be that the earth itself forbids power beyond the celestial level? What does team leader sense outside? Could someone have touched something truly terrifying within the mystic palace? Friend advises, ignore them. Let's quickly break this formation and obtain the inheritance of the mystic heaven heart first. As he touched the formation, he realized its strength was greater than the others. This was the place. Just then, Mok Lai's group arrived, and he thought to himself that Tu Puang was truly his nemesis. His friend greeted him, noting that Qin Chaomuk's cultivation had improved quite a bit in a short time. He sizes up Linger, a natural ice spirit with unparalleled beauty and grace. "Truly, I am the son of destiny. Not only do I have a supremely talented follower like Jingzhou Mu, but I'm also about to acquire a magnificent furnace." That attitude sends chills down Rinley's spine. Molly is terrifying. He replied, "Don't worry, I'm here. He won't be able to do anything to you." Already my friend is subtly threatening Jingzhou Mu. This girl will be my concubine. These two are of different status. This action is truly disrespectful. Tu Fuang calls out, "Young master, the door has opened on its own." His friend surmises that the palace opened on its own, sensing the arrival of a successor. "If that's the case, I'll go on ahead and seek you two out after I've received the inheritance of Xuantianxin." Fu Yun scratched his head, saying, "Mu, who was that guy? He felt like a pervert, and he went into the inheritance palace. Don't we have to wait for him to come out before we can go in?" Mu Li replied, "It's fine. Let's go in too." Since it's the legacy of Xuantianxin, everyone will likely see a different scenario upon entering. Whether he can receive the inheritance depends on whether he can pass the test. With that, they stepped through the gate, and as it closed behind them, he entered another world. As Mu Li walked and observed his surroundings, he said, "It seems they really are using illusions to test people." Then he walked towards the golden book placed on the platform. He picked it up and read the title, The Autobiography of Xuantianxin. The book read, "I will make the hidden sect pay, but my talent is too ordinary to make a difference." Then one day, I found the legend of an ancient qi cultivator at the oldest mountain in China, Phoenix Mountain. After reading, he thought, Xuantianxin, like me, changed his life at Phoenix Mountain. Slightly curious, Muk Lai read on, "After a stroke of luck I became an alchemist, but when I tried to break through to the soul division stage I summoned a heavenly tribulation. Even the heavenly pills I concocted yielded to the heavenly tribulation. It seems the heavens and earth limit power, but I don't know why." Reading this, he suddenly thought, although the power hidden within the heavenly pill and the soul division stage was great, it wasn't enough to summon a heavenly tribulation. Suddenly, he heard someone call from behind, "This inheritance is not for you." He turned to look at Xuantianxin, who replied, "I am but a split soul of Xuantianxin, not the true body." Mu Li then asked, "Where is your true body?" He replied, "You've read the autobiography, so you must know that there are hidden secrets in this world. The true self has gone to find the answer, and my mission is to guard this mystic palace and find a successor." Hearing this, he said, "I have many questions for you regarding this world and Mount Feng Huang." But Xuantianxin quickly declined. "I only inherited a portion of his cultivation and memories, so I may not be able to answer your questions. But perhaps you know more than I, for within you lies a soul almost ancient, and even I cannot fathom your hidden potential. Therefore, you are not suited to my legacy." He happily replied, "Don't worry. I wasn't planning on cultivating your techniques anyway, but who are you planning to give this inheritance to?" Then, with a wave of his hand, both Mu Li and Xuantianxin were transported to where his companions stood motionless. Seeing this, he asked, "They're all in an illusion?" The old man replied, "That's right." He quickly scanned each person there, starting with the friend. He commented that this person was a qi cultivator, and his pseudo-nascent soul cultivation was the highest, making him seem the most suitable. But he would not choose him. He explained that this person was unbelievably arrogant, daring to call himself heaven's chosen at such a young age. It's laughable, and I don't like him. He glanced at Lingzhi, noting that she was a natural ice spirit, perfect for cultivation but not suited to his techniques, so he passed. Looking at Fu Yun, he was pleased. This young man was weaker but had a steady temperament. Moreover, his talent is no less than that alchemist's, so he'll choose him as his successor, and he agrees. Indeed, Huang Fu Yun is not bad. Before merging with Fu Yun, Xuantianxin instructed, "I'm going to pass on the technique. Don't refine that heaven pill. With your current abilities, you might not be able to withstand the heavenly tribulation." Hearing this, he pondered, "Are the rules limiting me to only reaching the Daodan stage? What's going on? I clearly passed the test, so why haven't I received the inheritance?" Thon Bingyu exclaimed, having just broken free from his frozen state. "Could this so-called inheritance just be a scam? Why haven't I received it yet? Who is worthy of it?" He looks at Mu Li and says grandly, "Lord Mu of Jing Province, could it be you?" Suddenly, Fu Yun spoke up. "I received the inheritance. It's me. I passed the trial." He shouted with joy, "I obtained the inheritance of Xuantianxin." He approached and asked, "Mortal, what is your name?" With imposing arrogance, Chung Penghao commanded, "Tell me your name, and then offer me the inheritance of Xuantianxin." "I might consider taking you as my servant," Chung Pengyu said, annoyed. "If Xuantianxin were still alive, I'd really want to confront him." His eyes revealed utter disdain. How could such a small fry be worthy of Xuantianxin's legacy? Standing beside him, Mu Li stirred the pot. "Heaven's mandate, you're really losing face." Turning back, he said, "Mujingzhou, you'll be mine soon, so I'll allow your insolence for now, but mind your words in the future and know your place." He laughed, pointing to his head. Young Master Qianming, I've heard some people can raise fish in their brains, and I think you're one of them. He didn't understand what he was implying. His next words would shock everyone because his brain was full of water. Hearing this, he laughs, his murderous intent slowly revealing itself. I was wrong. Why be nice? If you want someone to follow you, you need to use absolute power to make them submit. Muli slowly said, I don't understand. You're talking about absolute power. Suddenly, a blonde girl hid by the wall, secretly rejoicing at their quarrel, hoping they would severely injure Jingzhou Mu, giving her a chance to strike. Suddenly, his friend turned on him, but he quickly snapped the sword in two. Seeing the light around him, he asked, What is that thing of yours that can cut through a core formation stage magic weapon? He quickly replies, It's just an insignificant piece of scrap metal. Hearing this only excites him more. Something that can cut through magical artifacts is just scrap metal? You're a treasure. I must have you. Kneel and submit to me. Obey the will of heaven. Before he could finish his spell, he was right behind him, cursing, Obey my ass, catching him completely off guard. What? He delivers a powerful kick, sending him crashing into the opposite wall. Seeing this, she wondered, how could this be? He struggled to his feet, thinking, impossible, how could I, a pseudo-core stage cultivator, lose to a mere qi practitioner? Muli approaches, saying, How shallow. A perfected qi cultivator like me can defeat you. Where do you get the confidence to make me your subordinate? In the end, you're just a mortal with meager cultivation, hardly worthy of being called heaven-sent. His friend, unaware of his terrifying power, still laughs triumphantly. Jingzhou Mu, you think you've won just because you kicked me? He channels his power into his hand and shouts, Go to hell! Yifang watches, thinking this is his master's full power. Was Jingzhou Mei defeated? The smoke begins to clear, revealing a figure still standing tall. You're still standing. It's Muli, he smirks. Is that all you've got? Frozen City. Lord trembled, asking weakly, Just who are you? How can you be stronger than me? With a dark look, he said, You're not worthy to know who I am, but today you'll pay for your ignorant arrogance. Suddenly, a voice cried out, Wait! Fu Yun looked up at the person who had just arrived and stammered, Master Yu. Xuan Denxin clasped his hands and said, Fellow cultivator, I have a request. Muli respectfully returned the gesture. Senior, anything you need, just ask. He casually waved his hands and stepped forward, saying, It's nothing. Just a small matter to discuss with him. His friend's face turned purple as he warily eyed Xuan Tianxin, asking who he was. He casually reached out, saying, I am Xuan Tianxin, here to save you. He widened his eyes in disbelief, exclaiming, Xuan Tianxin, you're still alive. And he's even inside the profound palace. He stood tall, exuding the air of a superior. That's right. That young man is the successor I've chosen. It seems you don't think he's worthy. Tianxin glanced behind him, smiling faintly in agreement. Indeed, his cultivation is a bit low, not comparable to yours, which is why I saved you. Hearing this, he couldn't help but shout smugly, So you've thought it through and want to pass on the inheritance to me? I'd gladly accept, he began. But before he could finish, Tianxin slammed a hand into his face, sending him flying. His friend landed effortlessly on the ground, and Fu Yun was shocked by the sudden turn of events. He quickly jumped up, angrily shouting, What do you think you're doing? He advanced with certainty, declaring, My disciple's cultivation is low because his talent hasn't been awakened. Then Tianxin slowly approached, golden power swirling in his hand. Though your cultivation is high, I don't like you. And with that, he clenched his fist. His friend watched the golden chains fly through the air, and in an instant, shackles locked onto his wrists. He was stunned to see his other wrist bound as well. And just like that, he was sealed away. He crossed his arms, leaning against the door, and spoke with a hint of doubt. It's a sealing formation. Xuan Tianxin intends to keep him waiting here. He approaches and says calmly, If you think my disciple is inferior to you, then I'll let you compete against each other. Then, looking at him, Tianxin said, Huang Fu Yun. I'm sealing him here for 2 years. After that, I won't interfere with your feud. If you can't defeat him then, you'll face the consequences. He pointed at himself in shock. 2 years, Fu Yun couldn't help but think. In 2 years, I need to advance from a mid-level martial lord to a supreme martial saint. As if thinking of something, he turned to Muli and asked, Friend, can you spare his life? Hearing this, he simply smiled and replied, Very well. Meanwhile, Bang Hu, hating his situation, roared, Xuan Tianxin, if you don't release me, my elders will come for you, and your Xuan Palace will never know peace again. Hearing this, he scoffed, unconcerned. Fine. Unless it's a great cultivator of the soul division stage, whoever comes will die. He was practically foaming at the mouth, screaming, Zhuan Tianjin, you dare use me as a stepping stone for your disciple? I'll kill him in 2 years. Hiding behind a wooden pillar, Hui Fang seethed, Jingzhou Mu, you may have survived this time, but you won't live for long. Seeing Muli notice the person behind him, he hummed, and noticing Muli's expression, asked, Brother Mu, what's wrong? Hearing this, Muli cryptically replied, It's nothing, just a little snake that got away. Seeing Fu Yun's less than pleasant expression, he asked, What's wrong? Is something wrong? He looked at his hands, pondering. I was just wondering if I can really become stronger than him in 2 years. Muli places a hand on Fu Yun's shoulder, encouraging him. Is anything impossible? With the Xuantian heart as your foundation, no one will dare provoke you. Just focus on cultivating. Suddenly, he turned to him, saying seriously, Brother Mu, next time you fight the righteous heavenly sect, take me with you. Barely believing it, he awkwardly replies, You're giving this to me? How can I ever thank you, Mok? Fu Yun gazed at the sword before him, pondering. Wait, the martial god sword was fine, so why is a piece missing? He turned to the two and reminded them. The trip to the Mystic Palace is over. We should head out. In the Miaojiang mountain valley, the governor of Yi province gazed at the full moon and said, I didn't realize we were in the Mystic Palace for so long. Only 3 nights have passed outside. Muli stood beside him, arms crossed, and replied, The Mystic Palace is a kind of formation, so it's normal for time to pass differently than in reality. Stroking his beard as if enlightened, he exclaimed, So that's how it is. Just then, Bin Tian appeared, respectfully announcing, Master, Lord Qin Chao Much, Ta Min Duong Yet has been captured, along with the holy son of the 5 poison sect. Yi Chaomuk put his hands behind his back, reminding them to watch him closely, as he was the last remaining high-ranking member of Ta Min, knowing many secrets. The other man stood by, turning his head slightly in thought. So, all that's left of the evil sect is Liu Hui Fang. The peaceful atmosphere is suddenly broken as Muli notices something and stares warily. He noticed it too, saying, Don't worry, they're with us. Before long, the light transformed into a person, and the governor of Yi province greeted him. Long time no see, Governor Shu. He quickly bowed respectfully to the senior governor, who removed his hat and spoke. Is this young man the governor of Jingzhou who's been making waves lately? A hero truly emerges in his youth. He stroked his beard and said, Lord Zhu, where are the other governors? Weren't you all together? Hearing this, the governor of Shu province darkened. We split up. This isn't the place to talk. I'll explain later. Later, in a tent, he sat down in a chair, deep in thought, and said with shame, Our Jing province token suddenly disappeared, so I came ahead to see what was happening here. The other governors split up to search for it. How could that happen? Yizhu Mu frowned in surprise. How could you lose something as important as the Jing province token? The Shu province governor slammed his fist on the table, annoyed. It's a bizarre loss. On the urgent journey to Miao territory, the prefecture edict vanished. Mok Lai, hands clasped thoughtfully, mused, The prefecture edict is just scrap metal away from the prefecture. Who would think to steal something so useless? He eyed him suspiciously, wondering if the demonic sect was involved. He quickly dismissed the thought. Probably not. Their higher-ups have been eliminated, and besides, no one could steal the prefecture edict from you. Beside him, Muli's expression darkened as he insisted. No, this was definitely the work of the dark sect. The holy maiden of the 5 poison sect has always coveted the Jing province token, even saying that all province tokens would eventually fall into their hands. The governor of Yi province, watching the white smoke rise from his teacup, said, Suddenly, someone comes to mind. The governor of Shu frowned slightly, asking, You're saying that person responded with his honesty? That's right. Muli was a bit curious, tilting her head, wondering who it could be. He suddenly stared into his teacup and recounted a tale from 250 years ago, of a great demon whose sins were countless. The human demon, Kun Qian, the progenitor of the heretical cult. Memories flooded back of a child with fiery red hair and pupils, rumored to have been born after his mother consumed human hearts through dark magic. Remembering the man's image, the governor of Yi province added that legend says he inherited the legacy of an ancient demon, cultivated with human blood, and advanced rapidly. But the heretical sects were not yet united. The scene of corpses piled high like mountains fueled his madness. Qian killed to attain enlightenment, proving the position of the Blood Lotus, the leader of the heretical sects, becoming the ancestor of the heretical sects. Qian wanted to invade China, But to protect China's peace, the 9 governors of China fought him. With the power of the prefecture governor tokens, they finally sealed him away in Taibin Mountain. He turned to the boy, adding that legend says that if all 9 tokens are gathered, Kan can break the seal. It seems Ta Min wants to set him free. Suddenly, Mu Li lowered his hands, listening silently as the governor of Yi province spoke. Fortunately, my governor's seal and that of Jing province are still here. As long as the evil sect doesn't acquire them all, they will never achieve their goal. No sooner were those words spoken than he revealed the Jing province token was missing, shocking both the old man and the Zhu province governor. What? He immediately turned to the governor of Yi province to ask, what about the Jing province seal? He frantically reached into his sleeve. Shuzhou Mu clenches his fist, saying, my Shuzhou token is also gone. Mu Li crosses his arms, puzzled, asking, how could someone steal the tokens from our pockets without us knowing? Shuzhou Mu stroked his chin. I remember someone. The corpse demon sect's old patriarch, Zhang Wei. Yi Shomei turned his head in shock. The 5 ghosts transporting luck technique? Seeing his reaction, Mu Li said, I've dealt with the corpse demon sect before, but what's this guy's background? It was likely he who stole the governor's seal. The governor explained that the 5 ghost transportation art was Zhang Wei's unique ghost-raising technique. The little ghosts they raise have no attack power, but they're undetectable and have an extremely low presence. Hearing this, Mu Li understood. He thought to himself that the dark was careless, assuming they were no longer a threat after scattering. After a moment of silence, Governor Yu, having grasped the key point, quickly spoke up. I see. The Evil Alliance launched the righteous demonic war as a smokescreen. Their real goal is to release the sealed human demon Kunlun. A small demon clung to the blood-stained cloth. He easily subdued it. Just a common little demon. Before the little demon vanished, it even smiled. Mu Li frowned. It must be the work of that ghoul sect elder. It seems we have another tough battle ahead of us. The governor of Yi province agreed. His goal was indeed to unleash the human demon Kun Xian. We must find the Kunkian seal before he can seize the 9 provinces' governor tokens. The governor left the room saying, there's no time to delay. I'll gather the other governors and leave the search for the seal to you two. In the secret chamber of Mount Taibin, a figure in a black cloak stands before a stone table, gazing at their hand engulfed in blue flames. Zhang Wei laughed cruelly. To break my demon kill, he does have some skill. He turned to look at the girl beside him. That governor of Jingzhou was just as you said. He wiped out the entire evil sect by himself. He didn't care, saying, it doesn't matter. Looking at the items on the stone table, he continued, I've retrieved all the Azure Province governor tokens. When the evil ancestor appears, even if he's strong, it'll be useless. Tomorrow, you'll come with me to unseal the evil ancestor. He Rayong spoke. But with the prefecture governor tokens lost, the Orthodox sects probably know our plan. They'll surely try to stop us, but I have a plan. Hearing this, he became extremely interested. Mount Taiping Miao Jiang. Mu Li turned to Yichou Mu, saying this search was a waste of time. Looking around, the old man said, the evil energy is thick here. We must be close to the seal. Just then, a disciple shouted, having found something in the grass. Lord Jingzhou Mu, Lord Yizhou Mu, I think I've found something over here. He parts the grass, revealing a path covered in a golden liquid. Yizhou governor looked up at the cliff and said, there's a thick aura of evil on the cliff. Let's go take a look. When they followed the clues to the spot, there was no one to be found, only a pile of candles on a stone table. Old Yan solemnly said, it seems this is where the Kun Qian is sealed. We'll set an ambush and catch the evil sect in one fell swoop. Mu Li looked at the candles, thinking, it is indeed an enchantment, but something doesn't feel right. He examined the candles, noting the soft edges, meaning they were recently extinguished, and the formation was newly created. Realizing something, his expression turned grave. We've walked into a trap. Behind him, a surge of power erupts. The Lord of Wing Prefecture shouts in alarm, we've been tricked! He looks toward the cliff face and sees the figures of a man and a woman doing something. Looking at the magic circle before him, Zhang Wei laughed with glee, for the evil ancestor was finally free. But leading a group of men, Yao Zhou arrived to stop his plan. Zhang Wei, don't get ahead of yourself. Zhang Wei turned around smugly and said, it seems all 9 great prefecture lords have arrived. What a pity. With just a small trick, you followed the evil energy to the seal without hesitation. A bunch of fools. Damn it. The governor of Yi province quickly grabbed his hand to stop him. Don't get worked up. The seal isn't completely broken yet. Dealing with the seal is more urgent. Hearing this, Zhang Wei laughed even harder. You won't have a chance. Once the evil ancestor is born, all of China will be doomed. The command tokens, shrouded in dark energy, floated in the air. Mu Li rushed toward them, reaching out and swiftly retrieved all 9. Zhang Wei didn't bother to stop him, a sly grin on his face as the mountains behind him began to tremble. The governor of Yai province sighed in relief, seeing that he had retrieved the tokens and returned them to the governors. Thankfully, the seal hasn't been broken yet. Mo Li says, the prefecture tokens have been retrieved, but the seal still needs to be reinforced to be secure. From out of nowhere, a figure appeared, screaming, "Such a weak seal can't hold me." An invisible pressure bore down on Mu Li. He turns to see the core formation stage cultivator from the distant mountain explode, a beam of red light shooting into the sky as Kun Qian lands. Zhang Wei respectfully knelt before him. This subordinate is Zhang Wei, supreme elder of the Corpse Fiend sect, welcoming the great evil ancestor. He gazed proudly at Zhang Wei, kneeling at his feet. So, you're the one who released me. Zhang Wei recounts everything, reporting to the supreme evil ancestor that he stole the 9 provinces shepherd token to break the seal. Quan Qian grabs his head. You've done well. For my sect, offer yourself to me. Quan Qian absorbed Zhang Wei's essence and blood, then tossed his drained body into the abyss, musing that it had been too long since he tasted fresh flesh. Seeing this, Fang Hui trembled in fear and begged for mercy. Please, evil ancestor, don't eat me. And she summoned a demonic seed. Quan Qian, gazing at the demon spawn before him, calmly says, to nurture a demon spawn, limitless potential. I won't eat you. Tell me, how long have I been sealed here? I wouldn't dare lie. I'll answer truthfully. Evil ancestor, you've been sealed for 250 years. But this time, to break the seal, the entire evil cult has been destroyed. Hearing that, his expression turned grim. The entire army was wiped out. Are you all useless? She quickly pointed at the Mu Li crowd, saying that if it weren't for him exceeding everyone's expectations and leading to the destruction of the evil sect. Hearing this, he licked his lips with great interest, that among a group of provincial governors like ants there was actually a half-step martial god. The governor of Yi province commanded, quickly everyone, use the Jing province Nenem to form the governor's formation. As they gathered their energy, a golden dragon appeared behind them. Give the order. The golden dragon breathes fire upon Kun Qian. He frantically charged towards them. You think you can seal me with your strength? Today, I'll obliterate you all. The 9 provinces prefecture head loses his legacy as Mu Li and the others charge forward, encouraging each other. Hold on, everyone, we can't lose to him. Kun Qian's attack is incredibly powerful, strong enough to send everyone flying. Luckily, Mu Li is still standing strong, and he anxiously asks, can you all still fight? Jiamu and the others struggled to their feet. It seemed the last attack wasn't enough to cause them serious damage. We're still in this. We can't fall now. Suddenly, Mu Li tossed him a small vial, and he curiously asked, is this a medicinal pill? He explains, the elixir will help you recover quickly. Let's fight again. At the same time, he wondered if the Dragon Emperor's sword could break the martial god sword, then even a core formation stage body probably couldn't withstand it, right? After absorbing the elixir, the governor turned to the others and said, everyone, let's reform the formation. Suddenly, everyone's dragon energy converges above. The Yizhu governor is confused. What's happening? The governors watched the dragon energy, stammering as it flowed towards Mu Li. He exclaimed in surprise, the Dragon Emperor's sword is absorbing dragon energy. He gently added, seniors, please lend me your strength. However, the governors grew anxious, wondering if Gyeongju's governor could handle it alone. Could they hold out a little longer? The headmaster cuts him off, saying, to do as he says. It's a fragment of the Dragon Emperor's sword, the source of dragon energy. Meanwhile, Mu Li was completely focused, pouring all his strength into this move. Although it was just a fragment, the dragon energy contained within was countless times greater than the 9 province tokens, but he always lacked the opportunity to unleash it. But Qian wasn't patient enough to wait. He even scoffed, saying that even if he could approach the core formation stage, he was still just an ant before him. Just then, he summoned a massive hand, intent on crushing him, but Mu Li wouldn't let him have his way. Suddenly, a powerful ray of light pierced through the giant hand, instantly obliterating it. Taking the opportunity, Mu Li charged forward alone to confront Kun Qian directly, who became even more excited. You must be the inheritor of the ancient Dao lineage, but you're not strong enough to kill me. Before he could finish, he was cut off by a single word, sever, followed by a massive explosion in the sky. The elders below were extremely worried for him, especially Governor Jing. But at that moment he descended unharmed, while Kun Qian was not so fortunate. A deep and long gash was visible on his body, but this wound did not diminish Kun Qian's arrogance. "You've injured me." He unleashed endless devouring, his expression turning even more ferocious. "Devour it. What kind of power is this? First a giant hand, and now a giant skull." Of course, this attack was no match for Mu Li, who swung his sword straight at the skull. The force of the collision created a cloud of smoke, leaving Headmaster Duke in disbelief at such power. He had cleaved the skull in two, but knew he had to use the Dragon Emperor's sword decisively and could no longer afford to waste time with him. Mukun devised a plan. His next blow had to strike a vital point, followed by a direct strike at Kun Qian. This time, it worked, but at the cost of him vomiting blood. Luckily, someone caught Mu Li as he fell. "Are you all right?" Fu Yun asked worriedly. "I'm all right. I can still fight." But in his mind, he considered the worst outcome. Would he really have to die with him? Your attack was strong, but it didn't faze him. He's coming again. How interesting. You've wounded me twice. Now you both shall die. As he shielded Mu Li, Fu Yun watched Kun Qian, stunned. Was this the aura of an ancient demon? How terrifying. Just then, Mu Li regained some strength and pushed Fu Yun away. "Huang Fu Yun, you can't withstand a single blow from him. Step aside." But unexpectedly, a force countered his attack, instantly dissolving it, leaving Chen Kun in shock. He shouted, "Who is it?" Even Fu Van was shocked. Looking at the back that shielded him and Mok Lai, he guessed, "It's you, Master." "Don't forget to remind him, Master. Be careful." Kun Qian, who thought he had the upper hand, began to lose some of his arrogance, asking, "And who are you?" He calmly replies, "I am Xuan Tianxin, a cultivator who appeared after you were sealed for 50 years, and I've always wanted to fight you." Annoyed, he asks, "So you're here to oppose me?" Tianxin frankly admits, "If I hadn't been busy setting up the profound palace formation, I would have come long ago. I won't let you destroy Huazia." He then charges forward with his sword, intent on destroying him. "I, Xuan Tianxin, will be your end today." Yet he mocks your childish games. And that childish game severed one of Chen Kun's arms before he could finish his sentence. He couldn't believe his eyes as he stared at his severed limb. Impossible. They were both core formation stage cultivators, so how could he be this strong? Before Chen could retaliate, Xuan Tianxin delivered a fatal blow to his chest. Before dying, Kun Qian stammered, asking his identity, Who are you?" Tianxin calmly replied, "I told you. From the start, I'm just an ordinary cultivator." And with that, Kun Qian vanished. Mu Li and Fu Yun watched their master's swift victory with rapt attention, Fu Yun shaking Mu Li in his excitement. "Mock, my master is so amazing." He nodded in agreement. I know. Stop shaking me or I'll punch you." In stark contrast to their joy, a man and a demon hiding nearby were terrified. The two weaklings immediately fled. "Even the evil ancestor is gone. I'm the only one left in the evil sect. I have to run." But there was no way Tianxin would let them escape. With a wave of his hand, he brought them both down. Fu Yun watched in awe. "Master, you're so cool." He raised his sword, questioning how I could have done this to the Azure Sword. "I didn't realize you were capable of such a thing." Not knowing if that was a scolding or a compliment, he passed the blame to Mu Li. "Master, I didn't break the sword." Of course, he had no expectations of his disciple. "I'll take the sword back to the Mystic Palace to be reforged and return it to you when it's done." He was curious about Mu Li. It seemed this Jingzhou shepherd could fight Kun Qian for a long time without losing. So damaging, the martial god sword wasn't so strange. Unexpectedly, Headmaster Yao arrives to express his gratitude, interrupting his thoughts, thanking Grand Master Xuanxin for his help. But what does he intend to do with the corpse of the human demon? Tianxin calmly suggested destroying the body if they were worried, but strangely, it didn't disintegrate at all. Tianxin found this odd, so Mu Li volunteered to take his place. "Let me try." A voice spoke as the blood ancestor began to rise from the devastating magic. Mok Li secretly speculates, could it be about to transform? What lies before him makes him question everything, especially a being that has broken through the heavens. The blood ancestor, convulsing from the impact, recoiled, then burst from the muck, unleashing a deafening roar that echoed through the area, throwing Fu Yun into disarray. "Master, what do we do?" Tianxin urged. "Don't act rashly, just observe." His eyes narrowed, sensing a dangerous aura unlike anything from Kun Qian. Bathed in dark magic, the blood ancestor reveled in his transformation. Heaven and earth restored. All things have a spirit. My chance has come, and I will live forever. The lands of 9 provinces are but ants, and this paltry seal dares to bind me? And with that, the blood ancestor unleashed a resounding laugh. I'll break this seal first and restore the myriad spirits. A torrent of energy rained down from the sky, gathering and flowing rapidly. The blood ancestor couldn't understand. How could the seal, already weakened, still possess such power? Tianxin looked down upon him, declaring him foolish. The ancestors of Huaxia are not to be compared with disgusting things like you. The blood ancestor stubbornly refused to yield. Just you wait. It still holds its own will. Once the seal is completely broken, let's see who can protect this land. Unable to bear it any longer, Fu Yun asks, Master, what exactly was that? It got away. According to what just happened, Tianxin says, it was probably an ancient evil cultivator. It won't be back for years, not after that lightning tribulation. He pondered as the thunderclouds lingered and strange colored energies appeared. 9 heavens, 7 colors, lotus, a once-in-eternity phenomenon. Hearing this, Mu Li wanted an explanation, and Tianxin interpreted it as a prophecy. Perhaps this strange phenomenon is the beginning of its fulfillment. With that, he turned and reminded, let's go, we have much to do. Mu Li looked up, full of questions, wanting to know what exactly happened in ancient times. It seems the only option is to keep moving forward. Perhaps Earth was once as great as Ziwei Star. As dawn breaks, a man carrying a box announces cheerfully, let's move it, everyone. We're pulling out and heading home. Since last night, Mu Li hasn't stopped thinking. With the demon seed protecting her, Huifang won't die so easily. But with Xi Ming defeated, she can't cause any more trouble. Suddenly, a voice calls out to him. It's Mu Li Jockey with something to say. I'm not going back to the capital with you. I want to return to Longshan. Miss, if you return to Dragon Mountain and the hidden sect uses you to threaten me, I won't be able to protect you from the capital. From afar, Zhou Mu interjected, this girl isn't from a martial arts family, just let her go back. Then, he explained, if the hidden sect harms ordinary people, the country will certainly investigate. The hidden door doesn't want complications, and she's safer away from the capital. Jockey suddenly grabs his sleeve. Staying with you will only bring trouble. Let me go home. I miss my family. Mu Li remained silent for a moment before agreeing. Very well. I'll have someone escort you home. That will put my mind at ease. Just then, Fu Yun rushed in, frantic. Brother Mu, what's wrong? Mu Li asked, seeing his state. Why the rush? Fearing the worst, Fu Yun blurted out, my sister's gone missing. She went out this morning and hasn't returned, and we can't reach her. Mu Li immediately ordered the search to continue, saying he and the men of North Min would search the Miaoqiang forest together. As Mu Li searched, he inquired about anything unusual that day. Fu Yun recalled, saying that this morning he saw something red in the mountains snatch something and fly into the sky. With just that, Mu Li already had a hunch. Indeed, Lian Huifang wasn't poor yet. He continued to press him, asking which direction it went. Yun pointed towards the mountains over there, saying the thing flew erratically. It disappeared moments later, and as soon as he finished speaking, Mu Li was gone. He took off at once, his heart filled with doubt. Things don't look good. How could Huangpu Yue possibly defeat a grand marshal honored like Huifang? Mu Li glanced over and saw the girl lying before Fu Yun Yue, and he rushed to her side. Behind him, Fu Yun frantically chased after Mu Li, startled to see the blood ancestor lying stiff on the ground. Why is this thing dead? What happened to my sister? Mu Li decided to bring her back first and talk after she woke up. At the Martial Alliance base camp, after a period of unconsciousness, Pu Nguyet finally awakens. Where am I? Fu Van took her hand, tears of joy welling up. You're finally awake. What happened? Why was she unconscious on the mountain? Fu Nguyet recounted that she was ambushed and captured by the 5 Venom Sect Saintesses monster while taking a walk, vaguely saw the figure of Huyen Thien Tam, and then lost consciousness. Hearing the reason, Pu Van revealed some news. That monster is dead. This morning, Master sought me out to give me instructions, so it seems he saved you. Mu Li observed for a while, but found nothing unusual, which made him suspicious. Is everything all right? Am I just overthinking things? With that, he turned to leave. Now that I've found you, you two get some rest. I'm heading back to the capital. Night had fallen on the ancient underground city, in the peaceful Chung family residence. Mok Lai stepped inside and announced, I'm back. Feng Tian, who had been waiting outside, replied, Little Lai is back. Brother Feng Tian is very proud of Mu Li's achievements, Mu Xin said cheerfully, poking her head out. Xiao Li, I'm truly overjoyed that you showed your skills in the great battle between good and evil. Is being forced to hide beneath the ancient city really something to be proud of? But Feng Tian thought differently, bursting into satisfied laughter. My Mok family has a peerless genius. Seclusion is a small price to pay. With that assurance, Mu Li vowed, Grandfather, now that the war is over, I'll help you reach the Marshal Saint level, and the two uncles to the Grand Marshal Honored level. As for Hidden Door, the Mu family is in our protection. Muli ruffled his sister's hair, his voice a bit forceful. And you too, Xiaoxin. I want to teach you to cultivate, not for immortality, but at least to be able to protect yourself. But Xiaoxin remained firm. I don't want to learn. So, deep down, she always harbored a fear that this life might be her only chance to be with them. I'm content, and I don't want to step into that world of endless fighting. Mu Xin suddenly turned away, uttering cryptic words. If she were to disappear one day, don't look for her. It would mean she's grown weary of this world. Muli instinctively reached out, calling, Xiaoxin. Feng Tian placed his hand on his shoulder, reassuring him, Xiaoxin will be fine, but what are you going to do now? Feng Tian felt truly guilty. Xiaoli, it's all because Grandpa is useless, never able to protect this properly. Mo Li gently comforted him. Grandpa, let the past be the past. The Muo family is now protected by me. With that, he waved goodbye. Get some rest. I have to visit the city lord's mansion. But in truth, Mok Lai had a worry in his heart. Once Beiming and Huangfu Yun arrive in ancient city, Qingyun residents won't be safe anymore. As Muli enjoyed his tea, he overheard someone praising him. Not bad at all. Stone Heavy, the city lord, stroked his beard in appraisal. Good. Very good. With Tu Bok looking weary, the scene shifts to the ancient city lord's mansion, where the old man says, The great era begins. Myriad spirits compete. Such talent cannot be buried. Xiao Bai glances at Mu Li, squinting, thinking, this ungrateful guy is definitely trying to trade me for a room with this old man. As for Mu Li, he seems to have caught on and continues to drink his tea, lost in thought. I haven't said anything yet. Don't look at me like that. Shizhong stroked his beard and continued, Girl, as long as you agree to be my disciple, I can grant you one wish. Hearing this, she was startled and asked, I can become your disciple? I want to become stronger too, but we were hoping to rent a house, preferably a large one. Instantly, he tossed a ring of keys to Mu Li. Young man, take your pick of the houses here. The girl can stay with me without worry. Without hesitation, he stood and clasped his hands in thanks. Then I must ask the city lord to take care of her. As he left, Xiao Bai ran to the door and shouted, Mu Li, I'm going to study with him for a while. When you're done with the hidden sect, you have to come get me. Don't leave me behind. Mu Li waved goodbye and replied, Understood, definitely. Shizhong and Xiao Bai watched him leave. Then he said to her, Little girl, he's no ordinary man. If you want to stay by his side, you won't go wrong learning from me. Sometime later, in the Mu family's living room in the capital, Mu Li invited Feng Ming to sit. Senior, thank you for waiting. He retrieved a letter, placing it on the table, and said, It's fine. I'm only here to deliver this letter for Zhang Yiqing and to represent the Huang family while you're away. He picked up the letter, examining it with a hint of confusion. Zhang Yiqing? After reading the letter, Mu Li wondered about the details. Just who is he? He then turned to Feng Ming and asked, Senior, which organization has the most intelligence in Huaxia? The old man immediately replied, You must know that the Epoch Trading Network is also the black market, right? I've heard they have branches all over the world, but the China branch is the most mysterious and powerful. Hearing this, Mu Li wondered if Zhang Yiqing was connected to the Chinese black market. Seeing his expression, Feng Ming wondered, Do you suspect something? Mu Li replied frankly, This move almost encompasses all the information about the hidden door. Do you know how he did it? The old man replied, I'm not sure how, but Zhang Yiqing's concern for the hidden door is probably beyond your imagination. Do you know about the feud between the Zhang family and the hidden door? Mu Li responded. I've heard of it. The Zhang family was once a great clan in the imperial city, and Zhang Yiqing's sister, Zhang Xiaohua, was engaged to Xiao Yun, her childhood sweetheart. Xiao Yun, young as he was, practiced martial arts, and having heard of the Haoran righteous sect's mystical techniques, sought to learn there but was rejected and ridiculed. Upon his return, he was utterly dejected. Zhang Xiaohua, not wanting Xiao Yun to suffer, repeatedly pleaded with the Haoran sect, but to no avail. She was beaten down the mountain and her injuries proved fatal. To avenge his sister, Zhang Yiqing had his legs broken by the righteous sect, who then annihilated his entire family. Mu Li then asked, why didn't Fu Yun seek revenge with Yiqing? Feng Ming replied, because of Zhang Xiaohei's death, Xiao Yun was depressed for a long time, and after the Zhang family was destroyed, she gave up on revenge. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Didn't Yi Jingzhou say that the hidden sect had an agreement with Huaxia not to attack us so easily? The old man looked up to the sky, his voice a little heavy. At the time, the Haoran sect insisted that the Zhang family had stolen their secret manuals, fabricating evidence to deceive those above, and no one could help them. Hearing this, Mu Li slammed the table and cursed, "The hidden sect is truly despicable and shameless." Feng Ming turned back and added, "This time, Zhang Yiqing and the Huangfu family will do everything they can to help you face the hidden sect. The Huangfu family even has a powerful martial saint, and I will invite him to come out on the day of the decisive battle." He rises to return the greeting. "Then I thank you, senior." Just then, a panicked voice calls out, "Young master," from outside. A servant rushed in to report, "Young master, we've heard the hidden sect has entered the world." Mu Li asked, "Have they arrived here?" He replied, "The Haoran sect has a martial saint and 5 martial sovereigns at the Ming family. The Ming family is hosting a grand banquet, and there's no word they're looking for you." With arms crossed, he assesses the situation, realizing they're busy building worldly power and disregarding them completely. He must pay the Ming family a visit. Old Feng Ming replied, "Understood. Now that the hidden door has emerged, I'll return to the Huangfu family to make arrangements." Mu Li immediately departed, instructing his servants to have Shu Liang wait for him at the Ming family. The servant acknowledged the order. Meanwhile, at the Min family estate, as the Haoran sect members indulged themselves, the Min family head bowed obsequiously before them, offering flattering words with a smile. "You must be tired from your travels, so I, Ming, have prepared some food and wine. Are the honored masters satisfied?" The martial saint stroked his beard and replied, "You are kind. When I return to the sect, I will surely say a few good words for you." The Min family head immediately clapped his hands, signaling and loudly ordering, "Bring on the dancers." As soon as he finished speaking, music began to play, and a blonde woman with an ample figure stepped forward, winking seductively. Then, the dancers began to perform for the honored guests. One of the disciples accompanying him was also moved by the sight of these women, his eyes narrowing as he stared intently. This man is Haoran sect's second disciple, named Ao Tian. He drooled as he watched the dancers, his whole body trembling as he lecherously appraised them. Worldly beauties are indeed a sight to behold. The head of the Ming family whispered in his ear that these dancers were specially prepared for them. Understanding his meaning, Ao Tian happily praised him, saying that he truly understood them. Unable to contain himself, his nose began to bleed as he continued, "After all, even immortals are only human." The head of the Ming family immediately ordered the women to withdraw and prepare themselves before approaching Ao Tian. She even winked seductively, then approached the head seat to pour wine and flatter him. "I heard the esteemed masters descended the mountain and defeated the martial arts experts of China, truly befitting the title of the hidden sect's finest." He picked up his glass and replied smugly, "How could mere martial artists compare to cultivators like us? Those mortals will never be our match." At that moment, familiar footsteps approached the door, and a surge of spiritual energy blasted it open. Mocking them, Mu Li commented on the unimpressive state of the top hidden sect, then smiled derisively. "Good evening, everyone." The Min family head rushed out, pointing and scolding, "Who are you? This is the Min family. You can't be so rude to the esteemed cultivators." Mu Li turned to him and said, "Isn't this the expert from before? Seems like you're doing well." His eyes widened in fear, and he stammered, unable to speak. It's you." The elder sits and asks, "Who is this? Why do they not bow?" The head of the Ming family replied, "Immortal master, this is Jingzhou Mu, the one who killed Northwest Hukote and members of the sect. His strength is half a martial god." Arrogantly, Gao Thian scoffs, "How laughable that but Nin's cultivation has regressed. As for Feng Xing and the Grand Elder, their foundations were weak. You only defeated them through luck. The best you have is just a strong martial husk." Mok Lai provoked without hesitation, "Come and try. If you can move me while I stand still, I'll admit defeat." Feeling insulted, he slams the table and points, "Insolence! A mere martial artist challenging a grandmaster. Aren't you afraid of ridicule?" He then calls out the name Shu Liang. As he stepped in, Mu Li continued, "This is a mid-level martial honor of the Northern Underworld. The 5 of you martial honors can attack together. If you defeat him, I'll bring my head to your sect." The immortal master, displeased, gave the order. "Very well. If you're going to be so arrogant, Ao Tian, show no mercy and defeat him. The sect leader will reward you handsomely." Given the green light, he stood and introduced himself. "I am Ao Tian, the second disciple of the Haoran sect. Once I kill you, I will be the sect's first disciple." They immediately surrounded Shu Liang, declaring, "1 against 5, you absolutely cannot win." He casually replied, "Enough talk, come and get me if you dare." Before Shu Liang could move, the 5 martial sovereigns of the Haoran sect began to display their combined formation. But he responded with the 5 directions restraint, and with a single stroke of his hidden smile blade, sent them all reeling, coughing up blood. Then, with a contemptuous smile, Shu Liang said, "Is that all you've got? If you don't get serious, I'll take your lives with my next move." Insulted and injured, Ao Tian, his face contorted with rage, retorted, "Don't get cocky. We were just caught off guard." As he finished speaking, all 5 attacked at once, using the Langfong sword technique, but Shu Liang quickly countered with his own blade technique. A burst of light erupts as their blades collide, and he unleashes the Iron Cross. A powerful cross-shaped blade of energy flies forth, kicking up dust and debris, striking Ao Tian, who cries out as blood splatters. The elder sits in stunned silence, breaking out in a sweat as he mutters, "No, it can't be." The scene before him is unbelievable. In the Ming family's parlor, Shu Liang, alone with a sword in hand, has single-handedly slaughtered 5 martial honorables from the Haran sect. He even taunted them, saying none were worthy opponents. Mu Li stepped forward, patting his shoulder, and said, "All right, if you want a challenge, you can find the Yun estate in the ancient city below. Your fighting like this will also help strengthen your power." Shu Liang immediately complied. "Yes, I will take my leave." The old martial saint elder spoke with a slight tremor. "Jing Province Governor, today you have killed an important disciple of our sect." And then he threatened, "Don't think this will be overlooked. The sect leader will not forgive you." The elder stepped out, pausing beside Mu Li to threaten, "My sect will demand justice in a month. Prepare to die." Then, turning to the head of the Ming family, he said, "Ming family and its head, I'll take my leave now, until we meet again." He hastily replied, "Please, esteemed sect, consider the circumstances. Do not blame us." The elder soared into the air, replying, "Rest assured, my sect distinguishes clearly between right and wrong." Just then, a hand appeared, seizing his shoulder. Mu Li emanated a powerful aura, asking sternly, "Did I say you could leave?" Then, a blow sent the old man crashing into the Ming estate's courtyard, kicking up dust and debris. The old elder lay motionless, dead. The head of the Ming family was speechless, utterly terrified as Mu Li departed, thinking to himself that the hidden sect was clearly using the martial arts boom to expand its power in the mortal realm. Cut to the Mu family's living room in the capital, where a servant brings in hot tea and a report. "Young master, the Wuxia government has just announced that it will no longer participate in your conflict with the hidden sect." Mu Li calmly replied, "Okay, you may leave." The governor of Yizhou spoke up, "I've come today to discuss this very matter." He continued, "The 3 great hidden sects have arrived and sealed off the dragon vein of Wuxia. They threatened the authorities to take a stance and not protect you, or they would destroy the dragon vein." He replied softly, "I understand their decision. I have a way to deal with the hidden sect." Hearing this, he exclaimed, "Lord Qing, what time is it? Don't be so headstrong." Mu Li immediately retrieved his spatial ring, placed a pile of spirit stones on the table, and confidently replied, "Rest assured, I've spent a lot to deal with the hidden sect." Yizhu scoffed, "What good are a few spirit stones?" But Mu Li calmly replied, "You'll see." Cut to 1 month later, a beautiful day at the Mu family estate. As Mu Li naps in the sun, snoring loudly, a voice calls out from within, "Lord Qing Province Overseer. Why haven't the 9 province overseers arrived yet?" The Lord of Yi Province replied, "The Lord of Jing Province won't let him come." "Where is the martial Saint Jiqiang of your Huangfu family?" Feng Ming replied with some annoyance. "That kid won't let him come either, and he's making us stand here and watch." Just then, flower petals fluttered before the old Lord of Wing Prefecture, startling him. A figure appeared, and before his face could be seen, a voice spoke, "Old Zhao, no offense, but it's one thing for a man to dress like a woman. But why the flower petals every time you show up?" The man named Zhao replied, "What do you know? Your poor taste doesn't befit the title of half-step martial god." Another person flew in to stop them. "All right, that's enough." The 3 immortals, each standing on the roof of one of the 4 courtyards, spoke in unison. "Don't give the kid down there a reason to laugh." Sensing their presence, Mu Li lowered his glasses to assess them. "Not bad. The people who came this time look decent." The first, Feng Wanli, elder of the Righteous Spirit sect, remarked that the boy's temperament was decent, a pity indeed. The second, Li Xuanzi, elder of the Divine Calculation sect, scolded, "Jingzhou Mu, you are audacious, daring to kill so many of the hidden sect. Today, you will pay with your life." Mok Li calmly retorted, "If you want to fight, then fight. Why all the talking? Afraid you won't have a chance to speak later when you're dead?" Zhaohan Shuang, the supreme elder of Xiaojiao Valley, spoke with disdain. Prefect of Qingzhou, consider it an honor to die by the hands of 3 half-step martial gods. Muli casually grasped the wind attack, lightning crackling in his hand as he glanced up, sneering, "Is that all there is to a half-step martial god?" Instantly, Wanli flicked 2 fingers, creating a golden lightning aura, then pressed his hand down decisively. "Lord of Jing Province, we have thoroughly considered the realm of the demigod. You have no chance of winning." Wanli brandishes his sword, declaring, "This is the culmination of my years of training. Taste my power." With that, he unleashes a devastating sword domain, a colossal blade descending upon Muli's location. The sword struck, creating a massive explosion that sent debris flying, and Muli's fate within was unknown. Wanli, exhausted from his full-powered attack, confidently declared, "This is the result of my years of training. Do you understand my power now?" But, to his wide-eyed shock, Muli stood there unharmed, floating in the air, one finger raised in disdain. "Your domain cannot contain me." The diviner then summons a star chart, chanting an incantation, "Don't get cocky." From the chart, streams of spiritual energy carrying special characters coil around Muli's body. He confidently declares, "Death curse, your soul will never see the light of tomorrow." A dark curtain appears, riddled with cracks. He coldly retorts, "The divine calculation sect truly has a poor memory." The star chart shatters, striking the calculator and drawing blood, tearing away at his sleeve. The calculator clutches his arm, looking disheveled and bewildered. Impossible. This can't be. As Mu Qing descended, the ground shattered around him in a cloud of dust, and he spoke with a mocking laugh. "How could a soul of your level possibly corrupt me?" Han Yang stood there, perplexed. Even the prized treasure of the divine calculation sect was turned against them. Could he truly be the second Xuantianxin? Wanli added that to turn the sect's treasure against them, his soul must have surpassed the martial god realm. They couldn't afford to waste any more time on him. As he spoke, the 3 grand elders of the hidden sects immediately descended to face Muli, who calmly regarded them. "Very good," he said. "Everyone's here." As he spoke, Muli's figure faded away, and spirit stones of all colors were released, creating a mystical white smoke. The 3 elders then realized that this was the formation in the middle of the 4 courtyards, and a faint purple mist enveloped everything. Above, a network of spirit stones connects to form the array, while below, Wanli unleashes a furious barrage of sword energy. He stood there muttering, "These spirit stones are all illusions. Where is that kid hiding?" Then Toan Tu replied, "No rush. I've calculated that this is just an illusionary formation. As long as we strictly adhere to our original intentions, we can safely break it." Han Yang continues to criticize, "I told you, how could that young Jingzhou Mu set up such a complex formation?" Just then, a dense web of lightning appeared above the formation, and old Swansea mocked Jingzhou Mu, telling him to stop with the theatrics. As he finished speaking, powerful lightning bolts struck, leaving them charred, and a section of Han Chang's fan broke off and fell. He turned to blame him. "Lie, Swansea, didn't you say this was an illusion?" His face darkened as he angrily declared, "Governor Jing, I won't be human if I don't kill you." Tuantu stood within a yin-yang circle, hands forming a seal, light radiating as he confidently declared, "I'll use the forbidden art of the divine calculation sect to change your fate." In response to his martial boasting, Muli's face appeared in the sky with a glowing hand, coldly retorting, "How annoying." A wave of damage then strikes Tuantu's shoulder, sending him flying. Though injured, a mysterious smile appears on Tuantu's face as he thinks, "Excellent. They've fallen for it." He then shouted, "You too. I know the location of Jingzhou Mu." Hearing this, Wanli gripped his sword tightly, his aura flaring as he responded, "Very well. Show me your full power. Kill him with one blow." The 3 elders simultaneously unleashed their strongest attacks toward the location that Tone 2 had revealed. 3 streams of spirit energy, each a different color, struck Lei Yu, bathing the area in a blinding blue light. Revealing Muli's faint figure, Hanyang exclaimed in shock, "What is his formation? Why is there water?" Standing behind the thin veil of water, he declares, "This is where they stop." And with that, 3 streams of water shoot out, striking the 3 elders. Soaked, disheveled, and annoyed, Hanyang snapped, "Is this all you've got, Jingzhou Mu? Just cheap tricks?" Muli responds, "Then let's switch to something more potent." He snaps his fingers, and the formation shifts from water to flames. The intense heat makes them sweat, and Han Chang frowns, wondering what kind of formation this is. From the outside, the Mu residence looked like it was being bombed, as Feng Ming observed that this was the Lost Five Elements lockdown formation. The governor of Ji province sipped his tea, adding, "I see. Using the energy of spirit stones. Even if it can't kill those three elders, it can still inflict damage." Muli stared at the formation, thinking, more than half of the spirit stones have been consumed. There's no way we'll die here. Inside, Wanli turned and asked, "What do we do? Are we just going to be tormented to death?" The operator replies, "What else can we do? Maintain the array's energy, stay out of Jingzhou governor's reach, and break this formation." Han Yang assesses, "The weakness in the formation must be above. Let's break through it together." Muli then steps forward, asking, "So you want to run now?" Then, raising two fingers to control the formation, he continued, "Then let me give you a hand." Immediately, cracks appeared in the ground beneath the three elders. His shadowy figure emerges, backed by a powerful blaze. The three elders hover in the air as Swansea shouts, "Jingzhou Mu, mark my words, a gentleman's revenge is never too late." He casually replied, "Farewell." The governor of Yi province stepped forward, saying, "Now that they've seen your formation, it won't work on them again." Muli turned back and replied, "Don't worry, senior. They were seriously injured this time and will need at least a month to recover. By then, I'll go find them myself." Lao Fengming looked at him questioningly. "You now know the strength of the three hidden sects. Do you plan to eradicate them completely in a month?" Muli confidently replied, "That's right. I'm about to seclude myself to consolidate my realm, but I have two things to do before that." The governor of Yi province hesitated slightly. Kyungju's governor, regarding the matter of the dragon vein of Huajia, he immediately interrupts, "I was just about to talk about this. After I'm done here, please take me to the dragon vein in the next couple of days. I will undo the seal." Cut to the Jirong mountain villa, where Yiqing sits reading, muttering, "The Jing province governor is riding high these days." He smiles, glancing up, and continues like a true leader of Huaxia. Mulai replied from the side, "What level am I at? Doesn't the Black Support Alliance master of the Hua Dragon Emperor know?" He replies, "As expected of the one I've set my sights on. Not only is he strong, but his mind is extraordinary." He crosses his arms, looking over. "We were lucky to have your intel this time." Yizing replied, "This is what I should do. Muli, I want to be your comrade in arms as long as we can destroy the Radiant Qi sect." He immediately offered his fist, declaring, "All right, friends it is," starting with the hidden gate. And so, they bumped fists, the representative of the Huaxia underworld repeating his vow to be a friend and destroy the hidden sect. Then, Yiqing produced several small boxes, revealing a wealth of spirit stones within. "I know you're about to seclude yourself, and I hope these can help you." He added, "I'm already a cripple, and spirit stones have long since lost their effect on me. I hope you won't refuse, Brother Mu." Looking at the glittering box before him, Muli exclaimed, "So many high-grade spirit stones. My chances of transcending to the next realm have greatly increased." Then, with a confident smile, he affirmed, "Rest assured, Brother Zhang. The day I return will be the day the hidden sect is leveled." The scene shifts to a mysterious water cave, where the two are rafting inside. The governor of Yizhou speaks, "This dragon vein is tens of thousands of years old." Stroking his beard, he added, "Though it's not what it once was. It's more than enough to protect the peace of Huaxia." Hearing this, Muli secretly observed and assessed, no wonder the creatures around here all have a trace of spiritual energy. Sometime later, the raft reaches a rocky shore, and standing before a great door, the governor of Yuzhou says, "We've arrived." A wisp of pale green spirit energy emanated from the crack in the door, and Muli smiled to himself. Such pure dragon energy. Inside, a blue dragon was restrained by tools and talismans, and as he gently placed his hand on its face, the dragon's eyes lit up. Sensing this, Muli observed that the dragon vein possessed the aura of a true dragon, almost on the verge of sentient life, but alas, its dragon body had been destroyed by the passage of time. Yicho Mu added that this was a tactic of the divine calculation sect to lock down the dragon vein. He looked at the talismans above and realized they were only using a crude spirit-locking formation to bind the dragon's head, concealing part of the dragon vein's aura. With a wave of his hand, Muli declared, "The God Calculation sect doesn't have the ability to seal a dragon vein." Instantly, an invisible force emanates from the dragon's feet. Yizhu Mu turns to him and says, "Those damn bastards, they dared to deceive us. The hidden sect is a festering boil on the face of a prosperous Huaxia." Cap immediately replies, "They won't be arrogant for long." Muli then reached into the void and said, I will seclude myself here at the Dragon Vein location for a month. He took out a small bottle, handed it to the prefect of Yuzhou, and asked for a favor. Please deliver this elixir to the Mu family so my grandfather and uncle can break through. The elder immediately accepted and agreed. Okay, you can count on me, but can you endure a closed-door cultivation here? Muli affirmed, the abundant spiritual energy here suits me perfectly. I'll take this opportunity to set up a grand formation for the Dragon Vein so that no one can ever destroy it. Hearing this, Lord Mu felt relieved and turned to leave. Good, then rest assured I won't disturb you any longer. Now alone with the Dragon Vein, his hand glows with spiritual energy. Standing there, Muli vowed to break through the core formation stage in one go, becoming unrivaled in all of China. As the door slowly closed, he affirmed, Ascension Sutra. A month later, a sword and blade clash, sparks flying. Fu Yun smiles, swinging his sword. Shu Liang, you can't beat me this time. Xu Leng replied, you have the martial god's legacy, jumping from mid-level martial honored to high-level martial saint. Of course I can't beat you. This is the Mok family's imperial capital. Fu Yun patted his shoulder, adding, but with me training with you and this divine greatsword, you're not afraid of facing even a mid-level martial saint now, right? Xu Leng replied, of course, thanks, Brother Yun. Just then, a figure appeared, shouting, where is Jingzhou Mu? Bring out that turtle. The two immediately turned around and asked in unison, who is it? It's still the same three from a month ago. Swansea is holding a wooden servant. Meanwhile, Wan Li declares, the three of us are hidden sect supreme elders. Quickly summon the Jing province governor to face his death. The two immediately took a fighting stance and replied, don't even think about it. He praised you, very good. Then they quickly unleashed a slash, sending out sword energy and shouted, then die! Fu Yun plunges his sword into the ground, unleashing the martial god sword domain, as Xu Liang asks, can we still contact the ancestors of the Huangfu family and Lord Jingzhou? Fu Van responded, we can't reach them right now. We have to hold our ground. Then he shouted, you hidden sect are bullying us with your power. You deserve to die. Hearing this, he felt no shame, only arrogance, boasting, indeed, this is our skill. Take my heaven-severing slash, a strike that pierces space itself, hurtling towards Zhu Liang's sword formation, leaving him stunned. Receiving that earth-shattering blow, Xu Liang was gravely injured and coughed up blood, followed by the shattering of his sword formation. After the dust settled, only Fu Yun's figure remained. Despite his miserable state, Fu Yun stubbornly holds on, declaring they shall not pass. Wan Li presses on, asking one last time, where is the governor of Jing province? Over there, Fu Yun is kneeling, surrounded by dust and smoke. That last attack carved a path straight to the two of them, shattering the ground around them. Xu Liang lies motionless, his blade fallen as a figure rushes towards him, hand crackling with spiritual energy. This move is called Fan Van Palm. From above, Mok Lai shouts, Wai, die! Looking up at the gigantic hand, Wan Li was filled with worry as the three of them panicked, fear washing over them, sweat pouring down. The power is immense, one of them exclaimed. That strike just now caused extreme destruction, shattering everything nearby with a deafening roar. He quickly went to his two young companions, and upon seeing Mu Li, Fu Yun weakly said, Mu Li, you're finally back. Mu Li took out a pill and handed it to him, saying, stop pretending. With the legacy of the god of war, you're strong enough to resist it. Take this pill. Looking back, Fu Yun replied, I'm all right. Go check on Xu Liang. Mu Li gave him a pill, adding, he'll need time to recover. With that, he helped Xu Liang sit up and channeled his inner energy into him. Shortly after waking, Xu Liang said to Mu Li, my lord, I have failed you. He brushed it off, saying, your meridians are severely damaged. Don't cultivate for a while. Don't worry, I'll avenge you. Then Mu Li stood up and asked, that's right. Weren't you two in the ancient underground city? Why did you come here? Fu Yun wiped the blood from his mouth and replied, we heard that someone from the hidden gate was causing trouble at the Mu family estate. So Xu Liang and I came to help guard the place, but we didn't expect three half-step martial gods to show up. He reached out to him and asked, I want to go to the Hidden Gate mountain gate. Do you want to come with me? Fu Yun grabbed Mu Li's hand tightly, looking excited. Okay, just like mom's soup. He drew a circle of spirit energy towards Xu Liang and instructed, Xu Liang, I'll arrange for someone to take you for treatment right away. As long as you don't leave this circle, you'll be safe. He immediately obeyed, saying, yes, Chief, safe travels, Yun. Some time passes, and as the two travel through the forest, Fu Yun asks, "Brother Mu, have you broken through to martial god?" He replied, "Not yet, but martial gods are no longer my match." In his mind, Muli thought, why break through to the core formation stage when I can suppress my realm with the ascension art? The first round is the extreme core stage. His eyes flashed as he recognized the governor of Yi province, who looked up and said, "That's the governor of Jing province. What a coincidence." The soldier next to him turned and asked, "Lord Yizhou, should we attack now?" He replied, "Not yet. We'll coordinate our attack with Lord Jingzhou." Below them, a heavily armed squadron, tanks, armored vehicles, and fully equipped soldiers. Cut to the Divine Calculation sect, a tall tower standing out among smaller villas. Inside, there was wailing. Muli silenced a member of the Diviner sect, signaled for quiet, and ordered him to tell his sect leader and elders that the Jing province governor had arrived. He hurls the man into the sect, demanding they show themselves as the elders inside cry out, "What's going on?" "The Jing province governor is here to avenge us," they cried, fleeing outside where Muli and Fu Yun were waiting. They frantically called out to each other to get the sect leader, saying the governor of Jing province had arrived and to kill him. Others were struck by the two streams of blue and red energy, fearfully shouting, "Stop him! Stop him! He's here! Run! Save me! Save me!" Fu Yun looked at the tall tower before him and asked, "What do we do next? How do we draw out the sect master of the Divine Calculation sect?" Mu Yun replied, "If he won't come out, then I'll just destroy this place." Behind him lay all the motionless disciples of the Divine Calculation sect. He thought to himself that there was a faint, mysterious power here, likely the Divine Calculation sect's library. A purple flame erupted, burning the tower as screams echoed. "It's on fire! Put it out! We're burning! Help us, please!" The governor of Yizhou watched from afar, musing, "The Divine Calculation sect is truly unlucky." Then, he commanded, "Aim the missiles at the purple flames and fire." From the inside, the disciples of the Divine Calculation sect saw the missiles closing in and cried out, "Quickly, form the Grand Sect Protection Formation." The missiles slam into the barrier, cracks beginning to spread. Fu Yun looks up, concerned. "Are they trying to blow us all to Kingdom Come?" Muli quickly grabbed his friend's shoulders and said, "Stay close. This place is about to explode." He was grabbed by the collar and dragged away unexpectedly, screaming. In a flash, Muli seized the opportunity to slip through a small hole in the protective barrier, escaping just in time. Fu Van dazedly reminded him, "Mok, the master of the Divine Calculation sect, still hasn't appeared." Mok Lai held him in the air, looking down, and Fu Van immediately asked, "Did he run away?" Surveying the battlefield below, Muli notes that among the 4 hidden sects, only the Supreme Elder is a half-step martial god, while the sect leaders are merely supreme martial saints. He sensed him during the formation, but now he's likely long gone. And so he turns and heads toward Xiaojiao Valley. Hearing this, Fu Yun was speechless. A moment later, the scene shifts to Xiaojiao Valley, where the two stand before a stone barrier. He says, "Brother Mu, there's no way forward." Muli formed a radiant fist and warned him to step back, a dark smile creeping across his face as he coldly uttered, "Open sesame." From inside the valley, a massive explosion destroys the entrance, and chaos erupts as someone shouts, "Enemy attack! Alert the master!" The Xiaoyao Valley master then asks, "Who dares invade Xiaoyao Valley?" "Sect leader, this is the Jing province governor wanted by the 3 hidden sects," a disciple said, presenting a wanted poster. The sect leader confidently opened his fan. "Excellent, Jing province governor. You dare walk right into our trap?" "Today, I'll tear you apart," the sect leader roared from the cliff. "Power of the mountain gate, the heavens and the earth, lend me your strength." Spiritual energy and black smoke gathered behind him, whispering, "Bind my sincerity to the elder Xiaojiao Valley," and summoned a divine beast. A mighty white tiger appeared before Muli. He looks at it, assessing the demon beast's demon core stage. "Interesting. What bloodline are you?" "Must be extraordinary, right?" it replied loudly. "Mortal. What business is it of yours?" Muli retorted, "So you're a demon beast who can speak. This deity wants to take you as a mount, so I hope you know what's good for you." The white tiger immediately retaliated, unleashing a torrent of red flames as it roared a warning. But Muli appeared behind it, fist cocked, and advised, "Why struggle? Just come with me and suffer less." With that, a thunderous punch slammed into the divine beast's face, sending it crashing down as the sect leader stammered in disbelief. Seeing him standing on the guardian spirit beast, he shouted, "Jingzhou Mu! How dare you treat our sect's spirit beast like this?" His eyes flashed with murderous intent as he retorted, "Still not convinced? Ma Lai's eyes turned a deadly red as he channeled his energy and coldly declared, "Then you can all die together." He immediately conjured a blaze of violet Lai Yuan fire, unleashing it upon the Xiaojiao Valley crowd. All that could be heard within the valley were screams, agonized, mournful cries. "No, save us." Standing on the cliff and looking down at the scene, Fu Yun couldn't help but sigh. Two hidden sects they never dared to imagine challenging had been destroyed. With utmost calm, Mu Li turned and said, "Let's go." The killing intent still flashed in his eyes. Next was the Hidden Door's leader, the righteous Horan sect. Finally, the scene shifts to the Haoran Righteous Qi sect, where Mu Li, Fu Yun, Yi Choumu's forces, and Yi Qing stand outside. Yi Choumu surveys the scene, remarking that the Haoran Righteous Qi sect is truly wasting this mountain and its name. Yi Qing then added, "There's a maze formation on the mountain. It seems difficult to break through." Mu Li, standing nearby, coldly declared, "It's just a maze formation. It's easily broken." He waves his hand, dispersing the dark purple mist and revealing the inside. Fu Yun says, "There's no one here." Did the righteous sect know the other two hidden sects were destroyed? Mok Li responds, "It's been 2 days, so it's no surprise the Hao Ran sect knows. Look at those towering steps. Everyone, prepare yourselves." Pu Van adds, "Let's go. We're heading up the mountain." Yi Xing sadly gazed at the stele before him and somberly said, "Xiao He died here, nailed to this stone by the Haoran sect and left to bake in the sun for 3 days. Fu Yun angrily added, "What do you mean? Attack directly?" Mo Li placed a hand on his shoulder, stopping him from acting rashly. He raised his other hand and a golden barrier instantly appeared. The leader of the hidden gate was indeed more powerful. After a moment, Mu Li realized it was the Great Mountain Protection Formation. Fu Yun cleaved a stone tablet with his sword, asking, "Are they planning to hide in here forever?" "Then what about Xia? He's revenge." At that moment, a series of footsteps thundered down from above. Looking up, Mu Li said to everyone, "You've arrived." Above the steps, disciples lined up in 2 rows, and in the center of the mountain gate, a ghost and a person spoke up. "The governor of Jing province, he is Feng Huwu, a core elder of the Righteous Spirit sect who introduces himself, 'I am Feng Huwu, a core elder of the Righteous sect. Today, I represent the sect to apologize and make amends to you. We guarantee that there will be no more conflicts with you. You want to atone and be done with it? It's not that easy." Mu Li cracked his knuckles and replied. He tries to reason, "Qin Chao Muk, in truth, you're the one who's been killing our disciples all along. We're the ones who have suffered losses." Standing within the protective formation, Feng Shuyu continued, "We acknowledge your strength. Isn't that enough? As for Yi Qing, Fu Yun, and your 2 friends, that girl stole our sect's cultivation method and was killed by our disciples. It's a justified act." "Is this?" Feng Xiao offered the disciple as a condition, saying they were willing to apologize and hand over the one who killed the girl years ago. He unhesitatingly threw him down, shouting, "Do as you please." Fu Yun looked at him and asked, "Any last words?" The disciple answered without hesitation, "I killed her myself years ago, so do with me as you please." He forced a bitter smile, still defiant despite his fear. "I have absolutely no regrets. I am a hero of the great righteous sect." He threw a punch, knocking him inside, and cursed, "Hero, my ass!" Standing amidst the fallen bodies of his disciples, Feng Zhuqiu coldly says, "You've killed them, so there's no problem with reconciliation, right?" Fu Yun turns to him, pleading, "Brother Mu, I beg you, don't reconcile with them." Yi Qing added, "Once they stabilize, any agreement will be dictated by them, and they won't show any mercy." The governor of Yizhu agreed. "Indeed, the special forces of Huaxia have arrived. We can't just return like this." Mu Li coldly tells everyone, "I never said I would reconcile like that." He secretly senses the faint aura atop Mount Haoran. "A martial god?" Feng Shu shouts. "Jingzhou Shepherd, you're playing me! Don't think we're actually afraid of you." With that, he pointed and ordered his disciples, "Go and destroy him. He's asking for too much. What are we waiting for?" The Yun prefecture forces immediately charged into battle. "Those are the words I've been waiting for." Yi Qing then commanded his men, "Old Zhang, go as well." The prefect of Yizhu waved his hand, arranging defenses and preparing for battle. Mu Li remained, hands in his pockets, gazing at the mountain gate, sensing the impending movement and thinking he's about to make his move. At that moment, the special forces opened fire on the disciples of the great righteous sect, who were visibly shaken by the barrage. Just then, a shout rang out, and a barrier stopped the hail of bullets. The disciples paled, muttering in fear. The governor of Yaozhou sensed it and said, "The martial god's aura is truly overwhelming." Lao Zhang and Feng Shu Yuan looked up and he said, "This is Haoran Sek's sword-heart ancestor, who entered the martial god realm long ago." The disciples, emboldened, raised their fists and cheered, "The ancestor has appeared, invincible under heaven! The ancestor has appeared, invincible under heaven!" Feng Zhaoxiao grits his teeth, cursing him. "Lord Jing, you forced this. Just wait to be crushed to death by the ancestor." From the top of the mountain gate, a figure sits, unleashing spiritual energy. The bullets he controlled flew back towards Muli's group, but Yizhu Mu used his aura domain to block them. With some difficulty, he says, "Damn it, I can only slow the bullets down." Immediately, Muli steps forward and shouts, "Return to sender!" The bullets instantly reversed course, striking the Haoran sect, even hitting an elder, who coughed up blood and screamed in agony. "No, it can't be, save me, ancestor." The ancestor above was quietly impressed. "Not bad. Even Zhuan Tianxin wasn't a match for you back then." Muli used Feng Xiao's back as a springboard and jumped straight up. He stood there, coldly declaring that if he didn't eliminate him today, the righteous sect would be finished. He continued to rush forward, retorting without hesitation that everyone from the righteous sect would meet their end today. Swordheart raised his hand to the sky, a surge of spiritual energy appearing in his palm, the other hand forming a seal before his chest, saying, "Arrogant enough, but your strength is still lacking." Muli indifferently replied, "What's so arrogant about someone whose legs have turned to stone and can't move?" He unleashed the void sword technique, retorting, "Very well, today I'll teach you some respect for your elders." He raised his hand, unleashing the cloud-turning palm, and the two techniques collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. A smile creeps across Jianxin's face as he says, "Exterminate." But a voice from behind startles him. "You need to retreat." Stuttering, he asks, How could you?" Molly places a hand on his shoulder and replies, "The hidden gate makes no effort to advance, and dares to bring disaster to China. It has no reason to exist." With that, he sends Swordheart flying, eating watches with a hint of joy. "Muli won," the ghost muttered in disbelief. "How could someone like you exist? It's impossible." Muli clenched his fist, delivering his final words, "Nothing is impossible." Then an explosion erupts above the mountain gate as Fu Yun, sword in hand, declares, "Your martial god ancestor is dead. Today the righteous sect of Haoran falls." He immediately drew his sword, finishing them off, and shouted, "Kill!" Meanwhile, within the mountain gate, a man covered in markings removed his shirt and lamented, "Even the Grand Master has fallen. Does heaven truly wish to destroy our righteous sect?" Then he bit his finger until it bled, dripping blood as he chanted, "With my flesh and blood as a vessel, sincere spirit and soul connect heaven and earth, summon the eternal righteous God." He cried out, "Descend!" Immediately, a bizarre blood-red pillar of light struck down from the heavens. Looking up, Muli wondered, if he's called a god, he should at least be a powerful being. But on Earth now, even those who reach the divine soul stage are struck by lightning. What's going on? From above, he loudly threatened, "Jingzhou Mu, you'll regret this." He instantly recognized the figure before him, the Haoran god. At that moment, from the peak of the Haoran sect, circles of deadly red light and pressure emanated, followed by a dense web of lightning. Yiqing looked up, frowning slightly, and asked, "Is that a god?" Muli thought to himself that this wasn't a true god, just a cultivator worshipped by the righteous Haoran sect, absorbing the power of faith. Fu Yun looked over and asked, "Can we defeat this god then?" Yixing replies, "His power is equivalent to a peak martial god. None of us here can defeat him, not even Muli." He spoke, "The power of heaven and earth has not fully recovered, so why have I been summoned?" Those below replied respectfully, "Your Excellency, Supreme Grand Righteous God, the golden age of cultivation has begun, but it has not yet fully erupted, and calling you out was truly a last resort. The sect has reached a life-or-death moment." The Haoran god immediately scolded, "To be pushed to the brink of death in the age of ending law, you're truly useless. If it's not the mid-stage of the cultivation era and you dare disturb me, I won't forgive you." Haoran Shen remained calm and composed, reigning high above. "Have you finally completed the task I entrusted to you all those years ago?" The elder of the righteous sect replied, "Your Honor, after searching the world for years, the disciples are close to a result." Hearing this vague exchange, Lord Yizhou seemed to realize something. All these years, could it be? Muli wondered aloud. "What's going on?" asks the governor of Yizhou. He recounted, "Years ago, I heard that the righteous sect of Haoran was searching for a special child, and had been searching for a long time. He paused, wondering if they were planning some kind of sacrificial ritual. The inspector of Yizhou looked up with a sneer. These beasts are unworthy of the name Righteous Path. They're nothing but a cult. Fu Yun added, these monsters in human skin, none should be spared. They must all be killed. From behind, a spatial rift appeared, and a voice echoed, long time no see, how ran? He turned back and replied, who do we have here? Blood Ancestor, I thought you were dead. Blood Ancestor replied, if you're not dead, how could I be? Upon seeing him, Fu Yun exclaimed in shock, it's the great blood infant from Mount Taiping. Muli thought to himself, the Jingzhou command token is suddenly heating up, an unprecedented reaction. The Blood Ancestor flew forward, declaring, the great demon of yesteryear is but a shadow of his former self. He looked up at the divine might and continued, I heard you rely on the faith of mortals to survive, so I came to see for myself. And what do you know? Hearing this, he summoned his weapon, his expression hardening. No, a body comparable to the peak of the Daodan realm. You want to swallow my territory? How greedy. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than the Blood Ancestor shot downwards, issuing a challenge. Then let's see who's faster. They both rushed down, each claiming you as their own, their faces filled with excitement as their auras intensify. Their target was none other than Muk Lai, but a golden barrier appeared, blocking them. The two demons were blown back, asking in unison, who is it? A familiar sword appeared in the figure's hand. Master, Fu Yun calls from behind. Hao Ranshen looks down and asks, who are you? Why haven't we met before? The Eastern Sun Emperor replied, Hao Ranshen, I've been waiting for you to show yourself for a long time, and you too, ugly one. You are devils who endanger China, and should not be allowed to live. He looked down mockingly. So, you're that little martial god from back then. You're not qualified to kill us. He immediately flew up and continued, right now, you only have the strength of the Soul Division stage and below. It won't be difficult to kill you. Clutching his chest, Muli realizes the discomfort is from the intensifying Jing Province token. He pulls it out and Yishou Mu exclaims, your Jing Province token has been restored. Realizing the Jing Province token wants to kill the two devils, Muli feels a surge of energy lifting him off the ground. The Blood Ancestor looks over, recognizing it. Pure dragon energy. The aura of the Devil Punisher. Emperor Dongyang turned to him and said, give me your aid. Mok Lai replied, understood, and immediately transferred his spiritual energy to the Emperor. The Eastern Emperor formed a seal, summoning the sword intent of the Vermilion Demon to his hand, then unleashed it, transforming into a true dragon, its pure dragon energy carrying immense power. The Blood Ancestor, beginning to worry, said, Hao Ran, old friend, I just remembered I have some business to attend to, so I'll take my leave. Hearing this, Hao Ran frowned, glancing over with disdain. You're afraid of just two wastes from the end of days? Hao Ran God then added defiantly, very well, when the High Era arrives, none of you will escape. Then, a massive explosion and halo suddenly appeared in the sky. Yun covers her face, a hint of doubt in her voice. Are they dead? Muli approached, replying, not dead yet. Emperor Dongyang added, they escaped using a secret technique, but it came at a great price. It'll take them years to recover. He looked at them, adding, you must accelerate your development. These two fiends are just one of the hidden dangers of this martial arts era. Fu Yun replied, understood. He turned to the Hao Ran sect members, wondering, now that the Hao Ran god has escaped, what should we do with the rest? The governor of Yizhou replied, kill them, of course. These heretics must be eradicated. Given the green light, Fu Yun coldly charged forward to slaughter them. Then kill them. Muli watched him, a little worried. Would he go berserk? Watching his disciples slaughter, the Eastern Sun Emperor replied, no, this is his inner demon. Once he breaks free, Fu Van will soar. Your future may not rival Muli's, but it will surpass many others. At that moment, Fu Yun, standing before the statue of the great righteous god, cried out in pain and anger, Great righteous sect! He laughed wildly, a wave of red blood and corpses behind him. Fu Yun shatters the statue with a single strike, then departs, cold and detached. The most beautiful flowers bloom without deep affection, and the river of forgetfulness holds no regrets. His voice cracks as tears of anguish fall. Fu Van cried out, I hate this, I hate it. And with relief, Nathan closed his eyes, saying, it's over. The governor of Yi province looked at Muli and said, Governor of Jing province, did the Fu Shizhong Ling sect need to go this far? He replied, "No, they didn't collude with any evil forces. Let them go." Fuan then stepped down and said, "Let's return to our training. Haoran Shen is not dead, and my feud with the Haoran sect is not over." Switching scenes to the ancient underground city, in the City Lord's mansion training room, the Vajra puppet unleashes its fist as Xiaobai dodges and counters with practiced ease. Old Xuzhong stroked his beard, praising, "Truly a ghost cultivation prodigy. He's reached the great perfection of qi refining in such a short time." Outside the underground ancient city, a messenger held a letter, shouting, "The 3 hidden sects have been destroyed." He relentlessly announced that the dragon son of the Wood family of the imperial capital had triumphed over the 3 hidden sects. Just then, Mu Li arrived, running through the streets, cheering, "The second martial god of the Huaxia martial world has appeared." Meanwhile, in the underground ancient city, Thach Trong watches Tu Bok train in the city lord's mansion. Suddenly, they both snap their eyes open, looking towards the door. Mu Li enters, announcing, "City Lord, I'm here." Seeing him, Xiaobai rushes over, embracing him tightly. "Mok Li, you've finally come to get me." He caught her with one arm, turning to address Xuzhong. "Thank you, Senior. Has Xiaobai caused you any trouble?" The old man stroked his beard and replied, "Not at all. It's just a shame such a good seedling wouldn't accept me as her master." Stone Zhong lamented with tears. "Now I have no successor." She turned and winked playfully at him. "Okay, thanks for taking care of me for the past month, Master. I've already prepared everything for you." He then turned to Mu Li. "And your aura? You've clearly reached the Daodan realm. His cultivation is stuck at the great perfection of qi training. Is he cultivating the 9 revolutions ascension art?" Mu Li asked directly. "Do you know about the ascension art too?" Xuzhong replied, "I know a little. The first stage of the 9 revolution ascension art allows one to jump from the great perfection of qi training to the extreme realm of the Daodan stage, but suppressing one's cultivation requires immense pressure, making it impossible for ordinary people to succeed." He then asked, "Does Senior know about Mount Feng Huang?" The old man closed his eyes, stroked his beard in contemplation, and then spoke with a hint of embarrassment. "That rings a bell, but I'm too old to remember," he added. "But the 5 emperors must be there." Looking at the 3 great towers in the distance, he surmised that Gu Qingyan and that place were connected somehow. If it were him, perhaps he could uncover these secrets. Moreover, the epical front is almost here. Mu Li continued, voicing his concerns. "Senior, what exactly is the Wangui Tiantian?" Xuzhong replied in a deep voice. "The sea of stars is vast, with countless living beings, but only a few can survive." "Huh," the old man continued with some sadness. "When the sky barrier is broken, it will be a do-or-die situation for us." He clasped his hands in front of him and bowed. "I understand. Thank you for the explanation, Senior." Cut to the Mu family compound in the capital, where the martial world is gradually emerging before the eyes of ordinary people as the power of heaven and earth recovers. Now more and more ordinary people have access to cultivation, and the martial world is undergoing massive changes. Some ancient martial arts families have entered the world, recruiting large numbers of secular martial artists, solving some of the country's employment problems, but whether this martial arts boom is good or bad remains to be seen. Abroad, some countries are so affected, it's as bad as war breaking out. At that moment, Lord Yizhou entered and said, "With young men like this, Huaxia will never fall." Seeing him, Mu Li quickly turned off the radio, clasped his hands, and greeted him. "Venerable Lord of Jing Province, you've arrived?" He replied, "Lord Jing, I've come to present you with this banner." Lord Yi handed over a flag embroidered with 8 characters. "Heroes of China, vanquish evil," then continued. "At the same time, the Chinese government officially bestows upon you the title of Protector of the Nation, a position equal to the 9 lords." Taking the flag, Mu Li replied, "You know I don't care about empty titles, so there must be something else, right?" The elder responded frankly, "Indeed, you're probably aware that the era of universal martial arts has arrived." The governor of Ji Province continued, "In this era of universal martial arts, its existence is now public, allowing everyone to cultivate and become powerful." He believed this would reshape the world. The Chinese government is preparing to build schools specializing in martial arts, the God Martial Emperor Capital Academy, and they hope he will come to teach there. What does he think? He thought grimly, teaching disciples. Disciples are nothing but little devils come to collect debts. He then recalled the haunting memories of the past and future, being entangled with those he called disciples. Seeing that he didn't answer, Lord Yizhou called out to him, but he quickly replied, "Senior, my lineage only passes on to 1 disciple per generation, and I've already accepted a successor, so I won't be taking on any more." Hearing this, he replied, "I see. What about just teaching a regular class? A young man like you, even just walking around the school, would be a great encouragement." Unable to refuse the governor's request, Muli felt it was his duty to Huazia. The governor of Yi province smiled in satisfaction. Good. Even if you only teach one class a month, it's settled then. He thinks to himself that this world is completely different from the one before his rebirth, and wonders how that kid is doing now. Fuyun approached and asked, "Mok, I heard you're going to the capital to be a teacher." Mok Lai replied, "I agreed, but I'll only go when I have time, so I'm not really a full-time teacher." Beating his chest with pride, he boasts, "I'm a senior instructor at the Divine Martial Academy." Then, smoothing his hair, he narcissistically adds, "With my good looks, countless young women will want to be my students, dreaming of marrying me. When I get there, I'll blow everyone away and be 100 times more popular than you." Ignoring the nonsense, a watering can is brought out to water the flowers. Muli indifferently replies, "As long as you're happy." Meanwhile, Fu Yun continues to strut around. "Mok, can't you be a little more youthful? It's always flowers and plants with you." He turned back and asked, "Why are you so free? Don't you have a lot to do?" Fu Van casually replies, "I don't need to worry about family matters. My sister has it covered." Somewhat perplexed, Muli asks, "Your sister is helping you manage the family affairs?" He rubs his chin and replies, "It's strange to me too, and I'm not used to it at all." Sensing something was off, he immediately turned back and asked him to explain. Without hesitation, Fu Yun replied, "She's become quite the lady, no longer chasing after men, and she's handling family affairs flawlessly." He then clutches his face in terror, saying the scariest thing is that she treats him as well as before, but he feels so distant. Muli puts down the water bottle, then turns to him and says, "Let's go to the Huang family and see." In his heart, Fu Yun was smug. The plan was in motion. Cut to the Huang estate study, where a man standing before him remarks, "Very good, not bad." Then he said something cryptic. "Muli, little Yuer has grown up so much. Don't let her bewitch you later." Slightly worried, he replies, "I just heard that Fu Nguyet has been a little strange." And with that, the man waves goodbye. I understand. I'll be going now." And with that, she left. Just then, Wolyong entered and asked, "Mukleo, were you looking for me?" She greeted him shyly. "Long time no see, how have you been?" Muli watched her sit down next to him and gently asked Han, "I just wanted to see how you were doing after what happened last time." "I'm fine, thank you for asking," she replied. He was puzzled and asked frankly, "Why have you changed so much?" "What happened?" she was asked, her hands clenching and trembling slightly in her lap. Funguyet softly parted her lips, replying, "It's nothing, really." Seeing their curiosity, she continued, "It's just that after that accident, my consciousness was lost in darkness for a long time, and I thought about many things. I can't be the same as before." They listened intently as she explained. "A member of the prophecy sect once foretold that if I don't marry before the age of 24, I will die. I don't want to die, and I don't want my family to worry." Muli closed his eyes, crossed his arms, and replied, "I remember you didn't believe in fate, especially not from a charlatan." Fu Yue brushed her hair back and said, "But so much has happened. I can't help but believe it now." He immediately stood up and said something to make her think that the old Punuyet, who never bowed to fate, was better. Then she made a straightforward proposal. "Will you marry me?" Punguyet confesses frankly, "If you agree to marry me, I can go back to the way I was and continue to defy fate." Futan, standing outside, gives a like, showing his amusement. "I thought there'd be some drama," Fu Yun comments. "My sister is too straightforward." But Muli clearly replied, "With your status, many would want to marry you. Don't place your hopes on me." Then he coldly opened the door and left. Fu Van was shocked by this. "Is that all?" He immediately called after him, "Brother Muo, wait for me." He thought to himself that the person wasn't the real Pu Nguyet, and the entire Huang family felt strange, but he didn't know why. Muli asked, "Little Bai, did you discover anything?" She retorted unhappily, "Am I just a tool for you to pick up girls?" She then revealed that Fu Yue had something that blocked the aura of her soul, and even the Ghost Immortal canon couldn't identify it. He stroked his chin thoughtfully, realizing it was at least a core formation stage magic artifact. Just then, Fu Yun approached, patted Muli's shoulder, and said, "Are you dense? It wasn't easy to trick you into coming here. Do you like men?" He then put on a dangerous expression, raised his hand to Mok Lai's chin, and asked with sparkling eyes, "Could it be that you came to the Hoang family all for me?" He immediately rewarded Pu Van with a thunderous punch. Just then, a mysterious woman carrying wine approached, her face hidden behind a veil, and Mu Li immediately called out, ordering her to stop. Stunned, Fu Yun asked, "What's going on?" He approached and inquired, "Who is this?" He glanced over and replied, "She's my sister's close maid with a mysterious background. Her face and voice were ruined in a great fire. My sister brought her here a month ago and treats her very well." As the girl subtly turns her face away from his gaze, Fu Yun continues, "Mu brother, don't scare her. How could an ordinary person like her withstand your aura?" As she walks away, Mu Li finally speaks, "Fu Yun, she is the real Fu Yue." The girl quietly walks through the mansion's corridor as Fu Yun muses, "No way, my sister has changed a lot, but not so much that you can't accept her." He replied, "If you want to know the truth, come to the Mu family tonight, but don't alert the Huangfu family." That night, a dark figure darted out of a window, and soon after, a hand stealthily reached out to the sleeping, veiled girl. Fu Yun wondered, "Brother Mu, are you sure you've not only changed your appearance, but also lost all your martial arts?" He removed the mask with one hand, replying, "Isn't that why you came to find me? Because you sensed something was wrong?" After her mask was removed, a disfigured face was revealed, and Molly's touch awakened her. Panicked, she immediately fled, but tripped in her haste and fell flat on her face. Mu Li calls out to Fu Yue from behind, asking why she's running, as the demon girl cowers at their feet. Fu Yun sits and asks, "Are you really my sister?" Meanwhile, the terrified girl retreats further into the village. Mok Li says, "To be harmed like this and still endure it," and he shouts out emotionally, "You weren't like this before." The real Fu Nuyet, tears streaming, trembled in fear, pointing behind her. What did Fu Van mean? Mok Li explained, "She said that person threatened her, and only if she returns will the Hoang family be safe." He then gently stepped forward to reassure her, "Rest assured, I'm here. No one can harm the Huang family. Spend some time resting at the Mu estate." Then, Mukli placed his hand on her shoulder, comforting her. "Once I figure out what that person is up to, I'll make sure they vanish without a trace." Cut to the Huang family living room, where Pu Woon asks, "Brother Mook, it's been days. Are you sure about this?" Mu Lai replies, "What are you so worried about? The people from North Hall are reliable." He looked at his smiling sister beside him and said, "No, I'm afraid people will see through it if it takes too long." He took a sip of tea and replied with a smile. Xiaohan was once a disciple of Xiaojiao Valley. Besides his high cultivation, his specialty is disguise. So, this disguise is to learn more about that mysterious person. Mo Li turns and asks, "Did you get the item?" Zhao Han then produces a necklace and a jade pendant, prompting Fu Yun to ask what they are. He explained, "It's the lifeblood of someone we know." Mu Li held the jade pendant and continued, "Let's go. This time we'll make sure she can't recover." He scratched his head, confused. "An acquaintance?" Mok Li smirks. "You'll find out soon enough." Then, in the Moon Mansion's bedroom, she sits, pulling something from a drawer. In a cinematic moment, the three burst through the door. The fake Fu Nguyet turned to him, asking, "Lord Governor of Qingzhou finally taking an interest in me today?" Mok Li stood at the door and coldly said, "Huifang, the charade is over." He stepped inside, questioning, "Why do you keep impersonating Fu Yue and coming right under my nose? Where do you get your confidence?" Huifang, looking rather disgusted, said, "It's just that my appearance is set now, and the imperial family believes me without question." Then she looks at the veiled girl behind her and asks, "Am I right?" Even Mo Li, as Fu Yue, is curious, "What is your goal?" She slowly rises, asking, "What advantage do martial artists have? Can they be stronger than a nation?" Huifang reveals her goal. The Huangfu family branches out from politics, holding high positions. "If I join forces with them, we can take control of Huaxia." She continues, "The progress of the martial world ends here. Even Jingzhou Governor Zhuge Wushang will fall from grace and die without a burial." Fu Yun immediately jumped out, pointing and scolding, "Don't get cocky, you witch." Tuo Fuang clenched her fist, tore her dress, and sneered, "Good little brother, your aunt once said that, but I'm still here." She took a deep breath, preparing to do something. Instantly, the Huang estate echoed with desperate cries for help, accusations of indecency, and the elders were shocked. Chenglong frowned with worry upon hearing his daughter's voice as she stood there tearing her own clothes, and coldly declared, "Lord Jingzhou, I will now make you lose all credibility in the Huangfu family." Seeing this, Fu Yun said, "Are you brain dead?" Mu Li immediately told him, "It's okay, just cooperate with her for now." Fungiet's father and the elder rush in, demanding, "What's going on? Tungietni, who hurt you?" When I saw the elders come in, I pretended to cry and shout, "Grandpa, Dad, it's Mu Li." He barged into my room and tried to force himself on me. They were both shocked, exclaiming, "What? This actually happened?" The expressions on her father and grandfather's faces made Huifang a little confused. Fujian glanced at Chunglong, then pointed and scolded, "Mu Li, you're an animal. You said you didn't need it, but you ran to the Huangfu residence on your own. It's too much." "Ah, I see," he thought with a sly grin, inwardly gloating. "Let's see how you handle this, Jingzhou governor and Huangfu Yun. You can't be spared either." Chunglong then spoke. "There's no other way," as he issued a command. "Let it be known. Decorate Huangfu Manor to look like a wedding is about to take place within the hour." Chunglong then told his son, "Zhao Yun, inform the Mu family and invite Muli's relatives, as well as the higher-ups of the martial alliance. We'll immediately hold the wedding between Muli and your sister." Futan laughed with glee. One less thing to worry about, one less thing to worry about. He crossed his arms, looking relieved, thinking he could save his specially made, high-grade knockout drug. What a waste of effort. Hearing this, Mu Li felt relieved. That was close. Looking at his daughter's confused expression, Tan Long smiled smugly and said, "Great news, Tiu Nuyet. Your marriage is finally arranged, and to a top-notch son-in-law." Hearing this, Tue Puang immediately slammed the table and roared. "What is this? I don't agree to this marriage." He asked, a bit confused, "What's wrong? Am I not acting well enough for you? I will not marry. Are you all crazy, marrying me off to a beast in human clothing?" Chunglong tries to explain. "Xiaowei, you've always liked Muli. Aren't we just going with the flow?" "Why?" I brushed past him, muttering, "You're all insane. I've had enough of this. You're all crazy." At this, Mu Li couldn't take it anymore and shouted, "Enough! Have you accomplished your goal by using someone else's face to insult their family?" Huifeng smiles. "So what if I achieve my goal? You're all gathered here, perfect for me to catch in one fell swoop. I will control the imperial family and the outcome will remain the same." Behind her, Thon Long wondered, "You're not Tiungu yet. Who are you, really?" Fu Van answered for her. "She's Tu Fuang, holy maiden of the Five Poisons sect." At the same time, Mok Li prepared his spirit energy and rushed towards me. The blow he unleashed was immediately blocked by a green sphere as Huifang confidently stated, "I told you, you can't kill me. Besides, Little Hong's power has surpassed even a martial god. What makes you think you can kill me?" Mu Li coldly retorted. "You certainly have a lot of tricks up your sleeve. All your schemes and plots against me. Have they ever worked?" As soon as he finished speaking, the blue sphere was shattered by the purple spirit energy, sending Tu Puang crashing into the wall behind her. "Oh, I was just wondering. This is bad." Mu Li immediately retrieved a jade pendant, asking, "Looking for something?" "This?" Huifeng Piles, stammering, "Wow, when did you take it?" Her eyes widened, shooting daggers as she realized it was that little bitch all along. Disregarding Mu Li, Huifeng lunged toward who she thought was Fu Yue, confident that with the heavenly mandate young master's movement technique, no one could stop her. Just as her hand was about to reach Zhao Han, she cried out, "As long as I capture Fu Yue, the plan won't change." The veil fluttered, revealing Zhao Han's mocking smile. He immediately grabbed Tu Puang's wrist. Caught off guard, she could only stare in wide-eyed surprise. A second later, Zhao Han shows no mercy, landing a punch straight to the face, sending Hai Fuang flying through the ceiling and out of the villa. 2 minutes later, the household stirred. Everyone went to the courtyard and saw Hai Fuang lying face down. She looked up and cursed, "Damn you! When did you—" Johan then revealed his true colors, smiling at the fist in his hand. "What's wrong? Only you can impersonate others?" Fu Wan echoed from behind. "That's right. This is called trapping a dog behind closed doors. The entire Huang estate is an inescapable net. You can't escape." Mu Li held the jade pendant in front of her and said, "This is what you're relying on, isn't it? You hid the true demonic seed within the artifact, waiting for the opportune moment to unleash it, but without hesitation, he crushed it." With a pained expression, Huifeng reached out, crying, "No, Xiao Hong!" Then, Mo Li pointed 2 fingers at her forehead, her face filled with fear, tears streaming down. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, and as the Huang family stood behind, unable to react, he coldly said, "I'm annoyed that I let her escape for so long." With that, a surge of spiritual energy pierced her head. Tui Fuang's body dissolves into a cloud of dark smoke, as Than Long observes, "Ever since you returned from Miao territory, we sensed something different about Tiao Nuyet, but we couldn't find any proof. Who knew this demoness was hiding so well?" Fu Yun, standing behind him, added, "Didn't Dad and second uncle both adore her? And you even arranged a wedding in an hour." Hearing this, he immediately defended himself, considering how cunning this demoness was. Only by pushing her could they expose her weaknesses. Mok Lai was a little worried, thinking, "This isn't right. The Huang family might actually do it. As Chunglong's eyes widened, water crystals emerged from the black smoke. He turned and coldly asked, "You're not completely dead yet?" In her crystalline form, Huifang stubbornly retorted, "Governor of Jing Province, if the heavens don't destroy me, I will repay you 1,000-fold." Mu Li, curious, thought, "I want to hear what other threats she has." Enraged, she declares that the heavens will restore balance, adding that even if the demon can't eliminate him, other unknown forces will. With her last breath, Tuepuang warned that they wouldn't allow him to grow stronger. As she finished, he crushed her, declaring that this time she wouldn't be reincarnated. Her soul scattered. Mu Li turned and added, "Zhao Han, go bring Fu Yue back. It's safe here now." Gazing at the jade pendant in his hand, now radiating spiritual energy, he muses that the demon seed's next stage of growth will transform it into a 9-transformation demon spirit. Could this unknown power be connected to a world beyond the heavens? Clenching his fist, he vows, "No matter what, I'm here, and this will never happen." Cut to 1 month later, as flyers with Fu Yun's image are distributed everywhere, along with a flight to the Divine Martial Academy. The crowd of women went wild at the sight of him, shouting, "Fu Yun, I want to have your baby." "Fu Van, I want to marry you." Mok Lai approaches, looking bored by their adoration. Many girls even claimed Yun Yun as their own. Meanwhile, Fu Yue, arm in arm with her brother, felt a sense of satisfaction seeing him so admired. Mu Li turned and asked, "Are you having that much fun going out with me?" Fu Yue replied softly, "Of course I am. I thought my life would just pass me by." She blushed, tucking her hair behind her ear, and continued, "You pulled me back from the abyss. You gave me hope." He turns to encourage Poongyet. "I'll pass on an advanced cultivation technique to you. He Fuang ruining your face, and cultivation is only temporary. As long as you dare to break through, you can defeat her, even without me. Your talent is no less than Pu Van's." "Don't be discouraged," she says, turning away. "I understand. That's right." A young man cut between them, saying, "So, what's up? Am I handsome? It can't be helped. Being an idol is just too tiring. I'm surrounded everywhere I go, making it hard to move an inch. The moment I reveal myself, countless beauties will pounce like hungry wolves. It's unbearable." Funyet was furious at her brother's boasting. Seeing his antics, a passerby scoffed, "Dressed like that in this heat, pretending to be Fu Van, how foolish." He immediately took off his outer layer, revealing his true identity, and shouted, "Damn it, look closely. I am Fu Van. You think I want to be like this?" Seeing him, the man stammered, I'm sorry." With a swagger, Pu Van retorts, "It's good that you know your mistake." He stood there, displaying his aura before hundreds of onlookers, confidently saying, "The struggles of being a national idol are truly incomprehensible to ordinary people." While Pu Van was still basking in the dazzling glow, those behind him gasped in horror. He turned back, his face ashen, and stammered, "No way." A whirlwind of a woman barrels forward, shouting, "Get out of my way!" A slightly chubby, slightly tipsy pink-haired woman charges in, declaring, "Yun Yun is mine." She then pouted her red lips and said to Fu Yun, "Little Yun, I'm your biggest fan." Luckily, he quickly dodged to the side, avoiding the missile that was headed his way. Fleeing for his life, Fu Yun cried out, "Brother Mu, save me!" The scene shifts to the Divine Martial Imperial Academy, a vast campus with distinct teaching areas. Yao Jum looked up and said, "I thought you wouldn't come to the recruitment event today?" Mu Li, with Fu Yue beside him, immediately replied, "Since I agreed to be a mentor at the school, of course I had to come and see." The old man poured tea and invited them to sit. Yao Jumu handed them cups and said, "The age of martial arts for all has arrived so quickly that the Academy's facilities haven't caught up. Please, voice any requests you may have." He added, "With martial arts on the rise globally, the government wants to build a cloud city to represent Chinese martial arts and hopes you can step back and protect China. Would you mind?" Mu Li calmly replied, "Not at all. I don't want this job either. Just assign me something else." Just then, someone knocked on the door. Fu Wen rushes in, saying, "Sister Mok, where's your conscience? You left me there all alone." With some embarrassment, the governor asked, "Seeing all those kisses on your brother, who knew yet? Introduce her. She's the national idol embraced by countless fans." She turned to Fu Van and asked, "Didn't you enjoy that feeling?" He replied awkwardly, "Don't mention it. My innocence, my first kiss, for Huaxia, I've sacrificed too much." Yizhu Mu then asked Fu Yue, "That's right, I know you're Fu Yun's sister. Would you like to be a teacher at the school?" She asked in surprise, pointing at herself with a questioning look. "Me, but I'm only a mid-level martial master." He replied, "Yes, I know you've been through some hardships, but everyone grows up eventually. You come from the Huang family and your strength is considerable. You can guide the female students in learning martial arts." As Muli sipped his tea, he said, "Schwillinger is also a mid-level martial honored one, but her mind and combat experience are far inferior to yours. You're the only one suitable for this teaching position." Fu Yun wiped the lipstick from her face and continued, "That's right. Before Muli, we were both unmatched talents, easily surpassing today's martial venerables by dozens of streets." She pondered what everyone was saying. Why have I become like this? Has the Huangfu family spoiled me into being so weak and hesitant? Or will Xiaoyun rise to become a high-ranking martial saint? The unattainable dream that is Muli is interrupted by Zhou Mu at the age of 24. The academy girl doesn't force her, but if she wants to later, Fu Yue says confidently, "I agree to be an academy teacher. I don't believe in fate, and I'm willing to pass on my knowledge to newcomers." Hearing this, the elder said to everyone, "Ah, good. Then let's decide on that. Let's go to the recruitment event." We cut to the God Martial Imperial Capital Academy's campus at the recruitment event. At Muli and Fu Yue's table, not a single new student was to be seen, while Fu Yun's table was swamped with them. He even had to remind people to line up. Next, the crowd clamored, "Van Von, I want to sign up." Pu Van advised everyone, "I advise you all to think carefully. I only teach on Mondays and Saturdays, and I don't take disciples, so don't waste your time." But the crowd, like ravenous beasts drawn to his beauty, ignored everything else. "It's okay, Master Fu Yun. You're the most handsome. We choose you." Two girls looked at the crowd, wondering if Master Fu Van would continue to accept students. Her friend replied, "It's okay, we can find someone else." She pointed at Fu Yue and continued, "I remember she's Fu Yun's sister, so she must be excellent too." Her friend waved in response. "Thanks, Fai Fai. Even if Fu Yun's sister teaches me, I still want his autograph." She thought, blinded by looks, but who should I choose? Fai Fai skates over to Mu Li, wondering, should I choose him? Then, slamming her hand on his desk, she declares, "Hey, I want you to be my teacher." Mu Li nonchalantly picks at his ear, thinking, someone's actually looking for me? Then he tells her, "I don't take disciples. If you want to attend my class, fill out an application." He adds, "Also, the tuition is 1 win per lesson." Fai Fai slams the table again, saying, "I refuse." Her eyes sparkled as she repeated each word to Mu Li, "I want you to be my master." Hearing her loud voice, those around them immediately took notice, and her friend turned to advise, "Fai Fai, you need to think this through. You can't just choose anyone. This is a lifelong master, so you need to be careful." Meanwhile, Mu Li secretly assessed the girl and found her to have great potential. The blue-haired student stepped forward to advise, "Xiao Feifei, with your talent, you should study under Master Fu Yun. That unknown wild style is uncertain." The girl remained resolute, slightly frowning as she replied, "I don't like it. I'll follow who I said I would. That's my word." Seeing Fai Fai's expression and hearing her words, Mu Li was speechless. He relented, telling her, "Very well, you stubborn girl, I will take you as my disciple." Then, Mu Li gave Fei Fei a book as a welcoming gift. The girl next to him immediately snatched it from his hand, picked it up, and said dismissively, "Didn't the academy already distribute specialized cultivation methods? Is this technique even reliable?" Mu Li replied, "This is a little better than the academy's technique." In her hands, the new student holds the Limitless Sutra. He then stands up, grabs his water bottle, and instructs his new student. "Remember to attend the first public class tomorrow. Your friend says Fai Fai is all talk and no substance." Two other youths chimed in. "He said there's an open class tomorrow. Hilarious, no one will go listen to him." Yeah, and he dares to say his cultivation method is better than the academy's. I think he's just trying to trick you." Only Fei Fei watched Mu Li's retreating figure, quietly encouraging herself, before turning back to her friends and declaring, "He's my teacher. Can you guys keep your opinions to yourselves?" Fai Fai grabs the book he gave her and turns to leave. "If you guys aren't going, why would I?" The scene shifts to the next morning, and she arrives at class as instructed. Fei Fai opens the door to find only Mu Li cleaning the board. She looks around, puzzled, and asks, "Teacher, where is everyone?" He turns back and replies, "I just told the headmaster. There hasn't been time to tell anyone else." Fai Fai's two friends stepped forward to mock her. Fan chimed in, "It's so empty. Master Fu Yun's lecture hall next door is packed." Jinju added, "I told you, no one would come to listen to your teacher." Fai Fai retorts, "It's because I haven't notified the academy yet. No announcement has been made." Her friend sighs, "Little Fai Fai is so stubborn." "Well, we know the material, so we can support the teacher." Mu Qing clears his throat and announces, "It's time. Let's get ready for class." Suddenly, the entire school shook, startling him. From the side, Shu Fan wondered, what's going on? Earthquake? Headmaster Duke burst through the door, yelling, "Mok Lai, what are you doing?" He grumbled, annoyed that he hadn't been informed about the class. Us. Fu-Yun pushed him aside, saying, "We couldn't find you in the schedule, so you've been secretly teaching." Another teacher chimed in. "Has class started yet? Quickly gather the hundreds of people downstairs." Fu-Yun quickly took a seat and said, "I don't care. If Brother Mu is teaching, I get the best seat in the middle." Suddenly, a small but powerful hand landed on his shoulder. Seeing his sister gesture, Fu-Yun immediately obeyed. Understood. Everyone took their seats. Even Headmaster Duke was there to listen. The three freshmen who had been critical earlier were now stunned, and Tio Pham voiced his doubts. Truly, you live and learn. All the teachers and big shots of the Imperial City have come to hear this useless teacher's lecture. Bin Thien looks at the headmaster in confusion and says, "Lord Duke Zhou Much, we heard that Mok Lai was teaching, so we shamelessly came here. Please forgive us." The old man stroked his beard and replied softly, "It's all right. Next month I'll have him lecture in the Academy Square. Everyone should come then." Zifan raised his hand to ask, "Teacher Mu, may I ask what realm your strength is at? Can you even hold your own against Master Fu-Yun?" Hearing this, he immediately turned around and retorted, "Don't compare me to Mu Li." The boy quickly apologized. "I shouldn't have insulted you by comparing you to Master Mu." Fu-Yun retorted, "The one you insulted was Mu Li. I'm no match for him at all. He could leave me in the dust." The freshman listened blankly as he continued, "Aren't you embarrassing me in front of so many seniors?" Fei was stunned, blurting out, "I remember now, he's the young martial god who destroyed the three hidden sects." Upon hearing this, Muli Zifan's face twisted as he pointed and stammered, "Little Fei, you're saying this useless teacher is looking down on the young teachers below?" He wondered to himself, is he the young martial god who destroyed the three great hidden sects? Muli Fu-Yun raised his hand in praise. "That's right. He's my brother Mu." He puts on a proud face. "Mok, start teaching. You've arrived just in time." Muli casually picked up a piece of chalk and began. "Today, I'll be teaching you the fundamentals of martial arts." Just then, someone raised their hand and said, "Wait, Mr. Mu. Could you teach something more advanced?" The instructors and powerhouses of Huaxia agreed with the suggestion. "Yes, Brother Mu, something more exciting." Muli simply smiles, replying, "Then I'll lecture on the secrets of martial arts cultivation from the Limitless Sutra. Remember to take notes." Time passed quickly and he explained quite a bit of information to everyone, when suddenly a table was slammed. "What are you even doing? I don't understand at all." "What kind of nonsense is this?" the boy questioned. "He's definitely not just spouting rubbish, is he?" Bin Thien immediately retorted, "Show some respect. If you don't understand, it's because your level is too low. Understanding even one or two things Master Mu teaches in his lifetime is a blessing. If you can't learn, don't blame others. Apologize to Master Mu." Muli simply smiled as the boy, Xiaofan, apologized. Then he stood and dismissed the class. Fei quickly ran up, calling out, "Teacher, wait for me." And so the girl followed Muli as everyone below rose in unison and bowed deeply in respect. "Ah, you've worked hard, Lord Governor of Jing Province." The girl looked down at everyone in naive surprise as Muli's voice called out, "Mo Fei, let's go." The girl quickly responded and followed. "Yes, coming." Fei looked at him with delight and said, "Master, I feel like I've found a great treasure." He immediately tossed her a bottle of pills without another word. Fei opened it and a rich aroma wafted out as she wondered, "Pills? Is this real?" Muli instructed, "Combined with your cultivation technique, you should reach the martial honor realm in 2 months, tops." Fei asked skeptically, "Really?" He quickly reconsiders. 2 months is too slow, as a voice stops them. Wait, it's the teachers, clamoring, "Teacher Mu, sign our names." "Master Mu, please take me as your disciple," Headmaster Yi shouted, asking Jingzhou Mu to talk. He signaled Mu Li to run, then continued. On October 1st, 2031, the World Martial Arts Tournament will be held on Dongsheng Penglai Island, west of China. This important gathering has international implications, and the title of Martial Emperor represents national honor. As he ran, he asked, "Martial Emperor, the King of Martial Arts. That title means something, doesn't it? Do you want me to fight?" Without answering, the old man pulled them aside, avoiding Pan Kuang. Then Yao Zhumu looked at him and said, "We don't want you exposed just yet. These old geezers who've lived for centuries don't care about fame and fortune. I fear they have other intentions. Old men who've lived for hundreds of years? Fai wondered. The old man stroked his beard and replied, foreign cultivators are different from those in Huaxia, especially some of the blood clans. Even werewolves who live for centuries are no problem. The Yun Manor will be our trump card in the war. We want you to join the logistics team and lie in wait in case anything goes wrong. Muli immediately smiled and agreed, saying, no problem at all. Fifi's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, I'm going too! The governor of Yizhou happily agreed. Very well, we'll depart from the capital in mid-September, traveling from north to south for half a month. Then head east to Penglai Academy where there are 10 openings. Fei go with Muli. She's delighted. Yes, my teacher is indeed amazing. Cut to their first stop, south, North Zhou City, Jinhu Province, where a loudspeaker announces the arrival of the governor as Linger waves to Muli. After picking him up, she reached out to open the door, and upon entering, Lin Ni announced that the little one had fallen into a deep sleep the day before and had yet to awaken. Mukli smiles and replies, it's about to transform. Xiaobai excitedly runs over to hug Linger, exclaiming, long time no see, did you miss me? She smiles and replies, of course, I think of you all every day. Xiaobai's eyes dart mischievously as she scans her, then says, in that case, how about I possess you for a bit? I want to see if our Linger has been eating well. Remembering how shameless she was when Little White possessed her last time, she blushed, hugged herself, and shouted, no way, don't even think about it, I won't fall for your tricks again. But Xiaobai wouldn't give up, begging and pleading to possess her just once, sending Linger fleeing for help in terror. Mok Lai, control Tiu Bak. Hearing his name, he growled in response. But Xiaobai wasn't afraid of her at all, and even stuck her tongue out to tease her. Just then, the adorable little one suddenly opened her eyes, and everyone excitedly gathered around to observe this playful little child. Great, look, the little one's awake. Muli steps forward, picks him up, and examines him closely. He looked at her with a very displeased expression. The transformation only made her body a little bigger, probably because she hadn't gotten through her childhood yet. Lin Ni approached and tugged on Muli's sleeve, asking him, since it was rare for him to come back for a visit, seeing you with so many young martial artists, does that mean you'll be leaving soon? He gently stroked her head and said, I have an important mission, and I must set off south tomorrow. Hearing this, Lin Ni quickly asks, can I come with you? It's been so long I can't bear to be apart. As she clung to him, Xiaobai arrived and gave her a painful knock on the head, saying, this trip is dangerous. Stay home. Tears welled in her eyes as she pleaded, if Tiu Bak can go with you, Mok Lai, then so can I. Mok Li, take me with you. I want to be by your side. Before he could answer, a loud voice echoed from outside. Is Lord Kyungju Mok here? Manager Su of the Su family rushed in, looking anxious, prompting the question, Manager Su, what brings you here? Covered in cold sweat, he trembled, Jiaqi. She's being threatened by the Ma family. Mu Li was taken aback. The Ma family. I don't recall a martial arts family by that name in Longshan City. According to Su Wen, the Ma family was once reclusive, but with the rise of martial arts for all, they became the #1 power in Longshan, and a top 5 force in all of China, with great prestige. After hearing everything, he nodded and replied, I understand. Where is the Ma family? I'm going to bring Sujiaki back. He bowed his head in delight. Then I'll trouble you, Lord Qin Chao. My daughter is at the Li family in Longshan. Su Wen added, the Ma family, incited by Xu Xiaodong of the Shu family, wants to force the Li family to marry their daughter, Guijiao. But Li Wang refused, so the Ma family blockaded the entire Li family. My daughter is close to Guijiao and wanted to take her away, but she lacked the strength and was trapped in the Li family. The name Guijiao made Mu Li think, and he replied, I understand. Wait for good news from me. I have some students here. Please take care of them for me, Mr. Su. Su Wen replied, I will do my best. That night, under the bright moonlight, Mu Li drove off alone into the late hours. The next morning, he arrived at the opulent Li estate, only to be confronted by 2 hulking guards blocking his entry. They yelled at him, demanding to know who he was and to stop. Mok Li simply asked if they were hired by the Li family, to which one of them retorted, the insignificant Li family? What makes you think they could hire martial artists from the Ma family like us? This place is sealed off by the Ma family. Leave now, or face the consequences. Mu Li frowned, his eyes filled with murderous intent as he stared at the 2 men before him. You think you can stop me? His aura caused the 2 men to ask with concern. Who are you? Without a word, Mu Li simply walks inside. The 2 bodyguards were overwhelmed by his powerful aura and forced to kneel. Passing through the large gate, Muo Li was greeted by another group of martial artists. The leader, seeing him, angrily demanded, "Stop! How did you get in here?" Without answering, Mu Li asks, "Where are Jiqi and Guijiao?" The sunglasses-wearing thug roared, wanting a death wish, but before they could act, he spun them around like tops, and with a single wave, the entire gang was taken down. The leader's sunglasses were now half-shattered, and he asked in a panic, "Who? Who are you?" At that moment, two figures slowly approached, the young ladies of the Su and Li families whom he sought. Seeing him, they were astonished and called out his name, Mu Li. Seeing him arrive, Kuai was overjoyed. "Mok Lai, you're here." Gui Yi also stepped forward respectfully, saying, "Lord Jingzhou Mu, you've finally arrived. The Ma family has blockaded things, waiting to pick people up this afternoon." Mu Li asks, "Why didn't you contact me directly? Why waste time coming all the way to North Min? And you, Jiaqi, you changed your number without telling me." Jiaqi feigns indifference, leaving Thin speechless, but inside she's in turmoil, thinking, "What would happen if I contacted you, involving you in trouble time and again?" "Mok Lai, I hate myself for this. We haven't been in the same world for a long time, so it's better to treat each other as strangers." Seeing her friend so tense, Guijiao tried to defuse the situation, saying, "All right, don't blame us. The signal's blocked here, and we can't get any reception." At the same time, she thought to herself, "We're just friends, so why did these feelings arise? I should make things clear." With a sigh, Mu Li said, "If you run into trouble again, tell me. We're friends, and I'll help if I can. Don't let outside reputation strain our relationship." Guijiao forced a smile and nodded. "Yes, I definitely will." The scene shifts to 10:30 a.m. in front of a large villa where two supercars have just parked. Suddenly, Muo Li appears, blocking the car's path, as the young master yells, "Who the hell are you? Where are the Ma family's warriors?" To his question, he nonchalantly replies, "They're dead." The young master Ma flies into a rage. "Defying the Ma family, you've got a death wish." He's met with Mok Lai's disdain. "It's just the Ma family, what's the big deal?" The young master of the Ma family angrily ordered his men to capture him. The lackeys received their orders and piled out of the car, their faces grim with murderous intent. But Mu Li wasn't about to waste his breath on them. He took a deep breath and unleashed a powerful gust of wind, sending the Ma family's martial artists flying in every direction. Within the rabble was a bald elder who seemed more skilled. He shot forward confidently, saying, "Turns out he's a hidden master. Allow this old one to test his mettle." As another opponent rushes in, Mu Li feigns a yawn, taunting, "I'm getting sleepy. Let's finish this quickly so I can go home and get some rest." The bald elder jumped in, but his moves were easily read and dodged with incredible smoothness. But dodging wasn't enough. Catching him off guard, Mu Li grabbed his hand and slammed him into the ground, cracking the pavement. With the small fries dealt with, he turned his cold gaze to the young Master Ma, saying, "You're next." Before he could react, Mu Li sent the young master flying into the air, where he screamed threats. "What do you want?" "The Ma family has the Sage of Strength in arms, the strongest of the hidden families who could easily kill you." Immediately after, he threw the young Master Ma onto the car hood with a thud, the rope around his neck tightening more and more. Even on the verge of death, Ma still hurled insults. "I advise you, you insignificant rat, you'll regret this." But these words fell on deaf ears. So he tightened the noose to silence him when suddenly a voice cried out, "Spare him, Lu Qing!" The head of the Ma family appeared, and seeing his savior, the young master rushed to him, saying, "It's him! He not only injured our martial saint family, but he also hit me. You must kill him and avenge me." But all he got in return was a powerful slap from the old man, followed by a scolding. "Beast, do you know what you did wrong?" The young master stammered, "But ancestor, he attacked first. He insulted me and the Ma family." He was then struck again, evening things out. The ancestor repeated his question. "Do you know what you did wrong?" Then he kicked his foolish grandson's leg, forcing him to kneel. Then the old man clasped his hands, apologizing to Mu Li. "Lord Mu of Jingzhou, forgive my grandson's impudence. Upon my return, I will exert myself to rectify my family and purge the harmful elements." Seeing the old man's attitude, the young master of the Ma family didn't dare argue and immediately bowed his head in apology, saying, "I was blind. Please forgive me." But in his heart, he blamed Tu Tiudong, thinking, "You've ruined me. If I don't take your dog life, I swear I'm not human." With the Ma family elder taking charge, Mu Li gave face, saying, "The family will naturally handle its own rotten elements. Let's conclude things here. Forgive me for not seeing you off." Back at the Li family manor, Mu Li proposed, Mr. Lee, if you don't mind, why not join the Northern Alliance? I've already spoken with the Alliance leader. After the Lee family merges, you and my grandfather will be in charge of North Alliance's trading. Overjoyed, Guiyi says, "Thank you for your consideration, my lord." Is this what he's always wanted? Joining the Northern Alliance will protect the Lee family and free them from restraint. Next, he takes out a jade pendant and hands it to Guijiao, saying, "This is a protective charm I just made. It can withstand attacks from the martial saint level." She happily reaches out to accept it, saying, "Thank you." Then after a moment's hesitation, she asks Guijiao to pass on a martial arts technique to her as well, as she wants to learn. But Muli refused, saying, "I'm busy and can't teach you personally. If you have any questions, you can call me." And this answer was just as she expected. Indeed, being friends is still more comfortable. Guijiao nodded in agreement. "Okay, I understand." Jackie stood by, watching them chat and laugh with a rather sad expression. Unexpectedly, Muli took her hand and placed a jade talisman in her palm, saying, "Take this. It will keep you safe, and if you have time, come visit me in the Northern Underworld. There are many elites there who can help you cultivate faster." Jackie nodded indifferently, offering a listless, "Oh." With that, Muli bid farewell and departed. "Right, I'm off." While the father and son happily bid farewell, Jackie turned to a corner in silence, clutching the jade tightly in her hand, her tone somewhat resentful. That idiot Muli, why did he suddenly appear and mess with my heart? And why does he always look at me with such concern? Her voice trembling, her words losing coherence, Jackie couldn't hold back her tears as she watched him leave, whispering, "How can I ever forget you when you're like there?" Meanwhile, back in the outskirts of Taizhou, Xiaobai was waiting for Muli, and upon seeing him, she angrily scolded, "Master, how could you just abandon? Why did you leave without a word again?" Lin Ni was also there. She watched them go, a wave of sadness washing over her, wondering, why does she get to be by Master Muli's side? It seemed that Xiaobai sensed Ling Er's jealousy, picking up on the scent from afar. Seizing the chance, she embraces Ling Ni, burying her face in Ling Ni's ample chest and coos, "So soft and big. This is so nice. If Lin Ni would let me possess her, Muli might agree to take you along." But alas, possession is forbidden, so Xiaobai bids her farewell and departs. Lingerie obediently waits for us to return. Bye-bye. She watched the supercar speed away, a hint of longing in her voice. "Brother Muli, Sister Xiaobai, come back and visit me soon." She fought back tears, silently promising to remember them all, as the scene shifts to a luxurious yacht speeding across the sea. Meanwhile, Muli and Xiaobai went to the deck to enjoy the view, and thoughts began to race through his mind. During the day, they passed Taibin Mountain, discovering not only overlapping spaces, but also that the mystic palace had vanished without a trace, leaving them to wonder if the clash between modern and immortal civilization is a blessing or a curse. Xiaobai wondered aloud, "Muli, it's been so long. When do you think I'll be able to solidify my form?" He replied, "At most, 2 years. Once you condense a soul core and can split your soul, you can solidify a body. I promise to gather the best treasures and build you the most perfect body." Hearing that, Xiaobai happily added, "Then make sure my chest is big." He immediately agreed, saying he'd give her watermelons for breasts. Excited, Xiaobai replied, "Oh no, I wouldn't even be able to walk straight." After traveling all night, the group finally arrived as dawn broke. At the docks, the Huang family was already waiting, and from afar, Fu Yun excitedly called out, "Brother Mu, you finally arrived." Fu Yue added, "Muli, why are you so late?" An opportunity presented itself. Fu Yun teased his older sister. "That's right, she was so anxious waiting for me. If I hadn't come, she was going to swim over to find me," he joked. And for his cheekiness, his sister stretches his face out of shape. Is he the only one with a mouth? Suddenly, a scream pierces the air, drawing everyone's attention. "Hey, hey, catch it! Don't let it get away." Turns out it was a playful goldfish that had escaped its tank, and while frolicking about, it bumped right into Fi-Fi. The girl immediately hugged it and praised it. "What a beautiful fish!" The fishmonger, sensing an opportunity, immediately spoke up. "My friend, your girlfriend likes it. Buy it for her." Hearing this, Fei-Fei shyly explained, "What nonsense is this old man spouting? He's not my boyfriend." Without another word, Mo Li bought the fish for her precious student. "All right, I'll buy it." The fishmonger happily took the money, saying, "You're so good to your girlfriend." Then turning to the others, she said, "All right, let's go." Fei-Fei turned to Fu Yue, showing off her fish. "Do you want to touch my fish?" She nodded, wondering to herself, "Am I acting that much like a fake?" The group then headed to a large hotel, where the manager personally greeted them. "Welcome, Lord Jingzhou Mu. Please come in." We haven't even sat down yet, and Fu Yun is already complaining. I am a little hungry too. Order, order quickly. All the while, some perverts nearby were eyeing Fei Fei. They said to each other, is she also a Huaxia contestant? How adorable, I wouldn't bear to lay a hand on her in the arena. The lecherous men shamelessly began to catcall, saying she was short but well endowed and it would be a pleasure to shred her clothes with their swords. Annoyed by the taunts, Fei Fei's face fell. Seeing his little student upset, Muli slammed his hand on the table, sending chopsticks flying into the air. Then, he used his power to control them, launching them straight at the gossiping group. Seeing the attack, one of them quickly drew his sword in response. The chopsticks are sliced in two. One of the arrogant men from the Eastern Empire delegation shouts, I represent my country on a national mission. How dare you disrespect me? But one hothead in the group, enraged, yelled, Enough talk! Let's teach him a lesson. The three immediately swung their swords, unleashing immense power towards Mu Li, who glared back and created an infinite vortex, absorbing their attacks and returning them with even greater force. The attack was so swift they were sent flying before they even knew what hit them. The brawl caused a huge commotion in the restaurant, sending tables and chairs crashing. Beaten to a pulp, one of them angrily shouts, Who are you? Just then, another group arrives to join the fun. Huaxia's martial arts are indeed well-deserved. Impressive, impressive. Turns out they were delegates from the White Emperor Nation. Seeing them arrive, the East Emperor Nation group fell silent, cursing those bears inwardly. Muli humbly replied, I'm just the logistics captain for the Chinese martial arts delegation. If you can't even beat me, you should just go home and stop embarrassing yourselves. Yunfu, worried, quietly asked, Is it okay to bully friends from other countries like that? He nonchalantly replies, It's fine. A few goons can't make waves, and besides, they started it. This is Huaxia territory, and they won't be allowed to run wild. Time skips forward to 2 days later at Bajiandu, where all the delegations are bustling about. Fifai is overwhelmed by the bustling atmosphere, exclaiming, There are so many people here, all gathered on the high platform. The program director announced, Now that all the martial artists have arrived, I will explain the rules of the tournament. Muli looked on with caution. He scanned the crowd, thinking that some of these out-of-towners had ulterior motives beyond the martial arts tournament, and caution was needed. Among them, a hooded figure caught his eye. Zhao Mengzhu then excitedly announced, I declare the First World Martial Arts Tournament officially open. The sea surged as if to cheer on the competition. Mok Li glares at the shady figures around him, his eyes a silent threat. Don't try anything in Huaxia, or you'll face the consequences. At that moment, a group of people flew in from the sky, and Muli immediately recognized them as members of the Blood Clan, wondering why they were here. Intrigued, Muli rode the golden dragon after them, wondering what they were up to. The vampires flew for a while before landing, and Muli saw them standing on a massive ship with a white skull at its bow. He eyed them meaningfully. On the ship was a massive tower, and the shrill laughter of a woman echoed out. Legend says the immortals of Eastern Huaxia possess the supreme Dao fruit, coveted by all. Suddenly, a scarred figure descends, adding, Perhaps we should abandon our racial disputes and cultivate this fruit first. Just then, a beam of light descended upon the tower before them, and an immortal riding a white skull flew down, declaring, Foreign beings, don't even dream of wreaking havoc in Huahan. The great master landed and slowly approached. The Dao fruit of the supreme power, how could we let you, spirit realm beings, contend for it? Hurry back where you came from. A strange figure in the group spoke up. It's been so many years, and the Taoists of Qingyun sect still have successors. The woman scoffed. Little Taoist, do you think you can stop us alone? Without a word, Zhenjing flicked his horsetail whisk and shouted, 5 Thunder Divine Technique! Instantly, one of the monsters was obliterated. He looked at the others, his voice full of challenge. Try me. Oh, this is getting interesting. That intoxicating scent is truly exhilarating. They all shouted in unison, Let's go! And then swarmed around Zhenjing. Just as it seemed he was about to be overwhelmed, something flashed past, lifting him out of harm's way, dodging the deadly attacks. He couldn't stand idly by and watch this injustice unfold. Mok Li rushed to his rescue, blocking all incoming attacks, and scornfully asked if they weren't ashamed of ganging up on one Taoist. Enraged, Muli clenches his fist and shouts, Die! Instantly, the intruders were impaled and killed on the spot as Zhenjing spoke. I am Tran Than, the current successor of Than Van sect, and I am here on my master's orders to guard this place. May I ask your honorable name? He replied cheerfully. I'm Muli, and I'm in charge of security for this martial arts tournament. He respectfully bows his head in thanks for the venerable one's help. A great power, Dao fruit has just appeared in the Immortal Tower, and too many eyes are upon it. I must trouble you to inform the Huaxia government to deploy military suppression." Hearing this, Mu Li asked in surprise, "Is there a great power Dao fruit in there?" Zhenqing replied, "Indeed, the Dao fruit of a great power contains boundless power. Whoever obtains it can ascend to the heavens in a single step, becoming a super powerhouse among cultivators." After hearing his explanation, Mu Li said, "I will notify the government immediately. Please continue to guard this place." However, he still wondered, how would they find the ghost ship and the Immortal's pagoda? Zhenqing pulled a vial from his robes and said, "This is ghost-piercing water. The ghost ship will automatically appear if it senses its aura." Mu Li accepted the vial and departed, and 3 days passed. Within a grand mansion, a piercing scream echoed through the halls. "They're playing games targeting the Huajia martial artists." The Yao Prefecture governor calmly asked, "Jing Prefecture governor, do you have a plan?" But all Yun wanted to do was bring the fight to them. What other choice did they have? "Let's go." Zhao Han analyzed the situation. They immediately surrender when facing his martial artists, but fight to the death against the Huajia, clearly trying to wear us down. Xu Liang agreed. These foreigners are teaming up, playing dirty but not breaking the rules. It's infuriating. The Moon Manor Lord added, "For the finals tomorrow, perhaps we should do as they do. Fight to the death against others, but surrender against the Cloud Manor, minimizing our losses. The title of Martial Emperor must belong to our Huajia." But Mu Li calmly replied, "There's no need for that. Just fight as you normally would." Then he took out a few vials and placed them on the table, saying, "These are specially made pills that can quickly restore all your energy, bringing you to your peak condition." Hearing this, everyone was overjoyed. "Thank you, Jingzhou Mu." The finals of the first World Martial Arts Tournament have arrived, and the Immortal Ascension Martial Arts Arena is bustling. The excited host announces, "Next, we have Pink Whirlwind of the Eastern Empire versus Hell's One Cut. Both are rising stars, but what kind of match will they bring us today?" As the introduction ends, Old Not Dao raises his hand calmly and says, "I forfeit." The entire stadium is stunned, and the host is equally surprised. Is this how masters fight? Victory and defeat are decided in an instant. All right, let's take a short break before the next match. Pink Whirlwind, fresh off his victory, versus Liu Gao, both warriors from the Eastern Empire. This time, they didn't even wait for the organizers to finish before Nikao conceded, "I give up." The entire stadium erupted in protest. Fei Fei angrily said, "Shameless!" They were like this from the start, and now they're doing it in the finals too. In contrast to his students' outrage, Mu Li calmly listened to the commentary. This unusual fighting style from the Eastern Empire left the organizers speechless, as the Eastern Empire's Pink Whirlwind stood firm after a brutal match. Having successfully advanced to the finals, the most exciting moment has arrived. The championship match of the martial arts tournament between Huajia's Fu Yun and the Eastern Empire's Fen Hongquan Feng. The two sides have entered the arena, and the host excitedly says, "The previous 2 matches were too quick, leaving everyone unsatisfied. Can this final match showcase some style and skill?" Fu Yun focused intently, and as the starting call echoed, he slashed past his opponent with lightning speed, defeating him in an instant before he could even draw his sword. Fu Yun glared at the foreigner and uttered a single word. The host excitedly announces that just like the previous matches, the victor was decided in an instant. Huaxia Fu Yun, winner of the first martial arts tournament. From the stands, Mok Lai showered his brother with praise, which Pu Van proudly accepted. Suddenly, a figure slowly walks onto the arena floor, declaring, "The strongest martial artist in the world." This hooded man speaks with a provocative tone, wondering if he has the guts to fight him. Enraged, Fei Fei flipped him off, yelling, "What's this old man planning? Why didn't he register for the tournament and instead waited for Fu Yun to become the martial emperor before challenging him?" Meanwhile, Mu Li smirked, thinking that after hiding for so long he was finally showing his true colors, as the old man continued to provoke after Yunfu didn't respond. "What, is the martial emperor scared?" Having never feared anyone, Fu Yun scoffed, "I am scared that you're too weak." He barely finishes speaking when he manages to move and slice the old man in two, but all he cuts is his outer cloak. Just as he predicted, the old man chuckled to himself, pleased. While Fu Yun was focused on the torn cloak, a dark shadow appeared beneath his feet. A gaunt hand emerged from the shadow, and by the time Fu Yun noticed, it was already too close. Though he narrowly dodged it, those claws still tore across his back as the dark shadow fully materialized, accompanied by mocking laughter. So much for the Supreme Martial Emperor, the greatest under heaven. He couldn't even withstand a single move of mine. He spat at Fu Yun, calling the martial artists and emperors of Huajia trash, then turned and left, leaving the rest to his subordinates. Go easy, he said as the hammer wielder charged, ready to flatten Fu Yun. He awoke with a start, raising his sword to block the hammer's blow, then suddenly he vanished from the hammer wielder's sight, leaving the man bewildered. He rises, casting a defiant gaze upon the foreigners, declaring, "You are not worthy to defeat the martial artists of Huaxia." A fierce, vibrant energy blazes around him. The special medicine Mu Li gave him was now just an empty vial falling to his feet, as Fu Yun roared, "Come on!" From the stands, Fei seethed. Damn it, this is infuriating. Are they all trying to use Master Fu Yun as a stepping stone? Go teach them a lesson they won't forget. But she didn't hear Mook Li's reply and turned to him with a puzzled look. He said in a deep voice, "If we act now, they'll definitely seize the opportunity to accuse us of bullying them as the host." Even though she knew Mok Li was right, Fei couldn't help but speak up as she watched her teammate get pummeled. But are you just going to watch them bully Fu Van and trample the dignity of our Huaxia under their feet? Down on the arena floor, he was beaten until he coughed up blood, his last spark of life extinguished. Seeing Fu Yun fall, the swordsman approached, hurling insults. "No matter how hard you try, you're just trash. All Huaxia martial artists are trash." But the young man refused to yield, struggling to sit up as Fu Yun declared, "Come on, a Huaxia warrior never retreats." His words only fueled his opponent's rage, who swiftly drew his sword to fight. The red sword is aimed straight at Fu Yun's head, accompanied by the contemptuous tone of his opponent. "Huaxia Dragon Emperor, today you will die by my sword." The governor of Yizhou shouted, "Get out of the way, his sword intent carries killing intent." Fei worriedly said, "If this continues, Brother Fu Yun will die." The girl turned urgently, asking, "Master Mu Li or you?" But before she could finish, Fei noticed he was gone. Below the arena, a great wind sweeps through as the swordsman vanishes before his comrades' very eyes. In the dust cloud, a figure emerged, clutching someone by the hair. It was Lan Qi, battered and bruised, stammering, Who are you?" Mu Li emanates an intense aura as these pathetic souls, clinging to their last breaths, dare to insult a young martial artist from Huaxia with their centuries of cultivation. His face darkened as he growled, "Where are your eyes? Where is your pride?" However, Lan Qi refused to concede and instead said something harsh. "In martial arts, only strength matters. What does age have to do with it?" Mu Li had been waiting for him to say that. His eyes flashed with deadly intent as he leapt forward, shouting, "Well said!" Then a massive explosion tore up the arena floor. Everyone present was stunned for a moment. The foreign leader thought to himself, the strongest swordsman of the East, the Willow Sword God, killed many powerful Chinese martial artists in the first martial arts tournament. Yet this young martial artist beat him half to death. Lan Qi couldn't even stand after the beating he took. Mu Li approached the leader and coldly asked, "Were you the one who called Chinese martial artists trash?" Without hesitation, he declared, "Yes, trash is trash, even if you are." But before he could finish, Mu Li showed him just how powerful trash could be, beating him until blood sprayed from his mouth and his eyes rolled back in his head as he stammered, How are you so strong?" Without a word, he simply repeated Lan Qi's earlier statement. In a martial arts battle, strength is all that matters, not age. Mu Li looked down at his defeated opponent and asked, "Am I bullying the weak here?" After dealing with the two old guys, now it's the youngster's turn. He turned to the two with a deadly gaze as Mu Li opened his palm and coldly said, "You're next." The Iron Man and the little witch broke out in cold sweats, a chill running down their spines as they likely foresaw their fate, while the Chinese audience in the stands rejoiced. Heavens, is this the strength of a Huaxia powerhouse? So strong, so satisfying. Weren't they the ones who issued the challenge? Why is everyone so quiet? Keep the taunts coming. They were laughing and joking when they sensed a murderous aura from behind, and dark figures descended. The warriors from the East Sun Empire were now all defeated on the arena floor. Whether they're Iron Men or sorcerers, they'll all be beaten to a pulp. Warriors from other empires have gathered on the arena floor, surrounding Mu Li. Yet he shows no worry or hesitation, only confidence. "So many of you came down. Can you all come at me at once?" An old man with a staff replies. "Well, you said it yourself. Don't blame us for ganging up on you." With that, the old man raised his staff and shouted, "Gods of the elements, hear my prayer. Grant me the power of the elements." Seeing the wizard's opening move, the knights beside him weren't about to be outdone. He slams his massive sword into the ground and roars, "I will purify all that is evil." The werewolves won't stand idly by either, baring their fangs and claws, waiting for the chance to tear him apart. Amidst this chaotic hodgepodge, Mu Li simply smirked, his cold gaze sweeping across every last bizarre tribesman before him. Mu Li alone faced mages, werewolves, bloodkin, and even warriors. He stood tall, creating a purple vortex that blew them all away, declaring that the victor was clear and anyone who disagreed could come find him. So Fai Fai recounted the events of that day's battle to Yun excitedly. That's the story, and Fai Fai couldn't be prouder. Master Mu Li took them all down and then carried you back to the hotel. Hearing this, Fei Fei was overjoyed, clearly trying to play matchmaker for the two of them, as Mu Li arrived with water, asking, "Are you all right?" Fu Yun nods. Don't worry, I'm fine," he says, his voice laced with emotion. "For me, the arena was a trial. Though not like Mu Li's defeat of the foreign cultivators, I at least preserved the honor of a Wajia warrior. I have no regrets." Mu Li smiled. "To have such enlightenment, I believe you will soon become a martial saint." Fu Yun added, "Luckily, your elixir gave me a lot of confidence." Just as they were talking, Yijumu rushed in, exclaiming in a panic, "Jingzhoumu, the ghost ship has appeared." He was taken aback, asking, "Understood?" He answered without me even saying it. That's right, the foreign cultivators who hadn't left the island were already heading towards the ghost ship. Mu Li quickly rolled up his sleeves and said, "Yao Zhou Mu, I'm counting on you all to handle the aftermath of the martial arts competition." Before leaving, he didn't forget to tell his little student, "Fei Fei, you and Fu Yun stay at the hotel. Don't wander around." Seeing Mu Li rush off, Fu Yue grabbed her sword and followed. "I'm going with you." Cut to the ghost ship, where a brilliant golden light emanates from the top of the tower, drawing many people near. The foreign martial artists swarm the base of the tower where the great master's Dao fruit has appeared. It's at the top. Seize it. Zhenqing is bound and tossed aside. He tried to speak, but no one cared. Suddenly, Tranthan recognized a familiar face in the chaotic crowd. It was Mu Li, who subtly signaled for him to pretend he didn't see him. The elixir atop the tower continued to radiate an alluring light, and now some martial artists had managed to climb to the top. It wasn't just one person, but many who had made it this far. One man quickly climbed ahead, just one step away from touching the fiery elixir before him. "The golden elixir is mine," the anxious Yue asked from below. "Mully, what are you thinking? Hurry and grab it." But in contrast to her, he calmly replied, unhurried. Mu Li calmly says, "Let them play first." The man who thought he was about to grab the treasure suddenly senses something is wrong. Suddenly, blood splattered onto the pedestal of the golden core. Another contender had appeared, killing the first with a single blow, and shouting, "Get out of here, you mongrels, you're not worthy of this." He laughed triumphantly. "The golden core is mine, but this is just an illusion, not the real thing." The real golden core flew from the top of the tower to the main entrance, shocking Zhenqing. The villains on the roof see the golden core speeding towards Mu Li and shout, "It's below! The golden core is heading for that kid." Fueled by old grudges and new debts, they jump down in a frenzy. "Let's kill that kid and take back the golden core. Everyone after him." As for Mu Li, he remained as calm as ever. As the golden pill flew towards him, Mu Li instinctively reached out, carefully examining the exquisite treasure. Suddenly, an enemy appeared from behind, stabbing at Mu Li's hand with a spear, demanding he leave the Dao fruit behind. Enraged, he grabbed the long spear, holding it tight. As the man lunged, Mu Rai turned and delivered a sharp elbow to his face. The man coughs up blood and immediately loses consciousness, and in the surprise, Mu Li accidentally drops the golden core. Seizing the opportunity, a thug lunged forward, trying to claim it as his own. "Mine? The golden core is mine," but he was discovered and beaten to a pulp. Anticipating an all-out brawl, Mu Li told Fu Yue to find a place to hide. The onlookers roared in unison, declaring that they couldn't tolerate his insults to their sect. "Kill!" With a darkened face, Mu Li leaps into action, unleashing his power upon them. He truly doesn't know his own limits. Mu Qing's ultimate energy has created a giant tornado that sweeps away all those villains. It's that thug from before. While Mu Li was busy cleaning up the trash, he snuck closer to the golden elixir, eager to join the fray. Reaching for the floating elixir, he smugly declares, "You guys keep fighting. The golden core is mine." Victory seemed within his grasp when suddenly a cube appeared, protecting the elixir. As the man stood there dumbfounded, Mu Li, controlling the box, said, "Looks like you're too slow." The thug replied softly, "Young man, give me the golden core." Mockingly, Mu Xing replied, "What if I said no?" A response that sent him into a frenzy. "Got a death wish?" Then, drawing his sword, he unleashed a devastating Tran Sin Sat Fat strike, so powerful it threatened to cleave the ship in two. His opponent attacked, and Muo Li met the blow without hesitation, deeming it child's play. The two immense powers collided, creating a towering wave, and the gangster, blown back and gasping, exclaimed that such a small martial artist could be so strong. Mu Li, however, was no longer concerned with him, but rather the golden core that had broken free of its box. What? This golden core can break my barrier? It soared into the sky, emitting brilliant golden rays like the sun, but these streaks of light were far from benevolent. They fell like rain, piercing the ship with countless holes, and chaos erupted. The ghost ship sinking fast. We have to get out of here. Ignoring everything else, Mu Li grabs Zhen Jing, who's blinded, then scoops up Fu Yue hiding in the corner, and the three jump off the ghost ship. He looked back at the sinking ship, thinking, lost in obsession, risking your life for the golden core? The rogue was now completely enthralled by the golden core, laughing maniacally. He finally grasps the golden core, screaming in ecstasy, I am truly the son of Tianquan, but his joy is fleeting. A chilling gust blurs his vision. The ship split in two, and amidst the wreckage, a ghostly figure materialized. It was a white skeleton with deep, dark eye sockets. For 1,000 years, I have waited in this realm. After all this time, the white bone brother finally breaks free, waving his hand as emotions surge. I have traversed space and time, crossed the realms of yin and yang to guide the souls of the ancient gods, all to await your arrival and acceptance of their divine will. The great Tao fruit glowed in the air, and upon hearing the call, it flew into the White Emperor's hand. After absorbing this powerful energy, he left with a parting remark and turned to leave. With those words, the eternal face was born into a mortal body. On the shore, Fu Nuyet asked, the great power's Tao fruit has been taken. Shouldn't we chase after Mo Li? He smiled faintly and replied, let him go. This is the choice of the great power's Tao fruit. However, the martial artists did not think like Mu Li, and they shouted angrily, no matter what god you summon, you can't steal my golden core. With that, they all chased after the White Emperor, attacking him together. Without a word, he set off a fire, blowing up all those greedy people, and then leisurely left for the distant horizon. Mu Li watches him go, saying, this is for the best. Better than the Tao fruit falling into the hands of foreign cultivators. Let's go home. The next day, Mu Li's group went to the pier for a breath of fresh air, and he asked how many people were still on the island. The governor of Yizhou replied, less than 10 people. The great power's Tao fruit isn't here. Many foreign cultivators left early this morning. Mu Li instructed, keep a close eye on those who remain and don't let them cause trouble in Huaxia. Fu Yun affirmed, rest assured, Mu, the government is watching them. Although we suffered losses, they didn't gain anything either. Suddenly, a loud voice called out, Lord Governor of Jing Province, Lord Governor of Yi Province. Xu Liang and Zhao Han rushed over in a panic. Fei Fei and the students of the Divine Martial Arts Academy have been taken away. Everyone was shocked and cried out, what? Mu Li, however, asked for every detail. Do you know which faction is responsible? Did those who attacked you have any distinguishing features? Do you remember? They said they couldn't tell. He wore a mask and his strength was extraordinary, far greater than the supreme elder of the Zhaoyao sect. Hearing this, he pondered. Stronger than even a martial arts master? If the government can't do anything, maybe the black market knows something. Just then, he received a call. The voice on the other end asked, did Mu Li fall for the trap? He replied, you already know? Tell me who's behind this. The reply, the black market. Fu Wen eavesdrops, then asks suspiciously, aren't you the leader of the Huaxia black market? Why would the black market kidnap these students? And are you saying White Emperor City is involved? He confirms it, that's right. In his mind, Yi Choumi pictures White Emperor City as an archipelago, the black market's highest authority. If they're behind this, things just got complicated. According to my sources, Baidi City is using these young geniuses for a twisted experiment, and not just in China. Worldwide, nearly 300 people have gone missing. Mu Li immediately asks for a map of the route, but Yi Qing warns him that White Emperor City is a force that neither the Huaxia government nor the black market can touch. But Mu Li was fearless, saying, nothing ventured, nothing gained. And they dared to act on Chinese soil, they must be ready for the consequences. Yi Qing sighed and nodded. All right, I'll do my best to help you. After his conversation with Nathan, Muk Li silently pondered for a moment, then turned to discuss the plan with everyone. You're still recovering from your injuries, so stay home and rest. Fu Yun reluctantly said, I'm okay. And Fu Yue added, let me go with you. The Huang family's influence spans the globe and we might need to call on them. Mu Li pondered, then nodded. Very well. Soon a luxurious ship was prepared for Mu Li's departure. The governor of Yizhou instructed, Baidi City is unfathomable, with influence spanning the globe. Many small countries are dependent on it, and even some large ones are secretly so. You confidently assured him, "Rest assured, Governor of Yizhou, that Baidi may not be able to do anything to me." However, he wore a serious expression, saying, "I'm not worried about you. I'm worried about you and White Emperor City fighting to the death. If something happens to White Emperor City, the world could fall into serious chaos." After a cough, Muli replies, "Then I agree not to destroy White Emperor City." The ship finally set sail. On deck, everyone gathered to admire the vast ocean. Little Bai, sitting on the railing, exclaimed, "Muli, this is my first time abroad." He replied, "Me too." Muli gazed into the distance and said, "That's not the issue. The memory of a cultivator is beyond that of ordinary people. Learning many languages in a short time isn't difficult, especially with Moon Manor's help." Hearing this, Xiaobai seemed to suddenly remember something. "Right, I almost forgot the main thing." She frantically pushed Muli inside. "Hurry, hurry! They made a reservation to treat you to dinner. We can't be late." But suddenly, he senses something ominous approaching, as a thick, dark aura surrounds them. Little White fearfully clung to Muli's arm. "The aura is so dark, I'm a little scared." Mokli and Teobach watch as purple energy gathers into a vortex, soon revealing a tall figure with a skull head, who asks, "What kind of being are you?" "I can see through even great gods, yet I can't see through you," he questioned in surprise. "Just what kind of being are you? I can't see through you at all." From his mysterious palm, a radiant golden core appears, and he suddenly throws it to Muli, hesitating as he says, "This one has awakened." Unlike the others, he watched it spin around him, puzzled. Meanwhile, Muli stared at the man before him, noticing 6 other golden pills on his chest. He explained, "It shares the same origin as you, and you possess an ancient dragon soul." Hearing this, he frowned, wondering, is the ancient dragon soul referring to the Jingzhou order, or the dragon sovereign's sword? The great tide has begun, and my mission is nearing its end. This golden pill has awakened. It holds the hope of prolonging creation. Whether it lives or dies rests with you. With that, the golden pill flew straight into Muli's chest, and a mystical golden light erupted on the ship. The next moment, he looked around himself and exclaimed, "It's gone, it's gone." At the same time, Fu Yue, in a gorgeous red dress, was waiting for him. Soon after, Muli happened to pass by. He paused, intending to enter, but was stopped by someone outside. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" she asked, waving her hand. Muli awkwardly entered, scratching his head and sheepishly asking, "Have you been waiting long? Just look at the empty glass and Fu Nguyet's lipstick stain. It's clear she's been waiting a while." Fu Nguyet quickly brought the menu over, replying, "I just got here myself. What would you like to eat?" He raised his hand, saying, "You decide, I'm easy." Suddenly, his phone chimed with a notification. Muli quickly unlocked his phone to see a message that sounded serious. His whereabouts had been exposed. Someone leaked his information on a foreign black market forum, and some members of the Huaxia government want him to disappear abroad. He grimaced, stunned for a moment by the news, and Fu Yue looked at him, puzzled by his reaction. "What's wrong?" Muli hands her the phone, telling her to take a look. Without hesitation, Pu Degiet reads aloud, "Fai Fai's group is trapped in Nam Phong province. So we have a few more days. Let's take a boat to shore and fly there. My lady will arrive by tomorrow morning." She coughs, feigning illness. "I'm just worried this might be a trap aimed at you." He smirked, repeating the word trap. "To go to such lengths to eliminate me? I'm flattered. If I don't go, wouldn't I disappoint them?" Fu Niyet could only force a smile, inwardly marveling at how strange the strong think. "Is there anything special about South Fang province?" Startled, Fu Nguyet looked up and replied, "It's no different from other provinces, except that South Fang province has the highest number of Chinese people in the Lamki Empire. Nearly 70%. He exclaimed in shock. 70%? That's a lot." She nodded in confirmation. "Indeed. Its industrial development makes it the top employment choice for many Hoa people." Muli pondered. Could this all just be a coincidence? No, there's definitely a deeper plot at play. Soon after, the two arrived at a luxurious mansion. A young man in a suit greeted them respectfully. "Miss Pu Nuyet, I'm Tony, the estate manager hired by the Huang Fu family. The rooms have been cleaned. Please come in." As Yue entered, she instructed him, "This is the Huang family's closest overseas property to Nanfang province. We'll stay here tonight." Fai Fai's side has already sent people to investigate, and Muli immediately agrees. The sky was a brilliant blue that day, and a gentle breeze rustled through the trees, when suddenly he heard a strange noise. Mokli glanced in that direction and muttered, "The tail has arrived." His face darkened as he shouted, "Come out! What are you hiding for?" A series of dark figures lunged forward, their voices filled with malice, determined to ensure the arrogant Huaxia martial artist would never return. It wasn't just 2 or 3 people, but almost an entire army rushing forward. They formed a circle, surrounding Muli, but he thrashed them all. Each one struggled to defend themselves with all their might. In an instant, the area erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, and Moklai emerged from the smoke and dust, his figure strong and imposing. Behind him, the dismembered bodies of his enemies flew through the air as Tony, watching from beside Fu Nuyet, stuttered in disbelief as Moklai walked inside unharmed. Him, she glanced over, offering reassurance. With the Huangfu family backing us, what are you afraid of? But he still grimaced, sweat pouring down his face as he trembled uncontrollably, and then Tony turned and ran, screaming. He killed a high-ranking paladin of the Divine Order. The church won't stand for this. You reckless fool, you'll be annihilated. Suddenly, a scream echoed from the room, and Fu Nguyen turned to see the glass door shattered. She cried out in alarm. Mok Lai! Inside, he remained with his eyes closed, his face etched with discomfort. Fu Nguyen rushed in, bursting through the door, and asked, Muli, what's wrong? Mok Li sat cross-legged on the bed, saying, My cultivation realm can no longer be suppressed, so I plan to use tonight to enter seclusion and condense the golden core. Protect me. She clenched her fist, promising to protect him at all costs, even if it meant giving her own life. Time passed, and the moon finally reached its zenith. The two remained in silence in the large room when a dark figure suddenly appeared at the window. The female subordinate spoke from the window. Miss Huangfu, we've found it. The man jumped in to report that the captured students from the Divine Martial Academy and other countries' geniuses were being held in a factory at the edge of town. Furthermore, the Lamki Empire's government is organizing troops to evacuate citizens in the province, to which Fu Yue coldly replies with a simple, understood. With that, the subordinate rushes out, leaving Fu Yue to examine the pill within Muli. The Hua people in the province haven't evacuated. Something's definitely strange. Then, in the thick of night, a wolf howls. The sound immediately draws her attention, and Fu Yue quickly flies to the rooftop. It stood before her, arrogantly threatening, Girl, you better get out of the way for your granddaddy, the werewolf king. Seeing that Fu Nuyet didn't move, it felt she was a thorn in its side. Fu Nuyet coldly raised her arm and pierced its chest. With a single fatal blow, the beast howled in agony as she hurled it from the rooftop, warning that underestimating women would be its downfall. With the ordeal over, Fu Yue returned to the room, covered in blood. She thought to herself that the Wolf King's blood had splattered all over her. She'd changed into a new outfit for now, and would deal with the blood on her body after he woke up. Muli was at a critical point in his breakthrough, and she had to stay by his side, protecting him. Changing like this, he probably won't notice. Right. In a flash, Pu Nguyet donned a black bodycon dress, accentuating her alluring figure. As dawn broke, she noticed him waking and asked, Muli, you're awake? Muli nodded weakly. You worked hard last night. Fu Nguyet waved her hands bashfully, her face beaming. Don't be silly, I owe you my life. She continued quickly. Time is short, let's talk while we eat. I received word that the citizens of the Lamki Empire have all been evacuated, leaving only the Chinese, and the army is gathering on the border of South Fangchao. Pungyat emphasized sternly, they're preparing to blow up South Fangchao. Hearing this, he exclaimed in shock, Blow up Nam Fangchao? There are over 10,000 Chinese workers there. They'll all die. She crossed her arms and explained that the Lamkai Empire had announced to the outside world that Nam Fangchao had strange creatures, combining last night's deaths and the anomalies caused by his breakthrough. With a sorrowful look, Fu Yue continued, they completely disregarded the pursuit of the Chinese government and the lives of hundreds of thousands of Chinese laborers. Muli stood up abruptly, slammed the table, and cursed, Bastards! To deal with me alone, they're willing to bury tens of thousands of people with me. Do you know the specific location and firepower of that military branch? She quickly pointed to a location on the map. Here. He slammed his hand on the table and asked about Mo Feifei and the others. Fu Yu pointed to another location. Here. Muli turned and instructed, Okay, I'll rescue Feifei first. Gather all the workers in the square. I have a plan. Fu Ya rushed over, grabbed his hand, and anxiously asked, Openly defying a government on foreign soil is no small matter. Are you truly prepared? Muli took her small hand, reassuring her, Don't worry, I'll make them pay. Meanwhile, at an abandoned factory in Nam Fangchao, he throws a man aside and coldly says, Get out! Muli uses his power to blast open the coated gate, creating a gaping hole in the wall. Feifei and the other students in the cage cheer with joy. It's Mr. Muli. He's come to save us. The blonde student clung to the bars, marveling. Why is he so powerful? That means he's too strong. Who is he? The little girl rushed to hug Mu Li, sobbing. I knew you'd come. He gently stroked Fei Fei's head, comforting her. Don't be afraid. You're safe now. Follow me. Cut to Bakkak Square in Namfang Province, where Nguyet is struggling to persuade the people. My Huangfu family assures you that we will protect you all. Please trust us. Don't panic. A small, dirty-faced boy hugged her leg, calling out softly, Sister, we're going to die. Just then, Mu Li arrived. He reassured them. Don't worry. As a purple energy enveloped the area, Mu Qing summoned his barrier as the artillery rained down, clearing his throat to declare, No one will die while I'm here. They came like shooting stars, crashing into Mu Li's barrier, and this went on for hours, terrifying everyone. Before long, the bombardment ceased, returning peace to the land, and those within the barrier cried out, We're alive! The boy clenched his fist, marveling, Mok Li is so amazing. Holding a spirit stone, Mu Li told Fu Yue, These spirit stones can endlessly replenish the barrier's energy. He then solemnly said, I'll be back. As Mu Qing left, Fei Fei wondered, Xiao Yue, where did he go? She replied, To take care of some difficult matters. Fu frowned, thinking, Becoming a butcher for the people behind you. Molly, no matter what happens, the Huang family and I will stand firmly by your side. He had barely taken to the air when he spotted the source of the artillery fire, hidden away. Diving toward the tanks, Mu Li muttered, Now it's time to settle our debt. The leader, seeing him break through, shouted, Open fire! And with that order, a barrage of missiles launched toward Mu Li's position. Explosions filled the air with fire, and when the smoke cleared, he stood amidst the haze and spoke. Are you the one who ordered the extermination of the Hua laborers? Seeing this, he cried out in fear. How can he withstand such an attack unscathed? With bulging veins, Mu Li stressed each word. Answer me. Did you order the extermination of the Hua laborers? The leader sneered, his contempt clear. What right does a mere cultivator have to act so presumptuously on our land? He roared, raising his hands to the sky. The Empire's power is absolute, and you will all become ghosts beneath its iron fist. He lowered his palm, declaring arrogantly, If you're tired of living, I'll send you to meet King Yama now. With a swift move, the leader's weapon is utterly destroyed, and he cries out in anguish. Damn it, stop right there! The leader trembled, his pupils turning white. He raised his gun, firing a volley of bullets at Mu Li while cursing, Damn you! You'll die a miserable death. No one can challenge the might of the Lamki Empire, not even Huaxia can protect you. With a mere wave of his hand, the bullets clattered to the ground as Mu Li reminded him that they had struck first. The leader frowned, breaking out in a cold sweat, and picked up the gun, ready to self-destruct. You don't have the right to lay a hand on me. He immediately used his spiritual power to strike the leader's hand, causing him to cry out in pain. The gun slipped from his hand, and with a swift move, Mu Li used his spirit energy to point the weapon back at the leader, threatening him. You have no right to self-destruct in front of me. The gun was once again pressed against his forehead, turning the leader pale with fear. With a bang, a gunshot echoed, scattering the birds in the forest. Beside her, Fei Fei clung to Fu Yue's arm, visibly frightened. The crowd buzzed. The attack had ceased, the gunfire silenced. Mu Li had done it. From afar, Mok Li's figure appears, slowly walking along the long road as Fu Nguyen rushes to greet him, embracing him tightly and whispering, Welcome back, my hero. With that, his barrier gradually disappears, and everyone shouts in unison, Long live Mu Li, long live Hua Ya. Everything at the airport returns to normal. Fei Fei waves goodbye. Come back soon, teacher, he coldly replies. I know. Fu Yue whispered, This is now a complete confrontation with the Lam Kai Empire. He reassured her, It's okay. As long as the workers and students here are settled, I'll have nothing to worry about. Playing with them a bit wouldn't be so bad, she said with a smile. Don't worry. The Huangpu family has already informed the leaders of Huaxia and other countries around the world about this. I believe the 200-plus rescued geniuses will tell their countries the truth, and the Blue Kite Empire will quickly become a target. Mu Li's face darkened, and his arm trembled as he uttered a word. Yeah, my phone's blowing up with messages. You wiped out an entire Lam Kai Empire army, and now they want you. With China's situation unstable, they can't spare the energy to intervene, so lay low for a while, and we'll find a way to bring you back when things calm down. If they want to keep me here, then I'll stay. He looked at a flustered Pu Nguyet and asked, Are you really not leaving? Blushing, she offered an excuse. Where are you going? I'm going with you, to represent the imperial palace and stand with Huaxia in life and death. Mu Li turned and said, Thank you. To which Fu Yue replied with a frustrated expression. What, is that all? Soon after, they arrived in Loliata, strolling hand in hand along the beach. He smiled, enjoying the fresh air, wishing time could stop in this moment as Yue smiled radiantly, saying, Muli, thank you for coming to the beach with me. Cut to a tragic scene as the police call out to Dan, I'm Peter, from the Criminal Investigation Department. We found bodies in the park. 13 people have secured the scene. We need backup at the White House, ASAP. The president of the Lamki Empire raised a finger, cursing, Damn it, that Hwajia must be killed, or what face will the Lamki Empire have left? He stared at the image of the two people strolling on the beach and gave the order. Class A far-infrared ray weapon deployment. Just then, fighter jets appeared in the sky, and Fu Yue looked up, saying, What freedom fighting every day. Mumu sighs. They're fast. A light shines down from the aircraft and they descend in a dazzling array of gold. Amidst the chaos, the two desperately searched for an escape, as the attack left a massive crater in the sand. Covered in sand, Fu Yue sneezed incessantly as Muo Li Ren grimaced, impressed. She crossed her arms and retorted, Serves you right. Who told you to wipe out the Esper they worked so hard to cultivate in one shot? Scratching his cheek sheepishly, he explained, I was just going to play around. Who knew he was so weak? Mok Lai gave a thumbs up, excitedly saying, This weapon was good too. It could make me exert myself even when I was using my full defensive power. The mischievous boy winked, taunting, I look forward to your next trick. The president, provoked to fury, angrily gave his orders. Kill him no matter what it takes. Use everything you have to kill this Chinese martial artist. Where's the science team? Where's the military? He's killed so many of our men, and you still can't catch him. Useless. A bunch of useless subordinates, struggling to read from their papers. To eliminate this Chinese martial artist, we'd need at least an intercontinental missile. But the blast radius was too large, so he turned and ordered them to lure him away from populated areas and then kill him with ballistic missiles. 3 days later, his subordinate knelt and reported, We've tried many ways, but we can't lure Muli away from populated areas, let alone capture him. With a bang, an explosion erupted above the president, forcing him to duck and cover his head as the White House came under attack, billowing with smoke. Shouldering his sword, he leaps in, and Muli swiftly lands before the president, who cries out in alarm as his subordinates gape, paling in fear, and soldiers rush to protect him, opening fire. With a wave, Muli conjures a purple barrier, warning, For every one of you, one will die. The soldiers' bullets backfire, instantly killing them. The president gritted his teeth, ordering those outside to stay out, then asked, What do you want? How did you get in here? He sneers, pointing his sword forward. Nothing much, I just wanted to see what the big shot who wants me dead looks like. The president stood frozen, staring at the sword pointed at him. Mocking him, Mok Lai scoffs, saying that the president of a country is such a coward. With that, he burst through the glass, leaving a warning. I'm leaving now, but I'll be back. Just then, the reinforcements rushed in, shouting, Mr. President! That evening at the Loliata bar, a seductive waitress brought over 2 glasses. She respectfully placed the drinks on the table, inviting them to drink. They clinked glasses, and Fu Yue sighed, saying today had been quite the day. A wave of murmurs followed. Has everyone seen the news? The president apologized to that Chinese martial artist. Can you believe a nation apologizing to one person? And a martial artist from Hwajia, no less. Why? Do you know about the government bombing Nanfang Chao recently? Didn't the government already explain that? You believe the government's words? Let me tell you something. Hearing this, Fung Yet couldn't help but smile, proud of Mok Lai. The man added that inviting a god is easy, but sending him away is hard, making him feel proud of himself. The two then stood solemnly and knocked on room 2806. With a yawn, Muli emerged, feigning superiority. Gentlemen, would you mind telling me what time it is? The president of the Lamkai Empire immediately bowed respectfully, saying, Lord Jingzhou Mu, I apologize on behalf of the Lamkai Empire. We have prepared a solemn farewell ceremony and are willing to personally escort you back to Huixia. With a smug look and a finger in his ear, he hinted, But the environment here is great. The people are friendly, and the government takes such good care of me. I really like it here, and I don't want to leave at all. He quickly presented the card and said, I'm willing to compensate you 10 billion for emotional distress as long as you promise not to come to the Lamki Empire for the next 30 years. Just then, Fu Yue peeked out from the next room, recording a video on her phone as evidence. With that done, she approached Mu Li, waving the phone in front of the president, asking for confirmation. Surely a president wouldn't go back on his word, would he? He said, glancing at Fun Guyet for confirmation. Of course not. The Lamki Empire always keeps its word. With that, the president gestured respectfully to the side, inviting Governor Jomu to come this way. Silently relieved that the plague was finally gone, they followed him hand in hand, but she kept looking up at him with worry in her eyes. Suddenly, Fu Yui stepped forward, turned and raised a finger to speak, but a surge of purple energy appeared behind her, instantly pulling her in. Muli reached out and grabbed her wrist as Fu Yui screamed in panic, "Muli!" Soon after, he was also pulled in. With everything done, the president turned around, bewildered by the empty hallway, and exclaimed, "Where is everyone?" They had been transported to another space, and he, still holding her wrist, loudly commanded, "Hold on tight." In an instant, they held hands tightly and plunged into free fall. Moklai guessed they'd finally arrived. He looked at the rooftop below and instructed, "Follow the plan." Yue Manor could only agree. "Okay." After landing safely, Muli rushed towards the familiar figure in front of him, and Baidi spoke, seemingly sensing his footsteps. "Governor of Jing Province, hello." He held up his palm, appearing friendly as he explained, "Governor of Jing Province, I've been waiting for you, and I think you may have misunderstood me. Sending someone might not have worked, so I had to resort to this. You don't mind, do you? Get to the point. Stop wasting time." The White Emperor suddenly appeared behind Fun Gyet, leaving her stunned. Without hesitation, he said, "I need a favor from the governor of Jing Province." Muka also darkened, silently acknowledging that this was Baidi's true power, something not to be underestimated. Baidi extends his palm, summoning the mark of the governor before him. Muli is stunned, recognizing it as the mark of the 9 provinces. He narrowed his eyes at the man before him, as if conceding, "Yes, I am the 18th lord of the 9 provinces." White Emperor recalled the fierce battle. "In the great battle to eliminate the 12 demons that year, I engaged in a life-or-death duel with the Wayless demon and killed him. His body was covered in wounds, and he himself was severely injured. Facing death, the White Emperor wrapped himself in white cloth like an Egyptian mummy. With no other choice, I sealed myself with spiritual energy, and while adrift at sea, I was rescued. For the next 400 years, I tirelessly experimented with combining science and martial arts to build this invincible empire. White Emperor City, everything I've done has been for Huaxia. If we had great power, the people of Huaxia would no longer suffer calamity and humiliation." He hesitated, then opened his robe to reveal a jade orb on his chest. With a sigh, the White Emperor said, "I'm running on fumes, Muli. I need your help." Using his power, he teleported them outside the city, and Baidi explained the situation. Baidi City is indestructible, and it can move, cross mountains and rivers, traverse any terrain, and even destroy a mid-tier nation. He pointed his palm down at the crowd below, recounting, "Look at those robots. The ancestors of Huaxia once laid down a seal. Cultivators can only reach the core formation stage, but if a non-living body obtains the power of the soul division stage, it can avoid the heavenly tribulation. The energy my 100,000-strong army can unleash far exceeds that of a soul division cultivator. Who else in this world could possibly resist?" White Emperor stammered, "But I've exhausted so much effort, and my body can only rely on medicine and science. I can't sustain it any longer." Muli saw right through him, realizing he wanted to kidnap geniuses from other countries for research. Baidi immediately admitted, "That's right. Your brains are different from ordinary people. If I succeed, I can live a few more years. Now that they've been rescued by you, I can only place my hopes on you." He looked at him intently, as if expressing his suffering. "Mokli, I beg you to help me hold on for a few more years so I can pass on my scientific achievements and save Huaxia from the chaos to come. Can you understand my suffering?" Muli cryptically replied, "I can understand." Baidi exclaimed with joy, "Wonderful. You've agreed to help me?" He nodded in agreement. "Yes, I won't refuse to protect Huaxia." A week later at White Emperor City in the lab, Fu Yue carefully instructed Muli as he prepared to push open the door. He quietly agreed, "Okay." Seeing Muli enter, Baidi ordered him to lie down on the machine. After he lay down, Baidi gave a plausible excuse. To minimize the machine's impact, he would inject him with an anesthetic to enhance his physical strength, with no side effects. He would wake up after the examination. It seemed Baidi had turned over a new leaf, but in the end, he still chose himself, finally able to extend his life. Baidi smiled triumphantly, thinking, "Lord Mu, your body is the strongest, most potent thing I've ever encountered. I will use it to live on. Immoral demon, I will live on forever." He lifts his cloak to reveal a brightly glowing stone. Instantly, a blinding red spiritual force, along with a human figure, the true form of White Emperor, erupted from the robot's chest. But just as he thought his plan was about to succeed, the door burst open, and Fu Yue shouted, Little White, now! She clasped her fingers together, unleashing her ultimate move, the Soul Strike technique. Hearing her call, Little Bai appeared behind her, combining with a stream of green energy that merged into the brilliant purple energy erupting from Fu Yue's body. In an instant, that intense purple energy shot towards him, but White Emperor quickly dodged it, the wires behind his robot body completely destroyed by the force. Baidi stared blankly at the debris flying everywhere as she controlled her energy, covering her mouth and giggling provocatively. You think you can just come back after leaving? His rage ignites. He asked the Jing province governor in confusion, when did you... Seeing the White Emperor's embarrassment, Mu Li mocked, when did you realize you weren't the governor of 9 provinces? Did you think that by controlling the world's ghosts, there'd be nothing you wouldn't know? Demon, you've overestimated yourself, he pointed, declaring with arrogance. You think just the Azure Flag Empire can hold me? From the start, our target has been you, White Emperor. But all the White Emperor could do was laugh, praising him. So you knew my identity from the start, Governor of Jingzhou. You really are a good actor. His pupils turned red, his voice filled with murderous intent. But to think that's enough to defeat me, the White Emperor, is a bit naive. With a wave of his hand, White Emperor summoned the raging flames, crying out, 10,000 soldiers, hear my call. He expected an army to descend upon them, but in response there was only silence, leaving the White Emperor dumbfounded. Thinking he hadn't called loud enough, he raised both arms and shouted even louder, 10,000 soldiers, hear my command. But all that came was a gentle breeze, instantly turning White Emperor into a laughingstock. It was then that he learned the meaning of fear, as sweat began to pour down his face. Baidi frowned, demanding to know what he had done during his 7 days in Baidi City. Mu Li nonchalantly spread his arms and replied, didn't you invite me for a tour? Unable to bear it any longer, he lunged towards him with fierce momentum. The White Emperor roared, even without those trinkets, I could easily kill you. It all belongs to me. He radiated a deadly energy, emphasizing each word, die. Facing imminent danger with unwavering calm, Mu Li simply smiles, his eyes as sharp as knives. It turns out Fu Yue had helped him teleport past the man unnoticed. Mu Li holds her, unconscious from the energy blast, as Baidi shouts, wanting to flee. He raced toward the gate, his pursuer close behind, declaring, you can't escape, Jingzhou Mu. As long as you're in Baidi City, you'll never defeat me. Mu Li looked up at the glowing green portal and muttered, the exit is closing. Cornered, he says, Xiaobai, take care of Fu Yue. Then Mu Li abandons Fu Yue and flies off to create a diversion. Xiaobai was stunned, unable to catch her, and called out, hey, didn't you forget I'm just a soul? Seeing this, White Emperor abandoned the 2 women and focused on the target before him, while the mad Lao Ru roared from behind, Lord Jingzhou, obediently hand over your body to me. Suddenly, he stopped, turned, and punched the White Emperor, stunning him. The White Emperor immediately retreated as 2 terrifying energies collided. Within that purple spirit energy, a strange dark figure suddenly appeared. Gradually, 2 people emerged, Nat Than and Thien Tam. He casually sits on the chair and greets, greetings, Lord White Emperor. He freezes for a second, puzzled. The Dragon Emperor and a peak stage core formation cultivator. The White Emperor floated in the air, openly disdainful. Impressive. Truly impressive. Ambushed by 2 brats and even a peak Daodan cultivator. Surprising, but ultimately useless. Seeing this, Mu Li beckons them forward, ready for a showdown. With radiant golden energy, Tianxin raises his mighty fist, unleashing the Xuantian Destruction Fist, while Yiqing clasps his hands, summoning a crimson spirit with the soul domain acceleration. He contributes his own dark purple spiritual energy as well. Mu Li roars, you go die. Instantly, an X-shaped formation locked him down, like shackles on a prisoner. The energies of Nat Than and Thien Tam hurtled towards Bak De, causing him to scream. Like any villain, Qin Chao Governor Hoa Long Day, or White Emperor, utters his final words, I won't forgive you. As he finishes, the combined energies strike him head-on, creating a terrifying explosion. Armor pieces fall to the ground as the 3 silently contemplate the clear sky and White Emperor's defeat. Yiqing happily exclaims, it's finally over, right? Mu Li glances over and replies, we destroyed his spirit. He's probably dead this time. Suddenly, he coughed up blood as the White Emperor's iron arm gripped his chest, his voice echoing in the air. Mu Li. Those fingers pierced Mu Li's flesh as if to tear his heart out. Yes. He clutched the still-beating heart, reveling in his triumph. Finally, he's caught him. Baidi has finally achieved his desire. He stepped inside Mu Li's body and the White Emperor raised his hands, laughing with glee. Jingzhou Mu, You should have listened to me. Your body is mine now. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light engulfed him, forcing Baidi to shield his eyes, the radiant glow emanating from the golden core. Sweat poured off Baidi, a result of the golden elixir's intense heat, as he collapsed, muttering, "How could this be?" Suddenly, Baidi was completely consumed, desperately clinging to the ground as he muttered, "My body!" But nothing can save Baidi now. Even as he was pulled in, he called out to Luo Shiqing, "Save me." Outside, Xiaobai continued to call out in worry. "Muli, Muli, are you all right?" Yiqing quickly reassured him, "Don't worry, you're safe. With the golden core protecting you, Baidi's main soul can't do anything to you." Not long after, Muli opened his eyes. Xiaobai, overjoyed, exclaimed, "That's great, you're finally awake. How do you feel?" He looked down at the spiritual energy in his hand, marveling, "I'm fine. The golden core is a little stronger now. And Zhang Yiqing will become the next White Emperor, ruler of the scientific empire and the black market world, as we cut to the Huang residence, where two people are secretly watching Muli taking care of Fu Yue, whispering amongst themselves. A grandson or a granddaughter? A granddaughter? Which granddaughter? Fu felt a sense of joy and hesitantly said, "The master has feelings for our Yue, and now they're traveling abroad together. Perhaps something good is about to happen." Fu Yun chimed in, "Could it be that Brother Mu has finally come around?" In the small room, Fu Yue's eyes slowly opened. Sitting by her bedside, he speaks, "She's finally awake." Muli apologizes, filled with remorse. The White Emperor's injection contained a large dose of cell-suppressing drugs. "I'm sorry, I knew the White Emperor had bad intentions, yet I let you—" Before he could finish, she cut him off. "Don't apologize. To me, you never have to be sorry." Suddenly, Fu Yue reached out her slender hand, and Muli quickly grasped her trembling fingers, gazing at her with adoration as he urged, "Don't move. You need to rest now." She nodded softly, replying, "Actually, I'm very happy that when you were in danger, I could represent the Huangpu family in China to do something for you." Just as she was moved, Pu temporarily pushed the door open and shouted excitedly, "That's right. Being able to help you is an honor for our family," causing Pu Van to instinctively fall flat on his face. He gave Muli a thumbs up and reassured him, "I've heard everything that happened. That treacherous Ouyang family dared to pull such a dirty trick. Rest assured, we of the Huang family will not stand idly by and let them bully you." Fu Yue lowered her head and explained, "The Ouyang family secretly colluded with Lam Kai Kwok to cause you trouble abroad, which is why— but it seems everything has been dealt with now." Fu Tam crossed his arms, his voice full of resentment. "Rest assured, young master, anyone who dares harm Tiu Nuet Ni is provoking the Huangfu family, and we will not stand for it." With that, he ordered the servants to bring in some tonics. Standing before the golden platters, Fu Zan presented them, saying, "Knowing you two have been working hard lately, I've prepared something special for you. Braised pork, a dish carefully arranged in a bowl with a bright red, elaborate sweet and sour sauce. The small pieces are neatly stacked on top of each other. Stir-fried velvet horn with celery is neatly arranged. These strange dishes leave him speechless and dizzy." Muli hastily pulled out his phone, rushing out the door with a quick excuse. "I need to take this call." Once outside, he received a call. The person on the other end spoke urgently. "It seems something has happened to the students that Muli rescued from the Lamki Empire." Muli quickly replied, "I'll be right there." Cut to the Divine Martial Arts Academy, where Fei, now with cat ears and a tail, hesitantly says, "Teacher, I have a question. Mofei, what happened to you?" Fei shrugged. "I've been like this since we returned from the Azure Keelan Empire." Muli quickly asked, "What about the other students who came back with Mofei?" Standing beside him, Governor Yu Zhou replied, "They were injected with a drug and haven't woken up yet." He hummed in response, "Then let me examine her body." Moli focuses his energy, pointing two fingers at her forehead to examine her, and Fei shrinks under his touch. Suddenly, something strange forces Mu Li to withdraw his hand, beads of sweat forming as he mutters, "The beast's power is too strong." He quickly questioned her. "Where did you go and what did you do after returning to the academy? What is this demonic energy?" Fei trembled with fear, her cheeks flushed red, her whole body shaking. Seeing this, Mu Li coldly turned away, severing their relationship, saying she refused to cultivate her foundation and believed in heresy. "From now on, you're no longer my disciple. Your life is no longer my concern." The girl desperately grabs his sleeve, calling out, "Master, please don't go." Fei closed her eyes and screamed with all her might, "Please don't abandon me. I know I was wrong." So she confessed everything. On the way back, passing through an area of Kunwu Mountain, she discovered overlapping spaces and many strange creatures. Two schools affiliated with the Huajia organization formed a survey team there, so I followed them into the mountains. Hearing this, Yao Zhoumu exclaimed in surprise. Didn't the archaeological team have an accident? Fei Fei refuted with her head down, saying that it wasn't their bodies as there were women among those who went, but none were listed in the announcement of the corpses. The archaeological team may have never left Kunlun Mountain, and now she's being threatened by them. Eat, human. Eat it, and you'll escape this place and gain infinite power. Fei Fei had no choice but to quickly devour it to escape. Little did she know the girl's body would soon undergo a drastic transformation. After consuming the spiritual fruit, her cultivation advanced at an astonishing rate. Fei Fei tried everything to find out what happened, wanting to return to the archaeological team, but she couldn't find Kunlun Mountain. Back in reality, the girl hugged herself, her tone utterly dejected. So she returned to school first, intending to search when her power increased a bit more, but she found she couldn't control her current power, and her body was becoming beast-like. I didn't have the power to save them. Will you abandon me, Master? Muli sternly questioned her about the archaeological team, and the higher-ups in Huajia held an emergency meeting, with results coming soon. On the contrary, you didn't report such a big incident. Do you know that this power is using you as a vessel to grow continuously? As the most gifted student of the Divine Martial Academy, shouldn't you understand this? Seeing the tense situation, the governor of Yizhou intervened to save the girl, saying that Mo Fei Fei was a rare talent without bad intentions, and asked if he wasn't being too harsh, though his tone remained acerbic. What ordinary people strive for, geniuses achieve effortlessly, and without guidance, they become the greatest threat. After a moment, Muli regained his composure and waved his hand, saying, "Enough, I have my own plans." Muli then produced a vial of green elixir, handing it to the elder with instructions. Last time I discovered overlapping spaces in Taibin Mountain, but I was busy with the martial arts competition and let it go. This time I must clarify whether this elixir can temporarily suppress the power in Mak Fei Fei's body. She's in your hands now, and Fei Fei quickly snatches it up. She volunteers, eager to join him. Master, please let me come with you. Fei Fei quickly persuaded him. If I possess power that isn't mine, then let me use it when it's needed. He found her reasoning sound and agreed. Then come with me. And so the two journeyed together across a lush green field. At Kunwu Mountain, the girl gazed at the majestic scenery before her and realized, Master, Kunwu Mountain is just ahead. Muli nodded, reminding him, Be careful. You might step on a dog's foot and make it curse your mother. Old Huang bared his sharp fangs and cursed wildly. Are you blind or something? I wasn't lying in the road. You came here and stepped on me. Human, do you think I won't bite you to death? Hearing this, Fei Fei fearfully covered his eyes and cried out, I'm done for. I'm about to be bitten to death. Standing up, it placed its front paws on its hips, angrily threatening. Hey, kid, I'm talking to you. Got it? You dare offend me, I'll bite you to death. Suddenly, a surge of purple energy erupts. Old Huang could only stare in disbelief, sweat pouring down his face, as he was sent flying by Muli's spiritual energy. The girl gasped. Wow, a flying dog! A second later, the old mutt crashed back to earth. Using all force to push itself up from the ground, it wiggled, lifting its head from the hole it had made. The old mutt was covered in wounds, a bump swelling on its head, yet it marveled inwardly. Damn, this cultivator is strong, but I like it. Not giving up, the old dog scurried after them, happily fawning at Muli's feet, chattering away. Great Immortal, are you going up the mountain? Great Immortal, are you curious as to why I can talk? Great Immortal Kunwu Mountain truly hides many rare treasures. As a dog here, I'm extremely familiar with it. He coldly glanced at the old dog and asked, How much do you know about Kunwu Mountain? It grinned, replying nonsensically that it knew everything except what it didn't know. Fei Fei, hearing this, tugged on Muli's hand, urging, It's all nonsense. Let's go, Master. You can't trust the words of a dog. The old weasel is acting tough again, challenging them. What kind of way is that to talk, girl? Who do you think you're talking to? I'll show you what I'm made of. Come and get me if you dare. Soon after, they ventured deep into the forest, where it ran ahead, spotting a golden object emitting strands of spiritual energy, and cleared its throat, saying, See that? That is a heaven-grade spirit fruit, guarded by a golden demon beast, and it's almost ripe. He also realized that after the Great Change, Kunwu Mountain had produced many strange fruits, the most common being spirit fruits. The rarest of all is the heavenly spiritual fruit, which can trigger a mutation and elevate you to a demon king. Muli wondered if the demons had already formed an organization while humanity remained in the dark, then asked, How many demon kings are there? Hitting the topic, the old emperor readily replied, about 20. Seeing no reaction from Muli, it puffed out its chest, proudly probing. What's wrong, human? Are you scared yet? He said, already holding the spirit fruit in his hand. You're saying that eating this will make me a demon king? The old turtle gasped. When did you get this? Without a word, Muli took a bite and exclaimed that the flavor was decent, but too sweet. It fled in a panic, leaving behind a single thought. Not only is he stronger than me, but he's got more guts than I do. See you later. Suddenly, a golden eagle soared into view. Flexing his bulging muscles, he cursed, You stole my spirit fruit. Die, human. Suddenly, the golden eagle's face paled, and sweat poured down its face. Seeing the purple spiritual energy radiating from him, it fled, cowardly declaring that a hero doesn't suffer a loss and taking its leave. As the golden eagle fled, it wept. That scared me half to death. Humans are terrifying. This golden eagle is probably not far from Yao, right? And there's even a cultivator of this level, yet there's no mutation after the anling fruit. Muli turned to the creature and commanded, Take me to the other demon kings. The old emperor was startled, stammering incoherently. Great immortal, aren't you going to prepare? He coldly asks. Is there a problem? It obediently wagged its little tail in agreement. No problem at all. Whatever the great immortal says goes. The old emperor chuckled, extending his palm forward, respectfully inviting the great immortal to lead the way. A wicked idea then sprang to mind. Steal my spiritual fruit and then order me around, will you? Since you insist, I'll send you to the heavens myself. In a flash, they emerged from the mysterious forest. He gazed up at the floating mountain before them, introducing it. See that peak? Atop it lies a celestial vine that bears immortal fruit. 25 demon kings are always on standby, waiting for the sacred fruit to ripen. And sure enough, at the base of the mountain is a deep, wide hole, where several demon kings are already waiting. The old geezer chuckled slyly, probing, Great immortal, what are your plans next? Before they could finish speaking, he vanished. Fei and the creature looked down below. The old emperor cursed, Damn it, do you always move so fast? Muli floated in the air, pointing at the opposite side, questioning them. I hear you're causing trouble in Huaxia. His face radiated a powerful aura. A demon king with 2 mouths and 4 eyes burst out laughing. You're not old, but you sure talk big. Human, your era is coming to an end. Mok Lai frowned and smirked at it. Then why not just go straight to them? Muli waves his hands around in a dazzling display. In an instant, the arrogant demon king was defeated, his body torn apart. Muli landed, pointed his sword forward, and coolly uttered 2 words. What now? Another demon king, blood boiling, roared, I admit you're strong. But my 25 demon kings aren't pushovers either. Attack. The others had no choice but to obey, each opening their mouths wide to summon their spiritual power. A barrage of energy was unleashed, intertwining as it surrounded him. Muli simply stood there, emitting spiritual power to withstand each wave of attacks. One demon king exclaimed in horror, shocked that he was unharmed despite facing so many assaults. The others were horrified as well. Meanwhile, the old emperor stealthily approached the sacred fruit on the cliff, laughing gleefully, Fools, keep fighting. None of you will get the fruit. The old fox wore a greedy expression, its hand reaching out to touch the sacred fruit. Just as the demon kings chasing after Muli reached the cliff. Just as the old ape successfully snatched the sacred fruit, voices erupted amidst the chaos. Someone stole the sacred fruit. Whose hand was that? Great immortal, you grabbed the sacred fruit, so why are you still standing there? It was him. He stole it. He was closest to the fruit. These fools roared at Muli. Insolent human, daring to steal our sacred fruit. I will kill you. The old emperor seized the chance, mocking them as he fled, munching on the fruit. Fools, you dare challenge me. Keep dreaming. A moment later, Muli and Fei soared over a waterfall on a flying sword as she clung to him, asking worriedly, Master, where are we rushing off to? Muli coldly stated, Retrieve the sacred fruit. Soon after, they landed in an unfamiliar place. He spoke up, All right, we're here. Moli stared coldly at the old emperor as he bathed in the stream and monologued. Demon kings and humans are just a bunch of fools. That human brat puts on a cold face all day, but with a little trickery, I've made him the scapegoat. He scrubbed his body, laughing with glee, reveling in the refreshing bath before consuming the sacred fruit of transformation. Invincible under heaven. He winced, muttering, That damned, insidious old fox dares to play tricks, waiting to pounce like a hawk. Muli extended 2 fingers, creating a strained purple spirit energy, and said, Let me teach you how to be a good dog. Instantly, a giant hammer appeared in the sky and flew towards the old emperor. Target acquired, the hammer descended. In that instant, the water seemed to recede from the sheer force, leaving a deep crater in the earth. The old emperor was beaten to a pulp, struggling ashore, his mind reeling as he cursed, "Who in the world did that?" With a giggle, Fi suggests, "Teacher, let me discipline this dog for you." She covers her mouth and begins to act. "Dog, God, what are you doing here?" Fi swiftly snatches the sacred fruit from the old emperor's grasp, leaving him itching with frustration. She didn't forget to provoke him either, revealing that he was the one who stole the sacred fruit. How impressive. I didn't realize some turtle had stolen the sacred fruit and then blamed my master. The old emperor could only force a smile. Is that so? Muli glances at him, hinting that if he finds out who dared to scheme against him, he will make them pay. The old emperor played along, muttering, "Yes, yes, peel them." But in his heart, he was unwilling. Damn it, I spent so much effort to get that sacred fruit, and he just... Wait, why isn't this guy injured at all? The old emperor scratched his head, hesitating. "Then those 25 demon kings," Muli replied calmly, "dead." It was like a bolt from the blue. He wondered just how strong they were before forcing a smile. The old emperor awkwardly faced the two of them. "Hey, have you ever met these people if you've never left Kunwu Mountain? Where did they go? What did they do? You better tell the truth or you'll face the consequences." Muli held up a piece of paper, freezing the old emperor, who then gasped, "An evolved human? So you've met them?" Fei questioned. The old weasel paused for a moment before vehemently denying it. "I don't know anything. I won't talk even if you beat me to death." He then raised his hammer, threatening him. "Is that so?" The old emperor jumped. "I'm telling you, he didn't even have to hit me for me to talk. I'm saying, the monsters you guys encountered must have captured CT for research, right? So it's not strange that monsters mimic human actions after gaining intelligence, is it?" After a while, Muli called Fu Yun and Yi Shoumu Shu over, who exclaimed in surprise, "You mean, after gaining intelligence, the demons will experiment on humans?" The girl stroked her cat ears, wondering, "Am I one of the beast's experiments then?" He checked his phone screen to confirm. Yes, though the 25 demon kings were dead, their subordinates still lurked in the mountains waiting. He gravely surmised that the government had scouted the mountains many times, even establishing bases in some locations, but had not discovered any mutated creatures. Now, it seems those beings are consciously hiding, preventing humans from discovering their secrets. This could very well be a devastating disaster. Mukei decides that humanity must be vigilant, prepare early, and if necessary, eradicate the threat. The governor of Yizhu suggested notifying the government immediately, convening an emergency meeting to mobilize the martial arts world, and Yun Prefecture chimed in, "I'll send notices to the major mountains in China." With that done, he ended the call as twilight began to fall. The old emperor looked up, his expression grave, and said, "The day of Kunlun Mountain is over. The gates of purgatory are about to open." Behind him, Muli asked in surprise, "What are the gates of purgatory?" He explains that the law of the jungle prevails. The strong eat the weak, and only the strong enjoy the glory of victory. So every night a fierce battle ensues for survival. Now every creature fights for its life, battling with all its might. For a human to be king is to be utterly alone. Hearing this, Fei couldn't help but wonder. No wonder she couldn't enter Kunwu Mountain after dark last time. So the barrier is there to keep the beasts from escaping, right? It urged fearfully. "That's right, so you all should leave here before nightfall." Muli dismissed the idea with a single sentence. "No, I'm staying. You old geezer." He trembled, lamenting inwardly. "Damn it, how can you not understand after all I've said? Are you stupid? Is he stupid?" Soon after, he was tied to a pillar by Muli, his mouth gagged with a white cloth, yet he still tried to scream. "If you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Muli raised 2 fingers, creating a purple shield as he and Fei sat next to the old emperor. He slowly put the sacred fruit into his mouth, curious to see just how powerful it was. After all, it could turn someone into a demon emperor, but just as he swallowed it, an endless surge of energy spread throughout his body. He marveled at the sheer amount of energy, which gathered and ignited into a blazing purple flame that shot into the sky. Muli then bent down, telling himself it was enough to break through to the late Yuan Dan stage, and closed his eyes to focus on cultivation. Not long after, Muli opened his eyes, a triumphant smile on his face. He thought to himself, "I've broken through to the late Yuan Dan stage, and the flawless saint body is complete. If I were to encounter mid-level ammunition from the Lanky Empire again, I'm sure my body could withstand it." Muli turned to the old emperor and asked, "Hey, where are the rest of the holy fruits?" He wondered if eating a few more would boost him to the early saint realm, but she, speechless, reminded him, You think saint fruits grow on trees? You should be thinking about how we're going to escape tonight." Time passed, and a new day began. The sunlight gradually shone down on everything, as the three stood amidst a pile of corpses without a care in the world. Despite a few scratches, Feifei excitedly says, "Master, I feel like I've grown so much after tonight," while Lao Huang secretly curses under his breath. Damn, what savage words. The girl looked at her transformed hand worriedly and asked, "The more I refine this energy, the more beast-like my body becomes. Is it possible I'll transform completely?" "Will I eventually transform into a beast completely?" Muli warned, frowning. "The power within you seems to come from ancient times. If you try to take it, it could be life-threatening." He looks up, offering a solution. "Try to unleash the divine inheritance. Once you grasp it, wouldn't that be the end of it?" The so-called divine inheritance is the Tao fruit conceived by ancient gods, containing the rules of heaven and earth. The old emperor conjures an image of a radiant fruit shining high in the sky, adding that these rare fruits contain the essence, will, and even the legacy of ancient gods. The old king grumbled, recounting how, after eating the sacred fruit, the body's changes could be controlled, as long as a connection to the substance within the body was established. Feifei wondered, does beastification have a major impact on the body? The old emperor explained that some people rely on these traits, using them as a fighting style, so they remain. Many hide it because they don't like it, and it disappears over time. He points at him, offering proof, like this guy. Muli stares intently at the old emperor, as if preparing to push him to his limit once again, sending a chill down his spine. She shrugged it off, saying, "Of course, I'm just saying what I heard. Believe it or not, it's up to you." Before long, the heavens opened and a torrential downpour began. Yet Feifei remained cross-legged, calmly cultivating with her hands clasped. Moments later, she cast a shrinking spell, and her cat ears immediately shrunk. The tail behind her also vanished. The girl stood up and spun around, excitedly saying, "My ears and tail really disappeared." The old dog, lying on the ground, laughed triumphantly. "I'm a virtuous dog. I never listened to nonsense." The dark clouds above continued to pour down rain, when suddenly a snowflake appeared, hovering in the air, stopping the rain. Feifei looked up at Xiaoqi, asking, "What's going on?" Muli also watched the snowflakes falling around him, clenching his fist as he closed his eyes to sense everything. The aura was different now. The old emperor looked up in shock, shouting, "What is this? Snow in October, and even the azure birds have appeared. Does this mean a god is about to descend upon Mount Shu?" Just then, 2 white birds soared past them, and Muli wondered, gods. In the violet star of the cultivation world, those enshrined as gods are the most powerful beings. They exist in harmony with the world, transcendent and unbound by its rules. He wondered, if gods existed on Earth, what form would they take? Muli quickly decided to follow them, tracking them to a towering mountain peak as the sky began to glow crimson. The 2 birds circled each other, chirping, before radiating a brilliant golden light. Sweating profusely, the old emperor muttered, "It's coming, it's coming." From that light, countless spiritual energies were drawn into it. Those energies swirled above the mountain peak, drawing all manner of beasts toward the light. Feifei, both surprised and frightened, grabbed his arm and whispered, "What is that?" Muli muttered, "A structure." The old emperor burst out laughing. "The palace. Chengming's palace is about to appear." He tried to rush to the mountaintop, but was blocked by a golden-orange aura. He wondered, surprised that he couldn't go up. He had no choice but to give up. Thinking that if what the dog said was true, it was best not to force his way into this palace. Moments later, Muli landed on the ground as the beasts and the others gathered, gazing at the wondrous light. The old emperor muttered, "The heavenly palace has opened. The world is beginning," as he rambled on. Cloud Top Heavenly Palace, Kungshu Star Palace, West Queen Mother of Kungshu, Master of the Heavenly Palace, Ancient God. He looked at it curiously and asked, "You're saying this is the West Queen Mother's Heavenly Palace?" The old emperor quickly replied, "That's the legend. The Queen Mother of the West is the ruling deity of Kunlun Mountain, also known as the Divine Mother, a great god among the ancestral gods. Her palace is the Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace, a magnificent palace in the sky." Hearing this, Muli wondered, if the Queen Mother of the West truly exists, could the gods of Chinese legend also be real? If true, the power of Huaxia is truly terrifying. It lowered its head and sighed. Kunlun Mountain is about to be in turmoil. The palace of the gods must have something more precious than the sacred fruit. If I could obtain just one thing. He then asked, "Will the heavenly palace's seal disappear?" The old emperor explained that the heavenly palace wasn't a land of inheritance and might not welcome people. The seal will likely remain, but even so, it won't stop the greed of many. For greed is a black hole that devours humanity. Muli immediately took several photos with his phone, sending the mystical images to the group chat to ask everyone about them. Muli pondered, lost in thought. Has the chaotic era arrived so quickly? The old emperor has finished drawing a magic circle on the ground. Should we go take a look? He hesitates, judging them with suspicion and distrust. That mutt, it's howling up a storm. Hey, after following you guys all this way, don't I deserve a little trust? But Fi sticks his tongue out, teasing that he's not so sure, as the old emperor sobs and begs on his knees. I promise to listen and steal more elixirs. It clasps its hands together, begging earnestly. Please. Seeing this, Muli had no choice but to agree. All right, let's go see the god's palace. The old emperor whispers, all right, here we go. He wore a scheming look on his face, thinking that if he could activate the great spell alone, he wouldn't let this kid benefit. He clasps his hands together, chanting with his eyes closed, creating a blinding light. Finally, Muli opens his eyes and shouts for it to open. The formation on the ground immediately began to spin, emitting a droning sound as a surge of power crashed down upon it. Fivai and Muli stared blankly at the hazy white smoke before them, which gradually dissipated, revealing a completely foreign place with swirling red-orange vortexes all around. Feve, Muli, and the old emperor slowly entered, and before long that energy disappeared. The scene shifts to a tiny hole, which he squeezes into, cursing, "That dog, Muli, made it hard for me to crawl in." The old emperor cackles as he walks ahead. We're almost there. The treasures of the celestial cloud palace will be ours, and will rise to the top. Soon, they stopped before a palace on the mountaintop, marveling at the unique grandeur of an ancient god's palace. Suddenly, he grabbed the old emperor by the scruff of his neck, causing him to yelp. "Hey, let me go!" Muli threw him away with all his might. The old geezer didn't have time to react before letting out a scream. "You bastard, I'll be back." He was quickly met with a pair of large breasts, and without so much as a boing, he was sent flying back to Muli, leaving Fei to wonder, "Yellow dog, why did you fall from up there?" With a thud, he face-planted into the ground once again. Despite the massive bump on his head, Lao Huang nonchalantly asked, "Well, handsome am I?" The girl clutched her stomach, laughing uncontrollably, infuriating the old dog. The old geezer shouts, "What's so funny? Am I not as handsome as that kid? I'm a peerless beauty." Muli said coldly, "Oh, really?" Hearing this, it paused, then stammered in defense. "Great immortal, I was just kidding." The old weasel scurried behind the jade statue, peeking out to curse under its breath. Damn him. He's like a ghost, appearing and disappearing without a trace. Terrified and sweating, its arm brushed against the statue, which suddenly glowed. Just then, Fei held out a sprig of grass, realizing the spirit herb seemed to grow abundantly near the wall. Instinctively, the old emperor leaped forward, mouth agape, to seize the spirit herb. Then, the old crow clamped the spiritual herb in its mouth, immediately turned back behind the statue, and began chewing. With a gulp, the old monkey swallowed, its throat glowing gold, the light fading as the herb reached its belly. The old monkey licked its hand in awe, musing that even a common jade spirit herb had miraculous effects after the heavenly palace had been sealed for thousands of years. The girl suddenly realized, does that mean we're rich? Fei bent down, intending to pluck more, but her inability piqued her curiosity. What's wrong? Why can't I pull them out? She wondered to herself. I only realized after entering that there was a seal here. Those spirit herbs from before were just a chance encounter. Fei seemed to know exactly what the old emperor was thinking, and shot him a fiery glare. What did you say? Suddenly, brilliant cyan lights emanated from the air, lifting a woman with their spiritual power. Long ago, Huaya was plagued by disasters, floods, and disease, and Yu Huang's flood control became a timeless achievement. The Queen Mother of the West sent Zhaoji to bestow upon Yu Huang 9 heavenly books to aid in his success. Seeing this, he gaped, blurting out that she was reviving. She was gradually awakening. Zhaoji is a goddess recorded in the Huaxia Immortals, the embodiment of beauty and kindness that all cultivators aspire to. After a moment, Zhaoji looked at the two people in front of her with a puzzled expression and asked, "Who are you? Why are you looking at me like that?" Muli guessed, You're Zhaoqi, and she admitted it. That's right, but I have another name, Xuanzhi Qin, she says, as the disheveled young man questions her. Are you Zhaoqi or Xuanzhi Qin? Zhaoqi placed a hand on her chest and confessed, I am Zhaoqi, and I am also Xuanzhi Qin. Zhaoqi and Xuanzhi Qin are both my names. Mockley froze. unsure what to call her, but the old emperor interjected. The Queen Mother of the West isn't a Xuan. You're ridiculous. Why can you take your father's name, but I can't? This information only adds to the old emperor's confusion. The goddess Jiaoko's father's surname is Huyan. Muli interjects, Who is your father? She smiles softly and replies, My father is Zhuan Tianxin. He frowned, looking surprised. What? The ancient goddess Shi Wangmu was the master of Kungshu, yet her daughter's father is named Xuan Tianxin. The old emperor exclaimed in surprise, Damn, this is even more exciting than celebrity gossip. Muli pondered, how could a god from thousands of years ago be related to Xuan Tianxin from 300 years ago? He cut to the chase. I know Xuan Tianxin, who lived 300 years ago, and you're the daughter of the ancient West Queen Mother, separated by thousands of years. How are you connected? Jiakai grabs his sleeve and innocently asks, You know my father? After confirming that he knew her father, she made a request to take her outside to find him because she missed him dearly. Fei, standing nearby, looked displeased, but he ignored her and made his offer. Answer my question first, and I'll consider your request. Jiaoji opened her sparkling eyes wide and cheered. Wonderful. She's beginning to recount her story. Long ago, I was the daughter of the Queen Mother of the West, but a great change occurred in ancient times, and I went to a place, then was reborn as the daughter of Xuan Tianin. Muli and the old emperor exclaimed, Reincarnation, in unison. He questioned how she could be Xuan Tianxin's daughter and yet appear here. And now she's turned into a statue. She grabs Muli's arm and snuggles up to him. I don't know. I just know it's been so long since I've seen my parents. Hurry and take me out to find them. The girl beside him was speechless with anger, and he, flustered, coughed a few times before agreeing. Don't worry, little sister, if you're really the daughter of the esteemed Huyan Tiantam, I'll definitely help you. Don't call me sister. I'm over 100 years old, Fei interjected, clearing her throat. How about you call her Xuan Tianxin? She immediately nods in agreement. Is that all right? The old emperor approached Jiaoqi, eyes wide with curiosity. This is incredible. The daughter of an ancient god, a goddess reborn thousands of years later. Is she a fusion of two lifetimes' memories? Before it could answer, he grabbed it by the scruff of its neck, warning, Is there something you need to whisper in someone's ear? The old weasel flails its arms, yelling, Could you at least save me some face in front of the pretty lady? Muliren grimaced at him, then gasped. He unceremoniously dropped the old geezer, who landed flat on his face. He glanced over and saw Jiaoji happily picking a flower, and the old weasel's sinister mind sparked with a deceptively sweet tone. Beautiful girl, I see so many lovely flowers here. Could you pick some for me? She replied with a smile as bright as the flowers. Is this enough? Jiaoji asked, holding a pile of flowers. Is this enough? It grinned. Could you pick a little of each kind? It will be a great help. And she obeyed. Okay. Seeing this, Fei cursed. That dog is shameless. He pondered again. Jiasi had been reincarnated, but what of the ancient gods? Had they been reborn, or had they simply vanished? Jiaoxi picked a blooming orange flower, bent down and offered it to the old emperor. This is just a wildflower I picked near the wall. It sniffed a few times, then exclaimed, It's quite beautiful. Damn it, a single blade of grass in the heavenly palace is worth thousands of treasures down here. Mali muttered, Spiritual herbs grow in the heavenly palace? Overjoyed, the old emperor hugged the flower, exclaiming that he finally had a divine herb. If only he could get a few more, or even a dozen. Since the naive girl agreed, I'll just pick a few more. As soon as she left, the old geezer rubbed his palms together, drooling. Jackpot, jackpot, the little girl reminded him from behind. Hey, you're just swindling that little girl. Where's your conscience? He scoffed, brushing it off. Is it any of your business? Duji brings back another flower, saying with a smile, I saw this herb in the peach garden and dug it up. This herb only grows in the peach garden, and it's most effective when used immediately after picking. He repeated the words in surprise. Only grows in the peach garden. She said nothing, only smiling as the old emperor ate the flower, when suddenly he felt extremely unwell. The old emperor grimaced, complaining that something felt off. Then his face went pale and he groaned. The old phoenix stared at its body in shock, crying out, What the hell? What the hell? What the hell? Why are my breasts so big? It quickly grabbed some leaves to cover itself. Trembling, the old emperor questioned, Little girl, what have you done? Decoy covered her mouth and chuckled. Who told you to be so greedy? Anything from the celestial palace is a treasure, yet you wanted it all. Fei giggles, adding, Serves you right for being so shameless and greedy. The old dog, overcome with shame, digs a hole to hide in, muttering through tears, It's all my fault. I'm in big trouble now. Half an hour later, the old dog lay in his hole, wagging his tail and whimpering. This truly is a sea of suffering. This dog's life is too hard. I don't want to live anymore, he moans, as Duko blames herself. Did I go too far? The girl crosses her arms, trying to reassure herself. Pay him no mind. Greed lingers even without puberty, and the herb's effects have worn off anyway. She hesitated, but still looked at him with heartache, which made his sly eyes light up again. The old geezer continues his Oscar-worthy performance, lamenting, "My lifelong honor is tarnished. Only 10 spirit herbs can soothe my wounded heart." He turned to them, lamenting, "Not 20, only 20 top-grade spirit herbs can soothe my heart. Next time, when the Heavenly Palace seal is open, I'll give you treasures." The old emperor's eyes lit up like stars, his tongue lolling out, his tone full of desire. "Is that true?" Mu Li, unable to bear it any longer, picked him up and reminded him. "I get it already," the old emperor snapped, frowning. "Damn it, why do you always do this? Can't you give me a little face?" He put him down and turned to ask. "If the Heavenly Palace's seal hasn't been broken, there's no point in us staying. Let's go." Zhao Jai quickly agreed. "Great, won't we get to see Father if we go outside? Has the outside world changed much? I feel like people are so much smarter now. This Muli, this Feifei, even this dog is smarter than any dog from the eras I've lived through." Muli probes, "If you've lived through many eras, have you ever heard of the Wangu Yi Yantian?" She put a finger to her chin, explaining that the so-called Wangu Yi Xiantian is just a metaphor. Many eras, many overlapping planets, all living things are just survivors at the bottom of an abyss, and only by constantly climbing and crossing that boundary can they have a chance to live. And that boundary is the narrow space between two cliffs, creating a sliver of sky when viewed from below. He rubbed his chin, realizing that in this era of both prosperity and chaos, the clan must face lurking threats from all sides, struggling to rise from the brink of life and death. If Jiaoqi has awakened through reincarnation, could she also have been reborn here? Muli raised his hand, wondering, "Xuanzhiqin, do you know where the remaining gods are?" Gu shook her head. Everyone's path is different, and this planet might not be able to withstand a large concentration of power. There was a great war in ancient times. Perhaps they died, or perhaps they await a certain era. I reincarnated, simply walking my own path, the path my mother calculated. He gazed thoughtfully at the glowing weapon in his hand, wondering what secrets remained from that distant ancient era. Suddenly, a cayenne circle appears in the air, followed by Muli's familiar sword, prompting him to look at her questioningly. "Right. Does this sword look familiar to you?" Duer recognized it instantly as the Dragon Sovereign's sword, forged by the human emperor from a true dragon's bones, imbued with the destiny of Hua Xia, now unexpectedly in his hands. Muli nodded, adding that the sword was incomplete and the whereabouts of 6 others were unknown. She cautioned, "It's fine, but you must protect it carefully. The Dragon Emperor's sword is eternal. When the time is right, it will appear." Duer urges him on. "All right, time will give you the answer. If the Heavenly Palace is useless, let's go out and find my father." He agrees, cut to a mountain range in Kunwu Mountain, where she stretches and exclaims that it's been a long time since she's smelled fresh air outside. Jiaoji asked curiously, "Muli, where is my father now?" Muli replied honestly, "I don't know where Senior Xuan Tianxin is. His whereabouts are uncertain. The last time I saw him was in White Emperor City." He looks at her and continues, "But he has taken on another disciple in the imperial capital. Let's go back there. Maybe we can find a way to contact him." Jiaoko obeys without question. Okay. The imperial city will be fun. I haven't seen my father in over 200 years. It seems he's already found a successor." Suddenly, the ground shakes and splits open with a long crack. The old emperor, witnessing the division, panicked and shouted, "What in the world is happening?" Feifei suspects the ground is shaking violently. Then, a series of earth-shattering booms echo through the air. Hovering in the air, Jiaoji realizes the Wangu Yi Xiantian is indeed uncontrollable. Suspecting a major deviation, she didn't expect it to appear so soon. Muli was confused, and as she spoke, he hesitated. "It's an ancient divine object. An ancient divine object is about to appear, and the world will face a great change." From the cracks, an ethereal blue light emanates as a strange tree begins to grow, its rapid growth leaving Muli both surprised and curious. It's a tree. In the blink of an eye, it shot out of the ground, becoming a massive tree like those ancient ones. The old emperor, held in his hand, exclaimed, "Oh, crap! This thing is growing faster than a fairy tale beanstalk, and even Feifei is amazed by its magic." Its roots began to dig deep into the earth as its branches reached endlessly towards the sky. Moklai quietly observed, muttering, "What exactly is this?" "This is the Jianmu tree, shaped like an ox. Peel its bark and it falls like a hat, or like a golden snake. Its leaves are like nets, its fruit like the luan tree, its trunk like the u tree. It is called Jian in the classic of mountains and seas." The Jianmu is a sacred tree, revered by the ancients, believed to be a bridge to the distant realm of immortals, accessible only to those who have attained enlightenment. After a moment, Jiaoko recognized it as the sacred Jianmu tree, whose manifestation signifies that the golden age of cultivation has entered its middle phase, and the Earth's own golden age has only just begun. Her pupils dilated, and with hesitant certainty, Jiaoji predicted that others would soon follow. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, as if something was beginning to awaken. Indeed, the beast has awakened after an age, and they roar, beckoning us closer. Hearing this, the other beasts emerge from the earth, roaring for the energy to come into them. Then it absorbed all the energy into its body. Muli surmised that the Jianmu unexpectedly carried such dense spiritual energy. For Earth, this would be a disaster. We have to find a way to stop the spiritual energy from awakening. Old Huang, Mo Fei Fei, and Xuanzhi Chen stopped the rampaging monsters drawn by the overflowing spiritual energy. Don't let them leave Kungshu Mountain and enter the human world. Molly, what are you planning? He looked up at the tree, realizing the truth. That's right, I'm creating a space to stop Jianmu's growth. It looked up at Muli rushing upwards and could only shout, "Damn it, you really are something else." Soon after, he soared through the canopy to the very top. Sensing the tree's frenzied growth, Muli raised the two orbs in his hands and whispered, "With this seal." Without hesitation, Muli quickly cast the formation, instantly suppressing the tree with the cube, thinking, hopefully, this will hold it back a little. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered, unleashing bolts of lightning, and before Muli could react, he was struck. Seeing this, Fei Fei cried out in alarm, but the old emperor reassured her, "Don't worry, kid, he's as resilient as I am." Jiaoji looked up and added reassuringly, "He'll be fine." As she watched the lightning engulf Muli, she explained, "He's not just suppressing the Jianmu tree, he's breaking through the lightning tribulation caused by defying the heavens. That's the power of Jingzhou. So you possess the true bloodline of the Rain Master, tasked with protecting the peace of Huajia?" Jiaoko smiled in surprise, never expecting the Rain Master's bloodline to be so extraordinary. Suddenly, he plummeted to the ground as a mysterious voice declared him a prodigy, and the suppressing cube and arbor gradually vanished. Fei Fei and Jiaoji rush over, calling out worriedly, "Muli, Master!" The three watch helplessly as Muli lies unconscious on the ground. Fei Fei looks at Muli with concern, wondering if he's all right. Jiaoji reassured her that his breathing was stable, and he should be fine with a few days of rest. Then Yao Zhoumu interjected. "We rushed here as soon as we received Jing Zhoumu's message, but it seems we were still too late." Fu Yun looks at Jiaoji, thinking, "In just a few days, Muge has another beauty by his side. When will I, his ordinary and unfortunate older sister, ever find a place in his heart?" Jiaoji sighs in relief. Thankfully, Jing Zhoumu was concerned about the big picture and single-handedly stopped the awakening of the spiritual energy, averting a great disaster. But Kunhu Mountain will need your help in the future. She recognizes the unconscious figure below. It's Ao Xuan, the Dragon Palace Crown Prince, who strayed down a different path because of the awakening spiritual energy. Not a demon, so if we can bring him back, it would be a lucky thing for our people. The governor of Yizhu replied, "If that's what you wish, there's no need to discuss it further. This man has extraordinary luck, perhaps a good fate that Muli has forged." She asked curiously, "If you're friends with Muli, do you know where the heir to the Zhuantian heart is?" Fu Yun was surprised. "You know my master?" Du Ji asks, "Do you know where he is?" Fu Yun replies, "My master's whereabouts are uncertain. I don't know where he's gone." Fei Fei interrupts, "Can we please take our teacher back first?" Fu Yun agrees, "Then I'll take them back." The governor of Yizhu replied, "Okay, leave it to us." 3 days later, in the imperial capital's Mu family, the old emperor relaxed on the carpet, enjoying a rare moment of peace. "How refreshing," Jiaoji asked the man lounging in the chair. "Has there been any news from Muli at the Yun residence?" He reassured her. "Don't worry, I'll make sure you and your father meet. If you can't wait, why not come with me to the underground ancient city and try your luck? I can also pick up a rare medicinal herb for little Bai while I'm there." Jiaoji is surprised to hear that name. The underground ancient city? The group journeyed together to the underground ancient city. She gazed around in awe, surprised that this ancient city, praised by La Huang, was so perfectly preserved. Mockley asks if they know the origins of this ancient city, and Jiaoko reveals that thousands of years ago, the ancient people thought it had been destroyed. Molly's face darkens as she shoos them away, telling them to go charm people at the market. She quickly denies it. No, I'm just kidding. Simply put, this ancient underground city is a fragment of an ancient treasure. Jiaoji confirms it's true, and that this ancient treasure is called the Emperor's Decree, an artifact of the Martial Emperor. If the Emperor Decree hadn't shattered back then, perhaps the Martial Emperor could have wiped out the alien races of the cosmos. Shizhong steps forward, saying, "No wonder I sensed an ancient aura in that house. I didn't expect a goddess from the heavenly palace to appear." Jiaoji replies shyly, "Please, I'm no longer the goddess I once was." He looked down at the old man and asked, "And what's the story with this one?" He boasted, "I am an ancient god, merely going through a period of ennui." Shizhong seems doubtful. Is that really true? Muli scoffed, telling her not to listen to its nonsense, that it was just a shameless mutt with 9 lives. The old emperor collapsed to the ground, weeping, saying the world was cruel and they were all bad people. Little White spots him on the road and calls out to Muli, rushing over to embrace him. "Mockley, that heartless bastard leaving me here for so long. Do you have any idea how awful it is to be alone in this ancient underground city? All I had was my master by my side all day. I was bored to death." Shizhong coughs a few times, reminding her that he's still there. "Mind your image, people are watching. Little Bai can sense it." "Who are you looking at?" Jiaoji, noticing her attention, waved. "Hello? Tuebok seems way too familiar." Another one joins the group. "He just goes out for a bit and picks up another one. Is he a fighting machine? How can you be so heartless after all I've done for you? I should just curse you out." She turned to scrutinize her, as if being beautiful wasn't enough. "I don't care if she has big breasts. I'll get myself a pair as big as a watermelon's." She began to play the part of a heartbroken woman, weeping, "Mockley, you wound me so. Master, hurry and help me teach him a lesson." Shizhong acted like an outsider, saying, "I can't help you with this. I wouldn't dare interfere." Xiaobai continues her solo act, lamenting her pitiful state. Even her master won't help. Muli watches, his face darkening, noting she's a better actress than that dog. "Stop acting, I know you're faking it," she retorted, annoyed. "After all this time, your words are still so venomous?" With a flourish, Xiaobai Jiang exclaimed, "Look at how I've changed. You're not going to compliment me? I've already reached the late stage of the core formation realm. Pretty impressive, right?" Hearing that, she became smug, as if to say, "Of course, who do you think I am?" Shizhong couldn't help but expose the truth. "You used up so many resources that I spent years collecting. And if I still couldn't reach this realm, I'd have to consider closing up shop." Xiaobai quickly went to comfort him. "Thank you, Master." He calmly states that they must quickly gather materials to condense a physical body, to which Mu Li replies, "Excellent. I found quite a few good things at Kunwu Mountain this time. Perhaps they can be used." Hearing this, Xiaobai is overjoyed. "Muli, you're the best. You remembered me even while you were out." Shizhong is helpless at his disciple's two-faced attitude. "Didn't someone say something different just now?" She grins, replying, "What I said before is in the past. I am Xiaobai." Watching her laugh, the other two could only remain silent. Tuebok still had an obsession: to condense a physical body. She didn't have any special requests, except for bigger breasts. Helpless, Muli agrees, promising her 2 melons when the time comes. "Is this big enough?" Little Bai asks excitedly. "That works too." Meanwhile, Jiaoji notices someone in the distance, a descendant of a great power, the ancient Yuan Yang from the 4 corners of the world. Wen Yang heard this and turned back suspiciously to look at the girl as Muli watched on curiously. "What's going on?" Ji explains. "She's the ancient Yuan Yang of the 4 corners of the world, the surname of the 8 great gods and a well-known figure among the immortals of Huajia." He's surprised. "One of the 8 great gods?" She says that Yuan Yang is here to greet them. "I am Yuan Yang from the Kungshu secret realm. May I ask who you are?" She replied, "My name is Xuan Tianqin, just a simple mortal girl." Muli also introduced himself as Mu from Jing province, Huaxia. Wen Yang marveled, "A mortal, a governor, fellow Taoist. Muli, your cultivation is profound. I've been secluded for many years, never expecting such talent in the world." Little Bai nitpicks every word. "You say mundane this, mundane that. If it's so mundane, why are you even here?" Shizhong immediately reprimands. "Little Bai, don't be rude," she retorted. "That's just how it is. She acts so high and mighty. I can't stand people like that." He hastily explains, "Miss, you misunderstand. Yuan Yang means no harm. We inherited the will of our ancestors, taking the protection of Huaxia as our mission. We only emerged because the heavenly realm's seal was broken. fearing that the alien race would wreak havoc on the human world. So we came to help. By the way, Brother Mu, living amongst mortals, have you discovered any traces of the alien race? Muli reported that he had found some in Kunwu Mountain, but had already eliminated them. Yuan Yang breathed a sigh of relief, saying it was good they were killed, as the alien races have always been the great enemy of all living things and cannot be forgiven. Yuan Yang plans to go to White Spirit Mountain to eliminate the alien races this time. Would you like to come along? He politely declined. Thank you for the kind invitation, but I still have unfinished business. Yuan Yang didn't press. It's a pity, but as fellow cultivators, I'm sure we'll meet again. Watching him leave, Muli thought, the secret realm cultivators are on the same side as humanity. This may be good news. A message arrives on his phone. He opens it to see it's from Fu Yun with news from his master. He said you should go to Joku Mountain. He needs your help. Muli replied, understood. In a peaceful mountain region, a figure lightly flashed by. The old emperor cursed him. Damn it, Moklai, are you running so fast because you want to die sooner? Zhaoji and Muli also stopped, and Muli replied, since Senior Zhaoji needs urgent help, of course we can't delay. Don't you want father and son to reunite sooner? He sends a message through an object and releases it. The old emperor behind him was stunned. What? How can this be? In an instant, a celestial clone has appeared. He politely greeted the senior, and Zhaoji emotionally called out, well, Zhou Jingmu reported that I found traces of Haoran Shen and a blood infant in Joku Mountain, and we must eliminate them this time. He affirmed that these two devils had profound cultivation and cruel methods, and if they weren't eliminated, the human realm would remain in danger. Zhaoji curiously asked her father, it's only been 100 years. How can you not recognize your own daughter? He exclaimed in surprise, young lady, we've never met, so why do you address me in such a way? These words stunned Zhaoji. Never met? Senior, this is Zhaoji, don't you remember? Muli asked suspiciously. Yunshin Tianxin apologizes. I'm sorry, you look familiar, but we've never met, and I have no memory of that name. Perhaps you should see the original. Zhaoji denies it, saying it's impossible. She couldn't mistake her own father. Why? Muli urged her to calm down, suggesting there might be a misunderstanding. Duju grieves that she can sense his clone has no memory of her or her mother. If he didn't leave on his own accord, how could he have no impression of them? He assures her not to be so pessimistic, saying that knowing Tianxin's clone as he does, he's definitely not a heartless person. She recounts that even before she awakened her memories as the siren, her father had always avoided her and her mother. If he didn't love them, why did he stay with her mother? If he's so heartless and doesn't want me, then I don't want him either. Muli still held on to his beliefs. I still feel like there's more to this story. You're the reincarnation of the Jiaoji goddess, so why can't you uncover the truth? She sadly replies, you say I'm a reincarnation, newly born, how could I have such power? Moklai, hearing this, gathers spiritual energy in his palm and says, forget it, I'll help you this time, give me your hand. Their hands intertwined, and the old emperor marveled, my, so many heavenly spirit fruits. Muli is truly giving it his all. She wondered, Muli, what are you trying to do? He calmly replied, offering to show her firsthand. Moklai pointed 2 fingers at Jiaoko's forehead, channeling spiritual energy into her mind. The image of Tianxin appeared vividly in her mind. Zhaoji realized, these are the moments I spent with my father. Muli reveals that her spiritual fruit can use Zhaoqi's blood to unlock a fragment of her father's past. In the distance, the true form of Tianxin is pleased with his creation. The clone is complete, now only awaiting the divided soul. But how could this memory be cut away? He turned and left, abandoning us. I'll just have to carry on with what I have of them. With that, both figures vanished, and Zhaoqi felt a sense of relief knowing her father's past. Muli, thank you so much. It turns out my mother and I weren't a burden to him. I believe he had an unspeakable sorrow. I will wait for the day we reunite. Back in the present, she embraces him tightly. Thank you, Muli stammered, his face flushed with embarrassment. No, it's nothing. You've helped me a lot too. Old Huang teases him, saying his face is as red as a beet. The doppelganger then tells Zhaoji, Miss, I'm sorry, but I believe the original me must have had a good reason for doing what she did. She has accepted forgiveness, and it's okay. I've thought it through. The clone changed the subject. Good. Shaolin is free. Let's talk about that blood infant. Muli knew his purpose. Haoran Shen and the blood infant came here only to awaken the other devils. He confirms, that's right, besides Hao Tianxin and blood infant, I've also discovered the whereabouts of 12 other great demons. They are dormant in Jogu Mountain. Now that the ancient divine artifact has appeared, those two demons have relied on the spiritual fruit to recover from their injuries and have awakened a group of demons. If we don't eliminate them now, it will be a great disaster for China. Mu Li replied, "There's no need. I'll just storm in when they've all gathered." But the Avatar refused. "That won't do. We were lucky to severely injure them last time. Now they're greater in number and strength, making them much harder to deal with. You're not a match for a horde of demons yet, but you remain firm in your decision." "There's no need. I'll just take them all on at once when they've gathered." The doppelganger earnestly advised him that their numbers were great, their strength even greater, and they would be difficult to deal with. He was no match for a pack of magical beasts. Hearing this, Mu Li gathered spiritual energy in his palm to prove himself. The energy enveloped his body like a sphere, and he exclaimed, "Senior, this time I can defeat them." The doppelganger was stunned. "You've reached the pinnacle of the Daodan realm." He conceded, very well. Our chances of winning are much greater now. My foolish disciple still wanted to surpass you. Seeing this, I should advise him to be more open-minded." Mu Li encourages him, saying that Fu Yuntian's Sijuo Jue will surely achieve great things in the future, and urges the elder to enter the mountain. In the Zhoukanshan mountain valley, the blood ancestor approaches the coffin in the formation and exclaims in surprise, "So, that's it. The fifth one has been relying on this formation to sleep so soundly." The human god recognizes it as a blood jade coffin, made by pouring human blood onto white jade, which can use the coffin's blood to replenish lost energy. The blood ancestor praises the fifth one for making such a fine coffin. The human god assesses the coffin's quality, resolving to forge one for himself upon his return. Smugly believing the seal is about to break, ancient artifacts will emerge, and treasure-filled coffins will appear everywhere. Our 12 brothers will soon rise again, and the world will be ours. He replies, "Indeed. But first, we must deal with these small fries." As soon as he finished speaking, a giant hand with an eye in its palm burst through the wall. A startled celestial avatar exclaimed, "We've been discovered?" It looked down on them. "Did you really think we didn't notice you climbing the mountain? All you do is hide in a corner and watch the water mirror? Is that all you're capable of? Never mind, let's play a little game of hide and seek. I'll give you 10 seconds to run." Mu Li appears and severs the hand in one swift strike, silencing him. He reports, "Senior, Lao Huang and I have set up the spirit stones. You can go find them." The god of humanity looks at his palm dejectedly, saying, "Looks like we let them get away." "Should we pursue?" Blood Ancestor asks, sensing their presence behind them. "No need, they're already here." The Heavenly Heart Avatar speaks, "You noticed me and pretended not to know. How confident." Naran still holds a grudge. He was injured by you at the Haran Righteous sect because his cultivation hadn't recovered. Blood Ancestor added, "Now that we've both fully recovered our strength, we can wipe you both out." "So, you're the governor of Jing province? The governor back then could at least fight me to a standstill. You haven't recovered your spiritual energy for long, you're still just an early-stage elixir." Mu Li scoffed, "If you're so confident, then make your move, and stop with the nonsense. He's forming seals now? What's with the holier-than-thou act? I'll teach you a lesson. Today, you will all die here, surrounded by waves of crimson blood." Yunshin Tianxin frowned, realizing this Asura blood hell was a special domain that could affect a cultivator's strength, hindering their abilities. That demon's sins truly reach the heavens? Mu Li reassured him, "Senior, rest assured, just observe quietly." "What's wrong? Are you scared yet?" the blood ancestor smugly asks. "Too scared to talk now?" he sneers, pinching his nose. "The stench of blood and resentment is overwhelming here. I wonder how many people have been slaughtered. You demons deserve to die." That sent him into a frenzy, running his mouth even as death approaches. "Your kind faces are disgusting." It unleashes something from its mouth, a giant hand reaching for him. "Go die." Mu Li quickly dodged, coldly smiling as a thick smoke also emanated from his mouth. The smoke thickened, ensnaring the hand. The blood ancestor wondered what was happening. Could this be a secret art passed down from an ancient tribal chief? He's only at the early core formation stage. How can he use it? "No matter what strange tricks you use, bringing down my Asura blood palm will cost you dearly. And I doubt you can keep it up." He pulls out a gourd, which immediately grows in size, and the blood ancestor orders him to be captured. The Heavenly Heart clone below worries, but Mu Li carefully sees that he is still calm and not sucked into the gourd. He's shocked. How is this kid so difficult? "Seize him again," he commands, scoffing. "You dare use treasures against me?" Now, Mu Ye has a toy of his own, a massive sphere launched straight at the blood ancestor, reclaiming the treasure it was so proud of. So you were relying on this gourd? Is that all you've got? Next, Muchen crushes it before his opponent, causing the blood ancestor to cry out in anguish, "My treasure!" Behind him, Nianthan anxiously urged, "Big head, you can't even handle a Daodan initial stage cultivator? Stop fooling around, fifth brother is about to wake up." The blood ancestor retorted, "How can I give in? Don't let his Daodan stage cultivation fool you. This kid is strange. He doesn't seem to care, but he's still a governor. He must have some trump cards or it wouldn't make sense." Cutting them off, he said, "Enough talk. Tonight's defeat is inevitable. Stop standing around and lend me a hand." "Hey, are you done yet? Are you two putting on a comedy show here?" "I don't have any money on me." They both shouted in unison, "Don't worry, we don't need money." The two combined their power into a massive aura, launching it toward Mu Li. "Just leave your life here." Faced with power many times greater than his own, he calmly kicked out, instantly shattering their combined force, leaving Blood Ancestor in disbelief. How could this be? No one has broken through to the Daodan Extreme Realm in all these years. How could this kid reach this level after only a few years of cultivation? Ranshin wondered how Mu Li had reached this level so quickly, since he was just a nobody who had recently broken through the early stages of Daodan at the Righteous Spirit sect. The Blood Ancestor knew some information. Legend said that only great beings and future gods could reach the ultimate realm. Could he be one of them? At that moment, the coffin below began to shake violently, and the celestial clone's expression tightened. Things were about to get out of hand, but Mu Li assured him, "Don't worry, I can handle another one." He recalled Fu Yun's vow, "Master, I can definitely surpass him." Mu Li thought, young people these days are so confident. Suddenly, the coffin below flew up, and he calmly sliced it in two. From within the shattered coffin, one of them emerged, saying, "Brother 2, sixth brother, I've just been reborn, and you've already given me such a grand gift." He arrogantly continued, "I'll remember this. This kid's life force is strong, just the way I like it." His two brothers were speechless and grim-faced. "What are you talking about?" Fifth brother moved towards Mu Li, saying, "Let me enjoy my blood feast first, then we can reminisce." The two frantically tried to stop him. "Fifth brother, come back. That's not for you to eat." He lunged at Mu Li like a starving beast. "Don't be shy. You prepared a gift to celebrate my awakening. How could I refuse? Hesitation leads to failure, and decisiveness is better." The two men paled in fear. "Wait, he's Dao!" Before he could finish, the fifth elder, newly revived, was decapitated. Ranshin's soul form blankly asked, "Fourth brother, sixth brother, what's going on? What is happening?" He angrily cursed the big-headed guy. "Idiot, I told you it wasn't for you. How could we catch a Dao Core realm cultivator for your midnight snack?" The fifth spirit body trembled. "A peak core cultivator?" Mu Li smiles radiantly like a beauty queen, waving and beaming as old fifth's soul form is shocked. "Oh God, it's the ultimate Daodan realm." The human god scolds him, saying he got what he deserved for not listening. At this point, he was speechless, stammering. "What the hell?" The human god despaired. "Now fifth brother is just a soul. Our family is already small and now it's even harder. What do we do?" The blood ancestor couldn't help but add, "Are you still farting around?" Under the heavenly seal, the Daodan realm is invincible. Even the fused body of the fifth brother is helpless. He's dead. There's no escape this time. With the sealed formation here, you won't even think about running. Hearing his call, the heavenly heart clone immediately formed a seal and activated the formation, trapping the three brothers in a storm of falling sword energy. This is the legendary Zhuangong sword formation. He orders, "Mu Li, activate your sealing formation as well. Don't let those three escape." He immediately followed suit, activating his formation, but suddenly Mu Li realized his formation had vanished. Mu Li tried to activate the formation a second time, but nothing happened. What was going on? Could there be another hidden matrix here that broke mine? The blood ancestor, having suffered enough, finally snapped. "Governor of Jing Province, what are you plotting now?" Mu Li tensely retrieves his token, knowing he can't let the three devils discover the formation is gone. He mysteriously says, "Of course, the mighty dragon's energy will appear." Mok Lai's voice resounds with power. "A plot to obliterate your souls." One of the demons exclaimed, "I know this formation. It's a kill zone. Once triggered, it'll summon heavenly lightning, and we're doomed." Mockingly, he offered, "Need a 10-second head start?" The 10 seconds are up, and he and his celestial clone give chase. "Where do you think you're going, demons?" The three ran away, terrified of being killed if they were too slow. One of them lamented, "To think that we, who once dominated China, are now being hunted like dogs by a mere core formation cultivator." As soon as he finished speaking, Mu Li appeared before them. Blood Ancestor Gu feigned composure and retorted, "Boy, if the heavenly seal hadn't been sealed, I would have killed you countless times over." He yawned with boredom, then cleaved the Blood Ancestor in two before finishing his sentence. "Is that so?" Seeing this, Ranshin cried out in anguish, "Big head!" The heavenly heart clone added another blow from behind, relentlessly increasing the power of his attack. "You should be more concerned about yourself." His body pierced by dark energy, he cursed them. "Even if I die, I curse you all to eternal damnation." At that moment, the Blood Ancestor's soul solidified. He realized a simple truth: what is meant to be, will be. Rather than die at the hands of that alchemist, it would risk everything to break free. But when it escaped unharmed, it was stunned. What's going on? The spirit body of Burning God realizes, damn it, we've been tricked by Jingzhou Mu. There's no sealing formation here at all. Jingzhou Mu, just you wait. The day Tianfeng opens will be the day you die. With that, the three vanished like the wind, leaving the Tianjin clone in stunned silence. "Wasn't there supposed to be a formation here?" he said grimly. "I did set one up, but it's gone now." The previous battle revealed that those devils were completely ignorant of the situation, and the old mutt started sweating bullets, ready to bolt when he heard him speak again. The only explanation is that Muk Lai punched him in the head. He commanded, "What exactly happened?" The old emperor feigned innocence. "I'm just a cute dog, I don't know anything." He used the elemental memory stream to delve into its memories, so it doesn't know anything, huh? A memory surfaces, and while he's distracted, the old emperor stealthily grabs a spirit stone, carefully bringing it to his mouth, waiting for an opening to swallow it whole. It's then that Mu Li realizes the little rascal has been eating the spirit stones. Its life flashed before its eyes. This was the end. On a clear, moonlit night, the pyre was set, and flames danced between their fingertips. The old dog cowered in fear, staring at the grill. "Mok Li, what are you doing with that fire?" He states bluntly that they're having grilled dog tonight. The old emperor asks, dumbfounded, "How do you plan to grill it?" "Mu Li, are you serious?" Mu Li asked, his face darkening. "Do I look like I'm joking?" He still doesn't realize the gravity of the situation. It was just a few stones. Why be so petty? Jiaojai reveals that it's not just a few spirit stones. You devoured the stones used to set up a formation, and now the three devils have escaped. If they harm the people, old emperor, you're an accomplice. The old emperor quickly resolves the issue. "Then I'll help you catch them," he asks gravely. "How are you going to catch them?" Waiting for the moon to be free of clouds, Lao Huang begins to chant. Heaven and earth align. A gust of air escapes his lips, and a bizarre chamber pot appears. The remaining three exclaimed in disbelief, "A chamber pot?" Words that offended the old emperor. "Damn it, this is a divine artifact. A divine artifact, you hear. A chamber pot? You're the chamber pot. You're all chamber pots. Enough talk. Let me show you my chamber pot. I mean, my majestic treasure." He continues to chant the second incantation, the soul-snatching spell that leaves no trace. From inside the chamber pot, three beasts emerged, scattering in all directions to hunt down the three brothers. They crept into the dark night forest and immediately found their soul bodies. The human god is terrified. "What are you looking at?" The blood ancestor replies, "Why bother? Run!" Before it could escape, the old emperor's beast took a bite. Even the nature god suffered the same fate. The fifth elder was quickly captured along with his companions, all three of whom were dragged back before they could get far. Then, they were sucked into that chamber pot. The old emperor patted his treasure, reassured. "All right, Mu Li doesn't quite believe it. All right, what's this? Let me show you." "Don't believe me? See for yourself. Go on, see for yourself." The voices of the three men echoed from within. "What's going on? Where is this? Why is it so dark? Who's responsible for all this?" Gugu wondered. "Old Emperor, you had such a treasure, and you never used it before." The old emperor chided her. "Do you think this thing can just be used recklessly? Huh, I had to use so many precious ingredients to nurture this treasure." It cried inwardly, "In just a few minutes, I've used up almost all my power. I'm going to die." Jiaoji asks curiously, "Old Emperor, can anyone really catch this treasure?" It affirmed with certainty, "Of course, it's top-tier divine ware." She sighed, "I don't believe you're lying. Maybe those three weak demons just didn't recognize your trick." The old emperor was agitated. "Have I ever lied to any of you?" "All right, give me the name, and I'll prove it to you." Jiaoji reveals the name, Dingfeng. Without hesitation, he agreed, then recited the ultimate incantation, a spell to summon any and all demons. His face was filled with confidence. But after the deed was done, he realized his mistake. How could the goddess Jiaoko be an ordinary person? Before him, massive vortexes gathered toward the center. The old emperor paled. Oh, mother. The name sounded normal, but it didn't need to be this extraordinary. He broke out in a cold sweat, asking the goddess, "What is the origin of this person you speak of?" Jiaoko revealed, "You mean Din Fong? He is a celestial general of Van Din Heavenly Palace, the supreme god Van Than Thien Tam." Shocked, the emperor wondered, did I use a chamber pot to summon a supreme god? Muli is really something. More and more people are disregarding the law. Old Huang saw his potty shaking violently and knew it was over. My precious treasure, this time it's as good as gone. The magical artifact's spiritual energy returned to the heavens, and the potty began to lose its power. The old emperor wept rivers, losing everything. You're just a little girl, imprisoning gods. You're bound to face the wrath of the heavens, and you've ruined the spirit of my treasure. It took so many rare materials to create. Jiaoko felt no remorse, saying, "Serves you right, you gluttonous dog with a goldfish brain." It whimpered, "I'm a dog, yes, but you're just as bad. My divine power, my treasures, give them back." Muli began to take notice of its other possessions. How should I put this? Judging by your stomach, it looks like you have quite a few treasures inside you. It tremblingly replies, "A lot?" No, I don't have any. Didn't I already tell you? No, there's nothing left, even if there was. All those treasures I ate were only enough to use the fishing hook twice. If you don't believe me, go see if there's anything left, the Heavenly Heart clone says. Not enough treasures here, but Dragon Tiger Mountain is full of them. In the past, I chased the 12th demon and unexpectedly discovered traces of some other races. Luckily, most of them are dormant. Why don't we seize this chance to strike them down before they can react? Muli wondered. The key is that there are signs of other races on Mount Longhu. How strong are they? He says. Their aura is strong, at least their spiritual essence is. Mockley pondered, recalling that during the battle with the 8 Immortals, a Qingyan sect disciple had said, "Mount Longhu is an ancient peak of Taoism, a sacred Taoist site. On Mount Longhu there is a peak with vines winding around it, bearing 2 giant gourds, 1 gold and 1 silver, ancient treasures known as the Taoist god, suppressing immortal gourds." The Heavenly Mind clone replied, "Indeed. The Tao god suppressing immortal gourd is where traces of the alien race were found. Since you're so eager to leave, we shouldn't delay. Let's depart at once." Hearing this, the old emperor's eyes lit up. "Let's go. Let's fly straight there. We absolutely can't let the alien race harm the human world." Muli, with old Huang and Zhaoji in tow, flew on his sword, with the Heavenly Heart clone following behind. The speed of flight terrifies Lao Huang, who closes his eyes tightly, clutching the sword and begging, "Damn it, Muli, slow down." "Ah, I'm afraid of heights." The dragon girl added fuel to the fire. "Riding a sword won't cure your fear of heights. Should I fly faster?" The old emperor resigned himself to his fate. "No, I don't need to go any faster. Sword flight, I can take it." Meanwhile, Muli reads a message on his phone from Muxin, as well as several missed calls from his mother. Muli thinks to himself that at least she has some conscience, proactively asking about him as Muxin texts him, "When are you coming back?" How did he reply? Does she miss me? Muli then called Chen Yuan, and his mother asked him when he would be back. As soon as he answered, he reported, "Hello, Mom. I was in the mountains for a few days, so there was no signal. I still have some unfinished business here. What should I do?" Chen Yuan said that Xiaoxin has been acting strange lately, saying weird things, and she's a little worried about her. Muli reassured her, "Mom, it's okay. Xiaoxin just sent me a message. I'll be back home in a few days after I finish up here." Hearing that, Chen Yuan felt relieved. "Very well. Take care of yourself out there." He replies that he will. "I'm not a child anymore." Just as he hung up, a message arrived from Mu Xin. She replied, "Okay. Miss you." Mok Lai is taken aback by Mok Han's sudden, sweet candor. How strange. He hastily types a few words, just 3 in total. "I'll wait for me to come back." Muli hesitated, deleting the message, leaving only the word "wait" on the screen. Hearing her phone ring, Moli answered, only to hear him say, "Moli, I'll be back in a few days." Mok Han asked coldly, "How many days?" Moli wasn't sure. It was still unclear. "I still have things to do, so I'm not sure when I can come back." Mok Han, suddenly tearful, tried to hold back her response. "I know, you still haven't realized it, so you tease me. What is it? Do you miss me that much?" She only told him to come home soon. "There are some things I want to tell you in person," she cooed. Okay, I'll wrap things up here and head straight home. Bye." He asked, "What fruit do you want me to buy?" He'd heard about the new computer, but there was no response. Muli stared blankly at his phone. She hung up so fast? He reluctantly put his phone away into his storage ring, resolving to finish this business quickly and return to his mother and Xiaoxin. The old me was a scoundrel, owing them so much. From now on, I won't owe anyone anything again. The group has now entered the territory of Dragon Tiger Mountain. Zhenxing steps forward to greet him. Brother Mu, we meet again. Tianxin's clone asked curiously, you two know each other? He recounts how Mok helped him preserve his reputation in Bat Tien No, a debt Tran Than will never forget. Hearing that you were planning to eliminate the Otherworlders at Dragon Tiger Mountain, Qingyun sect has come to assist you. Muli politely replies, thank you. Zhenxing immediately reported the situation. No need to stand on ceremony, Brother Mu. Time is of the essence, so I won't waste any more of it. That's right. The 8 members of the alien race living in Longhu Mountain have been living under the Immortal Suppressing Lake for quite some time now. Their target is most likely the Immortal Suppressing Lake itself. Muli suspects their plot is to seize an ancient treasure. Jiaoji reveals that the God-suppressing Immortal Lake is rumored to contain an entire world, forging the strongest mortals, an ancient divine object, an immortal treasure, a divine weapon, difficult to control and extremely famous. Hearing this, he pondered, a divine weapon? He wondered how the Tao God-suppressing Immortal Gourd compared to the Immortal Gourd in the Ziwei Star Town. Muli led the group, saying, let's go take a look. The group arrives before a building, and Jiaoji marvels at the sign for the Immortal Gourd, its imposing aura and massive structure prompting her to exclaim, it's so big and so rare. Without hesitation, Muli went ahead, saying, I'll go take a look. He flew straight into the giant gourd, remarking, the celestial subduing gourd. Its reputation is well-deserved. As Muryak slowly touched it, his hand passed right through. He realized then that the Tao God's immortal gourd was exactly like the one in the Violet Star. Untouchable. The Heavenly Heart clone explained that the ancient artifact, the immortal suppressing gourd, eluded even the War Emperor because it was untouchable. Only those destined at the right time and place could touch it and bring it out of its ethereal state. Mukli is pleased, it seems I am not the one. Let's go. Suddenly, there was a slight aftershock from within, and the small stones on the ground trembled. The old emperor was startled as soon as he set foot. Here they come. Zhenxing warily looks over, and Muli's group is on guard as well. They stared at the massive ape before them, wondering what it was. Its footsteps thunder across the ground, as Muli quickly throws a punch. But instead of attacking, the ape kneels in obeisance, the prefect of Jing province. With that, a thick cloud of smoke billowed up, shrinking him back to size as he announced himself. The old ape, under the heavenly demon emperor's orders, had been waiting for a long time, while the old emperor was scared out of his wits and cursed up a storm. What the hell kind of joke is that? You scared the crap out of me. It immediately leaps up, intending to pounce on the old ape to show him who's boss, while the old ape contemplates how to deal with this mutt. Finally, it stomped on the old dog's foot and yanked its ear. Restrained, the old dog howled, "Let go of my ear! Stop!" Seeing this, Jiaoko laughed. "Old Huang, you finally met your match." Muli then noticed movement in a distant room, from which an immense pressure was released. It rushed toward Muli, who exclaimed, "Trouble already? You're all going to have your work cut out for you." But a dark figure suddenly dashed out to intercept him, and the old emperor was so frightened that he lay prostrate on the ground, clutching his head to avoid the storm. But the old ape bravely rushed out to protect Muli. "Old ape, I'm here." With a flurry of blows, the aura shattered into fragments as the old ape growled, "Who is it? How pathetic, needing a monkey to protect you," she sneers. "Governor Mu, we meet again." Zhenxing wondered to herself. She'd encountered these other races on the boat before, so why was she here now, and in this state? He volunteers to stand with him, saying, "Rest assured, we of the Than Van sect will stand with you." Lao Yuan added, "Qingzhou Mu and the Longhu Mountain Demon Clan will also strike with you?" Muli refused. No, I can handle it myself." Taking courage, Zhenxing shouts, "Brother Mu, don't worry about me. I'm willing to follow in your footsteps." Old Yuman adds, "Me too." He brushed it off, saying, okay, I know you're not afraid of danger, but I really don't need any help." Then Molly pointed to the 3 people playing in the corner. "Just be like them." They were still playing cards, slamming down a 4 of a kind over a 2, sending old Huang into tears. "What about my hand?" Zhenxing said, looking dazed. "You look down on us?" It roared from the other side. Old Huang lost again. The teammate with the lion mask couldn't wait to rush forward and teach Muli a lesson. But that couldn't happen. He throws a punch from above. "Let me give you a taste of this." But his fist is stopped. His voice remained calm while the lion was stunned. "What's the rush?" Before he could even speak, they ambushed him, and now another top tier is making their move. With thunderous steps and soaring wings, they declared that today Jingzhou Mu would meet his end. Mok Ryal loathed the gang up. Why were they all ganging up on him? He decimated them all. Even the Ox King wondered how he'd become so strong. Yao Rong can't believe it either. He wasn't this strong last time, could it be? Looking at his aura, she can't believe he's reached the peak of the Dao Dan realm. Mok Lai gives them time to unleash their skills. Beneath the heavenly wind, all become Dao Dan. Show me what you've got. Yao Rong brings out an item, realizing that with his iron body, there's no way to defeat him without treasures. She throws a treasure toward Mu Li. Suddenly, the soul convergence bell grows enormous, descending upon him, but he observes it calmly. And she has this too? One punch shatters the soul-gathering bell into pieces, along with praise from its owner. How interesting. The remaining three are pale with fear. Unbelievable, just unbelievable. How can a human be this strong? An umbrella unfurls, blocking the debris, and Mu Li's expression darkens. You dare lay a hand on my family? Jiaoji's sealing technique activates. So it turns out, while playing cards, Jiaoji was commanding that umbrella to fight. What a beating. She urges him on. Hurry up, old emperor. I've been waiting here all afternoon. The old emperor is still busy calculating. Almost there. He suddenly remembered and called out, Mok Lai, I heard they're asking about your family. Mu Li is stunned, and the heavenly mind clone looks at him before playing a pair. Think it'll be that easy? A pair of aces. Mu Li coldly gazes at the group below. Where do you think you're going? He summons his sword. Now, watch me. Countless massive swords descend upon his opponents. Mu Li finally replied, My family is fine, don't worry. Yao Rong was so scared, her face turned deathly pale. A massive sword of light descends, shaking the very earth. I remember when I first met Mu at Bashindu, he was only at the initial stage of the Daodan realm, still full of ambition. But now, Mu Huan and I are worlds apart. Meanwhile, Lao Huang is trying to strike a deal with Lao Yuan. A little monkey hit me. Old Yuan blankly pointed at himself, looking confused. The old emperor salivated as he rushed towards the Bull King's soul. How could he forget about such a good thing? It opened its mouth wide, ready to enjoy the snack, but no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't overcome the opponent's agility. Discouraged, Mu Li says, It got away again. I'll set things up first. It was late, and groans echoed in a room as the old emperor suffered from indigestion. Mu Li coldly asks, What are you complaining about? Its belly bulging, it stubbornly replies, It's nothing. I just haven't digested it all yet. Mok Li meditates, scolding the gluttonous dog. Who told you to eat all the monster's spiritual energy? Serves you right. Just then, he got a notification on his phone. The escapees fled back to a cave in the Dragon Lake Mountains where water dripped ominously. Yao Chun reports that their mission failed, Your Majesty. The human governor's power is immeasurable. We are no match for him. The Demon King, enraged, clutches her neck. Useless trash, fed by my blood and yet so weak. She desperately begs for another chance. However, the only thing you wrong awaits is death. The opportunity I already gave you. The moment the Wuxia Jingzhou seal is broken and I regain my power is the moment you die. I'll let you run wild for now. Back at the Qingyun sect guest room, Mu Li reads a message from Mu Xin, asking if things are settled yet. Jiaoji barges in, already raising her voice. Mu Li, explain yourself. What's got him so surprised? She wonders if you're all at the peak of the Daodan realm, even the strongest under the heavenly seal wouldn't be a match for you. And humans and the demon race have already agreed to a truce. Debt settled, so why must she still be involved with the demon race? The heavenly heart clone continued. The seal hasn't been broken yet, and the demons and other races are still weak. If we don't seize this opportunity to kill them, it may be too late. Jiaoji pointed at the old emperor and ape, saying, Then what about Ao Xuan and Bai Xuan, and that old emperor dog? According to your principles, should we kill them all? He replies, I split off a part of myself with the mission to protect humanity's safety. Now that humanity's safety is threatened and we're surrounded by enemies rather than being reckless, I'd rather fail 100 times and bear the name of failure. Jiaoji angrily shouts, Kill, kill, kill! You're always like this! Why don't you just kill me and my mother too? Mu Li interrupts, telling them to be quiet. Senior Haiyan Tiantam only meant well. You misunderstood him. Just then, something stirred outside, and as Jiaoko noticed the strange fluctuations in spiritual energy, Mu Li sprang into action. Let's go take a look. Outside, the spiritual energy between the two gourds is fluctuating wildly, creating a vortex. Below, it turns out the Demon Emperor is here to cause trouble. He laughs arrogantly. Come, come. The old ape guesses this monster is the black fierce Demon Emperor who has held fast in Longhu Mountain for many years. The monster attacking us today is one of their subordinates. Open the formation now. Who knows what the gourd holds? Zhao Jai wonders if he intends to use the gourd to absorb faith and achieve enlightenment through it. Tianxin's clone analyzes that Tianfeng is about to open, and at that time, all restrictions will be lifted. In the beginning, enlightenment was within easy reach. Muli is certain the Black Demon Emperor seeks to break the omnipotent celestial seal to increase his luck. He tensely continued, "If they succeed, your soul will be destroyed. Muli, don't let the demon race grow any further." "That Black Demon Emperor must be eliminated," Muli declared, vowing to show no mercy. The elder is right. That Black Rampage Demon Emperor wants to use the demons that worship him to destroy the four corners of the world. The only way to break through the barrier is to kill all the monsters. But the mountains are teeming with them. Perhaps there's another way. The old emperor asked expectantly, "Perhaps we have another way, don't we, old man?" Seeing their designs on his treasures, the old emperor grew wary. "So you're planning to use my divine treasure, aren't you? I don't have any treasures that can defeat the black demonic beast emperor. Is he threatening him? If that's the case, then I'll follow Senior Hoyan Thien's words and kill everything except humans. I'll use you as practice first, shall I?" The old emperor, enraged, pointed directly at him and scolded. "I'm impressed. Sixth Prince, you gave me treasures at Kunlun Mountain and now at Dragon Tiger Mountain, so I'll help you." Muli exposes his hypocrisy. "Didn't you want to eat it?" The old emperor opened his mouth wide, the inside dark, as he shouted, "What are you talking about?" He pulls out a jet black sphere with bright patterns, continuing, "I'm risking my life here, so stop dawdling and take it." He trades the old dog a huge bundle of spirit herbs that barely fit in its mouth, asking, "Is this enough now?" The old emperor's belly grew, along with the orb, and he bravely declared, "All right, Qiankun Wuji, let me handle these side." Doji, enlightened, asks, "So we can use this treasure to break the Black Mane Demon Emperor's barrier?" The old emperor regrettably replies, "Impossible." Muli starts to stretch, while the old ape threatens menacingly, "Huh? So any last words?" he asks mysteriously. "Wait, who said we had to break the barrier? We just need to get the Black Demon Emperor out of here." She reached into her Qiankun pouch, rummaged around for a moment, and then immediately located the Demon Emperor. "I've got you." He was stunned, looking at the dark aura like a giant ribbon wrapped tightly around him. Teleported elsewhere, the Demon King was shocked as he was dragged into the dark waters below. The old king happily withdrew his hand, reporting, "I've pulled the Black Ferocious Demon King into another dimension, but I'm not sure how long I can hold him. It's up to you how you destroy him, but you only have a little time. Because Ji Qing praised you, I thought you were shameless, stingy, greedy, cowardly, and liked to lie. But this time, you actually helped humanity, surprising everyone." Muli, about to step out of the gate, sincerely said, "Old Emperor, thank you so much this time. These 2 bundles of herbs are all yours, to nourish your body." After handing them over, he stepped into the gate, and the old emperor listlessly eyed what he had left behind. With a mournful look, Mok Lai felt as though he'd lost out, tears welling in his eyes as the old emperor sobbed, "What do I need this pile of grass for?" Inside, the demon emperor noticed human traces. Seeing the group above, he asked curiously, "Are you the governor of Jing province? How did you bring me here? How dare you bathe a dog in front of me? Do you have a death wish?" Muli accused him, "Black fierce demon emperor. Humans and demons have long agreed to a truce, yet you secretly run rampant, harboring ulterior motives, wanting to destroy humanity, dominate China, even the world. We cannot let you do that." The Demon King arrogantly proclaims that humans are too weak to live, and that demons should rule the world with him as their sole emperor. "Since you're so eager to give up your lives, I'll let you witness the power of the ultimate emperor," he said, his form growing until he stood eye to eye with Muli high above. "Tremble in fear, you insignificant gnats." He was surprised that Muli remained calm, unaffected by his aura. "Not bad." Tianxin's clone, seeing the incoming punch, warned, "Muli, be careful. This dark wild demon emperor is very strong, but don't worry, he's almost at his limit." Mocking him, Muqing says that's all there is to the extreme Daodan realm, words that ignite the Demon King's pride. "Huajia's Jing province governor, you've made me see you in a new light. Perfect timing, I'll devour you whole and perhaps gain unparalleled power." His greedy mouth opened wide, as if to swallow Mo Li whole. Despite his opponent's ravenous hunger, Mu Li remained calm as a sword hurtled towards the Demon Emperor. The Xuantian falling sun slash strikes straight into its gluttonous maw, as Tianxin's clone coldly states, Don't just target Mu Li, he's not your only opponent. He scoffed and threw a punch. An opponent? You're not worthy. You're not worthy? That punch sends Tianxin flying backward. Get out of here, you shrimp. He crashed into the wall, the force causing the avatar to cough up blood. With a bruised face, the Heavenly Heart clone exclaimed that the power of a normal Dao core was no match for the black fierce demon emperor. If only my true form were here, he boasts. I have the bloodline of the devouring maniac, an invincible body. Human blades cannot harm me. Mu Li casually replies, Oh, really? Then taste this. He unleashes a devastating attack, but it's useless against the demon's shield. Mu Li's sword recoils in a circle, then plunges into a rock. He's shocked that the Dragon Sword Emperor's slash was deflected. The Demon Emperor sneers, I told you, my black scales can withstand any blade, let alone a human weapon. Even with the combat power of a core formation expert, what can you do to me? Now that you're disarmed, what can you do? He unleashed a torrent of dark, ominous energy. He slammed his fist into a cursed stone box, shattering it to pieces. Mok Lai's fist had shattered the power the Demon Emperor had long been so proud of. Didn't I tell you? I'm at my strongest when disarmed. The Demon Emperor couldn't believe that after saying that, he could so quickly dodge a punch and close the distance. Mu Li's fist struck him square in the face before he could even react. Just what kind of monster are you? Let me properly introduce myself again. I am Huajia Jingzhou Mu Li. The Jiaos outside await the outcome, and she's worried. Old Emperor, why is your magic weapon taking so long? The old Emperor replied, indicating a fierce battle. It seems Mu Li in the other world is struggling. This artifact can only control the black ferocious demon emperor for so long. Their time is running out. Inside, the Avatar realized that Mu Li had abandoned the ultimate state of divine law and the Dragon Sword Emperor, instead fighting the black ferocious demon emperor alone. Clearly, the black ferocious demon emperor was no match for Mu Li, and even with the blood of the ancient ferocious serpent, he was nothing before Li Mu. The arrogant Demon King is now being toyed with by Mu Li with just one hand, as the clone quickly turns to broadcast Mu Li grabbing the Demon King's tail. Ladies and gentlemen of China, as you can see, a fierce battle is taking place in Jingzhou, China. We see Mu Li first grab his opponent's tail, carefully slamming him to the ground, turning the Black Serpent Demon Emperor into nothing more than a fool. He raises his middle finger in insult. You said you were invincible with the blood of the serpent. The Tianan clone continues to narrate. Now let's turn our attention to the Black Mane Demon Emperor. Faceplant. Has he become so large? Look at his stance. Does he still have some secret technique up his sleeve? The Demon King suddenly kneels, kowtowing respectfully and begging for forgiveness, admitting his mistake and youthful ignorance. Mu Li tossed a vial before him, ordering him to crawl inside, and the Demon Emperor wondered if he'd misheard. You want me to squeeze into this tiny bottle? Mu Li casually replied. Little White must have been tired when he made it. I should give her some tonics. The Demon Emperor felt insulted, as if he was being turned into medicine. I am of the Serpent Clan, he repeats one last time. That's good then, crawl inside this delicious and nutritious treat. Heavenly Heart's clone announces viewers it seems contestant Mu Li has completely gained the advantage in this match. Everyone thought the Daodan realm wasn't that strong, but rather that the governor of Jingzhou was invincible, and humanity finally had hope. The old emperor outside breathed a sigh of relief, realizing his worries were unfounded. Tianxin's clone told Mu Li that although the black ferocious demon emperor was gone, the other demonic beasts were still a threat, and they should regroup with the others. Mu Li put his coat back on and replied, Okay, with a hint of regret. If only I had the violet star robe, then this outfit wouldn't tear even in a great battle. Soon after, as night fell, Mu Li and his celestial clone emerged, bringing news of the Black Mane Demon Emperor's demise. Seeing her face flush, Mu Li asked, Jiaoji, are you all right? She stammered, saying she was fine. The old emperor recounts the situation. Xuantian and I live-streamed your battle. He's stunned. What did you say? So everyone saw the fight just now? There were moments I almost lost all face. But she said, without a change in expression, Is it just that I glanced at your body? Why be shy? I'm just asking about your pants. Looking at the two of them, the old emperor knowingly thought, I'll just help you get this far. Vanthan Thien Tom diffused the awkward atmosphere. With the Demon King gone, the demon's military strength has been greatly reduced. What if we use this opportunity to attack the demons at Mount Longhu? Zhao Ji wondered. Didn't I say that killing the Black Mane Demon Emperor would be enough? The demons only need a place to live. Now that he's gone, why are you still trying to kill the others? He explained, the heavenly seal is weakened. We must strike while the demons and other races are still recovering to eliminate the threat to humanity. Total annihilation wasn't my initial intention, but protecting humanity is the mission the gods have given me. I hope you understand. Jockey loses her composure, shouting, I don't understand. Not all demons want to devour the human world. Don't you realize how much blood will be spilled if you start a war? Behind every great war lies devastation and ruin. I despise war. The group stared blankly at her outburst. Jaji composes herself. I'm sorry, I misspoke. I just want... Muli pats her head reassuringly. Don't worry, I agree. If the demons are well behaved, we will temporarily not start a war. Tianxin's clone chimed in, reminding him, Lord Jing, I hope you'll make a decision quickly. Things aren't as simple as you think. He assured her, Don't worry, Senior. Jiaoke was right. The consequences of war are immeasurable. She speaks as the reincarnated goddess Jiaoke, who once helped Emperor Yu achieve his imperial ambitions. She understands better than we do. I'll hold a conference with the top echelons of Huaxia to make a questionable decision. He considered these words and finally agreed. All right, since you put it that way, I'll fully cooperate. The space returned to its original peace. Muli relayed the information to the others. Everyone, that's what happened. Now that I've killed the Dark Savage Demon Emperor, there are still many monsters on Mount Longhu. Given the current situation and the Armistice Treaty, I want to discuss this clearly with you all and get your opinions. Oh, we've heard everything you've said, a high-ranking Huaxia official, Madam A, declared via livestream. First, let me state my position. Despite the treaty, I do not trust the demon race. If one Black Demon Emperor has appeared, a second is sure to follow. I want to use our most advanced weapons to attack while the demon race is defenseless, ensuring there will be no mishaps. The governor of Yao Prefecture agrees, and with the mandate of heaven, the governor of Jing Prefecture is invincible. Add in Muli's power, and I believe we can do it. So, you're suggesting we break the truce? Muli inquired, with not Than revealing their intentions. I admit there's a truce between us and the demons, but this method is inhumane, utterly despicable. Lord Yaozhou supports you, Muli. What are your thoughts? Whatever your decision, we'll support you. Muli sighed. Fighting the demon emperor Aoshuan won't be easy. You can't handle it. Leave it to me. Yixing is concerned, but this despicable solution endangers humanity. After the celestial seal vanishes, who knows if the demons will return to their old ways. We still had the strength to fight the demons back then. Governor of Jing Province, you now bear the fate of Huaxia. You can't be so indecisive. As I see it, you should stay on Longhu Mountain and wait for me to finish off Ao Hien, the demon emperor on Tianlong Mountain. Then he can talk to you after I've cleared out the remaining demons there. If that's the case, we'll await your news, and hope you've made the right decision. With the plan settled, everyone disconnected, and Mule wondered how he would talk to Jiaoqi. Just then, he noticed someone approaching, a woman weeping and cursing him for being a liar. A day later, deep in the Tianlong Mountains, he led his group and explained that beyond the barrier lay the territory of the demon emperor Ngao Hian. Senior Tiantam, you and the old emperor keep watch for any movements from the demons. Jiaoko and I will go in to meet the demon emperor. Tianxin's clone was wary. This terrain is treacherous and winding. I fear Aoshuan is lying in wait. Muli was fearless. Don't worry, Senior. Those monsters can't do anything to us. The two of them then left, and we departed as well. Inside, Aoshuan greeted him, saying that he'd heard Lord Jingzhou Mu had killed the Black Demon Emperor, and that his strength had increased considerably in his absence, which was truly shocking. I'm not here to listen to your nonsense, he retorted, his Daodan realm unmatched, his physique rivaling the gods of this world. Aoshuan replied, Humanity fears the Ghost Clan, and they fear that the Ghost Clan's attack after the Heavenly Seal will cause a terrible disaster for me. That is the greatest danger. Muli asked again, after which he said something nonchalant. Simply put, it's better if I die. After those words, the space fell silent. Are you serious? Muli asked incredulously, to which Aoshuan confirmed. For the sake of peace, I can depart. Tianlong Mountain can be returned to humanity. The demons hide in the mountains, but war must be avoided. We are all descendants of ancient gods, so why must we kill each other? I have but one request. When disaster strikes, I beg humanity to spare the demon race and not let us be destroyed. Muli thought to himself, Aoshuan possesses the blood of an ancient divine beast, making him far stronger than the black fierce demon emperor. If the heavenly seal is opened and he becomes as strong as me, is he willing to sacrifice himself for peace? He exclaims, willing to sacrifice for humanity, not a bad thought. If that's the case, I accept your request, but to maintain peace between our races, I need you to lead the demon race, and I will protect you. But as I said, if I detect any unusual movements from the demon race, he trailed off. I will end you myself. Hearing this, Ngao Hien chuckled, pleased. That's the decisiveness he wanted to see. He then turned to Jiaoji, asking, "You're trustworthy, aren't you? Goddess, I hope you can witness our oath." Annoyed, she replied, "Rest assured, if he goes back on his word, I'll use all the clouds in the sky to punish him." He felt relieved. "In that case, I'm even more relieved," Mu Li reminded him. "Aoshuan, so you mean the demon race needs a unified voice. You know what to do." He's surprised, but aren't you afraid after the celestial mark? He doesn't care. Before the celestial mark, he was invincible. "After the heavenly seal, am I no longer strong?" he said before departing. "Thank you, Aoshuan, for your oath. As long as I am with the demons, humanity will have peace." Jiaji quickly followed. "Wait for me, Mu Li." Mu Li then told the high-ranking officials of Huajia about the demon emperor Aoshuan. In the end, they chose to trust Mu Li to maintain peace with the demons, and the demon emperor Aoshuan led the high-level monsters from the Tianlong Mountains to the Longhu Mountains. In the process of subduing the demons of Longhu Mountain, they purged the dregs and built a unique empire. Under the solidarity of Huaxia Jingzhou Mu and the demon emperor Aoshuan, the bilateral treaty was maintained and peace remained. Back at Mu Li's home, the family holds a small party to welcome him back, everyone raising a glass in celebration. "Brother Mu is amazing," Prefecture Master Yue sighed, finally able to rest. "Moli, how about we go for a stroll tomorrow?" Degay chimes in excitedly. "Shopping? I want to go too," she thought with annoyance. How annoying. Who said anything about 3 people? But Mu Li agreed. "All right, I was planning to head home anyway. Tomorrow, why don't you come with me to buy a gift for Xiaoxin?" Seeing that he was ignoring her, Jiaoji began to sulk. Hey, don't ignore me." Meanwhile, the old emperor sat in the corner, happily eating chicken legs and drinking wine, completely uninterested in all of that. The next day, in the commercial district of Huaxia, Jiaoji awkwardly walks down the street, her face showing embarrassment as she wears her new outfit. Fu Yue compliments her, saying it's not bad, she looks like a modern person now. Mu Li agrees, but Jiaoji feels uneasy and innocently lifts her skirt, asking why she has to wear pants under a fake skirt. Fu Yu quickly stops her. "What are you doing?" "Give me your hand, don't lift your skirt." She smiled shyly. Modern designs are so strange. The people on the street admired Mu Li, saying, "That boy is lucky, he has both a beautiful and wealthy woman." He was too tired to argue. "Lucky? You can have her if you want." After a shopping spree, the Mo Li residence is filled with bags, and Fu Yue lies exhausted on the sofa, lamenting, "I'm so tired. All my savings are gone." Watching Jiaoqi continue to eat, she asked curiously, "You really eat a lot. Are you okay?" Mo Li interjected, "She's a goddess. This little snack is nothing." Feng Yet was shocked. "What? You call that nothing?" She ate like 50 things on the street, almost my entire week's worth of food. How is she not fat? With hopeful eyes, Jiaoji asks, "Muli, let's stroll again tomorrow. I still want to try more of your food." Fu Yue mentioned that he was going home early in the morning, and she raised her hand, wanting to go with him. "Can I come home with you?" Waving her hand, Fu Yue continued, "Near the Imperial Palace, there's a resort, and I have some free time, so I might as well go there for a break." "A resort? But isn't it too hot these days?" Lao Huang couldn't help but interject. "It's not because of the weather." Annoyed, she wondered if Jiao Ko was truly ignorant. As Muklai Tuyanbo declared, "Everyone's going, even you, Lao Huang." The old emperor refused. "I'm not going." Yue Manor flew into a rage, cursing the stubborn old dog, threatening to tear his mouth apart. Jiaoji chimed in, agreeing that he was indeed an old dog, relentlessly tormenting him and even spitting on his clothes. It's a call from Tran Vien. He answers it. "Hello, Mom. I'll be home tomorrow. Is there anything we need that I can pick up?" His mother anxiously reported that Xiaoxin was missing. Mule was stunned by what he heard. What was going on? "Mom, please don't get too worked up. Tell me slowly." She repeated that Xiaoxin had gone out this morning and hadn't returned yet. She left without her phone or keys, only a note in her room. The note read, "I'm leaving, Mom. Take care of yourself, Mom." Chen Yuan was beside herself with worry. "Xiaoli, where do you think Xiaoxin could have gone?" He glanced at the clock, already 10:30, and asked, "Have you reported it to the police?" "We did," Chen Yuan sobbed, "but they said we have to wait 24 hours before filing a report." Mu Li hurried away. "I understand, Mom. Don't worry, I'm heading home now. Update everyone on the situation. My sister's gone missing, and I'm heading home. Everyone can take a plane here tomorrow morning. Van Manor has agreed." "Understood," he reassured him, promising to handle everything. Before leaving, he reminded her to look after Data Jiaoko, who was unfamiliar with many things. After that, Mu Li took out his token and set off. immediately leaping onto the forming dragon spirit and ordering it to return home at top speed. The people below marveled. Is that a dragon? That's no illusion. It's a real dragon. Look, the dragon's moving. Is it real? Take a picture quickly. Yuefu realizes that he's brazenly violating the Huaxia agreement by riding the yellow dragon in the middle of the city. That girl must be very important. Zhaoji agrees. Important? She asked, surprised. How do you know? Xiaoqi denies it. I don't know, but I have a feeling the gods have awakened. In a flash, he was back home, and Mok Lai rushed to ask his mother. What exactly happened? Chen Yuan felt like she'd found her support. Xiaoli, you're finally home. It's all my fault, she repeated, blaming herself. She knew something was off with her these past few days, but she didn't pay close enough attention. Mo Li hugged her and comforted her. It's okay, Mom. I'm here now. Where are Mok Han's keys and phone? Chen Yuan pulled open a drawer. It's all here. Mom, friends told you to keep them here to protect the evidence so you could give it to the police. He instructed Chen Yuan. Mom, don't blame yourself anymore. I'm here. Moxon will be fine. Mom, rest. Let me check her room. Stepping inside, Muo Li thought in his past life, because of his mistakes, he feared Muo Xin would want to destroy herself, and his mother was killed by others. No matter what, he would protect them this time, summoning the elemental return art, a secret technique to trace memories through Mok Han's belongings. But Mu Li realized something was wrong. In theory, he should have found something by now. Why was it consuming so much power? He continued to summon more energy. Seeing the orbs drained of energy, Mu Li was stunned. Not enough, not enough. He tried to increase his power, but the result was the same. Still not enough. Could someone be interfering with his magic? To block his sacred incantation, they'd have to be of a high caliber, and there are few like that in China. Long Hu had 2 sacred fruits at this time. Perhaps he could use them. He used the sacred fruit on Mu Xin's phone, hoping to find some memories. Finally, it had infiltrated. Mo Li looked in astonishment at the place he had been transported to. He glances to the side, seeing Mu Xin facing 2 strangers. This is Xiaoxin. Mu Li rushes toward her, his voice filled with worry. Xiaoxin, where are you going? You left only a letter. Do you know how worried Mom is? Answer me, Xiaoxin. With a look of longing, Mu Xin gazed at Mu Li, who could only touch the shattered remains of an illusion. Then Muo Li was pushed back by a powerful force, while outside, Muo Xin's belongings began to shake violently. He stared blankly at the familiar room, his heart pounding with disbelief. Was it really broken? Even a heavenly sacred fruit was useless. There was only one possibility. The creator of the curse wanted to prevent the search, leaving others helpless. But Mu Xin doesn't know martial arts or cultivation, so she definitely isn't the one directly preventing it. Unless the subject's background is extraordinary, she herself must be unconsciously preventing others from searching. Could Mu Xin be an incomplete reincarnation? The memory rewinds 13 years to the Mu family, where someone knocks on the door shouting, Brother, the foreign clans are encroaching on our territory. The clan leader is missing, and my brothers have been killed. I had no choice but to risk bringing Hanzi here to ask for your help. Time is short. Please take care of Hanzi. Since she was a baby, I knew she was intelligent, but later I learned that her background was not simple and her abilities may be. Mu Li's father then called to his wife. Chen Yuan, quickly bring the children inside. He stepped out anxiously and asked, Little brother, what happened? Mu Hanyu's father said, Hanzi, greet Uncle Mu. The little girl politely said, Hello, Uncle Mu. The 2 elders spoke outside for a while, and Xiaoxin heard someone call her name. Your name is Xiaoxin. I'm Mu Li. It's cold outside. Come in and have some tea to warm up. With a sad look, Mu Xin replied, Thank you. Her father left instructions. Brother, I'm afraid I must trouble you to take care of Xin Xin. As for me, please don't tell her anything. From now on, the child's surname is Muo, and she is a daughter of the Muo family. From that day on, Muo Xin became a lonely girl, always sitting in a corner watching other children play. During that time, Mu Li acted like a caring older brother, always looking after her. He patted her shoulder and said, Xiaoxin, I've been looking for you all day. You finished studying and didn't even bother to go home. Mom made braised pork today. Is something on your mind? Tell me, and I'll help you. Mok Han sadly says, I don't have any family left. Why must I live alone in this world? He gently strokes her head. What nonsense are you saying? Your father, mother, and I are your family. I will definitely help and protect you. But Mu Xin doesn't believe him, saying, You're lying. When we grow up, you'll have your own life, and we won't be together forever. At that moment, Mu Li promised, Then I'll marry you, and we'll be together forever. Mu Xin was surprised. Really? He pounded his chest, swearing an oath. If I lie, may I be cursed as a dog. A real man never lies. Seeing her cry, he panicked, unsure of what he'd done wrong. Xiaoxin, don't cry. I'll sneak you lots of toys and snacks later. You can have all my savings. Just then, his parents, who had been hiding around the corner, raised their cameras and called out. Look over here. Little Li, we heard everything you said. Caught in the act, Muo Li asked sheepishly, Mom? Dad, what are you doing here? He teased, Xiao Li, look straight at the camera, no cheating. Looking at the blank space in the album, Mu Li realized it had been so long since they'd been so close. In my past life, I changed completely after my parents died, yet now I treat Mom and Xiaoxin even worse, without even a single photo together. I've been so busy in this life that I've forgotten them both. Since being reborn, I've looked through this album countless times, remembering every detail, yet she only secretly took that one photo. Little Shin, you don't really hate me, do you? Don't worry, I'll keep our promise. This time, I'll bring you home, and I'll never leave you again. Meanwhile, Ao Xuan's side is doing everything they can to help. Mokli, we heard the news and immediately organized a search party for your sister. We've searched the western part of Tianlong Mountain, but there's no sign of Mok Han. Similarly, Zhen Qing's side has thoroughly searched Longhu Mountain, but there's still no sign of his sister. Yun Mansion called to report. Mok, my master, and I have searched Kunlun Mountain, but we haven't found any trace of your sister. With a flood of reports coming in, Mok Lai was stunned. Even China has searched, but to no avail. Little Xin, where have you gone? Just then, Yixing called back and he quickly answered. Hello, Yiqing. Is there any news about Mu Xin? Even Duok Chao Mok reported that the Chinese government has been searching for your sister, Mok Lai, but there's still no news. He sadly replied, Okay, I understand, thank you. Even Yiqing is sorry. We've searched, but there's still no sign of her. But when I used the strongest heavenly secret technique to search, I immediately got some signals and I sensed a strange tone in Yiqing's voice. Muli asked with concern, Were you attacked? He reassured, It's nothing, I'll be fine with a little rest. Then stated, Your sister is a reincarnated powerhouse, right? What is her background? What did you find out? Mok Lai replied, I only know one thing. She's my sister, and I have to bring her home. Mom is waiting for her. Nathan announced, Mok Lai, listen to me. She must have remembered her past and left on her own. From this perspective, she is very safe. But Muli is still worried. Do you know where she is now? Yaking replies, I'm afraid not. However, while searching for her, he discovers a strange plant, one that only grows on White Spirit Mountain. Muli has a place to be. Mount Baklin? Understood. I'm on my way, he instructed. However, from what I know, White Spirit Realm is the strongest and most abundant. Their attitude is ambiguous, neither supporting the demon race nor helping humans. You're the best. There's too much interference. Muli, don't be reckless. Mount Bailing, south of China, is one of the areas where spiritual energy has been revived. He surveys the area, wondering if this is the place Zhang Yiqing spoke of. The spiritual energy is different here. Looking at that vine-covered tree, Muli feels a sense of familiarity. Could it be the same kind of tree he saw when using elemental reversion? The last time he saw this, it was cut short, so he's come to investigate. He activates elemental reversion again, and the image becomes clearer. The vision reveals two figures in discussion. Senior, this ranking battle between the sexes is full of nobodies. There's no fun at all. The senior disciple replied, Little brother, I've told you countless times to endure. You must be cautious and never underestimate your enemies. He activated the barrier at the base of the tree, chanting, The door to another world, open to all directions. Mokli realized then why he couldn't find a trace of Mok Han. The secret realms of the Qi refiners were small worlds created by 8 ancient gods, hidden in China and isolated from the outside world. Muli decided to recite the spell to open the barrier, but nothing changed. Mokli is stunned, but the small worlds created by the ancient gods are usually complex and not easily opened. How can we break this seal? Just then, 2 other cultivators approached and began to speak. The battle between the sects is about to begin. I must hurry back. They chant the familiar incantation, the gate of space, open in all directions. Taking advantage of the moment, Muli transforms into a wisp of air and follows them in. The 2 men wonder if something feels off. Enough with the suspicion, let's move out. Muli safely enters, marveling at the White Peak secret realm. The barrier flickered as the 2 cultivators entered, asking each other, How have you prepared for the ranking battle? The second replied, Is that even a question? Of course I'll train at the sect, where even the weak and sickly can become strong. Hiding in the corner, Muli watched them fly away, then stored his old belongings. The Qi refining cultivators haven't noticed me yet. Perhaps I should disguise myself. Xin hasn't been found yet, so it's best not to reveal my identity. I'll head to a nearby market to gather information. Muli makes his way to the white spirit market. He first placed a ginseng on the table, then said to the waiter, "This 1,000-year-old herb is very valuable. I'll ask you a question, and if you can answer truthfully, I'll give it to you." The waiter replied respectfully, "Sir, I'll tell you everything I know. Whether it's an oriental beauty or a petite girl, I can help you capture any Western cutie." He choked, wondering, "Do I look that indecent?" Muli cleared his throat and explained, "It's not urgent. I'm just a wandering cultivator who's been training in the mountains for years. I've just come out and don't know what the situation is in the white spirit secret realm." The waiter beamed. "Then you've come to the right person. Have you, esteemed guest, ever heard of the 4 directions of the golden ancient Yuanliang heaven? The white spirit secret realm is now ruled by the descendants of the 8 great gods. The area is about the size of a Chinese province, with 50 sects of varying sizes divided into 4 tiers based on strength. There are 3 top-tier sects, each with 5 soul division experts, including 1 late-stage soul division cultivator. 15 second-tier sects each have at least 1 soul division grand cultivator. 21 third-rate sects are guarded by peak Daodan cultivators, along with countless fourth-rate sects and rogue cultivators, where Daodan cultivators struggle to survive. The 4 tiers of sects built the White Spirit secret realm, living on a floating island above Trunkin City. Every 3 years, they hold a ranking battle to encourage the major sects to focus on training and compete for the top spot. Why don't you test your skills since you've just left the mountain to cultivate? It starts in just a few days. Muli asks directly if all the sects will participate, and Xiaoer Fenki replies, "Of course." Muli inquired where the ranking competition would take place, hoping to hear news of Xiaoshinzizi if all the factions had gathered there. He casually replies, "Why, it's the capital of White Spirit, central capital city, of course. Just head straight and you'll see the city gate. This is Qianling territory. There's a transportation system in the city leading to Zhongjing City, which can be activated with spirit stones." Seeing Muli leave, he wished him well, saying, "Not many make it through after sacrificing so much." "Good luck, little cultivator." In the White Spirit mystic realm, the Qian Spirit Sect's teleportation array announced its activation. Second-tier sects pay 1 spirit stone, third-tier pay 2, and fourth-tier sects and rogue cultivators pay 3. The incense is burning low, so hurry up and pay. The recording clerk saw Muli arrive and asked, 3 spirit stones for unaffiliated cultivators. What's your name?" He casually gave the name Lin Erdan. Nearby, a dispute was brewing. "Our tokens say we're a rank 2 sect, 1 spirit stone per person, so why are you demanding 14? The man replied calmly, "You'll be demoted to 3rd rate in this ranking battle anyway, so isn't it reasonable to ask for 14 spirit stones?" Yang Dian felt indignant. This is blatant bullying. Don't think that just because you're from the Qianling sect you can do whatever you want. Ruo Yun quickly reassured him, "Senior brother, don't get worked up. This is no small matter. It's the fate of the entire sect. Don't embarrass us in front of everyone." Cheng Hui, a cultivator from the Qianling sect who had just argued with Yang Dian, placed 14 spirit stones on the table, only to have them vanish from his hand. Startled to see someone before him, Cheng Hui was met with a wary Yang Dian who asked, "Who's there?" Mok Li clutches the bag in his hand, replying, "Just a simple wandering cultivator." Sung Hui is skeptical. Just a wandering cultivator? He draws his sword, making a show of force, and the others from the Qianling sect follow suit, all aiming their blades at Muli. "You've got some nerve. This is Qianling territory." He held up the book, scoffing, "Cultivation sect? 7 members?" Startled, Cheng Hui says, "When did you take the book from me? Give it back now." One of them rushes forward. "Forget the books, let's just take him down." He wears a triumphant look. "Die." Muli sidesteps, easily dodging the blade. Part of the blade was already in his hand, as the man stared blankly at the shattered sword. He stammered, "You exposed them for only needing 7 pills, yet they're demanding 14. The man angrily retorted, "This nobody dares to meddle in Qianling's affairs. Does he have a death wish?" Bystanders whispered, wondering where this cultivator came from, daring to confront Qianling. He probably just came down from the mountains. It's like an ant trying to take down an elephant. He's young and foolish. This should be interesting. I wonder if he'll cry for his mommy later. Muli sternly reminds Cheng Hui, "You created the rules, Qianling, so you must follow them. Why are you acting so lawlessly?" He's not afraid. This is Qianling's territory and his word is law. "What I do is my business. Don't expect to participate in the assignment battle if you don't provide enough spirits." "Yang Dian, what do we do? He's being so unreasonable, what else can we do?" If the Qianlings are so overbearing, perhaps the only way is to go through that area to get to Zhongjing City. Are you kidding? Traveling to Zhongjing City on foot will not only take up competition time, but that area is incredibly dangerous. Could I have foreseen this? Losing strength in the preliminaries would be a disaster. Senior brother, we can't let a moment of recklessness ruin our chances. Nuok Van agrees. Xiaojun is right, we shouldn't risk it. With a sorrowful look, he replied, I know, I'll take care of it. Yang Dian steps forward to advise Mu Li, Friend, thank you for speaking up for us, but when you live under someone else's roof, you have to bow your head. The only way to get to Jingzhong City is to offer spirit stones. So we'll take our leave now to thank you, and we'll take care of your share of the stones. He explained it to them, but they still didn't understand. If they caused chaos once, it would surely happen again. Now that they've been oppressed, even more people will look down on them and find fault with them. Yang Tian felt helpless. The Taoist friend was right, but with the elder having passed away, his fellow disciples are now each their own person. Yang Mao really doesn't know if he can maintain his small foothold in this ranking battle. Seeking the immortal sect is like a thread hanging by 1,000 pounds. Helpless, he placed a bag of money on the table, saying, I have 7 from the immortal seeking sect, plus that friend, making 8. Here are 17 spirit stones. Count them. The Qianling sect will not let him off easily. How dare you move against Qianling? Don't think handing over spirit stones will get you through. Cheng Hui feigned benevolence, saying, Junior brother, we of the Qianling sect are disciplined. If they've offered spirit stones, we should let them pass. But the rules have changed. If you want to save the Chu Xian sect, you'll need to offer 4 stones per person, for a total of 32, not one less. These words drain all color from Yang Dian's face. What did you say? Ruo Xiao couldn't help but complain. It was 2 before, now it's 4, what a ripoff. Cheng Hui ordered them to leave, saying if they didn't have spirit stones, they should get lost and avoid further embarrassment. Ruo Xiao worriedly called out, Senior brother. Yang Dian grits his teeth and endures, I can. The Qianling sect group sneers. So this is all there is to the immortal seeking sect. So-called second-class sect, everyone's a waste, look at him like a dog, isn't he crying? Mok Lai stepped in to stop them. Remind Cheng Hui, and I'll give you one more chance to return the spirit stones to the Chuxian sect. 2 more Qianling sect disciples couldn't hold back and charged forward. Where did this wild beast come from? It's not your turn to interfere with the Qianling sect's territory. With a swift punch to the first face and a matching blow to the second, Mu Li sent them flying. He scoffed. So this is the strength of the Yanling sect? 2 more rushed forward from behind, swords drawn. These fools are asking for a death wish. Molly is done playing games. He wanted to join the sect incognito to find his sister, but they're just bullies. If you dogs won't listen, then I'll beat you until you do. With one strike, the 2 were stunned, all dumbfounded by what had just happened. With one strike, Mu Li created a massive crater in the road ahead, then stepped on the ledger used for collecting spirit stones. Thani Hui was beaten to a pulp and lay paralyzed on the ground. Mu Li said, How's that? This is the #1 sect? How embarrassing. With that settled, Muk Li returned the pouch to Duong Diem, who was grateful and thanked him. I will remember this favor, friend. Cheng Hui struggled to his feet, shouting that they were being ridiculous, provoking a fight, disrespectful, stealing funds, and disrupting the competition. He'd report them all, and none would escape punishment, before a sword pierced his chest. The culprit is Tian Wei, the Harmony sect leader said coldly. Dead men tell no tales. As you all saw, he challenged me to a duel. Having met such an unfortunate end, surely the sect leaders will avenge my daughter. The others echoed in agreement. Sect leader. Yan is right. The Qianling sect thinks too highly of themselves. It was just a friendly match, but he couldn't even withstand a single blow. We never expected this outcome. Indeed, with our numbers, we don't believe the Qianling sect would dare oppose us. The others joined in, slaughtering the Qianling sect cultivators. They told each other that they'd made a killing, saving so many spirit stones, and that no one should be left alive. He's still breathing. Stab him again. Mu Li turned to Yang Dian and said, Let's go. He agreed. Right, I am the eldest disciple of the Chuzhen sect. What should I call you, friend? You seem to have another name. Just call me Mu Erdan. The northern Qingfu teleportation portal has opened, and the cultivators are happily stepping inside, enjoying the free ride. The Qianling sect is screwed this time. Serves them right. They used to run wild because they were the only ones with a portal. Now, they'll pay the price. But what if the Qianling sect retaliates against us? What are you afraid of? We'll just blame everything on the Tao-seeking sect. Yang Dian worriedly thought that with the arrogance of the Qianling sect, those involved could be in danger, and he couldn't stand idly by. Could the lineage of the Chuxian sect be about to collapse because of him? Realizing his worries, Mu Li reassured him, Don't worry, I'm here. I will protect you all. Just prepare well for the sect battle. With that, he disappeared into the crowd, bidding them farewell until they meet again. Ruoxiao anxiously asks, Senior brother, what should we do? That night, at an inn in Zhongjing City, Mu Li sat in his room, cultivating. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door, surprising him. Who could be looking for him so late? A voice from outside announced, "Brother Mu, I am Chu Xian from the Yangdian sect. I apologize for disturbing you so late, but I have something important to discuss." Mu Li opened the door and asked, "What is it? What's wrong?" "I wish you could have seen him bowing to me. Yang Dian of the Seeking Immortals sect pays respects to Master Mok." Behind him were two more disciples, Ruo Shou sect disciple, Ruo Yun sect disciple. "We greet Master Mu." Alarmed, Mu Li quickly sat down to help them up. "Please, disciple Yang Dian, rise and speak." He was startled, thinking, "What in the world is going on? Am I too young to be worshipped like this?" Entering, Mu Li poured tea for the guests, handing a cup to Yang Dian, still pondering what had just happened. "Junior brother Yang, why are you bowing like this?" he said with a serious expression. "The Praying for Immortals sect is eternally grateful for your help today, Master Mu. To meet such a talented young man, I can only assume you're heaven sent. If you wouldn't think our humble sect too lowly, allow me to offer you a cup and hope for your future assistance." After a moment's consideration, Mu Li agrees. "Very well, I started this, so I'll finish it." Yang Dian felt relieved. "Thank you, Master Mu." The next day, at the central capital's battle arena, Yang Dian realized the sects were avoiding him like the plague, likely due to the clash with the Qianling sect, fearing association would bring trouble. Mu Li casually said, "The more they stay away, the quieter it is here." He curiously looked at the team next to him and asked, "Who's that sitting over there?" "He seems important," he whispered. "That's Hong Wei, an elder of the Qianling sect." An announcement echoes across the arena. Someone from the Gu family has come to pay respects to the family head. He takes note, remembering Yang Dian's words from last night about the Gu family's goddess returning. Could Xiaoxin be that goddess? Looking up at the platform, he asked, "Brother Yang, who is that ethereal figure in the center?" Yang Dian solemnly warned, "Don't speak carelessly. That is the most powerful figure in the white spirit mystic realm, the head of the Gu family, Gu Yu. He's ordering everyone to dispense with formalities, saying that it's an honor for him and the entire Gu family that you've all come from so far. 3 years have passed in the blink of an eye. I trust that in these 3 years your abilities and temperament have reached new heights in this triennial competition. I hope you will fight with all your might, a fight to become the pride of your sect." Below, the cultivators shouted in unison, fighting for the honor of their sect. "Fight for the honor of the sect. Fight for the honor of the sect." The host announces that after a long series of competitions, the contest between the 3rd and 4th-rate sects and the disabled cultivators has officially come to an end. The 5 3rd and 4th-tier sects that advanced to the 2nd-tier competition are 5th place, 100 Herb sect, 4th place, Immortal Stream sect, 3rd place, Spirit Control sect, and 2nd place, Dustless sect. And the dark horse of today turns out to be a 4th-rate sect, the top of the Federation. Now, let the sects choose their opponents. The sects have made their choices. The 3rd-tier Immortal Stream sect has chosen to challenge the Celestial Seeking sect. The 3rd-rate 100 Herb sect and the Spirit Control sect also want to fight the Seek Immortal sect. The Lim Gang is also challenging the Immortal Seeking sect, and others are joining in as well. The Wuchen sect. Ruoxiao curses in anger. "Damn it, they don't think we're worth anything." Yang Tian, out of options, had no choice but to accept his fate. "If all the 3rd-rate sects want to fight us, then let's accept." Suddenly, Mu Li patted his shoulder, startling him. He advised him to conserve his strength, as the top-tier sects had even more powerful individuals. Yang Tian was apprehensive. "Mr. Mu, we're a 2nd-rate sect," Mu Li confidently replies. "Soon, we'll be number 1. Ruo Xiao was reinvigorated. Senior brother, we might not be able to keep up with him." Watching him on the arena, Yang Dian thought, "Mr. Mu is too strong. Is he really a layman?" His aura terrifies the host, who stammers, "Which sect wishes to challenge the Chuxian sect?" Growing impatient, Mu Li demanded, "Come on, all of you, get up here." Then, turning to the host, he said, "Stand back, you might get hit." Mok Li's opponent steps into the ring and immediately shouts, "Arrogant brat, we're all coming at you at once to teach you a lesson. You're just a mere Daodan stage cultivator, yet you dare to take on 5 great sects. You truly don't know the immensity of the heavens and the earth." The first opponent lunges forward, but Mok Li leans away, dodging the attack. The second fist of the cultivator came, but he ducked to avoid it. As the third rushed in, Mu Li still hadn't moved when a cold voice echoed from behind. "Kid, you're pretty arrogant, aren't you? Someone compliments you and you just accept it? How arrogant." "Thanks for the compliment." He immediately strikes with a spear. "Go die." With polite words, Mu Li said, "I'm not forcing you. You wanted this." He slammed his hand down, and a blazing inferno erupted in all directions. Once everything is cleared, Muli asks, "Anyone else?" The host behind him is speechless. He'll have to announce it. If no one dares to fight, then start the countdown. The host begins to count. The 198 below were stunned. No, it can't be. It was a one-sided slaughter. Who is this guy, and why is he so strong? At 5 seconds, the elder from the 100 Herb sect urges them to fight. They hesitated, unable to believe it. After years of defeat, they had to win. But with 3 seconds left, no one dared to step forward. Below, the Nuok brothers gazed adoringly at Mu Li, shouting, "Mr. Mu, you're our idol." As the countdown reached 1, the host announced the end. The victorious Sikh Immortality sect cheered. "We won, that's great." Hong Fei scoffs at them, acting cocky after only beating a few third-rate sects. The Seeking Immortality sect shows promise. The host moves on from the third-rate sects. Next, the second-tier sects will choose their opponents, and since the Celestial faction has performed so well, they'll choose first. "So, which team would you like to fight?" Muli answers, "Chenling sect," as he explains the rules. According to the rules, the Chenling sect is a top-tier sect, so you must win the second-tier sect round before you can fight them. This is too much trouble. Why not have all the second-tier sects fight at once? The others below argued with him, talking nonsense, claiming he wanted to fight all the second-rate clans by himself. "Kid, who do you think you are, acting so arrogant?" He Lu, the representative of the Mountain Ghost sect, speaks up. "You'll never shed a tear until you see your own coffin. Let the Mountain Ghost sect teach you some manners." Muli is ready to go. Gu Yu speaks up. "Everyone, if this friend's goal is the Chenling sect, why don't we let him have a match? This won't violate the competition rules or affect the results of the second-rate sects." I wonder what the Chenling sect leader thinks. Hong Fei agrees, which is just what I wanted, to settle old scores. With that, he teleported away. "Then let's fight." Hong Fei appeared opposite Muli. As Xiao worried, "Senior apprentice, what if Hong Fei kills Master Mu?" Yang Dian felt very guilty. "Perhaps Master Mu acted rashly to help us, and we're the ones who put him in danger. I can't let him die like this. Even if the Sikh Immortal sect is weaker than the Chenling sect, we cannot be cowards who cling to life." Ruoxiao asks, "Are you afraid to die?" He bravely replies, "Yes, but the Chuxian sect will not cower. Let's go help Mu Xian." The three of them made a joint decision. "Immortal Mu, Yang Dian is willing to fight alongside you, and so are we." Muli was utterly bewildered. "What is this?" Hong Fei thought he was listening to a joke. How amusing. "Yang Dian, if I recall correctly, the last time your Chuxian sect competed, you overestimated yourselves, resulting in over 10 serious injuries and a crushing defeat. You were the one who severely injured Elder Zhang Qing. Aren't you afraid of repeating the same mistake? I advise you to stop now and save yourself the embarrassment." Muli informed them, "You can all go back. I'll handle this alone." "Is he really that stubborn? Master Mu, Yang Dian is willing to risk his life to prevent you from falling in the arena. The Immortal faction will not back down, and Mu Li won't force the issue. Understood, then prepare to fight." The host steps in to stop them. "Wait a moment, everyone. According to the rules, you can only send one person to fight, so who will it be?" Hong Fei simply ordered, "No need to choose, attack them all. You dare kill members of the Chenling sect? I'll see you all dead." The old man's aura was so intense, Yang Dian could barely stand. No surprise, he's the elder Hong Fei of the Chenling sect. His oppressive power is terrifying. Their swords will soon shatter. Yang Dian worried for the two of them, calling out, "Ruo Yun, Ruo Xiao." Hong Fei mocked them. "Daring to challenge me with such meager strength? Today I won't let your Chuxian sect gain any advantage." Muli calmly asks, "Is everyone all right?" Yang Dian reassured him, "Rest assured, Mr. Mu. Leave it all to me." Hong Fei found this laughable. "Leave it to me? Who do you think you are? A declining sect like yours dares to speak so boldly." He gathers true energy in his palm, then unleashes countless revolving destruction spears, which pierce straight into the ground. The three brothers were startled, and they immediately flew off the arena floor as Muli quickly created a shield to block the attack. He asked if they were all right, and Yang Dian reported their condition. "We're fine, just a bit forcefully ejected from the stage. Thank you, Mr. Mu." He told them to rest and that he would handle things from here. This Chenling sect elder isn't that strong after all. Hong Fei unleashes his second move, and the elder cries out, "I admit, few young people could withstand this blow, but because of your arrogance, countless pillars are driven straight into the ground. Pay the price." Muli retreated to safety, quite impressed. His footsteps danced around the onslaught of attacks, as Hong Fei arrogantly declared, See if you can escape this. He conjures a massive, fiery fist and slams it down, saying, "Try this." The distance closes, but Muli remains unconcerned, putting on quite the act as dust fills the air. His punch was stopped by Muli's shield, and the power he was so proud of shattered into pieces. Hongfei was stunned. "Impossible. You blocked my attack with just your breath? What technique did you use?" This made Muli laugh. "What special move? There's no such thing," he calmly replies. "Just a yawn and your attack vanished? How utterly useless." Hongfei decided to use his next skill to send him to the afterlife, saying, "Then take your skills to hell with you." His magic weapon appeared as a hand holding a small hammer. Hongfei is determined, "Today, I'll show you what a god truly is." With that, he actually summons one. The bell in his hand began to ring, and the people below immediately clutched their heads, unable to bear it any longer. Yang Tian was shocked by the power, as Zhao anxiously asked, "Senior brother, to think that Mr. Mu is unaffected. It seems that Mr. Mu and Hongfei are the strongest here." Seeing him still standing tall, Hongfei increases his power. "Insects, kneel!" Mule retrieves his token, asking, "Even the heavens can't make me kneel. Who do you think you are? He didn't even bat an eye, just some alchemy cultivator. Die for me." A sharp hammer descends, but it's not alone. Countless hands wielding magical weapons attack Muli in unison. If once isn't enough, then twice, 3 times, 4 times, but all attacks shatter against his barrier. Now it's Muli's turn to strike. "You've had your chance. Now watch me." A surge of spiritual energy erupts from Muli's fist, piercing the forehead of the deity the old man summoned. Hongfei was stunned. How could this be? How could a mere Dan realm punk defeat me? How could I lose? Muli teleported behind him, asking, "Any last words?" Before he could answer, Muli punched him down from above. Yang Tian Haixiong, Elder Hongfei, a once-in-a-century talent, couldn't even save his own life before Master Yang, and he began to lose his mind. "You think your petty strength can kill me? It's not that easy. I am the strongest. Your Seeker's sect will always be trash. You're all just trash, and I'll send you all to hell. Die." A sharp blade hurtles towards Muli, who catches it with one hand, crushes it, and declares, "You've lost." Hongfei was stunned. "Impossible. He blocked my divine blade with one hand? How could I be defeated by some nobody in the core formation stage? The white spirit mystic realm only needs me. There can't be a second. Once I break free of these shackles, I'll kill you." His disciples panicked. "No, Elder Hongfei, stop!" A strange aura blankets the area, casting a dark shadow as a demonic figure appears behind Hongfei. "Kid, give me your life." Muli frowned, cursing, "What a madman," as a bolt of heavenly lightning struck him. The other cultivators grit their teeth, cursing, "Elder Hongfei, you bastard, I will avenge our elder. The Gu family is still here. Don't be rash." Gu Yu then spoke, saying that to defeat his opponent he had broken the heavenly seal, causing disaster. Even a god would end up like a mortal. With his mortal heart never dying, and his Tao heart never being born, it was a pity for a sect leader to pass away like this. The proctor finally regained his senses and announced that the second-rate Sikh immortal sect had defeated the first-rate sect in this competition. Ruoxiao is moved to tears. They won. They actually won. Yang Dian was stunned. Their cultivation sect had become a top-tier sect. He led the others in a kneeling bow of gratitude. "It's all thanks to Master Mu. Please accept Duong Dian's gratitude." Muli, fearing a shortened lifespan, quickly helped them up. "Brother Yang, everyone's injured. Please stand up so we can talk. Tianwei admires your talent and has come to invite that valiant young man. Would you like to become a part of the Joyous Union sect?" Yang Dian is shocked. "To become part of the Joyous Union sect? Isn't that the sect that devours men whole?" She sneers. "You're weak and can't fight, yet you call us women monsters." Then Tianwei lifted his chin and said, "What if it were Brother Mu?" Muli disgustedly brushed her hand away and left, uninterested. She says a classic line, "Men are always so heartless." Next, Yang Dian is targeted. "What about our little brother? This cultivator seems quite old. Could he still be inexperienced in these matters?" Yang Dian blushed with embarrassment. "The Seeker's sect is orthodox and abstains from women. This is common." Tianwei exclaimed, "Is that so? If the cultivator has had a change of heart, when will you come visit me?" With that, she turned and left. "When will we meet again?" Muli reminds them, "Let's go, I'll take you back to rest." Suddenly, a voice called out from behind, "Please wait, monk, this is from the Gu family elder for you." Muli was surprised. An invitation? Yang Dian was surprised. Mr. Mu was invited to the Gu family's grand banquet. He wondered, is it just a social gathering? No way, I hate parties. He then explained it to him. Muli may not realize that being invited to the Gu family feast means he can cultivate there, a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Dongdian returns the reward to Muli. Mr. Mu, we wouldn't have made it through this ranking battle without you, and the rewards for ascending to a top-tier sect are naturally plentiful. We'll give you those 8 portions. Please accept them. The 2 Nuok brothers behind them exclaimed in unison, please accept them. Muli took only a portion, saying, the Qiushen sect is still weak. This promotion will lead to many hardships. I'll take only 4 portions and consider the remaining 6 my gift to the sect. Yang Dian refused. Mr. Mu, please don't be so polite. Besides this reward, we have many other spoils. It would be too greedy for the immortal-seeking sect. Muli instructed them, take it. I really don't need this many spoils. Just take them and be sure to develop the sect for the better. When the heavenly seal dissipates, I'll come find you all. Yang Dian bowed his head, thanking Master Mu. Then, I will accept it. If you ever have time to visit, the immortal-seeking sect will never forget your kindness. Muli bid them farewell. Now that the celestial seal has dissipated, the Seeker's sect must relocate from the R border to the first-rate sect's territory. Time is of the essence, so make haste with preparations. My mission with the immortal-seeking sect is complete. I'll be heading to the Gu family for a while. Ruoxiao wonders if Master Mu is implying that he won't be returning to the Qiushen sect. Mockley admits, perhaps the time is short, that's why I've come to the Gu family. The entire Chuxian faction bows in respect. Farewell, Master Mu. As night falls at the Gu family banquet, the Wuchen sect toasts Gu Yu, impressed by his powerful demeanor, and Gu Yu calls out, little friend Muli, come join us. As Muli was eating, he was called out, and the old man asked, young friend, is the food to your liking? He replied, it's all right. The others paled at the sight of Muli, while the Wuchen sect members forced obsequious smiles. Cultivator, Mu is so young and talented. Today's battle was truly eye-opening. I wonder who taught Cultivator Mu? The sect that has him is truly blessed. Mockley casually replied, oh, nothing special, just self-taught. He thought to himself that it was too noisy, making it hard to swallow his food, and he couldn't eat anymore. Muli put down his chopsticks and said, I'm full. Everyone take your time. Seeing Gu Yu pat his shoulder, he wondered, sirs, what is it? The old sage said, young friend, don't rush. I have a gift for you. This way, please. Those behind were envious, thinking, damn, so biased. It's infuriating. Is that even acceptable? Gu Yu leads Muli to a secluded spot and asks him which province of Huajia he governs. Surprised, Muli asks, you knew my identity all along? Zhenan replies, don't worry, I mean you no harm. When you fought Hongfei, your true power was revealed. The power of the prefecture governor's dragon energy was unleashed, exposing his identity. He marveled, as expected of the descendants of the high god, so perceptive. The old man guessed he was looking for someone. Muli admits it. The old man guessed correctly. If I'm not mistaken, the person you're looking for is your sister, right? Muli asked worriedly. Is my sister the newly returned goddess of the Gu family? The old man admits, that's right. You're eager to see her, and yes, you will. But not yet. The goddess, upon her return, must awaken her ancient memories. Muli asks, is my sister the inheritor of the Gu family's power? He denies she's a successor. She is the ancient power. All the ancient gods have passed or vanished, and she alone remains. Sometimes she falls into a deep sleep for hundreds or even thousands of years. Other times she awakens spontaneously and grows up like a normal child, as if reborn. Shocked by this revelation, Muli replies, my sister is an ancient being, a living relic. Gu Yu hesitantly adds, it's not that I oppose your meeting with the goddess. In his heart, he dared not reveal the news. If he married the goddess of the Gu family, then the Gu family would have no more external threats. Muli continued, how long will it take for the goddess to regain her memories? The elder replied, it's uncertain. A month or 2 at best, 3 years at worst. He thought anxiously, that's too long. When the Jianmu is born, the mountain's spiritual energy will recover and chaos will ensue. I wonder how Zhang Yiqing and Jizu will cope. Muli reports the situation to Gu Yu. The spiritual energy of the outside world is recovering, ancient artifacts are reviving, and dormant alien races on Earth are beginning to stir. Aren't the descendants of you 8 great gods planning to emerge? If they run rampant, the mortals won't be able to handle it alone. The outside world needs you. Gu Yu explained that the descendants of the 8 great gods in our secret realm have been secretly acting for a long time and already have certain plans. Sending intelligence agents to kill the alien races would only make the others more cautious, creating a chain reaction that would do more harm than good. So, we just let them run rampant out there? The outside world is rich with spiritual energy, and the other races are multiplying like crazy. If we wait until the seal of heaven disappears, it will become an immeasurable disaster. I advise you, Lord of Jing Province, don't be impatient, just listen to me. As for grasping the situation of the riots, our inaction doesn't mean we're standing by and waiting for death, but rather waiting for the alien races to drop their guard, waiting for all the alien races hiding in the shadows to emerge, and then the 8 great secret realm gods will be reborn to encircle and attack, and a miracle will surely happen, and we will surely eradicate them completely. Mocklai thought to himself, a small world that has existed since ancient times, where even the art of refining qi has been passed down to this day without interruption. Secret realms. How much more is there that I don't know about this place? Can I trust them? The next day, Gu Yu leads Mu Li to a place, saying, Brother Mu, this is the Gu family's spirit pool. The deepest part is forbidden, and outsiders aren't allowed in. I can only take you this far. The Gu family spirit pool is connected to the veins of the white spirit secret realm, containing much of its spiritual essence. An ordinary person entering the pool would experience a significant boost in power, and the longer they stay, the better. You should see for yourself. Mu Li sincerely replied, Thank you, senior. Just then, a third person appeared. Gu Yu recognized the Kunshu Taoist had arrived. Surprised, Mu Li asks, Yuan Yang? The old man curiously asks the Kunshu Daozi if he has deciphered the records of the white spirit mystic realm cultivators and gained much. Yuan Yang enjoys the atmosphere, noting that the ancient clan's spirit pool is indeed worthy of its reputation as one of the 8 great secret realms. He's surprised to see Mu Li there. Ku Yu wonders, you two know each other? Yuan Yang explains that they met in the underground city in the outside world and are quite close, adding, So, Brother Mu is here to practice qi as well? The Gu family's spirit pool is truly sacred ground. I benefited greatly from my 8 days there. If I can break through the Daodan realm, I'll likely reach the late stage of soul division. Mu Li muses that it's astonishing in size, and if he could bring a large number of Huaxia cultivators here, wouldn't they all become experts? Gu Yu reminds him that as a quasi-Dao child, rumored to be at the peak of the Daodan realm, and having stayed in the spirit pool for 8 days, reaching the late stage of soul division is not surprising. And if he breaks through, he could cultivate to the peak of soul division in a short time. Other cultivators can only last 2 or 3 days, 4 at the most. I wonder how long this cultivator Mu will endure. Wenyang believes Mu is on par with him and will surely last 6 days, while Gu Yu invites him in to see how far he'll go. Wenyang wished him luck, hoping Mu would achieve a good result. Mu Li calmly entered, breathing in the wonderful atmosphere. He marveled, indeed a sacred place, the spiritual energy is as dense as the purple star. He immediately began cultivating, his spiritual power spreading throughout the cave, constantly radiating outward. Yuan Yang frowned, realizing how hasty he was being. Gu Yu disagreed with Mu Li's approach, believing his reckless cultivation from the start pushed his body to its limit too quickly, leaving his core unable to keep up. A foolish move. At this rate, 6 days inside is impossible. 5 days is already pushing it. Yen Yang knows Mu Li is rushing things too much. 4 days have passed outside the Gu family's spirit pool, and they worry for Mu Li, who rushed too quickly and won't last past tomorrow. Yuan Yang laments that Mu Li can only stay 5 days in such a rich spiritual environment, a waste. Just then, 2 disciples came to greet Patriarch Gujia Kungsuzi, sensing the intense spiritual energy emanating from someone cultivating within. Gu Yu replied that it was Mu Li from the Qiujian sect. It's my fault for not warning him, he shouldn't rush. At this rate, he'll be out of there before we are. Inside, Mu Li was condensing a small pearl, calmly continuing his training as the 2 others entered, saying, All the spiritual energy is rushing towards that kid. Shouldn't we go take a look? The other man agreed, but Mocklai knew it wasn't enough. He still needed more energy. Has he reached the divine mind stage yet? No, it's not time yet. I want more spiritual energy to cultivate. If the core isn't enough, then I'll cultivate my body with my dantian. Every inch of my flesh is being tempered. On the 6th day outside the Gu family spirit pool, the 2 outside began to fret, and finally he emerged. They thought he'd only last 5 days, but he persevered to the 6th. Yuan Yang is surprised. He frantically absorbed spiritual energy from the start, yet still lasted 6 days. It seems Mu is far superior to me. Gu Yu admired him, as expected of Zhou Mu, who dared to defy the heavens. The family would definitely marry the goddess to him. The other 2 came out first, and Mu Li praised, Senior brother. This Gu family spiritual pool is extraordinary. I feel indescribably comfortable all over. It's not him. Gu Yu was shocked. Why is it them? One of them realizes what's happening. Why hasn't he come out yet? Wenyang is shocked. Is Mu intending to stay inside for 7 days? Guyu suspects that must be the case. The two cultivators are shocked that no one has ever stayed inside for 7 days. And now, on the 9th day, Mu Li still hasn't emerged. Wenyang grew worried. What was going on? This doesn't make sense. Could something have happened to Brother Mu inside? That's right, it's been 9 days already. Why hasn't he come out yet? Guyu asks. No, his spiritual energy is stable. He's probably still absorbing it like crazy. I doubt 9 or 10 days is his limit. You can't measure him with common standards. If Chen Jiang can obtain such a peerless talent, it would be a stroke of luck. In ancient times, countless savage alien races descended from the sky, prompting the sages of old to wage a life-or-death battle, ultimately establishing a celestial seal upon the earth. Wenyang thought to himself that the traces of ancient gods had faded, and with the weakening of the heavenly seal, the earth was on the verge of an unprecedented catastrophe. The 8 secret realms are strong enough to fight, but is the alien race the only threat? And I thought I was on par with Mu, but now I realize I was reaching too high. Suddenly, there was a strange movement at the cave entrance, and Yuan Yang stared in astonishment at the scene before him. Mu Li inside had broken through, transforming into a true dragon and roaring with power. He knows the Great Power's Tao fruit has been revived, and the spiritual power fluctuates violently throughout the cave, startling the frogs hiding in the lotus pond, who flee in panic. The surging spiritual power emanates from the cave entrance. A cultivator recognizes the sound as a dragon's roar, while Guyu suspects it's the roar of the Qin Chao Mok dragon. He ordered the spirit pools sealed off, and all disciples were to obey. He couldn't believe it, using a spirit vein to evolve the Jingzhou wood. Just what was he? Even Mu Li doesn't know how long he's been in the Gu family's spirit pool. 9 or 10 days? Surrounded by water, he wonders where he is. Looking ahead, he's shocked by the dense spiritual energy of the light. And so he decides to swim closer to investigate, but upon approaching it, he's shocked. Could this be the origin of the Gu family's spirit? Earth, fire, water, snow. This is a place even a soul-split cultivator couldn't reach, but time flows differently here. Mu Li reaches out to touch a tree, and things continue to change. The tree suddenly overflows with spiritual energy. 100 flowers bloom, and a jade pearl absorbs the energy. The pearl announced, "Greetings, Jingzhou Wood." Mu Li replied, "Greetings," it calls itself, Jingzhou Wood. With time to recover and revive, it's time to leave this place. Guyu, who was guarding outside, noticed Mu Li's exit, impressed by his genius and potential. Wenyang's eyes lit up. 45 days, senior apprentice. I was only in there for 5 days, but you were in there for 45. What exactly did you do in there? He replies that the spirit energy inside was abundant. This is truly a sacred place. I wonder how long it's been since I returned. Guyu asked Mu, concerned how his training went. Mu Li felt the power within him. He had gained so much, it was almost a complete transformation. Wenyang asks cautiously, "Have you passed the soul division stage yet?" He denies it. "I'm still in the core formation stage." Hearing this, she was dumbfounded. "Still at the Daodan stage. Why do I find you even scarier than the soul division stage?" Mu Li suddenly remembers, "Right, Senior Gu, what about the Wood Gu family's goddess?" He replies that it will be soon. Judging by the activity within the Forbidden Chamber, it should be within a day or two. Mock cultivator. The sect cultivators have been waiting to see you in the Gu family banquet hall since early this morning. You've been in seclusion for so long, you must be hungry. Why don't you come down the mountain with me for a bite to eat and a rest? What do you say? Mu Li agreed. 2 days later, at the entrance to the forbidden area behind the Gu family estate, all those who came to watch wondered what realm the goddess would reach after such a long seclusion. The goddess is an ancient powerhouse reborn. She's bound to be different. Look, the goddess has awakened. Makhan awakens, and the cultivators cry out in unison to greet the goddess, who dismisses their formalities as Moklai struggles to reconcile this new version of her, calling out her name. His face lights up with joy. "Makhan, I've finally found you." Makhan leaned away from his outstretched hand, leaving him stunned. "Makhan, don't you recognize me?" Makhan didn't recognize him at all, asking, "Who are you?" Moklai never expected things to turn out this way, and could only call out her name. "Makhan, it's me, your brother. Don't you remember? Please, try to remember." Guyu patted his shoulder from behind. "Cultivator Mu, don't worry. The goddess's current state is due to the merging of memories, so she's in a semi-chaotic state, but she'll remember soon." Mu Li breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, so that's how it is. "It's okay, Muxin, take your time. You'll remember me. Remember, Mom, no matter who you are, you're still part of our family." The goddess asked, "Did you just call me Muxin?" Gu Yu corrected. Great goddess, your ancient name is Gu Xin, and you are part of our Gu family. She replied, Gu Xin, huh? I prefer Mu Xin. From now on, call me Mu Xin. I don't care what the old man says, as long as you like it. Mu Xin looks at him and asks, Is there anything to eat? I'm hungry, Gu Yu commands, ordering food to be prepared for the goddess at once. Moxon repeats the question, but he just stammers, confused. Huh? He was hungry, but on one condition. Muli gave her something. I went through a lot of trouble to get this spirit fruit. Call me Big Brother, and I'll give it to you. With an expressionless face, Muhan stared blankly at him, and Muli had no choice but to hand it over. I have plenty more where that came from, so don't worry. He thought to himself that he almost forgot. This wasn't the Makhan he knew. Now she's transformed into an ancient goddess, noble and dignified, unlike the girl she once was. Makhan devoured a fruit in one bite and reached out for more. I want more. This speed startles him. She's already finished one. Reaching for a second fruit, Mu Xin shoves the whole thing in her mouth. Muli coaxes her to slow down, telling her there's plenty left, to which Mu Xin replies, Thank you, brother. Yonyang, who had been watching, was stunned. Is that even allowed? He's trying to seduce her, but I have spirit fruit too. Call me brother, and I'll give it to you. However, Makhan's attitude towards this person is completely indifferent. Don't come near me. That man is the most disgusting and filthy thing in the world. Yuan Yang, unconvinced, pointed at him and asked, What about him? Mu Xin shook her head. You two are nothing alike. Gu Yu stepped forward to announce, Goddess, lunch is ready. You ordered it to be brought here. Aside from you and Mu Li, don't let any scum near me. Lao Xun gives the goddess clear instructions, while Mu Li is busy comforting his new acquaintance, and they return to the ancient banquet hall. Looking at the feast, Makhan didn't even want to pick up her chopsticks. There was nothing she wanted to eat. Gu Yu asked gently, What is it you want to eat? I'll have someone prepare it. I want golden-winged eagles, Han Yuan dragons, and Qingyu phoenix birds. Do you have those? Gu Yu struggled to maintain his composure, turning to Mu Li to ask if what she wanted was really that expensive. He whispers that they're very, very expensive. Where do you think these cultivators normally get their income? These recent banquets have cost them a pretty penny, so we should be understanding. Mu Xin obediently agreed. All right then. That's it. No food today, maybe tomorrow. Moli called out, Mo Xin, come home with me. Mom hasn't seen you in so long and is worried. Surprised, she asks, Go home? Why would I go home with you? He replies confidently, Because we're family. With an eager expression, Mu Xin asks, A family? Are you my husband? But then her expression turns sad. No, I don't think so. You're too weak, so different from me. How could you be my husband? Forget it. Let's go home. I don't like it here. Gu Yushin interjected. Goddess, you are the goddess of our Gu family. This is your home. Moxon is doubtful. Really? He assures her it's true, but she remains unconvinced. This isn't my home. He didn't know what to say, but a goddess? Musin replies, What is it? Are you deaf? I said. Gu Yu complied. I understand. She turns to Yumuli. Let's go. What are you doing out here? A week later, outside the White Spirit's secret realm, he was worried that his mother would find her pensive state difficult to understand. Later, Muli called home to give an update. Mom, I found my sister. I'll be home tonight. But she has some issues. She doesn't remember us. If she doesn't recognize me, don't be too sad. Chen Yuan happily replied, I know, I'm just glad Xiaoxin is safe. After delivering the news, Muli hung up, thinking to himself that it had been over 2 months since he left the mortal realm for the White Spirit's secret realm. China was rich in spiritual energy, but now it's even denser. I wonder what's happening there. I'll call him now. Yiqing is surprised to see my call. As soon as Muli answered, Yiqing urgently asked, How are you? Did you find your sister? I found her, Muli reported, but I need your help with something. Yiqing immediately agreed. Just say the word. Send someone to the foot of White Spirit Mountain to find us, and make sure they bring flying swords. Keep it discreet and avoid unnecessary trouble. Without question, Yiqing agreed. Understood. Just stay put, and wait for me to send someone to pick you up. Molly glanced back at Moxon with concern as the trees around the Molly garden began to sway violently. Even the old emperor's hat was blown off, his brand new hat. He angrily chased after it, shouting, Where did this wind come from? It blew my hat right off. Seeing the helicopter, the old groundskeeper panicked. Oh my, who's here in broad daylight? Mali jumps out of the helicopter and waves, Hello, long time no see, old man. The old emperor was overjoyed to see him. Molly, you're finally back. I heard you went to the mystic realm, but you didn't take me with you. Suddenly, all 4 of its limbs were restrained by spiritual power. It was shocked. What was happening? Muli turns back, curious. Musin, what are you doing? Oh heavens, how can her sealing be so powerful? She revealed that tengu meat is extremely nutritious. Seeing the grill appear, the old emperor never imagined he'd face this day. They want to eat me? Are you kidding me? You suddenly want to eat me? Little girl, do you even know who I am? You want to eat me? Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Mu Xin blankly summons lightning, asking if it can kill him. The old emperor was sealed inside by spiritual power for roasting, and heavenly lightning struck his butt. He summoned the 7 treasures' exquisite umbrella to block the next bolt. But the umbrella was completely burnt to a crisp, and the old emperor was terrified. Good heavens, is your little sister even human? How is she so powerful? He decided to make a run for it, thinking, that kid Mu Li saved me. She really wanted to eat me. Mu Li, seeing that Lao Huang had suffered enough, finally spoke up for him. Moxon, put him down. You can't eat this dog. Moxon is surprised, asking why not. He replies, this dog is one of us, not an outsider. She decides to spare the old emperor. Fine, I won't eat this dog then. Old Huang, now spared, began to howl. Help me, there's animal abuse going on here. Just then, it bumped into the flag bearer. She asked curiously, Lao Huang, didn't you miss Mu Li? Why are you running away now that he's back? Chen Yuan saw her outside and called out, Xiaoxin, where have you been? Your mother was so worried. Ignoring her mother's grip, Makhan wondered if the half-human demigod was edible, catching Tran Vien off guard. What nonsense is she spouting now? Have you eaten? Are you hungry? Why are your hands so cold? And you too, Xiaoli. Your brother never seems to care about you. Mu Xin was stunned to hear her say that. Her brother was approved. Chen Wen is pleased, thinking that her daughter truly knows how to care for her brother. Let's go inside, it's freezing out here. Molly calls them in. She's our mother. Du finally speaks up. Unbelievably, your sister is actually the ancient goddess, Xin. You wonder if she knows her? She reveals that she's not just any god, but a reborn supreme deity. He's bewildered. So what? Zhaoji reveals a shocking secret. She even roasted and ate my mother's azure feather Luan. Mu Li was in disbelief. An ancient god who roasts other people's rides? Tell me more about her. Thus, Guye recounts Xin's dark past, a goddess unlike any other in ancient times. This goddess was known for her appetite. She ate everything imaginable. She dared to eat anything and everything, and the ancient gods avoided her. Lian Wu Huang, fearing he'd be eaten, traded some divine beasts, only to have them roasted. Mu Li hesitantly asks why she reacted that way upon seeing the old emperor. Is she afraid of nothing? Has no god tried to hold her accountable? Du Ji shrugged, replying, what good would that do? Goddess Gu Xin doesn't belong to any system. She's incredibly mysterious and no god can punish her. Luckily, Gu Xin had a shred of conscience and went to devour the other races, taking even their treasures, single-handedly wiping out the alien alliance without a fight. The strong aliens are all gone, and as a result, they're all dead. Seeing his return, Fu Yun happily greeted Mu, rushing to embrace him, relieved that he was finally back and that many things had happened in the 2 months he was gone. He calmly asks, what happened? Fu Yun replies seriously, in the last 2 months, a member of the alien race was born. In Emperor City, Mu and Fu Yun entered a room where Mu continued his earlier line of questioning. The others, where are they? Fu Yun explained that the battle at Kunlun Mountain had emboldened the other races in Huaxia, and they harbored both resentment and rage towards him. He's been gone for a few days, and several more races have emerged, hiding in the mountains, lurking in the canyons, and some have even taken human form and infiltrated our world. Fu Yu chimed in, saying, that's right. The otherworldly races that have infiltrated the human world have been mercilessly killing people, leaving many dead or severely wounded. Several mountains have now been occupied by these races, and frankly, they want your blood to avenge their kin. Mu Li suddenly realized, what about Senior Tianxin? Where is he? Fu Yun continued, our master was injured in battle and is now recuperating in seclusion. If Zhang Yiqing hadn't intervened then, the consequences would have been dire. Zhang Yiqing has now used almost all of the most advanced high-tech weapons in the mountains occupied by the alien race in order to prevent them from invading human territory. Fu Yue solemnly said, Mu Li, we've been waiting for your return. After all, you are the shield of Huaxia. Mu Li reassured, rest assured, with me here, if they try to raise their heads, I'll chop them off. Fu Yun pondered. One more thing. Yiqing is a successor of the Heavenly Secrets path, so he plans every step carefully. We received word from him a few days ago that the Heavenly Seal formation is about to dissipate. Mu Li then understood. No wonder he'd felt weaker since leaving the White Spirit realm. The Heavenly Seal was fading, meaning the cultivation world's darkest hour was at hand, and all fates were uncertain. Who can predict the future? Did Yiqing foresee the day the Heavenly Seal would completely vanish? Fu Yue replies, not certain, but soon. 8 or 9 days at the earliest, half a month, or a month at the latest. Fu Yun worries endlessly, saying that even without the heavenly seal, they can't do anything against a Soul Division expert, let alone someone stronger. Fu Yue was growing even more anxious. What to do? The alien race has powerhouses stronger than the Soul Division stage lying dormant, waiting for the celestial seal to disappear so they can emerge. Ichesos. What will happen to the people of Huazia? Moli, do you think humanity will be destroyed because of this? Moli poured a glass of water and replied, it's not that serious. Even without the celestial seal, the alien race wouldn't dare do anything to the spirit race. This Earth will forever be the spirit race's home. This time, Bai Ling and I discovered many cultivators there, including those at the split soul stage and beyond. Even if the celestial seal disappears, the cultivators of the mystic realm will become a nightmare for the alien races. Fu Yun asked excitedly. Does that mean they're willing to cooperate? He asked. With a crisis looming, we must unite against a common enemy. He exclaimed with joy, Great! With the help of the secret realm cultivators, our chances of winning will be much higher. Fu Nungu added excitedly. In that case, let's go to Kunlun Mountain tomorrow and teach those arrogant aliens a lesson. Her brother subtly reminds her, Sister, Mu has just returned and you're already antagonizing the aliens. Now is not the time. Fu Yun reveals, last time she fought the aliens, they tore all her clothes off. Fu Yue, mortified, shouts, Say no more. Who asked for your input? You're surprised something like that happened? Before Fu Yun could finish, his hot-tempered sister covered his mouth. Of course, that alien is much stronger than her. How could she win? Muli instructs her to send a challenge on his behalf, saying that he will go to Kunshu tomorrow and behead that alien. Seeing him stand up for her, Fu Nyet was touched, while Fu Van imagined that Mu Xing treated his sister better than him. As night fell, Mu Xing was still craving something. The Celestial Hound really wants to eat. Celestial Hound, just let me have a bite. Just one bite. She couldn't stop glancing over. The Star Dragon meat is so good there's nothing you can do. Oh no, it's over. Meanwhile, Ao Xuan, as described by Mu Xin, entered to pay his respects. Brother Huangfu, it's been a while. Suddenly, he was overwhelmed by an unknown force, as the old emperor watched from the shadows as Ao Xuan was bound. Finally, the old emperor can sleep in peace. Ao Xuan questions, does this girl have a prejudice against me? Why did she want to fight me from the first time we met? Moxon picks up a knife. Don't mess around. Come here and I'll tear you apart. Molly takes the weapon from her, saying, Xiaoxin, we can't eat this one. She's upset. Why can't we eat this? Still the same reason. He's one of us. He thought to himself, that goddess is such a glutton. How terrifying. Mok Han huffs in annoyance, and Pu Van asks him if he's arrived. Ngao Hien replies, Yes, I came as soon as I heard from Huang Pu, but I don't understand why that girl keeps staring at me. He tries waving hello. Moxon barely holds back her laughter, while Ao Xuan wonders why this young lady seems to have a prejudice against him. He has to restrain that eager person again. Stay calm, Xiaoxin. You can't eat him. Let's talk somewhere else. You're attracting her too much. Keep your distance. With a heavy heart, Ao Xuan agreed, standing aside as he delivered the news. I came because I heard that tomorrow, Brother Mu will be going to Kunlun Mountain to punish the alien race, and I, Ao, will do everything in my power to help. Secondly, I heard that traces of the alien race have also been discovered beyond Kunwu Mountain, deep within Tianlong Mountain. Muli was shocked. The alien race is in Tianlong too? Ao Huyan admits that the heavenly seal will inevitably dissipate, but the demon race will work with humans to resist the alien race. He suggests that since the alien race has now appeared in Tianlong Mountain, he should guard it to protect the safety of the demon race and humans, while the alien race in Kanhu is a disaster for China, and they will pay the price. Ao Xuan hesitated. Since Fu Yun advises it, let's listen to Brother Mu. He would heed their words, and whatever decision Mu made, Ao would do his best. Muli appreciates the sentiment. Fu Yun reminds him, Brother Mu, it's getting late. Shall we go? Then tomorrow we meet at the foot of Kunwu Mountain? He replies, Very well, I won't see you off then. The next morning, the group journeyed to the foot of Mount Kunlun. No sooner do we arrive than the Starry Sky clan blocks our path. Huaxia, Qin Chao's target, dares to meet me in battle? He scoffed. And why wouldn't I dare? Yun Manor carefully warned him that there were definitely ambushes on the mountain. Muli reassured him, It's all right. Just wait for me at the foot of the mountain. Jiaoji and Mu Xin followed. We're coming too. The old emperor yelled from behind, unable to keep up. Wait for me! Fu Yue grabbed the dog by the scruff. What can you even do, mutt? It yelps and barks, telling them to let go of its scruff while the others smirk, seeing him give chase. The governor of Jing province dares to show his face here. Now that the fish is caught, let's get him, brothers. A horde of people surrounded Muli, and one of them spoke. The Jing province governor truly has no fear of death, daring to kill members of our Starry Sky tribe. Even cutting you into 100 pieces wouldn't be enough. Today, I'll offer your blood as a sacrifice to the demon clan. I heard you're at the peak of Daodan, invincible under the power of the Heavenly Seal. Too bad the Heavenly Seal is weakened now. You can only wait for death. You little brat, Cloud Manor is stunned. There are too many of them. Moon Manor estimates over 20 Spirit Severance Realm cultivators. And their levels are high, very high. There are also 5 peak soul transformation experts, he asks with a frown. Damn it, they even gathered this many strong individuals to ambush Muayang. Wasn't Kunlun Mountain only supposed to have 3 Soul Division Realm cultivators? Yu was terrified, realizing this was a long-planned conspiracy to lure Muli out, while Yun worried that Muli's sudden burst of power was making them unsteady. Fu Wen exclaimed, "What? This aura is too powerful." He uses an energy shield to protect them, asking, "Weren't you supposed to wait for me at the foot of the mountain?" Fu Yun advises, "Brother Mu, it's better to be safe than sorry. We came when we were ready." Muli confidently says, "It's fine. Take the lead and kill him. Let him know the power of the Soul Division stage. What right does a core formation have to be arrogant?" Seeing them rush over, Muli also begins to act. He summons his sword, and then the whole sky erupts in a huge explosion. The terrified opponents exclaimed, "How is this possible? How can a Daodan realm withstand the power of the Soul Division stage without being crushed? This isn't the power of the Daodan stage, but the power of the Soul Division stage." "What? Isn't he in the Daodan realm?" Muli asked sternly. "Who told you I was only at the Daodan level? They couldn't believe it." "Limitless. Daodan? Is there even something beyond the peak of Daodan? I don't believe there's a level stronger than the peak of the Daodan. Even the ancient gods never achieved such a thing. He must be using some kind of trick and will soon run out of steam. Today, we must eliminate him." He swung his sword, decapitating one in response. Believe it or not, just try to stay alive. They couldn't help but panic. How could he be this strong? Could there be a level beyond the extreme stage of the Dao elixir that I don't know about? One of them, Ba Wen, reminded, "Wait, have you forgotten? This is a brand new era, a so-called eternal world, the ultimate prosperity of ages, incomparable to this one. This era is even more glorious than ancient times, with a larger population, so the appearance of someone like him is only natural. In this universe, our race is full of people as strong as him, or even stronger. With the death of humanity's gods and the shattering of the Heavenly Seal, Earth's doomsday has arrived. This planet will soon be ours. The Earth will be just like any other planet, forced to kneel before the hundreds of races in this universe." Muli confidently declared, holding his divine sword, "I don't know what will happen after the celestial seal disappears, but I can at least wipe you out now." Ba Wen quickly ordered, "Defend!" He's unleashing a barrage of sword energy. Their defenses are instantly shattered, and the clansmen begin to lose heart. "No, he's too powerful. We can't hope to defeat him, let alone kill him, while the Heavenly Seal remains intact," Ba Van threatened, his voice tight. "Governor of Jingzhou, you think you're untouchable? You're just an ant compared to our experts. We could crush you with one hand." He poured more power into his sword and said, "Maybe you'll confess even without being asked. You've made me realize a few things. To kill you, I have to wipe out your hideout too." Yet, someone shattered his myriad of returning swords. Mok Han was shocked. Who is this person? How could he so easily block Muli's killing move? Fu Yun wondered, just who is that? Mok Lai glared at the newcomer as his figure emerged from the thick smoke, prompting cheers of, "It's Lord Xing Chen. We're saved." With a cold expression, Xing Chen appraised him. "Muke of Qingzhou from Huaxia, not bad." Muli isn't surprised. As expected, now that the Heavenly Seal is starting to dissipate, beings of this caliber are emerging. Pseudo-gods with divided souls, nearing the realm of law. With a chilling tone, Tianthan says, "I was born hearing of a foolhardy Huaxia who dared to kill my white clan. You ask, can't your leader kill me? Humans and other races are locked in irreconcilable conflict, and you hide on this earth thinking you can rule it? I'm tired of hearing you say I dare to kill your people. What can other races do to me? What makes you think I wouldn't dare? I'd cut down your so-called god, even if he stood right in front of me." Xingchen coldly replied, "You've got spirit, I'll give you that. You're the most impressive Jingzhou governor I've seen in my lifetime. Given enough time, you might even restore the Grand Dao sect. But alas, you're out of time. A Dao core at its limit is stronger than a magical treasure, and now it's even stronger than a Dao core. How could someone like you allow him to grow? My magic, like any other, can break anything with a mere flick of the wrist, turning you to dust. Surrounded by his magic, Mu Li dodged an incoming blast, and seeing his opponent unscathed, he was stunned, sweating profusely as he asked, "Dao Dan, how can you move when I've cast my spell?" He wondered if some master was secretly protecting him, then turned to Mu Xin and asked, "Is it you? Who are you, some kind of god?" He wondered, "Are you really a false god?" His pride wounded, he asks, "Are you questioning me?" He retorts, "You deserve to be questioned when you know nothing." Frustrated, the spirit asks, "What did you say?" Mu Li explained, "You want to know why your magic doesn't work on me, right?" He casually waves his hand at him, demonstrating, and at that moment a surge of energy suddenly explodes behind him. He panics. "This," Mu Li repeats, "didn't see it clearly?" One more time. And with his second demonstration, more people died. Gathering his spirit energy, Mu Li asked, "False god, alien, did you see that clearly?" The spirit stammered in disbelief. "Impossible. How could this be?" "Impossible. You're clearly only at the core formation stage. How could you do this? No cultivator has ever been able to do such a thing." Mu Li replied, "Just because it hasn't happened doesn't mean it's impossible." The star spirit still couldn't figure it out. How could someone like you exist? Another clansman interjects, "A core formation cultivator using magic? How is that possible? No one has ever done that before." "No, within our clan, surely he denies being of the spirit clan." "No, what he wields is spatial magic." A voice stammered, "What? No, space. Space magic, time magic, and the magic of life and death are things few cultivators can access. But this rogue cultivator not only knows magic, he knows space magic. No wonder the destruction spell had no effect on him. Other spells probably wouldn't work either, so the loss of the heavenly seal wouldn't matter to him." Xingqian had no choice but to retreat. "Let's go. He has spatial magic." "The heavenly seal isn't my advantage. I can't defeat him," Mu Li questioned directly. "Leave? How do you expect to leave?" He's confident in this, thinking, "Even if you're new to spatial magic, how could you possibly stop me?" Mu Li charges straight at his opponent. "Then let's see you try." Xingqian immediately ordered the team, "Run now." He struggles to fight him, and Mu Li orders Jiaoji to activate the barrier. Jiaoji activates the barrier with a magical artifact, leaving the clan members astonished as they touch the shield before them. "This is a barrier we can't escape. We can only rely on Master Spirit. Are you trying to provoke the old emperor?" The old emperor roared ferociously, lunging toward the juicy prey, and slaughtered all of the clansmen by tearing into their necks. The remaining people scream in terror. "What is that?" "Save me. Mu Li, unleash the Dragon Emperor's sword." Each strike pierced through the ink cage of the clansmen, their spirits erecting a shield, desperately trying to resist. He commanded, "Stop! Stop now!" Damn it. But the number of people being eliminated only increased until his sword had bathed in enough blood and returned to its master's palm. He spares his life, saying, "I can't kill you until the heavenly seal is broken. Consider yourself spared for today." The spirit cursed him. "I should be the one saying that to you. When the heavenly seal is broken, you're as good as dead, and the people of Huaxia will become lowly slaves." Unmoved, Mu Li replies, "Let's talk after the heavenly seal is broken. The future isn't yours to decide." He's confident, and you will die. Looking at the spirit's retreating figure, the old emperor scoffed. "I spit on that. It's the first time I've heard someone say they run so smoothly when they can't win. I've never met anyone so shameless." Mu Li thought, wondering how Ao Xuan was doing, confident that he would handle things smoothly with his strength. "Yun Manor avenged you, sis. Does Brother Mu need to do more to prove his feelings? He heard you suffered in the war against the alien races, so he not only sent a challenge, but also came here to wipe them all out. If this isn't love, then why is he so troubled? How must he express his feelings to avoid a one-sided affair?" He kept encouraging her, even as Fu Nguyet was about to burst into flames. "Is sacrifice the only way? Is pain the only truth? Do you want him to cry for you to prove it's love?" Just then, the seal broke, and Mu Li announced, "The heavenly barrier is about to fall and humanity faces imminent danger. When I return, I plan to use a large quantity of resources to practice alchemy and try to improve the strength of the people of China as much as possible." He gave Fu Yun a special gift. "This is the Limitless Sutra, which I created by synthesizing various cultivation methods. Take it back and share it with everyone as the official cultivation method of Huaxia. Any Huaxia person can cultivate it." Fu Yun exclaimed, "Brother Mu, to share such a precious cultivation method with everyone, this is true merit, worthy of being recorded in history for all time. From now on, you will be the patriarch of cultivation for all of China." Dugu praises Mu Li, saying his power of faith is pure, not obtained through heresy. If he follows the righteous path, he will surely become a great power, not only because of his talent, but also because he has faith in his country. Perhaps becoming a great power isn't your end, and you will ignite the divine fire and become a god. In this era of intertwined magic and great revival, you are the cultivator who will become a god the fastest. Thinking to himself, Muli realizes he has a path to godhood, but he doesn't want to rely on faith. As a cultivator of the immaculate saint body, his goal is to become an immortal cultivator, adhering to his true self. Muli reminded them that if the alien race war at Kungshu Mountain had been quelled, they should return first. He would check out Heavenly Dragon Mountain and then return later. Fu Yun replied, "I understand, Brother Mu." The old emperor insisted on joining young Mu Li, saying, "I'm going with you. Mount Tianlong is fraught with danger. You can't do it without me." Mu Li didn't refuse. "Then come with me." Mu Xin latched onto his arm. "I want to go too." The old emperor fearfully releases Mu Li, saying the alien brats on Tianlong Mountain are nothing to fear. "I should stay home and wait for your return." He patted her head, coaxing her gently. "Be good, I'll be back soon. Just stay home and take care of Mom." Meanwhile, Mu Xin was still craving the delicious fried pork intestines, as the old emperor eavesdropped on her thoughts. What a terrifying woman. He tells Xiaoxin to listen to him and wait for his return. Mu Xin agrees, saying, "Okay." Seeing her at home, the old emperor barges in, declaring the affairs of humans are his own. Let's go now." The man and his dog head toward the still fiercely contested Heavenly Dragon Mountain. Ao Huyan clashes with his enemy, who scoffs, "You traitorous demon, instead of begging those humans for mercy, you dare come here to defy me? How laughable, yet fitting. If the humans truly valued you, they wouldn't have left you to defend Tianlong Mountain alone. In the end, you're just a pawn they used and discarded." And with that, he lunged towards Ngao Hien. But he froze for a moment, his head flying off his shoulders, his body collapsing as his head screamed in disbelief. How could this be? How? The old geezer felt a sharp pain in his rear. "Oh dear, my backside." Seeing him, Ao Hien was surprised. "Mak Lai, what are you doing here? Could the battle at Kunwu Mountain already be over?" He replies, "That's right, and that old geezer is still wiping his butt, the damn unlucky thing." Mu Li reports that no one survived, leading the others to discuss, "The number of aliens in Kunwu Mountain was 3 times that of here, and no one survived. Even the leader is dead. We should just retreat." "That's right. Earth's heavenly barrier is about to be destroyed anyway. Let's just be patient a little longer." They encouraged each other, saying that when the heavenly barrier is destroyed, it will be the death of Jingzhou of Huaxia, and he won't be arrogant for much longer. Once Jingzhou is dead, all of Huaxia, even the entire Earth, will be in our hands. Humans and spirits are inferior races, fit only to be our slaves. With morale boosted, they decide to retreat. Mu Li coldly watched them, saying it was too late to retreat now that he had destroyed them one by one, scattering the rest. Ao Xuan declared, "All you demons, listen to my command and kill them all. Leave no one alive." The demon race obeys, and they and the old emperor rush excitedly toward their opponents. What a windfall, so many lives! In the end, the alien races of Tianlong Mountain are completely annihilated, and the demon race led by Ngao Hien sees a surge in power, only returning to Mak Lai's home in the imperial capital when night falls. The old emperor, stuffed to the brim, said, "Next time something good like this happens, remember to call me." Mak Lai asked with concern, "Your little belly is so tiny. Can it handle eating over 10,000 living beings today?" It retorted angrily, "Are you saying I can't? Do you know how many treasures I have waiting to be nurtured? I could scare you to death just saying it." Fuyu steps forward to ask, "Muli, you're finally back?" He glanced at the old emperor, who was cowering and crawling towards him, and asked, "Why don't you tell me and see if you can scare me?" He pointed at Mu Xin and said, "Never mind. I'm used to being humble. I just need your little sister to stay away from me." Du Garuda says, "Mak Li, the alien rebellion has been quelled. Let's stroll through the streets tomorrow." Fu Yue chimes in, "Does Jiaoji, the goddess, also have a penchant for exercise?" She pouts and replies, "I just want some grilled skewers, hot pot, and spicy soup. Is that too much to ask?" Fu Yue agreed, Okay, you can eat whatever you want." Mu Li informs them, "I plan to visit the underground ancient city tomorrow." Fu Yue, take Jiaoji for a walk." Fu Yue immediately agreed, no problem at all. In the city lord's mansion beneath the ancient city, Shuzhong praises his disciple. "Little Bai has improved quite a bit. Little Bai is full of energy. Let's continue, master." Mu Li enters the courtyard and greets Elderstone. "Little Bai, I'm surprised." "Mu Li's here?" Upon seeing him, Xiao Bai opens his arms, ready for a hug. Mokli, I remember. But before she could finish, she froze. Behind her, Mu Xin stared intently at Xiaobai, then sadly turned away. Master, I'm going to train. The old man replied, I know. Shuzhong confided in Mu Li. Xiaobai mentions you every day, but now that you're here, she avoids you. I can't understand what my disciple is thinking anymore. He simply told her to let her go, and then Mu Li handed the old man a small jar. These are materials I've gathered recently for solidifying her body. Please take them. With the materials I've already found, it seems we only need 5 more ingredients. Do your best to find them so we can restore her body as soon as possible. I think this is her greatest wish in life. Although I'm happy to have Little White by my side, every time I see her absent-mindedly lost in thought, silently pensive, all I feel is heartache, and I don't know what else to do. Mokli swore, I promise to help Tu Bak Ngung regain her physical form, and I will keep my word, rest assured. After speaking with the elder, he reminded Ma Khan, oh, wait here, I'll check on Xiaobai. Deep beneath the city, in the lotus pond of the Lord's mansion, he asked Xiaobai, what's wrong? She replies, I was wondering if you'll forget about me someday. Mok Lai is confused. What are you talking about? Aren't I trying to find materials to solidify your body? The more he listened, the more confused he became. What's wrong with her today? She speaks words I don't understand. Every flower has its own beauty. Why must we distinguish between beautiful and ugly flowers? Does an unbeautiful flower not deserve to bloom? Is that flower only blooming to please passers-by? They're simply following the cycle of life, the rising and setting sun, the harmony of the 4 seasons, blossoming, bearing fruit, and ultimately, withering away. Little Bai couldn't help but laugh. She turned to face him, then frankly admitted her mistake. I'm sorry, Mu Li, I was wrong. I shouldn't have acted like that. Muke playfully tapped her forehead. A mischievous brat, not training hard enough, just lost in thought, and now, Little White finally asked the real question. I know, but what about Mu Xin? I can sense her powerful aura. To put it simply, her story is a long one. Simply put, she's a goddess. Xiaobai was stunned. His little sister was a goddess. No wonder. I've informed him that the materials to condense her body have been given to old man Shizhong. Only 5 more are needed, and I'll go find them. You can rest easy and cultivate in the ancient city. I'll do my best to find the rest. Little Bai obediently agreed. With that settled, Mu Li bid farewell. Senior, I'll take my leave. Once the two were alone, the master asked with concern, Disciple, you seem troubled today. Xiaobai suddenly said, the way he looks at her is different, and the way she looks at him is different too. This ancient city is located in southeastern China with a history of over 3,000 years and has been renamed many times. Now, the City of God's Hand is a famous ancient city in China, attracting a constant stream of tourists. Mu Li and his group strolled through the ancient city. Mu Li paused, observing the ancient city, as Jiaoko added that it seemed many cultivators had lived here in ancient times. It's no simple feat that the ancient formations are still active after so many years. Ice veins, earth veins, and other spiritual veins converge in different directions. There even seems to be dragon energy present. This is no ordinary ancient city. 2 days ago, I received information that something strange was happening at the confluence of the Longmian River outside the city. A brilliant 5-colored light was shining from beneath the river. Some tried to investigate, but none could get close. Not even the government's submarines, as if an invisible, impenetrable wall was blocking the area. Even aquatic life like fish and shrimp instinctively avoid it, forcing them to urgently deploy new exploration technology from across the nation. But the images remained unclear, until a recent scan revealed a vague shape. Analysis suggests an undiscovered architectural complex may exist at the bottom of the Longmen River. Perhaps another palace is about to emerge. Whether it's a blessing or a curse, who knows? Suddenly, the old geezer lunges and bites his leg. Startled, Mu Li asks, Old Huang, what are you doing? He reminds it, Baji is gone. Seeing no one around, Mu Li hurriedly called out, Jiaoji, Muxin. Jiaoji was currently mesmerized by a jewelry shop on the side of the road. This is so sparkly and beautiful. The seller sure knows how to spot a discerning eye. This hairpin is made from pure silver, completely by hand, Mu Li concluded, carefully examining the accessories. A pure silver hairpin is only enough to fool you. Your palace is overflowing with treasures. Juji just remembered, and she's right, Mu Li is indeed smart. He didn't want to admit it was because she was naive. Then, Mo Li went to find Mo Xin. He wondered where Muhan had run off to this time. His eyes scanned the surroundings, finally spotting her figure at a stall. There she is, enjoying grilled fish while men around her secretly take pictures. Hey beautiful, look over here. Hey beautiful, look at me. Mori arrives to confront her. Ma Khan, who gave you permission to run off? Running so far away? As Jiaoji approached, the men marveled at yet another beauty. Could those two beauties really be his girlfriends? Quick, take a picture. He might be some young master in disguise. Suddenly, their screens went black and they froze, wondering why their phones had died. Musin hands him the fish, saying it's delicious and asking if he wants it. Murmurs arose from the side. It clearly had a full charge just moments ago. Why did it turn off? American phones really are unreliable. What a piece of junk. Too hot, no good. Too cold, no good. Low battery, no good. Sea levels too high, also no good. Jiaojai rushes forward, wanting some too, but Ma Khan eats it all in one bite, leaving none behind. Jiaoqi huffed. Eat, eat! You'll get fat, you stingy thing. The dragon horse of the martial emperor, a mount of the gods, and you're still stingy after eating so much? Madu replies, only the best for my brother. Jiaoji retorts, once you get fat, Muli won't want you anymore. She continued enjoying her second fish, saying, no way, I can eat as much as I want and not get fat. The other replied knowingly, that's not necessarily true. What you ate in ancient times were all spiritual objects. Look at what you're eating now. Worldly things are full of impurities. Are you sure you won't gain weight? Hearing this, Muxin froze for a moment, contemplating her options. After a moment, she handed it to Jiaoji. She blinked and asked, what's wrong? You don't want to give it to me? With a smile, Muxin said, too many impurities here. You eat it. Get fat, okay? Jiaoji is provoked. Can't you be more tactful? Moli reluctantly pays the bill. How much does the fish she ate cost? I'll pay for it. He's shocked by the price on the board. Is this for real? That's expensive, young man? The owner explained, look, all the skewers, the drinks, and the grilled fish alone is 6 skewers. This price isn't expensive at all. After spending a fortune, the owner enthusiastically waved goodbye. Be careful. Come again soon. With a dark look, Muli dragged the two gluttons away. All right, we're not here to play around. The others on the road suddenly lost their memories. What was I doing? Why was I at the grilled fish stall? How strange. Muli spoke up. We came to Chengtian Prefecture for a reason. Something strange is happening at the intersection with the Longmian River. Now, Jiaoko wants to play and demands that he let go of her hand. As for Mu Xin, she clearly wanted to eat, and looking at the two girls, Mu Li felt regret. They're such a nuisance. After tying their wrists together securely, he finally feels a little relieved. This should keep them from wandering off, right? The old eunuch leads the way. Hey, Mok Lai, don't you feel like an ancient emperor now? With goddesses at your side, you're paving the way. Images of the king surrounded by women flash through his mind. With two extraordinary goddesses together, who knows what might happen. It's better as it is now. Jiaoji reveals that in ancient times, the ancient goddess Han did not belong to any camp. If the alien races hadn't provoked her, she wouldn't have acted. The ancient goddess's power is immense, and she could be a great help to us. Now that she's undergone another transformation, her power will be in a recovery phase like mine, but much stronger. If she's willing to fight for you, she'll be your greatest asset after the destruction of Tianfeng. You're right, and if I had my way, I wouldn't drag Mu Xin into this war. Mu Xin informs them that someone has arrived, and he knows it. Indeed, a peculiar aura is heading towards Divine Hand City. Deji happily exclaims that it's the 100 lifetimes good person. He emerges from the crowd, his presence eclipsing all others. Muli recognizes him as the 100 lifetimes good man from the godless mystic realm, formerly the 8 great high gods binding realm. The Kim family's top-secret realm cultivated the 100 lifetimes good person, hailed as the savior Yama Ippo. And through 100 lifetimes of good deeds, the accumulated merit transformed into an aura that made him extraordinary, like a chosen one. It's hard enough to be good for 1 lifetime, but Yan Luo Yifang has persisted for 100. His soul must be incredibly pure to maintain such goodness. Mu Li greets him. I am the governor of Huaxia, Mu Li. Yanlu politely returned the greeting, pleased to meet him. Just then, an old man by the roadside came begging. Young man, please have mercy and spare some money to save my life. The Yama gave him a stack of money, and the old man happily replied, Thank you, you're so generous. May good fortune be with you always. Muley is surprised. Is this the style of the benevolent one? Not discerning truth from falsehood, only concerned with doing good. The old man's face changed at the sight of the money. Murai asked curiously, Why did you give him so much? Dimla replied, Because he's pathetic. Don't you get it? Don't you know he's faking? What's pitiful about him? Yang Luo sadly replied, Of course I know. Is it not pathetic for someone with able limbs to feign misery and beg, abandoning their dignity and duty as a human being? Muo Li knows this, and I admit your words have merit. But people like that are completely oblivious. They've always lived like this, shamelessly exploiting the sympathy of others, and you're only enabling them. Perhaps after this, you'll become another boastful story for them. They'll laugh at your foolishness, mock your naivete. Yama suddenly said, he will suddenly awaken, and then no longer repeat his past mistakes. He'll use that money to strive for a better life, the life he deserves. Remembering when Yama patted the old man's shoulder, he realized that his merit, luck, and energy had given him the power to change people's hearts. Yes, he's showing his respect. Lord Governor of Jingzhou, I heard you protected hundreds of thousands of Chinese people with your own strength. I deeply admire you. Muli helped Yama up. I dare not accept such a grand gesture from you, and please, don't call me sir. I only did it out of duty and a promise. Otherwise, I could never have paid such a price. Compared to your centuries of good deeds, I'm but a speck of dust. I can't do what you do, so I admire you. Yama asks amicably, you're older than me. Can I call you Brother Mok? Make yourself at home. Yama scanned the two women, unaffected by his virtue, either powerful or of noble birth. It seems these individuals possess extraordinary abilities. Degai understands this principle, telepathically saying, a person of 100 lifetimes of good deeds can access the laws from birth. His dedication to good deeds will create a path of virtue, and the laws will be virtuous laws. With his pure faith and righteous nature, it won't be difficult. This virtuous man possesses immeasurable merit and great fortune, something many ancient powerhouses and gods could not obtain. A powerhouse of the new era. It will either be him or you. He knew that if a virtuous person like this could become a great righteous power on Yama's side, it would be an extremely good thing for the human race, and he was eager to see the result. Taking Muli with him, he said, to think I'd meet someone like you so soon after entering the mortal realm. How about we find a quiet place to talk? And so the group followed Yama to another location. Just then, Muqing spotted a familiar face and curiously asked Ao Xuan what he was doing there. Yama leads the group to his manor. Once everyone is seated, he speaks, so it's the Demon Emperor, Ao Xuan. I've heard of your efforts for peace between the two races. Impressive. Awkward, Ao Hien coughed a few times. Seeing Mok Han staring intently, Mok Lai reminded her, Mok Han, be serious. Zhao Ji sighed. Glutton. He said sternly, I'm telling you, you can't eat this. Don't make me angry. Mok Han reluctantly turned away, and Muli finally got down to business. Ao Xuan, why did you come to the City of Gods? He replied, there's a strange phenomenon at the confluence of the East Sea and the Longmian River, so I came to investigate. He pondered this. When the cloud-top heavenly palace appeared in the Kungshu Mountains, Ao Xuan didn't investigate. Why? One phenomenon was unclear, but something in the Longmian River drew him here. Could it be related to the structures beneath the river? He then reports that the number of cultivators in Chengtian Prefecture has also increased. He easily guesses their motives. It seems they've heard information like they did at the Cloud-Top Heavenly Palace, hoping to gain some advantage here. However, the number of cultivators appearing in this city is excessive. I can sense dozens of them. I suspect a large portion aren't from the 8 great secret realms. What's going on? Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, and the old dog growled warily. What the hell is this? An earthquake. He suddenly realized he was repeating himself. The old geezer was leading him on. The last time the palace at Kungshu Mountain appeared, it was the same phenomenon. That kid Muli is right. There must be a palace at Longmian River. Let's go. With that, Ao Xuan takes the lead. The old geezer curses from behind. That bastard Ao Xuan. You haven't even received orders from the government. What's the rush? As they watch the group fly through the sky, the people exclaim in amazement. So many immortals. Someone noticed, hey, look, there's a dog flying in the sky too. You're right. Zhaoji embraces the old emperor who groans, I'm afraid of heights, secretly thinking, just pretending. Sensing his intentions, Zhaoqi releases him, and the old emperor fearfully grabs her leg, lamenting his fear of heights. Zhaozhu grabs his hand, saying, sorry, I'm all thumbs. He senses something is off. Is this really the same Zhaozhe he tricked into giving him the fairy grass at Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace? In moments, they arrived at the Longmian River, where a massive vortex churned beneath the surface. Ao Hien realized that just yesterday, an ancient sealing formation had been in place, but in less than a day, the outer layer had vanished, leaving only the inner formation. As the city rises from the formation below, Zhaoqi exclaims, I knew it. This is the Dragon Palace. Muli is shocked. Isn't the Dragon Palace just a myth, said to be located in the Four Seas? The end of the Longmian River should lead to the East Sea. Logically, the Dragon Palace should be deep within the ocean. She remarks, look at Aoshuan. You suspect Aoshuan is from the Dragon Palace? Jiaoji confirms telepathically that they first met him at Mount Tianlong. I could see he possessed the blood of the Azure Dragon, one of the four saints. But now I have a new theory. I think he might not just be a descendant of the Azure Dragon, but the direct bloodline. The Dragon Palace's crown prince. Muli telepathically asks if she means this Dragon Palace is the palace of Azure Dragon, the leader of the four saints, making Aoshuan the true heir to the Dragon Palace. She's right. There are many legends in China's history. Mountains, rivers, lakes, springs, and seas. The four corners of the ocean are said to have dragon kings. Even the sacred beast Azure Dragon is a dragon king, but how could there be so many dragon kings in reality? You should know that dragon kings are close to gods, and most legends are fabricated. In ancient times, the strongest dragon king was the Azure Dragon, head of the four saints, and he was also the dragon king of the Eastern Dragon Palace. Moreover, the dragon kings of legend aren't true dragons. True dragons only appeared in ancient times before vanishing. The Dragon King of the Eastern Sea, Azure Dragon, could be considered the closest to a true dragon, and is incredibly powerful. During the ancient war, the Azure Dragon was gravely wounded, and before his fall he entrusted an egg to the care of an adult to be taken away. I bet Aoshuan is the dragon that hatched from that egg, Muli thought to himself. Legends of Dragon Pool on Tianlong Mountain speak of a dragon egg hatching beneath its waters, and judging by Aoshuan's expression, he clearly feels a connection to this Dragon Palace. He realized the contradiction. Shouldn't the Dragon Palace be in the East Sea? How could it be in the Longmin River? It's so far from the East Sea. Jiaoju explains telepathically that the Earth in ancient times was extremely vast, with much larger land and sea areas than now. With the terrain shifting over the years, it's no wonder the Dragon Palace appeared here. But something's definitely wrong with the space below. Just then, another group arrived, their leader gazing eagerly at the Dragon Palace below. Legend says the Dragon Palace hides countless rare and wondrous treasures. Could it be true? His companions have already rushed down, and whether it's real or not, a look is all it takes to know. But he was blocked by a barrier. Aoshuan reminded Muli, let's go. The Dragon Palace won't open for a while yet. He asks directly, are you the Dragon Palace's crown prince, Aoshuan? He admits it without hesitation. Yes, I was born alone, never seeing another of my kind. I was only left with a legacy and a mission. But time has passed, and the great Dragon Palace is now left to me alone to protect. For tens of thousands of years, there hasn't been a trace of dragonkind. He sadly continues, the Dragon Palace is now nothing more than an empty palace. Moved by her plight, Ji Tongjing says, when I awoke, the great Yunding Heavenly Palace was also just an empty palace. In this later world, great powers have disappeared, and the gods are gone, with no one knowing where they've gone. Mu Xin comforts her with candy, and the Zhao asks in surprise, for me? Thank you, she said, but why give it to me? She replies, eating something will make you feel better. Muli observes carefully, is Xiaoxin comforting Jiaoqi? Xiaoxin has changed so much since I first met her at the Gu family spirit pool. The next morning, the old emperor woke him up. Mockly, the Dragon Palace is about to break its seal. He sleepily asks, what? The group made their way to the Longmian River, and looking at the massive crowd, Muli wondered, how are there so many cultivators? The old emperor guesses it's more than just a secret realm. The 8 great gods could gestate a small world, and other gods could do the same. Muli sighs, this is a headache. I wonder how the cultivators of that unknown secret realm will feel about Earth. He warily looked to the side, noticing the 2 figures. Jiaji and the old emperor simultaneously exclaimed, Taiyin, Yinghuo! Yama and his subordinates recognized them as cultivators from another world. He asked them suspiciously, what's wrong? Jiaji revealed, those cultivators aren't from Earth. They hail from 2 different planets, Tai Am and Huin Hok, both relatively close to Earth, ancient names for what we now know as the Moon and Mars. Muli thought, in astonishment, humans had already set foot on the Moon with spacecraft, proving that these 2 planets were uninhabited and dead. Even in his previous life, when he returned to Earth from Ziwei Star, he had never heard of cultivators on the Moon or Mars. Did my rebirth somehow change the entire world, the entire universe? Nothing from my past life is going according to plan. Perhaps his arrival has changed history, but even worlds he's never touched have been turned upside down. Earth has spiritual energy, ancient masters. His sister is a goddess, and now even the Moon and Mars have cultivators. What shocking events will unfold next? I wonder what Ziwei Star will look like in a few eras. Will it change completely too? Mu discovers two void divinity experts while others conceal their presence. Are the cultivators of the moon and Mars that strong? The old emperor reveals that in ancient times Earth was the strongest in this star field, a place of endless talent. Though Taiyin and Yinghuo are guarded by powerful beings and gods, they could never change their unremarkable status. Earth is now devoid of powerful figures, and planets like Taiam and Huinhoke are not within the Tianfang Formation's range, making the situation precarious. During the ancient war, Earth's spirit race fought the 100 clans of the starry sky, and though they participated, their cunning minds held them back from giving their all. Therefore, Earth's cultivators suffered heavy losses, while their strength remained intact. Now that they've come to Earth, I don't believe they have good intentions. He wondered, how could they reach Earth when the Heavenly Seal Formation hadn't disappeared? The knowledgeable old ant explained, the Heavenly Seal Formation mainly repels foreign races. Although these people are cultivators of different attributes, they are still of the human race. Besides, the Heavenly Seal has weakened, so it's not difficult for them to come. Don't Earthlings often send probes into space? Those aren't stopped, let alone people. This commotion is even greater than when the cloud-top Heavenly Palace appeared. The Dragon Palace's seal is slowly opening, creating a massive vortex before everyone's eyes. Unable to contain themselves, cultivators shoved and scrambled to enter the Dragon Palace, drawing the ire of others. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Seeing this, he used his magic fire to suppress them, clearing out the competition in one fell swoop. Then they showed their contempt. A bunch of trash, thinking you're ancient overlords? His companion seemed impatient. All right, enough wasting time, let's get into the Dragon Palace. But just then, Mu arrived, and the two immediately began to berate him, questioning his intentions and demanding to know why he was blocking their path. However, he's there to declare that anyone can enter the Dragon Palace, except for them. They retort loudly, what kind of twisted logic is that? Are you Huajia of Jingzhou Mu relying on your strength to bully the weak? You won't let us in. Do you plan to hoard all the treasure for yourself? They then used cloning techniques to try and overwhelm him with numbers, but Mu simply said, so you're trying to pressure me with morality? Unfortunately, that trick won't work on me. He then raised his fist and began pummeling the two hooligans. Nearby members of the alien race, witnessing the injustice, cursed Mu. Mu of Qingzhou, your arrogance will be short-lived. When Tianfeng shatters, you'll die without a burial ground. Our clan's experts will grind you to dust, just who you wait. Sensing their death wish, Mu cut them off with a punch each. Since you insist, I'll just have to obliterate you. The punch was so strong their souls flew right out of their bodies. The old emperor, seeing a delicious meal, rushed forward, and after dealing with the riffraff, Mu and his team entered the Dragon Palace together. Meanwhile, after devouring the souls, the old emperor felt something was off about the taste. Everyone then began to enter the inner space of the Dragon Palace. It turns out this is a folded space. We entered from the Longmian River confluence, but in reality, we've arrived at the East Sea through a water spout. This place is so vast that Zhaoji can't help but be amazed. Ao Xuan, your palace is truly grand. I think the cloud-top Heavenly Palace isn't even a third the size of the Dragon Palace. No wonder the Eastern Sea Dragon King rules the most powerful sea domain. He reminds them to stick close, as the Dragon Palace contains many ancient and extremely dangerous formations. Those cultivators could easily lose their lives barging in here. As they passed through the back garden, Zhaoji was full of praise. The Dragon Palace's back garden lives up to its reputation. Meanwhile, Mu notices his sister holding a strange substance and warns her against eating it. Do you even know what that is? What if it's poisonous? Ao Xuan reveals that the sea creature is indeed poisonous, lethally so, enough to kill a void divinity cultivator. Even gods of ancient times couldn't withstand it, and though its toxicity may be diminished now, it's still terrifying. Hearing this, the old emperor fearfully tossed away what he held, scolding me for not speaking sooner. Mu turns to his sister, ordering, "Did you hear? Throw it away. You can't eat that." Despite this, Mu Xin held onto it, saying, "I think it's edible." Then she popped it into her mouth and began to chew. Helpless, Mu grabs his sister, shaking her. "Why won't you listen?" "Spit it out!" Seeing this, Jiaoji chuckled, thinking that since the ancient goddess Guxin used even heartbreak grass as food, she probably wouldn't die from poison, right? Hearing this, Mu stopped and sighed in relief, as Ao Xuan revealed that if one wasn't afraid of being poisoned, this could be considered a great treasure. Hearing this, the old emperor pointed at the strange creature, asking for confirmation. "You mean this is a treasure?" He confirms that's the case, provided they can withstand its toxicity, and before Ao Xuan can react, two figures speed past him. The old emperor and Mu Li each took a fruit to nourish themselves, and to Ao Xuan's dismay, Mu Li simply said, "My body is the most yang, the most powerful, and the most unyielding, so I should be able to withstand it." The old geezer confidently declared that he'd eaten everything under the sun and couldn't possibly be affected by this. He opened his maw and swallowed the strange fruit, ignoring Ao Xuan's warning that the potent poison was too much for just anyone. As expected, right after swallowing it, his eyes rolled back, he thrashed around, and foam started coming out of his mouth. Seeing the old emperor in such agony, Ao Xuan and Mu Li were speechless. He frantically offered the strange creature to Mu Xin, telling her to eat it instead, as everyone wondered if the old emperor would survive the poison. "Can he be saved? I'm out of ideas anyway." Jia Qi, though worried, seemed reproachful, asking if he didn't need his life anymore. Is being a gluttonous goddess something everyone can learn? Luckily, Yama kindly offered my divine elixir to him. He could still be saved, but Chongwen stopped them. "No, that's an ancient divine pill the Kim family prepared for you. Extremely precious and incredibly useful for your future cultivation." Ignoring his own interests, Yama said it could save a life. Just as he was about to administer the pill to the old emperor, Mu Xin stopped him, saying it wasn't necessary. After foaming at the mouth, the old geezer woke up, exclaiming how great it was. Truly good stuff. Amazed by his legendary resilience, Ngao Hien patted his chest and introduced himself. "Old Huang might not have many strengths, but his thick skin is unmatched. This is truly good stuff." Then he picked up the remaining fruit, asking if Mu Li wanted to try it, but upon his refusal, the old emperor ate another one. This time, he didn't even finish half before collapsing, leaving everyone speechless and utterly bored. Jiao then suggests they leave. With everyone's approval, Mu Xin grabs the unconscious old emperor and drags him along, not forgetting to take some strange fruits as snacks, munching as they go. Meanwhile, a large group of cultivators were gathering to try and break the formation, but it was proving too difficult, and they lamented, "What kind of formation is this? How is it so powerful? I can't control my hand anymore." Soon, screams of agony echoed throughout the Dragon Palace, prompting the old emperor to ask, "Why are they screaming so terribly?" Ao Huyen guessed that they must have activated the Dragon Palace's ancient formation, which frightened the old emperor into inaction. Using that as an excuse, she snuggles closer to him. "Is that so? Let me be clear, it's not that I'm scared, I'm just sticking close to keep you safe." Ao Huyen explains that as long as they aren't greedy and don't touch the Dragon Palace's important items, their lives won't be in danger. But human nature is obviously greedy. The old emperor wondered if he was being mocked, while behind him, Mu Xin was studying something else edible. He kindly warned her that it was poisonous, but before he could finish, she'd already taken a bite and complained that it wasn't very good. Helpless, Ao Xuan wondered if the poison mattered to her at all. The old emperor drooled, his eyes lighting up as he asked, "Is there any benefit to eating this creature?" "Yes, it does have benefits, but..." His words seemed to seal the old emperor's gluttonous soul, causing him to pause. "But what?" He honestly says, "This creature isn't highly poisonous, but it's extremely yin. It's fine for women to eat, but if a man accidentally consumes it, he might just change genders." The emperor snapped, "Next time, don't interrupt me. Got it?" Zhao Ji giggled. "I'll speak for him. Didn't Ngao Hien already say it? If people weren't greedy, their lives wouldn't be in danger. Who told him to be so greedy? Serves him right." The old emperor retorted, "Dogs don't have humanity." The group moved to the herb garden, and standing before the gate, Ao Xuan introduced, "This is a small herb garden of the Dragon Palace. The herbs inside are at least mid-grade, and at most, top-grade spiritual herbs. But ultimately, top-grade spiritual herbs can't compare to the sacred fruit, because the sacred fruit contains the inheritance of ancient power. But in terms of energy alone, top-grade elixirs and sacred fruit are on par, and the old emperor's greed is flaring up again. "Elixirs, you say? Looks like it's my time to shine." He continued, "The heavenly seal is about to break, and the overall strength of cultivators in Huaxia, whether demon or human, is still too low. This is the main reason I came to the Dragon Palace. I want to take some of the Dragon Palace's resources, and, combined with Brother Mu's Limitless Sutra, cultivate more experts to prepare for what's to come." Muli sighed, impressed that Ao Xuan, despite being a demon king, understood the greater good, a blessing for Huaxia. Ao Xuan gestured generously to the herb garden. "Take half of these spiritual herbs. I'll take the other half," hoping to cultivate a generation of demon and human experts. With that, he eyed Mu Xin warily, and Ao Xuan cautioned her, "These things can't just be eaten randomly, you know. It concerns the cultivation of Huaxia cultivators." Moxon looked at him longingly, saying, "I like savory, not bland. Like dragon meat. Mu Li quickly covered her mouth in embarrassment. No, I don't like that. Meanwhile, Aoshuan was bewildered that someone wanted to devour him so badly, as Mu Li noticed the old emperor sneaking toward the herb garden. You let Mu Xin have her way. See that dog over there? If it dares to swallow the spiritual herbs, can I roast it for you to eat? If I can't have dragon meat, dog meat will do, Mok Han said cheerfully. Yes, yes. The old dog suddenly froze, as if someone had struck a pressure point. With its survival instincts honed, it sensed a sudden surge of murderous intent as Mu Xin glared at the old emperor, sending shivers down his spine. Ao Hian finished gathering the herbs into his dimension, regretfully glancing at Mo Li. It's a shame that only the Dragon King can open the Dragon Palace's most important vault, or we could have obtained even more resources. Yanlu asks, holding up a fruit-bearing plant, "What is this?" Ao Xuan is surprised. "You picked this fruit?" Jiaoko also knew a bit about it. Isn't that the dragon aroma fruit of the Dragon Palace? He was stunned. Dragon aroma fruit? Ao Hian explains to DM La that dragon fruit is an extremely rare spiritual fruit that only grows in the Dragon Palace, but its yield is very low and its location is uncertain. Even the Dragon Palace's treasury doesn't have many. Its greatest effect is to cleanse a cultivator's limbs and meridians, increasing their cultivation speed with extremely good results. Jiao explained that in ancient times dragon fruit was a rare treasure of the Dragon Palace, only tasted by a few gods of high status. His mother once traded peaches with the Dragon King of the East Sea, and even with a pile of treasures, she only got a few fruits. To find a dragon fruit tree in the corner of the Dragon Palace on your first visit, your luck is off the charts. Moreover, the dragon fruit tree you picked has 8 fruits, which is even rarer. The old emperor's eyes lit up. Such a treasure exists, the old emperor must have a taste. But as much as he craves it, he wouldn't dare risk his life. Just kidding. Just kidding. I don't need to eat it. Mu Li thought to himself, this dragon fruit is far more valuable than a peach of immortality. What treasure could he trade for 1 or 2? Although the Dragon Palace belongs to Ao Xing, it was Yama's luck that led to the discovery of this treasure. Yanlu offered him one, unaware of just how rare this fruit was. To even taste one was a blessing. Mu Li was surprised. He's just giving it to me? He was planning to share it with everyone here. Everyone here is a Huaxia spirit, inheriting the hopes of Huaxia's future. Such treasures should be shared with all, even the old emperor. He was ecstatic. Here, right here. Mockley couldn't resist a jab, saying that's what you get from a paragon of virtue, unlike some stingy cheapskates. Brother Mu Li, this one's for you. You've done so much for Huaxia, you deserve it. He accepts it, thanking him, saying he really needed it. Then Mukli puts it all in his mouth, immediately absorbing it. Feeling the power within, he was shocked. The effects of the dragon fruit were extraordinary. He felt like he was on the verge of enlightenment. What would have taken years had been cut in half. No wonder the Queen Mother of the West desired it so much. This was truly a treasure that could elevate a cultivator in an instant. With everything settled, Mu Li thanked Yama. Much obliged, my friend. No need to be so polite, Brother Moklai, he replied. Just then, a group of alien cultivators arrived, their leader exclaiming, I can't believe you've managed to break the Dragon Palace's seals one after another, and even found the peerless treasure in the medicine garden. Not bad. The old emperor shouted, I knew something was off with the soul's position. So, you're playing the body double game? Mu Li coldly asked, What do you want? Looks like I underestimated these guys. The leader sneered, We don't want much, just to announce that this herb garden is ours now. If you don't want to die, hand over everything you've taken. Chongwen steps forward to rebuke them. How dare you speak like that? Don't forget that in ancient times, Taiyin and Yinghuo were merely satellites of Earth. You dare bring up ancient times? Don't you know what Earth is now? It's a disgrace our ancestors depended on such a planet. Chongwen was speechless. You... He regained his composure and retorted without backing down. The ancient cultivators of Taiyin and Yinghuo were wicked, and now you're taking advantage of Earth's weakened state to do evil? You're no better. With a brazen face, Jiddu retorted, So what if we want to do evil? The cultivation world on Earth has fallen so far. What can you possibly do to us? We only came to gather intel, but you stirred things up so much there's no point in pretending anymore. If you've fallen, accept that you've fallen. Don't keep up appearances. Taiyin and Yinghuo are beyond your reach now. Hand over everything you've found and get out of this herb garden, Mu Li retorted. Or don't blame us for not remembering old times. You want to pressure us and steal our things? Even though Earth has declined, it's not a place for you to act recklessly. Do you really think you're on our level? But before he could finish, Mu Li struck him down. His comrades caught him. realizing his soul was injured and it would take years to recover. He remained as arrogant as ever. Did you really think you could stand against us? Convinced this earth cultivator possessed soul cultivation techniques, he resolved to capture him and bring him back to the Tai-Yin Star for interrogation by a powerful figure, ordering his capture, declaring the earth cultivator useful. Seeing him rush forward, he smugly thinks, "That's right, this way I can avoid the point of flesh wounds. You dare resist, I'll cut off your limbs." But before he could finish, the one who lost an arm was him. He watched in agony as his arm was sacrificed, and another roared in anger. "Presumptuous fool, you want to die." Muli immediately teleported, but the man sneered, "Sword in 10 of this level can't hurt me." Muli calmly asks, "Is that so?" He then unleashes a few basic strikes, turning the surrounding space into a blur of blood and flesh. Your attack only stirred up dust, while the old emperor devoured their souls. This is the real deal. The remaining men cursed in terror. "Damn it, you bastard!" He unleashes a skill to teach Muli a lesson. "You Daodan brat, perhaps you're a genius from this declining earth, relying on the heavenly wind to kill the divided soul cultivators. But with the two of us here today, you won't escape even with wings." Muli is surprised. The Tai-Yin and Yinghuo stars actually have powerful beings guarding them. A powerful being is using the laws of fire to curse Muli to death. Flames engulfed him, and Chongwen thought in shock that they were even using the power of the law. Suddenly, he's startled by his friends excitedly playing a game. Jiaoji asks the old emperor curiously, "Where did you get these things?" "That's my secret," he replies mysteriously. "A secret?" Chongwen rubbed his eyes. "Did I open them wrong or something?" Here's this old man panicking. These void transformation cultivators are not to be trifled with, especially since there are two of them, and they wield the power of the law. Old Huang scoffed at him while playing his game, making it clear that he was a newbie. Instead of worrying about Muli, this powerful being should join my game. He's using the law of Li to burn him alive. He figures they don't care whether you live or die. Muli simply explains, "I don't need their help." His powerful ally intensifies the flames, saying, "For me, a cultivator of the void refinement stage, to use the power of law on you, consider it an honor." The heat is making the old geezer uncomfortable. Why is it so hot? Ao Xuan is taking advantage of the situation to demand the game console, saying it's his turn since he lost. What a cheat. "No fair, this round doesn't count. Muli, hurry up and finish these two off. What garbage law is this? It's freaking hot, my hands and feet are all sweaty, it's affecting my performance." The Great Power's comrade realizes something's amiss. The fire law power can't even injure a mere core formation cultivator. Even a peak nascent soul wouldn't be able to withstand this level of law power. The Great Daning is perplexed, wondering why nothing is working. Could the Earth's natural defenses be binding the power of the law? "Having withstood 70% of my power, I doubt you can withstand 100%. The fire intensifies, its power growing hotter than ever. The intense heat scorches the old phoenix's feathers, causing it to cry out, My feathers! Muklai, save me!" Muli unleashed a surge of spirit energy to dispel the heat, not forgetting to mock him. "Old phoenix, aren't you supposed to be a celestial being? Is that all you've got?" The blue energy soothes his body, and the old emperor pants, "What do you know? Speed is my life." Surprised to see him use the law of water, Shangyong realizes Muli has mastered it. The prefect of Jingzhou is indeed extraordinary. No wonder the Gu family trusts him so much, even letting him lead the goddess away. The old emperor revealing the power of law is nothing. Muli used it long ago in the battle with the alien void god, only that time it was the law of space. He's shocked to hear this. Moklai comprehended the laws of space and water with only a core formation cultivation base. So it's true. Feeling younger now? The old man had to admit he was impressed. The old emperor, bored, didn't bother watching anymore, knowing it was good enough. He could slowly pay for his life, as he had more important things to do. His more important matter was playing games, he thought, looking at Muli with admiration. It's not unheard of for cultivation experts to grasp multiple laws, but for Muli, who's only at the core formation stage, it's astonishing, especially since one of the laws he's mastered is the supreme law of space. The powerful cultivator is even more ambitious, realizing that he has dispelled my laws. I must capture him and bring him back for the powerful cultivator to study. This person's body must be extraordinary. His comrade reminded him that Muli had mastered the law of water, which countered his fire law, so he would take him down, summoning a giant metal block to crush him. This is the law of gravity, so intense it snaps old Huang's game console in two. He angrily shouts, "You little rascal, kneel before me, damn it. Can't a guy play his game in peace?" The old man is shocked. Still no reaction. He continues to increase the gravity until the ground cracks. Is he possessed? Yet Muli's figure remained steadfast, showing no signs of weakening. The old emperor struggled under the crushing pressure of the deep sea, and he was not happy. How many tricks do these bastards have? Muli, can you save me first before showing off? I feel like I'm about to be turned into jerky. My powerful comrades have reached their limit. How can this be? Even if a Daodan cultivator comprehends the laws of water, they shouldn't be stable yet, and even if they were, they should still be affected by my gravity laws. Within the shield, Ao Hien and Yanping ask with concern if they're really going to ignore the old emperor. Jiaoko understands perfectly. No need to worry, he was beaten far worse on Kunwu Mountain and was fine, so this little bit of law is nothing. The old emperor, now seeing red, roared at the two, cursing them, asking if they'd never seen the laws of water and space. What was wrong with them? So what if he's a void god? He's lived so long and only knows one law. How impressive. Putting on a show for what? The two were stunned into silence. What? He comprehended 2 laws at once? Using Wen's difficult voice, he asks, "Why is hair your life?" The old emperor replied, "Have you ever heard of hair loss and baldness?" The production team warns of severe balding and hair loss, leaving the old emperor confused. He only eats and sleeps, never works overtime, so why is he losing hair? He retorted, "What does the old geezer know?" The boss said, 1 nomination equals 1 bowl of dog food. The weather's been getting colder and I've been eating more, but still no dog food. I'm so depressed. Esteemed masters, was old Huang's performance to your liking today? And a word in your ear. My apologies, brothers, but Muli has been preoccupied with work lately, leaving old Huang with no chance to get close to the ladies. Next time, I'll try harder, but the dog food is gone for now. The powerful companion had to withdraw his law of gravity. The old geezer finally gets up and starts scolding. "Damn it, I'm saved! Do you have a thing for being trampled?" Did you have to be scolded to wake up? The two exchanged glances, then asked Muli how this could be. The earth is in decline, so how can a Daodan cultivator like him appear? The earth has been restricted by Tianfeng for many years, and has long entered the end of days, so it should be difficult for even Daodan stage cultivators to appear. Who are you? Are you a descendant of an ancient god? Muli introduced himself. I am one of the 9 governors of China, the Jing province governor. They were shocked. A governor? Are all of Huaxia's current governors this extraordinary? Does this mean our mission is doomed? It seems Earth isn't as weak as we thought. Perhaps we should retreat and report back to the higher-ups. Once Tianfeng is destroyed, the great powers of Taiyin and Yinghuo will join forces and invade this place. That's all we can do. Seeing them leave, the old emperor was shocked. What the hell was that? Muli, you just let them go. Why are they allowed to attack us but we can't fight back? He explained that his law power could only suppress him, not kill him. The difference between a Daodan and a false god was too great, and going all out for a moment's excitement would only lead to mutual destruction. The situation is unclear and reckless action is unwise. They must also understand the stakes, which is why they chose to retreat. He understands the reasoning, but I just can't swallow this anger. Coming to someone else's territory, stealing their things, and acting so arrogant. All right, old Huang is biding his time for an even stronger strike, and one day they'll pay for their arrogance. Old Huang enjoys the tenderness. Keep going, don't stop. Yes, you're right. It would be even better if you held me a little tighter, she replied with a knowing smile. Of course. Deji grabbed him by the scruff of his neck and said, "No way." The old emperor flailed. Let go, let go. I'm fat now. It hurts to be carried like this. She granted his request, dropping him to the ground with a thud, and soon the water was calm once more. Ao Xuan informed them. The herbs in the medicinal garden should continue to grow for some time. Without me, no one else can open the barrier. Let's go. In the Deep-Sea Dragon Palace's main hall, Zhaoji noticed the creature swimming beside her, marveling at its size. That's a huge turtle. Muli guessed. Could this be the turtle prime minister of the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea? Ao Xuan confirmed. Yes, this is the Dragon Palace's turtle prime minister. He was stunned. Really? He wondered if the turtle prime minister truly existed. Could the other legends be true as well? To Jiaothu's touch, he senses it's a turtle of great power, but whether it's dead or alive is hard to say. Even Hao Xuan isn't sure. I can't tell if it's alive or dead. This wasn't in the memories I inherited. Mu Xin was certain the turtle was alive, much to his surprise. Really? How can you tell? She replies, because it still makes me feel hungry. Ngao Huyen is speechless. Even if the Dragon Palace Prime Minister was still alive, we wouldn't raise him for you to eat. Now it dawns on him, wait a minute. Now that he thinks about it, she's always been staring at him strangely. Could it be that she sees him as a tasty treat to devour? Moxon licked her lips, drooling. She'd heard that divine turtle eggs were delicious. He awkwardly reminded her, "My lady, our Dragon Palace's turtle prime minister is male. He can't lay eggs." Moxon praised, "Turtle meat is good, but dragon meat is the best. I've had it before." Aoshuan was speechless. She really thought of him as food. They then began to observe the pillar. Jiaoji marveled at the pillar's size as Mu Li secretly listed the Dragon King of the East Sea, the Dragon Palace Prince, and Prime Minister Turtle. "Could that pillar in front of us be?" Ngao Hian explains, "This isn't a pillar, it's a staff, the sea-suppressing treasure left behind by the ancient god, Yu Huang." Mu Li is stunned. "Was I right?" He asks directly, "Could this really be the Rui Jingubang?" Ao Huyen confirms, "That's right. This divine treasure is indeed called the Rui Jingubang. Look at the inscription above. It's clearly written. The golden hooped rod weighs 13,500 pounds and was forged in the primordial era by ancient gods using a mixture of heavenly iron, divine spirit iron, and golden god iron. It possesses immense divine power, capable of transforming, extending, and shrinking at will, large enough to pierce the heavens or small enough to be a needle." Still reeling, Mu Li thought, this description is exactly like Sun Wukong's staff. Could the legends actually be true? And the old emperor seems to know something about this staff. "I've heard of this divine treasure. It's quite special and not just anyone can use it. Even with the martial emperor, it was only used for flood control." Jiao added, "I've seen this item as well. According to Emperor Yu, the Rui Jingubang is waiting for a special master, and only that person can unleash its true power. Later, it found its destined master." Yu Huang also said, "Can the sea-calming needle really suppress the heavens? To tame the waters, calm the seas, and save the world. But only the staff's true master can wield it to its full potential." Mu Li asks, "Is the true master of the golden cudgel a monkey?" The old emperor replied, "That's right. He is a monkey named Sun Wukong. You see, things are getting out of hand beyond imagination. It really is him." Jiaji interjected, "Mu Li, I know what you're thinking, but you've misunderstood. This Sun Wukong is not that Sun Wukong. I know Sun Wukong is famous in Huajia legends, but that's the Sun Wukong that later generations created from myths. In reality, many Chinese legends have corresponding deities from ancient times, but they don't always match up. Most so-called legends are fabricated. The ancient times were nothing like that. It's understandable that Mu Li thinks so. If there were as many gods as the legends say, why would Earth fear the alien races and cultivators? Wouldn't it have been easier to wipe out the Starfield Alliance? Tell me the story of the ancient god Sun Wukong and reveal the origins of how the legends align." The difference is that he didn't wield the Rui Jingubang to wreak havoc in the heavens, but instead charged alone into the deepest part of space, slaughtering everything in his path, leaving rivers of alien blood in his wake. His combat prowess and growth rate terrified the 100 star clans. And so they joined forces to suppress Sun Wukong in a cataclysmic battle whose outcome remains unknown. When the Earth Spirit race's great god arrived, he only saw blood splattered everywhere in the deepest part of space, and Sun Wukong was never seen again. Some say he died, others say he lived. After Sun Wukong vanished into the depths of space, the staff returned to the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea, falling into a deep slumber that even the great god Yu Huang couldn't break. It once said that if its master appeared, it would fight again in the heavens, but if that couldn't be, it would rather be buried in endless time. Mu Li concluded, a legendary ancient god and a stubborn staff. He touched the staff and asked, "Are you still waiting for the vanished Monkey King from ancient times?" The old emperor warned that it had chosen to slumber, unable to hear him, and even if it could, it wouldn't heed him. Sadly, he realized that only Sun Wukong could awaken the Rui Jingubang. He thought to himself, if the ancient god Sun Wukong hadn't fallen and was still alive today, with him guarding China, he wouldn't have to work so hard. Suddenly, the staff began to move. Ao Huyen was shocked. "What's going on?" Mu Li couldn't believe it. "Is it shaking?" He realized with a start that the staff was shaking. Could the Rui Jingubang be awakening? Old Huang asks Mu Li in surprise if he awakened the golden cudgel. "Is that even possible? Could it be that your kid is the reincarnation of the ancient god Wukong? I can't believe it." Wen speaks up saying it's likely that Jingmuzhou is indeed the reincarnation of the ancient god Sun Wukong, as the Rui Jingubang has been dormant for thousands of years. Besides Sun Wukong, no one else could awaken it. Yet Jingmuzhou triggered such a strong reaction with just a touch. Moreover, Lord Jingmu's path to power has been nothing short of miraculous, an unstoppable force. It's entirely plausible that he is the reincarnation of the ancient god, Sun Wukong. Duji voices his thoughts. "Actually, I also suspected you might be the reincarnation of some powerful ancient god. but I didn't see any signs of reincarnation on you. But if he's the reincarnation of Sun Wukong, a being so close to a god, it's normal that I can't see it. Ao Xuan concludes, so Muli is really the reincarnation of the ancient god Sun Wukong? The sea churns violently, the staff shrinks to a manageable size, and it speaks. It has finally waited long enough. Now he dares to believe it's true. A radiant aura spread, an auspicious sign, just like when Sun Wukong first saw the Ruyi Jingu staff in the Dragon King's palace. The staff had truly awakened. Muli, I can't believe you're actually the reincarnation of the ancient god Sun Wukong. No, I'm not the reincarnation of Sun Wukong, nor am I the reincarnation of any ancient god or deity on earth. Yan Luo asks, confused, but Muli, you awakened the staff. Muli relents, saying he doesn't know why the Ruyi Jingu staff is acting this way, mistaking him for the Monkey King and asking if he's returned. Muli denies it. I'm not Sun Wukong, it exclaims in surprise. You're not Sun Wukong? The staff is confused. You're not him, you're really not him, but how do you have his aura? You must have come into contact with him. Where did you meet him? Mokli politely replied, I've never met Sun Wukong, and I don't know why I have his aura. I apologize. Ao Xuan was even more confused. Was Mokli really not a reincarnation of Sun Wukong? If he's not the reincarnation of the ancient god Sun Wukong, and he's never met Sun Wukong, then where did this aura come from? And why could he awaken the Ruyi Jingu Bang from its millennia-long slumber? I have a feeling someone is deliberately hiding these events. The staff silently observes Muli. It coiled around and lunged toward him, his hand gripping the staff tightly, sensing the power within, the power of the time law. The Ruyi Jingu Bang's divine power is the law of time. Muli asks, Jingu staff, do you want me to find his whereabouts? It confirms, indeed, young man, you must have some connection to that monkey, otherwise you wouldn't have his aura, even if it's faint. Noticing the changing scenery, he wonders, where is this? After inspecting, the Ruyi Jingu Bang exclaims, I can't see anything. Why can't I see anything? Who are you? Your past is sealed, but I sense his presence within you, proving he hasn't fallen. He's still alive? Muri wondered. My past is sealed with a god-level barrier. Try closing your eyes and entering your sea of consciousness. Inside, a person who looks just like you is sealed in a box. You can't help but wonder, who did this? A powerful being from Earth. But I don't remember ever coming into contact with any earthly gods, nor do I know when this seal was placed deep within my soul. When did I fall into the trap of some great god? He must know my origins, but what is his purpose? It seems my cultivation is still too low. If I were to attain enlightenment, I could use the divine art of heavenly calculation to figure out the cause and effect. Someone seems to be plotting in the dark. I must quickly achieve enlightenment by any means, and then calculate everything. The golden staff calls out to the two figures outside, the Jiaoqi goddess and the dragon prince, recognizing the old emperor as well. Heavenly Hound, you're here too? She embarrassedly covered her face, feigning ignorance. You've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not him. Makan understood immediately. It seemed the old man had been beaten by the golden cudgel quite a few times in ancient times. The old dog shrinks back, but remains defiant. I'm not. I didn't. Don't make things up. The staff asked her, so, the ancient goddess has appeared? You and this young man share a karmic connection, so will you join the fight this time? Musin coldly replies, whether I join the fight is no one's concern. As Muli returns, the golden cudgel tells him, if you are not Sun Wukong, then I shall continue to slumber, awaiting his return. The Ruyi Jingu Bang only fights for Sun Wukong, but he pleads with it, saying that the great gods are gone, the heavenly seal is about to be destroyed, and the creatures of earth are about to suffer. Doesn't it want to fight for them? As the Ruyi Jingu Bang reverts to its giant pillar form, Jiaoji sighs, never mind. Back in ancient times, when the golden cudgel chose to slumber, not even Yu Huang, its closest companion, could awaken it. It awaits only Sun Wukong and wishes to fight only for him. If it doesn't want to appear, we shouldn't force it. I wanted to find more help for the Earth spirit race before the heavenly seal is broken. But what will be, will be. Woody sighed in resignation. Let's go. In the deep-sea dragon palace, on a small path, Ao Xuan noticed a corner ahead. Seeing light escaping from the gap, he asked, do you all see that plant up ahead? Approaching the plant, Ao Hien explains that this creature may look soft, but its body is incredibly tough. Even a heavenly-grade artifact would struggle to cut it in two. Moreover, it excels at creating illusions, trapping its prey in a dreamlike state while slowly devouring them. It's one of the most dangerous creatures in the deep sea. Everyone, be careful and don't touch it. Muli catches a whiff of something. What is that smell? Aoshuan reveals that there just happens to be a ripe one with a spiritual entity inside, which is extremely delicious and contains a great amount of spiritual energy. Jiaoqi is very knowledgeable. I know, is it a true cultivation spirit heart? True cultivation spirit hearts were a delicacy in ancient times, known for their unique flavor and ability to induce profound meditation, granting insights into the laws of the universe. I never imagined they grew like this. It's a shame they're so hard to get, Aoshuan lamented. In ancient times, only powerful dragon gods could harvest it. If we disturb it now, we'll likely be swallowed whole and become plant food. Mullah turned to leave, saying, "Forget it, let's go, it's not worth the risk." Just then, he heard the Jiao scream. "Huh? You glutton, get back here!" Muli quickly chased after her to stop her. Ma Khan, stop right there. He grabbed her arm tightly. A stern voice cuts through the air. "You only care about eating, always making me worry. Can't you sit still for a moment? Mu Qing is thinking of you. True Spirit Lotus benefits you. Are you doing this for me?" Mok Lai wondered. She insists she only took one bite, leaving the rest for him, as Aoshuan warns them to be careful and return to discuss things further. No sooner were the words spoken than the two were ensnared by the tree. The old emperor exclaimed, "We're doomed!" Duko rushes forward, warning, "Everyone stay back." The old emperor chases after her, muttering, "She never makes things easy." Muli embraced Mu Xin to protect her, sinking deeper into the illusion, until he awoke, his eyes filled with confusion. Looking around, he's surprised. The illusion can really pull you in. That's a special tree. I can't find her. Muli is worried. Where's Muhan? Just then, Muli heard someone calling him. He turns back in a daze, only to see the illusion of Jiaoji sprawled on the bed in a sweet, thin nightgown, beckoning Muli to come closer. Her face is filled with confusion, and he curiously asks Jiaoko why she's here. Why is she dressed like this? And why is she saying such suggestive things? "Moli, don't you want me? Come, let's enjoy this night together." As Muli reached out, he hesitated, realizing something was wrong. She wasn't Daoqi. The illusion of Daoqi pressed close, whispering, "Your body craves me." Muli calmed his mind and chanted an incantation. The illusion vanished, confirming his suspicions. But the scene shifted again, and he saw a familiar face. Wary, Muli wondered, "Xiaoxin? Is this another illusion?" He eyed her suspiciously. "Makhan?" Then, gathering his courage, Mok Lai called out to her. He shook his head. "Wait, this must be an illusion too, because I was thinking about Mushin. This tree created an illusion of her to trap me." The Makhan illusion saw him turn away and called out his name, further confirming his suspicions. It was indeed an illusion. "Mushin would never call me that. She always calls me brother." She suddenly asked Muli if he remembers this place. Suspicious, he tries to recall something as Mushin shows him a photo from that day, the background shifting to the staircase from then. "Do you remember this photo?" Muli thought to himself. No wonder Aoshuan said the illusions created by this tree could be so immersive, because they're so realistic. Even this can be replicated. "It's so realistic," Makhan gently asks, "with the passage of time and so many changes. Do you remember what you once said?" He thought those incomplete memories were just innocent childhood words. So many years have passed and time has changed so much. Perhaps Mushin has forgotten that childhood jest. She repeated his exact words from that day, that he would marry her when he grew up. She smiled and asked, "Do you remember?" "I remember? Of course I remember." He thought to himself, why be so sincere with an illusion created by the dreamscape? Makhan heard this and burst into a particularly beautiful smile. Muli was stunned, never expecting to see this smile from Mushin, even in an illusion. In reality, she would probably never smile like that. He stroked her hair and asked, "If I married you, would you agree?" Makhan kissed him and asked, "What do you think?" Mok Lai's face flushed, and he thought to himself, even though it's an illusion, these tender feelings are so real, making it hard to escape. The two bask in this rare moment of peace, the water rippling gently while the old emperor is beside himself with worry. "Jiaji, we need to hurry. We were trapped for so long I don't know what's happening inside." She replied seriously, "I know." Jiaji relentlessly attacks the Spirit Heart's tree with spiritual energy until the illusion shatters, and Muli and Mushin emerge, hand in hand. The old emperor asked worriedly, "Muli, are you two all right? You still can't be sure? Was that really just an illusion?" Jiaoji is surprised by what's in Mushin's palm, realizing her worries were for nothing. The gluttonous goddess even took the true cultivation spirit core. Muli looks troubled, wondering, it must have been an illusion, right? Muhan hasn't recovered her memories and seems normal, but Jiaoji is quick to notice. Ever since leaving, Mu Li has been staring intently at Mu Xin. Could he have done something terrible to her in the illusion? Mortified, Mu Li stammered, How could I? Well, she appeared in the illusion completely naked, and hearing that made her face even redder. You scoundrel. The lecherous old emperor's eyes lit up. Huh? Something that good happened? You little brat, Moklai, tell me everything, the old pervert demanded. Don't leave out a single detail. Jiaoji angrily scolded them, calling them two hooligans. Makhan silently looks at the spirit stone in her hand, then offers it to Moklai. He takes it, asking, Didn't you say you wanted a bite before giving it to me? Makhan blushes, explaining, It'll be ruined, and the spiritual energy will be lost. Seeing her attitude, Mu Li blushed even more, scratching his head sheepishly. Thank you, he says. But for some reason, Mu Xin angrily turns away. Don't thank me again. What are you waiting for? Hurry and follow me. Mu Li was still dazed, so she urged him to come along. Muhan calculated that after consuming the true spirit's heart and passing through that place, his cultivation would surely advance greatly. Soon, the two arrived at the gates of Dragon Gate, and Mu Li exclaimed in surprise, This is what Ao Xuan introduced, the most important divine object of the East Sea Dragon Palace. I was going to take Brother Mu to the 100-Fruit Garden for some spirit fruit before coming to this Dragon Gate, but I didn't expect Shin's goddess to bring him here first. I can't believe this legendary artifact actually exists. I thought it was just folklore. Ao Huyan explained, the legendary Dragon Gate is like the legendary Monkey King. Almost everything passed down is fictional, but some things are based in truth. From ancient times, the Dragon Gate was a divine object born from the creatures of the Dragon Palace, but the idea that passing through it transforms you into a dragon is false. The real rule is that any creature who has cultivated enough can break through their cultivation by leaping over the Dragon Gate, thus gaining great benefits. It seems the goddess of Shin brought Yingmu here for this purpose. Does he have his own answer? That the carp leaping over the Dragon Gate will break through on its own? He continued. But the Dragon Gate isn't always open. After each creature passes through, it slumbers for a time before it can be used again. Once you all are done, the Dragon Palace will enter a state of lockdown again. But don't worry, I'll get you out before that happens. Yanlo asked curiously, Aren't you coming out with us, Brother Ao? Ao Xuan replied, I intend to take over the Dragon Palace and merge with the legacy my father left me. It's good that he breathed a sigh of relief. To avoid interference, Ao Hien announced they should enter one at a time, and Yama volunteered to scout ahead. As soon as he finished speaking, he shot straight through the gate, and Chong Wen, unable to see him, worried, Why did he disappear? Old Huang reveals, Inside the Dragon Gate is a microcosm. When we enter, we'll shrink down, becoming invisible to outsiders. By focusing his mind, he could sense the presence of those within, revealing their forms. Before Yama now stood two mighty golden dragons. He feels the pressure is extraordinary indeed. No wonder he said, just one breakthrough is all it takes. Yanlo continues to ascend, his footsteps halting at a pillar. Ao Xing marvels, impressed he's reached such heights. The breakthrough he's experiencing is extraordinary, rivaling even the potential of a great power. He's astonished as Yama continues to advance. It's the power of luck. This height holds the potential for godhood. With the power of the Dragon Gate protecting him and the great sword restored after Tianfeng's demise, he'll ignite the divine fire in no time and become a god. Mu Li thought in admiration. The power of the Dragon Gate is indeed extraordinary. Then the nymph Jiaoji, who was once a high god, will ascend even higher. Now it's the old emperor's turn to try. He leaps up high, leaving everyone wondering what level is the old geezer at. How could he jump even higher than the goddess, a former deity? What was he doing in the ancient times? Could he be a great god? Even Mu Li can't imagine that lowly old dog being a great god. In the Dragon Palace, the Dragon Gate stirs as the old dog excitedly steps out, thinking his divine treasures are about to be restored. Mokli asks him directly, Old Emperor, tell me the truth. What exactly are you? He mysteriously replies, I've told you. I'm someone who conversed with the gods of ancient times, not some ordinary dog. Show me some respect or you'll face divine punishment. Ao Huyan believes the old dog possesses so many divine treasures that their divine power was sensed by the Dragon Gate, creating a slight influence. Mokli finds this explanation acceptable, saying it makes sense as there's no way the dog is capable of that on its own. How could someone who sits alongside the gods be so ragged? But the old dog was in too good a mood to argue. Don't speak if you don't understand, you bastard Mokli. If you're so good, you do it. If you can jump higher than me, I'll eat shit. Mu Li's going for it. Don't you forget what you said. Now he's starting to sweat. Could Dan Mu Li really outjump him? Zhao Ko-sen steps up to respond, but it's hard to say. King Yama has special faith in you. I believe Mu Li will definitely jump higher than me. The old emperor can't stop his mouth, open it. How could such a smart dog have such a foul mouth? Who told you to blabber like that? Mokli goes inside, gathers his strength, and rockets upward at an incredible speed. The old emperor is sweating bullets. Is he going too fast? Zhaoji realizes that he's already surpassed the old emperor. Ao Huyan realizes that the higher Muli jumps with his 100% divine aptitude, the greater the reward, and he shows no signs of stopping. Intrigued, Ao Hian wonders if Mu Chen is aiming for even greater heights, perhaps even surpassing the gods? Suddenly, the dragon gate flashed, and Zhaoji wondered, what's happening? Where did he go? Ao Hian reveals that such a thing has never happened before, not even with the great Wu Huang god. But there's no need to worry. Even if the leap through the dragon gate fails, there will be no danger. Makhan thinks to herself, it better be, or I'll destroy this dragon gate. Muli's outer robe disintegrated, revealing his bare chest as he felt his body trembling, changing, evolving to an unknown degree, as if his very life force was transforming. Something inside him was burning. Muli wondered, am I turning into a dragon? Just then, a sword burst forth from the void. He grasped it tightly, stunned that he could recreate the sword energy forged from the bones of a legendary true dragon. What exactly is the Dragon Gate? He suddenly sensed someone's presence. Muli is wary. Who's there? The indistinct figure in the distance replies, you are still lost in ignorance. There is nothing. No, it's still too far. Muli wonders, what are you talking about? The shadowy figure said, one day you will ignite the divine fire, enter the Tao and become a god, then cross the Dragon Gate, and at that time, the world will be shocked. He was wary. Wait, leave a message. I'll wait for you. Seeing him clearly, Yama exclaimed, it's Muli. Ao Xuan knows, so it seems Muli has received quite a few opportunities. Zhaoqi is there to greet him from the Dragon Gate. Not bad, Muli. Muli was still pondering what had just happened. In my memories, I have no connection to any ancient artifacts. I'm certain this is the first time I've seen the Dragon Gate. But what does it all mean? I've never encountered the ancient god Sun Wukong, yet I carry his aura, and I've never seen the Dragon Gate, yet it speaks to me. How many secrets are hidden here? And why are these inexplicable things happening? Ao Xuan is curious about what happened earlier. How is Muli? Where did you go after you disappeared? He replies, I'm not sure. It was a chaotic space, and I underwent some changes there. My body became stronger, and my cultivation is about to break through. He then took out the sword for them to see. And this too. Astonished, Ngao Hien realizes that Long Mon can restore what is broken, as Doko cautiously asks, Mok Lai, have you noticed anything special about this sword's aura? Mulai returns it to his dimension and replies, no, I've tried it, and there's no magical effect. There are very few records of the Dragon Emperor sword, but I heard the sword energy still has 7 swords. Legend says that when all 7 swords are united, the true dragon's soul can be summoned. I wonder if there's a deeper meaning to all of this. She replied, never mind. If it's not there, it's not there. Then Beyond Duo turned to remind him, Old Emperor, when are you going to fulfill your promise? He starts playing dumb. Huh? A promise? What promise are you talking about? That's right, Goddess Gu Xin. Everyone's jumping. Aren't you going to give it a try? Makhan refused. The Dragon Gate? I won't jump. It won't work on me. You don't understand why it's ineffective? Let me explain further. My life force is unlike anyone else's, even the gods. It's beyond the control of the Dragon Gate's laws. To me, the Dragon Gate is just a decoration. Muli pondered, hearing Mu Xin speak of herself for the first time, yet understanding everything and nothing at all. Remembering the past, if the goddess Gu Xin doesn't want to dance, is the old geezer just pretending he didn't hear her? Then he changes the subject. Ao Xuan, didn't you want to receive the inheritance? When are you leaving? We're almost done here. With a final bow, Ao Huyan bid them farewell. If that's the case, everyone must leave the East Sea. He hoped that after receiving the inheritance, I would be very different from now. And when I come out, I hope he will have made great progress as well. He hopes that after receiving the inheritance, I'll be very different from now. By the time I come out, I hope he's made great progress as well. And Muli will have to take care of the demon clan. He wished Ao Xuan well. A formation is created, and as Ngao Hian explains that it will take them directly above the Dragonsleep River, they bid each other farewell and wish each other well. The group returned to the banks of the Dragon Stream, where a crowd of cultivators was being repelled as they tried to enter. They cursed, what the hell? Why was I thrown out? It seems the Dragon Palace is about to close again. What? After all those deaths, we still haven't found the Dragon Palace treasure? Are you kidding me? Muli suddenly felt strange, prompting Ji to ask with concern. Muli, what's wrong? He revealed with a sigh. I can't suppress my cultivation level any longer. I must find a place to meditate immediately. The old emperor immediately found a place for him to cultivate. Phoenix Lake, not far from godhood, containing the reincarnation pure lotus, rich in spiritual energy. Go there, and Mu Li agreed. He moved to the center of Phoenix Lake, and before secluding himself, he gave her something. I'm going into seclusion. Please send these documents for nurturing the human and demon races. His consciousness faded, thanks to her. Doer vowed, rest assured, Mok Lai, I will return quickly to protect you. His friends assured him that they would protect him while he broke through, and Mushin vowed that with her there, he would be in no danger. And so Muo Li felt a measure of peace. After he secluded himself, droplets of water began to condense, the laws of water encircling him. His friends supported him with the formation. The next day, a sphere of water enveloped Mu Li. Suddenly, the old emperor sensed something was wrong. Looking at the colorful lights in the sky, he cursed and frantically warned, the heavenly seal is about to break. The other dimensional cultivators rejoiced. The heavenly seal is gone. That damned seal is gone. Our cultivation is no longer restricted. We are free. Earth is doomed. China is doomed. Those inferior races, I must kill them all. That damned Huaxia governor of Jing province, relying on Tianfeng and the extreme Dao pill to kill so many of our high-level cultivators. Now that Tianfeng is destroyed, does he still have that ability? He's a goner. On the third day, Yang Wen received a message from Jin He. I sincerely hope the governor of Jing province can break through and emerge soon. Now that the world is in chaos, how can we get through this without him? Yama asked directly. What did the Kim family say? He reports that the divine wondrous realm is urgently summoning us back. The 8 great alchemist secret realms are preparing to emerge, becoming the core force of Huaxia, protecting its safety. With resolve, DM La declared, I can't leave. I must protect Mu Li. Changwen understood. I see. Old Shahi sends word. The old emperor muses that Mu Li has made many enemies, and now that Tianfeng has been destroyed, not to mention those who threaten China, there are already more than a few who want to take his life. Yan Luo is a human cultivator and will surely protect Mu Li. But will the ancient goddess, who always remains neutral, fight for Mu Li? If not, he may have to sacrifice those divine treasures. Seeing Zhaoji return, it was startled. That little girl sure is quick on her feet for Mu Li. She brought news from the outside reporting that chaos had erupted, with foreign races emerging and turmoil spreading everywhere. Aside from a few major powers like Huaxia that could resist for a time, the smaller, weaker nations had already fallen. Mu Li is the backbone of Huaxia now, and they desperately need him to take charge. We must get this news to him, and we all have our own missions to fulfill. If he delays his exit, we can't wait here forever. The old emperor thought, so the Jiaoqi goddess has received the summons. Everyone silently began to make their decisions. Ma Khan reminded them, you can all leave. I'm enough here. Worried, Van asks, are you sure you'll be all right alone? DM La decides, I believe in her abilities. We'll wait 2 more days. If Mu Li doesn't emerge soon, it seems we'll have to rely on the ancient goddess. Suddenly, Mu Xin's eyes lock onto something, and she unleashes a surge of spiritual power. Watching the figure dart past, she asked, what rat is hiding over there? So it's a member of the alien race. Jiaoji recognized her surprise. It's a member of the alien race? Old Huang panicked. Why are they here? Have they discovered this place? The alien remained silent for a long moment. Then, seeing Mu Li before him, he exclaimed in surprise, this is the Huaxia governor of Jing province. At that moment, the alien excitedly exclaimed, I was only ordered by the Great Spirit to come to Lake Tanfuang to investigate the ancient divine artifact, the reincarnation lotus of the pure emperor, but I didn't expect to make such an unexpected discovery. Tianfeng has been destroyed. The once mighty Huaxia governor of Jing province now sits here in secluded cultivation, ripe for the slaughter. A surprising turn of events. But to what end? With the heavenly winds destroyed, a powerful divided soul, and terrifying void gods, what use is a single extreme path cultivator, even if he breaks through to the divided soul stage? Without the heavenly winds, he's no longer extraordinary. Any spirit realm expert could kill him in an instant. I've already sent the message. Soon, Lord Xingchen will bring the 100 Clans experts to punish Jingzhou Mu for his secluded breakthrough. Just wait to be torn apart. Moxon silenced him. You talk too much. After her squeeze, an explosion erupts before them. Changwen marvels at her strength, while Yan Lu worries, this is bad. If the alien cultivators all converge here, and those Void Realm experts are among them, we won't be able to protect Brother Mu Li. Mushin tells them, you guys go, I'll handle things here. Zhaoji regrets having to break the news. We could have left, but now we can't. You haven't fully recovered and might not be able to stop all the aliens. If what that person said is true, and the 100 clans are heading towards Muli, we have to stay here and keep him safe. She felt a little relieved. That gluttonous goddess only cares about Muli, but at least it's good to know that Gu Xin is willing to fight for Muli. On the 5th day, hordes of alien cultivators arrived. Lam reveals that the Wind Blossom clan has spread word that the governor of Jing province is secretly breaking through in Phoenix Lake. The man beside him sneers, "With Tianfeng gone, this core formation whelp must be terrified. Let's go kill him now." Lam calmly replied, "No rush. Why don't we wait for him to finish breaking through before we kill him? I, on the other hand, can't wait to see him turn to dust." Suddenly, the sorcerer stops. What's that sound? A divine palm suddenly appears overhead. They panic. What is this? We're being ambushed. Divine power rained down, and there was no escape. Both of them were stunned. What was going on? Who's ambushing us? There are powerful warriors ahead, masters of high-level tactics. We can't get any closer. Blue Brother decides to retreat. It seems killing Jingzhou's Huajia is not so simple and requires more experts to assist. The old emperor admires this move. As expected of the ancient goddess Gu Xin, she can repel these alien races from afar. Zhao knows they won't retreat so easily. The old emperor calmly replies, "What's there to fear? With the goddess Gu Xin here, we'll take them on. 2 by 2 if we have to." Half a day later, he felt like he was being watched. Seeing the overwhelming number of alien cultivators surrounding them, the old emperor cursed, "Isn't this a bit much? Damn, there are at least 10 spirit realm experts and 20 void transformation experts." Annoyed, it thought, "This kid Muli is more trouble than he's worth. Today, I'm pulling out all the stops. Damn it, I have to risk my life for this brat again. If I don't carve a painful slice out of him after this, I won't deserve the price I'm paying. Damn these alien mongrels, you have no right to be arrogant before me." He sneered at them, ordering the suicidal tribes to be slaughtered. The battle cries shook the heavens. "Kill, kill, kill them all! Kill the governor of Jing province!" Seeing another group of people flying over, the old emperor's eyes nearly popped out of his head. Could this be another great enemy? Turns out, reinforcements have arrived, including the mystical realms of Shen Wu, the Jin family, human cultivators, Bai Ling, the Gu family, human cultivators, Kunshu, and the Yuan family. Chongwen breathes a sigh of relief. The 8 great mystical realms have finally arrived. The old emperor was relieved, thinking, "Thank goodness I was scared to death. At least my treasures are safe." The old king muttered, "I'm just a regular dog. I'm the most regular one in the world." Giving the opportunity to him, I don't even need to guess what he's thinking. Gu Yu announced, "The Jing province governor is breaking through. We can't let the alien cultivators disturb him. We absolutely won't let these people touch a hair on his head." Surprised, Xingqian asked, "Who are these people? Aren't there supposed to be very few cultivators on Earth? How are they still alive in this era of depleted energy?" The alien cultivators grew tense, saying, "They have more nascent soul cultivators than we do. We can hide on Earth and maintain our cultivation by exploiting the ley lines. Perhaps those human cultivators are the same. It's said that some minor worlds left by humans from ancient times have not yet been destroyed, and they must have come from those places. It's truly astonishing that a mere Jingzhou Mu of Huaxia is being protected by so many cultivators." At this point, his fighting spirit was reignited. It was better to deal with them all at once and wipe them out. The cultivators rushed forward, demanding the annihilation of the human race and the conquest of Earth, while the Earth cultivators charged forward in unison, plunging into a fierce battle. Meanwhile, Mu Xin sensed the gathering storm clouds and shouted for everyone to stop. Tianfeng hadn't completely disappeared, and the heavenly tribulation still lingered, freezing the alien cultivators in their tracks. He declared, "At most, this heavenly seal will completely disappear in 2 days. I'll let you live a few more days." Dongwen angrily cursed, "Bastard! You're about to die and you're still stubborn." Gu Yu calmly advised, "We can't. The priority now is to preserve our strength and protect Lord Jingzhou. It's for the best. If war breaks out and something affects Lord Jingzhou, causing him to suffer a chi deviation, the human race will suffer a great loss. Let's hope Lord Jingzhou can seize the time to break through and emerge from seclusion soon." Just then, the Earth cultivators noticed something strange. The battle had stopped, so why was the thundercloud still there? The old emperor warily eyed the sphere where Mu Li was. No way. Could it really be such a coincidence? Thunder gathers in the sky, then crashes down as the alien cultivators look on in shock. What's this? The governor of Jing province, struck by the heavenly tribulation of wind set up by his own ancestors. Isn't it normal for the heavenly barrier to disappear, causing unbalanced and chaotic rules? The heavenly barrier was created by Earth's sages to protect this place, yet now it mistakenly strikes their own descendants. How ridiculous, Yuanyang curiously inquired. Master Gu, what is happening? He explains that this isn't the heavenly tribulation of Tianfeng, but the tribulation of the Tao. He's shocked. Mu is only at the core formation stage, yet he's breaking through to spirit division and summoning a Tao tribulation. This is unbelievable. His mind refuses to accept it. Only cultivators who have attained great power can trigger a Tao tribulation. This Jingzhou shepherd, Huahia, is just a core formation cultivator. This doesn't make sense. The others murmur, wondering if this Huahia cultivator can achieve great power by overcoming the Tao tribulation. Is it really that unbelievable? It can't be. Becoming a great power is impossible. That level of existence cannot appear beneath the heavenly peak. What's truly astonishing is that a core formation cultivator triggered a divine tribulation. A testament to talent so immense, even the heavens seek to test it. A level of terror beyond comprehension. This tribulation is not on par with the tribulation of enlightenment, but how could a mere human cultivator trigger it? Even the geniuses of 100 races only face such tribulations upon achieving enlightenment. The old emperor can't believe it. A Tao tribulation. This kid Mu Li is something else. Who is he, really? If he can overcome this tribulation, reaching the great power and god realms will only be a matter of time. Alien cultivators continue to sneer. Divine artifact, what a joke. A Tao Dan breakthrough triggering a Tao calamity is indeed impressive, but his cultivation is so low. Can he withstand it? He might be struck by lightning until his soul is scattered. Hearing this, the earth cultivators were annoyed. These alien mongrels were being too rude, but Yuanyang only cared about the problem. If they're just mongrels, why bother arguing with them? I wonder if there's anything we can do to help Mu Li through this tribulation? According to what I know, only one person in ancient times triggered a Tao tribulation with their Tao Dan cultivation. The ancient god Sun Wukong, the #1 genius of his era, who triggered and successfully overcame it. From then on, ascending to the heavens in one step, becoming the fastest cultivator in history to achieve divinity. Now, Mu Li can also be considered the #1 genius of this era, having also triggered the heavenly tribulation. I believe he will surely overcome this tribulation and ascend to the heavens, just like the ancient god Sun Wukong. At this moment, Mok Lai's spiritual energy is surging. He shouted a reminder for everyone to stay away from him and leave this place, leaving Gu Yu stunned by what was happening. Zhao Jai shouts for everyone to get away, warning that they'll surely die if caught in the tribulation. They urgently commanded, "Everyone, retreat now!" The old emperor, grabbed by the scruff of his neck by Jiaoko, cried out, "Let go of me, I can walk on my own." She snapped, "Quiet, I'm just taking care of a normal dog." Shin worriedly looked at him, wondering, "You'll be all right, won't you?" Meanwhile, Mukli continues to cultivate as the alien cultivators begin to stir. Lam asks, "The human cultivators have withdrawn from the Phoenix Lake. Should we take this opportunity to kill that Kinchao Mukhoaha?" He realizes they fear being caught in the tribulation and orders. "We fall back as well, lest we be caught in it and our souls scattered." His subordinates obeyed Lord Tinthan's orders. The heavenly thunder still filled the sky, and this wave was even more powerful than before. The alien cultivators couldn't hold on and flew out. Even the Yuanyang group couldn't bear it. Gu Yu Huang pondered, never expecting a third-grade tribulation from the violet divine lightning. Xingshan was shocked. A third-grade tribulation? The man beside him explained that based on the thunder punishment's power, the tribulation is divided into first, second, third, fourth, and fifth ranks, fifth rank being the lowest and weakest, and first rank being the highest and most terrifying. This is third rank. It seems Jingzhou Mu is doomed to die in this tribulation, reduced to ashes. Yet Mok Lai remained unfazed amidst the heavenly storm, as he didn't even consider it a threat. Purple heaven divine lightning, you say? A strike is launched directly at the lightning tribulation. The alien cultivators are shocked, calling it arrogant and suicidal. But Muo Li remained unscathed, and the opposing faction couldn't believe it. He'd shattered the violet lightning? They cried out that it wasn't over, that the brat couldn't escape. Above, the storm raged, but he remained unfazed. It was just violet lightning. He commanded, channeling spiritual energy into the heart of the divine lightning. "Disperse!" This defies the understanding of the alien cultivators. Shattering a third-grade tribulation with a single punch? How is that possible? Damn it, this Jingzhou governor is insane. Even ancient cultivators weren't this crazy when facing tribulations. Still clinging to hope, he shouts, "It's not over yet. The tribulation isn't finished. There's no way he can escape unharmed." The heavenly tribulation continued to unleash bolts of golden lightning. Guyu realized the golden clouds were actually gold stream divine lightning, a type of lightning only found in second-grade heavenly tribulations. Yuanyang added that this third-grade tribulation was close to its peak, just a little short of becoming a second-grade tribulation. The old emperor pointed to the sky, reflecting that inside the third-grade lightning tribulation was a second-grade lightning tribulation, but in the end it was only counted as a third-grade lightning tribulation. That's a bit of a ripoff. Yuanyang agreed, finding it logical. The old emperor scoffed, "A third-grade tribulation is nothing but a thug." As if sensing the insult, the lightning strikes the offender, shocking him. "Why are you so petty, you thug?" What about Muli? He stood tall in the air, a lone lightning rod, absorbing everything with utter confidence. So, what if it's a sea of thunder? He grits his teeth, enduring the oppressive feeling of the thunder tribulation with determination. What doesn't kill me makes me stronger. Even Tin Than felt this was beyond his understanding. He dares to withstand the purple sky divine lightning. Golden lightning gathers in the sky, striking down towards Muli. He scoffs. A golden lightning tribulation? It's a bit stronger than the purple one, but it's far from enough to hurt me. Jiaji approached Muli, asking, "Are you okay?" He stopped her. "It's dangerous. Don't come closer. I'm fine." Muli believes that if he's not mistaken, he's already triggered it. The clouds are still gathering, transforming into a golden sea of lightning. Meanwhile, Musin anxiously watched his every move as Yama stammered, "Hey, that's definitely a rank 2 tribulation, right? Golden lightning strikes, shaking the heavens. He just survived the third stage, and now the second. Can tribulations even level up?" The old emperor is stunned. What is happening? Is this kid Muli going to undergo a second and even first-grade Tao tribulation after just finishing the third? I've never heard of anyone going through them one after another like this. "Jiaoji, have you ever heard of this situation? Explain it to me." She replied, "Impossible. Muli is becoming more extraordinary as he grows. This situation is beyond my ability to explain. Usually after the violet sky divine lightning appears, the flowing gold divine lightning won't appear. Even if it does, it's only a faint trace. This is the first time I've seen two types of divine lightning appear at once. I wonder if Muli's current cultivation will be enough to overcome this." The golden lightning descends with even greater power than before. His eyes nearly popped out of his head in disbelief. What? Purple lightning of world suppression, he thought. A first-grade Tao tribulation has already appeared, and now a second grade and a first grade are descending together. This one's talent is beyond comprehension. The other cultivators begin to grow impatient. What the hell? Isn't this just a Daodan tribulation? Why is he taking so long? Just hurry up and make your wish already, will you? If you're so capable, undergo the grand divine tribulation at the same time. The two highest tribulations have already appeared. If he survives this, I'll abandon my cultivation and become his grandson. Damn it. Muli orders his faction to retreat, and the alien cultivators exchange wary glances. Finally, one of them mustered the courage to speak. "Lord Xingqian is in danger. Get out of the way." The heavenly lightning also strikes the astral spirit, who desperately tries to block it, leaving the alien cultivator stunned at the sight. Muli raises his sword high, two mighty golden dragons coiling around it, and as he commands the sword to return, the heavenly lightning descends. Muli's shield blocked the heavenly lightning, and the other cultivators could barely stand from the aftershocks. Was he really facing the tribulation head-on? So powerful. Muli stands unharmed amidst the heavenly tribulation. Gazing at the indistinct figure before him, he wondered, is the humanoid form coalesced from the lightning law the origin of lightning itself? Is this the essence of the tribulation? His expression turned serious. He knew this was the power of the law originating from the law. The source of the law is the origin. Suddenly, Muli's entire body cracked like porcelain, and part of his arm was torn off by the lightning tribulation. His face contorted in pain as he endured, knowing that if his body was forged under the origin of lightning, it would surely be torn apart. But if he could be reborn from the wreckage, his cultivation would surely rise to another level. At this moment, Muli summoned the immaculate, saintly body. After his body is regenerated, he declares, "I am a demigod of the immaculate saint physique." Looking at the peaceful sky, Muli sighs, "It's over. This brings joy to the earth cultivators." The thunderclouds dissipate. Did Jingzhou Mu succeed? Makhan is proud. He really did it. Duji happily exclaimed that Muli had succeeded, and the old emperor added that the kid was truly remarkable. Everyone looked at Muli with admiration, while the heretic cultivators began to murmur, surprised he survived the lightning tribulation. What's there to fear? He only survived by luck. Mu Li then declared, "Today, I, Mu Li, have overcome my tribulation and broken through. With Tianfeng gone, it's time for a great slaughter." They scoffed. "Tianfeng is gone. What are you now?" He merely survived the lightning tribulation by luck, yet dares to speak so brazenly? A cocky one charges forward with a great sword. "I'm a soul division expert, Qin Chao Muck. I can kill you myself." He approached Mu Li step by step. His eyes filled with coldness, and in an instant, the man before him vanished. Mu Li declared that today was a good day to kill. The remaining fighters hesitated, thinking that he should only be a nascent soul realm cultivator, but he's clearly not an ordinary one. Could he be at the peak of the Soul Division's realm? They regained their composure, steeling themselves. Damn it, so what if he's at the peak of the Soul Division stage? Kill him before he has a chance to grow. Just then, another group joins the battle, the extinct spirit race, the bone race, bolstering the strength of the 100 races. They glared at him, full of animosity. Hong Fei, elder of the Qianling sect, was only defeated by you because of the heavenly seal. But now it's gone. Feel the true power of an avatar, Jingzhou Mu. Gu Yu angrily shouts, "Qianling sect, what do you think you're doing?" Seeing them attack his side, he's furious. "You damned traitors." As Mu Li Shu attempts to strike, he calmly states, "Dust to dust." Immense spiritual power erupts, carrying incredible pressure. It was too late for the alien cultivators to regret their actions. How could he be so terrifying if he wasn't a split soul? They wondered if he wasn't a split soul, then he must be a false god. He jumped from the peak of the Daodan stage to the false god stage. Mu Li turned to the next group. "Qianling sect, you're next. Understand that you've survived this long because of Tianfeng, not because I was lucky enough to win." As Yuan Yang watched the fight in awe, he exclaimed that Mu was indeed impressive to jump 2 levels. Gu Yu explained that he had already been in contact with the laws, even in the Daodan stage, and had overcome a world-shaking Dao tribulation, so it made sense that his cultivation would jump straight to the Void God stage, making him a top cultivator. The old geezer can finally relax on the grass again, now that Kid Mu Li is here to take care of things. "Today, all human cultivators must die," Xingchen declared with newfound confidence. "Say that again. Are you sure?" He arrogantly replies, "So, what if you become a divine transformation? Can one person turn the tide?" "Dream on," he says, determined to teach them a lesson. "I'm invincible under the heavenly wind. Why wouldn't I be invincible now that it's gone? Today isn't the end for the Huaxia cultivators, but the day you foreign cultivators die." Despite being outnumbered, their morale remains high, speaking ambiguously with twice as many people. "How did you turn things around?" Stunned by their gathering power, the human cultivators asked, "Is that all celestial energy?" Someone asked, "Are celestial artifacts really that powerful?" Yan Yang explained, "Among the ranks of magical artifacts, spirit grade is the lowest, heaven grade is terrifying, god grade creates fortune, and divine treasures above god grade are even more frightening. Only a few void spirit cultivators or powerful beings possess heaven grade artifacts. Yet you don't seem to care. So, what if it's a celestial artifact?" Qingchen strains, focusing all his power. "Eradicate the thunder tribulation above me." Mu Li was a little disappointed. "Is that all?" Countless celestial energies hurtled towards Mu Li, who instantly teleported away, only for those energies to suddenly form a circle, obeying Mu Li's command. "You underestimate me. Is that all you've got?" Before they could process what was happening, the heavenly energy under his control surrounded them, and they were ambushed, each one screaming, "What is going on?" "This is our weather manipulation. How is it attacking us? Damn it, whose magic artifact is this? Take it back." Barely dodging the attack, he realizes it's the perfected law of space. He declares, "I told you, this is a massacre. Today, you will all die here." Even the water's laws rise from the lake, drowning them as they realize he wields 2 laws, but Mu Li isn't satisfied. He needs more spice. Lightning, Faza, weaves into the water column, electrocuting the alien cultivators. Yuan Yang is shocked. 3 laws? Could it be that Mu underwent a lightning tribulation and even transformed the law of lightning into his own? Not satisfied yet, he adds even more. The law of wind now joins the water column. Gu Yu gaped in astonishment, unable to believe that one person could turn the tide of battle. "Is this the governor our Gu family has placed its hopes on? I truly have an eye for talent." He pushed Mu Xin towards him, urging them to marry quickly. The others looked on in admiration. "Well done, Moklai, you're truly something else. Indeed, the Jing province governor is a god." Looking at his struggling opponent, Mu Li had to give him credit. He was tough to endure so many blows. The group had barely escaped death and they were all in tatters. They were saved. Had he finally used up all his magic? The pain is unbearable. My body feels like it's falling apart. But the fire spells are unleashed, and they must endure further torment. My lord, Jingzhou Muhuaya, you cannot die. Muli shows no mercy. I told you this is a massacre, and if you dare to be enemies of the human race, you must be prepared to face death. What good are numbers? Just then, the spirit's triumphant laughter echoed from within the fireball as he declared, Jingzhou Mu, you are destined to die. Muli complimented his opponent, acknowledging his tenacious life force, and effortlessly brushed away the incoming hidden weapons. You think you can kill me with just these artifacts, or can your laws bind me? Am I only able to use the power of the law? Gaoji wondered in surprise. A half-step Da Neng, a first to third grade Dao tribulation. Even Sun Wukong never experienced this, yet it raised his cultivation from mid-stage to this level. This old man has never seen such a crazy upgrade. A half-step Da Neng, above a false god, below enlightenment, a realm just a hair's breadth away from enlightenment. Even the most gifted cultivators would take thousands of years to achieve this, and he did it in a single tribulation. You're something else, Muli. It was then that Tin Than realized he'd messed with the wrong person. A demigod? A half-step Da Nang? How could he jump so many realms? This is completely against the rules. What kind of monster is this human cultivator? Now it's Muli's turn to attack, unleashing the laws of fire upon his spirit, piercing through his chest with deadly force, sending him crashing back into the fiery furnace. Muli stood upon his opponent's corpse, surrounded by a mountain of alien cultivators. The human cultivators couldn't believe it. Lord Qingzhou Mu, have you truly reached the half-step Da Neng realm? Mockley admits that he has indeed reached that level, news that brings joy to everyone. He really did it. Huaxia is saved, humanity has hope, and the earth will not be destroyed. Muli declares that with Jingzhou Mu of Huaxia here, he will slaughter all the cultivators of the 100 clans. The day I break through will be the day I begin my massacre. Not only will these high-level alien cultivators die, but anyone who harms the Spirit Clan will die. The crowd roared in unison, kill, kill, kill. He announced the next phase. To resist foreign invaders, they must first quell internal strife. Next, I will find all the alien races hiding in China and kill them all, eliminating the threat of alien rebellion and then attack other countries. Until every alien on Earth is eliminated, the heavenly barrier has opened. To protect our home in this chaotic world, all spirit tribes must unite as one. Do you all understand? Guyu and the others shouted in unison. The Spirit Race Cultivator Alliance obeys the orders of the Jingzhou governor. Follow my lead and slay these alien beasts, Guyu shouts as he leads the charge. Yan Yang was just as fierce, taking down enemy after enemy, while Yan Lu and Chong Wen fought side by side. On November 1st, 3220, human and demon cultivators of the Xia gathered beneath the Jianmu Divine Tree in the Kunlun Mountains. A meeting of historic significance. Humans and demons officially joined forces, becoming the Spirit Race Army. A month later, Muli of Kunlun Mountain, Jingzhou, and Huaxia was declared the first leader of the Spirit Race Army. United, they roared their fealty to the Spirit King, a sight that moved Duko deeply. The Spirit Clan is eternal, our legacy everlasting. Thank you, Muli, for all you've done for the demon race. Muli commanded, at my order, march to the 6th continent, conquer the world, and kill all foreign races on Earth. The battle cry echoed through the mountains. 5 days later, he and Yi Qing observed the unfolding war, and he was pleased with the results. It's only the 5th day, but the situation in the 4 continents is already clear. Muli estimates that the 4 continents are not very prosperous, there are not many alien cultivators living there, and the number of high-level cultivators can be counted on one's fingers. It will probably take 2 more days to quell the alien rebellion. Suddenly, he noticed Yi Qing staring silently at her phone, and he asked, "What's wrong?" She showed him a picture. "Mockley, take a look at this." Mockley took the phone, a hint of doubt in his eyes. The Zhuanxin Mu in the video wondered, "We are Zhuanxin Mu cultivators. We don't understand. The 100 clan cultivators in Huaxia are the strongest. How could you humans have annihilated them? How did you do it?" He proposed that regardless, the Zhuanxin race acknowledges the strength of your Huaxia spirit race, and we will not invade Huaxia. I have only one request. The Huaxia spirit race must immediately withdraw from our territory, or we won't hesitate to launch a few of those extremely destructive modern weapons. After all, you have so many people in Huaxia, a few deaths won't matter, right? Muli clicked his tongue, returned the phone to Yi Qing, and left immediately. I need to personally visit that continent. At the research base of the Zhuanxin clan, Muli sneaks inside. He carefully observes what's before him. Modern science is the culmination of human wisdom in this era, and its power is immense, capable of effects that even high-level cultivators cannot achieve. How could these things be in the hands of the alien race? Just then, lasers shot towards Muli. But before they could touch him, the lasers exploded, and he remained safe within his shield. There's a vanguard. Let me go capture him. The leader had just arrived and was already insulting him. You, Jingzhou Muhuaxia, how are you worthy of being the leader of the Spirit Clan army? Muli frowned and asked, Is this so hard to understand? He pressed the remote in his hand. Has no one told you? Is blind confidence just another form of self-destruction? Muli was trapped in the cage. He explains, This cage is made with the power of law and can bind any nascent soul cultivator. You'll stay put for me. He calmly took a few steps forward, casually brushing aside the lightning-covered bars, and said, Is that so? They were shocked. How is this possible? Just a mere false god. How could he break the law cage? You're not a false god, you're a demigod. He reiterates, Now do you understand why the alien races of Huaxia were annihilated? They now realize they've run into a major figure, a half-step Da Ning. An unexpected one. No wonder so many alien spirits in Huaxia were killed. How could they be his match? But how could a human cultivator reach the level of a half-step great power in this era of heavenly wind? Muli emanates a murderous aura, declaring that all who are not of his race must be suppressed to death, and one of them turns pale with fear. Big brother, say something. No, is he really going to kill us? The leader clutched the controller, threatening, Don't come any closer. If you push us, we'll launch the nukes and we'll all die together. But Yi Qing had assured him to act without worry, as the nuke's power was not a concern. The White Emperor Castle has long researched microtechnology to counter nuclear weapons, capable of stopping nuclear fusion and controlling nuclear explosions, so he has nothing to fear. Then go ahead and try, the man shouted desperately. Launch the nukes, damn it, we'll all die together. Kin Chao Mak Hoa Ha, remember this. If Earth is destroyed and humanity perishes, you will bear the weight of this sin for all eternity. You will never be able to lift your head again. In the skies above Huaxia, nuclear bombs were launched, but Huaxia's defenses held strong, and none could penetrate. By the next morning, peace had returned. He glances at his phone displaying 6 a.m., a sneer on his face. Is that all you've got? Where are the nukes? If you don't, then I'll begin the slaughter, and with that, the masses scattered. Run. But Mok Lai wouldn't let them get away that easily. He waved his hand and asked, Run where? No one will escape. The leader still has faith. If you think you can trap us with just the law of space, then you're being naive, Moli asked with a faint smile. Who said anything about just the law of space? With that, the group was crushed by the power of gravity, unable to even stand. The leader couldn't believe it. How could this be? Just a quasi-deity, so why is he so terrifying? Moli will settle accounts with this one first, daring to dream of dividing China to rule. With a single strike, he cleaves through them, asking if they are worthy, and the man begins to disintegrate. Satisfied with the outcome, Muli answers the ringing phone. Hello, Muli. How are things going over there? Muli instructed them to send someone to take over this great nation. Yi Qing didn't expect things to move so quickly. Huh? He replied, regaining his composure. Mok Lai, since I represent the night market, shouldn't we inform the Huaxia government? If you agree, then I'll leave it to you. Yi Qing reminds him not to forget to destroy the launch pad. As he destroyed the launch pad, Yi Qing suddenly said, This is troublesome. Muli asked, What is it? He belatedly realized it was a star-level signal platform. The Xuanxin clan was sending a signal into the depths of space, summoning the star clans. Muli understood. The Skywind of the Starry Sky 100 clan had been destroyed, and now the ancient Starry Sky 100 clan would undoubtedly come flooding in, marking a true moment of life or death. They both exclaimed that time was running out, and he asked for help, saying he was troubling him. Yi Qing is always willing to help. Leave it to me. Mokulai returns to his home, where Duoji rushes out to greet him. Mokli, you're finally back. He wonders why the two of them are here. Waiting for me? She says seriously, Muli, there's something I need to tell you. With that, a powerful spiritual force enveloped Jiaoqi. Muli was overjoyed. She had broken through to the semi-divine realm. Excellent. Her aura is strong. She could even become a great power in one step. With sadness, Jiaoqi announces, I have to leave. He still happily invites her. Let's have dinner before you go. Don't you love human food the most? I'll take you out for your favorite skewers. Is it only now that you realize the main point? You want to leave me? So where do you want to go? Jiaoji reveals. I sense the call of the Heavenly Palace. This news surprises him. Has the Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace been unsealed as well? The old emperor replied, "Some are, some aren't. But most are disciples who inherited the legacies of ancient immortals. You understand, their mission is to enter the great ancient ruins and seal themselves off to cultivate. But then you freeze as you see the next image." He's shocked to learn they're also descendants of ancient immortals, as Foon Guyet, in ancient court attire, sadly calls out to Moklifu Van Duke, "Let's go." The old emperor concludes that this is the mission of the Jiaoqi goddess. Muli voices her concerns. The heavenly seal has been opened. The ancient sages directly bestowed upon their descendants the cultivation of great figures, hidden within the vast laws, thus greatly increasing Jiaoqi's cultivation. But what exactly are those ancient sages up to? The more I learn, the less I understand. Didn't you call yourself a celestial being? Why hasn't your cultivation improved? You're still so weak and now you're being called out. The old emperor scoffed. What do you even understand? My mission is this treasure-filled body. I must restore it all. Muli scoffed at her, a gesture the old fox misinterpreted. What did she mean by that? Looking down on me? Deji interjected. Muli, I have to go now. How about you escort me to the heavenly palace? She perks up at this. Of course, if you don't, I'll just drag you along anyway. There are many treasures in the heavenly palace, and I must get some for you. The two then traveled to Kungshu Mountain, to the entrance of the Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace. The clansman knelt, reporting to Muli, "Spirit King, the Cloud Peak Celestial Palace has been unsealed. We will stand guard and prevent anyone from causing trouble." They even offered up immortal peaches, as after the destruction of Tianfeng, the spiritual energy of Kunwu Mountain soared, and all kinds of spiritual fruits began to sprout. Even the sacred fruit, once so precious, is now commonplace. Our cultivation is too weak to use them, so we leave it to the Spirit King. He thought to himself, remembering how humans, demons, and other races used to fight to the death for a single sacred fruit, and now there were dozens of them. The old emperor's eyes lit up as he demanded, "If you don't want them, give them to me." In the end, the holy fruit was in his grasp, and Muli curiously asked the old emperor how many holy fruits it would take to restore the divinity of the treasures in his belly. He replied that it wasn't that simple, and no amount of holy fruit would do the trick. "Those are extraordinary treasures. I'm afraid it would take swallowing a few gods to activate them." Muli scolded him. A dog can't change its nature. Meanwhile, the old geezer turned a deaf ear, caring only about eating. He turned back and called, "Jiaoqi, let's go. I'll take you to the Heavenly Palace." At the Heavenly Palace's space gate, she handed him something, saying she could only take him this far, as he couldn't go any further. "Here, take a look at the peach bag." He was shocked. Peaches of immortality, a whole basket of them, at least 20. What generosity. She divides them up, one for each of the 9 provinces wood, one for the old emperor, one for Gu Xin, and the rest are all for him. But he must never achieve enlightenment on Earth. It's too dangerous. Also, I'm giving you this Dharma robe. It can withstand attacks from all things, so take good care of it. Be sure to stay safe and don't do anything dangerous. If you get hurt, eat a peach, rest well, and don't stay up late. I hope I get to see you again someday. Muli embraced her, comforting her. We'll definitely meet again. 3 months later, only 3 peaches of immortality remained. Meanwhile, Muli and the old emperor were diligently cultivating, and he sighed, "That's enough for today." The old emperor sensed that he was about to attain enlightenment, but he had comprehended too many laws, and attaining multiple laws at once was harder than ascending to heaven. Muli asked curiously, "Has it ever been done before?" The old emperor revealed that the ancient god Sun Wukong had mastered 10 different laws, but he disappeared into the depths of space. If he insists on proving multiple laws at once, I think he should prove the laws of water and fire. While not as powerful as the law of space, it's the fastest way for you to attain enlightenment. He ponders this, needing time to consider. The old emperor announced that he trusts I will carefully consider the current situation, and that his mission is now complete. That kid Muli, I must depart. Muli was shocked to hear this. He's leaving too? He reflects on recent events. Ao Xuan, the dragon prince of the Eastern Sea, allowed sea race cultivators to join the human army, relying on humanity before sealing the dragon palace himself. The Cloud Moon Manor is descended from one of the 3 sovereigns, and they've unsealed a relic. Jiaoji is the divine maiden of the Cloud Top Heavenly Palace. She gave me peaches of immortality, gifted me magical artifacts, and then fell asleep with the Heavenly Palace. And now, even the old king wants to say goodbye and leave me? Muli looked sad and asked, "Where do you want to go?" The old emperor replied that a great god had left him a piece of land, and now it has appeared. I sensed the call half a month ago. I must go there to awaken the magic treasure within me. Where did you decide it was? I'll see you off, but the old emperor declined Muli's offer. No need. That place isn't in this dimension, only I can enter. Before leaving, he also gave him a gift. This is for you. It might come in handy, and please consider carefully the path of righteousness I spoke of. There are many paths, but you don't have much time. If you can't break through, it could turn into a demon. Muli replied, I'll consider it carefully. The old emperor entered the portal, promising to meet again. Moli returned home, his heart empty as he asked Mo Xin, will there come a day when you leave me too? She replies, I'll be with whoever I want to be with. No one can bind me. Muli sighs in relief, realizing the goddess Gu Xin is indeed powerful. He asked, Muhan, how about a stroll outside? She happily agreed. Yes, the two arrive at the city lord's mansion beneath the ancient city. Little Bai is overjoyed to see him. Mokli, you're here? She studies his face, asking, Muli, have you been very tired lately? Muli denies it, saying he isn't tired at all. Xiaobai confesses that she wants to quickly condense her body so she can always be by his side, and even if she can't help him, she can wipe his sweat. He found it a bit strange. Xiaobai, why are you being so affectionate today? Seeing Little White touch his cheek, Mu Xin is jealous, while Mu Li assesses Little White. Let's see. Quite the progress. Already a late-stage divided soul. She smugly replies, Of course. Master used so many treasures on me, it would be strange if I hadn't reached this level. Is something bothering you? He said seriously, I'm contemplating my path and the future of Huaxia. Tubac understood him well. He would do whatever he set his mind to. Although I don't understand the great power of enlightenment or the laws you often talk about, you're the one walking this path. So there's no need for others to choose the path for you, right? For a man as opinionated as you, following someone else's path would be impossible. Wouldn't it? These words were enlightening to Mu Li. He seems refreshed. Thank you, Tubac. Her words have helped me make my decision. She casually replies, Why thank me? Even if you choose the wrong path, I'll follow you to the end. Mu Li gently asks, Why are you being so rational all of a sudden? Xiaobai cryptically replies, Can't I be rational? The competition is fierce these days. Shuzhong is looking at the list in the report, and only one ingredient is missing for Xiaobai to condense his body. Xiaobai happily exclaims, Really? Great! Mu Li asks directly, What's still missing? The old man replied, Tai Yin Soul Wood. Do you know of it? It doesn't exist on Earth, but I'll try to find it. Perhaps someone brought it to Earth before. Hearing this, Shuzhong felt relieved. I'm sorry to trouble you. As the governor of Jing province, you're already a half-step master who has comprehended many different laws, but at this rate, the difficulty of achieving enlightenment will be extremely high. Mu Li kept these words in mind, understanding he would consider them carefully. Shuzhong patted Mu Li's shoulder proudly, saying his disciple had chosen well and was a peerless genius. Later, he and Xiaobai talked by the lotus pond. Xiaobai eagerly said that once the last ingredient was found, she could solidify her body. He reassured her that it wouldn't be long, as he promised. She still hadn't forgotten to ask, I still want to... Moli forces a smile. Big breasts like watermelons, huh? I remember. But why is she so obsessed with watermelon-sized breasts? Xiaobai blushed, licking her lips, saying, You wouldn't understand. It's been my obsession for years. Once I have a body, I'll devour you on our first night. Mu Li feigned deafness. What did you say? She pouted. Never mind if you didn't hear. Hiding in the shadows, Mu Xin watched them grow closer when she noticed something was amiss. In a flash, Mu Xin vanished from her spot, leaving Jinghu alone to soliloquize in the vast cosmos. As expected of an ancient god star, bound by the heavenly seal for thousands of years, preventing the emergence of void spirit cultivators. Now that the heavenly seal is broken, a half-step great power has emerged, comprehending over a dozen laws, with combat power overwhelming ordinary great powers. Could this place be trying to restore the glory of ancient times? I want to see just how strong the geniuses of this earth are. By the time Gu Xin arrived, he had vanished into thin air, leaving Jinghuo's warning. Gu Xin goddess, you must not interfere. She asked guardedly. Who are you? He revealed. We met in ancient times, but Mu Xin was fearless. If I want to act, I will. No one can stop me. He seemed to know her well, just like before. Her powers haven't fully recovered, and acting rashly could draw the attention of the immortals in the depths of space. If they descend upon Earth now, you'll doom Jingzhou Mu. Besides, he needs to grow, and the stronger he becomes, the more he can control his own destiny. If you protect him now, how will he ever gain that power? Don't worry, Jingzhou Mu cannot die. Months ago in Kungshu Mountain he achieved immortality. As long as his soul remains, he can achieve eternal life. It's not too late for you to intervene if things truly come to that. With that, he revealed his true form, staring intently at Mu Xin. Ma Kan decided to return to the ancient underground city. and Shuzhong called for Xiaobai, who rushed into his room, asking, "What's wrong, master?" He urged anxiously, "Tell Mu Li quickly, the people of Tai Yin have arrived." Xiaobai relayed this news. A cultivator from the Tai Yin star had landed on Earth. "Master says he is a great master," Mully thought grimly. A great master. A master who has attained enlightenment. I knew this day would come, but I didn't expect it so soon. What can Earth use to defend itself? Even I am only at the half-step master realm, far from enlightenment. Worried, Xiaobai asked, "Mu Li, do you want to go?" He firmly replied, "Yes." On the western side of Earth, a barrier gate appears as a spaceship emerges, and alien cultivators disembark. One of his men reports that they've already collected over 20, to which he replies distantly, "A small matter." With that, the ship vanishes from the central platform. Jinghua gazes at Mu Li, wondering if this is Earth's most outstanding genius. Mu Li assesses him as well, realizing the vast difference in power. Moreover, judging by his lifespan alone, he's likely over 3,000 years old, perhaps even from ancient times. Jinghua initiates the conversation. "Are you the strongest cultivator on Earth right now? I hear you're the governor of Huaya." Regarding the orthodox legacy of the ancient god Yu Huang, he calmly replies, "So what?" Yu Huang was indeed a powerful god-king, and his legacy is certainly extraordinary. Your current achievements are undoubtedly a result of that legacy. But perhaps you don't know. There's a miraculous cultivation technique in this starfield, 100 times more powerful than the legacies of those god-emperors. Governor of Huaxia, your talent is unmatched, and I can't bear to see you die young. If you choose to surrender and become our disciple, I will spare your life and impart this miraculous technique to you, a technique unique in all the world. It's especially suited to someone as uniquely talented as you. With this technique, I guarantee you'll achieve enlightenment within a year. 3 years to godhood, 10 to God King, and in 100,000 you could even ascend to immortality, becoming the supreme, invincible being in this cosmos. Surprised? Is there really a technique like this? Jinghua pointed to his head, saying, "Am I hallucinating? I can even show you this cultivation technique." Mu Li hesitated as he felt the technique being transmitted. He replied, "What do you think? I'm not lying, am I? What I gave you isn't the complete technique. I promise, if you join us, I'll give you the full version." Hearing this, Mu Li laughed as the scene questioned, "You don't believe me?" He thought to himself, could he have realized it? Impossible. Even a great god couldn't understand that kind of technique. There's no way an Earth cultivator could know this much. He continues to manipulate him. Don't assume that something extraordinary is untrustworthy. Try cultivating it once, and you'll see the effects immediately. Mu Li Vachtran, you're dreaming. This technique merely allows cultivators to transmit their unique cultivation methods, planting a seed within the cultivator's body. When the time is ripe, it devours their entire soul, the seed of the inner demon taking over their body, turning them into an avatar of the original. Your soul level is far below mine, yet you dare dream of devouring it. Jinghua doesn't believe it. Even if your soul level is higher, what makes you so confident? If you won't be fooled, then I'll just have to destroy you. His hand descended like the sky, covering Mu Li's head. Hang in there. A moment later, Mu Li steps on his divine scepter. He's surprised. You broke free? I didn't expect your body to be this strong. I must have it. Jinghua begins to use the law of plunder, and he recognizes the dark aura as such. To counter this, Mu Li had a plan, and his attack blocked everything. Jinghua couldn't believe his next attack also failed. His spatial law absorbed everything. Jinghua looked on with envy. Had this earthling actually mastered the ultimate law of space? I must have this body. I must. Growing impatient, he unleashed a torrent of spiritual energy like sonic waves, engulfing the sky. You've become tiresome, you mongrel. Mu Li is shocked. He has this much explosive power? He was caught off guard and took a hit? He sneers. I was going to spare you the physical pain, but you overestimated yourself. Oh well, if that body gets destroyed, so be it. Once I have it, I can restore it. Luckily, he was wearing the mech suit he received and now knows its purpose. Was the Grandmaster's attack neutralized? The forensic gown I received actually has this kind of power. If it can negate attacks combined with my physical strength, maybe I actually have a chance against him. Jinghua was stunned to see him unharmed. Are you okay? He flies into a rage, continuing his assault. Great power. I refuse to believe you can withstand all of this. He knew he couldn't keep defending and needed an opening. Mu Li's sword blocked his next attack, further infuriating Jinghua. Taking hits pretty well, but who do you think you are, daring to attack me? Another blow comes, and Mu Li slashes it to pieces. Now it was Mu Li's turn to strike, swinging his sword. But Jinghuo scoffed, dismissing it as child's play. No matter how many strikes you land, I'll nullify them. Do you really think such paltry sword intent could ever wound me? At that moment, Mu Li shouted, "Little White!" Jinghuo was stunned, and Mu Li seized the opportunity to unleash several sword strikes. The moment had arrived. Little White appeared, using a soul-crushing technique that pierced straight through Jinghuo's chest. Mu Li unleashes a flurry of punches, the final blow sending Jinghuo crashing back to earth. He's battered and broken, unable to believe. I, a great master, struck by a mere half-step cultivator? If that's how it is, I'll go all out and see how you handle it. Yonghua unleashed destructive power, wanting to drag Muryak down with him. I want you to turn to dust. Little Bai is worried. Oh no, this is terrifying. Run, Mu Li, run. Jinghuo wouldn't let up. There was no escape. But Mu Li and the others had already vanished. The two auras relentlessly pursued each other until hours later Jinghuo persisted, asking, "Do you intend to run forever? You will eventually die by my hand." Mu Li responds, "Perhaps not. I may not be able to defeat you, but killing me is impossible." Jinghuo crashed into an ice mountain, realizing he was in deep trouble and desperately summoned. "Wake up, Divine Hammer." Divine Hammer immediately snapped back, "What do you want, old man?" He keenly notices something. A divine artifact, complete with divinity and independent consciousness in its most perfect state. This is a weapon only a supreme god would possess, and it seems the Divine Hammer hasn't been claimed yet. Jinghua asks Hammer God for help, saying he needs to borrow his power, much to Hammer God's surprise. "What? Use me against a mere half-step great power cultivator?" He confirms that he must despise trash. A dignified master fighting a half-step master, and even being forced to borrow the power of a divine weapon. A pathetic greater power like you is just trash. Jinghuo tries to explain. This half-step great power is special, unlike the others. Chasing the body begins to pique his interest. Is that so? I didn't expect such cultivators to appear in later generations. Qin chimes in. Didn't I tell you? He's a difficult half-step great power to deal with, Godly Hammer asked, puzzled. But what does this have to do with me? If you want to borrow my divine power, you'll have to offer me 2 pieces of heavenly equipment to devour. Jinghuo still haggles, wondering if 2 heavenly artifacts might be too much. How about just 1 item? He urged him to stop hesitating. All right, or I'm going back to sleep. Jinghuo is going all in this time. I will definitely have his body, Cui Shen declared with pride. All right, your grandpa Cui Shen will help you destroy this half-step great power. Jinghuo reminded him. No need to kill him, just severely injure him so he can't move, and it would be best to keep the body and destroy the soul. I don't care, Cui Shen said. I'm just lending you my power. Whether you can handle him is up to you. Empowered, Jinghuo spoke with newfound confidence. You earthly Chinese bastard, how do you plan to escape this time? With such immense power, this is what it feels like to be a god. A hammer hurtles towards Mu Li, and he tenses up, realizing he can't dodge in time. Mu Li is sent flying into the snowy mountains, battered and bruised, finally understanding the power of a high-grade divine weapon. Meanwhile, Fu Yue senses the disturbance. She thought to herself, if not for his strong body and the protection of the Dharma, he would have been reduced to dust this time. His soul scattered. Fu Yue released something and prayed, hoping it would help, while the hammer god sneered, "How can a mere half-step great power withstand my divine hammer's power? Dream on." Gyanghuat cries out, hoping to obliterate him completely. It's settled. His soul will be scattered. Prepare to die from the next strike. It seems Mok Lai has no choice but to activate the forbidden technique within his omnipotent mind, even if it means near-fatal injuries or an eternal slumber. But provoking him at his doorstep means taking a heavy blow. Just then, a voice echoes. "No," he asked warily. "Who's there?" A ray of divine light descended from the heavens, illuminating the sea. The staff sensed it immediately, awakening and soaring from the sea. Sun Wukong, you've finally returned. Meanwhile, Mu Li was unable to activate his forbidden technique in time, but just then, the golden cudgel appeared, perfectly blocking a blow from the godly hammer. Jinghua doesn't understand what's happening. He knows that Brat shouldn't possess this kind of power. Hammer God shouts, "Who dares disrupt my power? Do you wish to face the might of your grandfather, the Hammer God?" His voice echoes through the sky. "Who do you think you are?" the Hammer God roared. "Ah, you bastard, you want to die?" The Rui Jingubang descends, sending them both flying. It was then that the Hammer God realized it was the Rui Jingubang, and he was shocked. "What? Is that the Rui Jingubang? The legendary treasure of the ancient god Sun Wukong?" Mu Li is stunned. "Why is the Rui Jingubang here, and why did it save me? Isn't it supposed to be dormant? Isn't it supposed to only fight for one person?" The Rui Jingubang asks, "Where is Sun Wukong?" He hesitated, then answered, "The Rui Jingu Bang. Why have you come here?" It paused for a moment, then exclaimed, "So that's it. I understand now. Kid, get up. I'll lend you a hand." Muli was shocked. The Rui Jingu Bang only fought for one person, yet it was helping him. The staff shrinks to a manageable size and appears before Muli, saying, "Today, I will be your weapon. And together, we will destroy everything." He grasps the staff, feeling its surging power. Jinghu was stunned. What was going on? There's no way an earth cultivator could wield a legendary divine artifact. "Let's go all out, Warhammer. Even with that treasure, he can't unleash its full power. We can destroy him." That's the Vajra Club. I'm not looking for a death wish. He's already running, leaving that guy behind. At that moment, Muli spoke, declaring that the great power from the tie-in star was finished. Realizing the boy possessed the Vajra staff, and his aura suddenly exploded with immense power. With one strike of the staff, the opponent, who was already struggling to defend himself, was overwhelmed, resulting in his utter annihilation. Now he's settling the score with Cui Shen, unleashing the golden cudgel to give chase. "Where do you think you're going?" The hammer god stammered, I was just taking a walk." The Rui Jingu Bang scoffs. "Nah, I could hear someone calling themselves Grandpa from 1,000 miles away." "Thunderclap, your might is truly unmatched, isn't it? Not only do you want to be my grandfather, but you also want to kill the descendants of my sect." The hammer god groveled. "Oh dear, listen to my mouth. You're the grandpa, I'm the grandson. I didn't know that cultivator was from the ancient god sect. How about I apologize and promise to scram?" But the staff wasn't buying it. After beating Cui Shen, the Rui Jingu Bang explains, "This hammer is called Thunderclap, and it's considered top tier among ancient divine weapons. I'm giving it to you, so be surprised." Giving it to me? Muli couldn't believe that the golden cudgel would help him subdue a divine weapon. Lei Yin still has its pride, saying, "I can't be mastered by some cultivator, let alone that little thing. I am an ancient divine weapon. Even ordinary gods aren't worthy. Only a high god could possibly be my master. You're insulting my dignity as an ancient divine weapon." The staff smacked it again, scolding, "You think you're so precious. If this little cultivator reaches godhood, you might not even be worthy to serve him." "It's unbelievable that he's the one," the golden cudgel confirmed. "That's right, just him. If he masters 10 different laws and ascends to godhood, what right will you have to call him master?" With that, the staff turned to explain to Muli, "My level is too high. If I let you use my Dharma body, you wouldn't be able to unleash its true power, and it would be too draining for you, leading to physical exhaustion. Therefore, you can't borrow too much of my divine power. Though you can't unleash the full power of this Thunderclap axe, it's less dangerous for you to use. Let it be your everyday weapon for now." Lei Yin asks for permission. "I have something to say, and if you disagree, I'll smash you into oblivion with this staff." "Speak, what else do you have to say?" Thunderous voice dared not utter another word. "I have nothing more to say." Golden Cudgel praised, "Very good." He then turned to Muli, asking the cultivator his name, and he introduced himself. "I am Mok Lai, the governor of Kin Chao Mushoaha." The staff praised, "So you are a descendant of the great Yu?" "Not bad. I've been confused this whole time. Can I ask you something?" "What's going on?" "The Golden Cudgel won't reveal things you don't need to know yet. You're of the ancient god sect, so I'll help you and accept your patronage. I'll be with you from now on." He wondered to himself, since when did he become a member of the ancient god sect? He clearly remembered practicing the Ascension Sutra of the Violet Star One Path sect, passed down to only one disciple per generation. His master was a mysterious figure, never seen after imparting the technique. And what did this ancient god sect have to do with him anyway? Could that voice be Sun Wukong's, here at the Lunar Star in the Guanghan Palace? The Guanghan Palace holds a special place in the cultivation world of the Lunar Star. Its magnificent halls home to beautiful female cultivators, the object of many Lunar Star cultivators' affections. In the great purity pool, Jiaqi sighed as Guijiao approached her, asking, "Our Guanghan fairy, what troubles you so?" Jiaqi replied with frustration, "Se Guijiao, aren't you also a Guanghan fairy?" "Aren't I enough?" Guijiao asked with concern. "What's wrong? I've noticed you've been downcast these past few days. Is something troubling you?" "Tell me, what's wrong?" she replied sadly. "I miss home and I miss him." Helpless, Guijiao knows that longing is useless. The moon is too far from Earth, and unless she becomes a great cultivator, she'll never cross that distance. Jiaqi clings to a glimmer of hope. Doesn't the Lunar Star have warships that can travel through space? Perhaps our Guang'an Palace has one too. Guijiao flicked her forehead and scolded, "Jiaqi, I won't let you sneak out." He said that unless we both achieve great power, we won't be able to return to Earth. Earth is too dangerous now. Without enough strength, going back would be pointless. She knows that it's precisely because it's so dangerous now that I want to return. I heard the Earth's celestial barrier has been breached, and the situation is very unstable. I wonder how my family is doing and how much pressure they're under. How are they now? I used to be a burden to him because of my weakness, but now everything has changed. If only I could go back and help him. Guijiao urged her, if she wanted to return, then she should keep striving forward. Their master had used thousands of years of Guang'an Palace's resources to nurture them. We will surely achieve great power. Spurred on by renewed hope, they vow to strive together. For her home, for him, Guijiao is pleased to see her spirit renewed. Let's work together. Meanwhile, in the starry sky, an alien cultivator follows the trail here, muttering about how a place, once an ancient divine star, bound by the heavenly seal for millennia, its cultivation degraded, its gods vanished, could actually bring down a great power of the Taiyin star. Suddenly he sensed the aura and saw Mu Xin, shocked that Earth possessed such a powerful master. She was the one who brought down the great cultivator from the Taiyin star. The alien cultivator demanded, "Who are you?" But Makhan grimly eliminated him. As her spiritual energy tightened around his neck, he gasped, "What level are you? Who are you?" With one hand, she obliterated him. Taiyin has invaded too many times. Die. With the matter settled, Mu Xin gazed silently into the distant cosmos before returning to Earth. A month later, at Mu Li's house, he diligently cultivates, sensing his body has stabilized and knows he has fully recovered. He began searching for her. Makhan? She's not here either? How strange. It's been so long since I've seen Mu Xin. Where has she been these past few days? He arrives at the city lord's mansion, and Guqing asks about the situation from below. Shuzhong reports that he hasn't seen her either. Similarly, I haven't seen Xiaobai in a while either. Let's put this matter aside for now. Never mind. I doubt anyone on Earth could harm her anyway. It's good enough if she doesn't harm others. You said that after I went into seclusion, the Taiyin star had no more activity, Shuzhong replied. It's strange, though. One day I clearly sensed another great power from the moon approaching Earth, but it was only for a moment, and then that presence vanished without a trace. Since then, there's been no sign of any lunar star cultivators. Mu Li still couldn't figure out what the people of the Taiyin star were plotting. Were they secretly summoning the 100 clans of the starry sky like the Zhuanxin clan? Shuzhong thought this was a bad situation, and if it were true, things would be unstable. Mu Li regretfully said, if only I could go to the Taiyin star myself, but unfortunately my understanding of the laws has reached a bottleneck. If I could be enlightened by a great power, I could cross the starry sky to Taiyin. Shizhong suggested that if he truly wanted to cross the stars to Taiyin, he knew of a place where a star-linking teleportation array to Taiyin star could be established, prompting Mu Li to immediately ask how. Little White was the first to object. Mu Li, you can't go to the Taiyin star. It's too dangerous. We don't know the situation there, but he's adamant. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Now, I have to make a trip there to find Mu Xin. Senior Mo said, Shizhong won't hide it anymore, I can tell you, but I need you to do something for me. Little Bai doesn't want to. Master, you're taking advantage of the situation. Somehow, Mu Li has reached the surface of the Taiyin star. He's not used to it yet. This is the Taiyin star, and he's having a little trouble adjusting. Lei Yin, what is the current situation on the lunar star? Lei Yin reports that the lunar star has 9 major powers, mainly sects and clans. Above these 9 major powers stand 3 transcendent holy grounds. First, the Asura Hall. The great master you killed before was one of the hall masters of Asura Hall. Second is the Chankan Gate, and third is the Guanghan Palace. These 3 sacred grounds are each guarded by gods and possess countless powerful experts. Mu Li thought to himself, if a single powerhouse was already too much for Earth to handle, how could they face gods? And below the 3 sacred grounds are 9 major powers and countless minor ones. If these forces were to invade Earth with all their might, the consequences would be unimaginable. He asks where they are now. Lei Yin replies that the Taiyin star is divided into 4 regions: East, West, South, and North. Coincidentally, this is the Western region. The Asura Palace is also in the Western region. He curiously asks, which region is the Guanghan Palace in? He replied, in the Eastern region. He thought, the opposite direction? At the time, Shuzhong owed Mu Li a great debt. I've searched everywhere I can think of for lunar soul wood to solidify Xiaobai's body, but to no avail. If you're going to the lunar star, could you search on my behalf? Mu Li is surprised. You mean the lunar soul wood is on the lunar star? The old man confirmed, that's right, it's a unique treasure of the moon palace on the Taiyin star. In ancient times, cultivators from the lunar star used it as tribute for the Earth's rulers. He asks directly, How do I get to the Asura Palace? Lei Yin immediately responds, saying it's 100 miles to the west. Muli calculates that the attackers of Earth are all Asura Palace cultivators. Since they're in the western regions, he might as well scout them out before heading to the Guangan Palace. He's currently in Luhuai City, where the people around him are constantly watching him. Muli was a little worried. What's going on? Could my disguise really be that obvious? Lei Yin explains, you're wearing the clothes of an Asura Hall cultivator, and the Asura Hall is the dominant power in the western regions. What do you think? Mockley stopped at a tavern to rest, having changed his attire, and mused that the prestige of the Asura Palace was indeed deeply ingrained in the minds of others here. The waiter rushed over to greet him. What would you like to order, sir? Muli gestures for a plate of everything, and the waiter happily obliges. Meanwhile, he overheard nearby conversations about the Asura Hall's massive recruitment efforts, hinting at their unwavering determination to seize the ancient divine crystal. I also heard that the seal on Earth, the place that was sealed by the great heavenly wind formation for thousands of years, has been broken. People from the Asura Palace have already scouted it out, saying that the spiritual energy there is abundant and cultivation resources are extremely rich. The Asura Palace has officially issued an order to join hands with the two Holy Lands and attack Earth. Learning this, Muli leaves money on the table and departs. No wonder the tie-in star cultivators have been so quiet lately. They're really preparing for a large-scale attack, and he must stop them. The waiter asked in surprise, Sir, what about your food? He replied, It's a reward for them. The nearby patrons shouted, If he doesn't want it, bring it over to us. The waiter agreed. All right. Standing before the notice board, Muri called out, Senior Golden Cudgel, do you see this? Enraged, Jin Gubang says, These tie-in star cultivators are truly ungrateful wretches, and you hate them too. These scumbags should have been wiped out in ancient times. Then Muli tears up the notice, vowing that one day he will make them regret what they did to Earth. In a fit of rage, Muli heads to the Asura Hall arena, relentlessly pummeling his opponent to vent his anger, until the referee declares Muli the victor. Those below cursed, Damn, he's strong. Just looking at that kid, you die going up against him, I'm out. 10 people pick one, and whoever isn't chosen will die. Zhang Mu of the Asura Palace, will you participate? I'm not going either. Earth is great, but I'd rather live than risk dying for it. The referee announces the second round, asking if anyone wants to step into the ring. He waved them all on, saying there was no need for formalities, they could all come at once. They felt insulted, the nerve of him. He's too arrogant. From the upper floors, someone couldn't help but shout, Someone take care of this brat. He's an eyesore. He sneers, Limak, interesting. The referee glances, startled at the source of the voice. That's blood flow. The referee allows all 9 to attack at once, and if they win, all 9 will be promoted, prompting the group to charge forward. They scoff. Arrogance comes at a price. Kid, today, I'll show you what happens when Mok Lai Tan takes on all of you. The audience stares in disbelief, overwhelmed by his power. The referee, seeing the spiritual energy gathering around him, announces that Muli has leveled up. Now that you've leveled up, you can join the Asura Hall in a few days. But Mok Lai isn't done playing yet. I want to challenge a few more people. The referee is shocked. What? Who else are you planning to challenge? He points to the figures high above. I want to challenge them. His face paled as he heard this. Wait. They're not cultivators participating in the competition. You can't challenge them. Muli's face was full of ambition. No, he wanted to defeat them all. Bloodflow asks if he's sure he wants to challenge them, but he confirms, saying the others were too weak and maybe these 3 can make him break a sweat. Huyet Lu brandishes his sword, offering it as a prize. He challenges them to one-on-one duels, and whoever wins will claim this superior celestial weapon. He lazily decides to take them all on at once, saying, Don't be so troublesome, just come at me together. The other 2 feel insulted. I'm going to kill this idiot. Me too. And with that, the 3 of them angrily descended into the arena. The bald one shouted, Rampant brat, you're asking for death. But Muli found him too weak, blocking him with a single palm, and the 3 couldn't believe how easily they were beaten. What's going on? Be careful, he's been hiding his strength. I didn't expect this kid to be on our level. We'll have to attack together to take him down. The remaining 2 unleashed a coordinated attack, summoning jagged spikes from the earth towards Muli, while the bald man seized the opportunity to strike. But Mukli foresaw this, and a smile crept across his face. He seized the opportunity to leap into the air, dodging the attack, and unleashed the myriad swords' return to origin, creating thousands of swords in retaliation. Its immense power surprises the others, and even his opponents are terrified by Muli's overwhelming aura. Muli smiles. Now do you know my power? Each sharp blade hurtled toward his opponent, and after the strike, thick dust filled the air. As the smoke clears, Muli stands tall, a smirk playing on his lips as he gazes at the remaining opponent. Blood River exclaims, "What a peerless genius! With this potential and talent, even without achieving great power, you could rule a branch of the Asura Hall. Young brother, let's talk over there." He approached, wondering how a rogue cultivator could reach this level. He explained, "I encountered some fortuitous events, inheriting the Tao fruit of a great power, coupled with exceptional talent, allowing me to reach this realm." Huyet Liu invites him, impressed by his lack of humility. "You're quite arrogant. I am ruthless and cruel, seemingly born to be a killing star of the Asura Palace. Welcome to our ranks." Muli shakes his hand and he replies that it's an honor, as the man introduces himself as Bloodflow, the master of the third hall of the Asura Hall. Besides the master, the Asura Palace has 6 halls, each led by a powerful master, but 2 have fallen on Earth, leaving their positions vacant. I'll report your situation to the Divine, recommending you for the position of Temple Master. With your strength, it shouldn't be difficult at all." Muli clasped his hands and bowed. "Thank you, Lord Bloodflow." He wondered about the 2. Hadn't he only killed one? "No need to thank me. This competition was held to recruit the strongest genius." He smiled, helping Muli up. "Once we're on Earth, we'll fight side by side. There will be countless opportunities, and then you can thank me." Mok Lai understood immediately. The Asura Hall initially wanted to conquer Earth with their own power, but repeated failures made them wary. So they issued a recruitment order, borrowing the power of the Tai Yin Star cultivators to invade Earth. But who killed the remaining Grandmaster? Could it be Mushin? Has she already arrived on the Tai Yin Star? If that's the case, I must contact Xiaoxin quickly. Her strength hasn't fully recovered. She can handle a Da Neng, but against a god. Muli began. "Lord Bloodflow, I have a question. I heard that Earth was extremely prosperous in ancient times, far surpassing the Tai Yin Star. Do you think we can conquer it with just the power of our Western region cultivators?" Blood River replied, "Do you think that Earth is still the Earth of ancient times? The Earth is now in utter decline. Intelligence suggests that its strongest expert is only a newly ascended semi-divine being. How could they possibly stand against us? Besides, who said we'd only use the power of the Western region cultivators? The Divine Master has contacted the Chankin sect of the Northern region, leaving only the aloof Guangan Palace." With this information, Muli knew he'd come to the right place by joining the Asura Hall. He led him away, saying, "Come, I'll take you to meet the other Hall Masters and Lord God." Finally, Muli stepped into the Great Hall of the Asura Palace. The people inside spoke one after another. A new person? As expected of a half-step great power beyond the ordinary, let's see just how strong he is. Despite their pressure, Muli stood firm, his expression unchanged, which pleased them. "I hear you're quite arrogant. Not bad, but are you worthy of it?" Muli greets them, addressing the 3 great ones. Huyet Sat exclaims, "A new and powerful cultivator." The entire hall echoes, "Lord Huyet Sat." The god of this place, a fierce expression on his face, pressed close to Muli. Lei Yin warned, "This is a god of the Asura Palace. He's testing you. Pretend to be uncomfortable, or you'll expose us. If you can't, I'll fake it." The others assess, this young newcomer is no simple man. To reach this level at such a young age, and even withstand the pressure of Lord Bloodshed, one couldn't help but ask, "Bloodflow, where did you find such a genius?" He chuckled. "What if I told you I just picked him up off the street?" Barely able to withstand the pressure, Muli knelt, feigning discomfort. "Lord Bloodshed is indeed powerful. I am in awe. You will be the example I strive for. I will try to reach and surpass this realm." Bloodkill was pleased with this display, bestowing praise upon Muli from on high. "You're not bad. From now on, you are the 5th Hall Master of the Asura Hall, one of the leaders of our Asura Hall. I will give you enough resources to wait for the day you surpass me." Holding the jade piece with determination, he vowed not to disappoint Lord God. Then Mok Lai began to act, panting as if exhausted. "The Blood Fiend. God's position is quite good," the Golden Cudgel said excitedly. Seeing its strange reaction, Muli asked, "What is it?" "What do you see?" The staff begins to speak. In ancient times, cultivation on the lunar star was primitive. So Earth's sages came to preach, discovering that although the Blood Fiend was weak, his talent was considerable and accepted him as a disciple. Hearing this, he was dumbfounded and urged, "What happened then?" He then revealed an even longer story than Vanso, followed by a great battle in space. Huyet Sat decided to follow the path of using slaughter to attain enlightenment. He personally murdered the Earth Sage, his own master. Once free, Bloodshed slaughtered countless innocents, his power skyrocketing, becoming the first great power to attain enlightenment on the lunar star. It was at this moment that Sun Wukong and I arrived. Bloodshed was incredibly arrogant then, not even acknowledging Sun Wukong, clamoring to kill a god to become a god of slaughter, only to be sent flying with shattered bones from a single slap by Sun Wukong. His tendons were severed. Hearing this, Muli found it hard to believe that a single slap could defeat such a powerful being. Is the ancient god Sun Wukong really that powerful? Seeing his confusion, Thundersound steals Golden Cudgel's line to explain further. After Bloodshed, God was defeated by Sun Wukong. He continued to cultivate into a god to complete his path of slaughter. He massacred countless cities, his reputation and achievements built upon mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The western region was once full of cultivators, but even more so, ordinary people, all tragically slaughtered. Now most of the people in the western region are outsiders, and because he was among the first cultivators to attain enlightenment, it was too late by the time the experts from the Taiyan Star reacted. If the other three realms didn't have powerful guardians, they'd probably be wiped out too. The Golden Cudgel chimed in. I see he's forgotten the pain, thinks his karma has been resolved, wants to become a high god, but is afraid to act against the other realms with gods guarding them, so he turned his attention to Earth. Seeing that things were in order, Lei Yin raised his index finger, signaling that this was the truth. At this moment, Muli made his judgment, so that's why he let the Asura Hall advance to Earth. So his goal wasn't Earth's resources, but its population? He wants to slaughter the people of Earth. Lei Yin affirms his suspicions. That's right, the Bloodshed god is still haunted by his suppression in ancient times, fearing that Earth still hides ancient gods. That's why he repeatedly sends people to scout, even if the great powers sent end up dying. So he raised the banner of dividing Earth's resources to incite the Taiyan Star cultivators to invade, thus ensuring his own innocence. Limo was furious, gritting his teeth at the insidious plot. He vowed to show him what a real festival was. Bring it on. Earth was not a place for a bloodshed god to rampage. Half a month later, at the 5th hall of the Asura Palace, a person entered to report, Lord Limu, the bloodshed god invites you to the main hall to attend the council. Muli simply replied, I know. He thought to himself, so they're finally making their move? Over at the Asura Palace's main hall, Qianjing, standing next to Bloodfiend, said, These must be the northern domain Taiyan Star Lords of the Qiankan sect that Bloodflow mentioned. The one above is a god, and the unfamiliar experts below are all powerful figures, their core strength comparable to the Asura Palace. As Bloodflow saw Muli arrive, he invited, Division Leader Muli, please, have a seat. Muli glanced at the strangers and curiously asked, Lord Bloodflow, who are these people? He hastily replied, These are our allies, the esteemed members of the Qiankan sect, and their leader, Lord Qianjing, the Qiankan sect deity. Then, eager to introduce him, Bloodflow said, Everyone, this is the newly appointed 5th Hall Master of our Asura Hall. Li Mu respectfully greeted everyone, including the deities Qianjing and Zhuisha. Zhuisha gestured for him to sit and then began to lead the discussion. Back then, the Earth sages thought they were clever, paying a heavy price to create the Heavenly Seal formation. Now that the sages have fallen and no great power remains on Earth, attacking it will be a piece of cake. Qianyin retorted, I wouldn't be so sure. I heard the Asura Hall lost 2 great masters on Earth. If they're so weak, why haven't your great masters returned? Zhuisha countered, Earth is an ancient divine star. It's not surprising it has some tricks left to kill a great master or two, but if we attack in full force, those ancient tricks will be useless. He confidently declared that Earth's spiritual energy had surpassed that of Taiyin, with all sorts of natural treasures constantly appearing, Tao fruits of great power and golden elixirs of gods everywhere, and ancient relics containing countless divine treasures having emerged, the extent of which Long Lao himself understood. Qianjing, sweating, asked, What about the others? How did your contact go? Huyet Sat replied, Everyone is on board except for the Guanghan Palace. He then declared, But I believe if we work together and pressure the Guanghan Palace from both sides, they will agree. Muli, annoyed by his words, retorted, What a load of bull. The discussion ends and they head straight to the Guanghan Palace, but no one comes to greet them. Zhuisha sighs. Just as he predicted, the moon goddess is avoiding him. They even activated the grand formation. Qianjing added fuel to the fire, saying, Those moon goddess women are still longing for Earth's Rong Xianjian. How could they invade Earth with us? Huyet Sat still had unwavering faith in himself, but even he had to admit this was proving difficult. Mok Li quickly offered, Great bloodshed, perhaps I can be of assistance, surprising the 2 old men. The old man urged him, "Tell me what you're thinking." Mok Lai stated his plan directly. "I can sneak into the Guanghan Palace and deliver a message for you." He asked again, "How would you sneak in?" Mok Lai didn't answer, but instead closed his eyes and activated his breath-holding technique. Seeing this, Qianjing praised, "Bloodshed, this subordinate of yours is indeed extraordinary." Still hesitant, Bloodshed continued, "Not bad, but how do you plan to enter the Guanghan Palace with its ceiling formation?" But Muli, not paying attention, went straight forward and reached out to touch the seal, which began to shift like saw blades. Seeing this, Qianjing was impressed. "Amazing, Bloodshed. You've found yourself a capable subordinate." From within the jagged seal, Muli peeked his head out, wondering, "Lord Bloodshed, what message do you have for the moon god?" He handed him a scroll and instructed, "Take this over there, and don't open it unless you can't find the moon god. These words will disappear quickly." Mok Lai quickly acknowledged. Lord Bloodshed, in the blink of an eye, Muli disappeared from sight, and praise resounded. "This kid's a real talent. Who knew he could sneak into the sealed Guanghan Palace so easily? Bloodflow, you've found a good one. You flatter me, sir." As he entered the Guanghan Palace, he noticed it was almost entirely made up of female cultivators. While on the other side, Guijiao was talking to Jia Qi. "Why have you been so out of it these past few days? What's wrong?" She replied sadly, "I don't know. I just have this uneasy feeling, but I can't quite explain it." Seeing her gloomy face, Guijiao chided gently, "You always overthink things. Don't dwell on it too much. Just focus on cultivating. Once we achieve enlightenment, we can go home and see the family you miss so much." Moreover, he would surely be overjoyed. From afar, Muli recognized a familiar face and couldn't hide his surprise. He wondered, "Jiaqi and Guijiao, are they in the Guanghan Palace?" Then he called out softly, "Jiaqi, Guijiao." Jiaqi seemed to hear him. She turned to Guijiao and said, I think I hear someone calling me. It sounds like Muli." She replies that she thinks she heard it too. In a flash, Muli appears before them, calling out Jiaqi and Guijiao. The two girls were astonished to see him, and wondered aloud if it was really Muli or if they were hallucinating. After confirming it wasn't a hallucination, Jiaqi rushed forward, embracing him and sobbing, "Muli, is that really you? I can't believe I'm finally seeing you again." Muli quickly comforted her. "Why do you say it like we'd never meet again?" Taking this opportunity, he asked about what happened. "Jiaqi, what happened to you back then?" Not only was her behavior strange, but she disappeared with someone and we couldn't find her anywhere. Her parents were worried sick, you know. Tearfully, she confessed, "I was wrong. I won't do it again." "I'm truly happy to see you here, Muli. How are my parents? But what about you? Why are you here?" "Did your father ask you to come find me?" Guijiao moved to comfort her as well. "All right, Jiaqi. No more tears. The Guanghan Palace is for female cultivators, so Muli must be here on important business. If you keep crying like that, and someone discovers he's infiltrated this land of female cultivators, won't that just cause more trouble for Muli?" Jiaqi, realizing the problem, tried to say, "I'm sorry, I'm just so happy." Guijiao turned to him and asked, "Muli, did you come to the Guanghan Palace to find our master?" Muli asked in return, puzzled, "Could it be that your master is the moon goddess?" She immediately confirms, "That's right." Without further delay, Muli turns to Guijiao for assistance. "Could you help me arrange a meeting with her? I have something I need to discuss with the moon god." Hearing this, Jiaqi was a little angry. "Did you come because of those people out there?" Mokli softly asked her, "Do you think that's the kind of person I am?" Jiaqi frowned. "It's not that. It's just that we haven't seen each other in so long, and you're wearing a Sura Palace high-level attire, so it's hard not to overthink." With a smirk, Muli gestured to his head, teasing, "Long time no see. Miss Sue's IQ has gone up quite a bit, hasn't it?" Jiaqi glared at him and said, "What did you say?" Then, pulling him along, she added, "Forget it, I won't bicker with you, let's go." As he goes to see his master, Muli continues to tease her. "Even though you're the moon goddess, you still act like a spoiled young lady. Look at Guijiao over there. The complainer meets the troublemaker." Jiaqi, infuriated, says, "What? You got a problem with that? If you're not happy, suck it up." Seeing them as always, Muli was secretly pleased. Great, everyone's still the same. In contrast to Jiaqi, Guijiao gently asks him, "You look so tired. You must be exhausted carrying the weight of everything that's happened on Earth." Muli provokes, "If you two could achieve enlightenment sooner, my burden would be much lighter." With a confident look, Jiaqi says, "I will definitely work my hardest." "As will I," says Guijiao. "We will both work our hardest." He chuckled. I'll be waiting for that day. As they walked, Jiaki suddenly turned and said, Listen to this. The Guanghan Palace enshrines an earth deity. I'll take you to meet them later. Muli asks, An earth deity? She replied, That's right, and it's someone we all know. After walking for a while, the three arrived in front of the ancestral hall. Jiaki pointed ahead, confirming that this was the place. A statue of Sun Wukong meditating stood in the center, and she exclaimed, Look everyone, there it is. Jiaqi said excitedly, Surprised. When I first came here, I was surprised, but Muli recognized it right away. So, the ancient immortal statue connected to Moon God's Guang'an Palace is actually the ancient god, Sun Wukong? Suddenly, footsteps echoed, and the Moon Goddess arrived, asking in a cold voice, Who are you? Jiaki and Guijiao quickly knelt down to explain. Master, please don't be angry. He's not from the Asura Hall. He's an acquaintance of mine from Earth, from a reputable family, and has never killed innocent people. Huaxia Jingzhou Mu, why have you come to the Taiyin Star? Moon God asked, giving him no time to explain, and quietly snuck into the Guang'an Palace. What is your connection to those outsiders? Smelling trouble, Muli broke out in a cold sweat, thinking, So the reputation of the Asura Palace really is in the gutter. Suddenly, the golden cudgel flew out and said, Little girl, long time no see. The moon god, shocked by its appearance, stumbled and leaned against the wall, stammering, The golden cudgel. After regaining her composure, she questioned it. You've been asleep in the East Sea Dragon Palace on Earth for thousands of years. And now you've not only awakened, but also come to Guang'an Palace, which means he's still alive. The staff replied, Indeed, she knew my thoughts exactly, knew that I knew. I knew he would. It continued, Perhaps you're the only one who's missed Sun Wukong for thousands of years. The moon goddess's face relaxed, and she smiled softly, saying, In the end, we weren't disappointed, were we? Seeing the tension dissipate, Muli introduced himself. Moon goddess, I am Muli, tasked with protecting China. Now that the heavenly seal has been broken and the relics have appeared, the great ones and gods are still unable to manifest. Appearing at the Guang'an Palace as a member of the Asura Hall fills me with guilt. But everything I've done has been for Earth, with unwavering resolve until my death. He then desperately pleaded, Moon goddess, could I ask for your help in saving Earth? She would naturally agree. What he wants to protect is what I want to protect, no matter what. Muli then took out the letter from Bloodshed and asked, Moon goddess, do you still want to see this letter that Bloodshed brought? There's no need to see it. Bloodshed is too bloodthirsty, with a heart of stone. The further you stay away from him, the better. Rest assured, my Guang'an Palace will stand with Earth. Even if the Asura Palace and Qiankun Gate join forces, I will fight to the end. Muli bowed, thanking the moon goddess, who was so sentimental that even her thanks were for the other person. If you want to thank someone, thank Sun Wukong. I'm just protecting this place for him. With that, the moon goddess tells him, Follow me. Sun Wukong once left an object at the Guang'an Palace, saying that if someone came with the golden staff, she should give it to them. She reveals that Mu Li, the Huaxia Jingzhou shepherd, is the one she's been waiting for. After entering the ancestral hall of Guang'an Palace, Mu Li turns to the golden cudgel, curious. What was the relationship between Sun Wukong and the moon goddess? It answers that after the great war between the gods and the alien races, Sun Wukong rescued an orphaned girl dying in the rubble. During his time on the lunar star, he raised her, teaching her cultivation techniques. The moon goddess is the girl he saved. Now he understands why she's so amorous. So that's it. The moon goddess leads Mu Li to a box and says, This is it. It's sealed. He said only the golden staff could open it, but this golden staff is all guts and no brains. Let's see here. And with all his might, he smashed the box to pieces, leaving Mu Li speechless. Oh my, you can just open it like that? The moon god chuckled, amused by his unchanging recklessness. After all these millennia, you're still as impulsive as ever. Seeing what was inside the box, Mu Li was surprised and asked, unable to see through it. A tower? It contains the highest laws, impenetrable to divine sense. What kind of tower is this? She frowned and replied, I don't know either. This box has been sealed away for ages, only seeing the light of day now. The staff seems to know something. This tower? Do you know what it is? He pressed. What's its background? The staff searched its vast knowledge. Let me see. It's been a long time since I've seen something this old. As he searched for information about the miniature tower, the moon goddess spoke, Sun Wukong has a message for you, Governor. He turned, urging her to continue. She relayed Sun Wukong's words, Stay true to your path and forge ahead. Hearing this, he was stunned into silence as the moon god continued. In this star-filled universe, the ancient god faction is one of a kind. It's not unusual to comprehend multiple laws before attaining enlightenment. Muli asked in surprise, "What did you say?" He pondered, realizing the ancient god Sun Wukong had foreseen his mastery of multiple laws, even his hesitation in choosing a path to enlightenment. The moon god, feeling inadequate, explained, "Though I only received a bit of his guidance, I mastered 3 laws before enlightenment, but my talent is lacking. He told me not to overthink it. If I want to attain enlightenment, I should choose the law that suits me best. Overthinking will only make me lose sight of my original intentions." Suddenly, Muli realized this was the aura of the One Tao sect, and his memories flashed back 5,000 years to the Ziwei star, where he was training hard amidst the floating mountains. Ho Tantu laughed heartily from behind, impressed. "This kid, it seems you have some talent, and how about I give you a little something?" He lowered himself to the ground, calling out, "Master." He reached out in approval. "From now on, you will be a disciple of my One Tao sect." Back at the Guangan Palace, Muli stood in contemplation. He has the aura of the One Tao sect, and he was taught by the ancient god Sun Wukong, so is Sun Wukong my master. But this doesn't make sense. In my past life, I met my master on Ziwei Star before reversing my power and being reborn at 20. In this life, I haven't been to Phoenix Mountain Ziwei Star or even met my past master. How could a past life relationship continue in the present? Was my rebirth all part of my master's plan? Seeing his strange behavior, Gui Jiao and Jia Qi were very worried. "Muli, what's wrong? Don't scare me like that. Are you okay, Muli?" Meanwhile, he's lost in thought, wondering if that person has followed him into this life. But how can history be real if the legend of the ancient god Sun Wukong exists within it? And what of the purple star? As if reading his mind, the moon god interjected. "I don't understand your past or present lives, but if he has shown you the way forward, you need only follow. He's your master. He wouldn't harm you?" At this point, his head was throbbing. Too many questions. He didn't understand at all. Jaiki took his arm, advising, "If you don't understand it, don't think about it." Guijiao chimed in. "Indeed, in all its years, the Golden Cudgel has never encountered such a case. Who knew Sun Wukong would find it and pass it down to his descendants? Golden Staff, I beg you, can you tell me the truth?" It feigned ignorance, asking, "What truth?" He bluntly asks, "Is Sun Wukong my master?" The staff delivers a shocking verdict. "Yes." Muli was incredibly confused, but he had never met this person. It replied, "I'm not entirely sure. This didn't happen in ancient times. Perhaps he accepted you as a disciple in a future life." Hearing this, he thought, "The next life?" The staff, unable to handle his overthinking, nudged him and said, "Why are you thinking about these unanswerable questions? Better to go and see this ancient pagoda first. This is no simple toy." Holding the time tower in his hand, Muli felt something weightless. It urged him to pour his spiritual energy into it, and Muli obeyed, channeling his power directly into the tower. Under the influence of spiritual energy, it gradually shifts to the middle stage. He continues to pour spiritual energy into it, and the tower spins before growing massive, standing firmly on the ground. Muking turned to the staff and asked, "What is the purpose of this tower?" It didn't answer, but instead said, "Go inside and see." So the 4 of them flew up, heading straight to the first floor of the ancient tower, and Muli wondered about its architecture. "Are the upper levels the same?" Golden Cudgel explains, "If you're talking about the layout, then yes, they're all the same." "There's nothing in the tower's 5 floors," he asks. "What's the purpose of this tower?" It explains, "This tower has a long history, originating from ancient times like myself, and forged from extremely special materials. In ancient times, the humans of Earth and the 100 clans of the Starry Sky fought fiercely for it. That war was extremely brutal." Upon hearing this, Muli thought to himself, a top-tier treasure. The moon goddess keenly guessed that it was the time tower, and the Golden Cudgel confirmed, "That's right, it is the time tower." He didn't yet understand what the time tower was, but she was about to give him the answer. The flow of time within the time tower differs greatly from the outside world, slowed significantly by the essence of the law of time. Over many years, the time tower has completely mastered the origin of this law. If he could cultivate inside the Tower of Time, even if 100 years passed, only a decade or so would pass in the outside world. Maybe even just a few years. Lord Sun Wukong left you this treasure to help you achieve an unprecedented path to enlightenment. Muli's death comes at the perfect time. Yes, what I need most right now is time. I must seclude myself and cultivate all the laws to perfection, proving multiple laws at once. The Golden Cudgel offered advice. With your body's strength and cultivation, you can cultivate on the second level. If you choose a higher level, the condensed flow of time will devour you. Seizing the opportunity, the moon god instructed her two disciples, Jiaqi Guijiao, cultivate on this first level. They responded, yes. Time slipped away, and 2 years later, Muli was still cultivating, mastering the laws of lightning, gravity, and the 30th law. He opened his eyes, feeling it wasn't enough, not yet, and continued his relentless training. 30 years passed, and the young man became an old man with a tangled beard. Now, Muli was worried. Was he stuck at this level again? What must he do? Cut to outside the main tower, the Guanghan Palace? Seeing how long he'd been inside, Huyet Sat's group began to stir. What should they do? The Asura Hall's 5th lord has been inside for a day, gone without a trace. Meeting the moon, God won't be easy. Perhaps he's ventured deeper. Let's hold our position and wait another day. Xianjing angrily retorted, Blood Fiend, how useless is your 5th hall master? He should have met the moon goddess by now. Are we really just going to wait around? You and I are supposed to be big shots on the lunar star, and we're being held back by these Guanghan Palace women? What kind of image is that? Blood Fiend is stalling for time, waiting for nightfall. If he doesn't come out, we're not waiting. We're going straight to Earth. I say we attack and kill all these women, taking the Guanghan Palace for ourselves. But he stopped me. Huyet Sat frowned. Our priority is Earth. We can deal with this little Guanghan Palace later. Suddenly, a figure wrapped in bandages rushed in, reporting, My lord, scouts from Earth have sent intelligence. Qianjing is eager. What did he say? Shueisha glanced at him, asking, You sent men there as well? Qianjing replied without hesitation. Of course, but we don't brandish knives like your Asura Hall. We sneak in, so we don't get wiped out. The bandaged man continued, There are no gods on Earth, not even great power-level cultivators. Only a half-step great power. What? He asked in disbelief. Only a half-step Daenerys, and then he turns to mock the blood killers. Does blood killers care? A mere half-step. Grandmaster killed all the Asura Hall cultivators you sent, including 2 grandmasters. Enraged, he vows to personally dismember this half-step grandmaster. Qianjing pressed, asking what else the scout had said. The man held up a portrait, replying, The scout also sent back a portrait of the half-step grandmaster. He quickly grabbed it and opened it, saying, Let's see what this half-step great power from Earth looks like that could kill 2 great powers from the Asura Palace. He was completely shocked by what he saw. This is Qianjing, he growled, and this is Huisha, who, still confused, asked what was going on. What is it? Qianjing threw the device to the ground, revealing an image on its surface. He flew into a rage, yelling, See for yourself, damn it! You've brought a wolf into our home! Huyet Sat looked over, his eyes burning with fury. This is the 5th hall master. Even Bloodflow is surprised. Muli, how can you see anything in this painting? He raged, channeling his power into his hands and unleashing a torrent of abuse. Damn it, how dare a mere half-step great master play tricks on me, a god of slaughter. Muli, I will make you regret this for the rest of your life. With that, Bloodshed ordered an immediate departure for Earth, declaring, Muli, when you emerge from the Guanghan Palace and return to Earth, all you'll find are corpses. Meanwhile, inside the Guanghan Palace, the moon goddess stands alone, gazing out as she contemplates, If Muli isn't there, they'll wreak havoc. Perhaps I should use all the power of the Guanghan Palace and go to Earth first. The Golden Cudgel advises her, Don't underestimate Muli's disciples, they are quite capable. Wait a little longer. Muli may emerge in a few hours. If it truly comes to it, I'll go with you. Knowing there's no other way, he accepts that this is all he can do. Inside the Time Tower, Muli is still cultivating, knowing he only needs the final power of the law of space. In space, the Bloodshed clan's ships head straight for Earth. Qianjing sees the sphere before him and knows it's the ancient god star, while Bloodshed thinks of Earth. Back on Earth, Yixing detects anomalies via satellite, discovering they have only 40 minutes before entering the atmosphere. He can't believe they've arrived so soon. Yixing urgently issued orders to gather personnel and prepare for battle at any moment, as a mighty army with cannons aimed at the target stood ready. Yixing shouts, Alien cultivators are about to invade. Prepare for battle. And the response rings out, Yes. The Bloodshed ships roared forward as their leader bellowed, From enlightenment to godhood, your wishes will be granted on this miraculous blue planet. The human cultivators responded in kind, roaring, Kill as one. A white ship emerges from the gray expanse, and everyone realizes they've arrived. They're here. The blonde youth senses something amiss and asks, Where is that lord? Why hasn't he appeared yet? Yixing said grimly, uneasy that the key player was still missing. "Muli, where are you? Without you here, none of us can rest easy. We alone may not be able to stop these invading cultivators." On the ship, the Bloodkillers discussed the surprising number of cultivators on Earth, dismissing them as insignificant insects as Bloodflow Xiaozhan activated his power. "Fools, you overestimate yourselves. Let me show you true power." With that, he strikes Yi Qing, who barely manages to block the blow. Yi Qing struggles to resist as the jade pendant Mu Li gave him shatters, but he remains calm, knowing that if his heart wavers, Ming will never rise. Suddenly, the jade pendant unleashed a green power, enveloping him. Protected, Yi Qing dodged the blow and breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness for this jade pendant. The disciples below cheered him on. "Lord Tam Quan, Lord Tam Quan." With unwavering confidence, Yi Qing declares, "Don't underestimate us. Even without Mu Li, we won't let you invade our land so easily." Huyet Lu smugly scoffs, saying that for an earth cultivator of this level to withstand one of his attacks is impressive, but that's all they'll get. He then gathers energy into a ball in his hand, certain that his opponent won't be able to withstand the next blow. Then Zhuilu strikes directly at Yi Qing, the sphere turning gold as it's unleashed. It flies straight towards Nathan, who is still struggling to resist. The two powers collided, creating a powerful friction that forced those nearby to turn away, and the ground where Yi Qing stood was blasted apart. He thought to himself, "Am I pushing myself too hard?" His worried disciples rushed over asking, "Lord Tam Quan, you have blood on your mouth, but you're still trying to act like you're okay." "I'm fine. All cultivators, listen to my command. Focus all your power on me, and together we will strike back at the enemy." He was determined to fight to the bitter end, preferring death to surrendering even an inch of ground. Zun Long placed a hand on his shoulder, and Yi Qing added his strength. A descendant of the three sovereigns' divine palace, Sun Long is willing to fight alongside Commander. Next was the successor of the great demon god, Hong Dian, who vowed to fight with the commander. With everyone united, he declared with soaring spirit that this was their collective strength, and he wouldn't let them trample it. A Taiyin cultivator laughed triumphantly, calling them a group of foolish weaklings who didn't know their place, as his companion chimed in. "You'll soon understand that before absolute power, all effort and persistence are futile." Growing impatient, Bloodflow ordered the annihilation of these weak earth cultivators. "All the resources here belong to us." At his command, the cultivators rushed forward like moths to a flame, barking out their lines. "Charge and kill the earthlings. It belongs to us." But before they could celebrate, a fiery explosion erupted, leaving them to wonder, what? Bloodkill, watching his forces get wiped out, clenches his fist and curses, "How can these insignificant ants kill my Taiyin cultivators? You insignificant wretch, watch this." He gathers power, and dark energy rises around him, forming tentacles. At this point, Bloodflow remained confident, boasting about his personality. "Let's just watch the show and let them destroy each other." With that, he released the demonic sealing Saint Spirit, the dark energy striking one of the earthlings in the head. Controlled by the wind demon Saint Spirit, he became one of the bloodshed, shouting, "Earth, it belongs to us." He then turned on his comrades, sending one flying with a palm strike, prompting another to shout, "Kid, have you gone mad?" His eyes turned black as he chanted, "Kill, kill all the earthlings." Yi Qing realized, it's not good, he's been possessed. Quickly restrain him. But the situation is more complicated than it seems. More and more people are being possessed, driven by bloodlust to kill everyone, and some still can't believe it. How could this be? Yi Qing coughs up blood from overexertion, realizing the situation is dire, death and the chaotic energy. Everyone is still slaughtering each other amid screams and curses. "Killing you all will stop this." "Have you gone mad?" Nathan could feel the chaotic aura of condensed power even more clearly. Possessed, he tries to kill his own teammates. Exhausted, he wonders, "Where are you, Mu Li?" "I can't do anything anymore." Chenjing scoffs. "Earth's cultivators are just a pile of sand, not worth fearing." "Blood Demon, I think you're overestimating these people. We're not even needed to deal with them." Blood Demon agreed. "Probably," he says. "We should wait a little longer, until more high-level cultivators gather, then wipe them all out with one blow." The old man agrees. Transported to a land of rivers and mountains, a golden dragon ascends from the flowing waters, accompanied by lightning from the heavens. It's the Dragon Prince. The Dragon Prince has appeared. Seeing this, Bloodshed simply exclaimed, realizing the dragon was none other than Ao Zhuan. He takes the opportunity to fly towards the human cultivators. Where will Ao Xuan fly to? Having regained their senses, they look at the dragon. Seeing this, Bloodflow calls out, Lord Bloodshed. He recognized it as a Jiao dragon at first glance. Under the dragon's aura, those possessed by evil spirits have awakened and regained their senses. But then they see something and begin to stir. Everyone, look up there. What is that? It turns out the Yun Manor group has come to help. Yama, standing in the sky, introduces Yama One Direction, prompting someone to exclaim, "It's Lord Yama One Direction." Chenjing stroked his beard, observing the situation, and said, "Another earth cultivator about to attain enlightenment." Bloodshed is eager to catch them all. The higher the cultivator's level, the more intense their arrogance becomes. A single powerful cultivator can stand against millions of ordinary ones. Come one, come all, I will walk the path to godhood over your bones and blood. Next came the two sisters from the Huangfu family of Huaxia, Huangfu Yun and Huangfu Yue, who declared in unison that they were here to help. And another, Yuan Yang, the Dao child of the Kunsu mystic realm, arrived to lend his aid. Seeing them appear, some recognized that they had all emerged. Excellent, with them here, our spirit clan is saved. Huyet Lu watches the five meddling figures, sensing their spiritual power. They dare gather to undergo tribulation together at this moment. Aren't you afraid of being struck by lightning? Chenjing urged anxiously. Bloodfiend, what about it? Why don't we just destroy the path to enlightenment for these earthly cultivators? But he calmly replies, there's no rush. With disdain, Bloodshed says, great power is nothing. Let them reach enlightenment, then hand them over to me. Once the enlightenment ends, he thinks to himself, the livestock is fat. Now it's time to slaughter them. Without waiting, Bloodshed shot toward them like lightning, but not before saying, I've waited too long for this. Then he seized the Huang sisters by the neck. He sneered, his face a mask of murderous intent. You think becoming a great power makes you strong? The remaining three cried out in alarm. Yun Manor, Yue Manor, Yuan Yang, they recognized my divine realm power at a glance. Chenjing stepped in front of them, confidently declaring, if you want to save them, you should save yourselves first. Being killed by me is a privilege for you mere experts. Seeing the powerful aura emanating from him, Ngao Hian asked, you're also a god? Kankin immediately attacked, but DM La blocked it, earning him praise. You managed to block that? Not bad reflexes. Now it's Yama's turn to attack. He grits his teeth, grabs the old man's arm, and says, I've got you. But Chenjing remains confident. You're quite lucky. Killing you would make me much stronger. With that, he unleashes his power, sending Ao Xuan and Yama flying backward. You two whelps think you can hurt me? Die. He struggles to stay in the air, cursing at him. Damn it. Suddenly, a stream of black energy formed into a sharp arrow, piercing through Ao Xuan with a scream. Dead. Ao Huyan, struck by the blow, reverted to his dragon form, writhing in agony. Chenjing turned to Bloodshed, scolding, Why are you stealing my kill? Bloodshed, my brother, he replied. You were just too slow, and my hands were itching. Meanwhile, the two sisters of the Imperial Palace had also been critically injured by Bloodshed. He's determined to protect every inch of this land, even if it costs him his life. I'll stop you from invading this place. Hearing this, Chenjing's ears perked up. What a naive brat, even now. Growing bored, he says, I'm tired of this. Let's end it quickly. Huitzat readily agrees. With that, Bloodshed unleashed Asura blood, creating swirling black currents in the sky, then dove straight toward the Van Manor, shouting, Die! But unexpectedly, the blast against the barrier created a violent explosion with sizzling sounds. At that moment, Muli emerged from his closed-door cultivation, leaving the Tower of Time with Yue Shen and his three disciples. She questions why Huitzat is so intent on extermination, and when a strange aura appears, someone cries out, recognizing the aura of the Spirit King. The Spirit Lord has finally emerged. We're saved. Witnessing this, Nathan shed tears of joy. Muli, you finally returned. Bloodshed never expected the moon god. Would you really interfere for these lowly earthlings? Limok, you dare show your face before me? He then began to rant and rave, calling him a mere half-step great power. What are you celebrating? I am a god. I could kill him with a finger. Back in action, Muli immediately ordered all the Spirit Clan cultivators to evacuate the area. Then he turned and said, Jockey Guijiao, you two should leave as well. Jockey was a little reluctant, but Guijiao urged, let's go. Those below need us more. Trust Muli. Then, pointing to himself, he asked for the moon god's help. Moon god, could you help me with this hair? It's not very convenient for fighting. Naturally, she didn't refuse. With a makeover from Yue Shen, Muli regains his protagonist glow, musing that this is much more comfortable. He coldly replied, Go! And with permission granted, he spread his wings like an eagle, confidently flaunting his foul mouth. Mu Li, you bastard, what a waste. I even saw you as a new talent to bring into the Asura Palace. You dare deceive me again? I'll break every bone in your body. Mu Li lowered his head, exhaling a mist-like spiritual energy that enveloped blood flow, leaving him bewildered. What is this sorcery? He continues to exhale, the mist growing stronger. Bloodflow retaliates with a wave of his hand, scoffing, You think you can defeat me with this cheap trick? Do you underestimate me so much? He throws a punch, only for his arm to instantly turn to stone, and now he realizes this is no ordinary mist. Fighting back will cause petrification? Bloodflow breaks out in a cold sweat. The mist rapidly envelops him like a cocoon, sending shivers down his spine. Annihilation Law, wielded with such ferocity. Bloodkill was stunned into silence, while Bloodflow, still trapped, cursed, Damn it, don't get cocky. Stop with these cheap tricks. I'm going to kill you. Having vented his frustration, he draws his sword, radiating immense power, but Mu Li calmly remarks, That sword, is that all the great power of the Asura Palace amounts to? Bloodflow breaks free, screaming, You detestable cultivator, die! His sword transforms into a blazing inferno, striking Mu Li, who remains unscathed, mocking him. Bloodflow, his face darkening, couldn't believe that he still couldn't touch him. No matter how hard he tried to force the sword towards him, Mu Li just stood there, mocking him. The weak are those who cannot see their own strength, and Bloodflow, unable to bear the humiliation, lashes out. Flames erupted amidst the curses and nonsensical ranting. I am a great power of the Asura Palace, you lowly earth cultivator. Tianjing watches and assesses Shueisha, thinking his strength is on par with Xue Liu. Mu Li emanates a red aura, blocking the attack while summoning the thunderclap, which immediately answers his call. The surge of spiritual energy pulverized the ground as he declared himself the defender of Earth, wielding the thunderclap with greater power than ever before. Its appearance makes Tianjing itch with curiosity, and he asks Shueisha, Isn't that thunder sound? Why is your weapon in his hands? He replied that because it was a magical artifact with a consciousness that was difficult to tame, he had given it to his subordinate for safekeeping. After the death knell, the thunderous echo struck directly at Bloodflow. He barely uttered a word before the electricity engulfed him, contorting Bloodflow's form, but his foul mouth still ran rampant. Damn it! Bloodshed couldn't stand still any longer and flew to face Mu Li, clicking his tongue. Not bad for an earth cultivator, truly impressive. Lai Mu, 5th Hall Master of the Underworld, Earth Spirit King. You're quite impressive. I wonder how much I can elevate my killing intent if I kill you. Mu Li retorts, Blood Demon God, a god. Huh, seems like today is a good day to kill a god. He confidently declares that Mu Li isn't worthy of being killed by a god, saying that even in 300 years, he couldn't surpass him. With that, the Blood Fiend unleashes his Fiend Path domain, the killing intent materializing into demon faces that coil into a blazing golden ring, then split apart and fly out to surround Mu Li. He found it to be the same old trick, scoffing, Is that all you've got? The old man confidently declared, In my domain, I am the heavens. Once you've entered, you won't leave alive. With that, the murderous aura strikes Mu Li's back, but he simply waves his hand dismissively. The killing intent dissipates, and Mu Li asks bored, Having fun yet? Bloodfiend asks rhetorically, You weren't affected by the killing intent domain? He calmly replies, Otherwise I was just acting then. How else would I have tricked you into entering the Asura Palace? Not letting him gloat for long, Mu Li raised his hand, unleashing the lightning rule, and declared, Let me show you how I'll break your domain. In the sky, golden spiritual energy spirals around white lightning. The moon god marvels, Truly he is his disciple. The Tao of slaughtering is incredibly difficult, even gods are wary of it, yet it was shattered by someone who just attained enlightenment. Sun Wukong, is this your choice? Even now, Bloodshed couldn't believe it. How could this be? Just based on that useless iron hammer? With lightning crackling in his hand, Mu Li glared at the old fiend. The useless one is you're just not worthy to wield it. Bloodshed was speechless with rage. You arrogant fool! How could such paltry lightning harm me? Tendrils of lightning surge toward his ace domain. Behind Bloodshed, crackling sounds erupt, and he asks in wide-eyed shock, What kind of lightning is this? The Tai-Yin cultivators watched in disbelief, whispering, That earthling can hurt a god? This is the first time I've seen Lord Bloodshed so shaken. Quiet, or Lord Bloodshed will kill us. He stubbornly refuses to believe it. This is impossible, absolutely impossible. No matter how heaven-defying, the great power realm cannot cross that boundary. This is absurd. It's simply impossible. Moli rubs salt in the wound, but who says that after enlightenment one can only become a great power? Qianyang seems to realize something as the spectators are speechless with surprise. Has Bloodshed finally realized it? Has he become a god? Filled with killing intent, Muli retorted, "Who decided I couldn't become a god? What rule is that?" The human cultivator's faces broke into wide smiles, overjoyed. It's too good to be true. Earth has a god now. As expected, the Spirit King never lets us down. Yiqing proudly declares, "Brother Muli has become a god, a true blessing for Earth." Muli continues to dominate, humiliating the old man. "Blood Demon, you dare look down on me?" Seeing that Soil was in trouble, Qianjing jumped in to help. "Blood Demon has become a god. Let's join forces and kill him." But before the two old men could act, the moon goddess stepped forward, declaring, "Don't even think about it." Jiaki added, boosting morale, "Cultivators, we have a god now. What are we waiting for?" Guijiao added, "That's right. If we work together, we can definitely defeat these invaders." Everyone united and charged forward, vowing to kill them all, drive them off the planet, and the cultivators of Taiam were surprised by this sudden change. Has everyone gone mad just because one person became a god? Are they crazy? I've only ever seen you talk the talk like that. They began their fight for survival. On that day, countless Taiyin star cultivators invaded Earth, including gods and powerful beings. On that day, Earth's cultivators rose up, with over a dozen powerful figures and one god shocking the world, writing a new chapter in the cultivation era of the New Age on Earth. On that day, history would remember the battle for enlightenment, and a new era for Earth began. After the battle, nearly all the cultivators from the Asura Palace and the Qiankan Gate of the Taiyin Star were slaughtered. This battle also boosted the confidence of Earth's cultivators. Muli, who had slain a god in battle, had temples and statues erected in his honor, receiving the reverence of mortals. Seeing the temple dedicated to him, he was speechless. They even built me a temple? There was really no need. Yiqing explains that having a figure to worship in these chaotic times will give them courage, something Muli hopes is true. So, the day has come for him to bid farewell to Jiaki and Guijiao. She said, "Muli, we're preparing to return to Longshan City." He replied, "Thank you for your hard work during this time. Please get some rest." The moon god said you could stay on Earth a few more years before returning, but Jiaki said it was no trouble at all, and she was happy to help him. She opened her arms for a hug, saying, "Come on, wish me a safe journey." Muli embraces the beauty, whispering, "Safe travels." Jiaki reminds him to take care of himself and to remember to visit Longshan. Muli bid them farewell, reminding them to text him when they arrived and to contact him if anything happened. Guijiao replied, "We're off." Now alone, Muli waved goodbye as the car departed, finally noticing the soul wood in his hand. Before Moon God left, she gave me a large amount of lunar soul wood. I was so busy arranging things after the battle that I forgot to give it to old man Shizhong. He immediately descended to the ancient underground city to deliver the materials to Shizhong, now that all the ingredients had been gathered. Little Bai happily gazes at the item. "Is this lunar soul wood? So soon, I'll have a body of my own, right? If Shuzhong's calculations are correct, I'll have my own body in half a month at the earliest, 3 months at the latest." She excitedly cheers, overjoyed. "Mockley, you're the best." Mockley keeps his promises. "I will fulfill my promise to her." He turned to ask Shizhong, "Do you need me to stay and help?" He refuses. "No need. You can leave without worry. I'm sure you have more important things to do than stay here with me." Muli admits he has something he must do and goes to the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea to visit Ao Xuan. How is he doing? He weakly replied that his core was damaged and he would need time to recover. What about the others? He recounts how the people from Van Phu Nuet were taken to the capital by the Huang family. Yan Luoyifang was taken back to the secret realm of the Jin family and remains in a deep coma, while Yuanyang is fine and is currently helping Zhang Yiqing with the daily affairs of Huaxia. Ao Hua sighed in relief, glad everyone was alive, blaming himself for arriving too late. Ayok Suan reassured him that the current state of China was chaotic, but his ability to achieve enlightenment and break through to godhood in such a short time was extraordinary, and without his timely arrival, both humans and demons. Seeing Ao Xuan's exhaustion, Muli advised, "You've just woken up, don't overthink it. I've said it before, as long as the human race has food, we won't let the demons starve." He felt relieved. "I believe you." He suddenly remembered that he and Jiaoji had entered the Dragon Palace of the Eastern Sea and the Heavenly Palace of the Cloud Peak at the same time. He had already emerged, so why hadn't he heard anything from her? Ao Xuan replied, "Goddess Jiaoji is already a supreme god, unlike us. The Cloud Peak Heavenly Palace hasn't been unsealed like the other ancient ruins. It's still sealed." Muli pondered. "Is that so?" Aoshuan asks about his future plans. Muli, what do you intend to do next? He reveals his plans, believing Earth will be safe for quite some time after this. I plan to go into secluded training. If I can break through to a higher realm, Earth will be safer when facing powerful enemies. He thought it was a good idea. Very well, Donghai. The Dragon Palace is full of restrictions. If you don't mind, seclude yourself here, and I will personally protect you. Muli didn't refuse, deciding it was better to obey than to be disrespectful. As he cultivated within the Time Tower, he thought to himself that the great Yan divine art was the supreme divine art of the heavenly mystery Tao, and he had been able to calculate everything with it before. However, his cultivation was too low then, his abilities limited, and he couldn't use it well. Now that he's become a god, reached the second stage of the celestial realm, his soul has also broken through. Now, if he cultivates the great deduction divine art again, he might be able to deduce the secrets of his body from ancient times. His spiritual power radiates in all directions. Aoshuan stood guard outside. Over 3 months had passed, and he wondered how Muli's training was progressing. A massive surge of spiritual energy pierced through the tower, signifying his mastery of the great Yan divine art. The higher he advanced, the more curious Muli became about the secrets of those ancient powerhouses. Were the chaotic images before him the battlefields of ancient gods? Almost. I'm about to see it. Suddenly, everything vanishes like smoke. Muli is stunned. What? Why can't I see it anymore? Who sealed away all these memories? What connection do I have to the Monkey King, and why have I never been to the Violet Palace Star? He became my master? Never mind. If I can't look to the ancient past, maybe I can find traces of Mushin. Muli continues to use magic to search for her. Her image appears, and he wonders, Makhan, the one he knows as the Tai Yin Star. Yet here he is, back on the Tai Yin Star. He pinpointed the location, confirming this was the place. Then, without hesitation, Muli dove into the volcano's mouth to investigate. Makhan, I'm here. Sensing his presence, Makhan calls out in surprise, Maklai. Seeing her trapped below, Muli reassured her, Don't worry, I'm here to save you. Then Huang Xiong, the Tai-Yin god of the alien race, stepped out and asked, Who are you? You know this woman? He spat at the man. This balding alien dares to lay a hand on my sister, I'll kill you. He's immediately met with a barrage of insults. Huang Xiong was annoyed, feeling disgraced, a human powerhouse wanting to kill a god like him. Makhan emanates a threatening aura. If you dare lay a hand on him, I'll obliterate you. He carefully instructs, Muxin, don't worry about me. After I kill this alien, I'll break the seal and save you. Your strength hasn't recovered yet, so don't force it. Huang Xiong felt insulted. You dare to act so presumptuously? You truly don't know the immensity of the world. He frowned, gathering spiritual energy in his fingers as he scolded, Didn't your mother ever teach you? It's best not to interrupt when others are speaking. Countless talismans fly towards his opponent, who stops them in their tracks, his voice dripping with disdain. You're just relying on the great Yu divine decree for protection, aren't you? Let's see how long you can last. He's going to slowly kill this guy, is that so? If that's how it is, then I'll compete with you in laws. Huang Xiong felt as though he'd been slapped in the face. The combined laws Mok Lai wielded surged like a storm, horrifying Huang Heng, who realized it was over 20 laws, some of them high level. Knowing he couldn't win, he turned to flee, but Muli wouldn't allow it. Did he think he could escape? The combined laws slammed into Huang Xiong's back, and he was engulfed in the heat of the explosion. He plummeted into the lava below, scrambling to get up, still in disbelief. How could this be? Weren't all the ancient sages of Earth gone? Where did this cultivator come from? How could such a thing exist in this world? Mu Qing was relieved to see it. So he became a god, and no wonder he's so confident. With no one in his way, he comes to inquire. Xiaoqin, are you all right? She happily replies, I'm fine. Impressive to become a god so quickly. Muli reminisces, it's been so long since he's seen Xiaoqin smile. She knew he was Mukli, he could protect her when she was normal, and he could protect her when she shone. Their hands met through the barrier. Muxin confesses that she has always believed in him. Muli must deal with Huang Xiong first. This alien Baldy has been hiding in the Tai-Yin Star for thousands of years. But today, I will obliterate you. He spat. Who do you think you are? Remember who was here first. Before he could finish, Muli was upon him. Looks like the only thing tough about you is your mouth. Huang Xiong's mind went blank as Muli's fist came crashing down, burying the once mighty Huang Xiong in lava. He stood high above, watching cautiously. Muli remained vigilant. He's already dead? He wasn't that weak, was he? Suddenly, a faint green light emanated from below, leaving him stunned. This is a formation? Only now does he understand. This is a formation only a grandmaster of the Array Dao could create. No wonder Xiaoxin was trapped. Huang Xiong's vigorous life force surged from the lava as he spoke. Not bad for a genius from Earth. I may not be able to defeat you in direct combat, but fighting isn't my greatest strength. I use formations to enter the Dao, proving it with the elemental laws of formation. Anyone who enters my elemental array will tremble. I refuse to believe I can't handle you. An explosion erupts within the cavern walls as Mu Li tries to move, but his body is unresponsive. He can't move, nor can he use his powers. This formation can assimilate and absorb other laws? Huang Zhong was supremely confident. It doesn't matter how many laws you've mastered. My killing formation grows stronger with the strength of its opponent. The more laws you wield, the more powerful it becomes. He struck a blow towards him. Die! Mu Li immediately activated the Grand Martial Divine Heavenly Art and the Immaculate Saint Physique. With that, the space erupted in a violent explosion, sending Huang Xiong flying backward. He couldn't believe it. How could such a cultivator exist in this world? Not only can he grasp so many laws, but his body is also incredibly strong. A cultivator like you. A cultivator like you cannot be allowed to grow stronger. Huang Xiong has lost his composure. You must die. I can't let you grow any further. Lunar Heart, act for me. Ma Kan sensed a change in his shield. He knew the highest form of array mastery borrowed the power of heaven and earth. Does the god of another race want to use the power of the lunar star to destroy me? The lunar aliens on this planet feel the aftershocks. Hey, what's going on? Is this planet having an earthquake or something? Just in time, the Rui Jingubang appears, saying, I'm here to help you. He grips it tightly, replying, Thank you. Huang Xiong sneered, You can't escape. He glared at Mu Xin, cursing that she would be buried with him. But then, a light appeared in the sky, stunning Yellow Bear. Before he could collect himself, a massive, fiery staff descended. The answer came in the form of the Rui Jingubang, and Huang Xiong couldn't believe what he was seeing. Are you Sun Wukong reincarnated? He shouted, agitated as he saw him absorbing the power. What are you doing? You want to take my formation? You bastard. Stop right there. I'd rather destroy myself than let you succeed. Even as he faded away, he remained defiant. Just you wait. My 100-clan army is on its way through the starry sky. Even if you're Sun Wukong reborn, even if your gods aren't all dead, you'll still be destroyed. The Rui Jingubang eagerly asks, Well, did you get it? He replied, Of course. It breathed a sigh of relief. Good, now go save her. Seeing the staff turn back into a ring, he says, You didn't forget. Thanks for earlier. It replies casually, Helping you is helping him. We don't need thanks. Mu Li worried that the Starry Sky's allied forces were already on their way, but he knew he had to rescue Mu Han first. Without hesitation, Mu Li uses the true explanation of Array Dao to break the seal. After rescuing her, he scolds her for running off alone without a word, causing him endless worry. Chin Loi. He tells her that he was really worried, and luckily nothing happened, and that she needs to tell him where she's going from now on, okay? Ma Kan knows she was wrong, so she obediently agrees. I'll always follow you from now on. He urges her on. Let's go back to Earth. Let's go home. The two return to the ancient underground city of Huaxia, to the city lord's mansion. Xiaobai was shocked to see him. Mu Li, why did you come out of the teleportation array? You went to the lunar star again? Mu Li explained. I just picked up Mu Xin and it was quite the ordeal, so it took a little longer. Oh, I see. He frowned and asked, Aren't you supposed to be solidifying your body? Why are you here? Little Bai chuckled. Master said that if I could condense a body, I could attain enlightenment, so he prepared many precious materials for me to seclude myself for 3 days. I just came out of seclusion. Will you be there tomorrow night when I solidify my body? Mu Li promises to be there, as it is her wish and his. Later that night, Xiaobai sneaks into Mu Li's room, who wonders why she still sneaks around at night when she's about to become human. Xiaobai smiled. I couldn't sleep. Mu Li, I need to ask you something now. Sleepily, he asks, Go on, what is it? Her face flushed. She asks, Do you like older women? Is he stunned? What kind of question is that? Xiaobai is anxious, demanding a serious answer, but he's blushing, at a loss for words. Each has its own appeal, big has its beauty, and small has its charm. But what she needs is an answer. So, do you prefer big or small? How does he express his preference? As a normal man, I care about everything a little. The face, the legs, the figure, and the aura. Balance is, of course, perfection. Still avoiding the main point, Xiaobai loses patience, urging him to speak, and he shyly chooses smaller, cute, and petite. Xiaobai jumps for joy. I knew it. I've made my decision. I don't need watermelons anymore. I want to stay true to myself. He asks if she's sure. She insisted, saying that having such large breasts would definitely make her fall. If you like her as she is, then leave her be. He was speechless, saying it's like she was made just for me. Xiao Bai then makes a cryptic remark. Who else would I show them to? Hearing this from outside, Mu Xin looked down at her ample chest with a speechless expression. The next evening, the time came for Little Bai's body to materialize, and the process began as the three of them helped protect her. Xiao Bai's new body began to condense, and half an hour later, the head was formed. Shizhong breathed a sigh of relief. Now it was up to Xiao Bai. He reminded Xiao Bai to put on clothes after succeeding, then turned to Mu Xin, asking her to stay since they were both girls, and it would be more convenient. A day later, Shizhong waited outside, guessing it would take a long time, and added a treasure to the formation for good measure. A magnificent tower appears, and with this, they might just save a lot of time. He recognizes it instantly. A tower of time. How did he get his hands on it? Muli replied, My master left it to me. The old man was even more curious. Master? Who is your master? The golden cudgel appears, calling out to Shizhong. He's stunned. It's the Rui Jingu Bang. Standing there, bewildered, he asks, You two know each other? Shizhong is the Dharma god of the Supreme Imperial Order. Kid, you didn't actually not know that, did you? Feeling a bit embarrassed, he admitted, I really didn't know. Turns out, Shizhong was pointing out that Muli was his disciple. No wonder he's so extraordinary. He spent time in all 5 ancient towers of the underground ancient city. You are the true successor of the martial emperor, the one worthy of inheriting his possessions. I've made up my mind, I will go. I will also go to Phoenix Mountain, and I will definitely repair the emperor decree. The old man listened, clicking his tongue in admiration. Excellent, excellent. The staff, feeling ignored, grew angry. Hey, I'm talking to you. Why are you being so cold? Shizhong denies it. I wouldn't dare. It's been thousands of years. I have much to discuss with you. Why don't we find a quiet place? After days of endless chatter, the staff trails behind, chanting, Lead the way, lead the way. 7 days later, Mok Lai gazes at the tower before him, recalling his century-long stay on the 2nd floor, while only 3 days passed outside. Tuebok and Tu Han were on the 1st floor for 7 days. He wonders how long it was for them inside. Mok Han announced, It's over. He eagerly asked, Well, how did it go? Did she succeed? He worried, hoping she hadn't messed things up. Mok Han stepped aside, saying, See for yourself. Xiao Bai shyly asked, Molly, how was it? Do I look pretty? Upon hearing this, Mu Li showered her with praise. You look beautiful. Hearing this, the little girl quickly snuggled into her lover's arms, oblivious to Mu Xin's jealous pout. From behind, Shizhong happily cheers, finally succeeding, startling Xiao Bai and Mu Li, who turn around. Old man Shizhong, master, he presents the gift he's long prepared for her. I have this for you, a gift for your rebirth, prepared during your condensation. Xiao Bai wondered what it could be. What kind of gift? Without delay, Shizhong produced a golden orb of Tao, laughing, It's this. He recognized it instantly, a ghostly Tao principle, something only obtainable through a Tao tribulation. Shizhong then channeled his energy, pushing the Taoist magic directly into Xiao Bai as he taught her. What use is cultivating the Taoist tribulation to a demon cultivator who tempers their flesh? Just extract its essence directly. After the transmission of the Tao, he instructed her, Use the ghost Tao to prove your path, and remember to cultivate diligently from now on. Understand? If anything happens in the future, he will definitely help you. Little Bai obediently nodded in response. I understand, master. With his task complete, Shizhong turned to leave. Then this old one will take his leave. Mu Li was still in shock, having obtained the ghostly laws so easily. Meanwhile, Little Bai praised him, as expected of her master. Top notch. With that, she changed the subject. Mu Li, let's go take a bath. Hearing that, he was speechless, his face darkened. What was she saying? Mu Li flicked her forehead, explaining, You're a human with a proper body now. Do you know the difference between men and women? Xiao Bai remained stubborn. What's the big deal? Is there any part of your body I haven't seen? He was so embarrassed that he covered her mouth. Hey, don't go spouting nonsense. At this point, Mu Li's regret was too late. If he had known she could materialize like this, he wouldn't have treated her like a ghost in the first place. After cutting off Little White's tail, Mu Li lay comfortably on the bed, sighing. After a hard day, I can finally lie down. Suddenly, a movement. His foot hit something. Little Bai crawled out of the blanket and onto Mu Li, startling him. What are you doing? Why aren't you asleep? What are you doing in my room? Xiao Bai begins to whine, boldly claiming her ribs bumped into him earlier. Damn it, you're the one who said you liked petite women. No matter how small, there's still something there. Then feel for yourself, Muli says, blushing, but still reaching out to try. Can't feel anything. Little White raises her fist, threatening him. I was just being polite. Go die. I'll beat you to death. Seeing her intense reaction, Muli from Supreme Wind tries to comfort her, saying, Okay, you're very soft. Be good, don't cause any more trouble. Little Bai asked again, still unconvinced. Really? He looked directly at her and confirmed. Really? Now go back to your room and sleep. But Xiaobai insisted. I don't want to. I want to sleep with you. Mok Lai refused, pouting. Now that you're human, how can you sleep with me? Unwilling to back down, she retorted, It's because I slept with you that I was able to become human. Her cheeks flushed, but Xiaobai remained determined. I want to eat you. Pretending not to understand, Muli points to his cheek. What are you talking about? I don't understand a word you're saying. Be good, stop causing trouble, and go to sleep. Xiaobai continues to tempt him. Muli, don't you want this at all? He continued to play dumb. What do you want? By this point, she was speechless. Xiaobai throws her hands up and turns away, scolding him, You're such a pig. Men are all pigs. Rejecting Xiaobai also left Muli feeling conflicted. It wasn't that he didn't want to. He hesitated, drenched in sweat, while she eavesdropped behind the door. Recalling the past, Muli solemnly asked Jiaqi, Does it truly have to be this way? She replied empathetically, I understand how you feel. It hasn't been easy for anyone along the way. But Jiaqi tearfully recounted their hardships, saying they no longer had the money to continue. His face bruised, he said helplessly, I'm sorry. I'm not capable enough to keep you both. Over the years, war and strange storms have brought forth countless products, and we've spent days and nights searching for a way out. But I've failed. She turned away with a sigh, then ran to embrace him. I know you've tried your best, and no matter what happens, we'll be by your side. He gently reciprocated the affection. Me too. Little Huang too, and me as well. Back in the present, Little Bai questioned him closely. What are you trying to say? Why are you being so bashful? Muli mumbled. Well, we're planning to release individual chapters. She sighed. Frankly, we're out of money and can't afford to lose anymore, so we want to release them individually. What's the big deal? Why so serious? Little White excitedly says, Once the data improves and our funding isn't so tight, we'll update the pulls again right away. Muli thought she was being blunt, but that's just how it is. She tried to encourage him, saying it was a good thing. Cheer up, we'll get through this. Now, at the Five Emperors Pagoda, Shuzhong looks at the towers before him and asks Muli, Xiaobai has successfully condensed a body. The other races in the cosmos are quiet, so why not use this time to explore the remaining towers? He replied, That's exactly what I was thinking. He then pondered the ancient Five Emperors Pagoda, which contained the legacy of the five ancient sages closest to the God Emperor. He had already visited 3 of them. One tests soul energy, one tests combat power and realm, one tests resilience. And the 2 remaining towers test alchemy skills and knowledge, and the other tests array formations. Muli exuded confidence. His side job on Z-Way Star was alchemy. He was once a major figure in that field. And with the Divine Race's Array Dao explanation, array formations shouldn't be too difficult. With that in mind, he clasped his hands and bowed. Senior, I'll be on my way, he replied. Go ahead. 3 hours later, Shuzhong meditates with the old man's phantom looming behind him, while Muli levitates amidst swirling vortexes. Then they entered the divine consciousness space, and Shuzhong began his explanation. Originally, the imperial decree shattered and fell across the mortal realm, forming 2 divine relics, the ancient underground city and the great Xia dynasty. The Dharma God was once a complete consciousness, but it was fragmented when the imperial decree shattered, and I am the most complete part of those shattered consciousnesses. Suddenly, a golden fragment of the emperor's decree appeared in Muli's hand, and the old man, seeing this, continued, If, in your lifetime, you can gather all the fragments, you can then borrow my power to control the other fragmented consciousnesses of the Dharma gods. From then on, he could completely control the emperor's order. Muli glanced at the fragment in his hand, pondering that the old man Shuzhong was originally a Dharma god, also known as a spirit residing within a treasure. He wanted to follow his own path, so for thousands of years he used his conscious body to cultivate the great path of ghost cultivation. His cultivation realm might rival the gods, but because he can't escape the imperial decree's constraints, his path can never be complete. He can't even leave the ancient underground city, so he stubbornly condensed a body for Little White, helping her complete the great ghost cultivation path. Young Master Manhwa asked Shuzhong, Senior, have you given up on your original goal? Helpless, he replies, "What else can I do but give up?" Muli, still focused on the Imperial Edict fragment, responds, "I understand." With that, he clenched the fragment in his hand, golden light erupting from behind him. Stonejong felt a change throughout his body, as if being pulled by something. The old man asked in surprise, "What are you doing?" as Shujong felt his restraints fading away. Half an hour later, the intense golden light faded away, and Muli stood tall with his hands in his pockets as Shujong, confused, asked, "Muli, did you separate me from the Emperor decree?" Instead of answering directly, he asked, "Senior, having left the ancient city and fallen to the level of a god, are you still confident you can break through and become an emperor?" But with the loss of its guardian deity and the protection of the 5 towers, even if the Emperor decree is reassembled, its power will likely be diminished. "Do you have any regrets?" Muli shook his head. "More than the Emperor decree, I want to see a new god emperor appear, fight for my spirit race, and protect his disciples." Hearing this, Shujong clasped his hands respectfully and said resolutely, "Without becoming an emperor, I have nothing to repay." Knowing the complete Emperor decree could never be controlled again without the tower spirit, Muli harbored a hope. Shujong then revealed his plans. "Muli, I want to go to Phoenix Mountain. My realm has fallen to the level of a god, and I need to cultivate again to recover. Fenghuang Mountain holds the key to the Great Xia dynasty, including top-tier cultivation resources." Muli eagerly suggests, "Then let me accompany you further, senior. Perhaps we can find fragments of the Emperor's decree." The old man couldn't refuse. At Mount Fenghuang, the 4 ascend the stairs to the tower at the summit, as Xiaobai marvels at the dizzying height. Knowing the customs, Shujong reminds them to respect the mountain deity and proceed slowly. Muli walks along, reflecting on how things have come full circle. "In my past life, I was neither man nor demon, wandering to Phoenix Mountain, stumbling into a stellar passage, and ascending to the Purple Star, beginning a legendary life." Suddenly, something catches his eye. Mok Li, seeing the glowing fruits of green, red, and purple, asked, "What are those?" And Thach Trong, ever knowledgeable, answered his question. "Those are divine Tao fruits, an incredibly precious spiritual fruit." Hearing the name, Muli was stunned. Divine Tao fruits. Acting on impulse, he leaped up to grab a purple fruit. Seeing this, the old man thought, "It seems the great epic of the one-line sky is about to enter its middle phase." Plucking one, Muli quickly tossed it to Xiaobai, who caught it and politely asked, "Why are you giving it to me?" "You eat it," she said, clutching the fruit, pondering her master's words. "Master said that Phoenix Mountain in ancient times had many powerful beings, so their Tao fruits are scattered throughout the mountain. Eating this is fine for me." Seeing her hesitation, Muli explained that among us she's the only one who isn't a god, so this will benefit her the most. Shujong stroked his beard, urging her, "Take it, disciple." Xiaobai had no choice but to obey. "Yes." Meanwhile, Mok Han stood nearby, practically drooling. Seeing this, Muli immediately understood. She wanted to eat them too. According to Shujong, he believes there are at least 10 godhead fruits in this divine mountain. Little Bai, disbelieving, asks, "That many?" He replied, "The ancient times were more prosperous than you think, and this is where the gods gathered. It wouldn't be strange if a supreme god's Tao fruit appeared one day." Muo Li rested his chin, thinking, great powers and the god realm were just basic strengths in the ancient wars. The truly powerful were the supreme gods and high-level god essence. I'm just a god now, not even a supreme god. How can we possibly stand against the Starry Sky 100 clan when their armies arrive? Thinking this, he sighed, feeling the weight of the task ahead. Even with the time tower, he couldn't possibly break through in time. Suddenly, Mu Xin flew up, holding a fruit in her hand. Muli Shijong looked up, utterly confused. When did the goddess Gu Xin leave? Like lightning, the divine fruit appeared in Mu Xin's hand. Generously, she placed it in his hand, saying, "All the divine fruit is yours." Xiaobai glared at Mu Xin with jealousy, her eyes practically shooting sparks. How annoying. Her eyes were clearly showing off. "See, I'm better than you." She gritted her teeth, venting internally. She might lose in realm, but not in spirit. Unfazed by the disdainful looks, Mu Li continued to eat heartily, while Xiaobai turned to Shujong for help, but the old master politely declined. "Oh heavens, I'm too old for this. I shouldn't meddle in young people's affairs. And never mind, it's my fault for picking them." She hugged the fruit and ran after the Mok siblings. "Mok Lai, wait for me." Shujong couldn't understand how young people fall in love these days. Ah, youth. After walking for a while, a cultivator suddenly appeared at the top of the stairs. Mok Lai realized it was none other than Senior Thien Tam, whose sudden appearance surprised them all. Senior Tianxin, did you recognize me at first glance? And where is that Miss Xuan? Why isn't she with you? Faced with the soul fragment Tianxin's barrage of questions, Muli mumbled, she's just gone home for a bit. She'll be back soon. Intrigued, he asked, Senior, why are you here? The old man replied honestly, I sensed the call of my original body. His head throbbing, he realizes that Tianxin's original body disappeared years ago to investigate ancient secrets, only to be trapped in the immortal sage's cave on Phoenix Mountain. Xuzhong adds, this cave belongs to a king. Hearing this, Xiaobai asked in surprise, Emperor, what realm is that? Having received the information, Muli decides to take a gamble, saying, let's break the seal and go inside. Xuzhong agreed, saying the seal of a king-level cave master was far superior to that of a normal high god, but together, he and Muli might be able to break it. Before they could combine their power, the barrier suddenly exploded. It turned out that Muxin had cast a spell from behind to shatter it, shocking everyone. Tongqing exclaimed, Holy crap! Seeing this, Muli realized something was off. Why did Xiaoxin suddenly seem so proactive? Was that my imagination? The heavenly heart's divided soul, and Xuzhong praised incessantly, saying the power they summoned had become stronger, truly worthy of the ancient Han goddess, so impressive. Little Bai burst into tears, thinking the body's condensation was the end, but hadn't even reached the starting line. After breaking through, the five entered Phoenix Mountain's Emperor's Cave, and upon seeing Tianxin's original body in a barrier, someone shouted, Look, it's just like Senior Tianxin. Tianxin's divided soul charged forward. I'll go first. Xuzhong thought silently as the heavenly heart's divided soul instantly flew before its original form. He raised his hand to the original form's forehead to begin merging, and beams of green light emanated in a saw-like pattern. Meanwhile, after a moment of thought, Xuzhong realized something. He remembered. The person before them was none other than the leader of the five emperors, the Eastern Sun Emperor. Muli was surprised. Now that Tianxin's soul had merged with his original body, the emperor had awakened. The green light faded, and he rushed over, asking, Senior, how do you feel? Tianxin didn't answer him, instead asking, Where are Muli and Chinner? He replied that they were fast asleep in the heavenly palace, to which he simply responded, I see. Then he patted his sleeve and offered, I'll tell you what I've been through. Perhaps you're curious. Tianxin began to recount his life. I was once the Eastern Sun Emperor, one of the five emperors in the ancient war. Gravely wounded by the divine clan and on the verge of death. It was the martial emperor who took me into the imperial decree, saving my life. Through the eyes of my divided soul, I discovered that girl was the reincarnation of the celestial heart goddess, so I deliberately interfered, eventually bringing the goddess back to the cloud-top celestial palace. Speaking of which, he recalled Muli's contribution, saying, You are a worthy governor. Thanks to you, the world has remained safe for so long amidst the chaos. Muli humbly replied that future generations will not forget the teachings of the ancients, and that he was only doing what the ancient sages would have done. With that, he boldly suggested, Senior, tell me about the Great Ancient War. Did Tianxin just think about the Great Ancient War? Then, those memories flooded back. He continued, In the ancient war, the spirit clans suffered devastating losses. Those ancient powerhouses who couldn't retreat gathered all their divine power to set up the Heavenly Seal Formation, preventing the invasion of foreign races. But they were also struck down into the unknown chaotic space by the foreign powerhouses. Their chances of returning are slim. They'll likely exhaust their spiritual energy and perish in the chaotic void. The alien forces have concealed all heavenly secrets, preventing future generations from calculating the immortals' trajectory and guiding them back. Through his words, Muli now understands the whole story. So this is the truth. No wonder I couldn't figure it out. Still uneasy, he asked, Is there truly no way to guide the ancient sages back? The old man lowered his head and shook it sadly. Seemingly with a plan in mind, Muli asked, Senior, how much time and resources would it take for you to regain your ancient strength? Tianzong explained that even with sufficient resources, it would take several hundred years. Is there anything Mukli can't handle? He brings out the time tower, radiating golden light, and says, A few hundred years is no problem. Stunned by the sight, he recoils and demands, The time tower, how did you obtain it? Without hesitation, Mok Lai reveals that he is a disciple of Sun Wukong and wields the golden cudgel. Realizing everything, Tianxin clicked his tongue, understanding at last. Now, confident in his ability to restore his strength, he says it's time to begin. Meanwhile, in the great Xia dynasty, Mu Li stands before a palace, discussing with Xuzhong about restoring Tianxin's strength, as the elder Tianxin takes resources from the cave to cultivate on the third level of the Time Tower. But if he wants to return to his peak, those resources won't be enough, and he has an idea. The great Xia dynasty has abundant resources, and he'll bring them back to cultivate with him in the Tower of Time. Meanwhile, Little White and Mu Xin are trying to break the seal, but when Little White touches it, he realizes they can't get through it. Xuzhong remembers the key to the problem. Gathering all the prefecture lord tokens might be the key to entry. Hearing this, Mu Li confidently pulls out his phone and says, "This will be easy." An hour later, beneath the blue sky and white clouds, the other prefecture lords he summoned floated in the air, calling out to Mu Li. The governor of Yi province huffed. "I just received word that they've already set out. Are we too late?" Mu Li respectfully replied, "Not at all. Thank you all for coming." He said it was no trouble at all, and that your matter was of the utmost importance. The Lord of Yi province asked, holding his province token, "Shall we begin now?" At Mu Li's command, all the governors began to channel their energy. The interwoven powers form a massive sphere, engulfing the Jiashen dynasty and shattering the seal. The shattered pieces fly as Mu Li and the others stand firm, bracing themselves against the impact. With everything settled, he bid farewell to the governors, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you so much." With the seal broken, they head straight into the heart of the great Xia dynasty, and the sight of the riches sets Xuzhong and his disciple Xiaobai's eyes ablaze. A breakthrough may be within reach. Indeed, there are many treasures. Little Bai quickly stuffed the valuables into his bag, constantly marveling. "This is good, this is good." As Xuzhong happily gathered treasures, he realized something was off and asked, "Don't any of you want anything?" But Moxon, with her culinary soul, had no interest in such things. "Can't eat it, don't want it." He then turned to ask, "What about you, Mu Li?" Mu Li scratched his head, replying, "I have too many treasures in my dimensional space already. There's no room left." As expected of Xiaobai, he's even jealous of his master. "Mu Li, you should take some. Otherwise it'll look like you broke the seal for nothing." "It's as if he's stealing from you," Master says, and Xuzhong laments his hard life. Now it's off worrying about other people. Hours later, the master and disciple finish gathering their treasures. Xuzhong couldn't hide his joy, exclaiming that this trip was worth it, and that Mu Li was truly reliable. Suddenly, something startles him. The remnant soul has automatically flown out. Xuzhong quickly called out, "Don't leave yet, remnant soul." Hearing his voice, it flew back into him. Through Xuzhong, the remnant soul tells Mu Li, "The Rain Emperor left something for you." Surprised, Mu Li asked again, But the old man cut him off. "Follow me." Then, Xuzhong led Mu Li to a dragon head, beneath which was a door, telling him that he could open it with his Pearl Eye token. Mok Li complied, inserting his clan leader token into the lock, and as the door swung open, a blinding light poured out, surprising him. What he saw was a sword suspended above a stone pool. Molly approached to examine it, sensing its contained power, peerless sharpness, and ancient divine nature. Having confirmed it was a fine sword, he stored it away and ventured deeper into the secret chamber, arriving at a place of majestic mountains. Mu Li approached a stone tablet to examine the restrictive formation, but even that couldn't stop him. He quickly cast a spell to break the seal within. Suddenly, he sensed a strange aura. It turned out to be coming from a girl meditating nearby. Mu Li approached and asked, "Hey, what are you doing?" When she didn't respond, he offered her food, and she immediately took the bait. Startled, Mu Li revealed Chu Ning's identity, and a familiar face came into view. "I not only know your name is Su Ning, but that you hail from the Violet Star, and are a disciple of the mystic tradition within the One Tao sect." Su Ning racked her brain, trying to remember who this person was. "You?" It seems she remembers, a faint smile gracing her lips as she says, "Perhaps you are the one I've been waiting for." Hearing this, he questioned her. "Wait for me?" "Wait for me to do what?" So Nung answered honestly, not hiding anything. "Someone told me to wait for you here," she says, adding, "My evil master." Hearing this, Mu Li was a little confused. "Aren't I your master? When did I tell you to wait for me here? Besides, me being your master was something from a past life, wasn't it?" "Yes," she confidently states. "My master is named Husun Shu, and he told me to wait for you here." Hearing the name, Mu Li fell into thought. Her master was Husun too, and so was his, but in her past life, she was his disciple. This is all wrong. If Hu Zongxiu is really Sun Wukong, when did Sun Wukong even go to Ziwei Star? If he came to Ziwei Star, how could he become my master in this life? There shouldn't be any overlap. Still unable to grasp the situation, Muli asked, "Can you tell me what Ziwei Star has become?" Prompting Chuning to repeat the name to herself. Then she began to explain that the Violet Star was destroyed 2,000 years ago, a revelation that Muli found hard to believe. What? Seeing his blank expression, Su Ning emphasized again. The purple star no longer exists. It was destroyed over 2,000 years ago. Muli's mind was reeling. The Violet Star had been destroyed. What is going on? Why has everything changed so completely? Could his past life have been a lie? Or does a parallel world truly exist that he stumbled into? With that thought, he summoned the golden staff, demanding it appear. It appears immediately, and Muri begins to bombard it with questions. "Golden staff, where is my master? Where is Sun Wukong? Tell me I can't tell you. Why do I want to see him? I want to know everything." Seeing this, Son Gung's eyes widened in surprise as the staff unleashed a torrent of words, smoother than rap. "That's impossible. He can't see you right now. During the ancient war, though he survived, his condition is terrible, and he simply can't meet you. It's not just you. I have many questions too. If he's been alive for thousands of years, why hasn't he come to find me? What exactly happened in the meantime? But I will wait. I believe when Sun Wukong truly appears, he will tell us everything. Calm down, Muli. If he chose you, he won't harm you. Be patient, and he will eventually give you an answer." Getting no information, Muli was speechless. Chuning, standing next to him, asked weakly, "Master said you would take me away. Will you take me?" But Muli at this moment wasn't paying attention to what she was saying, but was focused on his own thoughts. "That's right. I still have my parents and Zhao Xin. At least my rebirth is real." Having reunited with the two most important people in his life, he held his staff and thought, "This is good enough." Then, Muli asked Chuning, "What happened to Ziwei Star over 2,000 years ago? How was it destroyed?" She recalled and slowly recounted that one day, over 2,000 years ago, countless cultivators suddenly descended from the starry sky, wreaking havoc on Ziwei Star as if searching for something. They killed everything in their path, be they mortal or cultivator, human or beast. They even dug up the rivers, mountains, and land, searching for something as they slaughtered for 3 years, turning the entire Ziwei Star into a dead planet. Muli wondered, where did those cultivators who invaded Ziwei Star come from? Suning sighed. No one knows. No one knew where they came from, what they sought, or why they slaughtered all life on Ziwei Star. Hearing this, he rested his chin on his hand, pondering. Several Unity Realm experts were equivalent to several God Emperors. What star field could these powerful invaders belong to? What exactly is happening in the cosmos? Unable to contain her emotions, her eyes brimming with tears, Chuning continued, "Master took me from Ziwei Star and told me to wait for you here. I never imagined waiting over 2,000 years. I almost turned to stone on this planet. Why didn't you come sooner?" Instinctively, Muli retorted, "How was I supposed to know you were here?" Knowing there was no reasoning with him, she let it go. "Never mind, it's good that you're here now. I've been keeping something safe. My master told me to give it to you." With that, Songung placed a sword in Muli's hand. As he held the sword, he recognized it as the Dragon Sovereign's sword. Muli looked at the sword, lamenting, "Master, what are you plotting? Over 2,000 years, was that also part of your plan? The third Azure Dragon Ring sword has appeared. Does this mean that one day I can gather all 7 and open the gate to immortality?" After handing over the item, Chuning shyly asks, "Where are you taking me?" Muli chuckles, "To a complex world." Soon they landed in an open area surrounded by small stones arranged in a circle, and Chuning couldn't hide her surprise at being outside for the first time. It turns out this planet is so prosperous. Muli explains that her strength can be restored quickly here. As they traveled, they encountered Xiao Bai and the others waiting for them. She reached out, reproachfully saying, "You're finally back." Seeing the strange guest, Tiu Bosh was a little shocked. It was Muli. She then unleashed her jealousy, scolding him relentlessly. "I'm impressed. Why do you always bring back beautiful women? Why can't you bring back men?" Pretending not to understand, Muli introduces Chuning to everyone, hoping to quell Shizhong's curiosity. She's also Sun Wukong's disciple from Ziwei Star, but Ziwei Star was destroyed over 2,000 years ago. She received Sun Wukong's guidance while waiting on a desolate planet for someone from a later generation to pick her up. I just happened to run into her and brought her back. The old man simply replied, "I see." It was then that Chuning realized they shared a master. "So you're also a disciple of the master." He chuckled. "That's right." Now pulling rank, she declared, "That makes me your senior disciple." Moli is speechless at this relationship. A disciple in the past life and a senior sister in this life. This relationship is really chaotic. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. Mu Li answered, listening to the other end of the line, and asked in disbelief. A dark spatial rift has opened up on Kunwu Mountain, and demonic beasts from another dimension are pouring out. He quickly tells the person on the phone, "Got it. I'll be right there." After hanging up, Mu Li urges everyone, "Let's go to Kunwu Mountain." Meanwhile, at Kunlun Mountain, a monstrous beast and a purple vortex hover in the sky. The muscular beast roars in the middle of the forest, crushing trees with every step. The beast rampages, crushing trees underfoot, roaring and raging like a madman. The beast's roar deafens Xiaobai, who covers her ears, while Mu Li emanates a golden light and unleashes his power, shouting, "Monster!" The beast is struck in the neck. The two powers collided, creating an earth-shattering explosion. But as the dust settled, the beast stood unharmed. Seeing this, Mu Li asked Shuzhong, "What kind of beast is this? It only has killing intent, no fear, and its body is incredibly strong, almost comparable to a saint in the early stages of sainthood. What is the origin of this creature?" The old man, a treasure trove of knowledge, immediately gave him the answer. This is a violent star beast from the chaotic star stream. Violent creatures that exist within the chaotic star stream. From birth, they kill each other, destroying everything, including their own kind. Xiaobai was wide-eyed with surprise. The chaotic star stream. Shuzhong then explained the origins. The chaotic star stream is the most chaotic space in the cosmos. Every star has a chaotic star region, and even gods caught within can hardly protect themselves. And even if they survive, escape is unlikely. Every day they would fight the star beasts until their divine power was exhausted, and they perished within. Some of these star beasts possessed brute strength, capable of tearing apart gods, while others had powerful soul energy. Xiaobai wondered, but how does Earth have a dark portal connected to the turbulent star field? The old man sighed, answering, "Because this is the most chaotic era in history, the end of the eternal Yixiantian. Chaotic origins, collapsing rules. It was only a matter of time before Earth connected with the turbulent star field." Still curious, Tuobach asked, "Is the end of the eternal epoch really that terrifying?" "This time, I won't let Shuzhong steal my line," he replied, wielding the thunderous sound with hidden power. "The starry sky is all-encompassing. The myriad realms only have one chance to survive. If I can deal with these star beasts, then they won't be a threat at all." With that, Mu Li leapt into the air, his thunderous energy radiating purple light across the area. Then he brought his hammer down on the spirit beast's head, creating a massive explosion and a cloud of dust. With one blow, he decapitates the beast, releasing a spirit orb. Seeing this, Shuzhong explains, when a spirit beast dies, it disintegrates, forming a spirit orb. The strong ones form a blood-colored elixir, while those with strong souls form a blue elixir. "Old you, Mu Li, you should eat it." Mu Li shook his head, suggesting Little White take it instead, saying he already had plenty. Seeing his refusal, Shuzhong added, "This method isn't suitable for others, but you have no such restrictions. Perhaps you'll walk a path even the God Emperor couldn't foresee." "Is that so? I understand now." He then puts the spirit beast orb into his mouth, and suddenly he feels a change in his body. The flawless saint body is almost complete. To be sure, Mu Li asked Shuzhong, "Senior, does consuming spirit beasts with strong souls enhance one's spiritual realm?" The old man nodded. Holding his hammer, Mu Li looked at the spirit beasts and said, "My soul realm can't keep up with my cultivation realm right now. If I could devour a large number of spirit beasts, wouldn't I be able to grow quickly?" He was extremely excited at this moment, rushing towards the spirit beasts and shouting, "Body and soul advanced in together. It's something to look forward to." He struck the spirit beast, realizing he could eliminate a threat to Earth and reap great rewards. Why not? Hours later, looking at his spoils, Mu Li remarked, "Not bad overall." He then took out the time tower and went straight into the second level, thinking that perhaps he could rely on these treasures to reach the immaculate saint body stage, and his soul would also quickly become stronger, reaching unimaginable heights. One day later, Mukryun felt he had completely absorbed everything, when suddenly something pierced his mind. Looking up, Moklai knew someone was connecting to his consciousness. Above, a connection was confirmed, and he fell into another space. Before Mu Li could think, a monster with razor-sharp teeth appeared, lunging straight at him. Instinctively, Mu Li dodges back, deciding discretion is the better part of valor as he flees, lamenting the sheer number of enemies. Somehow, Mu Li has stumbled into a graveyard, and he quickly hides behind a tombstone. Having evaded the monster horde, Mu Li breathed a sigh of relief, narrowly escaping their pursuit, and gazed at the inscriptions on the tombstones, wondering in surprise. Here lies a king, yet he lingers, mourning at the tombstones. A king, an invincible god, closest to the divine emperor, buried in this ghastly place. A true tragedy. Realizing this is a graveyard for ancient immortals, Muli's eyes sadden, knowing they fought desperately for Earth, only to perish and be buried here. Suddenly, an ancient immortal appeared and asked, "You know that he is a god of Earth." Muli, unafraid, respectfully introduced himself. "My name is Muli, a direct descendant of the Jia dynasty's Wu emperor and the 24th governor of Jing province. I salute you, senior." Hearing this, the ancient immortal was moved to tears. Finally, a descendant has connected with them. He sadly says, "Your realm is still a bit weak. One more breakthrough and you can come get us. We miss home so much." But at that moment, Muli seemed to be restrained by something, unable to make a sound. Damn it. Why now? He encouraged himself, resolving to quickly break through to the upper god realm and bring the ancient sages home. Suddenly, a strange aura appeared behind Muli. He turned to see it, wondering, could this aura of a foreign god, also in the upper god realm, be planning to invade Earth? He seemed to understand human speech and responded. Yes, that aura belonged to a divine race supreme god. King Feng shouts, "Who's there? How dare you spy on me?" Shocked, Muli opened one eye, then stood motionless, sweat beading on his face. The shock had awakened him. Worried, Teobok said, "Mok Lai, you're finally awake." Then she ran to grab his hand, but was mercilessly rejected. "Don't move, I'm very weak right now." Not understanding, Shuzhong asked, "Muli, what's going on?" He then explained everything. "My consciousness just linked to the chaotic star stream, where I discovered the ancient sages." The old man was shocked to hear this. "What?" Shuzhong was deeply moved. "Thousands of years. They disappeared thousands of years ago." Finally, he asked about their condition. "Are they all right?" Mok Li sadly shook his head. Only one survived, but to his surprise, the old man jumped for joy. "Someone survived. That's good enough. That's good enough." Mok Li excitedly added, "Also, a god from another race is approaching Earth." Surprised, Shuzhong says, "An alien god, given Earth's current state, a desperate fight with the gods would be pointless. We can use our wits to win." Both Muli and Little White are left scratching their heads. Outsmart them? Cut to Qing Peng's territory, where a massive boulder hangs in the sky. He crossed his arms, pondering. The 100-clan army is on its way. This evil god will scout ahead. I was injured in the ancient Star Wars and went into seclusion, hiding for thousands of years. But now I've finally broken through. I heard the Earth gods were banished to turbulent space, restricted by natural barriers, so Earth must be incredibly weak now. Qing Peng gritted his teeth, wondering, isn't Earth an ancient divine star? How did it become so small? He recalled his previous feasts on humans, and his mouth watered. Fortunately, I tasted enough delicious Earthlings in ancient times. It's been so long, it really makes one nostalgic. Qing Pengzichi declared, "Delicious Earth, I have come for you." With that, he pierced through to Earth, and the diminutive Fu Yun recognized his arrival. Blocking his path, he loudly questioned, "Who are you?" With a fiery temper, Qing Peng cursed, "Get lost! You're not worthy to face me." Fu Yun quickly told Aoshuan, "A powerful being has invaded. Go tell the gods." He managed to block it. The man was stunned, wondering, Earth has gods? Isn't this a dying planet? The moon god emerged, shouting, "Who dares cause such chaos?" The governor of Yi province recognized the intruder, sneering, "The alien race. They all deserve to die." With unwavering confidence, Qing Peng raised his hand, channeling his power, and sneered, "Overestimating yourselves, you seek death." Lightning-like energy surged forth. Seeing the situation, the governor of Yizhou whispered to the moon god, "We're done for. It's a god-level alien. Let's go get the emperor." With that, the two turned and left, leaving him utterly perplexed. What? This dying planet has a king? Suddenly, a figure appeared, shouting directly at Qing Peng, "Alien race, what are your intentions in invading Earth alone? How dare an alien trespass on Earth? Do you have a death wish?" Qing Peng was stunned by the power surrounding him. He stammered, Who are you?" Muli glared at him, probing. "Xenos cultivator, are you here to scout ahead of your 100-tribe star army?" Seeing his silence, he cast a spell, probing with his divine sense. Taken aback, Muli wondered if Qing Peng had come alone, without the alien army. Just him? Then a powerful aura began to emanate from him. He looked at him with disgust. "I see you have a death wish, that a mere minor god of another race would dare trespass on Earth. Moklai summons the staff, declaring Thanbong's life forfeit. The sheer power emanating from it forces Ching Peng to shield his eyes, staring in disbelief at the staff in his hand. He never imagined the staff would backfire so spectacularly. Not only did he fail to take a life, but now his own is in danger. Only now does he realize his fear and try to run, but even at Thanbong's top speed, the staff stays right on his heels. Only now does he realize he's been deceived. How terrifying. This is truly terrifying. This flourishing earth is nothing like the sovereign described. Muli scoffed with amusement. So easily frightened? In another space, amidst blue skies and towering mountains, they all stood watching the earth. Master Li spoke. That alien god has fled far away. Scaring him off was only a temporary measure. I suspect the 100-clan army of the Starry Sky is already on its way. We need to quickly increase our strength. Muli replied, That's right. He rested his chin on his hand, contemplating seriously. The only way forward was to quickly break through his soul realm and lead the ancient sages back from the turbulent void. Faced with this situation, Muli suggested, Next, everyone should enter the Time Tower to cultivate. And they all agreed. 3 months later, Muli awakened his power, overjoyed that his soul had finally reached the realm of the High God. Standing outside the space, Muli trained, hoping he wasn't too late. With that, he began to channel his energy. In an instant, Muli teleported to an ancient cemetery, calling out to his predecessors as he looked around. Mokli remembers that these are the wise predecessors of Earth, when suddenly something appears, startling him. A massive monster prepares to attack Muli. He yells at the monster to die, and power begins to form in his hands. A second later, the beast is obliterated before the stunned elders. As soon as he stopped channeling his power, Muli looked at them and called out, but they were still in shock. Who was he? Amidst the murmurs, one person exclaimed, It's him! He's back! He reveals himself as the 28th generation successor of Mujingzhou and Huaxia, and the old master is overjoyed. He's finally arrived. Another person shouted, We finally waited for you from Jing province of Huaxia. Muli happily introduced himself to the deities and elders. I am Muli of Jing province, and I've come to welcome you all. Tears welled in the deities' eyes. Finally, they could go home. All eyes turned to Muli, shining with hope as if they'd found their savior. They happily welcomed the 28th governor of Mujingzhou inside. Suddenly, Muli noticed something and stepped inside. Smiling, Muli approached a woman in green robes with her hair neatly styled, who smiled kindly at him. Muli respectfully greeted her. Are you the Queen Mother of the West? Suddenly, she noticed something unusual about him. The Queen Mother of the West looked at him sternly and asked, Why do you possess the seamless celestial garment? Unable to hide it, Muli used his powers, and a black robe appeared on him as he explained, Princess Jiaoji, your daughter, gave it to me. She looked displeased. What was that? Gave it to you? The Queen Mother of the West began to examine him. You are the one who attained enlightenment through 23 laws. Muli replied without hesitation, Yes, it is I. She continued, Have you ever eaten a heavenly peach in the celestial palace? He agreed. Yes, Jiaoji gave me one. She lowered her head and smiled gently. It seems that Jiaoji has made up her mind. The celestial mother praised Muli's excellence, understanding why Jiaoji chose him. A cultivator so outstanding, she'd never encountered one like him. Satisfied, she told him, I am pleased with you. You have my approval. Suddenly, Muli felt something was off, scratching his head as he thought, why does this feel like a mother-in-law interviewing her son-in-law? After some small talk, she finally gets down to business. Let's go. Take us out of here. Muli chants, and a teleportation gate opens, bending space itself. He looks at everyone and says, Esteemed seniors, please follow me closely. They happily replied, Rest assured. One by one, they began to step through. As the last person steps through, the gate begins to close. Inside the Tower of Time, Muli sits, creating a magic circle to transport everyone back to Earth. He shouts, Welcome the gods home! On Earth, many people are waiting below. Seeing Muli, they cheered, welcoming the gods home as the dimensional gate opened once more. The gods have all safely returned to Earth. Yang Yang is moved, saying, We're back. We're finally back. The Queen Mother of the West, on behalf of all the gods, praised Muli, the 28th of Jingzhou, saying his merits were comparable to the God Emperor. She believes you'll become a great ruler in the future. With that, the Queen Mother of the West began issuing commands to the gods. Now that you've returned, take charge and govern the lands yourself, the Lian clan answers. And with that, the Queen Mother of the West turned and ascended, light radiating from her form. They then spread out in all directions, a power so immense it could be seen from space. Then, the Queen Mother of the West landed before Muli and conjured a teleportation gate. Smiling, she offered, "Lord Mu of Jing Province, you have done well. I shall take you to a place." Stepping out from the space gate, Muli found the place strangely familiar, glancing around as he walked. Suddenly, Muli realized that there were many dog paw prints in front of him, leading the way forward, and he wondered whose tracks they were. He'd heard tales of an all-powerful celestial hound, one to whom goddesses offered themselves and even emperors knelt. But instead of a peerless beast, he only saw a small figure scurrying about. Muli remained silent, a hint of disdain in his eyes as he gazed toward the dark figure, then called out to the old emperor. Hiding behind a tombstone, the old imp wailed, "Oh, mother, I've seen a ghost," and fled with lightning speed. Despite his pathetic hiding attempt, Muli saw right through him. As he approached, the old eunuch panicked, begging, "Please, goddess, don't blame me. I was just talking nonsense. Don't take it seriously." Amused by the old emperor's fear, Muli gleefully frightens him, slapping his round buttocks and growling, "Give me back my life." The old imp turned pale. Defeated, he resorted to a new tactic. It rolled onto the ground, feigning unconsciousness. "I'm dead." Helpless against the old emperor's terrible acting, Muli shook his head in disdain. "Stop playing dead. I know you're alive. Open your eyes and see who I am." Hearing this, the old emperor finally opened his eyes to see who it was. Recognizing the person before him, he stood up as if nothing had happened and casually asked, "Muli, what are you doing here?" Mockley explained, "The Queen Mother of the West brought me here." The old emperor was shocked. "The Queen Mother of the West? Have the gods returned?" Mockley replied, "That's right." The old emperor then pulled an old vase from within himself, "So it seems I need to pick up the pace." Muli looks down and says sarcastically, "Did you restore the divinity to that chamber pot?" It angrily shouts, Chamber pot. What chamber pot?" "This is a soul-summoning phrase." Mukli agreed. "Yes, it is." He then questioned the old emperor, asking if his mission was to use the vase to collect the souls of ancient cultivators in this graveyard. The emperor angrily corrected him, stating that it was more accurately described as summoning. He theorizes that summoning all the souls of these ancient cultivators would create an incredibly terrifying power, but Muli wonders, what is the Queen Mother of the West's purpose in bringing him here? Suddenly, another portal opens, revealing a ship. Mok Lai exclaims, "He's here! On the ship is a person with a skull for a head and a gaunt greenish body." Muli immediately recognized him, realizing he was a royal. The old emperor turned in surprise and asked, "You've met him before?" Mu Qing replied, "I have." He smiled, calling out to his senior as the human emperor approached and nodded in greeting. "So, Jing Province Governor, you've arrived?" He looked down at the old emperor and asked, "Heavenly Hound, what's the progress?" He reports, "We're halfway there." Hearing this, the emperor urges him to hurry. With a wave of his finger, the human emperor summoned thousands of golden orbs, selecting 2 pills that flew into his hand. "I understand." With that, he took the 2 elixirs and offered them to Muli, suggesting he swallow these 2 seeds of life and death. He turned to the old emperor with a suspicious look, who nodded in agreement. Seeing this, he finally dared to put them in his mouth, and the 2 pills merged within him, creating an immense power. Chants echoed, "One thought births anew, one thought guides the soul." With that, Muli awakened a new power. Amidst the floating power, Muli's heart pounded in his chest, and he slowly descended to the ground. The emperor praised him, noting that this kid was becoming more and more extraordinary. Mok Lai seemed to still be immersed in this power. Seeing this, the human emperor advised that the yin-yang heart of life and death is also the heart of reincarnation, hoping that one day he could grasp the origin of life and death. Coming to his senses, Muli clenches his fist with determination. "I will try my best." He waves his hand, opening a teleportation circle. "You've reached the realm of the High God and possess the Samsara divine heart. You can return now. The armies of the Star Clans are approaching. They'll be here soon. I can already sense their evil presence." The human emperor's words gave Muli much to consider. The alien armies were finally on their way. He then affirmed his resolve, "I absolutely won't let them have their way." As soon as Muli finished speaking, the armies of the 100 clans began to appear one after another. Seeing this, the ancient celestials sounded the horns to begin the battle, and the Queen Mother of the West commanded, "The aliens have crossed the Milky Way. Prepare for battle." The ancient celestials began to rise and gather their strength, but the 100 clan stars were as fierce as ever, grinning as if to provoke them. "Don't fall for their taunts." The Queen Mother of the West declared, hoping to rally the troops, "We must fight to the death in the starry sky and protect our homeland." Hearing this, the ancient celestials responded in unison. War, war, war. Seeing this, Muli thought to herself, the Zhe dynasty's gods, they've arrived. Ao Xuan watched attentively, as did Guijiao, Fu Yue, and Jia Qi, who quickly turned serious. Even Xiaobai and Mu Xin were no exception. Seeing the gravity of the battle, Muli worried if they would ever meet again after this. Just then, the old emperor, exhausted, finally finished, prompting the current emperor to say, "Now it's my turn." In the next moment, he slowly chanted an incantation. Ancient spirits, the enemy is near. Reveal yourselves and aid me. Awaken, and join me in conquering the stars. The ground trembles violently as skeletal hands emerge from the earth, the ancient heroes summoned by the human emperor and the old emperor. Fight, fight for Earth, fight for our home, fight to the end. The old emperor sighed wearily. Damn alien race. If it weren't for you bastards, these ancient spirits wouldn't have to. His sigh echoed to the human emperor, leaving him silent and unsure how to respond. From above, Qingpeng commanded the 100 clans of stars, "Join me in battle." With a curious look, Xiaoni asked, "Dad, what happened next?" Muli replied gently, "After that, of course, the humans won. Isn't that what all the ancient books say?" Though he said that, she pondered like an old woman, but still felt something was off. Xiaoni's words piqued Muli's curiosity. "Huh? Something's not right?" he eagerly asks. "Tell me, what doesn't make sense?" Without hesitation, she began to point out the inconsistencies. "You said the Queen Mother of the West is the flag-bearer goddess's mother. So why didn't the Queen Mother of the West go looking for her? Where did she go?" Father said she had a mission, but what was it? Mori was shocked and didn't know what to do with Xiaoni's intelligence. That little girl has an amazing memory. After a long pause, he spoke, eager to explain. The goddess Jiaoyi's original mission was to sacrifice herself, connect with the void, and summon the ancient sages. But didn't Muli already do that? So her mission is already complete. At this, Muli's face suddenly became a little worried, as if he was afraid that Xiaoni would discover something else. Besides, the Queen Mother isn't not looking for her daughter. She's just busy fighting and doesn't have time. The girl asks another question. Is that so? What about the goddess Gu Xin? Why is everyone so afraid of something happening to her? In a flash, Mu Li continued to explain, because she is the child of the star spirit, deeply connected to the earth. If something happens to her, the earth will be greatly affected. With just a few words, Xiaoni grasps the key point. So if she's killed, the earth could be destroyed. Mu Li quickly replied, more or less. The next moment, Mu Li covered his mouth and yawned as if he was very sleepy. He slowly ended the story. And that's all for today's tale. Hearing this, Xiaoni quickly gets up. Does Daddy have to go do something? Does Daddy have homework to turn in too? Seeing her expectant look, Mu Li couldn't refuse. No, sweetie, what else do you want to hear? I'll tell you. Then, little Ni continued to wonder, is Sun Wukong really Mu Li's master? And what exactly is the relationship between him and Chu Ning? From outside, Mu Xin slowly walked in. Why this story again? Seeing her, Xiaoni approached and asked, Mom, don't you think the relationship between Mu Li and Chu Ning is a mess? Mu Xin glanced at Mu Li and asked, Is that so? Afraid she'd misunderstand, he didn't hesitate to defend himself, saying he could explain. So Nung is the human sovereign, and also the daughter of that skull. Mu Li has no past life. All those past life memories are illusions created by Sun Wukong for him. Everything that followed was orchestrated by Sun Wukong. Simply put, both Mu Li and Chu Ning are disciples of Sun Wu. No, it's impossible for Su Ning to be Mu Li's disciple. Mu Li states this with absolute certainty. Mu Li and Chu Ning have absolutely no connection. Unaware of his distress, Xiaoni continues to question him. But that's not right, Dad. Mu Li grew even more uneasy. What's not right? Luckily for him, she moved on to another question. What about the Dragon Emperor's sword? Molly breathed a sigh of relief, thinking, thank goodness she didn't ask about Su Jiaqi, Huangfu Yue, Shui Linger, Zhang Xiaobai, or Jiao Qi. He then returned to a gentle tone. There were 3 before, given by the human emperor, and then another one appeared by chance. Xiaoni's eyes lit up at this information. So, can we summon the true dragon now? In a flash, Mu Li continued. In truth, Mu Li is the master of the starry sky, the true dragon ancestor of all spirits, a true immortal, and everything that happens in this world is just a cycle of his reincarnation. Xiaoni's eyes widened as if in disappointment. What? So he's been the master for too long? So he got bored and erased his own memories to play around in reincarnation and set up this whole scenario? Hearing Nishu's question, Muli quickly asks, "You think so?" The girl was even more confused. Muli thought to herself, "Whatever. Let future generations judge what's right and wrong." Sounds echo, trying to rouse Muli. "Muli, Muli, wake up." It was Muhan's voice calling out, "Wake up, Muli, wake up now." Fu Yu asked in a low voice, "She's still not awake?" Mok Han's face is etched with worry as Mok Lai slips away, his soul adrift in a small room. "What's happening?" He gently touches Muhan as if to wake her from her slumber. Suddenly, a dazzling light emanated from her, and in the blink of an eye, Muli was transported to a celestial paradise. He was back in this place again. He quickly approached and gently touched the giant chaos egg before him. The next moment, it shrunk down to fit in his hand. Before he could understand, a mysterious voice echoed, and he was pulled into a teleportation circle. "Go back. They need you." Returning to the battlefield, his sudden awakening stuns Mu Xin. "Muli, you're finally awake." After sitting up, Muli was immediately confused. "Wife, what are you doing here?" This strange question leaves Mu Xin speechless. Little Bai was shocked to hear this. Suddenly, Muli sees the familiar figure of his master, Sun Ju. The old emperor has also made a fierce appearance, vowing to tear apart these invaders. Muli was shocked by the sight. The old emperor and the great Yu emperor had arrived. Their relentless assault infuriated Qing Peng, but Emperor Yu ignored his anger, unimpressed by his bluster. Seeing the unfavorable situation, Qing Peng immediately retreated, while Emperor Yu solemnly declared, "Earth is inviolable. You've won this time. We're retreating." As he boarded the ship in the sky, he arrogantly declared, "When the 100 clans gather their full power, it will be the day of your Earth cultivator's demise. See if you can withstand the next battle." Hearing these threats, the old emperor glared at Qing Peng, who angrily hurled a massive rock at his ship, annoyed by his bluster. Then the old emperor slowly asked, "Are you all right, Muli?" Muxin gently answered for Muli. "He's fine." Curious, he asks, "How long have I been unconscious?" The old emperor immediately replies, "Half an hour." Hearing this, Muli began to speculate. So the war ended, he married Mu Xin, and they even had a daughter. Were those just images flashing before Muli's eyes as he lost consciousness? They say you see visions when you're close to death. Thinking back, he was indeed in grave danger just now. Soon after, Sun Xiu slowly spoke. "Muli, you must have many questions." Muli didn't understand what was happening. But wasn't his master dead? He bowed respectfully. "Master, please explain this to me." The next second, he waved his hand as if wanting to leave Muli in suspense for a while. "No, my spirit just left your body. I forcibly separated from you, which consumed too much energy. Plus, I fought with the alien king several times. I need to sleep deeply for a while." Turning into a wisp of energy in the air, Master Sun Shu instructed, "Strive to cultivate, and when you break through to the Saint Realm and your soul ascends, you will meet my conditions. Then I will reappear. I'll tell you everything you want to know." The Anlin standing beside him gently spoke. "Earth can finally be at peace for a while. We can leave in peace, entrusting the future to you." Nearby, Feng Huang calmly played his flute as if to bid him farewell, wishing him a safe journey. To the sound of the flute, the figure of the heroic spirit slowly faded away. After a moment, Muli touched the old emperor and asked curiously, "So you really are a sky dog? Can you really swallow the sun?" This question seemed to unlock something within him, and the old king excitedly explained, "In ancient times, Wu Huang and I secretly entered the alien star domain and devoured 2 suns, draining the life force from dozens of their planets, but I can no longer transform. This is the last time I'll use the power of the sky dog." As soon as he said that, he lost consciousness, causing Mu Li to shake him repeatedly. "What's wrong with you?" Seeing this, Feng Huang quickly explained that all of his divine power had been used to nurture the divine treasure, and that in this battle it was thanks to the old emperor using the treasure to awaken the ancient cultivators who had long been dead, bringing infinite vitality to the human race. However, the supreme leader of the 100 clans has yet to appear. They're likely leading another army to ravage other star fields, slaughtering life and plundering resources, he said gravely, adding that the next battle would surely see the aliens full force. Suddenly, Mu Li retrieved the chaos egg from the Penglai immortal realm, instantly sobering up the old phoenix. "You got your hands on the egg?" Just then, at the altar on Phoenix Mountain in the Great Xia dynasty, Mu Li slowly placed the chaos egg within the formation. So it was the phoenix who was performing the ritual. "Begin," he replied softly. As Mu Li finished speaking, streams of energy converged on Phoenix Mountain, quickly enveloping the chaos egg. Seeing this, Feng Huang explained, "This is the chaos egg. You must have sensed it. Inside is an extraordinary being. Muli watched intently and replied, "Understood." He calmly replied, "The Wangu first line is a calamity that will destroy all life in the starry sky, and a danger to the very existence of life on Earth. Ahead are the extremist 100 clans seeking to invade and enslave us, and behind, the cultivator armies from the top star fields in the myriad realm's starry sky are lying in wait. It's impossible for us to stop them with just our kings. To save Earth, only a realm beyond the royals, the ancestral realm, can do it. We must nurture a being to reach that realm. I will seclude myself with the Chaos Egg for a time. I entrust them to you." Muli obediently agreed, understanding everything. Then he pondered deeply, realizing Earth had given its all in this invasion, paying a heavy price. If the alien army returns with even greater force, how will Earth fight back? With disbelief, Muli glances at the Chaos Egg. Just an egg? Suddenly, he stared in astonishment at the strange sight before him. Mushin was happily roasting a rabbit from Phoenix Mountain for her lunch. "Wait a minute." It cried out in pitiful despair, and after regaining his composure, Muli quickly stepped in to stop her. "What are you doing? This is a divine beast, god level." Despite Mushin's pitiful expression, he refused, saying she couldn't eat the rabbit. Annoyed, she retorted, "Why can't I eat anything?" Despite being used to Mushin's appetite, Muli was helpless. These divine beasts of Phoenix Mountain were definitely off the menu. "If you want meat, I'll take you to the mortal realm where you can eat anything." Without hesitation, she immediately scoffed. "Those things reek of spiritual energy. They don't taste good." With that, Mushin eyed the unfortunate rabbit. It seems Muklai had already anticipated her intentions, holding her tightly, determined to keep her from eating it. "Think again. Besides divine beast, I can find you anything you want." The next second, she made a firm request. "Then I want to use your spatial law." In a heartbeat, Muli agreed. "Okay." Hearing this, Mushin excitedly replied, "You said it, don't take it back." He looked up at the sky, puzzled, thinking, "What are you eating that requires the power of space?" She always wants more. "Should I lend you my staff for a bit?" Immediately, Muting was even more confused. For what? Without a second thought, Mushin replies, "I want meat." His face fell at her response. "No, that won't do." Her tone dripping with disappointment, she says, "Fine, let's just get this over with." Then Mushin immediately began chanting, and in the blink of an eye she opened a spatial rift in the sky. This sight makes Muli's eyes widen in surprise. Is she connecting to the starry sky? What is she trying to do? Is she creating a spatial channel? Ignoring his confusion, Mushin asked loudly, "What's it like over there?" A sinister, greedy look spreads across her face as she says, "Found it." Then, Mukli and Mukhan were immediately sucked into the space passage, and he cried out in alarm. Before them, a strange planet glowed in the starry sky, bearing a familiar shape like Earth. Muli was stunned and muttered, "This is..." The two were quickly drawn into the planet. Before them, rooftops emerged from the dense forest, and he cried out, "Mushin, stop! It's too dangerous." Puh. In an instant, they stopped in midair. Muli frowned at the scene below, his voice tense. "There are 5 alien emperors. Connecting space to this place will make us easily detected and hunted. My consciousness will also be severely damaged." Mo Xinping replied, "It's okay." They were enveloped in golden light, and he realized their presence was concealed. Relaxing, he exclaimed, "Our presence is hidden? This is incredible." Meanwhile, in another realm, a blue mythical beast roared as it chased its prey, sending smaller creatures scattering in terror. It opened its massive, razor-toothed maw to devour its prey. But in that instant, the sky trembled, and a spatial rift tore open, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that coalesced into a colossal hand, snatching at the divine beast. Startled, it froze, its eyes wide with terror, completely bewildered. After a moment, the divine beast realized it was in danger. It frantically struggled in the air, but the mythical beast's efforts were in vain, as the giant hand tightened its grip, dragging it towards the spatial passage. Then the giant hand vanished into the void, taking the divine beast to a strange, unknown place. The giant hand slowly dissipated, leaving the divine beast to fall into the heart of Phoenix Mountain. Its massive body slammed into the ground before Muli and Mu Xin, sending tremors and a cloud of dust. He was astonished to think they could reach across the stars and forcibly capture a divine beast from another realm. Mokli was shaken. This was the mount of a foreign royal, a peak-level supreme god in its own right. Was this really happening? But Makhan's shout snapped him back to reality as the beast roared and lunged, its jaws wide, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. What are you waiting for? Immediately after, Muoli unleashes his spiritual power. With a shout, his weapon materialized in his hand, the thunderclap hammer, and he shot towards the mythical beast. Raising the thunderclap hammer high, spiritual energy gathered like a storm. With a heaven-shaking roar, he struck. In an instant, the thunderclap hammer struck the divine beast's head. It collapsed, its massive body crushing everything beneath it, sending rocks and debris flying. Musin points forward, excitedly yelling for him to keep going, her eyes shining with excitement. Blow after blow rained down on the mythical beast's head, so fast and decisive that it couldn't resist, only lie there and take it. Its head was gradually forced deep into the earth and stone below. Soon, the mythical beast was unconscious, its head bloody and still. In her hands, she held a knife and fork, her eyes gleaming, a satisfied smile on her face. Without a word, Mushin pounced, expertly skinning the mythical beast. And soon, its meat sizzled on the grill, filling the air with a rich aroma. She stared at the smoking meat, eyes gleaming, mouth watering, eagerly directing. "Baste it!" Jiaoji suddenly appeared behind her, arms crossed, looking annoyed, her voice laced with reproach. "My foodie sister, what divine beast have you angered this time?" Makhan feigns innocence, quickly defending herself. "No, this is a divine beast from another place." Muli approaches, holding a greasy basting brush. He leaned in close to Jiaoji's ear, whispering, "She forcibly took it from an alien planet." A moment later, the divine beast was cooked. Muli quickly cut off a large piece, the fragrant steam rising as he offered it, saying gently, "It's ready, let's eat." She shook her head, her eyes helplessly shifting to Mushin. "You'll do anything for food, won't you?" Makhan said gleefully, chewing on a piece of meat. "It's delicious." He quickly cut another piece of meat and offered it to Daoji, gently saying, "Have some." Just then, her stomach growled loudly. Her eyes drifted to the steaming meat in Muli's hand, and she pursed her lips, contemplating silently as her stern expression slowly turned troubled. Though her mouth watered, she stubbornly turned away, refusing, "No, I'm a vegetarian." Startled, Muli turned back and, without hesitation, offered the meat he was eating with a friendly expression. "This is meat from a top-level divine beast. It's very beneficial to eat. Please, elders, enjoy." Qinggui waved his hand, smiling awkwardly. "Young man, you're too kind." Red Tiger awkwardly waved his hand, flustered. No, you eat it, you eat it. Please, try it." Red Tiger swallowed hard, his eyes glued to the meat before him, and finally he couldn't resist. Then, I'll have a taste." Qinggui didn't hesitate, immediately taking a big bite, his cheeks bulging as he chewed and chattered excitedly. The aroma is irresistible, and Red Tiger can't resist taking a huge bite, devouring it like a starving man, mumbling between chews that he's never tasted anything so delicious. Truly a delicacy. Mok Lai was still chewing on the tasty meat when he glanced back and noticed Joko standing silently, watching them with a calm expression. He immediately took a piece of grilled meat and walked towards her, gently saying, "Jiao, have some. It's not earth creature meat, it's from a divine beast of another race. They've killed so many of our cultivators. They don't deserve pity." She hesitated. "Then I'll try a piece." But Mok Lai's next words startled her, and her cheeks flushed red. "Let me feed you." She lowered her head and gently took a bite. Witnessing this, Mushin's eyes darkened with jealousy. She gritted her teeth, took a large bite of meat, and scoffed. "Humph." He quickly asked in a gentle voice, "Is it good?" A look of joy filled Ji Yao's delicate face. Her eyes crinkled with joy, her heart soaring as she whispered, "Delicious." Mo Li held the fragrant meat before Ji Yao, saying casually, "Take it." Seeing the meat was as big as her face, she pointed awkwardly, a little flustered. "Wait, I'll get a plate." Soon, Ji Yao brought over a platter as big as her face, her expression radiant and expectant. Molly paused, a hint of regret in his eyes, but ultimately sighed, resigned. "Then you can have the big piece." Her eyes crinkled with joy, her face bloomed like a flower, and her voice was filled with excitement. "Thank you, Muli." He looked at Jiaoqi, shaking his head with a smile, and helplessly replied, "As long as you're happy." Suddenly, a cough broke the warm atmosphere, subtle yet deliberate, as if someone wanted to remind everyone that they were still there. "Cough, cough." Everyone turned to see the Emperor smiling calmly as he slowly said, "Such a rare delicacy shouldn't be enjoyed alone, but shared with everyone." Red Fox frowned, looking puzzled, and tilted his head, asking, "What does the human emperor mean?" He maintained his gentle smile, patiently explaining, Among the alien races, there are about 10 giant divine beasts in total, especially those in the Emperor realm. Enough for tens of thousands to feast on. Hearing this, Mu Li and Mu Xin's eyes lit up with excitement. Meanwhile, Qing Gui hesitated, conflicted, and asked, "Enough for tens of thousands, but catching so many, even those at the Emperor level, seems impossible." The Emperor replied immediately, his tone light as if everything was within his grasp. "That's easy." At that moment, a majestic figure descended from the sky. The martial Emperor coldly added, "Only this once. There will be no next time." Then, in the sky, a spatial passage opened once more. Muli looked up, eyes sharp, a confident smirk on his lips, and declared, "Once is enough." Then he called out softly, "Makhan." She quickly responds, her face radiating fighting spirit, understanding the situation. At that moment, everyone's expression turned serious, their aura solidified, and the carefree attitude from before vanished as Muli roared, his voice echoing through space. "Everyone, prepare yourselves." Immediately after, a piercing screech echoed from the space passage, and a giant hand slammed the divine beast into the ground. Its ferocious face still wore a stunned expression, as if it hadn't yet grasped what had just happened. Muli and Mu Xin rushed towards the divine beast. He roared as he struck, and the beast was immediately battered. It all happened so fast, the mythical creature couldn't even react. Soon it was flattened, lifeless, and still. But then, the spatial passage delivered another divine beast. Muli coldly ordered them to continue, and Mu Xin, full of vigor, charged at the divine beast like a whirlwind, her powerful fist landing, causing the beast's mouth to fill with blood as its body convulsed in pain. She yelled, continuing the assault, while Jiaoji landed a powerful blow straight to the face of another divine beast. The clash of battle echoed as she excitedly yelled, "Don't stop! Hit them harder!" The battle quickly intensified, dust swirled, and the sounds of clashing steel and roars reverberated through the mountains, shaking the very ground. 2 hours later, the battle finally ended. Countless divine beasts had fallen, their corpses piled high, and everyone gasped for breath, exhausted. The Feather Emperor stood in the middle of the battlefield, his face filled with joy, his majestic voice echoing through space as he gave the order to gather the Spirit Clan army and reward them handsomely tonight. Immediately, a celebratory banquet was held, and the martial emperor, standing tall with a solemn expression, honored the great warriors who had sacrificed themselves and the ancient spirits who had selflessly contributed. Then, the martial emperor raised his glass high and poured it onto the ground. With a decisive and solemn gesture, the human emperor reverently raised his glass, his sharp gaze sweeping across the crowd as his powerful voice echoed. "Tonight, eat, drink, and be merry, for we fear no alien army, ready to fight to the death and never retreat." The next morning at the central hall of the Great Xia Divine Palace, Muli stood before the entrance, wondering why the Rain Emperor had summoned him so early. But no one answered his questions, so he decided to enjoy the beautiful day and head inside. There, he found the 3 emperors and Yama, who waved cheerfully, calling him Big Brother Moli. Sunlight streamed through the lush trees, casting dancing shadows in the hall, and Molly was taken aback. "So you're here too? I wonder what the sovereigns want with us." Yanluo excitedly boasted, "I'm now the joint disciple of the 3 emperors." Hearing this, Mu Li was genuinely surprised. He thought to himself, all 3 emperors have taken him as a disciple, a shared disciple. Such a legacy is one of a kind. It seems this paragon of a generation is more important than we thought. And now, the Feathered Emperor has appeared, summoning both Mu Li and Yanluo Yifang. Stroking his beard, he gently explained the reason for summoning them. "You two are the most outstanding young cultivators from Earth, with top-tier talent and aptitude. I've summoned you here today to undergo training." With that, Emperor Wu waves his hand, and a spatial rift appears behind him. He led Muli and Yanluo inside, explaining, "This is my little world, complete with the laws of heaven and earth. It can nurture countless spirits and provide divine power to cultivators. You two cultivate here. We will provide you with spiritual energy." Without wasting time, they quickly sat down cross-legged and focused on their cultivation. Gradually, Muli entered a state of selflessness. On the other side, so did Yanluo, but he was sweating more, likely focused on breaking through his current realm. Lost in his meditative state, Muli realized his cultivation had reached the 3rd stage of the celestial realm, and his divine system had reached the realm of a high-level deity. If he can fully integrate those 2 cultivations plus the power of origin, I wonder if he can simultaneously reach the God Emperor realm and the highest Tao integration realm of the Ziwei Star immortal cultivation world. While focusing on cultivation, spiritual energy from the outside continuously poured into Muli's body. Outside, the Feather Emperor observes the situation within, remarking that the mid-stage divine is not bad. The Queen Mother couldn't hide her surprise, never expecting him to comprehend the source so quickly. The human emperor sighed, truly a worthy disciple of Sun Wukong, a formidable talent. Sensing his own strength within the small world, Muli smiled with satisfaction. Very good, late-stage supreme god. If he can master the origin of space and breaks him through to become a king, his combat power will far exceed that of an ordinary god-king. 3 hours later, he stopped cultivating and opened his eyes, already encountering a bottleneck. Seeing Yama still cultivating, Muli looked around. After all, this wasn't the Z-Way Star's cultivation system, so encountering a bottleneck was understandable. Continuing to cultivate now would be meaningless. He needed time to settle down. He might as well take a walk in this small world. And just a few steps later, he encountered someone by the woods, the human emperor. He nodded to Muli and produced a small tower, which he tossed onto the open ground in the forest. Then a figure emerged from the tower. It was Chu Ning. Gazing at her graceful form, he whispered, "She is my descendant, my bloodline left behind during my travels through the stars." Muli turned and asked, "Your Majesty, the Emperor, was Z-Way Star truly destroyed? Did that planet ever experience temporal distortions?" The human emperor calmly recounted that Z-Way Star was destroyed by the Outer Territory Cultivator Alliance in search of the Dragon Emperor sword, perhaps by the alien races now hiding in the Milky Way. He continued, "As for temporal chaos, it's virtually impossible, unless someone wields the ultimate origin of spacetime. But even then, it wouldn't affect an entire star field." Suddenly, the human emperor produced 3 swords and handed them to him, saying, "These 3 swords are for you." He was stunned to see the swords. Receiving the 3 Dragon Sovereign swords, Muli was overjoyed. Unexpectedly, it was 3 Dragon Sovereign swords. Adding to the previous 3, he now has 6 in total, only 1 more to complete the set. Legend says that gathering all 7 Dragon Sovereign swords can summon the true dragon spirit, thereby opening the gate to immortality. Seeing his reaction, the human emperor chuckled. "I searched the cosmos for years, and only found 3. Even with 6, the odds of finding the last are negligible. I simply believe you have a better chance than I did." Muli quickly asked, "Your Majesty, the Dragon Emperor's sword was forged by you, wasn't it? Didn't you meet a true dragon? What is going on?" He sighed, adding that most legends are unreliable. If the Dragon Emperor's sword was truly forged by me, what would humanity on Earth have to fear? The Otherworld human emperor recounts that in ancient times, when he was traveling through the chaotic void, he saw a dragon bone, and even its slightest pressure made a king-level being like himself tremble. What else could it be but the bones of a true dragon? I never touched that dragon bone. I couldn't even get close. I observed it for 1,000 years. That dragon bone transformed into 7 swords, appearing and disappearing in the cosmos. The legend of the Dragon Sovereign Sword was born from this, but its truth is hard to discern. Over the years, the emperors have sacrificed much to gather 6 of the swords, but the 7th remains elusive, beyond the calculations of even the most skilled diviners. Hearing this, Muli exclaimed in surprise, "So, the creature known as the true dragon really existed?" He was inwardly terrified that a mere dragon bone could make even the apex emperors of the starry sky tremble. Even approaching one is impossible. Just how vast is the gulf between a king and a true dragon? Even the human king isn't sure. Perhaps true dragons are like those vague, ethereal ancestral gods, impossible to truly define. Perhaps such a creature will never again appear in this starry sky. As for the Dragon Emperor's sword, we no longer have hope for it. It may be impossible to gather. At that moment, Chu Ning approached, and seeing her, the human emperor instructed, "Zhongmu Jingzhou, you and Ninger have your own missions. Remember to cherish yourselves." Muli wanted to know more. "What about you?" He didn't answer, only smiled and said, "We will meet again. The Martial Emperor doesn't seem to be doing too well. He's still waiting for you. Go now." Muli was surprised. The Emperor of the Martial Realm? He was confused, thinking to himself, wasn't it just before entering the minor world to cultivate that he'd met the Martial Emperor? Why does he look so unstable? Has he been training for a long time? And unfortunately, during that time, the alien races invaded China. A sense of unease rises within him. Muli grew anxious, wondering what was happening, but the human emperor's figure was already fading. The governor of Jing province, a human, smiled as if entrusting his final affairs, saying that it was all up to him. The majestic temple now seemed to lack vitality. Within the small world, Chu Yu hesitated. "I'll wait for you outside." Muli blankly watches the human emperor's figure disappear and nods slightly. "Okay." A moment later, he finds the Martial Emperor next to the Chaos Egg. Lord Martial Emperor, he's back. Muli, you've arrived. Mockley put his hands in his pockets and looked up at the giant egg. This Chaos Egg, Wu Huang explained, held the key to solving Earth's crisis. Only a being beyond the Huang realm could do it. This chaotic egg is gestating an ancestral being, and we place all our hopes on it. It could be said that this is the most miraculous thing in the entire starry sky. And as for the consciousness of life, there is a large amount of the origin of the Tao from the emperors, along with the divided souls of several emperors and the most extraordinary dragon vein essence in the earth, veins of China. Muli caught the shocking news, the flesh of the human emperor. However, Yu Huang had no intention of explaining further, and continued. His tone laced with weariness and worry, he continued. And so, since ancient times, we have been meticulously laying the groundwork, step by step. Every step is a gamble. One miscalculation or unforeseen event could spell Earth's doom. You and your master are the most important links in this chain, but after the last battle, your master fell into a deep sleep, and you have once again reached an impasse in your training. I believe time will transform you and awaken the sleeping sun Wukong, but we're out of time. This chaotic egg contains countless mysteries, constantly growing and evolving, having devoured countless things. Our goal is to incubate a being born at the ancestral level, to help Earth overcome this great calamity. Is this really reliable? After hearing everything, he understood a little. No wonder the human emperor said we'd meet again. So this is how. The Martial Emperor continued to lead, but if that's all there was to it, success would be impossible. We're still missing the most crucial condition, the final link. What condition is Muli curious about? He shares that when all the palace bodies merge and take effect, the chaos will reach the limit of its molting process. Muli was stunned. A constellation? A thought flashed through his mind, recalling when the Queen Mother of the West brought him to the planet where the spirits of the ancient heroes were buried. The human emperor once hinted that he was one of the most important vessels, which is why the emperor did everything to help Muli comprehend the laws of life and death. With the Samsara divine heart, the emperors always gave him special care, not only giving Muli and Yama Ippo, the shared disciple of the three emperors, special training, but also letting him feel the original power of the emperors in the Martial Emperor's small world, using the divine power of the emperors to improve his cultivation. Suddenly understanding, Muli pressed further. So, what must a vessel do? Must they offer everything? He thought with frustration that everything that had happened had a reason, but from the moment he became Sun Wukong's disciple, wasn't everything already set in stone? Without turning around, Martial Emperor elaborated, explaining that not all vessels must offer everything. Some need only offer power or talent. As Sun Wukong's disciple, you were destined to possess unparalleled gifts. What the chaos needs is your terrifying innate talent and extraordinary power, your strong body, powerful soul, and transcendent divine abilities. But when you offer those things, you'll lose all your cultivation and become an ordinary person. Muli looked at his gifted hands and muttered, "An ordinary person." His mind raced. Though the battle with the alien race had taken its toll, given enough time, Muli could definitely break through to the Emperor realm and reach its peak. Moreover, given enough time, he might even break through to the ancestral realm. But if Muli were to sacrifice his power to the Chaos Syndrome, he would revert to being an ordinary person, falling from the clouds to the depths of the valley, even if he tried to cultivate again from scratch. Without his unique talent, Muli would be no different from ordinary cultivators, and even becoming a god might become a distant dream. As if reading his mind, the Feather Emperor softly reassured him. In truth, there are many vessel bodies, and as long as the most important one doesn't have problems, even if the others don't offer themselves, it's not necessarily a failure. The success rate is just lower. You've sacrificed too much for Earth already, it's enough. Even if you refuse, we won't resent you. You'll still be one of Earth's saviors, trusted and revered by all its life. Muli was grateful. I understand. Suddenly, he asked curiously, who has the most important vessel? With that, the Martial Emperor fell silent. Seeing his reaction, he guessed it was one of the three emperor's disciples. Yanluo Yifang? The Martial Emperor nodded slightly. Yes, he is the reincarnation of the 100 lifetimes good man, possessing the great fortune of heaven and earth. When the earth's spiritual energy recovered, he became the center of converging fortune. His power of destiny grows stronger every day. If he continues to cultivate, he may be the first outside the divine ancestor to become a true ancestral being. The power of destiny is nebulous, ethereal, and profoundly mysterious, and his great destiny surpasses even the primal force of a god-emperor peak. His immense luck can greatly increase the chances of hatching a primal god, more important than any physique. Mu Li stroked his chin thoughtfully. No wonder he was accepted as a disciple by all three emperors. So that's the real reason, but will he agree? Remembering Yama's righteous and smiling face, he suddenly understood. A man who has reincarnated hundreds of times is bound to be virtuous. The answer was clear. Compared to Yama, who would sacrifice his life, what was the loss of his cultivation? Mu Li touched the chaotic eggshell, sharing his thoughts and decisions. If this chaos egg can truly birth a being of the ancestral realm to protect all life on Earth, then I won't regret or resent becoming mortal. The great Yu turned his head, tears of joy in his eyes. Very well. It is a blessing for my great Yu to have a talent like you appear in the legacy of later generations. Mu Li respectfully saluted. Every emperor of Earth is great. I deeply respect you all to be acknowledged by a powerhouse like you. The Emperor Wu happily added, the offering of the vessel bodies will take a few more days to complete, so please return and rest for now. I will inform you when the time comes. As Mu Li stepped out of the temple, he found Chu Ning waiting. Master, he began hesitantly. About my father? So Ngung lowered her head, hiding her emotions. I know, I'm not sad. It was his mission. Mu Li then asked, are you also a vessel? So Ngung looked down. Yes, you care about me. Are you afraid? She replied, yes, I'm afraid. Every day I'm tormented by confusion, fear, and despair. Speaking of which, Su Ning wiped away the tears welling up in her eyes, trying to smile. But so what? Born a god, this is your destiny.